Scene reserved for promotional content. Removed per cleanup rules. A knocking sound echoed. At the podium, a beautiful female professor wearing a long black plush wool coat lectured. Her features were refined and gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her appearance alone warranted at least a 7 out of 10, and paired with her scholarly aura, she was truly a rare and lovely lady. However, the harmonious atmosphere of the lecture was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. Over 100 students inside the classroom were all drawn to the figure appearing at the doorway. 2 police officers stood at the entrance with 2 girls. To be precise, 1 tall and 1 small, 2 fairy-like girls. The girl standing on the left wore a white dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, with sunlight shining from behind her. In that instant, she looked like a celestial maiden descending to earth. The classmates were captivated by her face. She possessed a perfectly oval face with exquisite features, particularly those eyes, bright and full of spirit. Bai Muxi, her high straight nose and rounded full nose tip added a touch of playfulness to her beauty. Yet her expression was somewhat cool and aloof, carrying an unapproachability that invited admiration from afar. Beside her stood a little girl barely over 1 meter tall. The little girl had big bright eyes that sparkled like gemstones. At that moment, she stood on tiptoes, her little head scanning the students in the tiered classroom, as if searching for someone. While she observed the students were observing her as well. Today, the little girl wore a green dress, her hair tied up with a matching hairband, making her look lively and adorable. One by one, the students attending the early class felt their hearts melt. Oh, the little girl is so cute. I'm done for, I've fallen. Oh my God, how can someone so young already be this gorgeous? She's adorable. The murmurs spread, but not only among the girls, the boys were equally stirred into a frenzy. Wow, why is the campus beauty here? My God, is she so beautiful? Who's that girl beside her? So cute. She's like a mini version of the campus beauty. That's right. The girl on the left was their universally acknowledged #1 campus beauty, a girl whose looks and intellect stood side by side. Bai Muxi. Her appearance was not the only thing that was top tier, her family background was equally extraordinary. She was in her senior year, but as early as her junior year, she had already been involved in company decision-making, closing several deals worth hundreds of millions. She was the school's famous beauty and heiress. The professor tapped the podium. Quiet, everyone. She then looked toward the door. Officers, what brings you here? It's like this. We're looking for a student named Chen Zhuo. Is he here? As the officer spoke, everyone simultaneously turned to look at Chen Zhuo in the back row. Chen Zhuo, whose name had been called, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Chen Zhuo, stand up. Fortunately, he hadn't skipped class today. As Chen Zhuo stood up, he felt a secret relief in his heart. Here. But just then the little girl spoke up. Mommy, it's Daddy. I found Daddy. Saying this, she released Bai Muxi's hand and ran with her little feet toward Chen Zhuo. Bai Muxi's beautiful face flushed slightly, but she also looked toward Chen Zhuo. He wasn't exceptionally tall, around 175 centimeters, and his looks were only average. Perhaps because it was morning, his hair hadn't been styled at all. She would have a child with him. Bai Muxi was completely baffled. But at this moment, the classroom erupted once again. What? Daddy? Hold on. That girl calls the campus beauty mommy. What? The campus beauty is still so young, and she already has a daughter this big. The child is Chen Zhuo's. Chen Zhuo just got rejected by Jin Wan the other day, and now he's the daddy of the campus beauty's daughter. He skyrocketed. The scene completely exploded. However, the little girl seemed to see no one else. She quickened her steps and ran straight to Chen Zhuo's side. Coincidentally, Chen Zhuo was seated at the aisle. Watching the little girl getting closer and closer before he could even react, she threw herself at him in a fierce hug. Daddy, I finally found you. The little girl raised her head, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Looking at the little girl, so close to him, Chen Zhuo felt his heart melt. But he quickly came to his senses. Wait, what did you just call me? Daddy. The little girl blinked her large, sparkling eyes, her voice sweet and soft. Chen Zhuo was dumbfounded. He had transmigrated here only yesterday, and he hadn't fully figured out the situation yet. How could he suddenly have a daughter this old? But yesterday, he had already inherited all of the original body's memories, and apparently there hadn't been any intimate relationship with anyone. You're saying I'm your daddy? Chen Zhuo pointed at his own nose, his face full of astonishment. The little girl's bright eyes immediately misted over, and tears streamed down like a breached river. Wah, Daddy doesn't want Dodo anymore. Wah wah. The crying was loud and pitiful. Chen Zhuo felt his heart clench instantly. Chen Zhuo hurriedly bent down. Don't cry, I didn't say I don't want you. But I'm only 20 years old. How could I possibly have a daughter as old as you? Dudu wore a pitiful expression. Daddy, I'm really your daughter. Please don't abandon Dodo. Dodo will be the best and the most obedient. Her large eyes blinked rapidly, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Chen Zhuo, you beast. How dare you make such a precious little baby cry? Scumbag. Who would have thought the usually well-behaved Chen Zhuo actually has a daughter this old? Don't even mention it. Men in ancient times could indeed marry and have children at 15. Women in ancient times married at 13 all the time. Wasn't there an empress who married at 13? Don't talk about ancient times. My great-aunt married at 14 and had my cousin at 15. For a moment Chen Zhuo became the target of everyone's criticism. However, Chen Zhuo had no time to mind his classmates' judgments. He gently wiped the tears from Dudu's cheeks. Although he wasn't sure if she was truly his daughter, Chen Zhuo had always loved children since he was young. In his previous life during holidays, he would always take his nephew and nieces out to play. Just then one of the police officers walked over. Chen, to avoid disrupting the class, could you please come with us? Bai Muxi didn't enter, but her dark, beautiful eyes were full of confusion. From her current observation, Chen Zhuo's appearance could only be described as above average, and he wasn't even that tall. There was really nothing about him that stood out. If that was the case, why would she have a daughter with him? But the moment she saw Dudu, she felt as if Dudu was her daughter. There was no other reason. It was mainly because Dudu looked so much like her when she was little. Of course, whether she was truly their child would still need to be confirmed through a DNA test at the hospital. When the time came, everything would come to light. Daddy, hold me. Dudu raised both hands looking at Chen Zhuo with a pitiful expression. Chen Zhuo picked the little girl up. Alright, stop crying. You'll stop being pretty if you keep crying. No way. Mommy said Dodo is super pretty. A look of pride spread across Dudu's exquisitely delicate face. She buried her face directly into Chen Zhuo's neck, her small hands gripping tightly, as if afraid Chen Zhuo would reject her. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Zhuo carried Dudu and left the classroom. Immediately, an enormous discussion erupted. However, it was quickly suppressed by the professor. Yet everything that had happened here quickly appeared on various platforms. Shocking. The campus beauty appears with her daughter, and the campus beauty's husband is exposed for the first time. Explosive. Campus beauty brings daughter to find husband. Photo evidence included. But the moment Chen Zhuo arrived beside Bai Muxi, a crisp, pleasant voice echoed in his mind. Ding! After detection, Dodo is the host's biological daughter. The all-powerful tycoon daddy system is activating. A system had actually come. Yesterday, when he transmigrated, he had called out to the system for a long time without any response. But the moment Dodo appeared, the system arrived. It seemed that the Dodo in his arms was truly his daughter. Sitting nearby, Jin Wan furrowed her delicate brows. What was going on? The simp she had rejected had actually become the campus beauty daughter's father. Did Chen Zhuo have some hidden identity? After all, Bai Muxi was known for having extremely high standards. Not to mention students. Even the sons of major corporations in Yangcheng who pursued her had been ruthlessly rejected. If Chen Zhuo was just a scumbag, how could Bai Muxi possibly be interested in him? Ding! System verification complete. The little girl before you is the host's biological daughter. All-powerful tycoon daddy system activated successfully. Friendly reminder 1. As long as the host stays within 10 meters of his daughter, 1 yuan cash reward will be granted every minute. Friendly reminder 2. All amounts the host spends on his daughter will receive 100-fold cashback. Must be age-appropriate gifts. The system will judge automatically. All funds come from legitimate sources. The host need not worry about the source. Hearing the system notification, Chen Zhuo inwardly gasped. 1 minute equals 1 yuan. 1 hour would be 60 yuan. 24 hours a day, that would be 1440 yuan. 30 days a month, that's a full 43200 yuan. Today's college graduates earning 600 a month would already be considered high. But now suddenly it's 40,000 yuan. The system is truly awesome. This way, as long as he doesn't leave Dudu, at least he'll have food and clothing without worry. However, the truly powerful feature is the spending cashback. There's just one limitation. It must be a gift appropriate for Dudu's age. That's reasonable too. After all, it's a daddy system. Of course, Dudu must come first. Soon Chen Zhuo's thoughts pulled away from the joy of receiving the system. There are still quite a few things to handle. Next, let's take it step by step. At this moment, Chen Zhuo carried Dudu over to Bai Muxi's side. The two just exchanged a glance without actively starting a conversation. Leaving the classroom, one of the police officers spoke first. Do you have your ID cards on you? The police officer asked directly. Yes. Chen Zhuo immediately nodded. The original host had a habit of keeping his ID card inside his phone case. Chen Zhuo immediately took out his phone and pulled out his ID card. The police officer looked at Bai Muxi. Please show your ID as well. Bai Muxi took out her ID card from her pocket and handed it to the police officer. At this time, the police officer beside them began questioning Chen Tianqing. Little Dudu, can you say your daddy's and mommy's names and identity information one more time? My daddy is called Chen Zhuo, he's from Zhongsuan Panyu. Mommy is called Bai Muxi, she's from Tianhe Yangcheng. That's confirmed then. The police officer nodded with satisfaction. In that case, we'll leave the child with you. Next time, don't be so careless, you can even lose your own child. Bai Muxi was inwardly shocked, but on the surface she calmly said, understood. Okay. Although Chen Zhuo was also a bit bewildered because of the system's notification, he had already accepted the fact that Dudu is his daughter. Of course, even without other rewards, just earning 40,000 yuan a month from accompanying Dudu, he must protect her well. After all, in his previous life, he was just an internet writer and a no-name internet celebrity, making at most 10,000 a month even when pushing hard. The police officers soon left. Leaving the three of them, Dudu held Bai Muxi's hand with one hand and Chen Zhuo's with the other looked up weakly and said, Daddy, Mommy, Dudu is hungry. Okay, what do you want to eat? Chen Zhuo lowered his head to look at Dudu and asked curiously, I want to eat noodles. Okay, there's a noodle shop right at the school gate. Daddy will take you to eat. Chen Zhuo agreed directly, then turned to look at Bai Muxi. Let's go, we just happen to have things to discuss too. Bai Muxi nodded, okay. After we eat, let's go to the hospital. I've booked a DNA test. Okay. Chen Zhuo nodded. Bai Muxi doesn't know Chen Zhuo personally, but she's heard a little about his behavior. For 2.5 years he had been publicly pursuing the department beauty Jin Wan, and even orchestrated a public confession on New Year's Eve. But the result goes without saying. He was directly rejected by the department beauty Jin Wan. The confession video was even posted on the campus forum. At the moment the New Year countdown bells rang, Chen Zhuo knelt on one knee holding 11 tender red roses, looking at Jin Wan with a devout expression, speaking his prepared confession words. The general content was that he had liked her for a long time, that he would work hard in the future to earn lots of money and give her the best life. The core point was that senior year graduation was coming and he didn't want to leave any regrets. However, Jin Wan had a cold expression. How you think you're worthy of me giving up others for you? You come running like a spineless dog after any little glance I give you. I'm so sick of you. And those little essays you wrote, I can't even bother to open them. Don't bother me again, in the future get lost. But I pursued you for 2.5 years and you never refused. Adults not agreeing means rejection, don't you even understand that? Besides, such an obedient pet I can control with a flick of my finger, why not play with it? You don't think that gives you a chance to pursue me, do you? Just as Chen Zhuo wanted to say more, a fashionable young man stepped out from the crowd, his face full of smugness. You with your conditions trying to pursue the department flower. Don't have a mirror, but at least have P right. Chen Zhuo recognized him. This was Fu Jinshuan, the rich second generation who drove a Ferrari to school on the first day and changed more than 10 girlfriends in 3 years. Fu Jinxian, who stepped out from the crowd, directly wrapped his arm around Jin Wan's slim waist. Nuan, is this simp dog always harassing you? Jin Wan nodded, her body actively pressing closer to his embrace. Yes, it's him, so disgusting. Chen Zhuo, don't harass me anymore, I'm afraid Xian will misunderstand. The confession incident spread across the internet, and Chen Zhuo directly became the clown in the eyes of his classmates. Later someone photographed Chen Zhuo going to a bar to drown his sorrows, but unexpectedly, as the New Year holiday ended, he returned to school for early morning classes as if nothing had happened. And this time he didn't bring Jin Wan breakfast anymore. Bai Muxi pulled back the information about Chen Zhuo from her mind, her hand gently holding Dudu's little hand, the three of them walking side by side toward the school gate. The campus is full of students everywhere. And Bai Muxi is the universally recognized #1 campus beauty. When she walked holding a little girl's hand on campus, it immediately caused a sensation. Especially on the campus forum, the news about her and Chen Zhuo having a child together spread like wildfire. The news quickly appeared on the phone of the chairman of the Bai Corporation. What? Muxi has a daughter. Bai Yuchuan froze when he saw the news and soon saw the photo of his daughter holding a little girl's hand. Honestly, the photo was very clear. At first, Bai Yuchuan didn't believe it. After all, he's most clear about whether his daughter was pregnant or not. These past few years his daughter has been by his side the whole time. Her belly never even got big. How could she have given birth? But when he saw the photo, he started to doubt his life. Isn't this a mini version of Cici? She looks so alike, too alike. Bai Yuchuan immediately forwarded both the photo and the news to his wife Xu Tang. They originally named their daughter Bai Muxi, hoping that the two of them together would constitute the light of Bai Muxi. So they have always doted on their daughter deeply. Now, knowing their daughter has become the center of public opinion and bad public opinion, at that the first thing they thought about was how to protect their daughter, at least not letting her bear the stigma of being pregnant before marriage. Although modern society isn't that opposed to this, the girl looks to be 4 or 5 years old. Considering the daughter is only 21, that means she would have gotten pregnant before 18 and given birth. If this news is true, Bai Muxi's campus beauty image will definitely collapse instantly. Bai Muxi's mother Xu Tang, after seeing the news, immediately called Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi glanced at the caller ID and said softly to Dudu, Dudu, mommy needs to take a call, you go with daddy. Him first. Okay, mommy, you have to catch up quickly. Dudu obediently nodded. Bai Muxi fell to the back, then answered the phone. Mommy, you all know already. Her voice was much softer than usual. Clearly her cold exterior toward outsiders is just her protective coloring. Yes, what exactly is going on? Xu Tang asked with some anxiety. This little girl looks too much like you. When you were little, she's practically carved from the same mold. I also don't know exactly what's going on, but looking at Dudu, that girl looks a lot like me. When I was little, I planned to go to the hospital for a DNA test later. Okay, I know people at the hospital. I'll arrange expedited testing for you. Thank you, mommy. Bai Muxi hung up the phone and also arrived at the restaurant. At this time, Chen Zhuo and Dudu sat side by side, ordering food on their phone. Daddy, I want to eat tomato noodles. Want meat? Yes. Dudu immediately nodded. Do you eat green onions and cilantro? Stupid daddy, Dudu doesn't like green onions and cilantro. Okay, if you don't like them, I'll leave out the green onions and cilantro for you. Humph, bad daddy, you don't even remember that Dudu doesn't like cilantro and green onions. Don't you love Dudu anymore? Of course not, daddy just suddenly forgot, but daddy will always love you. Chen Zhuo rubbed her cute little head and said with doting words. Perhaps it's the bond of blood he feels especially close to Dudu. Without waiting for Bai Muxi, he directly clicked pay. Subconsciously, he was about to use the Noodle Shop 7/8 discount coupon, but he paused when clicking confirm. He wants to know whether the spending cashback is real. After slight hesitation, he retreated to the order page and changed from single items to a set meal. The original price of 26 yuan became 35.4 yuan. Soon payment successful. Ding detected host spent 35.4 yuan on daughter 100-fold cashback in progress. Congratulations to the host on receiving 100-fold cashback of 3,540 yuan. Chen Zhuo, who had just confirmed payment, froze. Because his phone buzzed, a message appeared from a notification window. Your savings account ending in 1024 received a transfer of 3,540.00 yuan. Current available balance, 3,645.21 yuan. Wow, it's real. Not only does companionship earn rewards, but spending on Dudu also gives rewards. In that case, does he still need to work? Just pampering Dudu every day? Suddenly Chen Zhao's mind flashed with a classic line. Working is impossible. Ooh, I'll never work in this life. Soon another idea emerged. Indeed, time travel and the system are a perfect match. Daddy, aren't you going to eat your noodles? Dudu's sweet voice sounded. Daddy had breakfast, not hungry. Chen Zhao said with a smile. Come on, let daddy take you to wash your hands. Okay. Dudu nodded obediently. Daddy, where's mommy? Why hasn't she come back yet? She's on the phone. It's okay, daddy will stay with you. The noodle shop was quite nice with a sink. Can Dudu wash her hands? Chen Zhao asked in a curious tone. Actually, he didn't even notice that his voice had become a bit soft. Being with a cute kid really makes one act a bit strange. Dudu immediately nodded. Mommy taught Dudu. Doesn't daddy know how? No, can you teach me? Sure, then you have to study hard with teacher Dudu. With that, she began to demonstrate. Okay. Actually, Chen Zhao didn't know much about teaching children, but there was an internationally recognized educational method, the Feynman learning technique. Simply put, it's about letting Dudu learn the method first, then have her teach him. This way she can reinforce her memory while teaching. Watch closely, daddy. First we turn on the tap, wet our hands, then press the soap dispenser. As she said that, Dudu hesitated. Daddy, move the soap dispenser closer. Dudu can't reach it. This shop was quite something. They even had dental hand soap. It smelled nice. Here. Chen Zhao immediately complied. Thank you, daddy. Dudu thanked politely and resumed teaching. First step, wash the inside the palms. It was clear that Dudu really knew how to wash hands. The 7-step hand-washing method starts from the inside, then proceeds to the outside interlace, bow, thumb, fingertips, and wrist. Daddy, did you get it? Dudu widened her eyes and looked at Chen Zhao with anticipation. Chen Zhao nodded. I think I've got it. Let daddy do it once, and you see if it's right. To be honest, before even washing hands before meals was just a quick rinse. Just passing underwater was enough. But now there are indeed more germs, and it's very necessary for children to learn proper hand washing. Chen Zhao replicated the steps. Dudu taught him one by one. Being able to get into Zhongda Sun Yat-sen University proved that his IQ was fine. Unfortunately, the original body was a love-struck fool. That's why he became a notorious simp. But luckily, he had transmigrated. Now that he had crossed over, who would still be a simp? Not to mention Jin Wan, even Bai Muxi had no right to make him a simp. As a transmigrator, Chen Zhao had a high sense of self-worth. He felt he deserved any woman in this world. After all, he was the chosen one with the system. By then, Bai Muxi had already entered the noodle shop and saw from a distance the scene of Dudu teaching Chen Zhao to wash hands. Somehow it felt very heartwarming. Did daddy do it right? Chen Zhao finished the last step and asked with a smile. Daddy is awesome. Dudu immediately gave a thumbs up. Is there a reward? What reward does daddy want? Dudu give daddy a hug. Chen Zhao opened his arms and bent down. Without a word, Dudu gave him a big hug. Before Chen Zhao could react, Dudu pecked him on the cheek like a chick pecking at rice. Huh? Why did Dudu kiss daddy? Mommy rewards daddy with kisses, but mommy said no kissing on the lips. Dudu said with a smile, hey, mommy is here. Ding detected that Dudu is in a happy mood. Reward 100 daddy points. Daddy points. What was that? But Chen Zhao didn't dwell on it. He would explore it thoroughly when he had time. Alright. The newbie gift pack hasn't been given out yet. He didn't know if there was one. While hugging Chen Zhao, Dudu caught a glimpse of Bai Muxi from the corner of her eye and immediately trotted over on her little feet. It was obvious that Dudu loved her parents very much. The details made it easy to see. Don't run, careful not to fall. Chen Zhao called out instinctively. After all, it was a restaurant, and although there were few people at this hour, Chen Zhao was worried about puddles on the floor. Fortunately, Dudu didn't fall and rushed to Bai Muxi's side. Mommy, Dudu just taught daddy how to wash hands. Dudu said to Bai Muxi as if showing off her achievement. Dudu is so great. Bai Muxi patted her cute little head, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. Then her gaze followed the sound to Chen Zhao. She suddenly felt that Chen Zhao was not the same as the rumors online. Of course, as a company manager, she knew not to judge a person by hearsay. To know a person, you shouldn't look at how others evaluate him, but at his behavior during interactions. Besides, even if he was the ultimate simp, it didn't matter. What did it have to do with her? Everything would wait until after the DNA test. Back at the table, Dudu voluntarily sat beside Chen Zhuo. Bai Muxi was a bit puzzled. Dudu, why don't you sit with mommy? Huh? Dudu always sits with daddy, Dudu said with a confused look. So it's daddy who takes care of you? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Dudu nodded. Mommy goes to work every day and daddy stays home with me. Oh, what does daddy do for work? Daddy is amazing. He makes lots of fun games. Oh, and he also writes stories, draws, and so much more. Making games, writing stories, drawing. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. In the memories he received, the original body didn't have these skills. Could it be that he had done all these? As mentioned before, the entertainment industry in this world was different. Games were also part of entertainment, and the original body had majored in computer science. His classmates were all striving to get into big companies. Of course, some were preparing for graduate school. Chen Zhuo didn't have the qualifications to go to grad school. After all, there were a bunch of leeches at home waiting for him to repay them. But now that Chen Zhuo had arrived, he would have to analyze carefully what to do in the future. Bai Muxi showed a look of sudden realization. So what is Dudu's full name? Dudu's name is Chen Tianqing. Daddy and mommy said they hope Dudu is happy every day, and even if there's a bad mood, it will clear up and smile always. Then mommy will test you. Do you know your own birthday? Bai Muxi probably didn't even realize that she had subconsciously stepped into the role of a mother. Or rather, she had already accepted in her heart that she was the biological mother of this cute child. Of course I know. Dudu immediately nodded. I was born on April 17th, 2028. Chen Zhao's eyes instantly narrowed. But today was January 4th, 2026. Bai Muxi's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. So that meant Dudu had come back from the future. System, what's going on? Is Dudu really a time traveler from the future? Chen Zhuo immediately started asking the system. When in doubt, ask the spring breeze. If the spring breeze is silent, turn to the system. Chen Zhuo's question fell into a void, drawing no response whatsoever. Of course, silence itself was a form of answer. After all, Chen Zhuo was no fool. At 20 years old, he was a senior at Zhongda University. For the previous 20 years, he had remained untouched by romantic entanglements, having never tasted true pleasure or experienced a woman's warmth. And yet he had pinned all his affections on one person, Jinwan. There was a saying, if you do not wish to be swayed by women, then ensure there are women on all sides. The original owner was far too naive. But under no circumstances should one ever become a simp. Bai Muxi's mind raced, calculating everything. Excluding the 10 months of pregnancy, this meant she would spend the coming year with Chen Zhuo and conceive Dudu during that time. To be honest, she doubted she and Chen Zhuo would have much intersection. But Chen Zhuo must have strong academic credentials to have gained admission to Zhongda University. Yet his family background was quite ordinary, certainly not in the same social circle as hers. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly be carrying his child? Could it be like those popular short dramas nowadays? She had been drugged and Chen Zhuo happened to rescue her. Would she really end up intimate with him? Suddenly a blush rose to her cheeks. Her lovely eyes drifted involuntarily toward Chen Zhuo beside her. And coincidentally, Chen Zhuo was already looking at her. Caught in that gaze, Bai Muxi felt as though her thoughts had been laid bare. She quickly looked away, though her already flushed face grew even redder. She resembled a perfectly ripe red apple. Chen Zhuo was somewhat surprised to discover Bai Muxi could be so shy. Wasn't she known to the outside world as cold and formidable? When someone had confessed their feelings before, she had simply waved her hand and had her bodyguards toss the gift into the trash and carry the person away. So rumors were not always reliable. The food arrived quickly. Chen Zhuo pulled the fried chicken and iced soy milk from the set meal toward himself. Dudu, you have the noodles, and Baba will have the chicken and soy milk. Is that okay? Baba, I want soy milk too. Dudu tilted her head, her large eyes blinking pleadingly. The soy milk has quite a bit of sugar in it. Let me get you a cup and pour you half. Chen Zhuo was a man of action. As soon as he spoke, he got up, walked over to the water dispenser ahead, and returned with an empty cup. Only then did Bai Muxi realize that Chen Zhuo hadn't once asked her what she wanted to eat since they sat down. He hadn't so much as initiated a conversation with her. Remembering all the gossip about Chen Zhuo trying to curry favor with Jinwan, Bai Muxi felt a stir of dissatisfaction. She was the top beauty of Zhongda University. Was she somehow inferior to Jinwan? Shouldn't he be the one fawning over her? What Bai Muxi did not know was that Chen Zhuo had thrown himself at Jinwan not because of her beauty, but because when he had fainted from low blood sugar, she had offered him a white rabbit milk candy. Combined with Jinwan's passive approach, neither embracing nor rejecting him, that had convinced the original owner to give everything willingly. But Chen Zhuo now was a completely different person. As a transmigrator blessed with a system, Chen Zhuo felt that if he wanted companionship, any woman would be within his reach. What he needed to focus on now was simple: make money. The all-talented, godly tycoon dad system served Dudu, not her. What business did Bai Muxi have with him anyway? In other words, she might not even be Dudu's biological mother. Everything depended on the DNA test results. Dudu was only 5, but could already feed herself. The noodles were just too hot. Baba, the noodles are so hot, blow on them. Dudu's big eyes watched the tomato meatball noodles with a mixture of craving and apprehension. Chen Zhuo could not help but laugh. All right, Baba will help you. He took out a new pair of chopsticks from the drawer, transferred the noodles from the soup into the bowl where the chicken cutlet had been, and blew on them vigorously. Sitting nearby, Bai Muxi felt like an outsider. Dudu, doesn't Mama usually help you? Mama has to work, so Baba always helps Dudu. Although Dudu was answering Bai Muxi, her lively eyes kept drifting toward Chen Zhuo. Hoo-hoo. Chen Zhuo took out some noodles, first blew on them until cool, then handed them to Dudu. Dudu's eyes lit up. Ding. Dudu's mood is pleasant. Reward 100 dad points. More dad points. Chen Zhuo did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he waved to the waiter and asked for another small bowl. Slurp. Dudu's cute little mouth chewed quickly as if savoring some rare delicacy. Seeing how adorable Dudu looked while eating, Bai Muxi pulled out her phone and captured the moment. Chen Zhuo glanced over and thought he should ask her for the video later. In school, they had said a dull pencil is better than a keen memory. As he grew older, he felt more records should be kept. Memories fade with time, and things once deemed unforgettable can easily slip away. But if he recorded this moment, he could look back on it any time. This was his first time taking Dudu out to eat. It was well worth documenting. Dudu, try a meatball. Chen Zhuo picked up a meatball he had separated with his chopsticks and offered it to her. Eat slowly and blow on it if it is hot. Thank you, Baba. Dudu nodded obediently. After that, Chen Zhuo looked up at Bai Muxi. Miss Bai, could you send me the video you took? Are you trying to get my WeChat? I have my own WeChat. Why would I need yours? Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow and countered. Bai Muxi's lip twitched. I mean, do you want to add me on WeChat? Huh? Dudu, who was slurping noodles, suddenly spoke up. Mama, why don't you have Baba's WeChat? Are you getting divorced? Bai Muxi froze. What does that have to do with anything? My classmates' parents got divorced the same way. Dudu pouted and looked at Bai Muxi with wronged eyes. Her sapphire blue eyes welled up with tears as if she were about to cry the moment the word divorce was mentioned. No. Then at each other. Dudu pleaded with Bai Muxi, then turned to Chen Zhuo. Baba, you are a boy, so you should take the initiative. Find that makes sense for staying in touch. Chen Zhuo took out his phone and gestured for Bai Muxi to open her contact options. Bai Muxi frowned slightly. She had a feeling this guy was not particularly eager to add her. Did he not know every boy at school would kill for her WeChat? Ding, they finished adding each other. Could you send me that video, Miss Bai? Thank you. Chen Zhuo smiled at Bai Muxi and set his phone down. Dudu, eat up. We need to go to the hospital after this. Dudu copies that. Dudu gave a cute salute and immediately resumed eating with her chopsticks. Ding, Dudu's mood is pleasant. Reward 100 dad points. Actually, Chen Zhuo wanted to say that he had never married Bai Muxi, but thinking that Dudu was only 5 years old and would not understand, he simply stopped talking. A bowl of noodles was quickly finished. Dudu's mouth still had some tomato sauce on it, and her face wore a satisfied expression. Here, wipe the corner of your mouth. Chen Zhuo handed the tissue to Dudu while reminding her. Thank you, Daddy. Dudu obediently wiped her mouth with the tissue. Bai Muxi watched the interaction between father and daughter once again, feeling somewhat redundant. However, her opinion of Chen Zhuo had improved a bit. Maybe it was because he had been a devoted admirer for a few years, but he really knew how to take care of people. After they left the noodle shop, get in the car, I had the driver bring the car over. Bai Muxi pointed to the Panamera by the roadside and said to Chen Zhuo, and why did not Uncle Driver drive the Rolls-Royce? Daddy, are we bankrupt? Dudu looked up at Chen Zhuo curiously. Chen Zhuo looked at Dudu in surprise. In the future, their family would travel in a Rolls-Royce. What Dudu wants a Rolls-Royce? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile. Dudu does not want it. Dudu just wants Daddy and Mommy to be together. Dudu shook her head immediately, and as she spoke, she tightened her grip on both their hands as if afraid they would break free. If Dudu really likes Rolls-Royce, Daddy will give you one in a few days. Chen Zhuo patted her head with a doting expression. You are bragging. Bai Muxi glanced at Chen Zhuo. Do you know how much a Rolls-Royce costs? You just casually say you will give her one. None of your business. It is not for you anyway. Chen Zhuo frowned, his tone somewhat harsh. You? Do not teach Dudu bad habits. Lying is a bad habit. Bai Muxi said, bending down to pick up Dudu. Dudu, Mommy will carry you into the car. Arriving at the car, she got in first, then lifted Dudu inside. You sit in the front passenger seat. Bai Muxi's voice turned cold again. No, I want Daddy to sit next to me. Dudu quickly said. Mommy, move over a bit. Bai Muxi glanced at Dudu but still moved over a bit. She had just kindly reminded Chen Zhuo not to brag, but ended up being rebuked by him. She was quite displeased. After all, she had been the center of attention since childhood, everyone flattering her. With her status and background, who would dare to criticize her to her face? Chen Zhuo, however, did not cater to her little temper. As he had said before, the only person he served was Dudu, top campus beauty of Zhongda. None of my business. The car drove steadily on the road. Although the morning rush hour was over, the traffic in Yancheng was as unsatisfactory as Aubin's high school grades. Dudu seemed to be sleepy from eating noodles. Daddy, I want to listen to a song. What do you want to hear? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. The one Daddy sings to put Dudu to sleep. Chen Zhuo was baffled. I never sang you to sleep. Daddy is so silly, it is that song, baby. Chen Zhuo was stunned for a moment, then sang a line. My baby give you a little sweetness, so you sleep soundly all night. Is this the one? Dudu immediately nodded, then tilted her head and rested it on Chen Zhuo's thigh. Daddy, sing I want to sleep now. Outwardly calm, Chen Zhuo's heart was in turmoil. How did she know this song? To his knowledge, this song, Baby, was a work of Earth singer Zhang Xian released in 2006. But this parallel world did not have it. Could it be that he had sung it to Dudu? If so, he was Dudu's biological father, not the original body. After all, the original body as a native had never heard this song, let alone know how to sing it. Daddy, sing now. Dudu, eyes closed, urged him. All right. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath and began to sing. The Panamera soundproofing was excellent, and with the citywide ban on honking and yonching, the car was very quiet. Bai Muxi watched the two curiously, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. They were supposed to be meeting for the first time, but why did she feel there was a secret between them? Lyrics. My baby give you a little sweetness, so you sleep soundly tonight. My little one, tease your eyebrows, make you love the world. Chen Zhuo's voice was not loud, a low and sexy voice echoing in the confined space. Bai Muxi, who had been puzzled, now wore a look of astonishment. She usually loved listening to music, but she was certain she had never heard this song before. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a golden edge on Chen Zhuo's face. However, what truly stunned Bai Muxi was that he raised his hand, exactly shielding the light falling on Dudu's face. Although the time spent with Chen Zhuo was short, it was easy to see from many details that he was indeed very good at taking care of people. If she were with him, would he take care of her like this? A thought suddenly appeared in Bai Muxi's mind. But at that moment, Chen Zhuo spoke softly. Classmate Bai, I think we should discuss the follow-up issues regarding Dudu. Bai Muxi frowned. Let us wait until after the DNA test. If she is really my daughter, I will take care of her. I will state my position first. I will not be separated from Dudu, and I am basically certain she is my daughter. Chen Zhuo said very seriously. Why are you so sure? Because this song, Baby, is my original work, and I have never published it anywhere. So I believe Dudu is my daughter who came back from the future. Bai Muxi's delicate brows furrowed. You can compose music? Since you can, why did not you show off in front of Jin Wan? That is none of your business, is it? Chen Zhuo looked a bit displeased. I just want to tell you, whether you are Dudu's biological mother or not, I will not give Dudu to you. According to my investigation, your family background is quite ordinary, right? The reason Jin Wan chose someone else over you is because you are poor. Who says I am poor? Chen Zhuo curled his lip. I did not spend money on Jin Wan because I wanted to find pure love. Since she would choose someone else for money today, even if I used money to win her over, she would abandon me later when she meets someone richer. Bai Muxi wanted to say something more. Chen Zhuo, however, spoke again. Since you think I cannot give Dudu a good life, how about this? If Dudu is your daughter, I will give Dudu a Rolls Royce within today, proving that I have the ability to give her a good life. Of course, if Dudu is not blood related to you, then you have no right to fight for custody of Dudu. Bai Muxi's beautiful face showed a hint of surprise. Do you really have the money to buy Dudu a Rolls Royce? You know, even the cheapest Rolls Royce Ghost fully paid costs at least 6 million. Can you come up with that much money? Ding, newbie mission issued, gift Dudu a Rolls Royce within 1 day, thereby gaining the opportunity to live with Dudu. Reward a 400 square meter luxury flat in Huiwatai. System notifications sounded in Chen Zhao's mind. He went straight for Huiwa Terrace. Many people only know about Tangshan Yiping, but in Yangqing the most exclusive neighborhoods are in Zhujiang New Town and Ersha Island. And Huiwa Terrace is the most expensive residential compound in Zhujiang New Town bar none. It is hailed as the #1 luxury residence in Yangqing. As the benchmark of top-tier luxury in Zhujiang New Town, a 437 square meter unit at Huiwa Terrace costs at least 80 million yuan. Moreover, there are only 58 units of this size in the entire compound, and prices vary according to floor-level orientation, view, and decoration standards. The most expensive one costs nearly 150 million yuan. It must be said this system is truly extravagant. It's not difficult for Chen Zhuo to gift Dudu a Rolls Royce within a day. After all, don't forget, he has a 100-fold cashback system. A Rolls Royce is nothing to me. Of course, whether you are Dudu's mother or not, I will not be separated from Dudu. Besides, Dudu has said that I am the one who takes care of her normally. Even if you are her biological mother, you cannot deprive me of my right as a father to accompany Dudu. Chen Zhuo said very seriously. Bai Muxi fell into silence. Although she had not spent much time with Dudu, every move Dudu made silently conveyed her dependence on Chen Zhuo. And it was clearly much closer than when she was with her. Let's do the test first. Everything will depend on the results. Bai Muxi said after a moment of deliberation. Alright, but I can be certain that I am Dudu's biological father. Chen Zhuo said with unwavering conviction. In fact, he had never thought about living with Bai Muxi, nor had he considered winning her over. His only thought now was to be a good companion to his daughter. After transmigrating to this world, he was all alone. Not only had his parents died in an accident, but his relatives were even more bizarre than one another. Under such circumstances, suddenly having a daughter fulfilled his emotional needs. This was also his only bond with this world. Just as both of them quieted down, Dudu, who was lying down asleep, suddenly cried out, "No. Daddy and Mommy, don't separate, boo-hoo. Dudu wants both Daddy and Mommy." As she spoke, 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Chen Zhuo quickly held Dudu in his arms and said softly, "Dudu, don't be afraid. Daddy is here." Only then did Dudu open her eyes and lean pitifully into Chen Zhuo's embrace, but one hand reached out to grasp Bai Muxi beside her. With tearful eyes she begged, "Then, will Mommy not leave Dudu, okay?" Bai Muxi, after all, grew up in a loving family. Seeing Dudu cry her heart out, she felt deeply pained. Bai Muxi naturally moved closer to Dudu and tightly grasped her arm. "Don't worry, Mommy won't leave Dudu." Looking at this miniature version of herself, Bai Muxi even felt that the test was unnecessary. After all, the feeling of blood ties cannot be deceived. Still, the fact that her daughter came back from the future was truly unbelievable. Could it be that in a few years time travel devices would exist? Otherwise, how could her daughter have physically appeared beside her? Of course, what she didn't know was that the man beside her was even more extraordinary, because his soul came from another planet. As for the previous Chen Zhuo, he had long since died from alcohol poisoning. Soon the Porsche stopped at the hospital entrance. Because Bai's parents had made arrangements, a young nurse was waiting to greet them as soon as they arrived. To be honest, the young nurse was quite good-looking, especially the uniform, which added a lot of charm. However, Chen Zhuo wasn't in the mood to think about women at the moment. He was also curious whether Dudu was Bai Muxi's daughter. If she really was, then wouldn't that mean he and Bai Muxi had that kind of relationship? Of course, it could also be that he had donated sperm and later the other party successfully conceived using his donation. Anything is possible. In TV dramas, DNA tests often involve pulling out someone's hair, but in reality, hair used for testing must have the follicle attached, and it takes at least 3 to 5 strands, not just 1 or 2. Here they used STR typing, which is currently the fastest and most accurate method for paternity testing. If the express service is used, results can be obtained within about 6 hours. For a regular test, it would take at least 3 to 7 days. Although they had made arrangements, the testing fee still had to be paid. Chen Zhuo glanced at the bill. Exactly 300 yuan. Can this be considered spending on Dudu? A DNA paternity test with Dudu should count, right? Shall I scan the payment? Seeing Chen Zhuo hesitating, Bai Muxi took the initiative to speak. "No need, since I'm also being tested, I'll pay." Chen Zhuo directly scanned the code to pay. However, as soon as the payment success was displayed, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding detected that the host spent exactly 300 yuan for Dudu, initiating 100-fold cashback. "Congratulations, host, you have received 300 yuan. His phone vibrated lightly. Chen Zhuo's construction bank account received a transfer of 300 RMB. Awesome. Chen Zhuo's expression remained calm, but inside, he was overjoyed. Bai Muxi's face remained expressionless, but she was secretly astonished. According to what she had heard, Chen Zhuo's family background was ordinary, and the gifts he gave to Jin Wan were all cheap things. But judging from his quick payment just now, he really didn't seem like a poor guy. "Let's go, we'll have blood drawn." Chen Zhuo took Dudu's hand and led the way to the laboratory. This time they were doing a blood test. Dudu's expression became uneasy. "Daddy, can Dudu avoid the needle?" Dudu is scared. "It's okay, it will hurt a bit, but only a little. And soon Daddy and Mommy will both have blood drawn too. Dudu will be as brave as Daddy and Mommy, okay?" Chen Zhuo explained gently. "Okay." Dudu didn't plead further, looking pitifully at Bai Muxi beside her. "Daddy, you have to hold Mommy later. Mommy is just like Dudu. She's most afraid of needles." Bai Muxi looked at Dudu. Actually, as they arrived at the laboratory and heard children crying, she had become a bit flustered. Because she was frail as a child, she had a psychological shadow when it came to injections. After Dudu said that, Bai Muxi basically believed Chen Zhuo's claim. After all, unless someone knew her very well, they wouldn't know these little habits of hers. Chen Zhuo also looked at Bai Muxi at that moment. "Just don't look when the needle goes in. It's not that painful." "I'm not afraid," Bai Muxi said stubbornly. When they reached the blood-drawing window, the child in front was crying heart-wrenchingly. This made both Dudu and Bai Muxi tremble a little. This scene was too terrifying for them. Next, Chen Zhuo handed the form to the nurse at the window. "The 3 of us are here for the test. DNA paternity test." The nurse glanced at Chen Zhuo, thinking to herself, "He's not bad looking, how did he get cuckolded?" After all, usually only when someone is cuckolded would they do a paternity test. But on the surface, the nurse remained expressionless. "Which one of you will go first?" "I'll go first." Chen Zhuo sat on the stool and extended his right hand, then turned to look at Dudu. "Daddy will set an example for Dudu, and later Dudu will set an example for Mommy, okay?" "Oh, okay." Dudu's voice trembled slightly, but she quickly reached out and covered Chen Zhuo's eyes. "Daddy, don't be scared. Dudu will cover your eyes so you won't see the needle." The nurse looked at the harmonious father-daughter pair and sighed inwardly. Not long ago, there was news about a man from Jiangxi who had 3 daughters, and their relationship was quite good. But after a paternity test, it turned out that none of the 3 daughters were his biological children. She wondered if they were biological. If they weren't biological, would the relationship break? It's okay, daddy is a man, daddy is not afraid. Chen Zhuo reached out his left hand to hold Dudu's little hand, his face showing complete calm. Bai Muxi meanwhile cautiously glanced at Chen Zhuo. What kind of monster was this guy? He wasn't even afraid of needles. It was fine, just a vial of blood drawn. There was indeed a slight sting on his hand, but for a man it was nothing more than a drizzle. Of course the children's fear was more psychological. See, daddy is perfectly fine, isn't he? Chen Zhuo said to Dudu with a smile. Now that you've had your blood drawn, let your wife hold the child. Just then the nurse called out from the window. Bai Muxi's pretty face flushed instantly. Mommy, hold me. Dudu raised her hand at that moment. Little sister, you're so beautiful. The nurse's voice softened considerably, but she felt a pang of pity for the little girl. Usually those who came for paternity tests were couples with broken marriages. Even if the child was confirmed as biological, once the seed of doubt was planted, the breakdown was only a matter of time. The little girl's future. Big sister, you're beautiful too. What's your name? The nurse asked as she prepared a cotton swab for disinfection. I don't want a shot. Just then Chen Zhuo spoke up. Dudu, look at daddy. Guess what's in daddy's hand? He clenched his left fist. Dudu wore a thoughtful expression. At that moment, the nurse swiftly inserted the needle into her arm. Chen Zhuo opened his hand. After the shot, you can have a Kinder chocolate. Dudu burst into tears. Does Dudu want the chocolate? Dudu wants it. Dudu nodded while crying. Even Bai Muxi, who was holding Dudu, found it adorable. Chen Zhuo had already sensed that the nurse was experienced. Her needlework was steady, accurate, and swift, causing almost no pain. Dudu quickly calmed down. Dudu is so brave. All right, little one, the nurse finished up deftly. Did you thank the sister? Chen Zhuo asked Dudu. Thank you, sister. Dudu politely thanked her even while crying. There, no more tears. Have some candy. Chen Zhuo opened the chocolate and handed it to Dudu. Is it sweet? Very sweet. Then are you still afraid of shots? Afraid, but not as much. Dudu nodded honestly, her eyes still glistening. Chen Zhuo patted her head. All right, you're next, the nurse said, placing Dudu's sample aside. What's your name? Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi tried to appear unafraid, but her body had already tensed up. Dudu looked at Chen Zhuo. Daddy, go protect mommy. Mommy is most afraid of shots. Bai Muxi took a deep breath. But Chen Zhuo had already walked over to her. Look here. As he spoke, he pulled another chocolate from his pocket. I'm not a child anymore. Bai Muxi tried to keep her expression icy. Who says only children can eat chocolate? Being afraid of shots isn't exclusive to kids either. Chen Zhuo said calmly. The nurse didn't idle, she moved swiftly. Bai Muxi's body shuddered violently, and her head instinctively leaned toward Chen Zhao's waist. A scent of shampoo immediately wafted over. Chen Zhuo didn't move away, but instead spoke. It's okay, just a quick sting, it'll be over soon. This nurse's technique is excellent. The nurse smiled upon hearing Chen Zhao's words. Being recognized in her professional field was naturally gratifying. Bai Muxi nodded. It doesn't hurt as much as before. Dudu, now in high spirits after eating the chocolate, saw her parents standing so close and beamed. It's because daddy is holding mommy, so it doesn't hurt. Just then the nurse withdrew the needle and pressed a cotton swab to the spot. Bai Muxi immediately moved away, but a blush crept onto her otherwise flawless face. Please rest here for 3 minutes. The test results will take at least 6 hours. You can come back this afternoon. Okay, thank you. Even with the expedited service, it takes this long. Bai Muxi sat on the chair frowning. She was eager to know the results. But her mind was conflicted. She hoped Dudu was her daughter because Dudu was simply adorable. Yet she also worried about the potential problems. After all, she hadn't even graduated yet, and she hadn't established herself at the company. If it came out that she had a chaotic personal life, a 5-year-old daughter at just over 20, what a blow to her image that would be. At that moment, Chen Zhuo spoke up. Actually, paternity testing involves 5 steps: sample processing, DNA extraction, PCR amplification, data analysis, and report review. Just extracting the DNA takes 2 to 3 hours. I've seen many TV shows where results come out in an hour. That's just TV shows. Chen Zhuo shrugged. After extraction, PCR is used. One cycle alone takes about 1.5 hours, and typically 3 or 4 cycles are needed, which is 5 to 6 hours, to ensure enough DNA for subsequent analysis. You even know all this? Bai Muxi looked at him with surprise. The speaker might not have meant it, but the listener took it to heart. Chen Zhuo was frozen for a moment. Why did he remember this so clearly? Oh right. In his past life, he had written a novel about a fake young master titled Just About to Divorce 4 Older Sisters Couldn't Hold Back, which involved DNA paternity testing. But why was this memory so vivid? It seemed deeply etched into his mind, ready to surface whenever needed. Could this be a perk for transmigrators, enhanced memory? Before Chen Zhuo could respond, Dudu beside him spoke up, her face full of pride. Daddy is the greatest person in the world. Bai Muxi glanced at Dudu, then turned to Chen Zhuo. Looks like you've been bragging about yourself in front of Dudu. No, my daddy is really great. Dudu put her hands on her hips and spoke seriously. Oh, then tell me what's so great about your daddy. Bai Muxi pressed on with interest. Daddy can cook lots of delicious food, and he teaches me to sing, dance, and play the piano. Oh, and he makes lots of cool crafts. And later while I was at school he made Yuyu for me. Yuyu is an AI robot Daddy built, and it plays games with me. Dudu's eyes sparkled, her pride unmistakable, as she spread her fingers and listed her father's achievements like precious treasures. In her eyes her father was an all-powerful superhero. When Dudu mentioned singing and dancing, Chen Zhuo naturally thought of an old acquaintance. Fortunately, she changed the subject to the piano. But to be honest, he did know a bit of everything. In his past life, though he was an online writer, he was also a slash youth. A slash youth meant that besides writing he did other things. He occasionally shot vlogs and posted them online, saying took photos for people. In short, whatever was trending online he learned. His philosophy was to follow the trends. His piano skills came from elementary school, and he practiced a bit later when filming videos, but it was enough to teach a child. Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo with confusion. He could cook and play the piano. How was this the same Chen Zhuo she had heard about? Wasn't Chen Zhuo a pathetic sycophant? Aside from being decent at computers, he was utterly unremarkable. Or had he been hiding his talents while pursuing her? Bai Muxi finally reached a conclusion. Dudu was most likely bragging. However, lacking specific details, she chose not to pass judgment. Our all-powerful superhero daddy, what should we do next? Bai Muxi had taken to calling Chen Zhuo by this nickname, and asked with a smile. There ought to be a shopping mall nearby, right? I want to buy something for Dudu. There's a mall close by, but the merchandise inside isn't cheap. Are you certain? Bai Muxi asked with a furrowed brow. But Dudu spoke up first. Mommy, don't worry. Daddy has plenty of money. Bai Muxi still harbored some doubts. Could Chen Zhuo really be wealthy? Or perhaps after 7 years when they had married, he would be spending her own money. Forget it. Since we have nothing else to do, let's go stroll around first. Bai Muxi stood up and deliberately leaned closer to Chen Zhuo. Go ahead and pick something out for Dudu. If there isn't enough money, I'll cover it. For some reason, Bai Muxi did not want to tarnish Chen Zhuo's illustrious image in Dudu's eyes. Perhaps it was because Dudu's eyes had sparkled whenever she spoke of Chen Zhuo. If Dudu were to discover that her beloved daddy was actually penniless, she would surely be heartbroken, wouldn't she? No need. I have money. A faint smile graced Chen Zhuo's face. He looked down at Dudu beside him and said, all of Dudu's expenses today will be covered by Daddy, alright? Okay, thank you, Daddy. Dudu's eyes curled into crescent moons. The system gave her father confidence. That 3,000 yuan just deposited into his account gave him confidence. With the 100-fold cashback system, would he really worry about lacking money? Who did they think they were looking down on? This private hospital was located in Haizhu district, while the shopping district they intended to visit was in Tianhe district. Nevertheless, the rush hour had passed by then, and Haizhu district and Tianhe district were quite close. The car soon arrived at Tianwan Plaza. This was the most upscale shopping district in all of Yanqing. Want to shop? This was the place to be. The car pulled into the underground parking lot and settled. Chen Zhuo opened the door first and stepped out. Perhaps shopping was an innate instinct of women, for Dudu appeared ready to dive right in. Daddy, what do you want to buy for Dudu? Dudu asked, her expression full of curiosity. Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment. Let's go take a look first. If there's anything Dudu likes, just tell Daddy, and Daddy will pay for it. Really? I want to buy lots and lots of pretty clothes and dolls. Dudu's eyes shimmered with excitement. Alright, let's go. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words as she stepped out of the car, Bai Muxi felt a twinge of concern. Could he truly afford to foot the bill? Tianwan Plaza was exceptionally upscale. Even a single garment in the high-end boutiques here could easily cost several thousand, if not tens of thousands. Had he truly been playing the fool all along, concealing his strength? But Bai Muxi had no intention of exposing him. Not yet. Let's see how this unfolds. Ascending from the parking lot, the first thing that came into view was a massive Apple store. Even on a non-holiday, there were still quite a few customers. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment. Dudu, would you like me to buy you a phone watch? That way it'll be easier for Daddy to reach you. Dudu raised her wrist, about to say she already had one, but her expression quickly turned puzzled. Huh, where did my watch go? No worries. Daddy will get you a new one. Chen Zhuo held Dudu's hand as they walked into the store with Bai Muxi following behind. She was dying to see how long Chen Zhuo could keep up the pretense. The moment Chen Zhuo ran out of money, she would swipe her card to pay, and what a satisfying spectacle that would be. It had to be said that Dudu's looks were quite striking, and with a stunning beauty trailing behind them the moment they entered the store, an elegantly dressed female sales associate approached with a smile. Oh, what an adorable little one, the saleswoman said sweetly, her face glowing with a warm smile. You're beautiful too, big sister. Dudu replied with a bright smile. So pretty and so sweet, wow. The saleswoman's gaze softened as she looked at Dudu. Miss, I'd like to pick out a phone-capable watch for the child. Do you have any recommendations? For a child who needs calling capabilities, the Apple Watch SE series is the only option. The third generation was just released recently. It boasts top-tier aesthetics, smoothness, and practicality. Could you show us around? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. He hadn't used many Apple products before, but since there happened to be a specialty store here, he thought he'd take a look. Of course. Please come this way. Dudu, why don't you try it on? Chen Zhuo said to Dudu. The saleswoman proactively bent down and placed the watch on Dudu's wrist. Little one, do you like it? Dudu glanced at the saleswoman, then suddenly tugged at Chen Zhuo's arm. Chen Zhuo hurriedly bent down, and Dudu cupped her hand over her mouth, whispering, Daddy, I used to have a Zhao Xiankai watch before. Can I get a Zhao Xiankai watch instead? Of course. Without hesitation, Chen Zhuo nodded. But I'm not sure if they have a store here. Let's buy this Apple one first, and if we spot a Zhao Xiankai shop later we'll grab one, then alright. Huh. Buy 2 watches. Wouldn't that be wasteful? Dudu hesitated. Daddy always taught Dudu not to be wasteful. Chen Zhuo's lips twitched. Had his upbringing produced such an effect? But if you don't spend, how am I supposed to trigger the 100-fold cashback? It's fine. You can give it to Daddy to use when you're done. Chen Zhuo made up his mind swiftly. Miss, please wrap this watch up for me. Thank you, Daddy. Dudu thanked him obediently. It was evident that she actually rather liked the watch. However, since all her schoolmates used Zhao Xiankai watches and Zhao Xiankai featured a convenient tap-to-befriend function, that was the real reason Dudu preferred it. What Dudu didn't yet realize was that she had traveled back in time by several years. At present, she only sensed that Daddy and Mommy seemed a bit different, but she had not yet figured out she had transmigrated. After all, that was far too miraculous for a child to grasp. Alright, that's 1999 yuan. How would you like to pay? Scan code is fine. After a few quick steps, the payment was completed. Ding. System detected host spending 1999 yuan on Dudu. Initiating 100-fold cashback. Ding. System cashback 199900 yuan. His phone vibrated instantly. 200 yuan was now in his pocket. Combined with the previous 300 yuan cashback, his construction bank balance had reached 500 yuan. How wonderfully satisfying. Bai Muxi watched Chen Zhuo pay so decisively, but felt little concern. After all, it was merely 200 yuan, something she could easily spare. However, Dudu tugged at Chen Zhuo's arm. Daddy, won't you buy something for Mommy too? Every time you get Dudu a gift, you always get one for Mommy as well. Chen Zhuo glanced at Bai Muxi and smiled. Your Mommy is much wealthier than Daddy. She can buy whatever she wants herself. Dudu's mood suddenly plummeted and her eyes reddened instantly. Does Daddy not love Mommy anymore? Daddy promised before that when others receive gifts, your woman must receive one too. Huh. When on earth did I say such a ridiculous thing? Didn't she know that money is meant to be shown off to women, not spent on them? Unless in a few years he would no longer be short of money. Bai Muxi took the initiative to smooth things over. It's not that Daddy won't buy for Mama, it's that Mama doesn't lack anything. Before confirming Bai Muxi's identity, Chen Zhuo would never have spent money on her. What pleasantly surprised Chen Zhuo was that as soon as he stepped out of the Apple store, he immediately spotted a kid's smart store. What left him utterly stunned was, this latest Z11 model from Xiaotian Kai actually cost 2499 yuan. 500 yuan more expensive than the Apple product. At that moment, all Chen Zhuo could think of saying were 4 words: domestic products are awesome. Without hesitation, he paid in full and grabbed that limited edition smartwatch. Ding, 100x cashback successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving 249900 yuan. Chen Zhuo glanced at his balance and found it had accidentally jumped to over 700 yuan. You just spent over 5000 yuan on this. Do you still have money? Bai Muxi asked, drawing close after watching Chen Zhuo pay again. Chen Zhuo pursed his lips and said, isn't that obvious? I even dared to gift a Rolls-Royce. Buying 2 watches is a piece of cake. Bai Muxi's expression grew complicated. Then tell me, when will you go buy that Rolls-Royce? Let's browse first. After dinner we'll go buy it this afternoon. Chen Zhuo still needed to accumulate wealth. 740 yuan was nowhere near enough to buy a Rolls-Royce. Tianhuan Plaza was vast with numerous shops, but if one wanted to shop for genuine top-tier luxury, they would have to head to the nearby Taigui. Taigui housed brands such as Chanel, Gucci, LV, and Hermes. In the past, Chen Zhuo would never have gone there. After all, a single bag would cost 5 figures. But now things were different. To quickly accumulate wealth, he directly brought Dudu to Taigui. It was quite a distance, and they had walked for a full 10 minutes to get there. However, to conserve Dudu's energy, Chen Zhuo simply picked her up and carried her in his arms. Bai Muxi followed alongside, her eyes occasionally drifting toward Chen Zhuo. After spending half a day together, she could admit, Chen Zhuo genuinely spoiled Dudu. If she dated someone like him, would he spoil her in the same way? The moment this thought arose, she immediately dismissed it from her mind. Yangqing in January was still quite cold. The outdoor temperature hovered around 15 degrees. But the moment they entered Taigui, warmth enveloped them. Daddy, why are we here? To pick out clothes for you. Chen Zhuo pointed toward the Gucci store ahead and smiled. Are you serious? Everything here costs at least 5,000. Bai Muxi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Although she usually wore top-tier luxury brands, with a single t-shirt costing several thousand yuan, she worried. But Chen Zhuo was just an ordinary student. Spending such a large sum of money didn't seem appropriate. However, upon hearing Bai Muxi remind him repeatedly, Chen Zhuo's brows knit together. I don't want to say this a third time. Today, Dudu's entire shopping bill is on me. You won't spend a single penny, understood? Bai Muxi shot him a glare, feeling he was being ungracious. much like the younger brother of the legendary Zhuo Wudi, who didn't know kindness when offered. She had reminded him so many times precisely because she worried he was putting on a brave face. What if he spent all his savings or maxed out credit cards just to save face? That would cause far more trouble later. In the past, there would be lines outside the Gucci store. But now with the sluggish economy, consumers were downgrading their spending and losing their infatuation with luxury goods. The luxury industry was no longer what it used to be. If not for Chen Zhuo's need to earn cashback from high-priced items, he wouldn't have chosen this place. The sales associates at Gucci were more professional and more attractive than those at the Apple store. Each one had a graceful figure and wore full makeup, radiant and captivating. Their looks fell slightly short of Bai Muxi's, of course. But Dudu clearly wasn't unfamiliar with such stores. Upon entering, she quickly made her way to the clothing section. Gucci had a dedicated children's area. Chen Zhuo followed along and checked the prices, secretly whistling in astonishment. A single long-sleeved garment cost 588 yuan. He then glanced at a sweater. Its price tag read an astonishing 19999 yuan. In the past, he would have immediately grabbed his daughter and fled. But now only one feeling surged within him: excitement. Why, he must buy. Chen Zhuo directly addressed the sales associate. Please help me select several pieces for my daughter. Long sleeves, jackets, pants, everything. Then he turned to Bai Muxi. Classmate, why don't you accompany Dudu to choose? My sense of style is rather average. Bai Muxi didn't refuse this time. She nodded and came over to Dudu's side. Though young Dudu had an excellent body proportion, she was simply a little model. Even garments that didn't look particularly striking took on a unique charm when worn by her. Of course, Chen Zhuo finally understood what top-tier aesthetic taste truly meant. Having grown up in an aristocratic family, Bai Muxi's aesthetic sensibility had been refined through years of immersion. With just a few pieces of clothing casually combined, she achieved a harmonious and unified style. Even better, it perfectly highlighted Dudu's figure and beauty. Chen Zhuo was busy as well, pulling out his phone and snapping photos left and right. He was using a Redmi K80, which he had bought back then after seeing Fan Zhendong endorse it. Unfortunately, the original owner hadn't had much money and went for the version with the smallest memory capacity. Now it was already insufficient. He remembered there was a Huawei store outside. He would check if they had the trifold model. Even if it didn't qualify for cashback, he wanted to enjoy using it properly. While Bai Muxi was helping Dudu select clothes, Chen Zhuo also wandered around the store. After all, this was his first time shopping at Gucci. He wanted to see if there was anything special. But before long, a familiar voice rang out behind him. Oh, isn't this my loyal admirer? Chen Zhuo turned around and saw Jin Wan. It seemed that after dating Fu Jinxuan, Jin Wan had completely discarded him as a simp. Her tone had become sharp and bitter. Chen Zhuo turned his head and saw Fu Jinxian and Jin Wan walking into the boutique together. The two were standing close, with Jin Wan intimately linking her arm through Fu Jinxuan's. Admittedly, Jin Wan was good-looking. Even dressed in thick winter clothes, her figure remained tall and well-proportioned. Coupled with her excellent fashion sense, she was a rare beauty. But as they say, appearance reflects one's heart. Ever since she stopped leading Chen Zhuo on, her words turned acrimonious, dragging her overall appeal down several notches. What, don't you recognize me? Seeing Chen Zhuo remain silent, a smug smile spread across Jin Wan's face. She then proudly displayed the bag on her arm. See this? This is a small Chanel bag Fu Xiao bought for me. In the past, you used to send me bags every day, but they were either bakery loaves from outside the school gate or steamed buns from the cafeteria. But our Fu Xiao opened his wallet and produced a 3,000 plus yuan Chanel bag. Now that's what you call a bag, understand? Oh. Chen Zhuo's expression remained utterly calm. He then turned and pointed at a bag in the display window that looked expensive and bore a children's cartoon print. Miss, how much is this bag with the cartoon pattern? This is from our early spring collection this year, the latest style, just shipped from Europe. It's the only one in all of Yanqing. This bag is crafted by... The sales associate began her habitual introduction. Stop. I'm asking how much it costs. Chen Zhuo interrupted her directly and continued. Why do you care so much? Can you even afford it? Jin Wan curled her lips disdainfully. Fu Jinxian remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. You certainly know how to put on an act. If you're so capable, then pay for it, you fool. The sales associate, however, didn't hesitate. This style is our store's newest arrival. The selling price is 48200 yuan. Scan the code. Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone and said bluntly. Many people around were secretly watching this scene. The plot was just like one of those short dramas. But when Chen Zhuo mentioned scanning the code, everyone froze. Would this turn into a rich person mocking a poor loser scenario, or would it be a poor kid slapping the scum girl's face? For a moment, the story's direction became unpredictable. Scan the code. I think you're just trying to add the beauties we chat. Jin Wan burst into laughter. You talk as if you're actually going to pay. Ha ha. The saleswoman looked at Chen Zhuo, asking tentatively, Sir, would you like to add a friend or make a payment? Chen Zhuo glanced at Jin Wan as if she were an idiot, then said unhurriedly, pay. Although Jin Wan acted harshly, Chen Zhuo saw her more as a clown. In such a scene, having a clown to lighten the mood was reasonable. The saleswoman hesitated no more, took out the store's payment code from the drawer and placed it before Chen Zhuo. Beep. A crisp sound rang out. Chen Zhuo scanned the code and confirmed again. Is it 48200? Yes. Chen Zhuo typed the number 48200 on the screen. Still pretending. I'll see how long you can keep up this act. Jin Wan's taunts continued. He has strong mental fortitude. Fu Jinxian also chuckled. But I advise you don't gamble your entire fortune against my pocket money. Chen Zhuo, who was entering the amount, twitched his mouth. How twisted were their minds? Didn't they know the saying, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West? Don't bully the poor protagonist. Ding, payment successful. The phone vibrated and the saleswoman received the notification in an instant. Her originally doubtful eyes lit up with surprise. To be honest, because Chen Zhuo was somewhat plain-looking and dressed ordinarily, she had doubted his purchasing power. But anyone working in Yanxing knew that you must never judge by appearances. Especially in the scorching summer, those who strolled around in flip-flops were often landlords. Meanwhile, those dressed in suits and ties were often stingy. Congratulations, sir, on becoming a distinguished Gucci bag owner. I'll wrap it up for you. No need, just give it to me directly. Chen Zhuo directly refused the saleswoman. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding detected that the host spent 4820 yuan for Dudu, triggering 100 times rebate. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 4820 yuan. That's 482 million. Adding the previous 700, now he had 552 million in hand. After buying the clothes Dudu had chosen, he could go straight to pick up the Rolls-Royce. Jin Wan, who was watching the show, had a brief look of astonishment. Fu Jinxuan's face darkened. Didn't you say he was a poor loser? How does he suddenly have money to buy a 500 bag? Jin Wan was also puzzled, but soon she figured it out. Credit card. Chen Zhuo must have used a credit card. Jin Wan said excitedly, as if she had found the correct answer. She then extended her hand and said to Chen Zhuo, give me the bag. I know you opened a credit card just to buy me a gift to win me back. You think you deserve my gift? Chen Zhuo sneered. Forget it, my mom told me not to play with fools. Go back where you came from. Because the children's clothing section was in a different area from the bag section, Jin Wan didn't know Chen Zhuo was there with Bai Muxi and Dudu. However, Dudu saw what was happening. She immediately went to Bai Muxi, who was picking out clothes for her. Mommy, big trouble. What's wrong? Another woman is seducing daddy. Go and snatch your husband back. Bai Muxi's fair cheeks flushed instantly. Although she might have a daughter with Chen Zhuo, she hadn't accepted the fact yet. No, mommy will teach you today that you must have enough trust in your partner. What they called trust was actually a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. Although Jin Wan was the one Chen Zhuo had been pursuing before, she had not only publicly humiliated him, but was now also with another man. If he had any brains, Chen Zhuo should not be entangled with Jin Wan. Of course, if he still kept pestering her, it would only show one thing. Chen Zhuo had a hole in his head. Such a man was not worthy of being her husband. Dudu was puzzled. But mommy, you didn't say that before. Then what did mommy say? You said only by driving away other women around daddy can he be wholeheartedly devoted to us. Dudu blinked her big eyes and recounted truthfully. Bai Muxi touched her burning cheeks. Could she have said that? Where was her confidence and pride? But at that moment, Chen Zhuo was already walking over with the bag. Stop. Jin Wan grew anxious. Chen Zhuo, give me the bag within 3 seconds, or I'll never talk to you again. Silly bitch. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but curse. But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he mouthed the words to Jin Wan. After all, Dudu was there. He couldn't let her learn bad words. Then he turned to Dudu and asked, Dudu, do you like this bag? Daddy chose it for you. Dudu immediately noticed the cartoon pattern on the bag, her eyes sparkling. Dudu likes it. This little girl is so pretty. Ding detected that Dudu is happy. Reward 100 dad points. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. He would have to check what these dad points were for later. It seemed he already had 400 points from the start. But one thing was certain. These dad points were definitely useful. Jin Wan followed and immediately saw Bai Muxi and the cute kid who had appeared in the classroom earlier. She had wondered at the time why the little girl called Chen Zhuo daddy. Now seeing the three of them shopping together, could they really be a family of three? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Chen Zhuo was just a poor loser. She didn't fancy him, let alone the arrogant Bai Muxi. Fu Jinxian also spotted Bai Muxi, at once his eyes showing surprise. School beauty, Bai, I didn't expect to run into you here. It seems we are truly fated. Now there were only 2 men in the store, Chen Zhuo and himself. This gave him confidence. After all, Chen Zhuo was his defeated rival. Chen Zhuo's former object of adoration, the college beauty, Jin Wan, was now his woman. Fu Jinxian believed that any woman with eyes would know he was superior. Bai Muxi, however, looked cold and ignored him, saying to Chen Zhuo, I've picked 3 sets for Dudu. Since you gave her a bag, I'll pay for the clothes. Did you forget what I said, eh? Chen Zhuo showed displeasure, then said to the server, Miss, please pack all the clothes Dudu tried on. Just swipe the card. But your wife only picked 3 sets. Listen to me. Chen Zhuo's voice turned stern. Why don't you want to make money? Bai Muxi's expression was complicated. She could see that Chen Zhuo must have been deliberately pretending to be poor, just as he had said. How else could he be so lavish? Jinwan had thought Chen Zhuo was using a credit card to put up a front, but now she wavered. Could Chen Zhuo really be rich? Thinking about how she had begged Fu Jinxian for a long time for a 300 bag, while Chen Zhuo had been so devoted to her, before she felt a trace of regret. As for Fu Jinxian, he still couldn't believe it. Why had Chen Zhuo lost to him? Wasn't it because he was poor? But how could Chen Zhuo be so rich? Even he wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Buying all the clothes he had tried on in one go. That would cost at least 100,000. Sir, the total is 138,531. We'll round it down, so you only need to pay 138,000. How can that be? I'll directly pay 140,000. The extra is for delivery. Add me as a friend, I'll give you an address, and please deliver the goods. Chen Zhuo paid by scanning the code, very generous. Ding detected that the host spent exactly 140,000 for Dudu. 100 times cashback in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving 140,000 yuan. 123456. Phew, so many zeros. He had only seen such numbers in the city of heaven. No trouble at all, we offer free delivery for purchases over 100,000. Then count the extra as your tip. Chen Zhuo said carelessly, then bent down to pick up Dudu. Let's go next door. Chen Zhuo's savings had already amounted to 5.52 million. Adding the 14 million, his total now reached 19.52 million. On the very first day of receiving the system, he had instantly become a multi-millionaire. What a thoroughly satisfying feeling. Chen Zhuo simply picked up Dudu and left the Gucci store without so much as a glance at Fu Jinxian or Jinwan. Ever since Chen Zhuo obtained the system, these people were no longer in his world. Bai Muxi followed behind the two, her fingers tapping on her screen. Run another search on Chen Zhuo. He spent nearly 2,000 at Gucci in one go. He's definitely not poor. Ever since discovering that Chen Zhuo was Dudu's biological father, she had asked her assistant to dig into his background. Since he had previously applied to their company, obtaining his basic information had been straightforward. As for his family situation, a casual inquiry among his classmates would suffice. After all, Chen Zhuo was quite renowned at Zhongda University as an utter simp. As the most prestigious institution in Yanqing, the student body was notably rational and ambitious. Someone like Chen Zhuo, so hopelessly devoted to romance, was certainly rare. And he was the most servile kind of simp. From secret pining to outright pursuit, he'd wasted 4 years of university and still ended up with nothing. He'd even been humiliated on New Year's Eve. That alone was enough to make him a laughingstock on campus, so gathering information about him proved remarkably easy. Previously, Chen Zhuo had gone without proper meals for an entire month, surviving on plain steamed buns alone, just to afford a cosmetics set for Jinwan. The story was well known throughout Zhongda. On another occasion, he'd taken on 3 part-time jobs throughout a single month to save up for a pair of Nike sneakers for Jinwan. Countless such examples existed. Thus, by every measure, Chen Zhuo was simply a destitute man. If he truly possessed wealth, he would have simply purchased it outright, without such misery. Yet when the assistant received Bai's message, once more she froze in astonishment. How could this be? Nearly every classmate's assessment of Chen Zhuo was centered on the same themes: impoverished, shabby, too ashamed to even order meat when dining out. Such perceptions stemmed directly from his family's circumstances. His family had once been reasonably content, yet his father proved to be something of a fool. They originally dwelt in a self-built house, but he insisted that living within a residential compound represented a higher standard. Consequently, he sold his homestead, purchased an apartment in the complex, and took on a mortgage with extraordinary confidence. But prosperity lasted barely 2 years before the wave of layoffs swept through and his father found himself displaced. He subsequently drove for Didi, though one could hardly earn as much through legitimate ride-sharing as through operating an unlicensed taxi service. Through an acquaintance's introduction, he began driving unauthorized vehicles near the airport. Who could have foreseen that during Chen Zhuo's college entrance examination year his father would become the target of criminals, resulting in murder and the disposal of a body? Worse still, before perishing, his family's final savings were stripped from them. According to subsequent police analysis, Chen Zhuo's father believed that surrendering his money would spare his life. Yet his assailants proved utterly merciless. Nevertheless, Chen Zhuo distinguished himself, gaining admission to Zhongda University despite his family's calamities, a triumph that brought honor to his ancestors. The crushing burden of survival then fell entirely upon his mother's shoulders. Though the perpetrators of his father's murder were apprehended, they were all unemployed drifters, and the most devastating revelation emerged when authorities discovered the stolen funds had already been spent. Ultimately, all 3 criminals received death sentences, yet this offered no remedy to their shattered family. His mother bore the sole responsibility of sustaining their household, settling the mortgage, and funding her child's education. To make matters worse, their apartment had been purchased at the peak of the market. Even after liquidating the property and clearing the outstanding mortgage, a deficit exceeding 0 yuan remained. Consequently, his mother adopted a grueling schedule of driving rideshare services by day and delivering food orders by night. Under such circumstances, even a superhero would have faltered. Eventually, while making a delivery, his mother collided with an oncoming vehicle traveling at speed. Because she had run a red light and bore primary responsibility, she received neither compensation and was instead compelled to pay damages. In the end, the driver, pitying his predicament, could only accept his misfortune. Yet this transformation rendered Chen Zhuo an orphan. At that critical juncture, Chen Zhuo's maternal uncle took him in. Initially, he claimed this was out of compassion, yet his true motivation lay in recognizing Chen Zhuo's potential as a distinguished student of Zhongda. Upon initially bringing him home, living expenses were provided without interruption. However, after a year had passed, he began fabricating excuses, claiming business conditions were harsh, that the family itself lacked affluence, and that raising a son entailed considerable expense. The living expenses transformed from delay tactics into outright refusal. Moreover, he demanded Chen Zhuo return to tutor his own son at no cost, a sheer parasite. It could be said that Jin Wan represented the singular beacon of light within Chen Zhuo's dark existence. Yet on New Year's Eve, Jin Wan callously abandoned him. This final betrayal extinguished whatever hope remained within him, ultimately enabling Chen Zhuo's transmigration. Upon receiving the memories, Chen Zhuo's foremost priority became severing all familial ties. Before he could fully acclimate to this new world, however, Dudu appeared at his doorstep. Initially, Chen Zhuo believed her to be the original body's daughter and felt little emotional connection. Nevertheless, bound to the system and equipped with means to generate income, his perspective shifted. Yet it was only after Dudu saying, "baby," that Chen Zhuo's affection for her surged to its zenith. Within this culturally impoverished world beyond himself, no other individual possessed the knowledge to perform baby. She was a daughter born after his transmigration. Therefore, from the moment he descended from the vehicle, Chen Zhuo genuinely wished to dote upon Dudu. Of course, the Chen Zhuo of his previous life had experienced considerable contentment. Though he had earned little wealth, his father, old Chen, had never allowed him to suffer hunger. Having a younger sister 3 years his junior at home, Chen Zhuo had learned to care for others from an early age. Following their excursion to Gucci, Dudu displayed evident disinterest, and only upon inquiry did they discover her hunger. Considering that Dudu had consumed noodles that morning, certainly easier to digest, Chen Zhuo abandoned his shopping intentions and inquired directly, "Then what would you like for lunch, Dudu?" "I want to eat the rice that Baba makes." Dudu gazed at Chen Zhuo with anticipation. "But it's already 12 o'clock. Procuring ingredients and preparing a meal requires time. How about we dine out first, and then I'll prepare something special for you when we return home tonight, shall we?" Chen Zhuo inquired with a smile. "All right." Dudu responded, somewhat dejected. "Then what would you like to eat?" Chen Zhuo asked once more. "I want rice." "Then which dishes would you prefer?" "I want roast goose, cola, chicken wings, poached chicken." "Is that acceptable?" Dudu inquired, blinking her eyes while rubbing her stomach. Chen Zhuo turned toward Bai Muxi beside him. "Miss Bai, I infrequently visit this area. Do you know any establishments that might suit our needs? Preferably one without queues. Let us dine at Tataji here. They serve both the roast goose and poached chicken," he mentioned. Bai Muxi indicated upward. "Very well." Chen Zhuo nodded. "Then please lead the way. Would you not ask what I wish to eat?" Bai Muxi could not contain herself, directing the question toward Chen Zhuo. "To me, you remain merely a stranger. Until I can verify your status as Dudu's biological mother, I prefer to maintain appropriate distance." Chen Zhuo lowered his voice, leaning forward slightly to ensure Dudu could not overhear. However, upon observing the two conspiring in hushed tones, Dudu's eyes brightened. With a clever maneuver, she reached out and gave Bai Muxi a gentle prod at the waist. In the next instant, Bai Muxi's cheek came into intimate contact with Chen Zhuo's lips. Dudu was overcome with jubilation. Baba and Mama are finally kissing." Bai Muxi hurriedly steadied herself, creating distance from Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo, somewhat embarrassed, glared at Dudu. "Dudu, did you push Mama?" Dudu's previously radiant smile suddenly froze as she gazed pitifully at Chen Zhuo. "Baba, I was wrong. But every day when Baba goes out, you always kiss Mama." She left the latter half unsaid. Her meaning was clear. Having spent so much time with her parents, she had never witnessed them sharing such affection, a circumstance that troubled her deeply. Speaking thus, she lowered her head in grievance. Many people think that children of 4 or 5 years old understand nothing. But they have feelings. In fact, even when Dudu traveled through time alone, she wasn't that scared. She knew to find a police officer when in trouble. But when she saw her parents acting like strangers with no intimacy or even communication between them, her heart began to panic. So much so that she woke up from a nightmare while sleeping in the car. This was the most instinctive reaction of her body. So when she saw her parents standing close together, she subconsciously wanted to do something to help them. But she never expected to be scolded. After all, in her mind, her father and mother were deeply in love. Chen Zhao looked at the aggrieved Dudu and let out a sigh. He crouched down, patted Dudu's head, and explained, "Dudu, you were born in 2028, right? But it's now 2026. At this time, your father and mother haven't gotten together yet, so we can't be intimate. Do you understand?" Dudu's eyes widened, filled with confusion. Bai Muxi then spoke up. "How could a child understand that?" "Dudu, it's okay. Mommy just lost her balance. It's not your fault." She pulled Dudu into her arms and cast a reproachful glance at Chen Zhuo. Don't scare Dudu. She just traveled through time and is probably still disoriented. Chen Zhuo sighed. It's Daddy's fault. Let's go get something to eat. I'm a bit hungry too. Shopping indeed consumed a lot of energy, especially since he had been carrying Dudu quite a bit. The three of them arrived at Tao Tao Ju, a well-known Cantonese restaurant chain. They were quite lucky. There was a free table just as they arrived. Let me treat this meal. You've already spent a lot on Dudu today, Bai Muxi suggested. No need, a meal doesn't cost much, Chen Zhuo declined with a smile. This meal where Dudu would eat was an opportunity for 100-fold cashback. Nobody was going to stop him from getting rich. Bai Muxi raised an eyebrow. I have your file. You used to live a modest life. How did you suddenly become wealthy? That's my secret, but rest assured my money comes from legal sources. The system had assured him that his funds were 100% compliant. As for how exactly, there was no need to delve deeper. All right. To see if there's anything you want to eat. Bai Muxi didn't press further, shifting her attention to Dudu. Perhaps because she had been scolded earlier, the little girl was a bit resentful. She directly sat down next to Bai Muxi. But Chen Zhuo noticed a detail. Dudu looked a bit short sitting on the regular chair. He quickly called a waiter and asked for a baby seat. After the mother and daughter had chosen a few dishes, Bai Muxi said to Chen Zhuo, take a look at the menu too and pick a few. I don't know your tastes. All right, let me see. Chen Zhuo didn't hesitate and took the phone to browse. The menu only had 3 items selected which seemed appropriate for their appetites. But considering that the more he spent the more cashback he would get, Chen Zhuo directly added for more items. Tao Tao Ju's giant shrimp dumplings, iced sweet and sour pork pineapple, and cheese-stuffed sweet potato with pork floss, and clay pot baked luo shrimp. Together with the 3 dishes already ordered, the total came to 518 yuan. Ding! Detected that the host spent 518 yuan for Dudu. 100-fold cashback in progress. Ding! Congratulations host, you have received 51800 yuan. Although Chen Zhuo already had nearly 20 million yuan in savings, as the saying goes, every little bit counts. And 50,000 yuan was no small change. Seeing the rising numbers, Chen Zhuo had only one thought: after lunch he would go buy a Rolls-Royce right away. Huiwatai, I'm coming for you. Why are you paying again? Bai Muxi frowned at Chen Zhuo. I can be sure Dudu is my daughter, but you're still uncertain. So I should treat. But you've been paying all the time. It's fine. As long as Dudu eats happily, I'm willing to spend any amount. Chen Zhao's face lit up with a smile, his gaze landing on Dudu full of tenderness. Is this how you express love? Chen Zhuo nodded. My people are mine to spoil. Daddy is so nice, I love you, Daddy. Dudu responded with a sweet smile, making a heart gesture. Daddy loves you too. Chen Zhuo pinched his thumb and index finger together to form a heart, then turned to Bai Muxi. By the way, do you know if there's a Rolls-Royce dealership nearby? Why are you asking? You're not really going to buy one, are you? Bai Muxi's expression shifted to shock. Otherwise, do you think I was joking? Chen Zhuo said calmly. A gentleman's word is his bond. Not even 8 horses could drag it back. In truth, Chen Zhuo was also thinking about the 100-fold cashback. There is one nearby. As a native of Tianhe, Bai Muxi naturally knew where the Rolls-Royce dealership was. After all, her father's Rolls-Royce Phantom had been purchased there. Chen Zhao's eyes lit up. Then let's go check it out after the meal. In the short dramas he used to watch, the uber-rich always seemed to travel in Rolls-Royces. Now that he had activated the all-powerful sugar daddy system, he could finally dream of driving a Rolls-Royce. But what excited Chen Zhuo even more was the subsequent rewards. He knew the Phantom cost around 10 million yuan, so a 100-fold cashback would be 100,000,000,000,000. 9 zeros. From units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, hundreds of millions. 1 billion. Now that's a sugar daddy system. Chen Zhao's mind raced. But Bai Muxi remained puzzled. Was he really going to buy a Rolls-Royce for Dudu? That was over 10 million yuan. What worried Bai Muxi most was the issue of future custody. Suppose she was Dudu's real mother and Chen Zhuo was the real father. If Chen Zhuo had no money, she could easily secure custody of Dudu. But if he was wealthy, it would be troublesome. They couldn't possibly live together, could they? She was still a virgin. What would it mean to cohabit with a strange man? Yet, Chen Zhuo suppressed his excitement. As the dishes arrived one by one, he began to eat heartily. Come to think of it, he hadn't really enjoyed himself since traveling to this world. He had been cautious because of limited cash on hand. In the cafeteria, he had even chosen his meals based on price. After all, even a time traveler needed a process to make money unless there was a system reward. Back at the restaurant, Dudu didn't need to be fed, as she actively picked up food with her chopsticks. Chen Zhuo also took the opportunity to replenish his energy. Bai Muxi, on the other hand, had lost her appetite, preoccupied with the custody issue. Just then her phone rang. It was her parents. Cici, where are you? We just finished our meeting and are coming to find you. Bai Muxi hesitated for a moment, then told them to wait at the Rolls-Royce dealership. She wanted to see if the man everyone considered a penniless loser could actually afford a Rolls-Royce. After all, even she couldn't easily spend 10 million on a car. Although he ordered quite a few dishes, the portions here were truly meager. The 88 yuan char siu had only a few slices. The roast goose was just a drumstick, yet it cost 98 yuan. 3 shrimp dumplings were sold for 39 yuan. Fortunately, he could get cash back on his food, otherwise he'd have felt reluctant to spend. After the meal, Chen Zhuo lifted Dudu down from the stool, and together they headed to Tianhuan to get the car. Although shopping here could also drain some money, it was all just small change. If he bought a Rolls-Royce, that would be a one-time expense of 10 million yuan. That would instantly make Chen Zhuo a billionaire. Bai Muxi didn't object. After all, she was curious whether Chen Zhuo really had the money to buy a Rolls-Royce. No matter the city, Rolls-Royce was synonymous with nobility. As the Porsche pulled into the parking spot, Chen Zhuo got out first and lifted Dudu down as well. Dudu, do you know what model our family's Rolls-Royce is? Dudu's eyes darted around, but she shook her head. No idea. Then what's special about it? Our car is black on the outside, orange inside, and has a beautiful starry sky ceiling. Dudu described it from memory. Many people's understanding of Rolls-Royce stops at the price tag. In fact, the options also cost a fortune. On top of that, there's a 10 purchase tax plus insurance registration and other miscellaneous fees. If he bought a 10 million yuan Phantom, the final cost would be no less than 13 million, or even more. Calculated this way, he would directly get 3 billion yuan. He could hardly wait. Chen Zhuo lifted Dudu up. Come on, Dad, we'll buy you a car. Dudu was a bit sleepy after the meal, but hearing Chen Zhuo talk about buying her a car, her eyes sparkled with excitement. So our family isn't bankrupt. How could a family that can afford a Rolls-Royce go bankrupt? Chen Zhuo replied with a smile, then strode into the Rolls-Royce dealership. Bai Muxi followed him while pulling out her phone to call her parents. Mom, Dad, have you arrived? We're here in the VIP room. Bai Yuchuan's voice came through the phone. As a distinguished Rolls-Royce owner, he naturally knew the store manager. It seems he really intends to buy a Rolls-Royce for Dudu, but the DNA test results aren't out yet. Bai Muxi frowned. Then do you think Dudu is your daughter? Although it's absurd from the interaction just now, I've already accepted this possibility in my heart. Bai Muxi said hesitantly. Dudu should be my daughter, and she's from the future. Isn't that something from a novel? Bai Yuchuan frowned. Just then Shu Tang's voice rang out. Isn't reality even more exaggerated than fiction? So you also believe Dudu is our daughter's daughter? Bai Yuchuan asked. Yes. Shu Tang nodded. I trust our daughter's judgment. Then what do we do now? If this man had no money, we could just give him some and send him away, but now he seems quite wealthy. Maybe he's just browsing the store. Let's first see if he actually has the money to buy a car, Shu Tang said gravely. Right, we still need to wait for the DNA test report. That's the prerequisite. The Bai family was a well-established household in Yangqing. To put it simply, they lived on Ersha Island. That one statement alone was enough to prove their status. After all, houses on Ersha Island weren't something you could buy just with money. They weren't even on the market. Being able to live on Ersha Island was itself a symbol of status and power. Bai Muxi thought the same. Alright, I'll follow him and see. By now, Chen Zhuo and Dudu had already entered the dealership. Unlike elsewhere, Rolls-Royce salespeople were meticulously trained and they would never look down on anyone. Moreover, this was Yangqing. Most people in Yangqing didn't like to show off. Many walked around in flip-flops and shorts, yet owned several buildings for rent. Not just a few apartments, but several buildings. Seeing the curvaceous, smiling salesgirl Chen Zhuo was in a good mood too. After a polite exchange of pleasantries, Chen Zhuo got straight to the point. Miss, do you have any cars in stock? I don't want to wait half a year or anything. Men shop with directness, clear purpose, and pursuit of efficiency. The beautiful salesgirl's face lit up when she heard Chen Zhuo's words. She had once served a young master from Yangqing who came in wearing slippers, carrying a handheld camera, claiming he was documenting his Rolls-Royce purchase. He made a big show of it, but when it came time to pay, he said he was just joking. The salesgirl was internally furious, but her professional composure kept her in check. Yet after the vlogger turned off the camera, the same casually dressed man who'd claimed to be joking actually bought the car, a full payment of over 8 million yuan. But Chen Zhuo's approach was even more straightforward. We do have cars in stock, but they're all top of the line, so the price will be much higher than the base model. The salesgirl said with a smile. How about I first show you the display car, and then we can decide on the model and configuration. Top of the line. Top of the line is great, Chen Zhuo said without hesitation. Do you have a top-of-the-line Phantom? Give me one. The salesgirl was stunned, studying Chen Zhuo carefully. Was this guy filming a skit too? But he wasn't holding a camera. The little girl in his arms was really cute though. We do have one, but the price will be extremely high, the salesgirl said with a troubled expression, then gestured for them to follow. Soon they arrived at the largest display stand in the Rolls-Royce showroom. There sat a very imposing Rolls-Royce. A red rope cordoned it off, and a sign read, "No entry." The salesgirl began her introduction. Mr. Chen, this is our 2025 Phantom Eternal Collection. Only 25 exist worldwide, and just 5 in all of China. This car comes standard with the Gallery of Wonders dashboard, a vintage pocket watch set into the center console, a meteor effect starlight ceiling, and custom aviation-style rear seats, with automatic massage ventilation and heating. As she continued describing the engine, Chen Zhuo asked, "How much is it?" The MSRP is 18.88 million yuan. Not bad. Chen Zhuo nodded. If it had exceeded 20 million, he wouldn't have been able to pay for it. Yet the salesgirl's heart was in turmoil. 18. 88 million yuan was just not bad. Was this man truly wealthy, or just putting on a show? Just then Bai Muxi walked in after finishing her call. Seeing Chen Zhuo looking at the limited edition Phantom, a smile crossed her face as she approached. Dudu, do you like this car? Dudu was also staring at the car. Hearing her mother's words, she immediately replied, Mom, isn't this the car we drive at home? Oh, so their family's financial situation was decent. Although both were Rolls-Royces, different models had different appearances. The Phantom looked bigger and more expensive. Then do you like it? Yes. Dudu nodded immediately. Then why don't you ask Dad to buy it for you? Bai Muxi said to Dudu with a smile. Dudu turned to Chen Zhuo. Dad, Dudu likes it. Can we buy it? Since Dudu likes it, of course we can. Chen Zhuo said with a smile, then looked at the salesgirl. The MSRP is 88 million. How do I pay for the purchase tax, insurance, and registration? Can I pay the 88 million first to buy the car? Faced with Chen Zhuo's question, the salesgirl was momentarily stunned. Are you sure you want this one? Swipe the card. Chen Zhuo pulled a bank card from his pocket. Bai Muxi was stunned. Her already voluptuous figure heaved with emotion. It's true that a man paying the bill looks handsome. Even though Chen Zhuo was dressed casually and his appearance was unremarkable, the moment he pulled out the bank card, he truly looked handsome. Most importantly, he really seemed to be buying a Rolls-Royce Phantom for his daughter, and it was the limited edition Eternal Collection with only 25 units worldwide. Are you certain? A deposit of 88 million for the car. What else? Do you take me for a joker? Chen Zhuo knitted his brows and shot back. The female sales consultant swallowed hard. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare the contract for you right away. After signing, you can swipe the card. All right. Chen Zhuo nodded. Then we'll sit for a while. The contracts at the Rolls-Royce store were pre-printed. All that needed to be done was fill in the numbers. The main thing was the payment method. First pay 88 million to reserve the car, then settle the remaining costs. In Huaxia, any car priced over 3 million yuan is subject to a 10% consumption tax. Since the car was already the top-of-the-line model, the total cost Chen Zhuo had to pay was 88 million for the car, plus 67 million in purchase tax, 200 in insurance, and 500 for registration and other fees. In fact, the car could still undergo further deep customization, such as special paint, interior customization, and so on. But the interior was already the orange color that Dudu liked, and there was also a custom starry sky ceiling. There was nothing else to change. Bai Muxi couldn't quite figure out this man anymore. Did you buy this car for yourself, or for Dudu? Nonsense, of course for Dudu. Chen Zhuo said without hesitation. I'm a student. Why would I drive a Rolls-Royce? Then is Dudu suitable to drive a Rolls-Royce? She's my daughter. She can buy whatever she likes. It's not like we don't have the means, Chen Zhuo said calmly. Bai Muxi's lips slightly parted, truly astonished. Chen Zhuo was way too indulgent with Dudu. No wonder Dudu clung to Chen Zhuo so much and wasn't that close to her. If Chen Zhuo doted on her like that too, she would definitely also. As soon as this thought emerged, Bai Muxi's pretty face blushed. How could she have such thoughts? It was just a Rolls-Royce, her family had one too. But she obviously didn't realize that she indeed didn't lack a Rolls-Royce, but she lacked a man who doted on her. Inside the VIP room, Bai Yuchuan and Xu Tang saw the bustling female sales consultant and immediately asked a few questions. The next moment, even they were stunned. You mean that man spent 88 million on a Rolls-Royce Phantom Eternal Collection Edition within 5 minutes of walking in? Yes, President Bai. The female sales consultant immediately nodded. Sorry, President Bai, I have to prepare the contract. I'll chat with you another time. All right. Bai Yuchuan nodded, then turned to his wife. Honey, what exactly is this kid's background? Xu Tang shook her head. Could he be the heir of some family? Otherwise, how could he spend money like this? This was 20 million, not 2,000. Most importantly, this was the real world. In a short drama world, casually spending $1 billion on a necklace would be normal. But in reality, wealthy people are not fools. At least the vast majority of rich people wouldn't spend $1 billion on a necklace. Bai Yuchuan and Xu Tang went to the window, looking down at Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi chatting on the sofa. Things seemed to be getting complicated. Speaking of which, their daughter was indeed at the age for dating. If Dudu really was their daughter, maybe they should let them give it a try. It just so happened that she was starting her senior year internship with not many classes. But they couldn't live together for now. That would be too dangerous for a girl. While the two were lost in thought, Chen Zhuo had already swiped his card and paid successfully. Beep. The sound rang out, followed by the whirring of the ATM. A payment receipt appeared. Please sign here. Chen Zhuo scribbled his name on it with a flourish. Then the system prompt sounded in Chen Zhuo's mind. Ding, detected, host spending 88 million yuan for Dudu, initiating 100-fold cashback. Ding, congratulations host, you have received 18800 yuan. Chen Zhuo didn't have to wait long before his phone vibrated. Construction Bank, your savings account ending in 1024 has received a transfer of 18800 yuan. So he was now a billionaire. Chen just stared at the message on his phone stunned. In his past life, he couldn't even scrape together 18000, let alone 1.8 billion. Blame it on the poor job market. He made a living by writing novels, online shooting videos, and occasionally taking on a photography gig or two, earning about 15000 a month. But his income wasn't low and his expenses were high. Even though Yangqing had the lowest cost of living among first-tier cities, a meal still cost over 20 yuan. A day passed without doing much, just eating, drinking beverages, grabbing some snacks occasionally, having a late-night snack, and by the end of the month, he basically couldn't save any money. But now he was a billionaire. Did you really pay, eh? Bai Muxi's beautiful face was full of surprise. From curiosity to doubt to now astonishment, she was gradually getting to know the man before her. To be honest, if it weren't for Dudu, she would probably never have met this man in her life. But it was precisely because of this accident that she was shocked to discover that there was a hidden rich second generation in the school. Most importantly, he had a notorious reputation at school, universally acknowledged as a simp. Otherwise, so you really deliberately didn't spend money on Jin Wan? Bai Muxi voiced the question that had been bothering her. She felt that Chen Zhuo's mind was somewhat twisted. Jin Wan was clearly a girl who pursued material things. If only Chen Zhuo had shown his financial strength, he would have won the beauty long ago. Are you done? My daughter is here. Why do you keep bringing up an irrelevant person? Chen Zhuo was somewhat impatient. Just then the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, detected host successfully purchased a Rolls-Royce for Dudu. Reward a property in Huayuatai. Relevant information has been sent to your phone email. Please check. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. This system was truly powerful. A house worth over 100 million given away just like that. Plus the 1.888 billion he had just received. Chen Zhuo felt that life had no more goals. What to do next? Of course, enjoy life. Chen Zhuo ignored Bai Muxi and said to the sales consultant, "Can you calculate the other fees? I'll transfer the money directly to you, alright? Of course. The remaining amount is 1.88 million, mainly including 1.67 million purchase tax." The female sales consultant listed all the fees once and gave a slight discount. Okay. Chen Zhuo didn't hesitate. By the way, I want this car registered under my daughter's name. Can you handle that? The female sales consultant's eyes widened. So this Rolls-Royce Phantom Eternal Collection Edition, worth 20 million yuan, is really bought for your daughter? Of course, my daughter deserves the best. Chen Zhuo looked at the adorable Dudu with tender eyes and unconsciously stroked her little head. She's not just my biological daughter, but also my cash cow. I must raise her in luxury. There are only 3 ways to transfer a car to a minor child under 18. First, by sale. Second, by gift. Third, by inheritance. Among them, a crucial point involves the household registration booklet and ID card. The household registration must also show the guardianship relationship, such as the child being on the same household registration as the parents. Therefore, even if the money is paid for the car, the transfer cannot be completed. They still have to wait for the DNA test results. Once the identity proof is obtained, the household registration can be done. Speaking of which, since his parents passed away, he was the only one on the household registration. All alone. You guys get the other procedures done first. Once Dudu has her household registration, I'll bring her over for the transfer. Chen Zhuo quickly made a decision. Okay, of course, no problem. The female saleswoman naturally had no issue and promptly agreed. But there are still a few contracts to sign here. Could I trouble the 3 of you to move to the VIP room? As a salesperson at the Rolls-Royce dealership, she had strong professionalism. News of the saleswoman's big deal quickly reached the manager. The manager immediately rushed over and proactively led the 3 to the VIP room to rest. It must be known that although the wealthy client in front of them was unremarkable in appearance and dressed in bargain bin clothes, he perfectly fit the archetype of the protagonist in a wealthy novel. If the customer had a need, they could even provide sarcastic and contemptuous service. However, the other party had generously paid over 21 million in one go, purchasing the store's only Rolls-Royce Phantom Permanent Collection Edition, instantly becoming the most distinguished Rolls-Royce owner. Let's put it this way. If he only had 20 million, he would never spend 20 million on a car. After all, a car is a consumable. It depreciates the moment you acquire it. Even if it's the most luxurious car brand Rolls-Royce. And someone who can fork out 20 million in one go for a car must have assets of at least 100 million, if not more. Most importantly, the man in front wasn't buying it for himself, but to transfer it to his daughter. This could only be described as rich and capricious. The manager led Chen Zhuo to the VIP room. The door opened, revealing Bai Yuchuan and Xu Tang sitting upright. But the moment the door opened, they leaned forward slightly, their faces full of anticipation. Since it was their first time seeing their granddaughter, they wanted to appear as dignified as possible. Although time travel sounded absurd, they chose to believe their daughter. For this never-before-seen granddaughter, they were 7 parts anticipation and 3 parts anxiety. If she really was their granddaughter, how would they arrange things going forward? But the moment they saw Dudu, they were instantly stunned. What need was there for a DNA test? Wasn't this a mini version of their daughter? Bai Muxi also entered the room. Mom, Dad. Bai Muxi greeted proactively. Chen Zhuo looked up and saw the 2 elders. Needless to say, to have given birth to a goddess-level woman like Bai Muxi, her facial features and temperament were beyond words. Most importantly, she knew how to take care of herself. Logically, Bai Muxi was just over 20 years old, so her mother Shu Tang should be at least over 40. But Shu Tang at this moment looked no older than 30, plus she was fashionably dressed, a perfect top-tier mature beauty. If the female professor who taught Chen Zhuo was an old Audi A8, then Shu Tang in front of him was an old Rolls-Royce. Moreover, unlike Bai Muxi's slightly immature figure, Shu Tang's headlights were dazzling and blindingly large. Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang stood up together looking at Dudu with affectionate faces. Shu Tang spoke, "This must be Dudu, right? She looks exactly like you when you were little." Her voice became gentle, afraid of scaring Dudu. "Grandpa, Grandma." But Dudu had already called out, and then she trotted over and threw herself into Shu Tang's arms. The two beauties, one big and one small, hugging each other. It was a sight for sore eyes. Both Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang felt an inexplicable sensation, an indescribable sense of familiarity. Dudu lifted her head. "Grandma, Dudu wants to eat the Rushahai mantis shrimp you make." Shu Tang was stunned for a moment. Her soft hand unconsciously stroked Dudu's round little head. "Dudu loves it, then Grandma will make it for you, okay?" Bai Yuchuan tugged at Shu Tang's arm. "This girl seems to know us." Shu Tang nodded and whispered, "Did you forget? Dudu came back from the future. It's not strange that she knows us. Grandpa, you promised to buy me the latest Lego Princess Castle last time, but you never did." I'll buy it for you right now." Bai Yuchuan immediately agreed. Many people in the circle knew that Bai Yuchuan was a slave to his wife and daughter. In fact, he was also a slave to his granddaughter. For no other reason. In Guangdong province, there is a saying, "A man who fears his wife will prosper, while a womanizer will be beaten." The true meaning of this saying is, harmony in the family leads to prosperity in all things. Bai Yuchuan had never had any scandals. He doted on his wife and daughter like princesses, and most importantly, his business had always been clean. However, nowadays all industries are shrinking, and the Bai Group was no exception. Recently, Bai Yuchuan had been in a quandary. But as a family-oriented entrepreneur, he still had to come to handle the situation. After all, to him his daughter was far more important than the company. Chen Zhuo saw the three of them enjoying a harmonious time and made a judgment in his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, Bai Muxi was definitely Dudu's biological mother. After all, Dudu was very familiar with her parents, and from the tone of their conversation, it was easy to see that the two elders doted on Dudu. Bai Muxi also walked over to her mother. "Mom, Dudu probably doesn't understand what time travel is, so she still thinks Chen Zhuo and I are a couple. I think Dudu is most likely your daughter. What are you planning to do next?" Shu Tang also asked. Bai Muxi shook her head. "I don't know either, but Chen Zhuo is different from the information I found. It might be a bit difficult for us to keep Dudu." Dudu, seeing her grandma and mother chatting, ran over to Chen Zhuo, took his hand, and said, "Daddy, why didn't you say hello to Grandpa and Grandma? That's not polite." Chen Zhuo smiled and greeted them calmly. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm Chen Zhuo, Dudu's father." Since he had obtained the system, he had gained confidence. Even though he knew that Bai Muxi's father was a wealthy man with substantial assets, he was just an ordinary person. Don't forget, he was now a billionaire himself. Who was nobler than whom? Bai Yuchuan was a bit surprised. After all, Bai Muxi had sent them the investigation report, and Chen Zhuo's reputation at Zhongda University was not very good. But at this moment, Chen Zhuo gave off an impression of neither servile nor arrogant. "Hello, I am Muxi's father, Bai Yuchuan." Bai Yuchuan, well-mannered, extended his hand proactively. "Hello." Chen Zhuo also shook hands politely, and after withdrawing his hand, he looked at Dudu. "Dudu, are they really Grandpa and Grandma?" "You couldn't be mistaken." "How could I be mistaken? We go to stay at Grandpa and Grandma's house every weekend, and they are the people who love Dudu the most in this world besides Mom and Dad. Dudu wouldn't be mistaken," Dudu said confidently. It seemed there was no mistake. Bai Muxi was indeed his future wife. In truth, Bai Muxi had long been certain of Dudu's identity. Even without the DNA test results, she was convinced that Dudu was her own daughter. But now an awkward situation had arisen. She and Chun Zhao were merely classmates at the same university, not even friends. Now that a daughter had suddenly appeared, how were they supposed to interact from here on? Most importantly, who would Dudu live with? "Please, all three of you have a seat. I'd like to discuss the matter of Dudu's custody with you." Chen Zhao made a gesture of invitation, cutting straight to the point. The three of them exchanged glances, and then sat down. "It seems you've also confirmed Dudu's identity," Bai Yuchuan said in a grave voice. "Yes, from the moment Dudu sang the song I wrote, I knew she was my daughter." Chen Zhao continued, "Before we discuss custody, let me make my stance clear. No matter what, I will not give up Dudu's custody, and I hope she can live with me." Bai Yuchuan's expression tightened. He hadn't expected Chen Zhao to be so direct from the start, which made things more complicated. If they had followed the initial investigation, they could have simply given Chen Zhao a sum of money and sent him off. But the man had just spent 20 million in cash to buy a Rolls-Royce for his daughter. Money was no longer an option. "We don't want to give up Dudu's custody either. Is there a compromise?" Bai Yuchuan threw the question back to Chen Zhao. However, before Chen Zhao could respond, Dudu spoke up, first, her face full of grievance. Daddy, Mommy, I don't want to be separated from you. Can't we all be together as a family? Seeing Dudu's pitiful expression, Chen Zhao's heart clenched, and his expression turned somber. In truth, Dudu shouldn't have been present during this discussion. But Chen Zhao was worried that Bai Muxi's family might take Dudu away. With their resources, they could even hide her. After all, that's how it always played out in short dramas. So Chen Zhao had placed Dudu on the stool beside him and didn't let her leave. Still, he underestimated Dudu's initiative and her level of understanding. No sooner had they begun discussing the matter than Dudu voiced her opinion. But Daddy and Mommy aren't married, so it's not appropriate for you to live together. Bai Muxi said gently. Then why don't you just get married? Dudu said matter-of-factly, her eyes wide and bright, as if to say, I'm a genius, praise me. Ah, Dudu is so adorable. Shu Tang's heart was melting. Bai Yuchuan, on the other hand, was seriously considering the possibility, but Bai Muxi was the jewel of their family, raised with the utmost care. They certainly couldn't let her marry someone they knew nothing about. Dudu, do you remember when you were born? Chen Zhao suddenly changed the subject, asking Dudu. April 17th, 2028. And do you know what today's date is? Dudu's big eyes were full of confusion. I don't know. Today is January 4th, 2026. Oh, so it won't be long before Dudu's birthday, eh? Dudu is going to get lots and lots of birthday presents. Dudu suddenly became excited. Chen Zhao glanced at Bai Muxi, a bitter expression on his face. Just as he thought, a 4- or 5-year-old child didn't understand dates and years. Even the concept of time wasn't learned until elementary school. All right, when the time comes, Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and Grandma will all buy you gifts. But Daddy has to tell you Daddy and Mommy aren't very close right now, so we can't get married. Huh? Dudu's beaming expression instantly vanished and big teardrops began to fall from her eyes. Are Daddy and Mommy going to abandon Dudu? No, Bai Muxi said firmly, a sharp pang in her heart. Without a second thought, she snatched Dudu from Chen Zhao and held her close. Don't cry, Dudu. Mommy will never abandon you. Her slender fair hand gently wiped away the tears on Dudu's cheeks. The delicate motion was like caressing the most precious jade in the world. And Daddy. Dudu loves Daddy too and doesn't want to be apart from him. Dudu's voice remained pitiful, her little mouth pouting a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Bai Yuchuan's expression was complicated, while Shu Tang gazed at Bai Muxi with a meaningful look. In the past, she had also protected her daughter in the same way. It truly ran in the family. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhao finally spoke. How about this? We'll start by being roommates, sharing the space to take care of Dudu together. For a child to grow up healthy, a father alone wasn't enough. They needed a mother too. Before his transmigration, Chen Zhao had a happy family. But he had inherited the memories of the original body. After his father passed away, he and his mother were bullied endlessly, and most of the scorn came from relatives. For a child to thrive, both paternal and maternal love were indispensable. Bai Yuchuan chimed in at this point. How about this? We have a spare room at our house. You can just move in with us. His idea was to keep them under his watchful eye where it would be safer. After all, there were butlers and maids at home, and the surveillance cameras were running 247. At least safety wouldn't be an issue. However, Chen Zhao shook his head. No need. I have my own home. You have a house. Where? Panyu. Bai Yuchuan's brow furrowed in slight displeasure. Who said it's in Panyu? My house is in Huiyutai. Huiyutai, the one in Zhujiang New Town. Is there another Huiyutai in Yangqing? Bai Muxi was stunned, her mouth agape. A house in Huiyutai costs at least tens of millions. Can you afford that? So which building do you live in? Bai Yuchuan also asked. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. It should be building 1. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Building 1 is the crown jewel of Huiyutai. It's never sold to the public. But no sooner had he spoken than the door to the private room swung open. A middle-aged man in a professional suit stepped and scanned the room, and quickly locked onto Chen Zhao. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Zhao? Yes, what can I do for you? I'm the sales manager of Huiyutai. My surname is Ji. How do you do? Nice to meet you, Manager Ji. What brings you here? This is the property deed for your unit in Building 1 of Huiyutai. When I learned you were here, I immediately brought it over. Bai Yuchuan's eyes widened. Wait, did you say Building 1? Aren't you not supposed to sell Building 1 to the public? Manager Ji put on a professional smile. For ordinary clients, it's not for sale. But for a distinguished client like Mr. Chen, he naturally has his own channels. So you really are rich. Bai Muxi's voice choked up. At that moment, a herd of wild horses was stampeding through her heart. Her own daughter's father was a hidden tycoon. But how could someone who owned a house in Huiyutai and casually spent 20 million on a Rolls-Royce live such a miserable life at school and become the laughingstock everyone called a simp? Was it some kind of special fetish? Chen Zhao naturally had no idea what she was thinking, and besides, the reason was hard to explain. Thank you for taking the trouble to come personally. Chen Zhao took the property deed, opened it, and took a look. It was indeed Building 1 and the largest unit at 437 square meters. Inside, besides listing Chen Zhao as the owner, there was clear ownership information and a floor plan. You're welcome. I won't disturb you any further. I'm always ready at Huiyutai to welcome the esteemed Mr. Chen home, Manager Ji said with great politeness. After he left, Dudu looked up at Bai Muxi with a grin. Mommy, don't doubt Daddy anymore. Daddy is very rich. Then tell me, how is your daddy rich? Dudu's eyes twinkled as she raised her little fingers, counting them off one by one. Daddy bought me big houses in so many cities. A Sihiyuan in Beijing, the Thompson Riviera in Shanghai, the Shenzhen Bay in Shenzhen, a villa on the Peak in Hong Kong, and something in New York Plaza. I can't remember the name of the community. Hearing Dudu's words, Bai Muxi didn't react much, but Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly the direction for his spending spree? As a devoted father, buying houses for his daughter in popular cities around the world was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? Take Thompson Riviera. Just buy her a house worth 1 or 200 million, and the 100-fold rebate would be 100 or 200 billion. But just then the system's chime sounded. Friendly reminder, only the first property purchased by the host for Dudu will qualify for a 100-fold rebate. Subsequent properties will not receive the rebate. The same applies to cars, yachts, planes, office buildings, and other large items. Additionally, the property must be located within the territory of Huaxia. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Was the system afraid he'd get too much rebate and started adding conditions? But he wasn't even interested in money. Still, on second thought, once he got used to living with Dudu, he could consider buying her a nice house in Hong Kong. He'd heard that villas on the Peak often cost 1 or 2 billion, or even 2 or 3 billion. So the rebate would be 1 or 200 billion. Awesome. Even if the rebate was in Hong Kong dollars, it would be enough for him to squander for a lifetime. But soon he calmed down. The immediate priority was still deciding Dudu's custody. Money was just a number on a bank card. Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo. How much money do you actually have? The places Dudu mentioned are all expensive. More than enough to raise Dudu. Chen Zhuo smiled faintly, then turned the topic back to custody. Let's talk about Dudu's living arrangements. My only request is to live with Dudu, whether it's at Huiyutai or at your place. Personally, I'd prefer Huiyutai. If you're worried about safety, you can go back to your own home in the evening and come over during the day to be with Dudu, then go home at night. Would that work? In Bai Yuchuan's view, there was naturally no way he would allow Bai Muxi to live with Chen Zhuo. It wasn't that Bai Yuchuan forbade Bai Muxi from dating, but rather that such a decision could not be made so hastily. However, Dudu's sudden appearance disrupted his rhythm. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. Muxi, what do you say? Bai Yuchuan turned to look at his daughter. Their family was very democratic and many matters were discussed and decided together. Originally, his plan was to keep Chen Zhuo under his watchful eye, which would ensure safety. But upon learning that Chen Zhuo lived in Huiyutai and had a special identity, he couldn't handle it carelessly either. Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo. Chen, why don't you play with Dudu for a while? The three of us need to discuss something. To be honest, Bai Muxi didn't know how to handle it either. But there was a saying, delayed matters often resolve themselves. She would first discuss it with her parents, then figure out a countermeasure. Sure. Chen Zhuo took Dudu to the Lego area nearby and started building a castle with her. Dudu was clearly not a first-time Lego player. She had a vivid imagination and strong hands-on skills. With Chen Zhuo's guidance, the two of them had a blast. Meanwhile, after some discussion among the Bai family, Bai Muxi finally made a decision. Seeing Dudu cry makes me so uncomfortable. I think I'll move into Huiyutai first. A classmate of mine used to live in Huiyutai, so I know the layout. I'll stay in the guest room. It should be fine. But with your beauty, won't he try to force himself on you? Shu Tang was still worried. I don't think so. Although I haven't spent much time with Chen Zhuo, I feel he's a decent person. At least in taking care of Dudu, he's more attentive and better than me. Besides, Dudu has said several times that in the future Chen Zhuo is always the one taking care of her. A man who can dote on his daughter and personally care for her can't be too bad. Bai Muxi stated her judgment. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Chen Zhuo and Dudu. Throughout the whole process, Chen Zhuo was extremely patient, and Dudu kept smiling. The scene was harmonious and heartwarming. Bai Yuchuan naturally noticed this as well, and Bai Muxi's words resonated deeply with him. After a moment of thought, Bai Yuchuan proposed two suggestions. Since Huiyutai has at least 4 rooms, either we all move in together to protect you, or we hire a female bodyguard who can step in immediately if anything goes wrong. As a protective father, he's still worried about his precious daughter falling into the wrong hands. You'd move in too. Bai Muxi's eyes widened. Would he agree? Shu Tang agreed with her husband's suggestion. Old Chuan, that's a good idea. But let's not jump to conclusions. Let's wait for the DNA test results first. I think the time should be about right. Dudu's affection is so genuine it doesn't seem like an act. The test results are almost meaningless now, Bai Yuchuan said with a hint of resignation. To be honest, traveling back from the future was indeed mind-boggling, but reality often proves to be this absurd. True. Shu Tang let out a sigh. Bai Yuchuan turned to his daughter. Muxi, go ask Chen Zhuo for his stance. Either we move in or we hire a female bodyguard to protect you. 247. That's our bottom line. But how do I bring it up? He prefers direct communication. Just say it straight. Shu Tang patted Bai Muxi's hand and smiled. Bai Muxi nodded. From the conversation, just now it was clear that her parents weren't entirely opposed to Chen Zhuo. They even agreed to let her live with him, albeit under supervision. Bai Muxi looked over at Chen Zhuo and saw him picking out items for Dudu. Daddy, this Lego castle is so pretty. Can I buy it? Buy. And this princess doll. It's so cute too. Buy. Daddy, Dudu also wants to buy painting brushes and paper. Buy. Chen Zhuo agreed to Dudu's request generously. He chose internationally renowned brands and didn't hesitate to place the orders. While the Bai family was talking, Chen Zhuo had already spent over 300 yuan. Ding. Detected that the host spent 350 for Dudu. 100x rebate in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received 350,000 yuan. So that's 35 million. Awesome. Ding. Detected that Dudu is in a joyful mood. Rewarding 100 daddy points. Tisk 500 points now. System, what can I do with 500 daddy points? The host can draw a lottery or purchase specific items. Alright. I'll take a good look when I have time. Oh, I haven't opened the newbie gift pack yet. Open the newbie gift pack for me. To be honest, if it weren't for chatting with the system, he would have almost forgotten about this gift pack. After all, with the companionship rewards and the 100x cashback, other things seemed less important. But he had clearly forgotten the system's name. The Omnipotent Tycoon Dad System. Omnipotence first, Tycoon second. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained culinary god skills. As a dad, how can you not know how to cook? This is an essential skill for every father. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained top-tier combat skills. As a dad, you must know some martial arts to protect your precious child. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the world's healthiest kidneys. As a dad, you need abundant energy to better accompany your child. Ding. Rewarding a portable space of 1 square meter, which can only store items. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a 5 centimeters bonus for any body part. You may allocate it yourself. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. His biggest physical drawback was probably his height. Only 178 centimeters. With this 5 centimeters. System, add it to my height. Add 2 centimeters to height. Add the remaining 3 centimeters, too. Since it was free allocation, of course, he would put it where it matters most. Finally, he had reached the average 18 centimeters standard. With the system rewards credited, Chen Zhuo had finally satisfied the 180 standards for a man. 180 centimeters, qualified. 180 millimeters, met. 180 SQM, far exceeded. After receiving the rewards, a brilliant smile spread across Chen Zhuo's face. This reward was excellent. Not only did he acquire 2 top-tier skills, but he also got a space and the world's healthiest kidneys. Awesome. Of course, the best part was the physical enhancement. It made Chen Zhuo brim with confidence. Just then, Bai Muxi walked over. Dudu, why don't you play with Grandpa and Grandma for a while? Mommy and Daddy need to talk. But as soon as she said it, Bai Muxi's cheeks flushed. Would Chen Zhuo get the wrong idea? Dudu didn't think much and obediently nodded. Okay, Mommy and Daddy must stay together forever. Dudu will wait for you over there. When Mommy and Daddy were at home, they would occasionally send her away and whisper to each other. She wasn't surprised. So what's the result of your discussion? Chen Zhuo looked calmly at Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi didn't hesitate and directly stated the outcome. My parents' idea is that either they move in too, or we hire a female bodyguard. Which option do you think is better? Bai Muxi said softly. Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment. I'll go with the bodyguard. But I have a better suggestion. Instead of hiring a bodyguard, we could find a trustworthy nanny to take care of our daily needs. That way, with someone watching over us, your parents can rest assured. Although Chen Zhuo had acquired god-level culinary skills, that didn't mean he enjoyed cooking. Of course, only those who cook every day know that doing it occasionally is fun. But doing it every day is truly exhausting, and the smoke and heat would make anyone's looks decline rapidly. Bai Muxi also appeared thoughtful. Indeed, this was better than hiring a female bodyguard. After all, she couldn't cook. No, she couldn't even wash dishes. If they could hire a nanny, she could take care of them and the child. After all, Chen Zhuo was still a student, and she had her own work. Fine. I agree. Bai Muxi nodded, then turned to Chen Zhuo. I have to make one thing clear up front. Even if you are Dudu's biological father, we are not even friends yet. You cannot have any improper thoughts about me, nor can you harass me. Don't worry. Chen Zhuo nodded. But the same goes for you. You must not harbor any ill intentions toward me, nor attempt any mischief. Ill intentions toward you. Mischief. I am the recognized campus belle of the school. The implication was clear. As the aloof campus belle, how could she possibly covet a man so ordinary, yet so overconfident? But she did not say it out loud, still being considerate of Chen Zhuo's self-esteem. Not now, but that doesn't mean it won't happen in the future, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. But since you've said that, we'll treat each other with respect. But we can't be too respectful either. At least not too cold in front of Dudu. I'm afraid she'll be unhappy, Bai Muxi continued. Pretend to be affectionate. No problem. Chen Zhuo agreed with a nod. Then can Dudu's household registration be under my name? Chen Zhuo continued to make suggestions. This was also a point he cared about. But I want her to be registered under me so she can attend kindergarten in Haixinxia where the best education is. Bai Muxi immediately expressed her stance. Isn't the education in Huiyutai good either? Besides, if a young unmarried woman like you suddenly has a daughter on her household registration, won't that affect your future marriage? Aren't you single too? Don't you consider your own future? But I don't plan to get married at all, Chen Zhuo said with a hint of a smile. Marriage was impossible. With nearly 2 billion in savings, how desperate would he have to be to marry someone? I don't believe you. You must be planning to find a stepmother for Dudu. Believe it or not, Dudu is my daughter, so she has to be under my household registration. Chen Zhuo said firmly. Don't forget I still have to transfer a Rolls-Royce to her name. She is your daughter, but isn't she also my daughter? Bai Muxi gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, Dudu has to be under my name. In fact, she was worried that Chen Zhuo would take Dudu away and even prevent her from seeing Dudu in the future. That's not fair. If it comes to that, I'll go to court. Anyway, Dudu is more attached to me, and with my conditions, custody will definitely fall to me. You? Not to mention, according to Chinese law, if a minor child over 8 years old explicitly expresses willingness to live with one parent, the court should respect their true wishes. But a 5-year-old child falls into the category of over 2 but under 8 years old. Although their wishes are not legally mandatory in practice, the court may consider their expression as an important auxiliary basis. Bai Muxi's pretty face flushed red. Suddenly an idea popped into her mind. Do you have your ID card with you? Bai Muxi asked Chen Zhuo. I do. Why? Mom, Dad, you take Dudu to the hospital to get the test results. Chen Zhuo and I have to go out for a bit. Bai Muxi said, and without waiting for him to react, she directly took his hand and left the VIP room. Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang were still confused. Dudu, however, reacted quickly and said matter-of-factly, Mommy must be taking Daddy out shopping. Before after Daddy and Mommy talk, they love to leave Dudu with Grandpa and Grandma. Tell Grandma, does Daddy treat Mommy well? Dudu nodded immediately. Super good. When it came to how well Daddy treated Mommy, Dudu's little mouth was like a machine gun. Anniversary candlelit dinners, taking Mommy to see the aurora, giving Mommy tens of millions of dollars worth of jewelry. Dudu recounted everything she remembered. Shu Tang's face lit up more and more as she listened. Bai Yuchuan's expression also softened considerably. It seemed that Chen Zhuo was actually a very good person after all. However, they did not know that at this moment Bai Muxi had already taken Chen Zhuo into the Panamera and directly navigated to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why are you going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? What else would you do at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Get married, of course. What? Are you crazy? You just met me today for the first time, and you want to marry me. Chen Zhuo was utterly stunned. Otherwise, you wanted her to go with you, I want Dudu to go with me. Since that's the case, there's only one way. Bai Muxi said, while driving her tone very firm. From the moment I decided Dudu was my daughter, Dudu can only have me as her mommy. Whether in the past, present, or future, it can only be me. But the test results aren't out yet. What if Dudu isn't your daughter? You have your judgment, and I have mine. Bai Muxi said seriously. Whether it's her appearance or her familiarity with my parents, I am 100% sure that she is my daughter. Even though it's a bit absurd. You have to think carefully. I'm just a loser, but you are the moonlight in countless people's hearts, the famous rich beauty of Zhongda University. Are you so willing to marry me so easily? Won't you regret it later? Seeing that she was a bit impulsive, Chen Zhuo asked with a teasing tone. Didn't you say you never planned to get married? Then marry me. That way Dudu can be under our household registration together. You mean you want to be on my household registration too? What else? I'm telling you, don't try to take Dudu away. She will always be my daughter. Bai Muxi finished and stepped on the accelerator. Slow down. Chen Zhuo quickly reminded her. At No. 489, Xingang Middle Road, Ijesin Garden, the Porsche parked steadily in the lot, and Bai Muxi got out first. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment and also got out. Marriage is fine, but we must sign a prenuptial agreement. We'll be financially independent, each contributing 100,000 yuan per month for Dudu's living expenses, and the rest of our financial matters won't interfere with each other. Bai Muxi's long legs suddenly stopped. From the way you're talking, it sounds like I'm coveting your property. Do you know how much our family company is worth? Would I care about your measly scraps? Just say whether you'll sign or not. If you don't, then no marriage. Chen Zhuo said bluntly. I'll sign, of course I'll sign. Bai Muxi gritted her teeth. She had never imagined such a scene. As the recognized #1 campus belle of Zhongda University and a top-tier rich beauty, she was actually dragging a man to marry her. And worst of all, he looked disgusted. Entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, the divorce window had a long line, while the marriage window had only a few people waiting. They took a number, and Chen Zhuo went straight to the restroom. Actually, the original body's appearance was not low, but the old-fashioned dress, cheap clothes, and lack of confidence had made him a hidden gem. In the restroom, Chen Zhuo immediately consulted the system. System, I want to become handsome. Ding, would you like to spend 500 dad points to increase appearance by 5 points? Increase. Chen Zhuo immediately chose to confirm. Ding, host appearance has been increased to 86 points. Soon Chen Zhuo looked at himself in the mirror and saw a visible change. His nose bridge was more prominent, his jawline became sharper, and most importantly his eyes were bright and spirited. But what surprised Chen Zhuo the most was his skin tone. Previously the protagonist had a sallow and dull complexion due to malnutrition and frequent part-time jobs. Now his skin had become several shades lighter. With an appearance score of 86, he was already a very handsome guy, especially with nearly 2 billion in cash lying in his pocket. Chen Zhao's temperament had undergone a tremendous change. But this was not enough. Chen Zhuo wet his hands and slicked his hair back. His appearance improved by a few more points. A good hairstyle can instantly change a man's aura. When Chen Zhuo walked out of the restroom, Bai Muxi, who was sitting on the bench, was stunned. Oh my god, is that Chen Zhuo? In fact, regardless of gender, everyone is a visual creature. Beautiful women tend to receive more kindness. And the same goes for handsome men. If you don't believe it, just check out the pickup videos on TikTok. If you're good looking, you hardly need to flirt, girls are already captivated. When Chen Zhuo adjusted his hairstyle, slightly pushing up the thick bangs that had originally covered his forehead, he looked like a completely different person. Of course, the main change was in his temperament. His original features were not bad, but the deep-rooted inferiority hidden in his bones made him appear timid and cowardly. However, the Chen Zhuo who had transmigrated brought with him the memories of his past life, and had suddenly awakened a system. With such a setup, it would be strange if he remained inferior. As for agreeing to marry Bai Muxi, the reason was simple. This girl was truly ethereal, with an air of aloof elegance. Since she took the initiative to propose marriage, what was there to fear as a man? However, one must take precautions before it's too late. A prenuptial agreement must be written. What if she wants to take part of my property in the future? You know, a prenuptial agreement is protected by law. What's done by my stunning good looks? Chen Zhuo walked up to Bai Muxi and waved his hand. Bai Muxi's pretty face instantly flushed. Stop being so narcissistic. I've seen plenty of handsome guys, you're just average. Though she said that in her heart, she suddenly understood why Dudu was so beautiful. There's a saying, sons look like their mothers, daughters look like their fathers. Dudu's features were delicate, and with a lovely face shape, she was like a princess from a fairy tale. Bai Muxi had originally thought Dudu's beauty was inherited from her. Now thinking back, it seemed there were more traits resembling Chen Zhuo. Bright eyes, nice facial shape, and lips. Even his lip color, after staring for a while, gave one an impulse to touch and kiss. Suddenly Bai Muxi realized, have you grown a bit taller? Why does the angle I look at you seem different from the first time in the classroom? Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Was this woman so observant? What nonsense are you talking? Bai Muxi gave Chen Zhuo a scrutinizing look. Never mind, let's go take the photo. This civil affairs bureau was nice, they could take photos on site. When Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi entered the photo room, the photographer's eyes widened. There were quite a few couples here today, but they were definitely the most attractive pair. Photos taken and printed on the spot, costing only 20 yuan. When Bai Muxi looked at the red background photo, she felt a bit dazed. Was she really getting married? Don't just stand there, have you filled out the application form? Chen Zhuo asked. I've already filled mine. You fill in your information yourself. Bai Muxi handed Chen Zhuo the half-filled marriage application form. Without wasting words, Chen Zhuo found a spot and began to fill it in. His handwriting was quite nice. Bai Muxi muttered to herself, then asked, why did you agree to marry me? Because I can tell that your love for Dudu is genuine. Since you want Dudu with you and I also want Dudu with me, marriage is the best solution. Then don't you have any feelings for me at all? Bai Muxi continued, but this time her voice was much softer. Her already rosy cheeks turned even redder. Not for now, I don't know about the future, Chen Zhuo said honestly. Is it because of Jin Wan? What does she even amount to? She's not worthy of influencing me. You don't like her anymore. Didn't you pursue her for 2.5 years? I used to love drinking cola, but now I don't. The cola hasn't changed, my taste has. Then why do you insist on signing a prenuptial agreement? Is it because you don't want to get involved in financial issues with me? You can see it that way. Chen Zhuo didn't deny it. Actually, Chen Zhuo was worried that she coveted his money. But now Bai Muxi was the rich and beautiful woman, while his identity was just a loser. Although he had shown a bit of wealth today, it was nothing compared to a family with deep roots like Bai Muxi's. Then will you regret it? If I regret, we can divorce, but I must emphasize one thing, Dudu stays with me. Chen Zhuo said firmly. Do you love Dudu that much? Why do you have to compete with me for Dudu? I'm an orphan, and I don't want my daughter to be an orphan too. Chen Zhuo spoke from his heart. Of course, another truth was that Dudu was his biological daughter, and also the bond that connected him to this world, giving him a sense of belonging. For a transmigrator, a sense of belonging was very important. It even gave him a short-term goal to be with his daughter and let her grow up healthily. Just then Bai Muxi's phone vibrated. It was a message from Bai Yuchuan. It contained 2 photos and a barrage of 60-second voice messages quickly followed. Bai Muxi didn't listen to the voice messages, instead, she opened the photos. The first thing she saw were 4 big characters, paternity confirmed. There were various professional stamps on it. At the end was written, after identification by our center, it is confirmed that she is the biological daughter of Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi froze completely. Although she had been certain in her heart that Dudu was her biological daughter, the impact of seeing the report was beyond words. Her own biological daughter had actually traveled back from the future to find her. Only one question remained in Bai Muxi's mind: how did she get back? What's wrong? Any news from the hospital? Chen Zhuo finished filling in his information and then looked at Bai Muxi beside him. Bai Muxi handed over her phone. Chen Zhuo's eyes immediately saw 4 bright red characters. Then he gently swiped the screen with his finger. The second photo appeared. It also said paternity confirmed. And at the end was also a sentence: after identification by our center, it is confirmed that she is the biological daughter of Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo's face broke into a smile. With this report, Dudu could be registered in his household. But anyone who has been a parent knows that a birth certificate is required for household registration. But Dudu was born 2 years later. There was definitely no birth certificate. How to handle this? System, how do I register Dudu's household? Chen Zhuo said with a frown. Was this system only good for giving money? Host, just take the identification report to the police station. The system will help register Dudu's legal information. So it seemed the system was still somewhat useful. Not bad, not bad. Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo. Seeing this report, is there anything you want to say? Nothing to say, it's just as expected. Then will we really get married in the future? Bai Muxi voiced her doubt. Chen Zhuo's mouth twitched. Is it possible that we are getting married right now, eh? Just then a mechanical voice came from the microphone. Please go from A24 to window B04. Getting married now was quite scientific. First sign the electronic version, then press fingerprints. Besides that, there was also a paper version of the marriage registration personal credit risk notification. After signing his name, Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi. Have you made up your mind, eh? I don't want my daughter to become an orphan either. Bai Muxi gave an affirmative answer. The staff took their documents to the machine. The steel seal pressed down. Congratulations. From now on you are legally recognized as a married couple. Is that all? Bai Muxi asked the staff, somewhat dazed. Yes. In truth, there were still vows and photo sessions, and some might even try to sell wedding portraits. But Chen Zhuo skipped them directly. Let's go find Dudu. Okay. Bai Muxi nodded and followed Chen Zhuo out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. There was no doubt. This was the most impulsive decision she had made in her 21 years of life. Yet thinking of gaining a daughter without even experiencing childbirth, and that her daughter was so adorable, the faint unease in her heart dissipated like smoke. They sat in the Panamera in silence. Let's go to the hospital to find Dudu first. What next? Find a place to eat well and celebrate gaining a daughter. Chen Zhuo fastened his seatbelt, a smile spreading across his face. And tonight, where will we stay? I don't know where you'll stay, but Dudu and I will definitely stay at my place. The system had rewarded him with a residence in Huiwetai, and he had yet to visit it. He wondered if anything was missing. Then I'll stay at your place. No, our place. From now on, we're already husband and wife. Chen Zhuo glanced at Bai Muxi, finding it strange. The world said she was an aloof goddess, cold to men, even repulsed by their advances. Yet from this interaction, she wasn't cold at all. The Civil Affairs Bureau was only a 10-minute drive from the hospital, and they soon saw Dudu. Dudu, staying with her grandparents, wasn't afraid. But having just arrived at a completely unfamiliar place, she missed her mom and dad a little. Some sense of security just couldn't be provided by grandparents. So when Dudu spotted Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi, she immediately ran over on her little legs, positioning herself between them. She spread her small arms and directly hugged their thighs. Bai Yuchuan and Xu Tang also saw the two. They already knew that Bai Muxi had taken Chen Zhuo to get married, and they didn't oppose it. After all, Bai Muxi had sent them a message clearly stating that neither party had any financial ties. They were merely co-raising Dudu, and each would contribute 100,000 yuan per month as household expenses. This at least showed that Chen Zhuo didn't marry Bai Muxi for money. Of course, Bai Yuchuan's educational philosophy must be mentioned here. From a young age, both he and Xu Tang had emphasized cultivating Bai Muxi's decision-making ability. From what to wear each day to which school to attend, which major to choose. Everything was Bai Muxi's own decision. Today, Bai Muxi suddenly decided to marry Chen Zhuo, and they didn't object. They trusted their daughter's judgment. But Xu Tang's eyes still lit up, and she tugged Bai Yuchuan's arm. I know why Muxi agreed to marry Chen Zhuo. Why, haven't you noticed? After Chen Zhuo went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, he became even more handsome. Chen Zhuo is exactly the type our Muxi likes. Handsome, but not effeminate. Are you saying Muxi married him because of his face? Bai Yuchuan frowned, his gaze also shifting to Chen Zhuo. Seeing Dudu, Chen Zhuo immediately wore a kind and gentle smile, crouching down to ask if she missed him. Dudu naturally nodded and planted a kiss on his cheek. So is this face good enough for our son-in-law? Xu Tang, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, found him more pleasing the more she looked. I admit he's a bit handsome, but compared to me in my youth, he's far from it. Bai Yuchuan said very seriously. Yes, you are the most handsome. Xu Tang linked arms with her husband, a beautiful smile gracing her face. Chen Zhuo crouched down and pulled a red booklet from his pocket. Dudu, look, what is this? Dudu looked confused. Daddy, what's that? It's a marriage certificate. From now on, Daddy and Mommy are legally married. Chen Zhuo explained with a smile. Dudu's eyes lit up and she exclaimed excitedly, really? Then can our family stay together forever? Of course. Before Chen Zhuo could speak, Bai Muxi also crouched down, affectionately stroking Dudu's head. There was no doubt. Both were people who loved children. Especially this child who was indeed their own flesh and blood. Ding detected that Dudu is in a happy mood. Dad points 500. Chen Zhuo heard the system's prompt and thought he had misheard. A full 500 points in one go. If converted to appearance, wouldn't that directly boost it by 5 points? Awesome. It seemed Dudu was as generous as the system. Mom, Dad, let's find a place to celebrate. Bai Muxi said, standing up after a brief chat with Dudu. Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang had been watching the three of them. They kept murmuring. Looking at them, they really do seem like a family, Shu Tang said with emotion. Bai Yuchuan sighed. I thought Muxi would at least wait until after 25 to date or marry, but now she skipped dating and marriage and her child is already 5. Isn't that good? You have no idea how painful childbirth is. Shu Tang immediately retorted. I've never experienced childbirth, but I clearly remember your reaction when you were pregnant with Muxi. That's why I don't oppose their marriage. Bai Yuchuan said seriously. At least this way Muxi won't have to endure the pain of childbirth. What nonsense are you talking? Is one Dudu enough for them? I think it won't be long before we have a new grandchild. Aren't they in a fake marriage? Haven't you watched short dramas? Even if it starts as a fake marriage, after living together for a long time, it will definitely become real. Shu Tang said with conviction. And I'm very optimistic about them. I've already started shipping them. Chen Zhuo was handsome and her daughter was beautiful. Plus, Chen Zhuo had displayed financial strength and his attitude toward Dudu. If her daughter could really turn the fake marriage into a real one, she would surely be happy for the rest of her life. While they were deep in conversation, Bai Muxi suddenly suggested celebrating. Alright, today our Bai family has gained such an adorable baby. We definitely need to celebrate properly. Bai Yuchuan nodded in agreement. How about going to No. 6 Courtyard? If we order online, we can eat almost as soon as we arrive. After a busy afternoon, it was already past 5. Okay, No. 6 Courtyard it is. At this moment, Chen Zhuo looked up and spoke directly. You decide the place, but let me cover the bill. As long as Dudu was around, spending money meant earning money. Chen Zhuo didn't want to miss any opportunity. Bai Yuchuan looked at Chen Zhuo a bit startled, but felt much more at ease. At least from this interaction, he wasn't petty. Not in the sense of stinginess, but in having a broad vision. Dudu immediately spoke up. But every time we eat out, Daddy pays. Chen Zhuo looked down at Dudu and explained, Daddy only pays when Dudu is around. In this world, only Dudu can spend Daddy's money. Daddy's lying. Mommy bought everything with Daddy's money. Dudu shook her head. Daddy even said that anything Mommy wants to spend, she can spend freely. What the hell? Was I acting like a simp? Hearing Dudu's words, Chen Zhuo felt uneasy. As a self-proclaimed time traveler, he believed that money was meant to be shown to women, not spent on them. How could he have spent money on Bai Muxi and said such things? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the way to the restaurant, Chen Zhuo engaged in a brainstorming session. Since Dudu was born in 2028, it meant that within at most a year, he would have physical intimacy with Bai Muxi. Moreover, from Dudu's words, it was not hard to discern that his relationship with Bai Muxi was quite good. In fact, he doted on her. He had been reborn on January 4th, 2026. Could it be that he was the one who had pursued Bai Muxi? But as a time traveler, shouldn't the priority be making money? Was it really necessary to rush into a romantic relationship, even marriage and children? This was truly a mess. Liu Hao Yuan was not far from the hospital, but they happened to hit the evening rush hour in Yangqing, causing a slight delay. Nevertheless, Liu Hao Yuan was a well-known private kitchen in Yangqing, a tranquil oasis amidst the hustle and bustle with a unique charm. This restaurant comprised a total of 14 rooms. 9 were for dining and 5 for tea tasting. The restaurant would assign different rooms based on the cuisine the guests ordered. The reservation Bai Yuchuan made was for the Balawang room on the first floor. It was spacious, but the dining table could only accommodate 8 people, making it suitable for small gatherings. The room also featured a tea table and a sofa. After they took their seats, the restaurant manager provided dedicated service. Bai Muxi's attitude toward Chen Zhuo had improved considerably, and she even took the initiative to ask what he liked to eat. I'm not picky. Chicken, duck, goose, fish. Anything is fine. The Yangshan chicken here is excellent. Let's order one. Bai Muxi ordered a chicken, then asked, can you eat spicy food? Yes, I can. Mommy, you haven't asked me yet. Dudu playfully said to Bai Muxi. Then what does Dudu like to eat? I want shrimp. Really big shrimps. Dudu made an exaggerated gesture. The scene instantly drew laughter from everyone present. Needless to say, having a child at the table did lighten the atmosphere. Chen Zhuo had never dined at such an upscale private kitchen, neither in his past life, nor in this one. But he remained composed inside. With money, a man gains confidence. No matter how upscale this place was, Chen Zhuo had only one thought. Order more, or else the cashback wouldn't amount to much. Bai Yuchuan ordered 5 or 6 dishes, and Bai Muxi added 3 more, not forgetting to remind the kitchen to omit scallions and cilantro. From appetizers and soup to vegetables and meat, everything was complete. Xiao Chen, since you and Muxi have already gotten your marriage certificate, you're husband and wife now. You must treat Muxi well, you understand. Shu Tang didn't order anything, but smiled as she spoke to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo was somewhat puzzled. Could Bai Muxi's mother be taking this seriously? His marriage to Bai Muxi was merely a temporary arrangement. However, with Dudu present, Chen Zhuo obediently nodded. I will. Since he had confirmed that Bai Muxi was Dudu's biological mother, whether for Dudu's sake or otherwise, he would treat Bai Muxi well. Of course, he had his own stance. He refused to be a simp. They would just be like roommates. Muxi has been spoiled by us since she was little. If she ever does something wrong, tell me, but never hit her. You understand? Don't worry, I don't have a habit of domestic violence. Chen Zhuo found it a bit amusing. This was clearly a fake marriage, why treat it like a real one? But Chen Zhuo didn't say much. He just went along with the elder's words. Bai Muxi glanced at Shu Tang blushing, and said, Mom, Chen Zhuo and I have a complicated situation. We only decided to get married for Dudu's sake. Please don't say so many unnecessary things. Shu Tang, however, shook her head. You've already gotten the marriage certificate, so you are truly husband and wife. Muxi, whether for Dudu or anything else, I sincerely hope you two can get along well. Isn't there a popular saying online about marriage first, love later? Although I haven't spent much time with Xiao Chun, I think he's a pretty decent guy. He's definitely capable of taking care of you. Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang were both shrewd individuals. They had seen all kinds of people in the business world. Though their time with Chen Zhuo was short, they could be sure that he was a good person. Of course, this was also based on what they had analyzed from Dudu's words. After Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi left, they had tried every possible way to coax information out of Dudu. After multiple rounds of questioning, they learned that although Chen Zhuo took care of Dudu's daily life at home, he actually owned several companies covering a wide range of fields. In Dudu's words, Daddy has so much money that he can never spend it all. Children's world is simple, though she only spoke of what she had personally witnessed. That was why the two elders hadn't objected to this marriage. Apart from that, there was the prenuptial agreement that Chen Zhuo had proactively proposed. From this, it was not hard to see that Chen Zhuo truly was not short of money, buying a 20 million yuan Rolls-Royce as casually as anything, living in the billion-dollar luxury mansion, Hui such a high-quality stock, one that outsiders hadn't even noticed, had to be secured in advance. There was a saying, wasn't there? Good men never circulate in the market. Shu Tang's words were too blunt, causing Bai Muxi to blush and avoid looking at Chen Zhuo. She resorted to shifting her attention to Dudu. Dudu, do you remember where our home is? That won't stump Dudu. Our home is at 2001 Building 1, Hui. Building 1 is the crown jewel of Hui. Bai Yuchuan immediately caught on. I have a business partner who lives in Building 1. The location is the best. You can see an unparalleled river view. Shu Tang didn't know much about this. What's the price per square meter there? At least 3,000, and no one has been willing to buy it all along. Bai Yuchuan gave a definite answer. 437 square meters with an average price of 3,000. That meant this apartment, gifted by the system, was worth about 131 million yuan. One had to admit this system was ridiculously generous. But considering that the cashback was directly 2 billion, the 130 million seemed like small change. Shu Tang, however, was intrigued and asked curiously, Xiao Chun, how did you come by this house? Chen Zhuo didn't answer the question, but instead took the initiative to say, that's my secret, but Andy, you just need to know that all my money is legally and legitimately obtained. After saying this, Chen Zhuo also thought about building a career. Otherwise, everyone would ask where his money came from, and he would have no good excuse. It was indeed troublesome. Of course, no one would complain about having too much money. With his past life memories and the system, Chen Zhuo figured it shouldn't be too hard to carve out his own success right. The most important thing was to help Dudu develop the right values. A person cannot live without dreams and aspirations. Since Dudu mentioned that he would make games, he decided to try starting from the gaming industry to see if he could single-handedly build the parallel world's equivalent of Tencent. If he could truly replicate Tencent's success, then 2 billion would be nothing. Even 200 billion wouldn't be a problem. Seeing that Chen Zhuo didn't answer, Shu Tang didn't press further, but instead changed the subject. Are you going straight back to Hui after dinner? Yes. Dudu has been out for quite a while today. We'll go home to rest after the meal. Chen Zhuo nodded. From morning until now, except for a short nap in the car, Dudu had been awake. Plus, she had blood drawn for tests today, so Dudu looked quite tired. And Muxi? Shu Tang turned to Bai Muxi. Before Bai Muxi could speak, Dudu chimed in. Mommy, you have to sleep with Dudu tonight. Bai Muxi looked at Dudu's expectant eyes and nodded. Okay, but I'm a bit particular about my bed. How about we stop by my place first and pick up some change of clothes and a quilt? Yage? Dudu immediately cheered excitedly. Tonight Dudu is going to hug Mommy and sleep. A daughter. Watching Dudu's excited expression, Bai Muxi couldn't help but smile. From the moment they met, Dudu had shown a strong dependence on Chen Zhuo. On the contrary, she didn't feel much attachment to her as mama. Fortunately, at night, she needed her company when sleeping. It seemed that she was also very important to Dudu. Shu Tang, however, thought of something else. Could it be that Dudu would ask both her daddy and mommy to accompany her, and the three of them would end up sleeping in the same room? If Dudu wasn't asleep it would be fine. But if she fell asleep, what if Chen Zhuo did something inappropriate to his own daughter? Wouldn't that be more and more wild as the night deepened? Thinking of this, Xu Tang inexplicably found it amusing. Oh, if only an author would write the story of my daughter and son-in-law. After all, there's a saying the body falls in love with the other person first. It could only be said that Xu Tang, having grown up in Yangqing, was not very opposed to matters between men and women. Moreover, they had already obtained a marriage certificate, licensed to act. As long as her daughter was willing, even if Chen Zhuo really did something to her daughter, it would be a natural and logical matter. It all depended on what kind of feelings her daughter had for Chen Zhuo. Soon amidst the chatter, one delicious dish after another was served, arousing Chen Zhuo's appetite. But besides eating himself, Chen Zhuo also peeled several large prawns for Dudu. Not to mention being able to run a private kitchen in Yangqing with a renowned reputation. It truly had some skill. After all, Guangdong province was famously known as the Great Food Province. And there was a saying, eat in Yangqing. The dining scene here could be said to be the most developed in the country. These chickens are good, very tender and smooth with a real chicken flavor. Bai Muxi, in fact, initially didn't want his own cabbage to be rooted up by a pig. But later Xu Tang reasoned with him a bit. Bai Muxi also came to terms with it. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Moreover, Bai Muxi had always been opinionated. Since she decided to get married herself, and even took Chen Zhuo to the Civil Affairs Bureau, as a father he naturally respected her. So during the meal, Bai Muxi's attitude toward Chen Zhuo noticeably improved. Chen Zhuo himself was a relatively quiet person, occasionally chiming in with a few words, but mostly eating heartily. After the meal, the driver took a Panamera carrying Chen Zhuo and Dudu to Bai Muxi's home. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi, Xu Tang, and Bai Muxi got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Along the way, she gave many detailed instructions. Since you've already got the marriage certificate, why not try to see if you're compatible? After all, if you divorce later, you'll be a second married person. Xu Tang said earnestly to Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi nodded. I'll think it over carefully. After today's interaction, Chen Zhuo is indeed a good person. At least his affection for Dudu doesn't seem fake. A man who is so attentive to a child definitely has good character. Xu Tang also nodded. Bai Muxi also interjected. I've helped handle the external public opinion, but the situation developed too quickly. Mainly because your reputation at Zhongda is too big, and with the word campus belle, the spread speed is simply uncontrollable. All we can do now is wait for this storm to pass, or expose a bigger news to cover this incident. Forget it, it's better to let public opinion flow than to block it. Bai Muxi decided to accept reality. But for the next half semester I won't return to school. Alright, I'll just inform the principal. Bai Muxi nodded. But since you'll be living together this time, you still need to protect yourselves. By the way, you can find time to ask Chen Zhuo about his future plans. Dudu is at an age where school should be considered, and these need to be discussed properly. Xu Tang also raised several points. Bai Muxi beside her nodded repeatedly. Getting married was a rash decision, mainly because she was afraid of losing the daughter she had suddenly gained. But when she really calmed down, Bai Muxi knew she had developed a strong interest in Chen Zhuo. According to rumors, Chen Zhuo was the ultimate simp, utterly devoted to Jin Wan. Just from the fact that he had persistently brought breakfast for 2.5 years, one could get a glimpse. Another time it was pouring rain, and just because Jin Wan said she wanted to eat crab roe buns, he ignored the rain warning, rode a shared bike, and delivered the buns to the entrance of Jin Wan's dormitory in the rain. Later he himself passed out from a high fever in the school clinic. But today she had been with Chen Zhuo the whole day, and he hadn't contacted Jin Wan even once. As for the outside world calling him a poor loser, have you ever seen a poor loser who throws around 20 million? They say a woman falls in love with a man out of interest. Bai Muxi was indeed very interested and wanted to understand him little by little. To see if he was as impressive as Dudu said, the car drove directly into Ursha Island. Although it was already dark, the streetlights here were dazzling. It was clearly a bustling city, but here it was strangely quiet. As a native of Yangqing, Chen Zhuo immediately understood Bai Muxi's family was no ordinary one. The car stopped inside a standalone villa. Bai Muxi was waiting at the door. When the car parked, Bai Muxi immediately went to the back seat. Dudu, let Mama carry you out. Dudu immediately reached out her arms. Mama hugged. Seeing this, Chen Zhuo was stunned. It seemed that not only had he accepted the role of daddy, but Bai Muxi had also accepted it. It remained to be seen how the story would unfold. What was most awkward now was his relationship with Bai Muxi. After all, just before today they were strangers. But because of Dudu's appearance, it was like a rope that bound them together. This villa was a 3-story standalone house with a small garden at the entrance. However, the decoration looked somewhat dated. Bai Muxi took Dudu upstairs to the second floor, while Chen Zhuo sat on the sofa in the living room. At this moment he took out his phone and checked his messages. There were actually several texts from Jin Wan. Chen Zhuo, what do you mean? Why did you block me on WeChat? Tell me honestly, were you pretending to be poor before? Why did you have money to buy Gucci but acted so shabby in the past? Chen Zhuo, I regret it. The person I've always liked is you. Why don't we go back to the night of New Year's Day? I agree to be with you. There were over a dozen messages. Chen Zhuo just glanced at them, didn't reply at all, and deleted them. Belated affection is more contemptible than a dog's. As for why she suddenly regretted it, it was simply because she saw that he still had value to exploit. Unfortunately, he was no longer the simp he used to be. He casually blocked Jinwan's phone number, then opened an app. There were several messages from his roommates and best friend, all asking about his situation. His best friend was named Huang Ziang, and because he was from Harbin in northeast China, his roommates simply called him Dongbei. You really have a daughter. The daughter's mother is our school's campus belle. The school is going crazy with rumors. Are you coming back to the dorm tonight? Xiao Xiao, you haven't been silenced, have you? If you don't reply, I'll call the police. If you've been kidnapped, blink twice. No, send a message for help. Hey. Looking at the messages, Chen Zhuo hesitated slightly, and replied, I indeed have a daughter with the campus belle. Chen Zhuo's words instantly sent Huang Ziyang into a frenzy. What the hell? Are you serious? So what exactly is your relationship with the campus beauty now, eh? As expected, gossip was human nature. Chen Zhuo glanced at the message and replied, let's talk about it when I return to school tomorrow. Alright. By the way, are you still participating in the National College Student Game Competition? The counselor asked me about it today. I'm not participating, Chen Zhuo replied bluntly. The first prize of the National College Student Game Competition was only 1 million. But the dinner they had just enjoyed at Courtyard No. 6 cost 12000, after the 100-fold rebate that amounted to exactly 1.2 million. Why bother entering a competition when a single meal could earn that much? As for building a reputation through the competition, why waste time on that when he could simply spend more time with Dudu? Bai Muxi and Dudu didn't keep him waiting long. They were ready within 10 minutes. However, Bai Yuchuan was the one hauling the suitcases. Upon seeing this, Chen Zhuo immediately stepped forward to take them. This wasn't some desperate attempt to curry favor. It was simply basic decency. After all, helping others was a virtue ingrained in Chinese character. A fine young man like Chen Zhuo would naturally extend a hand to women between the ages of 18 and 35. Daddy Mama, I'll go stay over there now, Bai Muxi said at the doorway, turning to Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang, who had walked her out. Shu Tang nodded. Take good care of Dudu and call us if anything comes up. Got it, thanks Mama. Bai Muxi wrapped her arms around Shu Tang in a tight embrace before turning toward the car. Bai Yuchuan watched his daughter climb inside, and a wave of melancholy settled over him. His eyes grew suspiciously bright. For a moment it felt as though he were escorting his daughter down the aisle. Shu Tang knew her husband's temperament well enough, patting his shoulder. Stop fretting. The drive from Huiwe Terrace to Ersha Island takes only 5 minutes. Whenever you miss Muxi, just go visit her. Alright, let's get some rest early then, and head to see Muxi tomorrow morning. Bai Yuchuan nodded solemnly. He turned back to Shu Tang. Tong, I'm feeling a bit down today, and Muxi isn't home. Why don't we? Shu Tang glanced at him and agreed with a simple yes. Without hesitation, Bai Yuchuan bent down, swept Shu Tang into his arms, and headed upstairs. The younger generation would find their own happiness. With their daughter already married to that young man, there was no point in interfering. Everything would unfold as it should. For now, they had their own world to cherish. Chen Zhuo was driving on the way back. When the system granted him the apartment, it had implanted certain memories in his mind. So upon arriving at Huiwe Terrace, he immediately called Manager Ji. This was Chen Zhuo's first time visiting, so his information hadn't been registered yet. Combined with the unregistered license plate on the Panamera, the car was naturally stopped at the gate. There was no dramatic confrontation here. No one looking down on others based on appearance. The security guards at Huiwe Terrace would never judge someone by their looks. After all, Guangzhou was filled with low-key individuals. The property manager approached with deference and respect. While outsiders might not understand the prestige of Building 1, the property manager certainly did. Building 1 was never sold to the public. Only the most distinguished residents of Huiwe Terrace lived there. With Manager Ji Jihua's assistance, everything was resolved effortlessly. They registered Chen Zhuo, Bai Muxi, and Dudu's personal information, enabling face recognition entry whenever they returned. The car's license plate was also recorded for automatic recognition at the gate. Recreational facilities and the gym were all complimentary for residents. Chen Zhuo's residence included 3 parking spaces, and with the system's guidance, everything went smoothly. Dada, hold me. Once the car stopped, Dudu weakly reached out to Chen Zhuo. Are you tired? Chen Zhuo asked softly as he lifted her into his arms. Dudu nodded, resting her head against Chen Zhuo's shoulder with evident exhaustion. After dinner, and retrieving their luggage, they arrived at Huiwe Terrace past 9. Dudu typically went to bed at 9, never later than 10, and with no nap today, she was completely drained. We'll go home, and let Mama give you a bath, then straight to bed, Chen Zhuo said gently. His decision to have Bai Muxi move in was deliberate. If it were a boy, he could manage alone. But Dudu was a girl. As the saying goes, a daughter should keep her distance from her father as she grows. Though Dudu was only 5 and still young, Chen Zhuo felt it was better for her mother to handle her bath time and dressing, especially with undergarments. Women made these tasks simpler. Bai Muxi had visited Huiwe Terrace before. A high school classmate lived there, but that was years ago. You've never lived here before? Chen Zhuo nodded. No. Then where did you live previously? At the university dormitory. and during breaks. I stayed at my uncle's house, Chen Zhuo answered, drawing on the original owner's memories. His uncle primarily wanted him to serve as a free tutor, coaching his cousin across various subjects. After all, Chen Zhuo had scored over 30 points above the admission threshold for Sun Yat-sen University, making him an accomplished scholar. Academic excellence, however, was a different matter from navigating social dynamics. His uncle had manipulated him through guilt, and Chen Zhuo had been completely taken advantage of. But now with the transmigrator Chen Zhuo in control, he would settle old scores and right past grievances. Ding. Building 1 operated on a private elevator system, one per household, accessible only to residents, while domestic helpers used a separate service elevator, ensuring complete privacy. When the elevator reached the 20th floor, Chen Zhuo stepped out, cradling the limp Dudu in his arms, with Bai Muxi trailing behind, pulling 2 suitcases. The entrance garden alone spanned 20 square meters, and Dudu finally perked up upon arriving home, automatically settling onto the shoe-changing bench by the door to remove her shoes. Dada, I want the fluffy slippers. Chen Zhuo opened the nearby cabinet and found 3 pairs of fluffy slippers, handing the smallest pink pair to Dudu. Yay, it's my favorite pink. Dudu exclaimed joyfully. Dada, did you prepare all of these? Yes, I had someone arrange them. Chen Zhuo suspected the system had orchestrated this, but some things weren't meant to be explained aloud, so he simply acknowledged it. The apartment faced southeast, offering a view of Guangzhou's most stunning night skyline from the living room. The Canton Tower seemed close enough to touch. Opening the balcony doors revealed an unobstructed river view. What surprised Chen Zhuo was the apartment's extraordinary wraparound balcony, stretching dozens of meters in length, quite magnificent. The interior design featured warm tones throughout. It was ideally suited for families with children. Dudu, do you know where your room is? Chen Zhuo asked. This is my home, of course I know. Dudu grabbed Chen Zhuo's hand, acting as though she knew the place well. I'll take Daddy to my room right now. Soon they walked through the spacious corridor to the secondary bedroom beside the master suite. Opening the door revealed an absolute pink paradise. The system's arrangements were remarkably thorough. Dada, don't you think my room is beautiful? Dudu said happily, though adding, but Dudu is tired and needs to sleep now. Not so fast. Let Mama give you a bath first. Bai Muxi placed her luggage in the living room, and seeing Chen Zhuo emerge immediately asked, where do I stay? The master bedroom is mine, you can pick any other room. Chen Zhuo said bluntly, aren't you going to be a gentleman and let me have the master bedroom? You're not my girlfriend, so there's no need. Chen Zhuo said curtly, go bathe Dudu first, then call me when you're done. Ooh, I'll tell her a story. All right, Bai Muxi replied calmly. Although they had not spent much time together, Chen Zhuo had never tried to flatter her from the beginning to the end. On the contrary, he remained very composed. She had initially thought that Chen Zhuo only acted this way toward her, but when she recalled his reaction after she mentioned Ji in one a few times, Bai Muxi filled in the blanks herself. He must have sealed his heart after being rejected. But she didn't dwell on it. After all, she came here to take care of Dudu and build a bond with her. Besides, she had to go back to work tomorrow. After a busy day, she needed to rest early. While Bai Muxi bathed Dudu, Chen Zhuo took the opportunity to tour the mansion. To be precise, this apartment had 5 rooms: a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a study, a children's room, and a maid's room. The master bedroom had an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet at least 50 to 60 square meters in size, extremely spacious. Moreover, half of the master bedroom featured a huge floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the Xiaominyao outside. In the living room, besides the dining table, there was a wine cabinet and a display cabinet. The display cabinet held many ornaments that looked quite valuable. The wine cabinet was even more extravagant. Besides some very aged Maotai, there were also expensive foreign wines. Although he couldn't name them, they all seemed very costly. Chen Zhuo wanted to ask the system some details, but the system was playing dead. Obviously, it wasn't particularly intelligent. After a brief tour, Chen Zhuo entered the master bathroom and took a quick shower. Not to mention the bathroom alone was over 10 square meters larger than the rented rooms of many migrant workers. With 437 square meters, they only made 4 rooms. Truly extravagant. After Chen Zhuo finished showering and drying his hair, Bai Muxi's voice sounded from the hallway. Chen Zhuo, Dudu wants you to come tell a story. Chen Zhuo changed into loungewear and went to Dudu's room. However, Bai Muxi, who was lying beside Dudu at that moment, was stunned. How long had it been since she last saw him? Why did Chen Zhuo become even more handsome? Why did she say even again? The first time she felt Chen Zhuo had become handsome was when they took wedding photos. Simply by slicking his bangs back, his appearance improved by several levels. Now after the shower, Chen Zhao's features seemed even more sculpted. With the warm light in Dudu's room, Chen Zhuo looked as if a filter had been added. Of course, Bai Muxi could never have imagined that during the shower Chen Zhuo had spent another 500 daddy points to raise his appearance score to 91. If the previous Chen Zhuo was just mildly handsome, now he was at the level of Yangqing's Daniel Wu. Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi with some surprise and took the initiative to ask, are you sleeping with Dudu tonight? Yes, Dudu asked me to stay with her. Bai Muxi nodded. Dudu, having just bathed, was actually a bit more energetic. She patted the empty space on her left and called out to Chen Zhuo, "Daddy, come quickly. I saved this spot for you." Dudu's bed was 2 meters wide. Even with Bai Muxi sleeping on the right, there was still plenty of space on the left. Daddy just needs to sit on the edge. Huh, Daddy isn't going to sleep with Dudu and Mommy. Dudu immediately showed a pitiful expression looking at Chen Zhuo with pleading eyes. Hearing this, Bai Muxi's face flushed red. She had anticipated this possibility before coming, but thinking that Dudu would be between them, it should be fine, right? It was just lying on the same bed, not sleeping together alone. Dudu is no longer a 3-year-old, you have to sleep on your own now. Chen Zhuo said softly, but Daddy can coax Dudu to sleep and leave once you're asleep. No, Dudu wants to sleep with Daddy. Looking at the pitiful Dudu, Chen Zhuo wanted to refuse. But then he remembered that today was Dudu's first day here, and she was so tired it was only right for him to stay with her. At worst, he could leave after she fell asleep. All right. Chen Zhuo glanced at Bai Muxi, who turned her head away, avoiding eye contact. Of course, since she didn't refuse, it meant acceptance. Ding detected that Dudu is in a happy mood. Daddy points 100. The system's notification sound quickly rang out. Chen Zhuo gloated inwardly. If he could get another 800 daddy points, he could directly raise his appearance to 100. In no time, he would become a male seducer. By then, with looks and money, the future would be bright. So what story does Dudu want to hear? Chen Zhuo sat beside Dudu, gently patting her back. I love all the stories Daddy tells. Then Daddy will tell you a story about a rabbit police officer named Judy. Dudu immediately showed a curious expression. Huh, can rabbits be police officers? Her curiosity was piqued so quickly. Of course, but before listening to the story you have to close your eyes, or Daddy won't tell the story. But I want to look at Daddy. Dudu pouted pitifully. Only by closing your eyes can you listen to the story attentively. Be good. All right. Bai Muxi, lying beside them, also opened her big eyes to look at Chen Zhuo. After the shower, Chen Zhuo's hair had returned to its natural state, but he exuded a special kind of warmth. At this time, the main light in the room was turned off, leaving only a dim bedside lamp, so only outlines were visible. This actually made Chen Zhuo look even more handsome. Most importantly, he perfectly matched her aesthetic. After all, an appearance score of 91 was no joke. Chen Zhuo glanced at Bai Muxi. You close your eyes too. Bai Muxi was about to retort, but the words died on her lips, and she obediently closed her eyes. The strained expression and pouted lips were exactly like Dudu's. Truly a mother and daughter. In a distant place, there was a magical animal city. This place was extraordinary. It was like a big human city with all kinds of animals, whether fierce lions or timid rabbits, all living here. Chen Zhuo's voice was quite pleasant, and in the quiet environment his voice was like a massage. With her eyes closed, Bai Muxi thought about discussing with Chen Zhuo how to take care of Dudu after Dudu fell asleep. But as she thought, drowsiness came over her. Chen Zhuo had been telling the story for less than 5 minutes when he heard steady breathing. It seemed they were both exhausted today. Chen Zhuo quietly got out of bed, turned off the bedside lamp, and returned to the master bedroom. Sleeping alone in a 2-meter bed felt incredibly satisfying. Best of all, outside was the landmark building of Yangqing, the Xiaomenyao. He was finally living the good life. He took out his phone, snapped a night view, and casually posted it on his moments. A new life has officially begun. From now on, the simp Chen Zhuo, the web novel writer, Chen Zhuo, were gone. What remained was Chen Zhuo, the all-powerful tycoon who had activated the system and gained a precious daughter. Especially thinking that there would be a companionship allowance credited at midnight, Chen Zhuo's dreams were sweet. Dudu went to find Chen Zhuo at around 9 in the morning, but later during the afternoon, wedding Chen Zhuo was separated from her for 2 hours. So throughout the entire day, Chen Zhuo spent a little over 13 hours accompanying Dudu. 1 yuan for every minute. In the end, Chen Zhuo received 811 yuan. Was this amount small? Compared to 2 billion, it was indeed quite meager. But 800 yuan represents an entire week's wages for many working adults. Today, many people love scrolling through Douyin and watching short dramas, believing that anyone who doesn't earn several 100,000 per month is a failure. Yet in reality, countless people across China still struggle to earn 5,000 yuan in a month. So when Chen Zhuo first heard the system's notification sound, his immediate thought was that he could earn 40,000 yuan each month effortlessly. It wasn't until he experienced the 100-fold cashback that he realized companionship was merely supplementary. Gift-giving was what truly mattered. This was akin to how romantic couples navigate their relationships. No matter how much companionship you offer, once someone appears who showers lavish gifts, your companionship suddenly loses its value. Of course, this doesn't mean all women are materialistic. Yet the vast majority of women simply cannot resist. Chen Zhuo's room and Dudu's room were right next to each other, less than 5 meters apart, let alone 10. Thus, even while Chen Zhuo slept at night, the money kept accumulating. Though negligible compared to the cashback returns, it remained a steady and reliable happiness. Chen Zhuo rose early the following morning. Not knowing whether it was because he possessed the healthiest kidneys in the world, after getting up he felt vigorous and full of energy. Considering that Dudu had given him a lot of dad points the previous day while eating, Chen Zhuo decided to make breakfast for her that morning and experience firsthand what a culinary master's skills felt like. The food delivery industry in this world was equally developed. Chen Zhuo didn't step outside. Instead, he took out his phone, purchased some ingredients, and had them delivered by a runner. Because he added an extra 20 yuan delivery fee to this order, the ingredients arrived quickly at the residential compound entrance. However, Huiyue Terrace was an upscale community where delivery riders were not permitted entry. They had a centralized collection point for all deliveries, which would be personally delivered to each door by security. Of course, all of this was included in the property management fees. From placing the order to receiving the ingredients, it took only 30 minutes. The efficiency was truly impressive. Although this was his first time making breakfast at Huiyue Terrace, a single glance allowed him to take in the entire layout. The previous day, he had learned that Dudu loved eating noodles. That morning, Chen Zhuo planned to make her a fairly conventional shredded pork and egg noodle dish. But Dudu hadn't woken up yet, so he first made a portion for himself to test the seasoning. All the procedures naturally surfaced in his mind. Each movement seemed as if practiced thousands of times. Soon a delicious aroma arose from the kitchen. Inside the princess room, Bai Muxi was awakened by the alarm clock. She casually turned it off, opened her eyes, and saw Dudu still sleeping soundly. Even while sleeping, Dudu looked exceptionally cute. She wanted to pinch her chubby little cheeks. But in the end, Bai Muxi didn't pinch Dudu. Instead, she rubbed her own face, which was just like Dudu's, and muttered to herself, "What happened yesterday was real. I really have a daughter now." The temperature in Yangqing today was around 10 degrees, quite cold outside. But the residences at Huiyue Terrace all had central heating, so the rooms were warm and cozy. After finishing her ablutions, Bai Muxi stepped out of the room. Suddenly, an intoxicating aroma hit her. Bai Muxi inhaled deeply, and soon her stomach began to rumble. The night before, she had been preoccupied and barely ate. Her stomach had been starving for a long time. Following the fragrance into the kitchen, she immediately spotted Chen Zhuo bustling about. "Good morning." Bai Muxi initiated the greeting. Chen Zhuo was stir-frying meat when he heard her voice, paused for a moment, then turned around and saw Bai Muxi dressed in her professional outfit for the day. "Morning." Chen Zhuo nodded. "Are you going to work today?" "Yes, yesterday I missed a whole day. There's a lot of work waiting for me." Bai Muxi nodded. "And you?" "I'm planning to take Dudu back to school and first ask the counselor for leave." Chen Zhuo shared his arrangements. Leave? For how long?" "Let's start with 1 week. These few days I'll get the internship certificate sorted out. After that I won't need to return to school." Senior year students at Zhongda enjoyed great freedom. Students could apply for internships or return to school for classes. Previously, Chen Zhuo hadn't rushed to find a job, but wanted to spend more time accompanying Jinwan at school. After all, Jinwan was preparing for the graduate entrance exam at school. What a love brain, truly infuriating. "So from now on you'll be accompanying Dudu all the time." Chen Zhuo nodded. "But I plan to find a kindergarten for Dudu. At this age she should still be around children." Of course, Chen Zhuo also had his own things to attend to. First cut ties with his uncle, and then build his own career. Actually, whether man or woman, everyone needs to have their own career. That was the foundation of confidence in doing things. Otherwise, with palms always facing upward, over time, even relationships would deteriorate. Just like in many short dramas where the male or female lead has an affair, wasn't it because one side was solely responsible for the family? Because even if they cheated, the cost was extremely low. However, Chen Zhuo didn't want to build a career for money. He simply wanted to find a legitimate channel for his source of funds. Otherwise, if some department truly took notice, he would face considerable trouble. Bai Muxi nodded and put forward her idea. "Why not enroll her at St. Hart International Kindergarten? My family has some connections there. We can arrange direct admission." "How's the quality?" "Of course it's excellent, just that the tuition is a bit steep, 200,000 per academic year." Hiss. So this was an elite kindergarten. Indeed, somewhat outrageous. But Bai Muxi spoke up again. "Let me cover this cost. After all, you spend more time accompanying Dudu daily. My time may not be as ample, so I'll contribute more financially." Actually, there was another fee not mentioned, the school selection fee, which was approximately 1 million. In Yangqing, so-called connections were paved entirely with money. "No need. From now on, any expenses for Dudu will be covered by me." Chen Zhuo refused directly. "By the way, do you want me to make noodles for you?" 200,000 men, a cashback of 20 million. He absolutely had to pay this money. While speaking, Chen Zhuo's hands didn't slow down. He directly scooped the meat slices out of the pot. Just one glance was enough to know the meat was tender and fresh. "I'll eat," Bai Muxi said without hesitation. But soon she paused. What did he mean by make noodles for you? It sounded like she was eating his stuff. "All right, what time do you start work?" "Before 9 is fine. My company is right next to where we bought Gucci yesterday." "Then there's still plenty of time. Why don't you go wake Dudu and tell her Papa made noodles? She should get up for that. Unless something unexpected happened, Dudu should be a little foodie. After all, most of those dad points the previous day had been earned during mealtime. She wouldn't have a tantrum upon waking, would she?" "I don't know either. I'm also being a father for the first time." "All right, let me go check." Bai Muxi walked to the bedroom doorway and discovered that the sleeping Dudu was actually sucking her thumb with drool at the corner of her mouth. "Oh, come on, Dudu." Still thinking about food, even in her dreams. "Dudu, time to wake up." Bai Muxi whispered softly into Dudu's ear. Dudu licked her fingers, still savoring the taste. I want a big chicken leg, she mumbled indistinctly. Dudu, daddy made your favorite noodles. Bai Muxi continued. Noodles. Dudu, who had been dreaming, suddenly snapped awake, her eyes wide open as she came to her senses. Bai Muxi looked at Dudu in surprise. Was it really that dramatic, such a strong reaction? Mommy, I want to get dressed. I want to eat noodles. Dudu immediately turned to Bai Muxi and said. Bai Muxi glanced at the clean clothes on the sofa and froze. Weren't these the clothes Dudu wore yesterday? Could it be that Chen Zhuo washed them last night? Even though they had bought quite a few clothes at Gucci yesterday, none had been delivered home yet. Bai Muxi was a first-time mother and had never even considered the clothing issue. But when she saw the clothes by the floor-to-ceiling window, she immediately understood. Chen Zhuo had thought of it last night, and not only washed them, but also dried them. Although there was a washing machine and dryer, the fact that Chen Zhuo had thought of this and taken action. What kind of extraordinary man was he? Bai Muxi picked up Dudu's clothes. Dudu, mommy will have time to buy you more clothes this afternoon, so you can change into different ones. But for today, you'll have to wear yesterday's. Though daddy washed them last night. Smell them, they're fragrant. Dudu nodded with a smile. Then hurry up and dress me. I want to eat daddy's noodles, they smell so good. What should you do before eating noodles? Brush my teeth. That's right. Both the toothbrush and toothpaste were brand new, and Dudu's was even electric. Dudu must have been trained before, as she managed it on her own. Chen Zhuo's voice came from outside. Are you up yet? If you don't come out soon, the noodles will all be eaten. Coming. Dudu's crisp voice rang out. She quickly rinsed clean and ran out of the room on her little feet. Chen Zhuo had prepared the high chair in advance and immediately lifted Dudu onto it as soon as she came out. Bai Muxi was dumbfounded. When had this father and daughter become so in sync? Come and eat too. Chen Zhuo pointed at the dining table, then sat down to Dudu's right. Thank you, daddy. Then I won't be polite. Dudu flashed a sweet smile and picked up her chopsticks to eat the noodles on her own. Chen Zhuo had prepared 2 bowls in advance so the noodles would cool down faster. Before eating, Dudu even blew on them and tested them with her lips to make sure they weren't hot, then began to eat. Ding detected Dudu's joyful mood. Daddy points 100. Indeed, she was a little foodie. Bai Muxi, seeing Dudu eating so happily, also sat down and tried a bite. The next moment, she was completely stunned. It looked like an ordinary bowl of shredded pork and egg noodles. But the texture of the noodles was exquisite and the flavor was unprecedented. Bai Muxi appeared reserved on the surface, but her hands moved quickly as she picked up a piece of shredded pork. Oh, the taste was incredible. The egg is a soft-boiled one. If you don't like it, you can give it to me. Who said I don't like it? I love soft-boiled eggs. Bai Muxi blurted out, then picked up a spoon, placed the egg on it, and gently took a bite. A rich aroma of egg filled the air, and the creamy yolk flowed into the spoon. Slurp. Beside her, Dudu was also eating noodles in big mouthfuls. Even with noodles in her mouth, she didn't forget to give Chen Zhuo a thumbs up. Daddy's noodles are the best. The dining room fell silent with only the frequent sound of slurping. Chen Zhuo himself also began to eat heartily. To be honest, he had always been skilled in cooking, and making noodles was his specialty. But today he realized that an ordinary bowl of shredded pork and egg noodles could be this delicious. The moment the first bite entered his mouth, it was as if every nerve in his body was struck by a warm electric current, and his taste buds were ignited by this ultimate homestyle flavor. Each strand of noodle clung tightly to the savory broth with tender meat that absorbed the fragrance of ginger and scallions and the freshness of the soup, neither dry nor gamey. The soft texture and the springy noodles created a perfect mouthfeel. Although Dudu didn't like cilantro or green onions, both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi had them in their bowls. Dudu hadn't inherited their love for scallions and cilantro. Soon the 3 bowls of noodles were completely finished. A trace of soup remained at the corner of Dudu's mouth. Chen Zhuo picked up a wet wipe from the table. Dudu, wipe the mess off your mouth. Dudu took the wet wipe and carefully wiped the corners of her mouth. She must have attended kindergarten before the transmigration, as she could handle going to the bathroom and eating on her own. Dudu, let me ask you a question. Do you know which kindergarten you attended? Of course I do. I went to Sacred Heart International Kindergarten. Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi. Then Sacred Heart it is. All right, I'll have my father put in a word. You can talk to them, but let me be clear. I'll cover all the expenses. Chen Zhuo said seriously. But I'm Dudu's mommy too. I can't let you bear everything alone, right? Bai Muxi gritted her teeth, a little unhappy. No discussion about the expenses. By the way, I plan to take Dudu to register her household registration first. When do you plan to transfer yours? Chen Zhuo smoothly changed the subject. There's no rush. I didn't go to work yesterday, and I have several important meetings to attend. I'll do it when I have time in a couple of days. Alright, it's about time. You should go to work now. How about you drop me off at work and then you drive to Zhongda, since I won't need the car at the office anyway. Bai Muxi, realizing Chen Zhuo had no car, proactively suggested. No need. I plan to go to the Rolls-Royce dealership later to pick up the car. Chen Zhuo directly refused. He intended to first complete the household registration and then go to the Rolls-Royce dealership to arrange the transfer. Household registration for children under 6 is processed on the spot. Alright then. If you run into any issues with Dudu, you can call me directly. To me, Dudu is the most important. Got it. Chen Zhuo nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling a little strange inside. He cared about Dudu because she was his biological daughter, and he could earn system rewards from her. Yet Bai Muxi also valued Dudu so much. This only showed one thing: she herself was someone who loved children deeply. In fact, when it came to the role of a mother, Chen Zhuo firmly believed in the saying, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. A mother's role is best when it's biological. That was why he hadn't refused when Bai Muxi proposed marriage. But he had no intention of pursuing Bai Muxi. It wasn't that he had closed off his heart, but rather that he wanted to wait. Before setting his sights, he had to first judge a person's character. He was the chosen one. What kind of woman couldn't he have? Even if Bai Muxi was outstanding, she was only one of the options. Having earned 200 daddy points from Dudu, he converted them into appearance points before leaving the house, adding them to his looks. His original appearance score of 91 became 93. But looking at himself in the mirror, he didn't notice any change. Until his hand unconsciously touched his abdominal muscles. Holy crap, he who had been as skinny as a rake now had 8 sharply defined abs. So appearance included not just facial features, but also physique. This reward was incredible. Daddy points were great. He needed to earn more of them. Daddy, I only heard the beginning of last night's story. Please tell me more. After finishing her noodles, Dudu pestered Chen Zhuo to continue the story about the rabbit police officer from last night. Bai Muxi, sitting nearby, also pricked up her ears. Although reluctant to admit it, she enjoyed this type of story as well. She even had a feeling that Judy in the story was herself. The Bai group was actually a family business. Bai Yuchuan was the eldest son, with 2 younger brothers. Unlike Bai Yuchuan, who had only 1 child, each of his 2 brothers had 3 children. Moreover, each had 2 sons and 1 daughter. For a long time, Bai Muxi's position as heir had been under question. This was why she entered the group, to learn early, even before graduating from university. She started as a department manager and had only risen to vice president of the group so far. Her father was still in charge. Bai Yuchuan naturally wanted to hand the company over to his daughter, but Bai Muxi was a girl. As her second uncle put it, she was a girl who would eventually marry out, and then it would be questionable whether the Bai group would still bear the Bai name. Like Judy from Zootopia, she had been doubted since childhood, but she held on to her belief. She felt that as long as she worked hard, she could definitely become a qualified heir. So while other classmates enjoyed college life, she stayed up late working on proposals. While others were at parties, she was already accompanying her father to various business occasions. Chen Zhuo naturally noticed Bai Muxi's subtle movements. So tell me, where did you stop last night? Dudu's eyes rolled around, and she said, Daddy got to the carrot festival. That's just the beginning, isn't it? Dudu put on a pitiful expression. Yesterday, Dudu was too tired and fell asleep right away. Although Bai Muxi didn't say anything, it seemed she too had fallen asleep immediately. Chen Zhuo patted Dudu's head. It's okay, Daddy will tell you more. Bai Muxi glanced at her watch. It was still early. However, Chen Zhuo's storytelling ability was quite strong. After all, in his past life, he had been an online writer. He was especially clear about the main storyline of the animated film Zootopia, so under Chen Zhuo's narration, the two quickly became immersed. From being doubted at the beginning to becoming the first rabbit police officer in Zootopia. Dudu's exclamations kept ringing out, Judy is amazing. Bai Muxi's eyes also sparkled. She had already projected herself into the story. When she first joined the group, she also faced all kinds of opposition and doubt. Her second uncle even went directly to her grandmother asking her to persuade Bai Muxi's father not to let her get involved in the company's affairs. But later Bai Muxi gradually proved herself through hard work and talent. Leaving Bunnyborough, Judy officially entered Zootopia, but due to prejudice, she could only handle trivial tasks like writing parking tickets until many missing person cases appeared in the city. Driven by justice, Judy insisted on taking on the missing person cases. With no choice, she was forced to partner with the street-savvy fox Nick. The two went from mutual rejection to trust, and during the investigation, they discovered that the seemingly harmonious Zootopia harbored a conspiracy. Just as Chen Zhuo began to recount the investigation, he looked up at the captivated Bai Muxi. Classmate, Bai, don't you need to go to work? Aren't you afraid of being late? Bai Muxi suddenly snapped back to reality, looked at her watch. Oh, there's hardly any time left. I have to go to work. Bai Muxi immediately stood up. Classmate Chen, could you continue the story tonight? I still want to hear it. Chen Zhuo looked at Dudu. Dudu, is it okay if Daddy tells it tonight? Yes. Dudu immediately nodded. Dudu wants to listen to the story with Mommy. Then go to work. I'll tell the rest of the story when you come back tonight. Okay, it's a deal. A beautiful smile appeared on Bai Muxi's face. With that, she got up, went to the bedroom, and fetched her bag. Wait. Just as Bai Muxi was about to leave, Dudu suddenly called out. Both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi looked at Dudu. Mommy didn't hug Daddy or give a kiss before leaving, Dudu reminded. Bai Muxi was stunned. Does Mommy kiss Daddy every time she goes out? Of course. Dudu is an honest kid. Dudu nodded immediately, then looked at the two with eager eyes. Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo. He hesitated for a moment, then got up and came to her side whispering, just a hug, it's fine. If he remembered correctly, every time Dudu saw them being affectionate, she would reward him with daddy points. For instance, when she learned they had gotten married, she directly gave 500 daddy points. This instantly boosted Chen Zhuo's appearance by a large margin. Bai Muxi nodded, but her pretty face flushed crimson. She had been so busy with studies and work all her life that she had never had time for a relationship. But now not only did she suddenly have a husband, but also an adorable daughter. As a man, Chen Zhuo took the initiative to embrace her. Ding! Detected Dudu's happy mood daddy points 200. Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up. Just a hug earned him 200 points. His appearance reaching 100 was just around the corner. Kiss! Kiss! At that moment Dudu's shouts rang out. Bai Muxi's face turned even redder. She smelled the woody fragrance on Chen Zhuo and her body stiffened. At that moment she had only one thought. Would Chen Zhuo really kiss her? But at this moment Chen Zhuo had already released Bai Muxi and looked at Dudu. Mommy is going to be late for work, Dudu, don't make a fuss. Also daddy needs to take you to register your household registration, so we have to go out too. With that he directly picked up Dudu and walked toward the room. Taking a young child out required carrying a backpack. Had to bring tissues right. Had to bring a water bottle. It was cold now, so a scarf. And the child occasionally craved snacks, so small snacks too. Fortunately Chen Zhuo had often taken children out to play in his past life, so he was well prepared. Bai Muxi watched Chen Zhuo's back, inexplicably feeling a bit disappointed. But she still waved at Dudu. Goodbye Dudu. Mommy will come back to find you after work tonight. Bye-bye Mommy. Chen Zhuo took Chen Tianqing downstairs and headed straight for the police station. He opened his phone's navigation and found that the nearest police station was only 600 meters from Huiwatai. So he simply held Dudu's hand and walked there. There were quite a few people doing business today. Some were reissuing ID cards, others asking various questions, and some reporting cases. By the time Chen Zhuo was served, it was already half an hour later. Perhaps because of the system's arrangement, Chen Tianqing's household registration was quickly added to Chen Zhuo's booklet. Ever since his parents passed away, Chen Zhuo's household registration booklet had been lonely. But starting today, it finally had a new member. Registering a child's household registration was very convenient and was done on the spot. Just as he exited the police station, he saw the Rolls-Royce saleswoman who had served him yesterday, Feng Shuran. Feng Shuran had sold the Rolls-Royce Phantom Eternal Supreme Edition yesterday with a commission of over $1 million. Now that she knew Chen Zhuo needed a car, she immediately came to act as his driver, providing the most top-tier service. To be honest, even if Chen Zhuo wanted to take advantage of her, she wouldn't refuse. After all, Chen Zhuo was a top-tier tycoon who could casually take out $20 million to buy a car for his 5-year-old daughter. But just thinking of Bai Muxi's stunningly beautiful face, such thoughts were cast aside. Madam was so young and beautiful, she shouldn't flatter herself. Feng Shuran drove the Cullinan, which was specifically used by the store to pick up customers, and parked it steadily in the parking lot of the 4S store. The licensing and transfer of the Rolls-Royce were handled as special cases. But as the owner, he still had to be present in person. As for choosing the license plate, one could buy a nice number here. In the end, Chen Zhuo paid an additional 200 yuan to purchase the license plate, UAD 888D. DD naturally referred to Dudu, and the value of the triple-digit number plate was also between 100 and 200 yuan. When he successfully swiped the card, the system immediately sounded a prompt. Ding, the host has spent 200 yuan for Dudu, triggering a 100-fold cashback of 200 yuan. 20,000 became 20 million. With this speed of making money, why bother running a company? Normally, it would take a whole morning to register a plate, but with the Rolls-Royce staff service, it was all done in just over an hour. When Dudu was bored, Chen Zhuo handed her his phone. But soon Dudu became unhappy. Daddy, where is the Angry Birds game you made? How come it's gone? Angry Birds. Wasn't that a globally popular mobile game from a past life? Could it be that he had made it himself and Dudu had played it? Well, Dudu, daddy needs to explain something to you. Do you know how old mommy and daddy were when they got married? Dudu shook her head, looking confused. I don't remember. At least 2027, but it's now 2026. Chen Zhuo tried to explain to Dudu, but Dudu was only half understanding. Dudu traveled from 2033 to the present, so when you see daddy and mommy, we haven't gotten married yet. Dudu's eyes widened. Daddy means I've gone back in time. Yes. Is it because daddy taught me to sing Back to the Past before bed? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Want to go back to the past, try to let the story continue. That's right. It's this song. Dudu immediately nodded. I was sleeping at home, but when I opened my eyes, I found myself on the street. Luckily, a kind sister took me to the police station, and that's how I found daddy and mommy. Then how did you find mommy first? I remember mommy's phone number. Dudu said with a smile. Actually, I also remember daddy's number, but the police officer said it was a dead number. Chen Zhuo showed a look of sudden realization. Then do you understand what it means to go back to the past? You are now in 2026, the year you haven't been born, yet so many things are different from what you experienced. Dudu still looked confused, but she understood a little. Then will daddy and mommy still love Dudu? Of course. Daddy and mommy got married because of you, and we weren't even friends before. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Then Dudu is not afraid. With daddy and mommy here, Dudu is not afraid of anything. Dudu said with a smile. Ding detected that Dudu is in a happy mood. Daddy points 100. Another 300 points. Chen Zhuo opened his attribute panel and silently uttered in his mind, add 200 points to my appearance. Chen Zhuo had a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency. Seeing 93 felt wrong. But after it became 95, it looked much more pleasing. What else could 100 daddy points be used for? Can 100 points be used for a lottery? Ding, you can conduct a bronze lottery. Draw it. Ding, are you willing to spend 100 daddy points to conduct a bronze lottery? Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining basic driving skills. Chen Zhuo's mind was suddenly filled with many driving-related skills. Originally his driving skills were mediocre, but now he had become an experienced driver with at least 20 years of experience. This skill was good, very practical. Dudu daddy will take you to eat something delicious first, and then take you to school in the afternoon. As soon as Chen Zhuo got into the Rolls-Royce with Dudu, he immediately told her his plan. Wherever daddy goes, I go. Dudu sat in the back seat, which was equipped with a child safety seat. Then what do you want to eat, Dudu? A dish appeared in Dudu's mind, and she immediately said, Dudu wants to eat the cola chicken wings that daddy makes. Okay. But we have to go to school in the afternoon, so eating out for lunch is okay. The local dishes in Yangcheng were relatively light. Children eating out wouldn't have heavy oil and salt causing physical discomfort. Chen Zhuo took out his phone from his pocket and opened the food ranking list. Soon he saw a restaurant named Yue Modern Cantonese Cuisine. The reason for choosing this restaurant was simple. Its per capita cost was over 1200 yuan. Chen Zhuo also glanced at the restaurant's set meals. The two-person meal cost 3984 yuan. If this triggered cashback, it would be 4000 yuan. Not bad. The former Chen Zhuo would never spend 4000 yuan on a meal, but now he only felt that 4000 yuan was too cheap. So he decided not to buy the set meal, but to go to the restaurant and order on his own. But before going, he made a phone call. The call was answered by a beautiful woman. Since it was still early, there were plenty of seats. To avoid being disturbed while eating with Dudu, he specifically requested a private room. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in the traffic, it attracted countless glances, even in Yangcheng, a city full of wealthy people. However, Chen Zhuo, who was driving, was thinking. He needed to find a professional driver. Although he had just acquired driving skills, most people who bought a Rolls-Royce had a driver. Driving it himself was still too degrading. With basic driving skills, whether driving or parking, he was as steady as a rock. Just then Dudu's watch started beeping. Dudu held the watch to her ear to listen to the message. Chen Zhuo vaguely heard Bai Muxi's voice. Mommy is looking for you. Yes. Mommy asked what we are eating for lunch. Just say we are having Cantonese food. Should we ask Mommy to come eat with us? Then do you want to see Mommy? Yes. Super much. Ask her, and if she comes, I'll send her the address. If there was no traffic jam, it was about a 10-minute drive. Chen Zhuo finally knew the secret of Dudu earning daddy points. First, eating delicious food. Second, seeing him and Bai Muxi being affectionate. Third, buying her something she liked. Mommy said she's coming. Chen Zhuo nodded. Then I'll send her the address. Back at the company, Bai Muxi quickly immersed herself in work. Now she was also a mid to high level manager at the company, participating in many project decisions, so she was quite busy. But the closer it got to mealtime, the more she missed Dudu. Of course, she also missed Chen Zhuo a little. She even wondered if she and Chen Zhuo were really together. Would he take care of her the way he took care of Dudu? Thinking about it, she blushed. After finishing most of her work, she finally contacted Dudu. It had to be said, the little genius watch was really impressive. Whether it was phone calls, voice messages, or video calls, everything was very smooth. After Chen Zhuo parked the car, he sent a location to Bai Muxi, and then got out of the car with Dudu ready to order food first. It must be said that expensive restaurants have their reasons. The ambience of this establishment was exceptionally refined, with a decoration style that was less about opulence and more about a cool, understated elegance. Most striking were the two female attendants at the entrance, both strikingly beautiful. With light makeup and matching black uniforms, they were not only charming in appearance, but also graceful in figure. Such beauty would easily cost at least 1,600 in a private club. Yet as Dudu appeared, she immediately drew the attention of the two attendants. Wow, what an adorable little girl. Her eyes are like sapphires, so beautiful. As Chen Zhuo approached, the attendant on the left with fair skin and standing at least 170 centimeters tall took the initiative to address him. I reserved a private room earlier. My surname is Chen. Very well, Mr. Chen. Please follow me. Led by the beautiful attendant, the two entered a small private room. It was a small round table capable of seating up to 6 people. Sir, miss, please take a seat. Chen Zhuo asked proactively. Do you have a chair for children? Of course, I'll arrange that right away. In Yangcheng, it was common for parents to bring their children along. Naturally, upscale restaurants like this one had to consider such needs thoroughly. Chen Zhuo sat beside Dudu. Dudu, is there anything you'd like to eat? It must be said that the menu here was both diverse and innovative. Chen Zhuo opened the menu, discovering many dishes he had never seen before. For instance, caviar with soy sauce, foie gras, pepper-dried pig trotters, Spanish spicy, braised taro, smoked yang and stew, national protection, sea cucumber, crab roe, braised giant fish, maw, lobster soup with shark fin. Dudu looked at the pictures on the iPad. Daddy, should we take a photo for Mommy, so she can pick some dishes she likes too? That way Mommy can also enjoy her favorite foods. Huh, who taught you that? It's what Daddy always does. Even when Mommy isn't around, Daddy sends photos to Mommy, so she can choose what she likes. Was he really that considerate? It seemed that in the future he truly regarded Bai Muxi as his wife. In today's society, a devoted person might be called a simp. Thus, even when truly loving someone, one tends to hold back. Then Daddy will send a photo to Mommy and let her pick a few. Chen Zhuo sent the photo to Bai Muxi, who responded promptly. Tuna, sashimi, perilla, abalone, rice, fragrant wagyu, and splendid roast goose. Dudu wanted roast goose yesterday, but didn't get it. Oh, and remember to tell them not to add scallions or cilantro. Dudu doesn't like them. Also, order whatever you like today, this meal is on me. Upon reading Bai Muxi's message, Chen Zhuo's relaxed brows furrowed. Order what you want, but I'm paying for this. Remember, if you try to pay, I won't take you out for meals anymore. Bai Muxi was a bit bewildered by Chen Zhuo's domineering message. After returning to the company today, she reviewed the information her assistant had gathered. Chen Zhuo was indeed a very poor student. Of course, she also knew that Chen Zhuo's parents had passed away one after another, and he now lived with his uncle's family. However, he rarely visited his uncle's house, leading her to infer that their relationship was not good. So where did Chen Zhuo's money come from? Could it be from loans? But he had no assets under his name. Besides loans, couldn't afford a residence in Huiwatai or a 20 million yuan Rolls-Royce. Bai Muxi found herself unable to see through Chen Zhuo. He seemed shrouded in a layer of fog. But soon she stopped dwelling on it. As long as Chen Zhuo treated Dudu well, the rest had little to do with her. After all, they had signed a prenuptial agreement. While Bai Muxi was on her way, Dudu and Chen Zhuo had already ordered a few dishes. Chen Zhuo deliberately chose expensive items with small portions. This was a stark contrast to his usual ordering style, where he preferred large portions at cheap restaurants. But now everything was for the 100-fold rebate. He ordered 5 servings of caviar with soy sauce foie gras. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. He also ordered 5 abalones at 300 yuan each. As for sea cucumber and wagyu, he ordered 1 serving each. Previously his motto was big portions for the price, but now he ordered whatever was most expensive. In a city like Yangqing, a restaurant daring to charge such prices must have a certain standard. After all, the catering industry today is not about one-time deals, but about quality to retain repeat customers. Especially for upscale restaurants like this. Sir, isn't this a bit too much? The beautiful attendant asked, hesitantly glancing at the 20 dishes. It's fine. Oh, I have a friend coming. Not a friend. Mommy is coming. Dudu immediately corrected. Chen Zhuo nodded. Yes. He then began chatting with Dudu, mainly asking about future events. To be honest, he was also curious about what the future held. According to Dudu, Chen Zhuo would later own his own company, not just making games, but also producing many animations and movies. But he remained very low-key, never becoming a celebrity and rarely appearing in public. Chen Zhuo quite agreed with that. Although he used to write novels where the protagonist became a star, the lack of privacy afterward was daunting. Living under the spotlight, constantly watched by countless eyes. Frankly, the thought of such a life sent chills down Chen Zhuo's spine. Now that he had a daughter, it was even more important to keep a low profile. After all, there's a saying, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who covets. Li Kaxing in his past life was formidable, yet his son was kidnapped. Chen Zhuo had once strongly agreed with the idea that he was the only person in this world. When he closed his eyes, it was night. Especially after dying once, he became even more convinced of this. After all, when a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. If he ceased to exist, then the original world would naturally vanish. So now that he was not short of money, the priority was to stay low-key. There was no need to make enemies or show off like in novels. After all, you can never be sure you won't encounter some psychopath. This was also known as the happy person's principle of yielding. Of course, Chen Zhuo was the type who didn't actively seek trouble, but was absolutely not afraid of it. If someone really stepped on his toes, he wouldn't let them strut around in front of him. Bai Muxi arrived shortly after. Chen Zhuo then asked the waiter to serve the dishes. After sitting down, Bai Muxi gave Dudu a big hug. Dudu, have you missed Mommy after so long? Yes, and not just me. Daddy missed you too. Dudu nodded immediately. Just now Daddy was worried that Mommy might not have any dishes she likes, so he sent photos to you. Bai Muxi glanced at Chen Zhuo, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said softly, thank you. Chen Zhuo was momentarily stunned. Was a 5-year-old girl already capable of matchmaking? It seemed that the relationship between him and Bai Muxi made her feel insecure. Chen Zhuo didn't expose her, but changed the subject. I'm going back to school this afternoon to ask for leave. When the counselor asks about my internship, can I say your company is my employer? This was also the reason he had asked Bai Muxi to come. Chen Zhuo's plan was to set up his own company later, specifically to make games and animations for Dudu. But registering a company takes time, and the leave request had to be settled today, so he needed to discuss it with Bai Muxi. Of course, I can provide an internship certificate. Just go ahead and ask for leave. But if someone asks about Dudu, how should I explain it? Bai Muxi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering the question. Dudu lowered her head. After chatting with Chen Zhuo, she roughly understood that she had come to a time when her parents hadn't yet dated or married. Seeing Bai Muxi's reaction, she felt a bit upset. Was mommy unhappy to see her? Chen Zhuo was also looking at Bai Muxi. In fact, Bai Muxi's concerns were reasonable. After all, she was the foremost campus belle of Zhongda University and also bore the identity of a beautiful female CEO. Of course, regardless of whatever decision Bai Muxi made, Chen Zhuo would approve. After all, they were equal individuals, and everyone had the right to choose their own life. However, if Bai Muxi ever harmed Dudu, Chen Zhuo as the father would not stand idly by. The room suddenly fell silent. Bai Muxi then realized that Dudu and Chen Zhuo were both looking at her, and she snapped back to reality. Let's just tell the truth. Say we have a daughter, and if needed we can also announce our marriage. Bai Muxi spoke, her expression perfectly composed. But who would have known that as soon as she finished, Dudu burst into tears. I thought Mama didn't want me. Bai Muxi immediately hugged Dudu in her arms. How could that be? Although Dudu came into our lives suddenly, Mama will always be your mama. As she spoke, she even planted a kiss on Dudu. Dudu cried even harder. However, this reply not only moved Dudu, but even Chen Zhuo felt a touch of emotion. He himself was just a lowly nobody with a terrible reputation at school. Having an extra daughter didn't matter. But Bai Muxi was different. She was the aloof campus belle, the white moonlight in countless hearts. Once it was exposed that she had a daughter, all her previous personas would collapse. She might even be labeled as fickle and wanton, shameless, cold on the surface, but wilder than anyone in private, and so on. Of course, there were many other vile comments. For a moment, Chen Zhuo's impression of Bai Muxi improved significantly. Perhaps she would be a good mother. Seeing Dudu cry, Bai Muxi's tears silently streamed down. Chen Zhuo, on the other hand, was a bit at a loss, and could only say, all right, how about you take Dudu to the company this afternoon, and I'll go to school alone to apply for the internship. As for the news online, just let it die down. As long as you don't respond in a few days, no one will remember it. All right. Bai Muxi nodded. Let's eat first. I just asked my assistant to prepare your internship certificate. By the time we finish eating, it should be here. Thank you. Children's emotions come and go quickly, especially when the beautiful waitress brought in the roast goose. Unlike ordinary restaurants here, every dish was introduced by the beautiful waitress who would name the dish and tell a little story about it. Chen Zhuo knew that this was a way to add value to the food. The dish itself wasn't expensive if the story was. But Dudu didn't care about that. Daddy, I want to eat roast goose. Here. Chen Zhuo directly put the goose leg on Dudu's plate. Eat slowly, this isn't easy to digest. Dudu stared at the goose leg, almost drooling. You eat too. Seeing Chen Zhuo serving food to Dudu, Bai Muxi also took the initiative to serve Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo was slightly surprised. Wasn't Bai Muxi the aloof goddess? How could she serve food to others? Bai Muxi obviously noticed Chen Zhuo's stunned reaction, and 2 rosy blushes crept onto her fair cheeks. Don't overthink it. My mother taught me to share good food with others. Don't worry, I didn't overthink it. Chen Zhuo smiled back. This was no aloof goddess. She was clearly a pure-hearted college girl. As for that so-called aloofness, wasn't it just a disguise to protect herself? The meal was quite enjoyable. The food here is really good. Chen Zhuo casually chatted with Bai Muxi. The more they interacted, the more familiar they naturally became. Although they weren't exactly friends, yet a few occasional words were reasonable. It's just a bit expensive, Bai Muxi said softly. Huh, even rich people like you think it's expensive. What do you mean rich people like you? Besides, even if you're rich, you can't eat lavish meals every day. How would you live? Bai Muxi shot a glare at Chen Zhuo. Dudu immediately nodded in agreement. Daddy, come back early this afternoon. Let's go buy groceries and cook. I want to eat the cola chicken wings you make. Okay, I'll go to school, take care of things, and then meet you at Tycoon. Chen Zhuo agreed. The meal cost over 11,000. To be honest, Chen Zhuo was a little disappointed. In short dramas, a meal often cost millions, but the 3 of them only spent a little over 10,000. Really too little. But on second thought, he understood. It was mainly because they hadn't ordered any alcohol. The most expensive red wine here was over 50,000 per bottle. If they had ordered it, that would have been a 5 million rebate. So when it was time to pay, Chen Zhuo deliberately added a bottle of wine. However, an awkward thing happened. The system did not give a rebate for that bottle. The system even explained in the name of Dudu being only 5 years old and not drinking. The wool-pulling attempt failed. After the meal, Chen Zhuo went to Zhongda to apply for leave while Bai Muxi took Dudu to the company. As for her assistant, she had already arrived. The assistant's name was Xiangjin, a girl who looked very innocent. But she was 3 years older than Bai Muxi. She was a reserve talent from the Bai group assigned to Bai Muxi by her father from the moment Bai Muxi joined the company. She was considered Bai Muxi's confidant. After delivering the item, Xiangjin immediately left, not disturbing their family of 3's lunchtime. However, what Chen Zhuo didn't know was that as they left the restaurant, a large telephoto lens was aimed at them from afar. Not only that, but they were followed all the way to the parking lot. After parting ways with Bai Muxi, Chen Zhuo did not go directly to Zhongda. Instead, he first went to a nearby hair salon with an average consumption of 300 per person to get a haircut. They say every hair salon has a Tony. The one who cut Chen Zhuo's hair was Tony, and he gave him an American forward spike cut. The previously dull hairstyle was gone, replaced by a super dashing look. With his 95-point appearance, it was no exaggeration to call him a heartthrob. After getting a clean and comfortable hairstyle, Chen Zhuo also bought himself a down jacket. Although there was no cash back, he spent tens of thousands, yet his balance remained unchanged. It was like having $10,000 and spending a dime on tissues from Dudu. After Chen Zhuo's dramatic transformation, he unhurriedly drove the Leo Salesi Eternal Collector's Edition to Zhongda. Keep a low profile, yes, but when it's time to show off, you have to. What's the saying? Having money but not flaunting it is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. But even the most luxurious Leo Salesi was stopped at the gate. Chen Zhuo rolled down the window, took out his student ID, and explained, "I'm a senior student here to apply for leave, so I drove over to move some things." But the security guard at the gate was clearly taken aback. "Chen Zhuo? You say you're Chen Zhuo? Yes, is there a problem?" The guard checked the student ID again. "Are you really Chen Zhuo, a senior?" "Yes, can you let me in?" Although Chen Zhuo was known as the ultimate simp on campus, he didn't realize he was that famous. "You need to register first. After you register, you can go in." The guard handled it formally. After recording Chen Zhuo's personal information, he also noted the license plate. At the same time, a photo of Chen Zhuo driving the Leo Salesi appeared on the school forum. At first, no one recognized him, as his change was quite drastic. Only after many classmates saw the post did they confirm Chen Zhuo's identity. And then, Chen Zhuo became famous. A Leo Salesi phantom appears at Zhongda's gate, and the driver turns out to be him. Shocking. He actually managed to live on Easy Street. The campus belle's rumored boyfriend appears from a penniless loser to driving a Leo Salesi. The most inspiring male lead of the year, the rise of simp Chen Zhuo. Various posts sprouted like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Most importantly, these posts were reposted wildly, and the discussion heated up across the internet. There was no helping it. The posts were filled with eye-catching words like campus belle, simp, and Leo Salesi. Especially with the internet being so developed, Chen Zhuo instantly transformed from a mocked simp into the inspirational male lead, who the simp who persisted got everything he deserved. But Chen Zhuo was truly wronged. The money for the Leo Salesi came from his fawning over Dudu. What did Bai Muxi have to do with it? Because of the New Year's holiday, the school made up for a day of classes yesterday. And today happens to be Monday, so classes are naturally held as usual. Chen Zhuo being taken away by the police from school yesterday has been trending on the forum for a long time. Gossip is human nature after all. Moreover, this gossip is related to the campus belle. It must be known that over the years Bai Muxi has had no boyfriend, not even a rumor. But yesterday it suddenly broke out that she has a daughter, and that little girl called Chen Zhuo daddy. Doesn't this mean that Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi have a daughter? To be honest, when this news first spread, no one believed it. Until some classmates posted a photo of them walking out of school holding Dudu's hands on either side, which immediately sparked heated discussion. Later, classmates also posted photos of them eating noodles at a noodle shop. So everyone began to deduce. The girl looked about 4 or 5 years old, and pregnancy would take about a year. And Bai Muxi is only 21 years old this year. That is to say, Bai Muxi gave birth to a child when she was about 15. This news directly exploded the entire forum. However, soon some of Bai Muxi's former middle school and high school classmates came forward to speak out. They said they had been with Bai Muxi throughout middle and high school, and there was simply no time for her to get pregnant and give birth. At the same time, some classmates also looked into Chen Zhuo's past. They found that the two had no intersection at all back then. Then the question came, how could they have a daughter? So everyone began to speculate, saying that Dudu mistook her parents, or that Dudu was conceived before the college entrance exam and born during the 3-month break after the exam, and the most ridiculous claim was that Dudu traveled back from the future. Of course, those who could enter Zhongda University were all capable students, and they certainly didn't believe that Dudu traveled from the future. Yesterday, Chen Zhuo roughly knew the classmates' discussions from the link sent by Huang Xiang. Chen Zhuo's thought on this was, ignore them. After all, after taking leave today, he won't come back. The next meeting will be at the graduation defense in May. It's just that he has just time-traveled here, so less contact with old classmates can also reduce the risk of exposure. The Rolls-Royce drove unhurriedly through the campus of Zhongda University. Although luxury cars are everywhere in Yangqing and supercars can occasionally be seen in the university city, a top-tier Rolls-Royce like this is still very rare. The golden angel on the hood gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. It attracted the gaze of countless students. Soon the Rolls-Royce stopped in a parking space, and Chen Zhuo put on his newly bought Canada Goose down jacket before getting out of the car. Not far away, many classmates were paying attention to him. Some were even secretly taking photos. After all, Chen Zhuo had been quite popular at Zhongda University, and even in the university city these days. First, his confession on New Year's Eve was rejected. Not only was he rejected, but a video of it was also taken and posted online. During these 2 days of the holiday, he became the laughingstock of many classmates during their leisure time. But no one expected it. The simp who had just been rejected by the department beauty Jinwan somehow got involved with the #1 campus belle of Zhongda, and even had a daughter. It was simply outrageous. Students' curiosity is very strong. So when Chen Zhuo appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of a large crowd. However, Zhongda is a prestigious institution after all, so it's impossible for them to actually come up and ask directly. But as Chen Zhuo's photos appeared online, everyone was stunned. They could hardly associate the current heartthrob with the previous Chen Zhuo. Is this Chen Zhuo? He wasn't like this a few days ago. Good heavens, is this magic? A complete transformation. Do you think Jinwan will regret seeing Chen Zhuo like this? The online discussions were heated. Chen Zhuo, on the other hand, tightened his coat and walked toward the homeroom teacher's office with his materials. The homeroom teacher was Shen Qingyan, who had taught them yesterday. Shen Qingyan was just over 30 years old, but whether during her studies or later at work, her resume could only be described as terrifying. For other teachers, publishing an article in a national journal is as difficult as reaching the sky, but she could publish one every 2 or 3 months, and many of them won awards. Generally, Shen Qingyan rarely came to school, except when she had professional courses. Some class affairs were also left to the counselor. But it happened that Shen Qingyan had classes these 2 days, and Chen Zhuo didn't attend. So she specially contacted him on WeChat. Chen Zhuo took the opportunity to request leave. Dong dong dong. He arrived at Teacher Shen's office door without any obstruction and knocked. Come in. Shen Qingyan's clear and cold voice sounded from inside. Chen Zhuo opened the door, a faint smile on his face. Good morning, Teacher Shen. Shen Qingyan looked up at Chen Zhuo. She was immediately stunned. Although she hadn't had much contact with Chen Zhuo, she still had a deep impression of him. After all, Chen Zhuo was well known at Zhongda as a simp. Occasionally during gatherings with her girlfriend, someone would ask about Chen Zhuo. Shen Qingyan naturally wouldn't join the discussion, but over time she also paid more attention to him. In fact, she secretly admired Chen Zhuo a little. In today's impetuous society, to love someone so unreservedly, this was the courage she didn't have. Not seeing you for just 1 day, and you look like a different person. Chen Zhuo showed a natural smile. It's 2026 now, new year, new look. Shen Qingyan didn't probe further. You came to take leave directly, right? Have you found an internship unit? Currently I'm looking at the company where Bai Muxi works. Shen Qingyan held out her hand. Give me the internship certificate, and the paperwork will be processed by this afternoon. So you won't return to school afterward? Yes. Chen Zhuo nodded and handed her the materials he had prepared in advance. I heard from Ziyang that you signed up for the college student game competition. Aren't you going to participate anymore? Shen Qingyan asked casually while looking at the certificate. I don't plan to participate. I want to directly start my own company. Oh. Shen Qingyan had thought that Chen Zhuo gave up participating, but she didn't expect him to have other plans. Do you still have money to start a business? I should have some. Chen Zhuo nodded. Teacher Shen, are you interested in joining my company? I'll keep the position of Chief Technology Officer for you. Shen Qingyan was able to be admitted to Zhongda University under special circumstances, so she naturally had her own strength. 4 words to describe her ability: a tech guru. Moreover, she had been researching artificial intelligence all these years. If he could poach Shen Qingyan to his company, it would definitely be a great help. You want to hire me? I'm very expensive. I know you've been researching AI, but the school doesn't provide funding. How about you bring your team to my company, and we'll work together? Games are indeed very profitable. But as a time traveler, he knew that AI was the major direction of the future. It would even permeate every aspect of life. If he could recruit Shen Qingyan, his new company might become a super unicorn. A unicorn refers to an unlisted startup company that has been established for no more than 10 years and has a valuation of over 1 billion, approximately 7 billion renminbi. And a super unicorn requires a market value of 10 billion. Shen Qingyan was taken aback. Perhaps it was because Chen Zhuo spoke with such firmness and sincerity. She actually entertained the possibility of switching jobs. But soon a smile spread across her face. She had actually believed that Chen Zhuo had the money to let her research AI. After all, any research project costs an astronomical sum. What was the most terrifying part? It could even be a sunk cost. Since AI had no successful precedents in this world, they were all feeling their way forward. Chen Zhuo actually wanted to poach her team. What are you laughing at, teacher? Worried that I don't have the money? Chen Zhuo naturally noticed Shen Qingyan's subtle expression and took the initiative to speak. Do you know that as the model scales and complexity increases, the initial costs alone amount to tens of millions? And later even tens of millions of dollars might not be enough. Hearing this, do you still want to invest in artificial intelligence? Isn't it just tens of millions of dollars? Chen Zhuo smirked. Wait, teacher, let me show you something. With that, Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone and opened his CCB mobile banking. However, Shen Qingyan frowned. In her impression, although Chen Zhuo was a sycophant, he was not bad-natured and was a down-to-earth person. But just now his remarks showed that he didn't take tens of millions of dollars seriously at all. That was a bit arrogant. Instead of directly showing her his total balance, Chen Zhuo showed her a transaction record. What is this? Shen Qingyan stared at the transaction record of 180 yuan, astonishment spreading across her stunning face. Yesterday my daughter said she wanted a Rolls-Royce, so I bought her the Eternal Collection Edition. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. You bought your daughter a Rolls-Royce. Wait, that little girl from yesterday is really your daughter? Yes, we went for a paternity test yesterday afternoon, and it confirmed she is my biological daughter. Then you and Bai. Ahem. Shen Qingyan realized she had overstepped and quickly changed the subject. Did you buy your daughter a Rolls-Royce model, or? Chen Zhuo reached out and took back his phone. This is the 8 million yuan transaction record, and here. As he spoke, Chen Zhuo opened his photo album and placed a picture of him holding Dudu in front of the Rolls-Royce in front of Shen Qingyan. Sometimes he detested all the suspicions in short dramas. So he directly pulled out the transaction record, and everything was resolved. This step was called showing off his strength. Shen Qingyan was indeed outstanding, admitted to Zhongda through exceptional talent, and became a professor. But after all, she was also human with her own pursuits and desires. Zhongda's investment in artificial intelligence would certainly not be too high after all. The school's main task was to teach and educate. Moreover, this direction was still unknown, with a completely uncertain path ahead. So you're very rich. It should be enough to recruit Teacher Shen and your team. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. How about it, Teacher Shen? Would you like to consider collaborating with me? I can invest in your lab and promise to let you manage it entirely. Are you so trusting? Aren't you afraid that I'll use your money to do research and then kick you out once there are results? Shen Qingyan's beautiful eyes looked Chen Zhuo up and down, speaking in a joking tone. Of course I trust Teacher's character, Chen Zhuo said with a faint smile. But in his heart he thought, if Teacher Shen really did that, he also had some methods. In the real world, the means to deal with people were diverse and colorful. Let's put it this way, there are always those who don't respect the law. There are always those who have cancer and see no hope. There are even those who specifically lure people into crime, and so on. Most people see the harmonious side of society. But as a time traveler, especially an online writer, he had looked up quite a lot of interesting content to write his works well. Shen Qingyan, however, felt she couldn't see through Chen Zhuo. In just one day, not only had his appearance changed, but even his personality had changed. I'll think it over carefully. Shen Qingyan restrained her smile, this time her expression turning serious for the first time. Your internship leave request should be fine, but you still need to pay attention to the class WeChat group. There's some information that needs to be responded to promptly. Got it, Teacher Shen. I'll be off then. Chen Zhuo didn't stay long. After leaving the office, he went straight to the parking lot, got in the car, and drove to the male dormitory. Zhongda's dormitories mainly consisted of 4 areas: Mingda Garden, Jishan Garden, Gaji Garden, and Shenxi Garden, and many of them were mixed gender. When the Rolls-Royce parked in the dormitory parking lot, it immediately attracted a crowd of students. Wow, it's really a Rolls-Royce. Is this the one Chen Zhuo is driving? That's awesome. No, why though? Isn't he poor? How can he afford a Rolls-Royce? Bro, haven't you checked the campus for him? Chen Zhuo is no longer the same Chen Zhuo. One day on the East Bank, the next on the West. Don't bully the king of soft rice when he's down. He's eating soft rice. Who's soft rice? Bai Muxi, the school's recognized top campus beauty and newly appointed beautiful CEO. There were still many students in the dormitory building. As soon as Chen Zhuo got out of the car, it immediately sparked heated discussions. And Chen Zhuo also spotted a few familiar faces in the crowd. These were classmates who had interacted with him. But the most enthusiastic were 2 guys, one tall and one short. They were his dorm mates, Tu Bin and Zhao Zixian. Holy crap, it's really you. Tu Bin exclaimed. In just one day you've gone from a loser to a heartthrob. Exactly. If I hadn't seen the photos in the class group, I wouldn't have believed it was you. Zhao Zixian chimed in. In Chen Zhao's memory, he had a decent relationship with the 2 of them. In their freshman and sophomore years, they would play basketball and games together, and in their junior and senior years, they even looked for jobs together. The earlier mention of participating in a gaming competition was with his roommates. Their professional skills were all quite good. Moreover, the guys in the dorm were quite considerate of Chen Zhuo. Back when he didn't have money, his roommates would treat him to meals and such. It was just that Chen Zhuo was quite image conscious and always politely declined. Chen Zhuo tried not to deviate from the original character's persona and said, I just changed my hairstyle. How is that a heartthrob? It's not just a different hairstyle, your whole aura has changed. Zhao Zixian said as he looked Chen Zhuo up and down. You're driving a Rolls-Royce now. Oh, it would be abnormal if you weren't different. Tu Bin glanced at the Rolls-Royce, shimmering with the glint of money in the sunlight. How did you get this car? I bought it. Chen Zhuo planned to tell the truth. You bought it. Where did you get the money? Tu Bin said with a look of disbelief. After all, previously Chen Zhuo couldn't even afford to order meat dishes, and all the money he earned from part-time jobs went to buying gifts for Jinwan. No choice. With the propaganda of capital, a month almost seemed like every day was a holiday. Then there were things like the first cup of milk tea in autumn and the first lipstick in winter. The holidays never ended. And Jinwan was a girl who placed great importance on rituals. Exactly, tell us the truth, is this car Bai Muxi's? Some classmates have seen their family picking her up in a Rolls-Royce. Zhao Zixian immediately added. Chen Zhuo knew. These days no one believed the truth. If you say so, then so be it. I came back to move my things. I won't be living in the dormitory from now on. Huh. There are only a few days left this semester. Aren't you going to see it through to the end? Both of them looked at Chen Zhuo in surprise. No, I have to go back and spend time with my daughter. Is that little girl really your daughter? Your own? Yes. Chen Zhuo nodded. And is Bai Muxi also her mother? That is none of your business. I'm not going to answer that, Chen Zhuo said bluntly. Even though Bai Muxi had given him permission to speak the truth, he had no intention of letting his words spread the news around recklessly. It must be true after all, she is even driving a Rolls-Royce for you. Tu Bin immediately jumped to conclusions. Aren't I telling you? I bought the Rolls-Royce myself. Chen Zhuo replied casually, his pace never slowing as he made his way straight to his dormitory. Tu Bin remained unconvinced while Zhao Zixian beside him fell into thought. After all, Chen Zhuo had always been quite honest, rarely lying to anyone. But how could a penniless student suddenly have money to buy a Rolls-Royce worth 20 million? A massive question mark appeared in Zhao Zixian's mind. Chen Zhuo paid them no mind and quickly fetched a suitcase from the cabinet to begin packing his belongings. Old clothes could be left behind, textbooks too. What really mattered were his documents. Besides, these past few years he had been so consumed with pursuing Jin Wan that his academics barely cleared 60. Such a situation was obviously uncommon at Central University. One might as well say he was utterly devoid of scholarly pursuits. Along with his documents, Chen Zhuo also took his private laptop. According to his recollection, it contained substantial study materials. If someone else cracked the password, he would not be able to maintain his clean reputation on campus. Tu Bin and Zhao Zixian watched Chen Zhuo pack by the side, their tongues never stopping, mainly probing about the relationship between Bai Muxi and the girl. But Chen Zhuo simply ignored them and shifted the subject. Where is Xiang? Why is he not in the dorm? To be honest, Chen Zhuo's relationship with Huang Xiang was the closest, mainly because they both hailed from Panyu. Chen Zhuo was from Zhongsuan and Xiang was from Dashi. During previous vacations, Chen Zhuo had even cycled to Xiang's house to bum a meal. He probably went to the study room to discuss the new game with someone. Although you said you would not participate, he has not given up yet and plans to enter the university student gaming competition. Alright, Chen Zhuo had no particular desire to see Huang Xiang. His immediate priority was to withdraw from Central University and accumulate initial capital while the cashback system was still functional. Otherwise, if the system malfunctioned in the future, he would not even have tears to cry. Chen Zhuo's belongings were not many. A single suitcase was not even full. I will leave the rest in the dorm. I have matters to attend to, so I am taking off. So rushed. How about we grab dinner tonight? Tu Bin asked tentatively. We can meet Xiang then too. Never mind. My daughter is waiting for me to cook for her. Chen Zhuo declined outright. As soon as the words left his mouth, his phone chimed with a pleasant ringtone. Chen Zhuo checked the screen and found it was actually Dudu sending a video call invitation. Since she had a children's smartwatch, video calls were naturally no issue. Here it is, your daughter calling. An unconscious smile appeared on Chen Zhuo's face as he tapped to accept. Dudu's adorable little face appeared on the screen, and upon seeing Chen Zhuo, she immediately grinned. Hey Baba. Hey, what is up? Baba, are you busy? I want to ask you something. Not busy, go ahead. It is just, why did you not sleep with Mama and me last night? Chen Zhuo paused for a moment. I slept with you yesterday. I just woke up early, that is why you did not see me. That is not true. I woke up last night, and you were not there. Dudu immediately protested. Baba, can you sleep with Mama and me tonight? Sure. Just then Dudu brought the watch close to her mouth, lowered her voice, and whispered, Baba, I will tell you a secret. I just asked Mama, and she said the three of us can sleep together. Mama does not mind sleeping with you. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Alright, I understand. I will come pick you up downstairs at the company now. I will hang up first. Okay. Baba, drive safely. Mama and I will wait for you. Dudu's sweet voice rang out immediately. Chen Zhuo ended the call and looked up to see the astonished Tu Bin and Zhao Zixian. So Bai Muxi really is your wife, and you slept with her last night too? Tu Bin's eyes widened, his breathing growing rapid. Zhao Zixian also swallowed hard and gave a thumbs up. Man, you pulled it off quietly. Landed the #1 campus beauty. Chen Zhuo did not bother explaining further. Alright, do not spread rumors outside. I am heading out. Saying that, he left the dorm without looking back. Tu Bin wanted to chase after him, but was held back by Zhao Zixian. Do not go. Did you not notice Chen Zhuo's tone was already impatient? He just became a kept man, and now he is acting arrogant. Tu Bin sneered, turning up his nose. Many people from other dorms had spotted Chen Zhuo, who calmly walked out of the dormitory building with his suitcase. What surprised him, however, was that when he reached the Rolls-Royce, he actually spotted an old acquaintance, Jin Wan. Although the weather was cold, Jin Wan's outfit was very much that of a college girl full of vitality. She wore a short black pleated skirt on the bottom paired with sheer leg warmers that showcased her beautiful legs to perfection. Combined with a layered top design and a white down jacket plus her hair tied in twin ponytails, she looked incredibly appealing. Chen Zhuo. Jin Wan spotted Chen Zhuo dragging his suitcase immediately and called out first. Chen Zhuo frowned. Why are you here? I saw the news on the forums saying you returned to school, so I came to see you. Hey, you have seen me now. Should leave, right? I just rejected you once. Is that any reason to talk to me like this? Jin Wan wore a wronged expression, then could not resist adding. Can we not just be good friends like before? Those were not the words you used when you rejected me that day. Chen Zhuo sneered. What did you just realize I am actually quite wealthy? More capable than your boyfriend, Fu Jinxian. So now you want to take me back? I did not. I just realized what I said that day was too hurtful, so I came to explain. Chen Zhuo let out a cold laugh. Jinwan, stop wasting my time. By the way, do not harass me anymore. I am afraid Dudu will misunderstand. Jinwan froze. Memories of what she had said to Chen Zhuo a few days ago flashed through her mind. How quickly that boomerang had come back to sting herself. Dudu. Who is Dudu? Dudu is my daughter. Chen Zhuo said indifferently. I do not want my daughter questioning my judgment. Saying that, he no longer looked at Jinwan, placed his luggage in the trunk, and got straight into the car. But Jinwan was not willing to let him go like this. She reached out and grabbed the door handle. Get out. I have not finished talking. Yesterday you ignored me. Today you cannot reach me. Chen Zhuo looked at Jinwan coldly. Get lost, you gold digger. He then forcefully shut the car door and sped away. This Jinwan was precisely the kind of girl who scorned poverty and coveted wealth. Her regret was nothing more than seeing his wild spending of hundreds of thousands the day before realizing he was actually quite rich, so she wanted to squeeze a bit more out of Chen Zhuo. Unfortunately, in Chen Zhuo's eyes, this Jinwan was not even worth 800 at a club. In truth, Chen Zhuo harbored no disdain for gold-digging girls. After all, everyone's needs are different. Some seek love in a relationship, while others seek money. However, what disgusted Chen Zhuo were gold diggers like Jinwan, who strung along the original owner, accepted his gifts, and kept giving him false hope. Later, Jinwan's outright rejection of Chen Zhuo was merely a gesture of loyalty to Fu Jinxian. Moreover, she sensed that there was no more profit to be squeezed from Chen Zhuo. Now, seeing Chen Zhuo driving a Rolls-Royce back to campus, she was like a shark catching the scent of blood, drawn in by the smell. Unfortunately, Chen Zhuo was no longer the obedient simp he used to be. Leaving the university town, Chen Zhuo drove straight to Taigahui. However, Taigahui is located in the heart of Yangqing, where traffic conditions are far from ideal. Especially when entering the parking lot, he had to wait a full 10 minutes. The only mildly amusing thing was that the cars in front and behind kept a distance of 2 to 3 meters from his Rolls-Royce, as if afraid of scratching it. Even with insurance, they might not be able to afford the repair. The parking lot security guard was also quite perceptive. While other cars were still searching for spots, the guard directly led Chen Zhuo to the VIP parking area. Indeed, a car is a man's second face. When a man steps out into the world, there's no need for many words. People can gauge your standing from your attire, accessories, and vehicle. It was time to buy himself some nice clothes and accessories such as a watch. And of course, he could also buy a few luxury watches for Dudu. Although Dudu was just a child, it was perfectly reasonable to match different watches with different outfits, right? As he stepped out of the car, he immediately attracted the attention of customers shopping at Taigahui. Wow, that man is so handsome. Driving a Rolls-Royce, oh my god, I'm done for. Handsome and rich, wouldn't it be wonderful if he were my boyfriend? Chen Zhuo overheard the murmurs, but didn't linger. He could hardly wait to see Dudu. It wasn't for the cashback or companionship rewards. He simply wanted to be with Dudu. Arriving at the M floor, Chen Zhuo saw Dudu as he had hoped. At first, Dudu was a bit dazed, but the next second her eyes lit up. It was the expression of a girl struck by a handsome man. Though Dudu was still young, she was still a girl. Your daddy. Wow, daddy is so handsome. Chen Zhuo patted Dudu's head. Isn't it just a different hairstyle? That big of a change. Dudu nodded emphatically, then turned to Bai Muxi. Mommy, isn't daddy handsome? Bai Muxi was also a bit stunned. In just a few hours, he had transformed like a completely different person. Version 2.0. Bai Muxi quickly snapped back to reality and nodded. It's much better than the previous hairstyle. You look so much more energetic. Chen Zhuo smiled, then picked up Dudu. So did Dudu listen to mommy while you were together? Did you bother mommy's work? Dudu is the most obedient. Dudu quickly nodded, then turned to Bai Muxi. Mommy, tell me, am I good? Dudu is the best. Bai Muxi finally shifted her gaze and nodded in agreement. But her heart was racing a little. Chen Zhuo's transformation over the past 2 days was too drastic. He had gone from a poor loser to a tall, rich, and handsome man. As a member of the Looks Club, she had to admit she was a bit tempted. Since Dudu is so good, how about daddy rewards you with a toy? Yay? Thank you, daddy. In Taigahui, there was a premium supermarket called Ol, a high-end brand under China Resources' vanguard, positioned as natural, healthy, fashionable, and refined. 70% of the products were imported, covering high-quality global ingredients, such as imported fruits, seafood, and meats. Chen Zhuo had asked Bai Muxi beforehand, and she had recommended this place. Pushing a shopping cart at the entrance, Chen Zhuo turned to Bai Muxi. Buy whatever we need at home. The car is in the parking lot, so it's easy to take back. Okay. Bai Muxi nodded. And don't even think about fighting me for the bill, Chen Zhuo emphasized again. Daddy, I want that elephant. As soon as Dudu entered the supermarket, she spotted a plush toy about 30 centimeters tall and immediately shouted. Buy it. Daddy, I want to eat strawberries. Buy it. Chen Zhuo nodded directly. Bai helped Dudu pick some. Bai Muxi immediately nodded and walked over with enthusiasm. Truly mother and daughter, they both loved strawberries. Before coming by, Muxi had been a bit conflicted, worried that she might not get along with Chen Zhuo. But once they were in the supermarket, that feeling vanished. Chen Zhuo pushed the cart while she held Dudu's hand and picked out items. From fruits to yogurt, from plush toys to toys, they also bought a lot of meat. Dudu had said she wanted cola chicken wings, but once they reached the meat section, she started clamoring for steak. Bai Muxi also picked out a few portions of ribs and pork belly. Not quite sure what to do with them, but they looked fresh, so she bought them. Chen Zhuo wasn't idle either. As the owner of the culinary god skill, he already had rough ideas when he saw the ingredients, but he needed to buy all the seasonings first. Everyone was contributing to the new home. Of course, the toy promised to Dudu couldn't be neglected. In the end, Dudu chose a small piano toy. This gave Chen Zhuo an idea. Dudu had mentioned that he taught her piano at home, so shouldn't he buy a world-class piano? But that matter would have to wait. Settling the bill and getting the cash back was the priority. There was no denying that imported goods were expensive. Norwegian salmon, Argentine steak. The total came to over 8,000 yuan. Bai Muxi immediately pulled out her phone to pay. But Chen Zhuo was quicker, opening his payment code. Ding. With the beep, the payment went through. Ding. Detected host spending 8324. 51 yuan for Dudu. 100-fold cashback. Soon his phone vibrated. In an instant, another 83000 yuan appeared. Amazing. Dudu hugged her newly bought plush toy, a happy smile spreading across her face. Although she had been transported to a strange world, she had a loving father and mother here, making her forget about the whole transmigration. Now all she wanted was to cherish every moment with her parents. Getting into the car, Bai Muxi noticed the child seat Chen Zhuo had arranged for Dudu. Ripples stirred in her heart once more. After sitting down, Bai Muxi voiced the doubt in her mind. Chen Zhuo, do you have another daughter? Huh? What do you mean? It's just, you seem too good at taking care of people. It's almost meticulous. I've never eaten pork, but I've seen a pig run. I used to watch Hong Kong dramas, and the parents in those were always like this. Chen Zhuo shrugged. In his past life, he often played with kids, so he knew how to take care of them. As for the little details, he had asked netizens. Since he was a web novel writer in his past life, he turned to Baidu whenever he didn't understand something. As it turned out, Baidu was quite reliable as long as you didn't look up medical symptoms. This world also had a search engine, and Chen Zhuo quickly found several articles on new father tips. Of course, Chen Zhuo also believed in raising a daughter with indulgence. Not that he was worried about some random guy tempting her with cheap trinkets in the future. The main thing was that he needed Dudu for the cashback. As for Dudu getting married someday, he'd deal with that later. Chen Zhuo would use the cashback process to instill proper values in Dudu, so she wouldn't betray him in the future. Regular readers of web novels should know that many parents, or even entire families, are ruined by their own children. In real life, there's the classic example of My Dad is Li Gang. Besides making money, Chen Zhuo also had to educate Dudu well, which was why he wanted to find a kindergarten for her. On the way back to Rebate, since the Rolls-Royce was newly purchased, the license plate had to be re-registered. Fortunately, he had Ji Jihua's contact information and solved it with a single phone call. Not only that, but the security guards who helped carry the luggage were also arranged perfectly. Indeed, expensive property management fees have their reasons. Rebate's management fee standard was 800 yuan per square meter per month, and Chen Zhuo's monthly bill was 3500 yuan just for that. Many working people earn less than 3500 yuan a month. Returning home, Bai Muxi began to organize and put things away. Although they had just moved in, perhaps it was a woman's instinct, and she quickly found places for everything. Dudu was not idle either, helping with the tasks she could manage nearby. As for Chen Zhuo, he took the ingredients and headed to the kitchen. For a moment, the atmosphere turned busy yet warm. However, while tying his apron, Chen Zhuo couldn't help asking Bai Muxi, "By when will the live-in housekeeper be arranged? Didn't your parents say they would send someone to keep an eye on me?" "Well, I asked them not to." Bai Muxi paused. "Actually, I'm not used to having strangers in the house." "Then how about I hire a part-time cleaner? Someone to handle the cleaning and cooking." Although he possessed culinary god skills, Chen Zhuo didn't intend to cook every day. Bai Muxi didn't object. She nodded and said, "All right, we'll pay from our joint account." Since this was a household expense and not for Dudu's consumption, Chen Zhuo didn't insist on paying. It had to be split equally. Chen Zhuo was actually a bit surprised. He thought Bai Muxi might oppose him. After all, he had no job and stayed at home most of the time. Normally, he would be expected to handle the housework. Many families were arranged that way. But Bai Muxi thought that even though Chen Zhuo was at home, the housework couldn't be left to him alone. Her parents had taught her from a young age that if you want a harmonious family, both must work together. Chen Zhuo already had his hands full taking care of Dudu. How could he be burdened with trivial household chores? Of course, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. Although the Bai family wasn't a billion-dollar conglomerate, their assets were still worth around 5 billion. "Do you know any reliable agencies?" "I've never hired a domestic helper before," Chen Zhuo continued. "Then I'll ask my parents after I finish putting things away and let you know the result." "All right, I'll start cooking then." "Okay, you cook, and I'll do the dishes." "It's settled." Bai Muxi nodded with a smile. If he cooked, and she washed, it wouldn't be like she was freeloading. A look of astonishment crossed Chen Zhuo's face again. Was Bai Muxi really a wealthy heiress? She actually volunteered to do the dishes. This Bai Muxi was truly special. Chen Zhuo busied himself in the kitchen. With the culinary god skill, cooking was incredibly easy. Of course, since this was their first meal after moving in together, he went a little overboard with the dishes. The cola chicken wings that Dudu had requested were a must. Besides that, Chen Zhuo also made boiled prawn steamed corn with egg steamed sea base, and a bowl of leafy greens in broth. A classic 4 dishes and 1 soup. Rice was unlimited. But time was a bit tight, so he didn't make a slow-cooked soup. If he had also made a nice soup, it would have been perfect. Dudu helped for a while, and then started playing with the newly bought Barbie doll. But as the aroma from the kitchen drifted over, she couldn't stay calm. She stood on tiptoes outside the kitchen's glass door, peering inside, occasionally swallowing her saliva. She was utterly adorable. Chen Zhuo noticed the little girl, but the kitchen was still filled with the smell of oil and smoke, so he gestured for her to go play with her toys and wait until dinner was ready. Bai Muxi meanwhile called her parents to ask them to find a trustworthy and professionally competent auntie, but one who wouldn't live in the house. Shu Tang quickly agreed to handle it. When Bai Muxi hung up, she saw the scene at the kitchen door. Inside, Chen Zhuo was busy with his back to her, while Dudu stood on tiptoe, gazing at the dishes on the kitchen table. There was an inexplicable warmth to the scene. It feels more and more like a real family of 3. The thought flashed through Bai Muxi's mind, and as soon as she realized it, her pretty face turned crimson. Was she being bewitched by Chen Zhuo's looks? But he had another white moonlight in his heart. Chen Zhuo, of course, had no idea what Bai Muxi was thinking. He was focused on cooking delicious food. In the past, Chen Zhuo had often asked himself what happiness was. After all, many times when he wrote the later parts of his stories, the male lead was incredibly wealthy and surrounded by beautiful women, yet still felt empty inside. But at this moment, he felt quite happy. There was an endless balance in his bank card, and beside him was such an adorable daughter. Especially when he thought about the satisfaction Dudu would experience when she tasted the food and the daddy points she would willingly give him, it motivated him even more. As for Bai Muxi, honestly, if they could turn this fake marriage into a real one, it wouldn't be bad. After all, from what he had seen, Bai Muxi had both outstanding looks and character, and it was clear she was trying to get along with him. Of course, Chen Zhuo wasn't in a hurry to pursue her. He had just transmigrated to this world. The priority was to steadily earn some money first. As for women, he really wasn't in a rush. Money in his pocket, peace in his heart. Even if he couldn't truly be with Bai Muxi in the end, it didn't matter. Time to eat. Under Dudu's expectant gaze, Chen Zhuo opened the kitchen door. Dudu took a deep breath. Wow, it smells so good. It's Daddy's scent. Oh, did Daddy cook often at home? Dudu nodded immediately. Because Dudu loves Daddy's cooking the most, so Daddy makes it for Dudu every day. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Cooking every day? Wouldn't that be exhausting? But Chen Zhuo didn't argue. Then let Daddy ask you a question. What should you do before eating? Wash hands. Dudu answered loudly. Awesome. Daddy will take you to wash hands together. Bai Muxi also came to the kitchen door. You two go wash, I'll set the table. Okay, the dishes are a bit hot. Remember to wear gloves. Chen Zhuo took Dudu's hand and headed to the public restroom, reminding Bai Muxi. I will. Let Daddy see if Dudu has forgotten how to wash hands. Dudu never forgets. Dudu said proudly. The bathroom sink was large with 2 basins, one high and one low. Dudu washed her hands skillfully, and Chen Zhuo didn't idle either. Their movements were exactly like a copy, perfectly synchronized. Often parents must set an example. While washing her hands, Dudu looked up at Chen Zhuo in the mirror and suddenly exclaimed, Daddy, did you become better looking? Daddy is so handsome. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. He had only secretly added 5 points to his appearance, and Dudu had already noticed. Ding! Detected that the host's appearance rating has reached 100. This is the host's first maxed out attribute. Bonus reward: the healthiest liver in the world. Hearing the system notification, Chen Zhuo froze. What did appearance have to do with the liver? Why would maxing out appearance give this reward? But he quickly realized. The liver is the body's largest metabolic and detoxification organ. If its function is impaired, toxins accumulate and metabolism becomes disordered. A healthy liver can metabolize toxins, thus maintaining a high appearance rating. This system was incredible. When Dudu first lifted her head, she saw Chen Zhuo carefully washing his hands. A wave of inexplicable joy rose in her heart at how meticulously he followed every step. At the same moment, a system notification rang in Chen Zhuo's mind. Ding! Detected that Dudu is in a joyful mood. Daddy points 100. Chen Zhuo, standing beside her, was clearly caught off guard by the unexpected bonus from simply washing his hands. He had already accumulated 400 daddy points earlier, which meant he could finally pour them all into maxing out his appearance stat. The initial 200 points had come when Chen Zhuo invited Bai Muxi to join their meal. The moment Dudu laid eyes on Bai Muxi, 200 daddy points were instantly awarded to Chen Zhuo. Later, during a video call, Dudu granted another 100 daddy points. As for the remaining 100 points, those came when Chen Zhuo allowed her to purchase an elephant plush toy. When she clutched the fluffy elephant doll with the glee of a 5-year-old, another 100 points were awarded. Combined with the 100 from washing hands, the total reached exactly 500 points. When it came to allocating points, the sooner the better. Chen Zhuo didn't hesitate for a moment, pouring everything straight into appearance. And as the attribute maxed out, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Detected that the host's appearance has reached 100. This is the host's first fully maximized attribute, granting an extra reward, the healthiest liver in the world. First he'd received the healthiest kidneys in the world, and now the healthiest liver. Chen Zhuo felt that in this lifetime, not only would he amass great wealth, but he'd also enjoy a long life spanning 100 years. In his past life, he had a reckless appetite for junk food, often pairing his writing sessions with milk tea or cola. Combined with his sedentary lifestyle, he ballooned into a portly figure, 180 centimeters tall and weighing 180 pounds. But now he possessed the healthiest liver and the most robust kidneys. Forget about impressing women in the future. He was truly thriving right now. At least he no longer needed to worry about any health indicators. As for Dudu's surprise, one could only say her observation skills were truly sharp. In reality, thanks to the adjustments over the past 2 days, Chen Zhuo's face had already reached campus heartthrob level. But right when his appearance hit 100, Chen Zhuo realized he had indeed undergone a dramatic transformation. As if an entire filter had been layered over his being, making him devastatingly handsome. His sword-like brows swept upward toward his temples, the brow bones prominent, yet never harsh, casting faint shadows into his eye sockets. His eyes were elongated with deep black irises framed by long, thick lashes that swept across his cheekbones when lowered and sparkled with clear brightness when raised, utterly free of any dullness. His nose bridge stood tall and straight with smooth contours along the mountain root, the rounded tip, softening the sharpness of his brow bone. Full lips with defined lines carried a natural pale pink hue, each subtle upturn at the corners revealing a delicate tenderness. The jawline was crisp and defined, extending from behind his ears to a pointed chin with clean lines that avoided any harshness. Porcelain white skin free of blemishes caught the warm light from the wash basin, revealing fine vellus hair that added softness without femininity. This was frankly more handsome than Daniel Wu. Truthfully, if Chen Zhuo were a woman, seeing this face would make anyone fall in love at first sight. Daddy isn't particularly handsome after all. It's Dudu who's cuter. Chen Zhuo said with a smile to Dudu. Hands are washed, time to go eat. When Chen Zhuo and Dudu arrived at the dining room, Bai Muxi had already set out the dishes and chopsticks. She was also taking out her phone to take pictures. The campus beauty even has her phone eat first before the meal. Chen Zhuo joked to Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi turned her head, just about to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat, as if blocked by something. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Zhuo with a slightly dazed expression. Though Bai Muxi had worked her way up to company management and held decision-making power at her core, she was still just a 23-year-old girl. When outside, she had to maintain an authoritative demeanor, which inevitably required feigning cold aloofness. After all, indifference could help someone solve 90% of their troubles. But at this very moment, she felt her heart skip a beat. What had happened to Chen Zhuo's face? When she first saw him, she had thought he was just an ordinary, unremarkable student. She had once wondered if she would really end up with him, and even have a daughter. But when they took their marriage photos, he had simply combed back the bangs of his bowl cut, completely transforming into someone unrecognizable. After he went to school later, when he returned, she noticed Chen Zhuo had switched to an American-style spiky haircut. His aura had changed once again. Truth be told, that was when her heart had started racing. But at this very moment, she felt utterly captivated by Chen Zhuo's appearance. How could this be described as ordinary? He was essentially a male Daji. Dudu naturally noticed her mommy's reaction and burst into laughter like silver bells ringing. Mommy, wake up quickly. You're drooling. Bai Muxi instinctively reached up to touch the corner of her mouth, only then realizing her daughter was teasing her. Her cheeks flushed red as she stammered. Mommy isn't doing anything, I'm just thinking about something. Mommy, stop denying it. You told me that Daddy is the handsomest man in the world. Did I say such a thing? Bai Muxi wore a puzzled expression. Whether her future self had said it or not, these were words from the depths of her heart. Chen Zhuo placed Dudu in her baby chair. All right, hurry up and eat before the food gets cold. Although the room had heating, it was still the depths of winter, so the food cooled down faster. Bai Muxi took her seat, but her gaze fixed on Chen Zhuo's face. Chen Zhuo, why do you look different every day? No, wait, every half day. It's just a new hairstyle and a washed face. Do I really look that different? While speaking, Chen Zhuo picked up a chicken wing for Dudu. Daddy, I want to. Dudu didn't have time to engage with them, instead holding up 2 fingers. Finish what's in your bowl first. By the way, did Daddy teach you how to eat? Huh? Do you need to be taught how to eat? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Dudu also looked confused. Were you taught? There are 3 rules for eating. First, you cannot talk while eating, and if you need to speak, you must finish what's in your mouth. Second, you cannot play while eating. Third, you cannot watch any electronic devices while eating. Dudu immediately nodded. Daddy already taught me this. Can I have the chicken wing now? You can. Chen Zhuo nodded. By the way, you shouldn't chew on one side only. Do you know about that? Dudu nodded again. I know. Is there a specific rule about that too? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Chen Zhuo nodded. If you only chew on one side it can cause facial asymmetry. After all, the frequently used side develops muscle, while the unused side atrophies, leading to an uneven face. Bai Muxi studied Chen Zhuo carefully, and was shocked to discover his face was perfectly symmetrical. At this thought she quickly pulled out her phone and opened the front camera. She soon sighed with relief. It was a good thing her own face was equally symmetrical, equally beautiful. Mommy, you can't play with your phone while eating. Dudu reminded her at that moment, having already swallowed the chicken wing. Bai Muxi suddenly felt embarrassed. She was always the one teaching her daughter, never expecting to be corrected by her. But Bai Muxi didn't get angry. Instead she put away her phone. You're right, Mommy was wrong. From now on Mommy won't use her phone while eating, okay? Dudu will supervise Mommy. Dudu. Mommy doesn't have time. Dudu immediately nodded. If Mommy doesn't eat the chicken wings soon, Dudu will finish them all by myself. Ding detected that Dudu is in a cheerful mood. Dad points 100. Dudu was savoring the cola chicken wings with delight. Meanwhile, a pleasant sound echoed in Chen Zhuo's mind. After a day of adjustment, he came to understand that the system rarely issued tasks. Most of the time, he needed to explore Dudu's needs. What needs could a 5-year-old little girl have? 1 beautiful clothes. 2 interesting toys. 3 delicious food. 4 fun places. Currently, Chen Zhuo could only think of these. Since Dudu had come to this world for the first time, she had no previous clothes, so he needed to replenish them. The Gucci clothes bought earlier had arrived today, but there was no nanny at home, so he had to do it himself, putting Dudu's clothes into the washing machine, washing them clean, and then drying them directly. Of course, at this moment Chen Zhuo no longer thought about those things. He also began to savor the delicious food. In his past life he could cook, but his skill level was merely edible. But now, eating the table full of dishes he had cooked himself, he felt an indescribable satisfaction. This is what people should eat. What was I eating in my past life? Chen Zhuo sighed with emotion as he ate. Bai Muxi usually didn't eat much at night, but today she made an exception. The shrimp were fresh, tender, and springy. The chicken wings had firm, succulent meat full of juice. Even the greens were unbelievably delicious. I can't eat anymore. Bai Muxi made up her mind after finishing the second chicken wing. But her hand treacherously picked up a piece of white, tender fish meat, dipped in a bit of soy sauce with a sliver of ginger, and put it into her mouth. The next second her body froze. Tender, smooth, fresh. Chen Zhuo, are you really from Zhongda University, not from New Oriental Cooking School? Bai Muxi stared at Chen Zhuo, voicing her doubt again. Your cooking skills are amazing. Just a poor child learning to fend for himself early. Chen Zhuo explained calmly. In his past life he could cook, but his skill was average. In this life, however, he had learned early, and his skill was quite good. Mainly because when he lived under someone else's roof, in order to gain the approval of his uncle and aunt, he would help whenever possible. Cooking, washing clothes, cleaning, tutoring his cousin. Almost everything. Unfortunately, his uncle's family didn't care for the original owner at all. After all, his uncle had his own son. Why would he dote on a nephew instead of his own son? Did they really think the real world was as absurd as a short drama where a father would neglect his own son and instead favor an adopted son with no blood relation? No matter how outstanding the adopted son, not being one's own flesh and blood is not being one's own. The more traditional Chinese people are, the more they value bloodline. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener takes it to heart. After hearing Chen Zhuo's words, Bai Muxi suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. For a moment her gaze toward Chen Zhuo became much gentler. Chen Zhuo, don't be sad. I will cherish you from now on. Huh? Chen Zhuo was stunned, obviously not understanding why Bai Muxi suddenly said that. Bai Muxi's pretty face flushed instantly, but this time she didn't avoid it. Instead, she said seriously, we've already gotten our marriage certificate. From now on, I am your family. I will take good care of you. Chen Zhuo still felt somewhat bewildered. Could the power of a single meal really be this strong? Dudu, who was eating, looked up at Bai Muxi and asked with wide eyes, Mommy, have you fallen in love with Daddy? Bai Muxi didn't know how to answer for a moment. Her mother had said that feeling sympathy for a man is the beginning of falling in love with him. After all, how could a truly insignificant man stir her emotions? Although she hadn't spent much time with Chen Zhuo, being with him felt good, comfortable, and natural. Especially since he seemed to have many skills besides being wealthy. He could write songs, sing well, and today his cooking was superb. Most importantly, the tenderness he showed when interacting with Dudu, that doting gaze to the extreme, seemed to contain endless love. Ask any woman in the world, who wouldn't want to be loved like that? Moreover, this man was exactly her type. To be honest, sometimes she even envied Dudu. So she wondered if she really dated Chen Zhuo and they got together, would that tenderness also fall upon her? Chen Zhuo was a bit taken aback by Dudu's random question, but he also wanted to know the answer, so he looked at Bai Muxi. He thought Bai Muxi would deny it. After all, they had only known each other for 2 days. How could one fall in love so quickly? However, Bai Muxi didn't deny it. Instead, she spoke. I'm not sure, but I hope we 3 can live happily together. We 3. Chen Zhuo was a bit surprised when he heard that phrase. But Dudu immediately nodded and chimed in. Dudu also wants to be happily together with Daddy and Mommy forever. Then both of them looked at Chen Zhuo as if waiting for his response. A smile spread across Chen Zhuo's face. Then let's be together properly. Yay, Dudu waved her arms excitedly. Dudu will never leave Daddy and Mommy. Chen Zhuo ruffled Dudu's hair. Alright, have you finished eating? If you're done, you need to help clean up the dishes. Then Dudu will help Daddy take the bowls to the kitchen. I'll take care of the dishes. Bai Muxi also stood up, taking on the task of washing the dishes. Although she had never washed dishes before, she had seen it done. It's just washing dishes, right? Simple and easy. Chen Zhuo asked Dudu to put the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen while he quickly cleared the dining table. Bai Muxi went into the kitchen and put on an apron. Chen Zhuo, can you help me tie the apron? Bai Muxi called out to him. Coming. Chen Zhuo finished clearing the table and when entering the kitchen put the plates into the sink. Only then did he wash his hands and tie the apron for Bai Muxi. Admittedly, Bai Muxi smelled fragrant and pleasant. Especially when they were closed, Chen Zhuo felt like taking a deep, indulgent breath. But that would be too abrupt. Have you ever washed dishes at home? Chen Zhuo asked as he tied the bow. Bai Muxi shook her head. No. But I can learn. I've always been a quick learner since childhood. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. It's easy to hire a nanny, Chen Zhuo said casually. In fact, his philosophy was that everyone has their own expertise. Since you're good at making money, just make more. Then use part of the money to hire a nanny, and that's it. Then I'll ask my mom to find someone for me tonight. I think that works. I'll tell my mom after I finish washing. Bai Muxi quickly made up her mind. Actually, she had imagined their married life as a family of 3 living together without outsiders. But when it came to actually doing housework, she hesitated. Oh well, it's more important to create a job opportunity and contribute to socialism. However, Bai Muxi didn't stop as she quickly began washing the dishes. To be fair, her movements were quite nimble. Chen Zhuo watched for a while and then left to find Dudu in the living room. After putting away the bowls, Dudu went to the living room to play with the Barbie doll bought that afternoon. Although she was only changing the doll's clothes, she was very enthusiastic. Dudu, don't you think you still have too few clothes? How about I take you to buy some new clothes while it's still early? Dudu has plenty of clothes, many haven't even been worn yet. But Daddy, you have so few clothes. How about we buy more for you? Dudu looked up and said seriously. Then let's shop together and it'll double as a post-meal stroll. A walk after dinner helps you live to 99. Chen Zhuo had seen a short video before saying that you shouldn't sit down immediately after a meal. If you insist on walking for 10 minutes, your body will increase calorie burn and make it harder to gain weight. Great. Then Dudu will get her bag. Dudu finished dressing the Barbie doll, then trotted into her bedroom. Ding detected that Dudu is in a cheerful mood. Dad points 100. That's another 200 dad points. By classmate, how long will it take? I plan to take Dudu to Tycoon Hui to pick out a few more sets of clothes from different brands. Chen Zhuo called out to the kitchen. Bai Muxi put down the bowl in her hand, came out, and said, don't call me by classmate anymore. Call me Muxi like my parents do. Muxi. Chen Zhuo didn't refuse. Then you can call me Xiao Zhe or Chen Zhuo. Xiao Zhe. Bai Muxi called out, give me 3 minutes. Luckily, there aren't many dishes. It was still a bit cold outside. The 3 of them dressed warmly, and then left home together for Tycoon Hui. For Chen Zhuo, now starting a company could wait, but there was no time to waste on cashing in on rebates. Whenever a good opportunity came, he had to spend like crazy. Back at Tycoon Hui again, but this time, they didn't go to Gucci, they chose Chanel. The same luxury brand, the same high prices. The only difference from last time was that previously both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi were picking clothes for Dudu. This time Chen Zhuo was still selecting for Dudu, but Bai Muxi focused on menswear. Anyone who has been to a Chanel boutique knows that the men's clothing here is very figure-flattering and the prices are exorbitant. A single jacket easily costs 5 figures, but their designs are truly classic and elegant. They can better accentuate a man's physique. When Chen Zhuo's appearance reached 100, what improved wasn't just his face, but also his figure and body proportions. 8-pack abs, V-line, and such were all standard. Most importantly, his body proportions were adjusted to the golden ratio, truly broad shoulders and a narrow waist. When Chen Zhuo came out of the fitting room wearing a full Chanel outfit, Bai Muxi and Dudu were stunned. The beautiful salesgirls nearby were so amazed they could hardly stand still. How can such a handsome man already be married with a child? As expected, good men are scarce resources, they never circulate in the market. If only I could spend a night with him. Whoa, those long legs are killing me. The salesgirls at Chanel were all above average in looks. Plus, working in such a place, they had seen all kinds of handsome men, so their standards were very high. But in this moment, their aesthetic tastes were unified. Chen Zhuo's looks could be said to have hit their sweet spot. Of course, this was also the terror of having a 100-point appearance. It subtly changes people's aesthetic perceptions. After the system's enhancement, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Chen Zhuo a top-tier incubus. Bai Muxi's heart was also fluttering. You look so handsome in this outfit. Dudu also nodded immediately. Of course, he's my daddy. My daddy is super handsome. Chen Zhuo also smiled. Then we'll take this set. Without a word, Bai Muxi took out her bank card from her pocket. Charge it. Why so eager? I'll pay for it all together later. No, from now on I'll buy all your clothes. Bai Muxi shook her head in refusal. You're my husband. Chen Zhuo was slightly surprised. Was this the world of the handsome? On the second day, the top campus belle had publicly declared him her husband. This outfit cost Bai Muxi 30,000, but she didn't even blink. Chen Zhuo for his part didn't hold back. He spent over 200,000 on Dudu at Chanel. When he walked out of Chanel, the system prompt sounded immediately. Ding detected that the host spent 224924 yuan on Dudu, triggering a 100-fold cashback. Ding bank account credited with 22492400 yuan. 22 million received. Spending money for cashback was indeed the fastest way to make money. Starting a business. Not in a hurry at all. Besides Chanel, Chen Zhuo took Dudu to Hermes and Louis Vuitton, spending another 1 million and 800 respectively. Inadvertently 1.8 million had turned into 180 million. Awesome. Chen Zhuo found that his balance had reached a staggering 2.3 billion. With this money, he could consider acquiring a company. Then the acquired company would design games specifically for his daughter. Making money was secondary. Making his daughter happy was the most important. Shopping brings joy. While shopping, Dudu quietly contributed 300 dad points. Casually, Chen Zhuo's dad points reached 500 again. He would wait until returning home at night to draw a lottery and see if there were any new rewards. However, after all this shopping, Dudu was already exhausted. On the way back, she directly fell asleep, lying on Bai Muxi's lap. Chen Zhuo was driving in front and took the initiative to start a conversation. Muxi, was your change today to play the role of a loving couple in front of Dudu. Bai Muxi looked up. No, I want to date you. Marriage first, love later. Yes. Bai Muxi nodded. After these 2 days of getting to know you, I think you're a very good person and you're so kind to Dudu. I believe if I really get together with you, you'll definitely treat me well too. Then aren't you afraid I'm just pretending? After all, we've only known each other for such a short time. But you voluntarily asked for a prenuptial property agreement before marriage. You're not after my money at all. Chen Zhuo laughed. So it's because of this that you want to date me? Not really. Bai Muxi shook her head. Actually, it's because you not only take meticulous care of Dudu, but you also get more and more handsome. I don't know if it's love is blind, but when you walked out of the fitting room in that Chanel suit today, I thought even top celebrities weren't as handsome as you. So you're attracted to me for my looks? Yes. Admitting that you're handsome is no trouble for me. Of course, I'm also good looking, right? Chen Zhuo said very frankly. Actually, the reason I decided to marry you is because of your face. Men naturally love money and beauty. That's normal, right? So it was love at first sight. Bai Muxi paused, then asked, the doubt lingering in her heart. Chen Zhuo shook his head. You're beautiful, but I don't believe in love at first sight. I'm more convinced that love grows over time. Love grows over time. Bai Muxi was momentarily stunned by Chen Zhao's words, then her pretty face flushed bright red. Oh no. How did she suddenly become a girl who understood everything instantly? Ahem. Bai Muxi coughed deliberately. So do you still have feelings for Jinwan? Why? Does this question matter to you? Yes, it matters a lot, Bai Muxi nodded. I don't want my boyfriend to have someone else in his heart. I think that's unfair to me. So in your mind, I'm already your boyfriend. To be precise, my lawful husband. Bai Muxi didn't beat around the bush. Her mother had taught her since childhood that when she truly met someone she liked, she should pursue them boldly. But before this, she had always been focused on establishing herself in the Bai group. Over the past 3 years, with her father's help and her exceptional business acumen, she had gradually become the company's vice president, fulfilling her work with remarkable success. So she simply hadn't had time to think about romance. In fact, if Dudu hadn't abruptly barged into her world, she would still be consumed by work. Dudu's appearance disrupted her rhythm, and at the same time, Chen Zhuo, who appeared alongside, caught her attention. After all, even a campus belle could hardly resist a man who was handsome, talented, and extremely wealthy. In truth, she had only ever encountered such men in novels. Of course, she had to thank Jinwan's mother, Miss Shu Tang. Shu Tang was an avid novel enthusiast, especially fond of the marriage first, love later genre. Whenever Shu Tang worried about her daughter's marriage, she would send Bai Muxi the novels she loved. To have common topics with her mother, Bai Muxi would read those novels during her breaks. As time passed, she couldn't help but fantasize about the marriage first, love later scenario. After all, women love to daydream. At first, Bai Muxi thought Chen Zhuo was just a nobody. But when Chen Zhuo casually spent 20 million yuan and gave Dudu a Rolls-Royce, she realized. This was the classic entrance of many domineering souls playing the fool while hiding his true power. Just like in the novels, the CEO might ride in a Rolls-Royce, but deliberately switch to a minivan for a blind date. Chen Zhuo was nothing like the rumors spread by his schoolmates. Thus, Chen Zhuo piqued Bai Muxi's interest. In the words of a domineering CEO, man, you've successfully caught my attention. The subsequent events completely overturned Bai Muxi's worldview. Not only was he not ugly, but a simple change of hairstyle multiplied his attractiveness several times over. And he lived in building no. 1 of Huiyue Tai, which was not for sale. This man was becoming more and more mysterious. Coupled with the subtle affection he showed for Dudu, Bai Muxi's heart was truly stirred. Chen Zhuo glanced at Bai Muxi through the rearview mirror, noticing the serious expression on her stunning face. He also put away his playful demeanor. To be honest, from the moment Jinwan rejected me, I completely gave up on her. Chen Zhao's expression was calm, but his words carried an unwavering tone. You probably know about my business at Zhongda this time, right? You mean the incident where you told Jinwan to get lost? It was no secret. Yes. Chen Zhuo nodded. That was my stance. From now on, Jin Wan and I will have no relationship beyond being classmates at the same university. So do you have any other romantic interests? How could I? If I had any, I wouldn't have spent 2.5 years chasing her. Chen Zhuo immediately denied it. What a coincidence. I don't have any romantic interests either. In fact, before you appeared, I had never been attracted to any man. So you're saying you're attracted to me? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile. Bai Muxi wasn't shy, but she quickly spoke up. Chen Zhuo, even though I like you. But, can you pursue me? I hope you'll court me formally. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to pursue you, or do you want me to be your lapdog like I was with Jin Wan? Bai Muxi immediately shook her head. No. I just want to experience what other girls do, gifts flowers. Is that okay? She seemed lacking in confidence as she spoke. Despite being a campus belle, she had zero romantic experience. The reason she had opened her heart to Chen Zhuo was the courage given by Shu Tang. A normal courtship is fine. Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. Then I'll start pursuing you from this moment. Perhaps it was fate. Just as Chen Zhuo finished speaking, they spotted a flower shop still open around the corner. He smoothly parked the car by the roadside, unbuckled his seatbelt, and said, "Wait a moment." Bai Muxi was startled, then looked out the window to see a flower shop, named A Little Flower Shop. Was he going to buy her flowers? What kind would he choose? Chen Zhuo walked to the shop entrance, glancing around. Though it was already 9:30 p.m., the flowers remained beautiful. Especially under the lights, they were a breathtaking sight. Sir, what kind of flowers would you like? The shop owner, an attractive middle-aged woman, glanced at the Rolls-Royce by the roadside, and her smile became even brighter than the flowers. I'll take 11 of these pink roses, please wrap them up. Chen Zhuo didn't hesitate. Of course he couldn't just buy for Bai Muxi. As his daughter, Dudu deserved a gift too. So Chen Zhuo scanned the shop again. Wrap up those pink carnations as well. These are for my daughter. Sure, any special packaging requirements? The pink roses are for my wife, and the pink carnations are for my daughter. Use your judgment. For the carnations, add some playful touches, something childlike. The beautiful shop owner's smile grew even more radiant. No problem, please wait a moment. Soon 2 assistants came to help. The pink roses were wrapped in light pink matte paper, complemented by white baby's breath, a perfect representation of the look of first love. The pink carnations were wrapped in off-white linen paper, tied with a pink ribbon and adorned with cartoon bees, exuding a playful charm. The shop owner's taste was truly impeccable. Would you like to write a card, sir? Chen Zhuo hesitated, then nodded. Staring at the card, Chen Zhuo began to ponder. This was his first time giving flowers, and he wanted it to be unforgettable for her. What words would leave an eternal impression? Soon he had an answer. He scribbled his thoughts onto the paper. Of course, today's focus was on Bai Muxi, so Chen Zhuo didn't write a note for Dudu. After all, she was too young to understand. Sir, the 2 bouquets total 1576 yuan. With a 20 discount, you only need to pay 1260. No need. My love never goes on sale. Chen Zhuo refused outright. Once the payment was completed, the system notification sounded. Ding. Detected host spending 1576 yuan for Dudu. 100-fold cashback in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've received 157600 yuan. A discount. Wouldn't that mean losing tens of thousands of yuan? From now on, if you try to give me a discount on anything I spend on Dudu, I'll break your legs. Chen Zhuo glanced at the 157600 cashback, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. He wondered if this was a glitch in the system. Every time he spent money, as long as Dudu was with him, he would get the cash back. Approaching the Rolls-Royce, Chen Zhuo opened the rear door and proactively handed her the pink roses. Muxi, as soon as I entered the flower shop, I was drawn to these pink roses. They seem to match you perfectly. I hope you like them. Thank you. Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo, reaching out her right hand to take the flowers, but her left shoulder was still supporting the sleeping Dudu, so she dared not move much. She lowered her voice. The flowers are beautiful. I love them. Chen Zhuo nodded. You are beautiful too, and I love you. Without waiting for her reaction, he directly closed the door. In truth, for today's young people, liking someone often starts with appearance. Chen Zhuo was attracted to Bai Muxi at first sight, and her heart fluttered for the same reason. Hearing Chen Zhuo's words, Bai Muxi's heart trembled slightly. This guy sure knew how to sweet talk. Chen Zhuo got into the driver's seat, placing the carnations on the passenger side. These are for Dudu. You won't be jealous, will you? Of course not. Bai Muxi immediately shook her head. You wrote a note. Yes, a few words from the heart. Bai Muxi felt a flicker of anticipation. You're not going to confess so soon, are you? Confessing right after starting to chase. Do you really think I'm that clueless? Chen Zhuo fastened his seatbelt. All right, hold on tight. We're off. The Rolls-Royce cruised again on the slightly congested road. It was undeniable that Yangqing's nights were still bustling. Everyone hurried toward their destinations, but Chen Zhuo's driving skills allowed him to navigate with ease. Bai Muxi slowly unfolded the card. On it was written, "From today on, I will be the first to wake you in the morning and the last to see you fall asleep at night." Seeing those words, Bai Muxi's heart skipped a beat and her cheeks flushed instantly. Hadn't Chen Zhuo watched her fall asleep last night? And this morning he was the first to see her awake. Although he hadn't woken her, The words were too real. Most of all, it was the implication. The first to wake her, and the last to see her sleep. Wasn't that what a husband did? Chen Zhuo, you must have scored very high in the Chinese exam in high school, right? Bai Muxi asked with a smile. Not bad, just 1 point above 140, Chen Zhuo replied calmly. In Yangqing, anyone who got into Zhongda University was a top student. A score of 141 in Chinese was exceptionally high. Yet Bai Muxi's eyes widened. Wow, so you were the top scorer in Chinese that year. Chen Zhuo drove the Rolls-Royce with one hand, eyes fixed ahead. A hero doesn't boast of past glories, it's all in the past. Then with your excellent Chinese, did you ever write love letters to Jean Wan? What if I said I did, would you be jealous? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile when she brought up Jean Wan again. By then the car had entered Huiyutai and arrived at the parking entrance. Chen Zhuo turned the steering wheel with one hand, his movements fluid and graceful. Bai Muxi took in the sight, momentarily stunned. Driving a Rolls-Royce with one hand. How cool. No, it's all in the past. Chen Zhuo didn't rush to answer. Instead, he smoothly parallel parked and stopped the car. Only then did he turn around from the front seat, meeting Bai Muxi's eyes directly. You weren't the first, but you will be the last. What kind of eyes were those? Eyes that looked at anyone with deep affection. Bai Muxi's heart fluttered wildly. She wondered why Jean Wan had rejected Chen Zhuo. This man was so outstanding with such deep eyes, and his sweet words were so moving. How could Jean Wan be so cruel? Of course she didn't care about others. At least at this moment her heart was stirred. Oh really? Bai Muxi's voice trembled slightly, her throat dry. Chen Zhuo curled his lips into a smile. Of course, after all, you're my legal wife. With that he got out of the car and walked to the back seat. Opening the rear door, Chen Zhuo leaned in to unbuckle Dudu's seatbelt, then said softly to Bai Muxi, I'll carry Dudu, you bring her flowers up. Dudu was sound asleep, a smile lingering on her lips, as if having a sweet dream. But as Chen Zhuo lifted her, she made a faint sound. Soon, however, she nestled against Chen Zhuo's shoulder. Bai Muxi watched his strong back and instinctively pulled out her phone to capture the moment. Just a silhouette, yet it radiated reliability. Back at home, Chen Zhuo asked Bai Muxi, should we give Dudu a bath, or let her sleep like this? Bai Muxi pointed to the bedroom. Put Dudu on the bed first, while asked the doctor. All right. As a rookie dad, this was indeed beyond his knowledge. But soon Bai Muxi came back whispering, the doctor said to let her keep sleeping. Let's go out together. Let's go. Chen Zhuo tucked her in and tiptoed out of the room. The room quickly returned to darkness, only the soft sound of Dudu's breathing. In the living room, they both sat down on the sofa. Bai Muxi, still admiring the pink roses, poured him a glass of water. You've worked hard. Have some water. Dudu is so light, I could carry you too without any problem. Chen Zhuo said casually after taking a sip. I won't let you carry me. Bai Muxi blushed. It's okay. One day you will. Chen Zhuo smiled. Do you have to work tomorrow? Bai Muxi nodded. Of course. Monday to Friday, regular hours plus occasional overtime on weekends. You know the current market. Competition is fierce. So how much do you earn a month? I'm the vice president of the company. My monthly salary is 500 plus project bonuses. About 10 million a year. Impressive. Only 21 and already earning 10 million a year. Chen Zhuo gave her a thumbs up. That income was top tier anywhere. Except for Douyin, of course. After all, on Douyin, people earning over 100 million a year are common. Actually, at least half of the reason I became VP is my father's help. But now he's getting older, and some uncles have other ideas. I'm not sure if I'll still be VP next year. Bai Muxi said wistfully. Seeing her troubled expression, Chen Zhuo suddenly said, why don't you leave Bai Corporation and start your own business? Start my own. Do you think entrepreneurship is that easy? Bai Muxi rolled her eyes. Have you heard the saying 9 out of 10 startups fail, and the 10th is worse than death, eh? Don't rush to refuse. I have a surefire idea, Chen Zhuo said with great certainty. As a time traveler, he had plenty of money-making ideas. For example, gaming companies, future AI algorithms, and many entertainment industries. Besides, he had a system, so he wasn't afraid of losing money at all. At worst, he could just buy more things for Dudu and earn daddy points. Is there still a guaranteed profitable business in this era? Bai Muxi looked thoroughly incredulous. The overall economic climate was bleak, and even in first-tier cities like Yangqing, finding employment was extraordinarily difficult. The average salary was remarkably high, yet there was a saying that the average height of Yao Ming and Pan Changjiang was 193 centimeters, though in reality Pan Changjiang stood only 160 centimeters tall. In Yangqing, the wealthy indulged in a life of luxury and revelry night after night, while the poor could only endure endless rented rooms and bowls of pork knuckle rice. Chen Zhuo offered a faint smile. To make money, you must focus on children and women. The story I shared with you last night perfectly caters to both. You mean the story about the rabbit police officer Judy? Bai Muxi paused, confused. But how does that make money? First, it can be published as a storybook. Second, it can be produced as an anime. Third, we can release merchandise and create collaborations. As previously mentioned, the cultural and entertainment industry in this world was rather underdeveloped. An animated film like Zootopia earned a staggering $1 billion globally with its first installment alone in his past life, and the sequel grossed an impressive 2 billion yuan in China within 7 days, yielding enormous profits. Of course, Chen Zhuo had his own selfish motives for pursuing this path. After all, Dudu had fallen in love with the story the moment she heard it yesterday, and how thrilled would she be if he could bring this tale to life. He could later produce Frozen Snow White and all manner of other animated features. The primary aim was to satisfy Dudu's wishes with the added benefit of generating revenue. Once an IP was established, countless commercial opportunities would unfold. Brand alliances, theme parks, and a myriad of profit-generating ventures, each more inventive than the last. In the future, Chen Zhuo could even emulate the Disney of his past life and build a premier amusement park. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Dudu could play in their very own amusement park? Bai Muxi listened intently to Chen Zhuo's words. In truth, her family's business centered on jewelry and real estate, but the real estate sector had suffered severe blows in recent years, forcing a shift of focus to the jewelry company. However, with the economic downturn, even the jewelry trade was struggling. As a young person, she yearned for the company to transform, yet the resistance was monumental beyond the reach of words. At the end of the day, they had grown accustomed to comfort. Though dividends dwindled each year, there was still something to be had. Moreover, having cultivated these two industries for decades, the board members felt deeply insecure about such a hasty pivot. But doesn't producing anime require substantial investment? Bai Muxi voiced her concern. Any problem that money can solve is not a problem. Chen Zhuo smiled faintly. In fact, the domestic anime industry has improved rapidly in recent years. What it lacks is quality works. Once our Zootopia is completed, we can even break into the European and American markets, earning money from foreigners. They needed to make money in China, but they also needed to earn from the world. Having been reborn, it was only reasonable to think bigger. This was precisely why Chen Zhuo had chosen not to share Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf or Boonie Bears with Dudu. Additionally, he had just watched Zootopia 2 before his transmigration, and to prepare for the theatrical release of the sequel, he rewatched the first installment. The humor was exceptional, leaving an indelible impression upon him. This anime can earn money from foreigners. Bai Muxi's eyes instantly brightened. Chinese kung fu conquered the world, and Chinese anime can do the same. In his past life, Chen Zhuo had come across a news story about a foreign addict who had somehow managed to kick his habit simply by becoming engrossed in reading novels. There was another successful case. The first Chinese AAA game, Black Myth Wukong, sold approximately 5 million copies overseas on Steam, accounting for 55.6% of its total sales. Great works could make tremendous money. Watching Chen Zhuo speak with such unwavering conviction, Bai Muxi's gaze shifted slightly. Where did his confidence come from? Yet his words carried an undeniable persuasiveness. But thinking of her own circumstances, Bai Muxi could only sigh. This matter is likely not so simple. I need to give it careful consideration. But I cannot wait indefinitely. I can give you at most 1 week. If no decision is made within that time, I will go to a recruitment agency instead. Money-making opportunities should not be delayed. Especially when Chen Zhuo's mind brimmed with countless ideas, he felt an irrepressible urge to act. Of course, making money was not the ultimate goal. The true objective was to make Dudu happy and earn dad points. Meanwhile, as a transmigrator, he felt it was his responsibility to spread the civilization of Earth. Let this culturally barren planet experience the allure of Earth. Bai Muxi drew a deep breath. So urgent. The Spring Festival is only a couple of weeks away in mid-February. Can't we wait until after the new year to hire? Everything is difficult at the beginning. I plan to first establish an investment company, then acquire several well-established domestic anime studios, and begin production on Zootopia after the new year. The poor have their own entrepreneurial methods, and the rich have their own approaches. Without concern for potential losses, directly acquiring an anime company would make success far more attainable. Of course, Zootopia was merely his practice piece. Once the team matured, he would bring forth Ne Zha, the greatest animated film from his past life. That was truly something belonging to the Chinese people. He was certain that by then Dudu would also fall in love with the mischievous young Neza. Bai Muxi's gaze toward Chen Zhuo changed once more. The more she interacted with Chen Zhuo, the more she sensed his extraordinary nature. Especially the light in his eyes, as if Zootopia were a guaranteed success. Noticing the shift in Bai Muxi's expression, Chen Zhuo waved his hand in front of her face. What's wrong? Are you falling for me? There are little stars in your eyes. Bai Muxi snapped back to reality, her lovely face flushing crimson in an instant. I'm going to take a bath. You should rest early too. But Chen Zhuo firmly grasped her hand and gently pulled her toward him. Bai Muxi's entire body leaned against Chen Zhuo's. Their eyes met, and in this moment the villa fell deathly silent. Their breathing gradually grew heavier, and the air turned thick with intimacy. This was Chen Zhuo's first time observing Bai Muxi so closely. Her skin was fair with a rosy undertone, delicate enough that it seemed it might yield moisture at the slightest pinch. From this proximity, her features were exquisitely refined, and her eyes carried a captivating allure. The usual coldness she displayed at school was absent, replaced by 3 parts alarm, 3 parts astonishment, and 4 parts anticipation. Yes, in Bai Muxi's eyes he saw longing. Is Chen Zhuo about to kiss me? Should I push him away? Just then Chen Zhuo slowly leaned his head closer. Chen Zhuo had deliberately withheld the kiss waiting. He waited for Bai Muxi to ponder, perhaps even to refuse. But she did not push him away. In the adult world, the absence of refusal is consent. And so, with her soft fragrance enveloping him, Chen Zhuo pressed his lips against her slightly cool lips. Soft and tender, glutinous and sweet, like biting into a cloud of cotton candy. Bai Muxi watched Chen Zhuo's face draw ever closer. Her heart was filled with nothing but tension, no resistance whatsoever. To be honest, she simply could not bring herself to reject that face. That face, absolutely breathtakingly handsome. Once Chen Zhuo's appearance score reached a perfect 100, everyone who laid eyes on him would instinctively amplify his virtues. This made Chen Zhuo a demonic tear super heartthrob. However, his kissing technique was rather clumsy, leaving Bai Muxi utterly stiff and unsure of what to do next. Only when she struggled for breath did Chen Zhuo finally release her. "You can breathe now," his slightly heavy voice murmured against Bai Muxi's ear. Bai Muxi's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly scrambled off, Chen Zhuo gasping for air. Observing the scene, a smile curled at the corners of Chen Zhuo's lips. "What was that, your first kiss?" Bai Muxi stole a glance at Chen Zhuo, yet still nodded. "Yeah. You don't seem to know how to kiss either. Could this be your first kiss too?" "What a coincidence, mine as well." Chen Zhuo's smile grew even brighter. He never expected to have stolen Bai Muxi's first kiss. If the students at the university town were to find out, how enviable that would make him. Of course Chen Zhuo was telling the truth. In fact, this was his first kiss in both his past and present lives. Though he was a giant in theory, since in his novels the female protagonist had long been kissed by the male lead under his keyboard until she was in seventh heaven, her body tingling. A smile also graced Bai Muxi's face. While the kisses happened, "I'm going to take a bath." This time she gave Chen Zhuo no chance to respond and darted straight into the guest room. Chen Zhuo occupied the master bedroom, the largest and most comfortable. Since Dudu was asleep and Bai Muxi worried about disturbing her, she had opted for the guest room instead. Yet once back in her room, Bai Muxi tossed and turned on her bed, her mind still fixated on that kiss from moments ago. Could I be acting too loose? Wouldn't Chen Zhuo think I'm a girl of easy virtue? But Chen Zhuo is truly captivating. At this thought, Bai Muxi simply could not fathom why Jin Wan would turn down such an extraordinary man. Or was money truly that important? Bai Muxi suddenly felt like thanking Jin Wan. If she hadn't rejected Chen Zhuo, even with Dudu's arrival, Chen Zhuo probably wouldn't have gotten together with her so swiftly. After returning to his room, Chen Zhuo immediately opened his system panel. Ever since obtaining dad points, he had unlocked the system all. There were quite a few purchasable items. Attributes, skills items, everything was available. The prices were not steep either. However, Chen Zhuo still loved the lottery. Only 100 dad points per draw, with prizes valued between 100 and 100 dad points. For characters, a guaranteed profit. Just like the driving skill he had drawn. Thanks to it, he dared to steer a Rolls-Royce with one hand. It wasn't that he feared scratching the car and spending a fortune on repairs, rather safety first was paramount when driving. The Rolls-Royce was enormous, and poor handling could easily result in hitting someone around a corner. By then, no matter how wealthy he was, he would inevitably attract trouble. Today's activities had yielded a total settlement of 600 dad points. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhuo continued drawing. He chose the premium draw, costing 500 dad points first. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill God of Musical Instruments. Reminder: with this skill, the host can effortlessly master any musical instrument at a concert hall level. The next instant, a flood of memories materialized in Chen Zhuo's mind. Piano, guitar, electric guitar, violoncello. At that moment, Chen Zhuo felt as though he alone could form an entire band. He bore a striking resemblance to Li Ronghao from his previous life. Those 500 dad points had been well spent. Previously, Dudu had mentioned wanting him to teach her piano, and she had appeared quite interested. In that case, securing top-tier piano skills had to be arranged as soon as possible. Whether she learned or not, this return on investment was his. He would seize it, and not even Jesus could stop him. With 100 points remaining, Chen Zhuo would not waste them. Continue with one basic lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained basic painting technique. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. How to describe this skill? Decent enough. Countless painting techniques soon flooded his mind. With this skill, he could teach Dudu to paint and simultaneously illustrate characters like Judy and other animals, helping reinforce her impressions. Of course, acquired skills could be improved. After obtaining the driving skill, Chen Zhuo noticed his experience bar advancing each time he drove. Glancing at the experience bar, it already read 15,100. Once it reached 100, he could upgrade a tier. If beginner level equated to 20 years of driving experience, what level would intermediate be? 40 years. Or would he be able to race cars? Yet the thought of street racing was merely a fleeting impulse. Having died once, he cherished his life all the more. He certainly did not want any accidents from reckless driving. After finishing his spending, Chen Zhuo exited the system space, and unconsciously Bai Muxi's blushing face surfaced in his thoughts. They had already kissed the very next day. Their relationship had advanced by a significant stride. From now on he must press his advantage and win her over as soon as possible. Perhaps blessed with the finest liver and kidneys, Chen Zhuo quickly sank into a deep slumber. In his previous life, he had a wretched habit. After showering he would lie in bed and compulsively scroll through his phone before sleeping. Being a lousy novelist meant no early morning classes. He often couldn't stop burning straight through the night. After all, staying up late wasn't kind to the phone, so why not pull an all-nighter? Especially once the short drama was released. Captivating short dramas kept pouring in, utterly irresistible. But not now. His dad points for the day had been entirely spent. He needed to rest early and spend quality time with Dudu tomorrow morning, making her feel her father's profound love. As long as he accumulated sufficient dad points, becoming an all-capable father was only a matter of time. Early the next morning, Chen Zhuo woke. After a night's rest, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Yet even overly vigorous kidneys could be problematic. Untouched and unrelieved, the blanket formed a monumental peak. Its height rivaled Mount Everest. No longer the shut-in fat nerd of his previous life. Refreshing. He wanted to shout ecstatically like Xiao Luo. But just as the sound began to form, it halted abruptly. Though the room's soundproofing was decent, he still worried about waking Dudu. After rising and finishing his wash, Chen Zhuo made his way to Dudu's adjacent room. Sleeping Dudu was serene, her skin tender and glowing, her face plump with youthful collagen, especially those cheeks. Chubby and extraordinarily adorable. He had to confess Dudu's genetics were truly outstanding. Once she grew up, she would undoubtedly match her mother in beauty, becoming a top-tier campus princess. Tightening Dudu's blanket, Chen Zhuo suddenly recalled the message he had written to Bai Muxi yesterday evening. He had sent her a good-night text before sleep, and she had replied. Should he go wake her up now? Knock, knock, knock. Acting on the impulse, Chen Zhuo knocked on her door. Bai Muxi's voice came from within. The door is unlocked, please come in. Come in. Where exactly? Did she realize that inviting a virile man into her room at dawn constituted a crime? Was she testing him with such a challenge? Which cadre could withstand such a trial? Phew. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath and pushed open the door. However, he didn't step inside, but said at the doorway, Cici, I'm here to wake you up. Am I? I just woke up. Bai Muxi buried her head in the quilt, her voice slightly trembling. In fact, she regretted saying come in right after she said it. What if he comes in and kisses me again? Should I refuse? But she was a bit reluctant to refuse. After all, they had already kissed last night. When she returned to her room last night, she felt her mind was in a daze. After all, Bai Muxi was just a girl in her early 20s, still full of curiosity about such matters. The thought that they were now legally married and whatever they did was lawful made her heart flutter with restlessness. Of course, all of this was because Chen Zhuo was too handsome. If it were the previous Chen Zhuo, she would certainly not be interested. Women are emotional creatures. And appearance is a very important factor in a woman's heart. However, just as she was struggling, she realized that Chen Zhuo hadn't come in. How did you sleep last night? Chen Zhuo's voice sounded again from the doorway. Because there was a corner at the door that blocked the view, Bai Muxi couldn't see Chen Zhuo. Slept very well. Won't he come in to see me? Bai Muxi felt inexplicably disappointed. She had just been thinking that she hadn't brushed her teeth, and if he wanted to kiss her, he would have to wait until she finished brushing. But now Chen Zhuo actually didn't come in. Her originally slightly cool cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of rosy glow. 3 parts shyness, 7 parts disappointment. That's good. I was worried you might be uncomfortable with the bed. By the way, go ahead and wash up. I'll make breakfast. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Whatever you make, I'll eat. All right. Chen Zhuo nodded. Then I'll go out first. When you're up, wake Dudu as well. I plan to take advantage of the morning free time to buy a piano for Dudu. Buy a piano? Do you know where to buy one? I'll look it up and find out. I happen to know a few places. I'll send them to you later. All right, thanks. After saying that, Chen Zhuo left the bedroom and went to the kitchen to busy himself. Ever since he acquired the culinary god skills, making breakfast was naturally a piece of cake. However, Chen Zhuo's main consideration was Dudu. After all, Dudu was a 5-year-old child right at the age of growth. After getting up, Bai Muxi put on some light makeup, and her looks instantly soared from a bare-faced 90 to 95. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she looked like a fairy descending to earth. Looking at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, Bai Muxi didn't go to find Dudu, but instead went to the kitchen. Her thought was that since she looked so good today, Chen Zhuo should be the first to see her. This is a woman adorning herself for the one who delights her. As soon as she entered, she saw Chen Zhuo busy in the kitchen. A faint sense of happiness welled up in her heart. Chen Zhuo was truly too versatile. Brother Zhuo, Bai Muxi's voice sounded at the kitchen door. Chen Zhuo turned around and was momentarily stunned. Bai Muxi truly lived up to her reputation as the top campus belle of Zhongda. Although she only wore light makeup, her facial features were delicate and three-dimensional, with long eyelashes and big eyes. Most importantly, she was looking at Chen Zhuo with an expectant expression. Although she didn't say anything further, her meaning was clear. Wow, your complexion is so good today, you're glowing all over. Chen Zhuo praised her immediately. Bai Muxi's face instantly beamed with a brilliant smile. I don't know why, but I slept exceptionally soundly last night. You're just in time. Help me taste the vegetable and lean meat porridge to see if it's salty enough. Chen Zhuo beckoned to her. Bai Muxi immediately walked into the kitchen. Chen Zhuo took a small bowl, scooped a spoonful, then picked up the spoon to scoop some. Phew. He blew on the porridge a couple of times to cool it down. Bai Muxi obediently stood beside Chen Zhuo, staring straight at the lean meat and vegetables in the bowl. Smelling the unique aroma, she subconsciously swallowed. It was just an ordinary bowl of porridge, but why did it smell so fragrant when Chen Zhuo made it? Seeing the spoon Chen Zhuo handed over, Bai Muxi's pretty face instantly flushed red. Isn't this the kind of feeding between lovers? How could his movements be so natural? Does he already consider me his girlfriend? However, soon Bai Muxi had no time to think. The aroma of the vegetable and lean meat porridge burst in her mouth. The lean meat had an excellent texture, and the vegetables were sweet and refreshing. Delicious. Bai Muxi gave a thumbs up. It's often said that to conquer a man's heart you must first conquer his stomach. The reverse is also true. Bai Muxi's eyes were already sparkling with admiration as she looked at Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo, on the other hand, noticed the moisture at the corner of her mouth. He put the spoon in the bowl and reached out to gently wipe it. Bai Muxi's figure instantly froze motionless. This was too intimate, wasn't it? Not too salty, right? Chen Zhuo asked casually. Not salty, especially delicious. Try another sip. Chen Zhuo scooped another spoonful for her. Bai Muxi didn't refuse. But just as she was savoring it, Chen Zhao's voice sounded. It's my turn to taste. As he spoke, he placed the bowl in his hand on the counter. Taking a step forward, he directly reached out and pulled Bai Muxi into his arms. Bai Muxi hadn't even reacted yet. Chen Zhuo kissed her. If yesterday was a clumsy collision, today it turned into lingering tenderness. Bai Muxi let out a startled cry, immediately feeling her defenses breached. With eyes full of shock, Bai Muxi never expected that this was how he would test the saltiness. Her hands were placed on Chen Zhao's chest, wanting to push him away. But her strength was pitifully weak. Chen Zhuo directly grabbed her delicate hand with his left hand and also released his head from Bai Muxi. After I went back to my room last night, I did some online learning. How do you feel? Bai Muxi's heart raced like a deer in headlights. What should she say? It was much better than yesterday's experience. But how could she, a girl who had never been in love, not even held a man's hand, say it out loud? I don't know. I have to go wake Dudu. Bai Muxi blushed, not daring to look at Chen Zhuo. No rush. Kids need more sleep to grow taller. Let's try again. Chen Zhao's voice sounded in Bai Muxi's ear. The warm breath from his words made her whole body tense. But Chen Zhuo didn't give her time to think. He reached out, gently adjusted her cheek, and kissed her again. Bai Muxi's mouth still had the fresh scent of toothpaste sweet. However, just as their bodies were pressed together, Dudu's door opened. Dudu walked into the kitchen with bare feet. Dudu, who was still a bit drowsy, instantly became wide awake. Daddy, Mommy, you've made up. Dudu's delighted voice rang out, her big eyes staring straight at the two, tightly embracing. Bai Muxi immediately snapped back to reality. Chen Zhuo also averted his gaze, looking at Dudu. Dudu, you picked the worst time to wake up. Chen Zhuo released Bai Muxi and said to Dudu, Daddy is pursuing Mommy. Do you want to help Daddy, Dudu? Yes. Dudu immediately nodded. Mommy, you told Dudu that a girl can only kiss the man she loves. So tell me, have you fallen in love with Daddy? Bai Muxi's face was still flushed, but hearing Dudu's words, she turned around and said, Mommy does like your daddy, but we're not officially together yet. Did you brush your teeth? Mommy will take you to brush your teeth. Dudu has already brushed her teeth. Dudu immediately said, but I want a pretty braid. Can Daddy help Dudu? Huh, why not let Mommy help you? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Because Daddy always did it for Dudu before. Mommy has to work and doesn't have time to take care of Dudu. Chen Zhuo frowned slightly. So Bai Muxi was a workaholic. But not even having time to braid Dudu's hair. That couldn't be, could it? At that moment, Bai Muxi spoke. From now on, let Mommy braid your hair, okay? She didn't know about Dudu's past experiences. But now she was reflecting. Was work more important than her own daughter? Absolutely not. Just then Bai Muxi's phone rang. It was 8 in the morning, and the do not disturb mode had automatically turned off. Let me take this call first, then I'll braid your hair, okay? Dudu nodded. Bai Muxi walked into the bedroom. Dudu looked up at Chen Zhuo. Daddy, Mommy must have something to do. You'll have to braid my hair. But I don't know how. I've never done it before. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Then Daddy should learn quickly. Daddy learns things the fastest. Chen Zhuo looked puzzled. All right, let's go to your room. They sat in front of the dressing table. Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone and started searching for videos. He didn't immediately start practicing. Instead, he took out 3 strings and studied carefully. But soon he realized something. Why not just buy the skill from the system? Why bother practicing hard? But then he remembered. He had spent all his daddy points last night. No points left. His mind racing, Chen Zhuo shifted his gaze to Dudu. Dudu, did you see Daddy and Mommy kissing just now? Dudu immediately nodded and whispered, Daddy, are you and Mommy together now? Aren't Daddy and Mommy always together? Chen Zhuo replied with a smile. It's different. I mean, Daddy and Mommy didn't argue. You're really together. Clearly, as a 5-year-old girl, it was hard for her to express herself. But Chen Zhuo understood what she meant. Seeing her eager and curious gaze, Chen Zhuo nodded. You guessed it. Daddy and Mommy are truly a couple now. Wow. Dudu is so happy. Ding. Detected Dudu's joyful mood. Daddy points 500. Hearing the system notification, Chen Zhuo was stunned. Another 500 just like that. Last time she gave him that many was when she found out they had gotten married. It seemed that his good relationship with Bai Muxi made her especially happy. System by the hair braiding skill. Direct purchase of the specified skill requires a minimum of 200 daddy points. Buy. Ding. Host spent 200 daddy points to purchase basic hair braiding skill. Instantly, many hair braiding techniques flooded Chen Zhuo's mind. Not only could he braid a little girl's hair, but he could even do dreadlocks for a black person. Dudu, pick one. Daddy can do them all. Chen Zhuo pulled up a picture from the internet showing various braids. Dudu hesitated for a moment and chose the high ponytail with a twist. Besides being a high ponytail, the end of the hair was braided like a twist. Daddy, are you going to challenge something so difficult on your first try? Difficult. Piece of cake. Chen Zhuo set down the hair ties and small accessories, then sat behind Dudu. If it hurts, tell me. Chen Zhuo reminded her. Meanwhile, in the next room, Bai Muxi was frowning deeply. The past 2 days had been fairly calm, but just now her phone had exploded. Not only that, even her father Bai Yuchuan and mother Shu Tang had called her separately. But she didn't have the habit of checking her phone in the morning, so she hadn't noticed. When she answered her mother's call, she learned that her parents were already on their way. Taking advantage of the moment, she opened the trending topics. The top trending topic was Zhongda campus belle gave birth at 16. The discussions had been confined to the campus in the past 2 days. But early yesterday morning, a flood of information about Bai Muxi appeared. First came many beautiful photos, then her personal details, and finally pictures of Bai Muxi with Chen Zhuo and Dudu from the past few days. There was even a paternity test report for her and Dudu online. That was irrefutable evidence. Is it moral decay or human distortion? Zhongda's top cold beauty had a daughter at 15. Cold on the surface, sordid in private. 21-year-old Bai Muxi has a 5-year-old daughter. Bai group heiress's persona collapses from elite campus belle to a promiscuous slut. Bai Muxi's identity had been exposed, and the headlines were unbearable. Even Dudu and Chen Zhuo were doxxed. Netizens began seeing this news on various unhealthy websites. For a moment, everyone was curious. Gossip is human nature, men and women alike. They were curious about Bai Muxi, but even more curious about who this Chen Zhuo was. In the university town, Bai Muxi was renowned for her beauty. Chen Zhuo, on the other hand, was infamous as a notorious simp. A lofty fairy actually having a daughter with an ultimate simp. This was beyond absurd. The most terrifying part was that, judging by the photos of them coming and going together, their relationship seemed pretty good. Chen Zhuo, of course, had no idea what was happening. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Dudu's exclamation echoed in the room. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding. Detected Dudu's joyful mood. Daddy points 100. Ding. Detected Dudu's joyful mood. Daddy points 100. Ding. Hair braiding skill EXP1. A series of notifications rang out. The 200 daddy points he had spent were regained. Dudu admired herself in the mirror. Daddy, I knew you were the best daddy in the world. She wrapped her arms around Chen Zhuo's neck and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Chen Zhuo broke into a radiant smile. Come on, let's show Mommy how pretty it is. Chen Zhuo took Dudu's hand and walked to the next room. Before entering, Dudu called out, Mommy, Daddy made me a super pretty hairstyle. She ran into the room with Chen Zhuo following behind. But soon Chen Zhuo sensed something was wrong. Bai Muxi was sitting at her desk clicking the mouse, but her expression was grim, even ugly. Hearing Dudu's words, Bai Muxi forced a smile that was uglier than tears. It's pretty. What's wrong? Chen Zhuo noticed the anomaly and asked. Bai Muxi let go of the mouse. Dudu, go eat breakfast outside first, okay? Mommy needs to talk to Daddy. Okay. Dudu obediently nodded and left the room. Bai Muxi motioned Chen Zhuo to come beside her. Look at these messages. Chen Zhuo's eyes fell on the screen, and his expression shifted from calm to ashen. Someone had made a move, and when they did, they went straight for the kill. Chen Zhuo furrowed his brow the moment he saw this message. It was obvious that Bai Muxi was being framed. Moreover, from the leaked content, it was clear that this was an organized and premeditated conspiracy. Bai Muxi's expression turned serious as she looked at Chen Zhuo and asked in a low voice, Xiao Zhao, what should we do now? Of course we must defend ourselves with the law. Chen Zhuo replied without hesitation. He had always wanted to complain when watching short dramas before. Didn't the short drama world have laws? No police. When encountering online bullying, shouldn't the first thing be to contact the police and a lawyer? Why call the police? Because online bullying involves civil liability, administrative liability, and criminal liability, especially when it reaches serious circumstances such as rumor forwarded over 500 times, or victim commits suicide. Criminal private prosecution, insult, or defamation can be initiated. No matter what world, one must protect oneself with legal weapons. But so many people are forwarding and discussing online. How do we safeguard our rights? Of course, leave professional matters to professionals. Chen Zhuo said without thinking. As a business owner, you should know which law firms are powerful, right? Give me their contact info. What do you want to do? Naturally, I want to find people to sue them. A cold gleam flashed across Chen Zhuo's face. Many netizens just love to watch the excitement without caring about the consequences, and some marketing accounts go to any lengths for popularity. Since that's the case, we'll send lawyer letters to all of them. Sue everyone. Yes. Chen Zhuo nodded. But I'd rather find the mastermind behind this. I want to know who hates me so much that they spread my story across the entire country. Bai Muxi said with a serious expression. Then we'll have to use some special methods. Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment, then mentally asked the system. How can I catch the mastermind? Warm tip: the host only needs to possess top-tier hacking skills to solve it easily. I'll buy it right now. Chen Zhuo said resolutely in his mind. Top-tier hacking skills cost 1000 dad points. The host currently has only 500 dad points. Given that the host is enraged for the sake of his beloved, the system has activated a discount function. Deduct 500 dad points from the host. Do you agree? Was the system this humanized? Awesome. Agreed. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained top-tier hacking skills. Instantly, Chen Zhuo felt a flood of information surge into his mind. Bai Muxi, of course, had no idea what Chen Zhuo was thinking. Hearing him mention using special methods, she too began racking her brain for a solution. To be honest, she did know some hackers with impressive skills, but their fees were rather steep. But before that, she still wanted to discuss it with her father. It would only take a few minutes for her father to come over from Ursha Island. Soon Chen Zhuo's phone rang. It was a call from the property management office. It's my parents-in-law. From now on, just let them in directly, Chen Zhuo said to the security guard at the gate. The guard immediately acknowledged, then escorted by Yu Chuan and Shu Tang into the community. What high-end residential areas sell isn't just location, but also service. In fact, they even offered 24-hour concierge service, but Chen Zhuo had declined it himself. It was like going out for hot pot. Every time he ate at Heideleo, he felt a bit uncomfortable because the service staff were just too enthusiastic. Of course, some people love going to Heideleo precisely for the meticulous service. Chen Zhuo hung up the phone and looked at Bai Muxi. Call the best law firm in Yangqing directly. No matter how much it costs, help me bring these cyber bullies to justice. Also get up. I need to use your computer. You're not planning to trace the IPs yourself, are you? Bai Muxi immediately caught on, her eyes wide. Have you forgotten what my major was? Chen Zhuo's lips curved into a smirk. My hacking skills are top-notch. Bai Muxi looked at the confident Chen Zhuo, hesitated briefly, then gave up her seat. Although she hadn't known Chen Zhuo for long, he always managed to surprise her. He couldn't even afford to eat at school, yet in the blink of an eye he could spend 20 million on a Rolls-Royce and a top-tier penthouse in building one of Huiwetai. Later, when she got to know him, his cooking was also incredibly delicious, on par with the premium private chefs she had dined with before. On top of that, he could create his own stories and write songs. Just like Dudu said, he was omnipotent like a superhero. Chen Zhuo said no more, and his fingers began to dance rapidly across the computer screen. Step 1. Trace the digital footprints. The IP addresses of the cyberbullies wouldn't be directly visible in the public content, but they would leave traces in the network requests made when the content was posted. Finding the first poster was also easy, just sort by time. Step 2. Pinpoint the location. Chen Zhuo immediately entered a state of meticulous analysis. Soon he locked onto a company in Pazhou. After about 3 minutes, Chen Zhuo looked up at Bai Muxi. Press here. What's wrong? Bai Muxi stared at the screen full of code, bewildered. Just press it, and you'll know, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Bai Muxi hesitated, but obediently clicked confirm. A progress bar appeared on the screen. It moved incredibly fast, jumping from 0 to 55 in an instant, then reaching 100 in the blink of an eye. Soon a camera feed appeared on the screen. It was an office surveillance camera, and the footage was remarkably clear. Bai Muxi stared at the image. What is this? It's their company's surveillance camera. Bai Muxi spotted a familiar face among the group. Zoom in right there. Chen Zhuo immediately enlarged the image. Bai Muxi's dark pupils contracted, and she said tremblingly, "This is Assistant Xin. You know him?" Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi in surprise. Then the truth is clear. Xin Ziliang, Assistant Xin, is my uncle's right-hand man. He's been with my uncle for 10 years, his trusted aide. Bai Muxi's eyes blazed with fury as she spoke through gritted teeth. Chen Zhuo nodded. So it's your uncle causing you trouble. As he spoke, his hands continued to fly across the keyboard. Soon an IP address and a specific physical address appeared on the screen. This is where they spread the rumors and slandered you. Chen Zhuo pointed at the screen. How did you find them so quickly? Are your hacking skills really that impressive? Just a little bit. As everyone knows, a little bit surpasses everything. Ding dong. Just then the doorbell rang. My parents are here. I'll get the door. Bai Muxi pulled out her phone, took a photo of the address, and also captured Assistant Xion's face before running out of the room. Chen Zhuo leisurely picked up the laptop and carried it to the living room. Grandpa, Grandma. Dudu, who had been eating breakfast in the dining room, called out sweetly when she saw Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang enter. Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang had been wearing grim expressions, but they immediately broke into smiles at Dudu's voice. Good morning, Dudu. Bai Yuchuan's voice turned soft and affectionate. Shu Tang also beamed. Dudu is having breakfast, is it? Who made it? Is it delicious? Dudu nodded eagerly. Daddy made vegetable and lean meat congee and egg pancakes. They're super yummy. Don't forget to eat your vegetables too. Chen Zhuo reminded her promptly. Bai Muxi then spoke up. Dudu, go finish your breakfast first. Mom and Dad have something to discuss with Grandpa and Grandma. Okay, but hurry up and finish your talk, then come join Dudu for breakfast. Dudu flashed a sweet smile before running back to the dining room. Dudu is so adorable, Shu Tang exclaimed sincerely. Bai Yuchuan, however, didn't dwell on that, and looked at Bai Muxi. Have you seen the news online? Yes, I've seen it. Shu Tang snapped back to reality and stepped forward, taking Bai Muxi's hand. Muxi, don't look at those news stories online. They're all lies made up by bad people trying to hurt you. But don't worry, your father has already contacted network security experts. They'll find the rumor mongers as soon as possible and bring them to justice. Bai Yuchuan nodded. I spent 10 million to hire them, but they said the first poster was very cunning, using many tricks, so it'll take some time to sort it out. Very cunning. Dad, are you sure you weren't scammed? Impossible. I hired the Red Wolf digital security team. They're one of the top tech teams in China. Bai Muxi naturally knew about the Red Wolf team her father mentioned. They had represented China in the international cybersecurity competition before, so hiring them would be extremely expensive. But Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo, who was carrying the laptop out of the room. But Xiao Zhao has already found the mastermind. What did you say? Bai Yuchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he had misheard. The Red Wolf digital security team had taken the job half an hour ago and had been investigating ever since. But when they contacted him just now, they said the perpetrator was very skillful. Chen Zhuo has already found the mastermind. He even hacked into their office's surveillance camera and took a photo of the culprit. Knowing her father wouldn't believe it, Bai Muxi pulled out her phone and showed him the photo. Bai Yuchuan immediately recognized Xian Ziliang, and his eyes narrowed. So it was the second brother who ordered this, eh? Bai Muxi nodded solemnly. Uncle has always had his eyes on the position of president. In a little over a month, it'll be the new year and the election will be held again. Uncle is trying to drag us down. Bai Yuchuan glanced at Shu Tang. Shu Tang suddenly remembered something. You said Xiao Zhao found this out. He has such impressive computer skills. Chen Zhuo sat nearby, having said nothing beyond greeting them when they arrived. Only when everyone's attention turned to him did Chen Zhuo speak. Actually, my college major was computer science. Game development is just a hobby. Network security is my main focus. That explanation made sense. No wonder his computer skills were so formidable. But Bai Yuchuan's gaze toward Chen Zhuo held a hint of something else. Shu Tang might not understand, but he certainly did. After all, Bai Yuchuan spent tens of millions on network security every year. Yet, even the Red Wolf team couldn't track down the culprit in such a short time, but Chen Zhuo had done it. What did that mean? It meant Chen Zhuo's skills were on par with, or even surpassed, the Red Wolf team. And Red Wolf was a team with 6 core members. This kid was too impressive. Bai Yuchuan clearly intended to test Chen Zhuo. So what do you propose we do now? Chen Zhuo immediately gave his answer. First, call the police. Second, find a lawyer. Not only should the people in the real world be caught and sent to prison, but those spreading rumors online must also be apprehended. When stating his plan, Chen Zhuo was clear and logical, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. He exuded the demeanor of a general. Bai Yuchuan nodded repeatedly as he listened. I'll contact the lawyer. Red Wolf can secure the evidence online. Leave the rest to me. Bai Yuchuan, after all, was a seasoned fox who had navigated the business world for years, acting with decisive efficiency. What about second uncle? Since he's dared to reach out to my daughter, I won't let him off easy. Bai Yuchuan said coldly. With that, Bai Yuchuan picked up the phone. Shu Tang pointed toward the kitchen. Leave the rest to old Chuan. Let's go have breakfast. We rushed through the morning dealing with your matters and haven't eaten yet. I made extra. Annie, would you like some porridge? I'll get it for you. Chen Zhuo stood up with a smile. Great. I've been craving it ever since Dudu mentioned it. Shu Tang immediately nodded with a warm smile. Muxi, would you like some porridge? Yes, I'll have a bowl too. All right. Chen Zhuo headed toward the kitchen. Bai Muxi stole a glance at him, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. She called you Muxi. Is this? Shu Tang was quick to catch the subtleties, staring at her daughter with a suspicious look. A mother knows her daughter best. The slight change in her expression was enough for Shu Tang to sense something. Bai Muxi wrapped her arm around her mother's, leaning close to whisper in her ear, Mom, I'm planning to date Chen Zhuo. Really? Shu Tang's eyes lit up. So my ship is about to set sail? We're not together yet. It's just, I think he's handsome and kind, and he's Dudu's biological father. I want to try dating him. This is great progress. Shu Tang beamed with joy. Your mother has been through this. If you truly like someone, don't hesitate. In today's world, good women are rare, but good men are even rarer. With Chen Zhao's looks, if you miss this chance, it's gone. Mom, didn't you always say we shouldn't judge by appearance? That's different. After getting to know him, seeing how he treats Dudu, I'm sure he'll never treat you badly. Shu Tang said with certainty. Bai Muxi nodded. In the dining room, Chen Zhuo brought out 3 bowls of porridge. Shu Tang and Bai Muxi sat down and began to enjoy the meal without any pretense. For breakfast, besides the porridge, Chen Zhuo had made 3 egg pancakes and a plate of greens. He also prepared a small dish of nuts. Everything was arranged according to nutritional guidelines, suitable for a 5-year-old to grow taller. Chen Zhuo didn't want Dudu to be too tall, but with each generation better nutrition means taller children. If a girl isn't at least 160 centimeters, she'd be considered short among her peers. Not outstanding, but not lagging behind either. As a native of Yangcheng and the boss of a listed company, Bai Muxi had considerable influence. He immediately notified the Public Security Bureau surrounding the Pazho network company that Chen Zhuo had identified. Not only did they apprehend the suspects, but they also seized several computers which were key evidence. The online situation was also handled. The Yangcheng Classic law firm received a major assignment early in the morning. The boss ordered everyone to drop their current work and resolve the crisis as quickly as possible. Of course, the main focus was on removing trending topics from Weibo and Douyin. Reports were filed, accounts were banned. The police also cooperated actively, and under Bai Muxi's pressure, they quickly issued a statement. At this moment, the system exerted its power. It forcibly assigned a reasonable identity to Dudu. She was a child from an orphanage, and Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi had merely adopted her. With legal and proper adoption procedures, Dudu became their foster daughter. As for the previous DNA test report, the system simply erased it, as if it had never existed. Their visit to the hospital was just for a routine physical checkup. While Chen Zhuo was having breakfast, the system briefly explained the situation to him. After all, Dudu's time travel was hard to explain. This arrangement was the best solution. Undeniably, the system's power was formidable. After resolving the issues, Bai Muxi returned to the dining room. The atmosphere was peaceful with no sign of the frantic worry they had been in just minutes ago. Xu Tang showered praise on Chen Zhuo's breakfast. Chen Zhuo, this porridge is absolutely amazing. It's even better than many time-honored brands. And this egg pancake, so delicious. Bai Muxi didn't say much, but she picked up some greens for Dudu. Daddy said we have to eat our greens. Dudu immediately put the greens in her mouth, chewed for a while, and after swallowing said, there are also veggies in the porridge. Dudu loves Daddy's cooking. She then picked up another piece. Xu Tang chuckled and looked at Bai Muxi. You're scolding Dudu, but you're the one who hates greens the most. Come on, your turn. She put a piece of greens on Bai Muxi's plate. Bai Muxi's face fell, but when she saw Chen Zhuo looking at her, Bai Muxi picked it up and put it in her mouth. She had always thought greens tasted bad and had a poor texture, but now she felt something different. Who said greens weren't delicious? These greens were amazing. After finishing, Bai Muxi took 2 more helpings on her own. Oh, looks like our Muxi has changed. She's eating greens. Xu Tang said with a smile. I never knew greens could taste this good. Bai Muxi exclaimed happily. Bai Muxi saw this and walked over. I remember when you were in school, we had to reward you with 100 yuan just to eat a plate of greens. Turns out you don't dislike greens. You only like the ones Chen Zhuo makes. A daughter is hard to keep. Xu Tang laughed. All right, stop being sour. I'll get you some porridge. Chen Zhuo's cooking really is something. Bai Muxi looked skeptical. It's just simple lean pork and greens porridge. Can it really be that special? At that moment, Dudu picked up her bowl and licked the bottom. Grandpa, you'll know once you try. Daddy's porridge is super delicious. She licked her lips adorably. Bai Muxi still looked unimpressed. Until Xu Tang placed the bowl in front of him. He picked up his spoon, took a scoop, and brought it to his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, fireworks exploded on his taste buds. If this were an anime world, Bai Muxi felt his clothes might burst open. The silky smooth porridge had been boiled until the rice oil emerged, melting on the tongue like a warm soft cloud. As it slid down his throat, warmth rushed through his limbs and straight to the crown of his head. The tender lean meat was cooked until it was soft but still retained its texture, each fiber soaked in the rich broth. It was unbelievably delicious. As a native of Yangcheng and a major boss, he had tasted every kind of delicacy. But this simple bowl of porridge brought back the taste of his childhood. He remembered looking forward to Chinese New Year the most. Every New Year's morning his mother would cook a big pot of lean pork and greens porridge. Back then there was little meat and plenty of greens, but each bite warmed his body and his heart. After his mother passed away when he was 40, he never tasted that flavor again. But now he had finally rediscovered it. This was not just porridge. It was a sublime feast that healed the soul. Yet when he thought of how his own younger brother had plotted behind his back for the position of CEO, even reaching out to his daughter, the warmth turned to ice. He had only taken care of his brother out of respect for his mother's wishes. But now, it was time to show them who truly controlled the Bai group. The whole family enjoyed a harmonious breakfast together. Bai Muxi wasn't satisfied with just one bowl and had another serving. The egg pancakes and green vegetables on the table were all cleared away, truly achieving a clean plate campaign. Moreover, the household rules remained unchanged despite the arrival of Bai Muxi and Xu Tang. Chen Zhuo was responsible for cooking while Bai Muxi handled the dishes. However, it was evident that Bai Muxi cherished her hands and wore gloves while washing dishes. Xu Tang noticed her volunteering for the task and didn't stop her. Instead, a look of gratification crossed her face. What does married life rely on? Tolerance and dedication. It's like chopsticks. They must be of equal length to work properly together. If one were longer than the other, they'd be cumbersome to hold and would require extra force to pick things up. Chen Zhuo brought Dudu into the living room and said, "Dudu, go play with your toys for a bit. Baba has something to take care of first. I'll keep you company later, okay?" "Okay." Dudu is the best. Though still young, Dudu was quick-witted. From her parents' unusual behavior, it was clear that trouble had struck at home. Since she couldn't help, she decided to look after herself and not worry her parents. Chen Zhuo sat down at the computer and immediately began working. The internet had exposed not only Bai Muxi, but also photos of him and Dudu. His own photos weren't much of a concern. His real worry was Dudu going viral across the entire web. At that moment, Chen Zhuo's technical skills proved decisive. All posts containing Zhongda Campus Belle or Bai Muxi were instantaneously removed. Not only that, but all the photos within those posts were completely deleted as well. Major platforms moved quickly, some removing trending topics, while others erased related content without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo personally contacted the classic law firm and proposed a 30 million yuan cooperation plan. This time he was determined to make the rumor-mongers pay. Anyone who hurt Dudu would face consequences. Of course, to make netizens truly forget about this, he needed to create a new headline. This was no challenge for Chen Zhuo. He found news about several celebrities evading taxes in a gossip photographer group chat and published it online. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted. Only after finishing all this did Chen Zhuo let out a long breath. Done, clocked out. The remaining matters would be handled by Bai Yuchuan. Bai Yuchuan also advised Bai Muxi not to return to the company today. He was planning to go back himself and settle things with his younger brother. Bai Muxi hesitated at this. But just then Chen Zhuo, who had been typing away, spoke up. "Uncle Bai, why not use this opportunity to have Muxi strike out on her own? Go independent." Bai Yuchuan looked at Chen Zhuo in surprise. Chen Zhuo nodded. "Yes, I want to establish an animation studio for Dudu. We're short of a CEO to handle daily operations, and I think Muxi would be perfect. Start a company for Dudu. An animation studio." "Uncle Bai, please listen. While the Bai Group is well known in Yangqing, its internal management is chaotic. Now they're targeting Muxi, dragging me and Dudu into this as well. This will surely harm us. I don't doubt you can seek justice for us and bring the wrongdoers to book, but the damage is already done. Even so, if Muxi returns to the Bai Group, she'll still face various constraints that hinder her from fully displaying her abilities. Why not use this chance to establish our own enterprise and shift our focus to emerging industries? Perhaps China's animation industry isn't well developed yet, but Japan's neighboring success demonstrates this is a massive market. As long as we deliver outstanding technology and compelling stories spreading across China, and even globally, wouldn't be impossible." In his previous life, Japanese manga like Naruto, Dragon Ball, and One Piece achieved worldwide bestseller status with enormous cultural influence. In this world, Japan similarly possessed exceptional anime culture. Conversely, China's animation industry had been suppressed by Japanese animation and failed to develop. Now that Chen Zhuo had arrived, it was time to make a change. After all, manga is a form of cultural expression deeply connected to the web fiction he pursued in his past life. Bai Yuchuan frowned. "Do either of you understand this industry? How much would you invest if entering it? You can't just start a business on impulse, can you?" "This wasn't a rash decision. I've actually been planning since my freshman year," Chen Zhuo said earnestly. Much like how films and TV dramas in his past life often boasted about spending a decade perfecting their craft. After all, nobody really verified whether they'd actually been preparing for 10 years. Chen Zhuo said this merely to strengthen his case. "Then how much money do you plan to invest? And if Muxi helps you, what role would she take on? What compensation?" Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment before answering. Muxi mentioned her net income at Bai Group was around 10 million annually. "I'll offer her an annual salary of 10 million plus project bonuses. As for investment, I plan to put in 500 million initially." Bai Muxi stared at Chen Zhuo in astonishment. "I was talking about my total compensation being only 10 million. Offering 10 million as a base salary seems excessive, doesn't it?" "You're worth it," Chen Zhuo replied calmly. Bai Yuchuan, meanwhile, was weighing Chen Zhuo's words. 500 million, just like that. And it was for China's underdeveloped animation industry. Could this really work? Seeing Bai Yuchuan remain silent, Bai Muxi spoke up first. "You said you'd help Dudu start this. How will the equity be structured?" "Since I'm funding this myself, the equity naturally stays with me. To maintain absolute control, I won't accept any outside investment, and the company will never go public." Chen Zhuo laid out his vision. In truth, drawing on memories from his past life, establishing an animation company would be straightforward. But there was one catch: he lacked management skills. Fortunately, professional matters should be left to professionals. Bai Muxi had entered the corporate world since college, specializing in management. To a certain extent, they complemented each other perfectly. "What about funding if the company needs more capital?" Bai Yuchuan pressed. "Then we won't expand," Chen Zhuo stated flatly. "I'm starting this company primarily so Dudu can watch the anime she loves with profit as a secondary concern." "So you're spending 500 million just to spoil Dudu? Do you have so much money you don't know what to do with it?" Bai Yuchuan frowned, finding his entrepreneurial direction too hasty. It's not entirely about spoiling Dudu. The animation market has enormous potential. As for the money, 500 million truly means nothing to me, Chen Zhuo said with a shrug. Bai Yuchuan and Shu Tang exchanged glances. They had underestimated Chen Zhuo's financial strength. But then again, someone who could spend 100 million on a house clearly possessed far more than that. Now he was casually throwing out 500 million. Could Chen Zhuo be a billionaire? But does such a company have any development prospects? Bai Yuchuan posed a new question to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo smiled confidently. This is a market worth hundreds of billions and China hasn't even officially started. Do you think there's prospect? Compared to the declining jewelry and real estate sectors, the animation market is a blue ocean. As a transmigrator, he knew the animation industry intimately. Having enhanced his memory, he recalled specific data. In 2023, China's animation industry reached a total value of 400 billion yuan, with the broader two-dimensional merchandise market projected to exceed 650 billion yuan by 2025, maintaining a compound annual growth rate above 20%. Meanwhile, both real estate and jewelry were in decline, with real estate experiencing what could only be described as Waterloo. Bai Yuchuan ultimately left the choice to Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi hesitated slightly. Dad, you're still in charge of the Bai Corporation. My presence or absence doesn't matter much. After all these years of training and experience, I feel ready. This is a perfect opportunity. I want to try. She looked so cute, didn't expect she evaded tens of millions in taxes. She once said in an interview that celebrities absolutely must not evade taxes. As a young person, she clearly understood the prospects of the anime market. This could be seen from the growing number of comic conventions. If opening comic conventions weren't profitable, would those vendors do it so frequently? Of course, Japanese anime had dominated in the past. If they could truly create popular Chinese comics, it would be about more than just making money. It would be a way to promote Chinese culture. Compared to profit, Bai Muxi had always wanted to do something meaningful for society. Chen Zhuo's anime company was exactly what she was looking for. Bai Yuchuan nodded emphatically. All right, since you've made up your mind, I'll support you. Thank you, Daddy. A sweet smile spread across Bai Muxi's face. I'll go back to the company right away to hand over my work. Rest for a couple of days first. The public opinion outside isn't favorable to you right now, Shu Tang quickly advised. It's fine, I'm not that fragile. A smile appeared on Bai Muxi's face. At first she had been furious seeing the news online. But then she thought, if she really got angry, wouldn't that be letting those haters win? Besides, with the actions Chen Zhuo and Bai Yuchuan had just taken, the truth would come to light soon enough. By then no one would be saying she had a child at 16. As for the rumors from Sun Yat-sen University students, they didn't really know what was going on either. It was all just spreading false information. Thinking of this, Bai Muxi walked into the bedroom with a light step and came out holding 2 red marriage certificates. Xiaozhi, come here. What's wrong? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Bai Muxi found the right angle and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. I'm going to officially announce our relationship to the entire internet. Bai Muxi said firmly. Huh, are you sure? What am I that embarrassing to be with? Bai Muxi glared at Chen Zhuo. I was worried that me and Dudu would damage your reputation. Compared to reputation, I'm more afraid this would affect our relationship. Bai Muxi said seriously. In life you must know what's most important. Bai Muxi had always prioritized family above all else. Money, power, reputation, none of these mattered more than family. So when the outside world was speculating wildly, she decided to stand firmly by Chen Zhuo's side. Soon Bai Muxi updated her Weibo in moments. Let me introduce my husband, Chen Zhuo. Below was a photo of them, each holding a marriage certificate, their heads leaning together, smiling sweetly. Behind them was Guangzhou's iconic landmark, the Canton Tower. Chen Zhuo simultaneously posted, let me introduce my wife. Bai Muxi, the photo was the same one. Their accounts had already gained many followers from the explosion of attention. Bai Muxi's followers jumped from 100 to 135 million. Chen Zhuo's went from just over 200 to 3,000. However, both had enabled the followers only can comment feature, so the comment sections remained clean. With this post, the entire internet was shaken. What kind of family background is this? They can see the Canton Tower from home. Do I think they look great together? Handsome guy and beautiful girl. Ah, so sweet. May rich people finally get their happy ending. Isn't this a real-life redemption story? The beautiful school beauty redeeming the simping idiot. I want to see our daughter, our super cute little girl. As netizens were commenting everywhere, the Guangzhou police official account released a statement. It stated that the rumor about the SYSU school beauty having a child at 16 was false. The girl was legally adopted, and Bai Muxi was attending school throughout high school, with no possibility of pregnancy. Finally, they released censored video footage of the rumor-mongers being arrested. Public opinion instantly reversed. At the same time, reporters went to Bai Muxi's high school for interviews. The principal, director, and homeroom teacher all gave brief explanations. They even found video records from various school galas. Bai Muxi was the school beauty throughout high school and hosted all the major school events. At every gala, she wore dresses, and her figure was clearly not that of a pregnant woman. Anyone who attended high school knows there are galas throughout all 4 seasons. National Day galas, New Year's Eve galas, Mid-Autumn Festival galas, school anniversaries, and so on. Almost every month Bai Muxi would host an event. With this irrefutable evidence, the rumor about the SYSU school beauty having a child at 16 was completely laid to rest. Of course, many netizens' attention was immediately drawn to the news about a celebrity evading taxes. Oh no, she starred in a drama with my idol, and it hasn't even aired yet. This is ruined. Scandalous female artists should be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Netizens instantly transformed into righteous messengers, redirecting their attention. However, the news of Bai Muxi and Chen Zhuo publicly revealing their marriage certificates still caused quite a stir, especially at SYSU. After seeing the latest photos, many SYSU students remarked, Chen Zhuo seemed like a completely different person since being with the school beauty. Sigh, if I could be with Bai Muxi, I'd drive luxury cars and live in a mansion too. Didn't Chen Zhuo drive a Rolls-Royce back to school yesterday? That car must belong to school beauty Bai. I'm tired of saying I'm envious. Who would have thought the ultimate simp actually succeeded, and his target is the recognized top school beauty at SYSU? Brother Chen, God, you give us a lesson, I'm kneeling to listen. The discussion had stopped in society, but at SYSU a new wave of excitement had begun. And the discussions about Chen Zhuo were far more numerous than those about Bai Muxi. But Chen Zhuo didn't care at all. Bai Yuchuan and Xu Tang left Huiyue Terrace together. Chen Zhuo told Bai Muxi not to go to the company yet, but to stay home with Dudu. He needed to make a trip. Chen Zhuo drove his Rolls-Royce directly to Classic Law Firm. The malicious content online was quickly silenced, but those who deserved to be sued couldn't be missed. Chen Zhuo wanted to make those trolls understand. The internet is not beyond the law. Anyone who wanted to bully his daughter would have to pay the price. Classic Law Firm office. Chen Zhuo went straight to the president's office under the receptionist's guidance. Sitting in the executive chair was a man in his 50s dressed in a sharp suit, an elite. He was Yulong, the owner of Classic Law Firm. I'll pay a 20 million advance first, the rest is up to your firm. After a brief discussion, Chen Zhuo readily handed over the money. Pleasure doing business. Yulong stood up to shake hands, a brilliant smile on his face. It was great to meet such a straightforward client for the first time. But the moment the payment was completed, the system prompt sounded in Chen Zhuo's mind again. Ding detected that the host spent 20 million on Dudu, triggering 100x rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 billion in cash. Chen Zhuo was stunned for a moment. What? Hiring lawyers to sue those haters also counts as spending money on Dudu. Chen Zhuo had never expected to trigger the 100-fold return mechanism. But when his phone vibrated, ecstasy overwhelmed him. Not only had he resolved the troubles facing his wife and daughter, but he had also made a substantial profit. Could such fortune exist in this world? Yet having transformed overnight from a struggling writer into a man holding 4 billion, he had no idea how to spend it all. Mainly because he still hadn't shaken off the mindset of his impoverished past. However, there was one matter he had to deal with immediately. Bai Yuchuan had already returned to the group and summoned his second brother to the company for a face-to-face confrontation. If all went smoothly, Bai Yuchuan would remove his second brother from the board of directors, severing any future ties between him and the Bai group. But this was merely Bai Yuchuan's approach. As Dudu's father, Chen Zhuo had no intention of letting those who harmed his family go unpunished so easily. He wouldn't spare the perpetrators or their masters behind the scenes. So after the police released their statement, he hired lawyers to pursue legal action while letting events unfold. This would also ensure more people learned that Bai Muxi was wrongfully accused. But would this incident simply be dropped? Absolutely not. He would make them face the same retribution they had inflicted upon others. First, Chen Zhuo directly infiltrated the studio's servers and extracted all the useful data they had stored. True enough, they had handled similar cases before with traces linking them to multiple online harassment incidents. The evidence was quickly released online. Meanwhile, assistant Xian, who orchestrated the whole thing, was soon exposed. It turned out he had an inappropriate relationship with the wife of Bai Muxi's second uncle. There's a saying in criminal investigation, anything done leaves a trace. Xian Ziliang had apparently spent his annual leave in Sanya with the second uncle's wife. Given Chen Zhuo's expertise, uncovering these details was straightforward. The records even included flirty messages between the two. Without hesitation, he leaked everything online. Only now did Chen Zhuo realize his earlier efforts had been wasted. If he'd simply exposed assistant Xian's affair with his boss's wife, public attention would have shifted immediately. There was no need to release the story about the female star's tax evasion. The second uncle certainly couldn't escape accountability either. While Bai Xingzhou was being severely reprimanded by Bai Yuchuan, he could never have imagined his own scheme would be exposed intact online, alongside videos of his wife and assistant spending the night together at a hotel circulating everywhere. The police naturally didn't remain idle either. They promptly brought Bai Xingzhou in for thorough investigation. This Zhongda campus beauty's childbirth at 16 scandal had drawn nationwide attention. As law enforcement, they would naturally investigate to uncover the full truth, clearing the innocent party's name and exposing the real culprits. Chen Zhuo found himself grateful for the system, Without its top-tier hacking capabilities, this case would have been far more difficult to resolve. Things had worked out well for everyone involved. Now came the next phase, helping Bai Muxi distance herself from the Bai group while he focused on building his own company. Chen Zhuo had already mapped out the company's focus areas. First, animation. Second, gaming. Third, AI projects. The first naturally fell to Bai Muxi. The second would be managed by Chen Zhuo himself. The third he planned to entrust to his elegant former homeroom teacher, Shen Xingyan. When he only had over 2 billion, Chen Zhuo had worried it might not be enough. But now with 2 billion in hand, and another billion incoming, he felt completely fearless. For characters, utter fearlessness. Worst case, he could simply absorb the losses. After all, he could always earn it back through the system. Nevertheless, Chen Zhuo genuinely wanted to build his enterprise properly. With their relationship now public, Bai Muxi maintained her image as a wealthy, beautiful woman, while Chen Zhuo was labeled as a kept man living off her fortune. Of course, kept man was the label applied after his appearance was enhanced. Had it been before, he would have been dismissed as nothing more than a pathetic simp. There was also the matter of official scrutiny. While the system had assured him the source of funds wouldn't raise questions, operating without a legitimate business front would make future explanations to authorities nearly impossible. After all, his identity would be transparent upon any background check. Large sums of money arriving without clear origins would indeed attract unwanted attention. After finalizing the law firm partnership agreement and releasing the details of Bai Xingzhou's illegal activities online, Chen Zhuo finally drove home. While waiting at a traffic light, Chen Zhuo casually asked the system, can I convert future rewards into company shares? Otherwise, receiving billions each time is bound to draw attention. The system responded promptly. Reminder, your account maintains classified status and cannot be accessed by anyone. However, you may request custom reward configurations which the system can accommodate. Ding. Would you like to exchange 2 billion in cash for 100% ownership of Guangzhou Dimensional Gravity Co., Ltd. Dimensional Gravity. Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up immediately. Having decided to enter the animation industry, he had researched the major Chinese comic companies beforehand. Ranked first was Dimensional Animation Workshop, the leader in Chinese animation headquartered in Shanghai. Second place went to Frame Animation Heartspeak from Beijing, which also boasted several notable works. And third was Dimensional Gravity in Guangzhou. Based on his earlier research, the company's market valuation stood at approximately 2.5 billion. Now the system was offering him a company worth over 2.5 billion in exchange for just 2 billion. A deal that left Chen Zhuo feeling like he was getting an excellent bargain. How satisfying. Yes, Chen Zhuo answered without hesitation. With this company established, the source of his wealth would be properly documented. More importantly, with Dimensional Gravity in place, he could finally move forward with his Zootopia project. He needed to bring this anime to life as quickly as possible. It would not only earn box office revenue, but also allow him to capture Western markets. In his past life, Zootopia had required 3 years of content development, followed by 2 years of production. But Chen Zhuo was a transmigrator who knew every detail of Zootopia by heart. He could even replicate the character designs with ease. This would significantly shorten the production timeline. He could finalize the project approval before the year ended and begin production shortly after. If things progressed smoothly, the film could premiere globally by the following summer. Of course, he could also consider submitting to film festivals along the way to build its reputation first. Once an award was secured and strategic promotion followed, Zootopia would undoubtedly become Dimensional Gravity's flagship work. Once its influence expanded, box office records were shattered, and it surpassed first-place Dimensional Animation Workshop to become the dominant force in Chinese animation. When Chen Zhuo parked his car, he took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and trembling hands. Since Bai Muxi wasn't at the office, he decided to take Dudu to visit the new company. He wanted to get a sense of how things were running at the company. When Bai Muxi returned home, she was keeping Dudu company while watching anime. But she seemed preoccupied, glancing at the television only to pick up her phone and reply to messages. As news of her having a child out of wedlock went viral across the internet, her friends sent various comforting messages, some tinged with gossip. Of course, Bai Muxi took the opportunity to delete messages from those delighting in drama, though she did reply to a few from her close friends. For her circle of close friends, they were equally curious about why Bai Muxi had suddenly married Chen Zhuo and publicly shared their marriage certificate. Bai Muxi never mentioned Dudu as the reason, instead she consistently claimed it was love at first sight, a story her friends certainly did not believe. But soon after, Bai Muxi sent several photos to the group chat. The skeptical women fell silent, and then the group erupted. The group exploded. Tang is not Tong Tong. Is your husband really that handsome? He's even more attractive than my idol. Zhiliao, how did I just see his hand? Zhilian, those are comic-style hands. Tang is not Tong Tong. No way, how are you secretly living so well? When will you bring your husband out? Zhiliao, something's off. The internet says your husband was a simp, but he looks like that, and was still chasing someone. Does the person he liked look even more ethereal than you? Xiaomon, how is that possible? Watching her friends trade comments back and forth, a smile kept appearing on Bai Muxi's face, without her even realizing it. Having such a handsome husband did make her feel proud. But Bai Muxi went on to clarify he wasn't really a simp. His feelings were just misdirected. He gave his heart to that girl, but she wanted more than just affection. She wanted material security. And he deliberately pretended to be poor, which is why he became the most famous simp at school. Zhiliao, so does your husband actually have money? Well, he bought Dudu a Rolls-Royce in full cash, and he also owns a property at Huiwe Terrace. Bai Muxi did not directly answer whether he was wealthy. Instead, she gave a brief overview of Chen Zhuo's situation. Tang Tang is not Tong Tong, haha. Your husband really cracks me up. If he'd shown off his wealth even a little, there'd be nothing for you to gloat about. Xiaomon, wait, are you his first love? Bai Muxi was taken aback. I haven't even asked him yet, but I guess I am his first love. Chen Zhuo really hit the jackpot. Chen Zhuo really hit the jackpot. Chen Zhuo really hit the jackpot. The three of them copied and pasted the same message simultaneously. After all, humans are basically parrots. Just as they were deep in conversation, Chen Zhuo opened the front door. Papa, you're back. Dudu immediately climbed off the sofa, put on her slippers, and ran straight to Chen Zhuo. He gave her a big hug. Did you miss Papa? Of course. Dudu nodded eagerly. I also want you to tell me the story about Judy. All right, but wait a moment. I have a gift for you. Chen Zhuo set Dudu down, greeted Bai Muxi in the living room, and walked into his own room. The night before, he had placed the flowers meant for Dudu in a vase in his room. He had originally planned to give them to her once she woke up. He never expected the online harassment would keep him busy all morning. But good meals are worth the wait, and good flowers are worth the delay. When Chen Zhuo walked out of his room holding the flowers, Dudu's eyes lit up. Wow, beautiful flowers. These are flowers Mom and Papa bought for you together. Do you like them? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile. I love them. Thank you, Papa. Thank you, Mama. Dudu's eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she hugged the flowers to her chest. Ding. Detected Dudu's happy mood. Daddy points 100. There really were daddy points. After all, this was his first time giving Dudu flowers. Seeing Dudu so happy, Bai Muxi pulled out her phone. Come on, Mama, we'll take some nice pictures of you. Dudu had clearly been photographed many times before and posed quite naturally. Combined with her almost unfairly gorgeous looks, any casual snap turned out stunning. And Bai Muxi's sense of aesthetics was impeccable. Photography came effortlessly to her. Send them to me when you're done. I'll just send them straight to you. Okay. Soon Chen Zhuo's phone filled with over 30 photos. No wonder modern phones now came with 2 TB of storage. Each photo alone was dozens of megabytes, quite excessive. In his past life, even an MP4 video hadn't been that large. At this thought, Chen Zhuo even felt nostalgic for Quad. The best option was still streaming online, without downloading, saving the most storage space. Dudu, watch some TV for a bit. Papa and I need to talk. After finishing the photos, Bai Muxi gestured for her to go watch television, then pointed toward the balcony. Chen Zhuo followed right away. What were you doing when you went out earlier? Did you find out those rumors about Uncle Air online? Bai Muxi asked directly. Chen Zhuo nodded. I went to sign contracts with a law firm. As for those nasty things online, I can only say I won't let anyone who hurts my family get away with it. Bai Muxi looked at the determined Chen Zhuo, deeply moved inside. She had planned to thank him with words, but instead she reached out first and gave him a big hug. Thank you. You're the first person besides my parents to ever protect me like this. Don't forget you're my legal wife. Chen Zhuo patted her back and said gently. I haven't forgotten, Bai Muxi said with flushed cheeks. Chen Zhuo inhaled the fragrance on her skin and watched her delicate, shy expression. His body instantly grew warm. After all, he possessed the healthiest constitution in the world. Now with soft, fragrant warmth in his arms, a natural response stirred. Chen Zhuo, your phone is pressing against me, Bai Muxi whispered. Chen Zhuo immediately shifted his waist back and looked down at her. Muxi, may I kiss you? Bai Muxi's already reddened face grew even flustered. Who even asked like that? You? Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Zhuo leaned in close. This felt different from last night. Bai Muxi's lips were warm, and whatever lipstick she wore had a sweet taste. Best of all, her breath was fresh. For a moment, Chen Zhuo almost felt like he was eating candy. Bai Muxi's body went rigid, uncertain of what to do next. But Chen Zhuo quickly released her. The reason was simple. They were not far from the living room. Though Dudu, watching TV on the sofa, could not hear what they were saying, seeing them embrace and kiss made her overjoyed. So, ding. Detected Dudu's happy mood. Daddy points 200. Ding. Detected Dudu's happy mood. Daddy points 100. Plus the 100 points from the flowers earlier. That brought the total to 400 daddy points. It seemed every time Dudu saw him being affectionate with Bai Muxi, she was delighted. Of course, this happiness stemmed from her lack of security and fear of them separating. But at this moment, Chen Zhuo did step away from Bai Muxi. Cici, you do not need to be so tense when kissing, and you can respond too. Let us practice together. Bai Muxi's face flushed crimson, and she momentarily could not find the right words. I am going to watch cartoons with Dudu. And with that, she fled without looking back. Practice kissing together. This guy was still trying to tease her. When Chen Zhuo followed Bai Muxi back to the living room, he happened to catch sight of 4 striking characters on the television screen. Dimensional gravity. Oh, this anime is actually from Dimensional Gravity. Chen Zhuo spoke up. Wait, you know this company? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Chen Zhuo nodded. Of course. It's my company now. Yours? Bai Muxi's mouth fell slightly open, a look of astonishment on her face. You should know that several classic works right here in Yansheng were made by Dimensional Gravity. Though Bai Muxi wasn't in the industry, she had watched anime before and was familiar with Dimensional Gravity's logo. I just acquired it, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. If you don't want to stay at Baisher anymore, you can take over Dimensional Gravity. Of course the choice is yours. Actually, Chen Zhuo wasn't particularly patriarchal. At first he'd been somewhat wary of the Bai family, protective of Dudu and his own interests, like a parent shielding their child. But ever since Bai Muxi publicly announced their marriage, without hesitation Chen Zhuo's perspective had shifted. He was now willing to discuss many things with her, including whether Bai Muxi should return to help at Baisher or join the animation company. This company's market value is more than 500 million, right? Much more than that. Chen Zhuo held up 2 fingers. 700 million. No, it's 200 million more. Currently the company's market value is around 2,500 million. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. A company worth 2.5 billion and you just buy it. Bai Muxi's eyes widened. How rich are you exactly? That's a secret, but I definitely have enough to support you and Dudu, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Dudu immediately nodded. Right. Mama, you don't need to worry. Baba is super wealthy. And if anyone bullies you, just come to Baba. He'll definitely protect us. Honestly, previously, when Dudu mentioned several times that Chen Zhuo was very wealthy, Bai Muxi had been skeptical. But then he purchased a Rolls-Royce worth 20 million, followed by buying a property in Huiwetai for over 100 million. This had already shattered her worldview time and again. And now this was even more outrageous. A company valued at 2.5 billion being acquired on a whim. The most important thing was what? The domestic anime market was on an upward trend, which meant Dimensional Gravity's development prospects were promising. With a market value of 2.5 billion for Chen Zhuo to acquire it, he would have to pay more than 2.5 billion. I didn't believe it before, but I believe it now. Bai Muxi's expression was quite serious. Just then Dudu grabbed Chen Zhuo's arm. Baba, what are we having for lunch? Can Dudu order food? Tell me what you want, and if we have the ingredients, I'll make it for you. Dudu wants to eat teriyaki chicken legs, is that okay? Dudu asked expectantly. Teriyaki chicken legs are a soy sauce-flavored chicken dish, made primarily with leg meat seasoned with soy sauce, mirin, honey, and other condiments. Because it's sweet, it's very popular with children. Chen Zhuo smiled. No wonder you asked Baba to buy chicken legs last night. What about you? Any dishes you'd like to eat? Just make me some vegetables, that's enough. I've been dieting recently, and can't eat too much. You're already so thin, and you're still dieting. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Never mind, I'll just make something simple. Chen Zhuo turned and went into the kitchen to get busy. Just then Shu Tang called about helping them find a nanny. This time they found a senior childcare specialist for them. Besides cooking, she could also help take care of the child. This childcare specialist's fee was quite expensive, 30,000 a month, but her credentials were impressive. She was a returned overseas student with study abroad experience and could communicate with the child entirely in English. However, after seeing the photo, Bai Muxi rejected her outright. 31 years old, but with exquisite makeup and a stunning figure. It was the kind of appearance that made Bai Muxi feel inadequate just looking at it. Most importantly, her clothing and styling were also very fashionable. So beautiful, and working as a senior childcare specialist. Was she really there to take care of the child, or to take care of her husband? Previously, she had heard about a news story involving a high-end maternity center. The lower level catered to mothers and babies, while the upper floors offered services for fathers as well. It was simply shattering her worldview. Bai Muxi came to the kitchen. Xiao Zhuo, besides cooking and cleaning, do we need a nanny to keep the child company as well? We don't need that. I can keep the child company myself. Chen Zhuo replied, separating the meat from the bone on a chicken leg. Alright then. 2,000 a month for the auntie, can we pay from the childcare fund? No problem. Then once this is settled, shall we look into kindergarten enrollment? Sure. Chen Zhuo nodded again. After a brief exchange, Chen Zhuo got busy once more. Soon the aroma spread throughout the house. Dinner's ready. Chen Zhuo's voice rang out in the living room. With his culinary skills, not only was cooking fast, but the dishes were also visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. Bai Muxi took Dudu to wash their hands while Chen Zhuo carried all the dishes to the table. Just 3 dishes. 1 teriyaki chicken leg, 1 tomato, and egg stir-fry, plus a stir-fried choy sum. Very home-style, yet visually appetizing. Even the freshly cooked white rice glistened under the lamplight. I'm on a diet, I won't eat rice for lunch. Bai Muxi swallowed hard, but still spoke up. Dudu didn't say anything, but inhaled deeply. Wow, it smells so good. Dudu wants to eat 2 bowls of rice. Chen Zhuo had a smile on his face. If you don't want rice, you can just pour it into my bowl. But the teriyaki chicken with rice is absolutely amazing. Are you sure you don't want to try it? Bai Muxi looked at the steaming teriyaki chicken leg covered in sauce. I'll just have a little bit. But after that first bite, it was like chewing double mint gum. She simply couldn't stop. Was this small bowl of rice already gone so quickly? I'll have one more bite. Bai Muxi got up and headed to the kitchen for more rice, her cheeks flushing red. Chen Zhuo smiled and ate slowly, savoring each bite. If you want to maintain a good figure, you actually only need to do two things. First, eat only until you're 70% full at each meal. Second, after finishing a meal, don't sit down right away. Stand and walk for 10 minutes. In his past life, Chen Zhuo maintained this habit, and even though he didn't exercise much, he never gained weight. Dudu immediately went into eating mode. She didn't say a word at all. Only after finishing all the rice in her bowl did she pick up a wet wipe and clean the sauce from the corners of her mouth. Baba Mama, can you stay in the same room? Dudu stayed silent at first, and only after both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi put down their chopsticks did she timidly speak up. Ding, a new mission has been issued live in the same room as Bai Muxi for at least 1 week. Upon successful completion, you will receive a golden treasure box worth 1,000 daddy points. Chen Zhuo heard the system mission but didn't rush to accept it. Instead, he looked at Bai Muxi. At this moment, Bai Muxi was also staring at Chen Zhuo with wide eyes, but her gaze quickly shifted to Dudu. Dudu, why are you asking this? Dudu looked at Bai Muxi with pitiful eyes. My classmate said that if parents don't live together, it's the beginning of divorce. I don't want mom and dad to get divorced. Bai Muxi's face showed a troubled expression. Dudu then turned to look at Chen Zhuo. Dad, don't you want to live with mom? I have no objections, but this matter must respect mom. Chen Zhuo said seriously. Dudu shifted her gaze back to Bai Muxi. Mom, don't you like dad? Bai Muxi felt a warmth in her heart, but also a hint of shyness. Alright, I promise you. Tonight I'll stay with dad. Yay, Dudu immediately cheered with excitement. Ding detected Dudu's joyful mood. Dad, value 100. Alright, I'll wash the dishes. In the afternoon, I'll go back to the company to pack my things. Even if I don't join your company, I want to try starting my own business. Bai Muxi said very seriously. Chen Zhuo nodded. Alright then, Dudu, and I will accompany you. Aren't you two going to buy a piano today? I can handle packing my things alone. What will it take you long to pack? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile. If it's quick, it won't delay our piano shopping, and you can also give your opinion if you come along. Since you put it that way, let's go together. Bai Muxi finally agreed. Dudu's face instantly lit up. Dudu loves going out with mom and dad the most. Many things come with practice. With her previous dishwashing experience, Bai Muxi was much more efficient. In just 10 minutes, they were all seated in Bai Muxi's Baoshiji Pamelyella heading to Taigu Hui. The main advantage was having a dedicated parking spot, which was precious in a place like Yangsheng where parking spaces were scarce. They arrived at Taigu Hui smoothly along the way. When Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi appeared holding Dudu's hands on either side, they immediately drew everyone's attention. Their looks were already exceptionally striking. Coupled with the news online today, Bai Muxi had become the center of everyone's attention. Many people were taking photos from a distance reporting the situation. But Bai Muxi remained composed. The reason she agreed to appear with Chen Zhuo was precisely to show off their relationship. Of course, the main reason she left the Bai group was to try starting her own business. If she failed in her entrepreneurial venture, she could always ask her father to arrange a return to the company. Bai Muxi was only 21 this year, and Bai Yuchuan, 24 years older, was just 45. With Bai Yuchuan's excellent maintenance, he could easily pass for just over 30. At this age, not to mention inheriting the family business, Bai Muxi felt her father could still work for another 20 years. They arrived at the floor where the Bai group was located. The property rights here had been purchased by the Bai group. Not an entire building, but 3 floors. Of course, the value of just these 3 floors was at least over 200 million. Bai Muxi's office area was on the top floor of the Bai group's 3 floors. As the elevator doors opened, Bai Muxi's appearance attracted many glances. Wow, is that Bai's husband? So handsome. Ah, is that girl Bai's daughter? So kawaii. Adorable, so adorable. They look like an ad for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Is she really adopted? How come this girl looks so much like Bai? The murmurs were endless. Bai Muxi took the initiative to greet her colleagues, then led Chen Zhuo into her private office. She took out a box from the cabinet and packed her personal belongings. But at that moment, Bai Yuchuan also walked in. Grandpa. Dudu was the quickest to react and immediately called out. Good afternoon, Dudu. Bai Yuchuan's face instantly broke into a bright smile as he walked over and patted the little girl's head. Dad. Bai Muxi also called out. Bai Yuchuan withdrew his gaze and looked at his daughter. Have you made up your mind? Yes. I've learned here for several years, and I want to try going out on my own. Bai Muxi nodded. Actually, your second uncle has already been arrested by the police. You could stay a few more years, and then directly take over for me. Bai Yuchuan expressed his own thoughts. In fact, he had always dreamed of traveling the world with his wife. So he wanted to retire as soon as possible. Since he was considering retirement, he naturally had to cultivate a successor. Everything was going according to his plan until the appearance of his granddaughter Dudu threw everything off track. But he wasn't flustered at all. What's the saying? Everything happens for the best. But after this incident, he began to reassess Chen Zhuo. Because Chen Zhuo had done a lot behind the scenes. First, he had tampered with the hospital report. Second, he had handled the adoption procedures. Third, he had directly uncovered Bai Xingzhou's criminal evidence. Not one of these things was something an ordinary person could accomplish. Yet according to his investigation, Chen Zhuo was very ordinary. even somewhat pitiful. How could a boy in such a miserable state have such great ability? He was utterly puzzled. But fortunately, he didn't sense any malice from Chen Zhuo. Moreover, every time their eyes met, Chen Zhuo's gaze was exceptionally clear, which put Bai Muxi somewhat at ease. Bai Muxi briefly explained her thoughts. In fact, Chen Zhuo's words had persuaded her. Jewelry and real estate were both declining industries, but animation was different. It had a promising future. Especially after hearing Judy's story, she found herself unconsciously conceiving storylines. The problem now was that Chen Zhuo said the company couldn't accept capital injection. He wanted 100 equity, which made her hesitate. After all, for her, working for someone else was out of the question. Unless she was working for herself. Packing things didn't take long, and Chen Zhuo also discussed the follow-up handling of the matter with Bai Muxi. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi were in complete agreement. Even if it was his own brother, Bai Muxi didn't intend to let him off. Let the law decide the punishment. But just as Bai Muxi was holding Dudu's hand, and Chen Zhuo was carrying the box, a richly dressed woman and a fashionably dressed young man arrived. "Muxi, please let your second uncle go. He just made a mistake in a moment of confusion, but he is still your own uncle. How could you send him to jail?" The arrivals were Bai Xingzhou's wife Gao Yue and his son Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen looked at Bai Muxi with displeasure. "We're all family, why make it so ugly? Don't you know that family scandals shouldn't be aired in public?" Bai Muxi's expression was extremely cold. "When he hired people to spread rumors about me, I no longer had such an uncle. Don't bother persuading me. Let the law decide. Don't be ungrateful. I'll kill you," Bai Yichen said, stepping forward and raising his hand to slap her. But just as his hand was about to fall, Chen Zhuo acted first. Bang! He directly kicked out his exceptionally long leg, striking faster than the oncoming movement. The next second, Bai Yichen's body flew backward even faster than he had advanced. He became a broken kite. This stunned Bai Muxi. Was Chen Zhuo that strong? One kick had sent the tall and sturdy Bai Yichen flying. Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Yichen with a cold expression. "Dare to touch my wife? Seeking death." Bai Yichen's sudden move caught Chen Zhuo somewhat off guard. After all, they were cousins. Even if their relationship was strained, there was no need to resort to violence, was there? Moreover, the initiative in the negotiations now lay with Bai Muxi. They were the ones seeking favors, yet still maintaining such a stubborn stance. Wasn't this clearly driving matters toward an even worse outcome? Chen Zhuo's mind raced. Something wasn't right, very wrong. Wealthy people weren't fools. Such behavior could only indicate two things. First, he lacked intelligence. Second, he wanted to escalate the conflict. Bai Yichen was sent flying backward, letting out an agonized cry as he crashed heavily to the ground. The surrounding employees stared with wide eyes, faces filled with horror. Chen Zhuo didn't appear particularly muscular, yet he hadn't expected such a casual kick to be so powerful. At the same time, Gao Yu's shrieks rang out. "You must be that kept man Bai Muxi is supporting. How dare you kick someone? That's a crime. I hope you rot in prison." Chen Zhuo's mouth curled into a cold smile. He placed the suitcase on a nearby office desk, pulled out his phone, and said, "Then let's have the police handle this." Bai Muxi held on to Chen Zhuo with her hand, her face equally cold. "Second aunt, this time second uncle, not only hurt me, but also my husband and daughter. I won't let it go." Gao Yu glared at the three of them with poisonous resentment. "Are you really going to treat your own second uncle this way over this bastard child? Don't you have any conscience at all?" Bai Muxi's already cold expression turned to steel. "Then let your son go in too." Without further ado, she turned around and said to her assistant behind her, "Call the police. Send him in." By this time, Chen Zhuo had already embraced Dudu. "Dudu, don't listen to her. She's just babbling nonsense." Dudu looked up at Chen Zhuo and said grievously, "Baba, why is second grandma saying mean things about Du? Dudu has both a baba and mama. Don't listen to her nonsense. You're our treasure." After saying this, Chen Zhuo leaned close to Bai Muxi's ear and whispered, "Why don't you have your father check whether he's really your second uncle's biological son? Something feels off. After all, Gao Yu had a prior record of infidelity. If she could cheat today with White Xingzhou's secretary, did that mean she had betrayed others in the past? Could it even be that this son wasn't biologically his?" Bai Muxi nodded. "I also think something is off. I'll have my daddy look into it later." Gao Yu showed absolutely no regard for propriety, cursing at Bai Muxi without restraint. But there was a police station near Taiyuan Hui, and within 2 minutes the police arrived on the scene. Gao Yu still wanted to twist the situation and frame others. However, once the surveillance footage and the employees on site provided testimony, Bai Yichen was directly arrested. Gao Yu also hoped Chen Zhuo would be taken in. But Chen Zhuo had acted in self-defense. Of course, for this kind of assault, he wouldn't be detained for long. Bai Muxi simply wanted to make a point. Anyone who harms her and her family would have to pay the price. Even her own relatives were no exception. Chen Zhuo placed Bai Muxi's suitcase in the trunk and headed straight to buy a piano. When it came to pianos, the most famous brands were none other than a handful of names: Steinway, Bechstein, Yamaha, and the like. This time they went to the Steinway Piano Exhibition Center. An appointment was required to visit. However, since Bai Muxi was already a Steinway user, she contacted the manager directly and gained entry. After parking, Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi each took one of Dudu's hands and led her into the showroom. Since it was a weekday, there were very few customers. But it was obvious that Dudu was very excited. Baba, are you buying a piano for me? Dudu asked happily. Yes. Choose whichever you like later. Whatever you want is yours and Baba will pay, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. The 10 million cashback alone was equivalent to 100 million. Of course the main thing was to make Dudu happy. Thank you, Baba. The Steinway Piano Exhibition Hall displayed the full range of Steinway grand pianos from the S to D series. Among them, the D model Concert Grand was Steinway's flagship product, and also the representative of million-yuan pianos. Bai Muxi glanced at Chen Zhuo. Why are you so determined to pay? Can't I give our daughter a more expensive gift? If my money isn't spent on my daughter, then it'll only end up being spent on another woman. Do you want me to waste my money on some other woman? Instead of answering, Chen Zhuo asked in return. Then could I be another woman? Of course not. You're my wife now. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Actually, it's not about being stubborn. It's just that when I was young I wanted things but had no means to get them. Now that I have the means, I don't want my daughter to go without. Bai Muxi was momentarily stunned. So Chen Zhuo had such a past. But soon Bai Muxi asked with some worry, but won't this spoil Dudu? Chen Zhuo hadn't considered this issue. There is indeed that possibility, but as long as we guide her properly, it should be fine. Bai Muxi nodded but still harbored some concerns. It was simply that Chen Zhuo was too generous when buying things for Dudu. This would make Dudu receive things too easily. There was a saying, things that come too easily are often not cherished. Actually, Chen Zhuo was also a first-time father. After Bai Muxi raised this question, he also thought about it. Taking advantage of the moment while the manager was introducing the pianos, Chen Zhuo leaned close to Dudu. Dudu, do you really want a piano? Dudu immediately nodded and said earnestly, of course. The musical instrument Dudu loves most is the piano. And after you bring it home, will you practice well? Chen Zhuo continued asking. Of course. I love playing the piano the most. Dudu said solemnly, even giving a little bow. Chen Zhuo stroked her head. Then let me record a video. If you don't practice later, Baba, we'll make you watch this video. Okay. Dudu made a gesture. So Chen Zhuo took out his phone and filmed this video beside a custom red piano. In the video, Dudu's eyes were big, and she placed her hand over her chest as she spoke. I promise I'll practice hard, even if I have to cry, I'll finish learning it. Good. Then which one do you like? Chen Zhuo pointed at the rows of pianos and asked. The manager immediately felt there was hope. May I ask, what price range are you interested in? No range limit. Whatever my daughter likes is fine. Bai Muxi, however, directly pointed at the Steinway D274 behind Dudu. Anyone with a piano at home should know that Steinway is the king of pianos. Its pianos are renowned for pure handcrafting, unique tone, and excellent stability, making them the top choice for professional performers and collectors worldwide. And the Steinway 9-foot D274 by the showcase was the top tier in Steinway's lineup. Most importantly, it was a custom version. The piano before them featured a custom red lacquer finish and silver cast iron plate design with a unique appearance. According to the manager's emphasis, this was the only Steinway D274 available for sale in the Asia-Pacific region, combining artistry, craftsmanship, and precision into one masterpiece. Of course, customization meant one word: expensive. A regular D274 cost about 2.5 million. This one was priced at nearly 3 million. In Guangzhou, business dealings placed great importance on auspicious meanings. Let Dudu try it first and see if she likes it. Dudu sat on the piano bench, her small but cute fingers gently pressing the keys. Just after hearing the intro, Chen Zhuo's eyes widened. Wasn't this Castle in the Sky? Dudu actually knew this piece. Siegfried. Castle in the Sky is a phenomenal piano piece from a past life. Its greatness lies in its famed divine melody and timeless appeal, especially when played on a fine piano. The Steinway before them not only had pure sound quality, but also a comfortable touch. Dudu sat at the piano playing unhurriedly, clearly having practiced many times. Although there were not many customers in the showroom, once Castle in the Sky began to play, people who had been browsing pianos gathered around. Among them were some masters dressed elegantly, exuding a strong artistic aura. Soon Dudu finished playing. The onlookers immediately burst into applause. You played really well, little one. A fashionably dressed girl praised Dudu in a cooing voice. Thank you, big sister. The middle-aged man beside them also gave a thumbs up and asked, little one, do you know the name of the piece you played? I don't think I've heard it before. Dudu smiled sweetly and said, my daddy composed it himself. It's called Castle in the Sky. Isn't it beautiful? After saying that, she wore a proud expression as if sharing in the glory. Hearing Dudu's words, Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo in astonishment. To be honest, she was also curious about the piece. After all, she had studied piano since childhood and had a certain level of appreciation. Although Dudu hadn't used complex techniques, the melody was deeply moving, evoking a sense of gentleness, purity, and healing. You wrote it. Bai Muxi stared at Chen Zhuo in shock. Chen Zhuo nodded slowly. In this world, aside from himself, no one else would know this piece. Dudu's words immediately stirred discussion among the crowd. This piece is amazing. After listening, I felt completely calm. Exactly, it has a healing power. I want to learn this too. Just then the middle-aged man turned to Chen Zhuo and said, "Hello sir, may I ask if you are this little girl's father?" "Yes, hello. I am Liao Qiuping, a teacher from Shanghai Music. Nice to meet you." Hearing Liao Qiuping introduce himself, Bai Muxi was stunned. She had seen photos of Liao Qiuping, but there was some difference from the real person. So earlier she only found him familiar, but never expected the man before her to be the vice president of the Guangdong Piano Education Association, a professor and master supervisor in the piano department of Shanghai College. His piano mastery might not be top-notch internationally, but in China, it was absolutely supreme. Chen Zhuo replied politely, "Hello, Teacher Liao. My name is Chen Zhuo. You can call me Xiao Chen or Xiao Zhe." Bai Muxi tugged at Chen Zhuo's arm and whispered, "This is a piano master. If Dudu could learn from him, her future would be limitless." Chen Zhuo smiled. Of course he would teach his own daughter. But he wouldn't say that. At that moment Liao Qiuping spoke politely, "Hello, Teacher Xiao Chen. Your daughter just said you composed this piece. Is that true? I can tell this piece has an excellent mood, captivating. Whoever composed it must have superb musical skill. Let me put it this way, no one else in this world can play this piece except me." Chen Zhuo said with a smile. "Then may I have the honor of hearing the full version? The little one just played a simplified arrangement, right?" Liao Qiuping asked excitedly. Chen Zhuo shook his head. "Sorry, today, I'm mainly here to pick a piano for my daughter. I'd rather not show off." Liao Qiuping realized he had been presumptuous. "I was too hasty. How about this, if you play I'll give the little one 5 free lessons. No 10. What do you think?" Bai Muxi gasped. After all, a teacher of Liao Qiuping's caliber could charge over 10,000 yuan per lesson. More importantly, Liao Qiuping held a high position at Shanghai College and never lacked students. Even with money, one might not be able to engage him. However, Chen Zhuo shook his head again. "No need, I'll teach my daughter myself." Liao Qiuping sighed. "That's true. Someone who can compose a piece of this level must be a master himself." The girl who had praised Dudu earlier looked displeased. "Do you know how many people want my dad to teach them? He offered 10 free lessons just for one performance. Ungrateful." Actually, Bai Muxi also felt it was a pity. But hearing someone speak ill of Chen Zhuo, anger flared up. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's my husband's freedom to play or not. How dare you criticize him? You?" The girl wanted to say more, but Liao Qiuping spoke first, shouting at his daughter, "Shut up." The girl immediately pouted, looking wronged. He then looked at Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi apologetically. "I'm sorry, my youngest daughter is usually spoiled. This was entirely my presumption. I hope to have the chance to hear the full version of Castle in the Sky in the future." Chen Zhuo smiled. It's fine. He could tell that Liao Qiuping had a good relationship with his daughter. Would he and Dudu be like this in the future? Just then Dudu tugged at Chen Zhuo's arm. "Daddy, that big sister praised me just now. Please play a bit. I want to hear it too." Liao Qiuping was about to leave, but upon hearing Dudu's words his eyes lit up. The girl, on the other hand, wore a scornful expression. Being able to compose doesn't mean one plays well. Of course, in terms of difficulty, the simplified version Dudu played was only at grade 1 or 2 level. Even the performance version by Zhou Hisaishi is only around grade 6. However, whether a piece sounds good is not determined by its difficulty. In other words, the same piece can sound different when played by different people. Since Dudu wants to hear it, Daddy will play a section for you. Chen Zhuo patted Dudu's head affectionately. "Yage." Dudu clapped excitedly. Ding detected Dudu's happy mood. "Dad points 200. Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up. At first he earned dad points for lottery draws and such. But now he thought about it. Wasn't it proof of making Dudu happy? Only genuine happiness would reward dad points. That meant Dudu was really looking forward to his playing. With that in mind, Chen Zhuo sat down on the stool, his slender fingers gently touching the black and white keys. Dudu tugged at Bai Muxi's arm. "Mommy, take out your phone and record. Daddy looks really handsome when he plays the piano." Among the onlookers were many young women. Some sharp-eyed ones noticed Chen Zhuo's anime-like hands, graceful lines, distinct knuckles, long fingers, and slender palms. Just his hands made many girls blush. Liao Shuren had originally wanted to see Chen Zhuo make a fool of himself. But when his hands swept across the black and white keys, she felt a shiver run through her body. Those hands seemed not to be touching the keys, but rather playing a melody on her body. Could such hands belong to a human? So beautiful. Chen Zhuo sat at the piano, his back straight, as a pine fingertips hovering an inch above the keys. No prelude, no extra movements. The first note quietly flowed. The skill belonging to the god of musical instruments was silently activated. As the first note of the piano fell, everyone in the audience instinctively fell silent. With the gift of the instrument god unfolding, an inexplicable emotion began to stir within every listener's heart. Liao Qiuping's eyes instantly widened. This is not merely playing, it is awakening. The magnificent grand piano before him, long dormant, seemed to have finally found someone who could truly understand its soul. The hammers gently struck the strings, not with an ordinary crispness, but with an ethereal, almost translucent tone resonating from spruce wood. The main melody of Castle in the Sky slowly flowed forth. Beautiful, too beautiful. Chen Zhuo, seated on the bench, displayed no ostentatious virtuosity, no frivolous embellishments. Every note was as precise as if gifted by the divine. Light tones drifted like flowing clouds over mountain peaks, while deep notes resounded like submerged bells in the ocean's abyss. Broken chords spread gently, as though the entire floating city had been transported into this exhibition hall. The air grew suddenly still as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. All the listeners had even forgotten to breathe, their eyes transfixed upon the radiant Chen Zhuo. At that moment Chen Zhuo lowered his gaze, his expression serene, yet deeply focused, fully immersed in the world of music. As previously mentioned, his piano proficiency had merely been basic. Yet after he had obtained the gift of the instrument god, the instant his fingertips brushed against the piano, the two became as one. Notes wrapped in melodies seeped through the keys into the soundboard, passed through the resonance box, and spread across the entire exhibition hall. The tone of the million-yuan instrument was utterly unleashed, ethereal, crystalline, compassionate, and imbued with an aloof nobility untouched by the mundane. Each tone was as pure as snow falling among the clouds, and every melody carried its own divine aura. Bai Muxi stared at Chen Zhuo in utter disbelief. The evaluation given by the person she had originally sent to investigate him had actually been an utterly ordinary, unremarkable person. Was this what one could call ordinary? Top-tier looks, top-tier culinary skills, top-tier piano technique. And he was even wealthy. He was simply a perfect man. I've struck gold. Bai Muxi maintained a calm expression, but inside, she was screaming at the top of her lungs. Meanwhile, Liao Xiaoping was making comparisons. Earlier, when Dudu played, her performance had been immature and unrefined. Yet now the notes Chen Zhuo produced seemed as though the instrument and the divine were resonating as one. The melody gradually built to a crescendo, his fingertips rising lightly. The waves of sound were gentle, yet carried the weight of 1,000 June, striking not the ears but the very depths of the heart. The piano notes wound around the crystal chandelier, carrying the faint fragrance of fresh timber, rendering the loneliness and healing of castle in the sky with absolute mastery. This piece was extraordinary, but soon Chen Zhuo's movements grew slower. A subtle undertone of parting sorrow seemed to linger. Is it coming to an end? Liao Xiaoping silently sighed to himself, his eyes turning toward his beloved daughter Liao Shuren. Liao Shuren had perfectly inherited his piano talent. In his eyes, his daughter even had the caliber to step beyond China's borders and leave an indelible mark on the international stage. Yet at roughly the same age, the gap in ability was vast and unbridgeable. But that look in his eyes, something felt off. The final lingering note gently faded away and the keys slowly rebounded. The exhibition hall remained silent for 3 more seconds before someone finally snapped back to reality. Is this the power of the instrument god? Absolutely incredible. Chen Zhuo raised his gaze and rose to his feet, his fingertips slightly cool, his expression as tranquil as ever. But inside he was overjoyed. With his guidance, Dudu would surely become a master pianist, right? Still, he shouldn't push her too hard. If she truly disliked it, he could nurture other hobbies instead. What was that saying again? The greatest happiness for an ordinary person is to live healthily to 80. Rather than chasing fame and fortune, one should pursue physical well-being and mental joy. Heaven only knew how many children had taken that one leap due to overwhelming pressure. As his daughter, Dudu only needed to be safe and happy. Clap, clap, clap. The audience, as if awakening from a dream, erupted into thunderous applause. Dudu darted forward and hugged Chen Zhuo's leg. My daddy is super awesome. Chen Zhuo patted Dudu's head. Then does Dudu want to be as amazing as daddy? Yes. Dudu immediately nodded. Then daddy will teach you, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Finishing those words, he turned to the nearby sales associate. I'll take this one. Swipe the card and deliver it. Are you truly going to purchase it? The manager was instantly overjoyed. Although those who played the piano were typically wealthy, and those who came here to view pianos held even higher status, yet very few were truly willing to part with 3 million for a piano. Chen Zhuo had only tried it out briefly and had already made the decision on the spot. He was practically a divine tycoon. He looked even more handsome altogether. Liao Xiaoping approached once more. Mr. Chen, your piano technique is peerless. May I ask where you studied and who your teacher was? I'm self-taught, Chen Zhuo replied with a smile. If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Liao Shuren had initially been quite fond of Chen Zhuo, but seeing how he spoke to her father, she instantly grew displeased. My father is after all a piano master. Can you be a bit more polite? He's a master. What does that have to do with me? I don't even know him, Chen Zhuo countered. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me while I'm spending time with my daughter. Having been reborn into this life, Chen Zhuo's good temper would only ever be reserved for those closest to him. Yet so many people did the exact opposite. They were gentle with strangers while being harsh with their own family. Liao Shuren was momentarily speechless. Liao Xiaoping, however, reacted quickly, raising his hand to signal for her silence before turning to Chen Zhuo. Did you compose this piece yourself? Now he was even using respectful language. Bai Muxi, standing nearby, was slightly stunned. Was her newlywed husband really this impressive? Yes. I heard many things in your piece just now. Hope, destruction, and even rebirth. A classic composition like this should echo throughout the world, letting all of humanity know that our China can produce outstanding works as well. Might I ask you to teach me? Liao Xiaoping said with ardent eagerness. If necessary, I would even be willing to become your disciple. Those who frequently listen to piano music should know that worldwide the highest level of piano prowess is found in Europe. Vienna, Austria was the sacred haven of classical piano globally. America came next. As for China, it was merely a follower. Just like this castle in the sky, it was originally composed by Japanese pianist Joe Hisaishi for an animated film. However, in his previous life, China had gradually surpassed Japan through its own efforts. Now that he had come to this parallel world, he felt he could accelerate this process. Of course, his ambition wasn't limited to surpassing Japan. He wanted to surpass both Europe and America as well. Having been reborn beyond loving his daughter, there was so much more he could accomplish. Otherwise, he would be wasting the gift bestowed by the system. However, hearing that Liao Xiaoping actually wanted to become his disciple, not even Bai Muxi could remain composed. Both Chen Zhuo and Liao Shuren were stunned. He was a piano master wanting to be his student. Was that really appropriate? Just as Chen Zhuo frowned, Dudu tugged at his arm. Daddy, quickly teach Grandpa how to play Castle in the Sky. That way the whole world will be able to hear your piano music. No one would have expected that Master Liao Xiaoping would be willing to formally become a disciple in public. After all, Master Liao was renowned throughout the piano world. Even though most of the onlookers had dispersed by then, many people were still paying attention to them. However, upon hearing Dudu's words, Chen Zhuo still did not agree to teach him. Chen Zhuo shifted his gaze to Bai Muxi. You recorded a video just now, right? Yes, why do you ask? Send me the video, and I'll forward it directly to him. Then I'll also send him the sheet music, so he can practice on his own. Chen Zhuo said this in a nonchalant tone. This piece, Castle in the Sky, was not particularly difficult technically. The real key lay in playing it with feeling. And Chen Zhuo's performance just now had been full of emotion and expression. With the sheet music and video, someone of Liao Xiaoping's level would have no trouble practicing. As for formally becoming a disciple, that really wasn't necessary. The main issue was that he simply didn't have the time to personally teach Liao Xiaoping. But maintaining contact between them was still worthwhile. After all, he hoped to leverage Liao Xiaoping's connections on major platforms and even international stages to promote his own piano compositions. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words, Liao Xiaoping's eyes lit up. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Please don't call me teacher. You're older and more renowned than I am. You can simply call me Chen Zhuo or Xiao Chen. That won't do. Liao Xiaoping shook his head. There is no seniority in learning. Those who excel become teachers. Your piano skills far surpass mine. If I may call you teacher, I'm the one who benefits. Liao Xian, standing nearby, widened her eyes in astonishment. This was the first time she had ever seen her father treat a young person this way. There was no condescension, only genuine respect. When she recalled the level and poise he had demonstrated while playing the piano, any trace of arrogance vanished from Liao Xian. She even felt this was exactly how her father should conduct himself. Teacher Chen, may I add you as a friend? Liao Xian spoke up at this moment, seemingly aware that her request was somewhat presumptuous. A faint blush spread across her fair complexion as she waited nervously. Bai Muxi, standing nearby, instinctively furrowed her brows. She felt a pang of jealousy. Call me what you like, Chen Zhuo replied, but as for adding me as a friend, I've already connected with your father. If you need anything, just have him pass along the message. After saying this to Liao Xiaoping, Chen Zhuo turned to gently decline Liao Xian. He then immediately lifted Dudu into his arms, giving them no chance to respond. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll be going now. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Bai Muxi followed closely behind Chen Zhuo, a subtle smile playing on her lips. When Liao Xian had asked to add him as a friend, just now she had indeed felt uncomfortable. She had nearly convinced herself that no man could resist someone so youthful, beautiful, and refined. Yet Chen Zhuo's response had made her pause in surprise. Could Chen Zhuo truly possess such virtue and restraint? In this materialistic era, the temptations between men and women were countless. Someone like Liao Xian, who took the initiative to connect, might follow up with an invitation for coffee, then perhaps playing the piano together with casual physical contact. That could easily lead to deeper intimacy. Yet Chen Zhuo had simply declined outright. Oh dear. This man seems almost too outstanding. Bai Muxi thought to herself, quickly matching her steps to his. Back at the parking lot, Chen Zhuo secured Dudu into the safety seat before moving to the driver's side. Tell me, what would you like for dinner? Should we eat at home or go out? Dudu immediately raised her hand. Papa, I want to eat at home. Bai Muxi also nodded eagerly. I want to eat at home too. As long as you're cooking, I'll eat anything. Yeah, Papa's cooking is super delicious. Dudu chimed in again. All right, let me take your orders. Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone and opened his notes app. I'd like to order tomato and egg stir-fry again. Is that okay? Bai Muxi asked timidly. To be honest, she had tried various versions of this dish, but after lunch today, it was the first time she felt utterly delighted and reluctant to leave the table. It was the kind of craving that came to mind the moment Chen Zhuo mentioned ordering food. Sure, Chen Zhuo nodded. We can buy 2 tomatoes at the supermarket later. We still have eggs at home. Then can Dudu have sweet and sour pork ribs? Dudu, having just thought of her favorite dish, immediately called out excitedly. Of course. Chen Zhuo nodded. Then I'll make some corn and rib soup with vegetables on my own. That should be about it. Aren't you going to order anything for yourself? Bai Muxi asked with concern. Tomato and egg stir-fry and sweet and sour pork ribs are both my favorites. I'll just make extra portions. Dudu hadn't even tasted the food yet, but she was already drooling just thinking about it. Papa, let's go to the supermarket quickly. I want to buy lots and lots of ribs. Dudu spread both arms wide as she spoke. A smile instantly spread across Bai Muxi's face. Her heart suddenly felt warm. If their family could stay this happy forever, it wouldn't be bad at all. But she knew what she wanted. The board members of the Bai group always brought up her age and gender against her. If that was how they played it, then she would work hard to succeed and slap their faces hard. However, what she was still hesitant about was her business direction. Earlier, Chen Zhuo had said he wouldn't let her invest. He wanted 100% ownership. But Bai Muxi didn't want to simply work as an employee for a fixed salary. She needed to think this through carefully. As the heir nurtured by Bai Yuchuan since childhood, Bai Muxi had always been serious when facing business decisions. Of course, at this moment, she wasn't thinking about entrepreneurship. Having just left the company, she might as well enjoy the wonderful time with Dudu first. She needed to learn how to be a mother. This time, they didn't browse around the supermarket aimlessly, but went straight to the produce section with clear purpose. The ribs they chose were from Black Mountain pigs, slightly more expensive, but they looked delicious. The tomatoes were organic as well. But Dudu still had many requests. Papa, look. Those blueberries over there are so big and beautiful. Dudu pointed excitedly at the blueberries in the freezer case. You want to eat them? Chen Zhuo asked. Dudu immediately nodded. Mama and I both love blueberries. Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi, who nodded. Blueberries are sweet and tangy. I do quite enjoy them. Since you both like them, let's buy 2 more boxes. Chen Zhuo selected 2 boxes and put them in the cart, then added to Bai Muxi. If there's anything else you want to eat, just pick it yourself. I'll buy it all for you. Looking into Chen Zhuo's eyes, Bai Muxi's delicate face flushed red instantly. This scene was so natural, so harmonious, just like words spoken between a husband and wife. Yet they had only married suddenly. And she remembered clearly that the old Chen Zhuo had only been willing to spend money on Dudu. But it had only been such a short while, and now he was buying things for her too. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her as well? Wait, why was she even using that word? Unconsciously, the image of her jealousy from earlier surfaced in her mind. Bai Muxi touched her cheek. It seemed she had genuinely fallen for him. But wouldn't this be moving too fast? She knew she wasn't someone who gave herself away lightly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone so many years without ever dating anyone. Could it be because he was different? Yes, he was different. Chen Zhuo, however, wasn't lost in thought like that. He glanced at the shopping cart. Is there anything else we need to buy? If not, let's go home and make dinner. Go, let's go home and eat. Dudu immediately cheered excitedly, her little face flushed red. She couldn't wait to taste Papa's dinner. She was already counting the moments until dinner was ready. In his past life, Chen Zhuo was not lacking in love. He had parents and many relatives and friends. Moreover, his relatives and friends were quite decent, and at least during festivals and holidays they would gather together to enjoy meals and chat about daily life, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. But in reality, he lacked a lover, and even more a child of his own blood. Although he had seen many posts on Douyin claiming how wonderful and free it was to be single. Yet deep down, Chen Zhuo still yearned for someone who would love him wholeheartedly, and even more for a child who would grow up healthy and strong. Perhaps his mindset was relatively traditional. He always felt that a family without children was incomplete. Now that he had just transmigrated, not only did he have a campus belle wife, but he also had a lovely 5-year-old daughter with her. It was simply a one-step solution. Of course, the most important thing was that he wasn't being cuckolded or anything. In fact, based on his conversations with Dudu, Bai Muxi seemed to have fallen in love with the post-transmigration him, not the previous sycophantic Chen Zhuo. After figuring this out, Chen Zhuo began to come to terms with it too. He just didn't know if Bai Muxi would come to terms as well. This is heavy, let me take it. You just hold Dudu's hand. Chen Zhuo carried the shopping bag full of ingredients in his hand, taking the initiative. Bai Muxi nodded. Thank you. Tonight when we get home, I'll give you a massage. Massage. Okay, it's a deal. Before transmigrating, Chen Zhuo loved watching short dramas. It seemed that every time the male lead gave a woman a massage in those dramas, things would escalate. Now that he had also set his mind on Bai Muxi, was there a chance to take things further? They had already kissed yesterday, today, not to mention going deeper. It should be okay to feel the size right. Of course, Chen Zhuo didn't voice such thoughts. Instead, he strode toward the elevator entrance. Dudu held Bai Muxi's hand. Mommy, don't you think Daddy has changed toward you? What did you notice? It's just that Daddy is helping Mommy with things. Yesterday, Daddy was still ignoring Mommy. Bai Muxi was stunned, as she hadn't expected her daughter's observation skills to be so sharp. Could her daughter be a genius? Actually, it was mainly because she had no experience raising children. As the internet became more developed, children had more channels to acquire knowledge, so they naturally understood more. Plus, Dudu was indeed a bit smart, so she saw through many things. Since she had come to the time when her parents first met as the guardian of their love, she must quickly bring them together. Only then could she live the same happy life as before. Then do you think Daddy likes Mommy? Dudu immediately nodded. Of course. Daddy said he wouldn't help anyone except the person he likes. This is called let go of the urge to help respect others' fate. Did Daddy really say that? While they were chatting, Chen Zhuo had already turned around. The elevator is here, coming quickly. With that, he walked into the elevator using the shopping bag to block the door. Dudu pulled Bai Muxi's hand. Mommy, be confident. Daddy has already fallen in love with you. Actually, Bai Muxi was originally quite confident. She was the top campus belle of Zhongda, came from a privileged family, and had exceptional looks. It was not an exaggeration to call her a goddess. But as Chen Zhuo gradually reshaped her worldview, she became a little less confident. She even wondered if she didn't have Dudu, would she be unworthy to stand by Chen Zhuo's side. He was handsome, wealthy, and most importantly, his talents were overwhelming. Cooking, songwriting, playing the piano. Especially cooking. Bai Muxi, having grown up by Bai Yuchuan's side, had been eating delicacies since childhood. What top chef's dishes hadn't she tasted? Yet only when she ate Chen Zhuo's cooking did she feel a sense of spiritual cleansing. When Chen Zhuo had just asked whether to eat out or cook at home, Bai Muxi never even considered eating out. As long as Chen Zhuo was willing to cook, she was willing to wash dishes for a lifetime. What are you two chatting about? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Dudu smiled. Mommy was asking Dudu a question just now. What question? Mommy asked if Daddy likes Mommy. Daddy, tell me, do you like Mommy? Dudu's big eyes were full of expectation. Of course I like her, Chen Zhuo answered affirmatively. Mommy is beautiful, capable, and an excellent girl. Of course Daddy likes a girl like that. Ding. Detected that Dudu is happy. Dad points 300. After Chen Zhuo's open admission, Dudu's eyes lit up sparkling. In contrast, Bai Muxi beside him had a flushed face. She reached out and pinched Chen Zhuo's arm. Don't say these things in front of the child. Chen Zhuo let out an ouch, but shook his head. Dudu is no longer a 3-year-old kid. There's no need for us to hide things. You? Humph. Just then the elevator doors opened. Bai Muxi took Dudu and went out to the parking lot first. A smile also spread across Chen Zhuo's face. He really didn't know that Bai Muxi, who was aloof in public, had such a cute and shy side. Indeed, blushing was the best makeup for a young girl. The blushing Bai Muxi just now was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Zhuo put away the evening's ingredients, then drove back to Huiwa Terrace. Along the way, Dudu started asking Chen Zhuo to sing. Daddy, you've written so many songs for Mommy. Are you going to sing them for her? Moi. Tell me what I wrote, Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Dudu clearly remembered. Plain face, little happiness, love beyond reason, confession balloon, only have feelings for you. Too many to list. Just pick one and sing. Good heavens. He really had become a disseminator of Chinese culture. Then let's do love beyond reason, Chen Zhuo said, glancing at Bai Muxi's reaction in the rearview mirror while driving. Cici, do you want to hear it? Bai Muxi's face reddened even more. How could he call her Cici so directly? Bai Muxi nodded but quickly realized and asked, are you sure this song was written for me? Or for someone else? Absolutely and definitely. All the songs Dudu mentioned were written by me for you. Then sing. Bai Muxi nodded, and as she spoke she pulled out her phone and started recording. There's no accompaniment in the car, just listen casually. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. However, in his heart, he called out to the system. Brother system, how many dad points do I need to improve my singing skills? Ding. Host, would you like to spend 200 dad points to upgrade your singing skill to beginner? Upgrade. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools. To win over Bai Muxi, Chen Zhuo decided to first improve his singing skills, and then let her fully experience the charm of Chinese love songs. After all, in his past life when he watched Meteor Garden, he loved listening to this song, Love Beyond Reason. Moreover, these lyrics were truly perfect for a confession. Previously, singing relied on a deep and seductive voice. But as his skills improved, Chen Zhuo's mind gained many vocal techniques. Chen Zhuo originally wanted to continue improving. But after running through Qing Fei De in his mind, he realized he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Although Qing Fei De is pleasant to listen to, its difficulty is not high at all. And the system's designated elementary singing skill corresponds to professional singers in the music industry. Even if he can't compare to Zhang Jie or Lin Junjie, he is far superior to online singers. Now, not only can he sing for Bai Muxi, but even if he were to participate in the show's singer, he might last several rounds. After all, as a singer, vocal skill is only one aspect. And what is Chen Zhuo's most outstanding trait? Appearance score 100. Plus, he has countless classic Chinese works in his mind. However, Chen Zhuo definitely won't become a celebrity. That would leave him no private space. But he can't let the knowledge in his mind go to waste. Perhaps he could let Bai Muxi establish a cultural and entertainment company, grasping both culture and entertainment, with him strategizing behind the scenes and Bai Muxi charging ahead on the front lines. It would be impossible not to make money. Ahem. Chen Zhuo cleared his throat. Next I will sing Qing Fei De for my wife, Madame Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi's face revealed an irrepressible smile. Her heart felt sweet, as if she had tasted a spoonful of honey. Hard to forget the first time I saw you, a pair of enchanting eyes in my mind, your figure lingers, never fading. Chen Zhuo's attention was still on driving. Of course, those who love driving around should know that singing while driving is delightful. As Chen Zhuo sang the first line, Bai Muxi's mind conjured the image of meeting Chen Zhuo for the first time yesterday. She clearly remembered that when Chen Zhuo looked at her, his eyes sparkled. Could it be that he had fallen in love at first sight with her? Dudu in the back seat was earnestly watching her mommy, noting her little expressions. Seeing the stunned look on her mommy's face after hearing her daddy's song, Dudu's smile grew even brighter. This family would fall apart without me. I'm afraid I might fall in love with you. Dare not let myself get too close. Afraid I have nothing to give you. Loving you also requires great courage. Chen Zhuo's singing continued. His professional singer ability was indeed no joke. It wasn't just about pitch and tone. It was mainly the emotion. This song didn't require much technique, so Chen Zhuo's performance had little technique, but all emotion. Bai Muxi stared at Chen Zhuo in a daze. Earlier she had heard him sing Rebate, which was the epitome of tenderness. Now Chen Zhuo exuded intense love. It felt as if this wasn't a song, but a whispered confession from Chen Zhuo in her ear. Afraid I have nothing to give you. Loving you also requires great courage. So it wasn't just her who had such thoughts. Chen Zhuo did too. Dudu noticed the change in her mommy's eyes, propped up her little head with her tiny hands, and stared unblinkingly with round joyful eyes. Perhaps too happy, her short legs gently swayed in the car seat, her jade-white little hands rhythmically patted the armrest of the seat, and she hummed along with the chorus in a milky voice. She could sing. Even though she didn't know many characters, yet she remembered the lyrics very clearly. Of course, that was the benefit of a good memory. Chen Zhuo didn't sing the whole song, only the first half. Dudu was the first to react, and clapped. Mommy, why are you still in a daze? Clap. Bai Muxi stopped recording. That's it. I haven't heard enough. I'm mainly driving, and the road conditions here are mediocre. If you really like it, I'll sing for you again when I get home tonight. Can Daddy play and sing at the same time? Has our piano arrived? Dudu immediately asked expectantly. It should be here. Aunt Wang just called me. The piano has been set up. Bai Muxi nodded. Money really can expedite matters. After Chen Zhuo paid $2.99 million in cash for Dudu's piano, the showroom arranged immediate delivery. Not only that, but they also arranged a tuner to ensure the piano was flawless. As for the Aunt Wang that Bai Muxi mentioned, she was the nanny Xu Tang had found for her. She lived in the maid's room, but was mainly responsible for cleaning, including washing dishes after meals. Although Xu Tang agreed with the son-in-law cooking and the daughter washing dishes, she thought, if money could solve the problem, why tire her own daughter? Chen Zhuo naturally had no objection, as long as he didn't have to wash dishes. Moreover, after buying the piano, his Jianxi Henxing quietly credited $299 million in cash. With nearly several billion in his bank card, he no longer felt the urge to rush for hundredfold rebates. He needed to quickly establish his career. Otherwise, making large payments casually would definitely attract attention. That would be a loss for gain. As a man who loves reading fantasy novels, the word lay low weighs 1,000 gold. What do you both like listening to me sing? Chen Zhuo asked Bai Muxi and Dudu with a smile. Dudu nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Bai Muxi immediately replied, of course I like it. And the lyrics you wrote? Were they written specifically for me? Of course. You are the first woman in this world to hear this song. Daddy, I was the first. Dudu immediately protested. You are the first girl to hear it, not the first woman. Chen Zhuo replied with a smile. Bai Muxi patted Dudu's head. Dudu, tell mommy, has your daddy ever sung to any other girl besides mommy? Dudu indeed showed a puzzled expression, but quickly shook her head. No, mommy. Every time daddy sings for you, but Aunt Tongtong, Aunt Xiaoxiao, and Aunt Xiaoman love coming to our house to listen to songs. Tongtong, Xiaoxiao, and Xiaoman. Weren't those her best friends? Suddenly a thought crossed Bai Muxi's mind. Beware of friends, guard against them. Could those three girls have designs on my husband? Chen Zhuo looked puzzled, but didn't say anything, and continued driving attentively. Just then Bai Muxi's phone rang. Speak of the devil. The caller ID clearly showed Su Wantong. Su Wantong was Tang Tang in the friend group, not Tang Tang as in candy. Hello Tang Tang. What's up? Yeah, it's me. Where are you now? Ji Xiao and I just got off work. We want to see you and Dudu. Is it convenient for you? Bai Muxi was stunned. Convenient. Actually, it wasn't inconvenient. But thinking of Dudu's words, she hesitated slightly. Maybe we can wait until tomorrow. My situation is a bit complicated now, and a lot happened today. I want to calm down first. Su Wantong didn't mind her refusal. Instead, she took the initiative to say, don't bear everything alone when you encounter problems. We'll always be behind you. Okay. Bai Muxi replied softly. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bai Muxi hadn't reacted yet. In fact, it was her subconscious instinct to guard her food. After realizing Chen Zhao's excellence, she began to worry that other girls might set their sights on him, especially since her several girlfriends were outstanding in both appearance and family background. Not to mention Chen Zhao. If she were a man, she would have fallen in love with her own girlfriends. As Bai Muxi hung up the phone, Dudu on the other side asked curiously, Mommy, why didn't you invite Annie Tang Tang over? Did you have a fight with Annie Tang Tang? Bai Muxi's face flushed slightly. No, it's just that we didn't buy enough groceries today. Next time we buy more we can invite them over to play, okay? Dudu immediately nodded. Okay. Then when we get home can mommy teach Dudu how to play the piano? Dudu loves playing the piano the most. Of course I can. Although mommy isn't as good as daddy, I've won many piano awards too. Bai Muxi readily agreed. Chen Zhuo up ahead stopped talking and focused on driving. Soon the car pulled into the parking lot. Chen Zhuo picked up 2 shopping bags, one in each hand, but Bai Muxi walked over. Give me the lighter one, don't exhaust yourself. No need, I'm really strong. But you can't carry everything yourself. Earlier in the mall, I was worried Dudu might get bumped into by passersby. Now that we're home, I can take one. With that, Bai Muxi took the bag from Chen Zhuo's hand. Although it was a bit heavy, she could still manage. Chen Zhuo said nothing, but the longer he spent with Bai Muxi, the more he realized that besides her stunning looks, she was also a good person. At least she didn't take others' kindness for granted. Mommy is carrying something, so Dudu should carry something too. I'm a labor model. I can't be lazy. Dudu chimed in. Daddy, what can Dudu carry? Chen Zhuo hesitated for a moment, then took a carton of fresh milk from Bai Muxi's bag. Then Dudu can take this. Bai Muxi's strained expression instantly relaxed. The family of 3 walked briskly back to the villa. Upon arriving home, they indeed saw Annie Wang, who was recommended by Xu Tang. Annie Wang's full name was Wang Hongmei, 55 years old, with 15 years of high-end living experience. She was highly skilled in early childhood education and nutritional meal planning, capable of independently preparing 6-person fusion menus combining Chinese and Western cuisine, fluent in 2 languages, and even able to provide wine tasting services, among other things. In addition, she had developed her own 5 senses early education method, which significantly helped improve children's concentration. Seeing that she was recommended by Xu Tang, Chen Zhuo glanced at her resume, asked a few simple questions, and then handed over the task of briefing her to Bai Muxi. Chen Zhuo had already discussed this with Bai Muxi earlier. The auntie was mainly responsible for the meals and daily care of the 3 of them, and also for cleaning duties. Considering that they might go out together, she would occasionally need to look after Dudu as well. However, Chen Zhuo had already processed his internship certificate, and from now on, aside from submitting his thesis, he probably wouldn't need to return to school. Of course, he also had his own career to build. Having watched many short dramas, he understood a truth. If you revolve around the family every day, you'll eventually lose your personal charm, and your wife will be seduced by various white moonlight figures, male assistants, or male best friends. Worst of all, it might make your daughter think you're just a house husband lacking masculine authority. So he had to get his career going. As for the future, if Bai Muxi ever dared to cheat, or anything, Chen Zhuo had plenty of ways to make her regret it. But these were matters for the future. For now, the top priority was still to make dinner for Dudu. Bai Muxi was briefing Wang Hongmei. It's best to schedule cleaning when we're not home. Chen Zhuo will handle the master bedroom himself, so you don't need to go in. Also, if we need you to cook, we'll let you know in advance. Usually when there's nothing to do, you can stay in the servant's room or go home. Normal days off are 2 days a week. If we ask you to work overtime, we'll pay you 3 times the usual rate. In addition, social insurance and housing fund will be paid as per normal. Wang Hongmei listened attentively, her heart already overjoyed. She loved this kind of job, good pay, light workload, and close to home. Her home was in Tianhe Wushan area, and it only took about 20 minutes by car. Okay, I'll leave you to it then. After you finish dinner, I'll come out to clean. All right, thank you for your trouble. Bai Muxi smiled. I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan for grocery money. Remember to keep records of all expenses. I'll be blunt, what we give you is yours. If we find out you have sticky fingers, we won't just fire you. We have plenty of ways to make sure you can't survive in the domestic service industry. Miss, please rest assured. Ms. Xu Tang is a gold VIP of our company. We would never do anything to ruin our reputation, nor would we give you a bad experience. Wang Hongmei showed a polite smile, behaving very professionally. Bai Muxi gave a few more instructions before letting her go back to her room to rest. Actually, she didn't want an outsider living in the house either. But the house was over 400 square meters. If she had to clean it herself, wouldn't that be exhausting? Hiring a housekeeper was perfectly reasonable. Just as Bai Muxi finished the conversation and came out of the study, she immediately heard Dudu's excited voice. Mommy, come quick. Daddy's paintbrushes for me have arrived. Did Daddy buy all these for you? Da Vinci. I remember this brand isn't cheap. Bai Muxi picked up a paintbrush and looked at it. Each brush cost over 1,000 yuan. But before her was a complete set of painting materials, from brushes to paints to paper to easels. It had everything one could need. The whole set would cost tens of thousands of yuan. Dudu looked puzzled. Daddy bought Dudu such good brushes, so Dudu should work even harder on painting. I must definitely not disappoint Daddy's expectations. So do you want to paint or play the piano now? Bai Muxi asked with a smile. Play the piano. I want to practice Castle in the Sky that Daddy taught Dudu. Okay, before we practice, how about we watch Daddy's performance video first? Bai Muxi suggested with a smile. Fortunately, when Chen Zhuo was playing just now, Dudu had asked her to record a video. Now that Chen Zhuo was busy inside, she finally had time to appreciate her husband's stunning good looks again. As everyone knows, a man who can play an instrument is inherently charming. and the piano is the recognized king of instruments. Plus Chen Zhuo was playing his own composition. It couldn't be more handsome. Yes, Dudu loves watching Daddy play the piano. Dudu immediately nodded in agreement. Bai Muxi turned on the TV and directly cast the video to the big screen. Soon a man with an unbeatable profile appeared on the big screen. Bai Muxi was instantly stunned. Anyone familiar with the entertainment industry knows that many people who look great in person don't look as good on TV. In short, they're not photogenic. But Chen Zhuo was absolutely handsome from every angle without any weak spots. "Oh, my husband looks this handsome on TV." Bai Muxi instinctively turned her head toward the kitchen. If Dudu weren't there, she would have had the impulse to rush into the kitchen and give Chen Zhuo a big passionate kiss. On the large television screen, the piano melody flowed gently. Chen Zhuo seemed to merge with the TV, appearing extraordinarily harmonious. In fact, back in the exhibition hall, Bai Muxi had been utterly astonished by Chen Zhuo's ability to play the piano. She had barely listened to the piece attentively, only feeling that it was tender, as if being led by a pair of gentle hands into the clouds. There was a longing for the future, yet also a sense of inexplicable solitude. But it didn't feel quite real. Hearing the piece again, Bai Muxi gained a new sensation. The alienation of the notes evoked the modern social syndrome of disconnection, where the frenzy of likes on social media was followed by the silence of scrolling alone late at night. Could the essence of Chen Zhuo's heart be loneliness? However, after listening again, Bai Muxi finally understood why Liao Qiuping wanted to become his disciple. Chen Zhuo's piano skills could only be described as sublime. He felt not like a performer, but a true artist. He was giving a performance. Dudu listened to the piece with extraordinary focus and silence. Only when the piano sound completely faded did she enthusiastically clap and say, "Mommy, isn't Daddy super amazing at playing the piano?" Bai Muxi nodded. "How did he practice? I feel that in this piece no one could defeat him." Dudu shook her head. "Dudu doesn't know either, but Daddy is really amazing. He can sing, draw, play the piano. He can do everything." "Okay, it's time for Dudu to practice piano. Then can Dudu teach Mommy to play? Mommy also wants to learn Castle in the Sky." "Sure, but Daddy has many other pieces besides Castle in the Sky. If you want to hear them, you can ask Daddy to play." "Okay, then Dudu will teach Mommy to play Castle in the Sky." Dudu trotted to the piano, opened the lid, sat on the stool, and patted the seat beside her. "Mommy, come quickly. Teacher Dudu is starting the lesson." A radiant smile spread across Bai Muxi's face. Without hesitation, she sat down beside her. "Then Mommy will listen attentively, even more seriously than your Daddy learned to wash his hands." The competitive spirit immediately emerged. Soon the living room echoed with intermittent piano notes. It must be said that Dudu had a solid foundation and an excellent memory. She taught piano like a proper instructor. Bai Muxi's learning ability was astonishing. After hearing Dudu play only twice, she could already perform the piece. Of course, she learned the simplified version that Dudu had mastered. When Chen Zhuo finished cooking and came to the living room, he happened to see Bai Muxi sitting at the piano playing the complete version of Castle in the Sky. The sunset that day was a little late. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon Bai Muxi, adding a layer of filter to her already flawless, stunning face. Her hair was loose, turning golden in the sunlight. She was completely immersed in the music. Beautiful notes flowed through the empty living room. With a natural reverb effect complemented by the unparalleled river view outside the window, it was a scene of beauty both in person and in scenery. Chen Zhuo, emerging from the kitchen, was utterly captivated by the sight. Though slightly hesitant, the scene was truly beautiful. Click! Chen Zhuo immediately pulled out his phone and captured Bai Muxi's exquisite profile. But Bai Muxi, focused on playing, did not notice Chen Zhuo. The more she played, the more amazed she became. Why could a piece of such modest difficulty sound so beautiful? The composer of this piece was definitely a genius. And that genius was her own husband. A sense of pride welled up within her. After the last note faded, the atmosphere girl Dudu immediately clapped. "Wow, Mommy is amazing too." Bai Muxi smiled, patted her head, and asked curiously, "When you learned piano with Daddy, wasn't Mommy with you?" Dudu shook her head. "Mommy was always busy off and traveling on business, and never had time to accompany Dudu." "Then do you know why Mommy is so busy?" Bai Muxi continued. Dudu shook her head again. "I don't know. But it seems to be related to Grandpa's company. Related to my father's company." Bai Muxi's brows furrowed. "Ahem." Just then Chen Zhuo coughed. "The food is ready. Let's eat first." Coming. Dudu, who had been frowning, instantly lit up with joy. Dudu loves Daddy's cooking the most. Bai Muxi turned around, saw Chen Zhuo, and smiled. "Xiaozhi, your piano skills are so impressive. Have you ever considered becoming a pianist?" "No, that would be too tiring. I still need to stay home and accompany Dudu." Chen Zhuo shook his head. Dudu had already come to Chen Zhuo. "Daddy, why doesn't Mommy call you husband anymore? And you don't call Mommy wife? Aren't you already married? Although Daddy and Mommy are married, we got married to register your household. When our feelings become very strong, we will call each other husband and wife." Chen Zhuo explained to Dudu. "Okay, then Daddy asked you, what do you do before eating?" "Wash hands." Children are easily distracted. This time the focus shifted to hand washing. Right then, how about Daddy takes Dudu to wash hands? Okay. Teacher Dudu is going to check if Daddy remembers the hand-washing order. No problem. Bai Muxi watched the two figures, one big and one small, and slowly uttered two words, husband. But soon her face flushed bright red. Just thinking about calling Chen Zhuo, that made her feel too shy to face anyone. Yet somehow she was oddly looking forward to him calling her that. Would he be as embarrassed as she was? Bai Muxi shook her hands, walked to the kitchen, washed her hands, then prepared corn and pork rib soup and white rice for the three of them. Her movements were much more agile than before. When Chen Zhuo and Dudu came to the dining table, everything was ready. Sip. Dudu was placed in her high chair and immediately took a deep, satisfying breath. So fragrant, Daddy, I want sweet and sour pork ribs. Dudu pointed at the ribs. Chen Zhuo picked a piece for her. Taste a piece of rib first, then drink the soup. In Guangzhou, relatively fewer people are overweight. They have a little secret. That is, drink soup before meals. Since the stomach has a limited capacity, having soup makes it half full. Then you don't eat as much. Chen Zhuo liked chubby children, but didn't want Dudu to become too overweight. After all, pale skin covers 100 flaws, but obesity ruins everything. No matter how cute a child is, once they gain weight, their looks are completely ruined. Bai Muxi also drank soup first. As the sweet fragrance of corn mixed with the soup entered her mouth, she felt the day's fatigue vanish. As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. When you eat something delicious, even the sadness of resigning from Bai's today completely disappears. But she was somewhat curious. Why did the ingredients, though similar, produce such a delicious taste when Chen Zhuo cooked? Did he have a secret recipe? Or was it all technique, no secret? Bai Muxi's gaze couldn't help but fall on Chen Zhuo. This man was too mysterious. Unfathomable. The meal was utterly satisfying. Yet Bai Muxi discovered her phone was constantly vibrating. No need to guess. Her besties group chat must have erupted. It all began when Lin Xiaoman posted a piano video. Sisters, listen to this. This piano piece is absolutely stunning. Once the message was sent, Su Wantong and Shen Zhixia, who were dining together, quickly caught sight of the video showing Chen Zhuo playing the piano. With her excellent eyesight, Su Wantong immediately noticed that the pianist was none other than Chen Zhuo. Isn't this Cece's husband? He can play the piano too. What? This is Cece's husband? Lin Xiaoman looked utterly incredulous. This man is not only handsome, but his piano skills are top-notch. People at the scene said even Master Liao wants to become his disciple. Master Liao? You don't mean Liao Qiuping? He's a titan in the piano world. Su Wantong asked immediately. Shen Zhixia's response was brief, really. Absolutely. But guess what? Did Chen Zhuo agree to take him as a disciple? The way you're asking, he obviously refused. Su Wantong wasn't foolish. Exactly. Chen Zhuo actually refused. But this time Chen Zhuo has become truly famous, even more so than when it was revealed he has a daughter with Cece. Lin Xiaoman said seriously. As the video of Castle in the Sky being played went viral online, it completely shook up the entire piano world. Even the president of the Musicians Association posted on Weibo within moments after listening to Castle in the Sky. I cried. It turns out our Huaxia does have piano masters. We just hadn't found them yet, for they hide in plain sight. I've already bought a ticket to Yangqing just to meet Master Chen. Master Chen, wait for me. The news caused another sensation. But as the composer of Castle in the Sky, Chen Zhuo, was taking his wife and daughter for a stroll downstairs. A walk after meals helps you live to 99. Most importantly, Huiyue Terrace offered a peaceful retreat amidst the bustle with a spacious garden below, perfect for post-dinner digestion. Of course, living on Ursha Island would be even better, with a vast lawn in the center where one could run freely. Especially during colder weather when there were no mosquitoes at night, making walks all the more pleasant. The besties group discussion continued. Several girls started tagging Bai Muxi, asking her to share her experience. Bai Muxi glanced at her besties' messages and replied, Sisters, I only discovered today that he can play the piano. But as you can see, his technique is quite impressive. You call that quite impressive? That's super impressive. Even the president of the Musicians Association has spoken. Someone will likely reach out to Chen Zhuo about hosting a piano recital soon. When that happens, you'd better save 3 tickets for us. Lin Xiaoman replied excitedly. Don't even think about it. Chen Zhuo definitely won't hold any recitals. Shen Zhixia's message remained straightforward. Su Wantong, who didn't care about recitals at all, directly tagged Bai Muxi. Cece, the reason you didn't let us find you today isn't because you're hiding your treasure, right? Are you worried we might also fall for Chen Muxi? Zhila also tagged Bai Muxi. Same here, Xiaoman. Bai Muxi saw her sisters interrogating her, and her pretty face flushed red. How could that be? I just resigned from Bai Corporation today, and with so many family matters to attend to, I simply don't have time to meet you all. Don't overthink it. I'll bring Dudu to meet you tomorrow and treat you all to dinner. Then will you bring your husband? Su Wantong asked immediately. Exactly, can we meet Master Chen? Lin Xiaoman asked curiously. Zhila. Yes, absolutely. Tomorrow I'll make him pay the bill. You pick the place, he foots the bill. Bai Muxi said earnestly. You're my closest friends, and this is the first time he's meeting you, so we must eat at the finest restaurant. Okay, got it. I'll be there on time. In the garden of Huiwei Terrace, Chen Zhuo was holding Dudu's hand recounting the story of Zootopia. Bai Muxi had been listening as well, but her phone was vibrating so intensely that she had to divert her attention to reply. However, Chen Zhuo didn't stroll for long, and soon returned home with Dudu. The main reason was that the temperature outside was still a bit chilly. While he himself was fine, he was worried Dudu might fall ill. Once they got home, Dudu kept insisting that Chen Zhuo draw Judy and the fox. With his painting skills from before, Chen Zhuo didn't hesitate, and picked up a brush to sketch right away. At this moment, Chen Zhuo was like the mythical Ma Liang with his magic brush. With just a few light strokes, the iconic image of Officer Judy the rabbit leapt onto the paper. Bai Muxi put down her phone and watched Chen Zhuo with full concentration. "You can paint too." Bai Muxi's eyes widened. "Are you really omnipotent like Dudu says?" Dudu's face showed a smug expression. "Mama, I didn't lie to you, right? Daddy is really amazing." There was still a difference between those who had practiced and those who hadn't. From the way Chen Zhuo held the brush and the movement of his strokes, it was not difficult to see that he had at least over a decade of painting experience. "I only have a basic understanding of painting," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. "Dudu, do you like this image of Judy?" Ding detected that Dudu is in a happy mood. Host's painting skill has been upgraded to intermediate level. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen Zhuo was startled. This was possible too. Leveling up skills directly without giving dad points. If he made Dudu happy several more times, wouldn't he directly become a painting master? Indeed, as Dudu looked at the completed Judy painting by Chen Zhuo, a brilliant smile spread across her face. "Wow, Daddy's painted Judy is so cute." She really overcame numerous difficulties and became a police officer. On the painting, Judy stood before a row of houses holding her police badge in hand. She was wearing a police uniform. A dark blue jacket, a blue shirt, dark blue pants below with a belt around her waist, and a smiling expression on her lips. Chen Zhuo was very satisfied with Dudu's reaction, then turned to look at Bai Muxi. "Muxi, do you think if I turn this story into an animated film it would make money?" A flash of light passed through Bai Muxi's beautiful eyes, and her mind began to race. As the heir groomed by Bai Yuchuan, she had possessed extraordinary business acumen since childhood. She began to roughly summarize the story Chen Zhuo had told. On the surface, it was about a rabbit breaking through the stereotype that weak species cannot become police officers. In reality, it used animal society as an allegory for real-world issues such as racial conflict, gender discrimination, and class solidification, prompting the audience to reflect. If it could truly be adapted for the big screen, as long as the production was excellent, she wouldn't necessarily make a huge profit, but breaking even would definitely be no problem. Most importantly, this would become a new IP. In the future, as long as enough IPs were accumulated, profits could snowball. It might not necessarily make money, but it's absolutely impossible to lose money. Bai Muxi gave her answer. "Then if I leave this story to you, can you handle it well?" Bai Muxi's brows instantly furrowed, but she still expressed her thoughts. "But I don't want to work for you. I want to start my own business and prove myself." "Then what if I give you company shares?" Chen Zhuo smiled faintly. Previously, Chen Zhuo had said that the company did not want external investors. He wanted to hold all the shares exclusively. But at that time, he hadn't recognized Bai Muxi. Now Bai Muxi was the wife he had initially approved of and the biological mother of his daughter. Since that's the case, giving her some shares would be acceptable. Based on Chen Zhuo's experience writing novels, having a system after transmigrating meant he was the male lead. The woman who had a daughter with him with good looks and family background. She was surely the female lead, no doubt about it. If that were the case, Bai Muxi must have her outstanding qualities. After all, anyone who had read novels knew that if the female lead were merely a decorative vase, the story wouldn't last long. Modern readers had no patience for stories where the female lead was simply a pretty ornament. Moreover, Chen Zhuo's offer of shares to Bai Muxi wasn't born of flirtation, but rather a calculated move to invest in a worthy collaborator, a classic play for the right partners. It also provided Bai Muxi with a platform expansive enough to showcase her talents. There was truth to the notion that a strong platform often makes the difference between success and obscurity. He recalled his early days as a novelist when he'd publish on lesser-known platforms. Despite grinding out 10,000 words daily, his earnings capped out at barely over 5,000 yuan. Then he made the switch to tomato fiction, and even with just 4,000 words a day, he was pulling in 10,000 monthly. That was the power of choosing the right platform. Dimensional Gravity was a substantial platform in its own right, though it still lagged behind Dimensional Comics Workshop and Frame of Heartbeat, ranking third in the comics industry. With quality work on the horizon, overtaking the second-place competitor and challenging for the top position seemed only a matter of time. And the upcoming release of Zootopia could serve as that pivotal turning point. Chen Zhuo's words left her momentarily stunned. "How much of a stake are you planning to give me?" Bai Muxi asked, keeping her composure. 10%, Chen Zhuo declared. At the current market valuation of 2,500 million for Dimensional Gravity, that stake equated to 250 million. "You're being remarkably generous. Do you treat other women this way, eh?" Bai Muxi paused before pressing him. "Certainly not. You're the first." Chen Zhuo shook his head. "This isn't a free gift. I want you to become CEO and dedicate yourself to expanding into the comics industry." A smile spread across Bai Muxi's face. How about this? I'll invest 500 million for a 20% stake take on the CEO role and have decisive authority over company matters. Even though you're the actual owner, you won't interfere in management. I'll only accept your suggestions on content. The shift in Bai Muxi's demeanor when discussing business was striking, her sharpness cutting through the air. Perhaps this was her second nature. Everyone revealed different facets depending on the situation. The way you're more at ease and natural around your parents. But facing a boss or someone you're drawn to shifts everything into another mode entirely. Through his interactions with Bai Muxi today, he realized that so-called aloof goddesses weren't nearly as untouchable as they appeared. She'd caught herself gazing at him with something dangerously close to admiration more than once. Yet the moment business entered the conversation, her entire presence shifted regardless of how casually she was dressed. Her tone of voice changed completely. To be honest, I don't understand company management either, so I can hand it over to you. But I need to maintain control of the overall direction. I'm confident in my judgment about which works will resonate in the future. Are you claiming some kind of precognition? Not at all. That's just vision. Chen Zhuo tapped his own eyes, then turned to Dudu. Dudu, tell Mama what you think of Daddy's taste. Dudu had been watching Judy, but at Daddy's question, she spoke up immediately. Daddy's taste is obviously excellent. If not, how would he have chosen Mama to be his wife? Mama is the most beautiful woman in the whole world. Goodness, she'd managed to compliment both of them in one breath. Chen Zhuo gave Dudu a thumbs up. You sure know how to sweet-talk people. Dudu was just telling the truth. Dudu grinned mischievously. Bai Muxi, however, dropped the playful tone and asked softly, Dudu, do you know how much your daddy's company is worth? Dudu's expression clouded with confusion, but she eventually shook her head. I don't know. But everyone calls Daddy the richest man in Huaxia. Hiss. Bai Muxi's eyes widened in shock. So her husband was destined to become the richest man in Huaxia. The current title holder held a staggering 530 billion in total wealth, and their child, born in 2028, would be turning 5 in just a few months. Chen Zhuo had accumulated over 50 billion in just 6 years. As these numbers raced through her mind, Bai Muxi was completely stunned. But then it clicked. Huaxia Terrace purchased on a whim a 2,500 million market cap company acquired effortlessly. This wasn't mere wealth, it was something far more substantial. The fortune he could mobilize might reach into the hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Could Chen Zhuo truly be the heir to some powerful old family? Perhaps his apparent poverty was merely a test imposed by his family. Otherwise, Bai Muxi couldn't fathom how someone could accumulate such wealth in merely 6 years. While Bai Muxi was caught up in shock, Chen Zhuo remained perfectly calm. With Dudu here, becoming the richest man in Huaxia didn't require 6 years. If he put his mind to it, 6 days would suffice. Money meant nothing to Chen Zhuo now. It was just numbers. His bank cards held strings of digits waiting to be spent. What he truly sought was the success of his enterprise. Are you serious? He became the richest man in Huaxia. Bai Muxi pressed Dudu once more for confirmation. Dudu nodded enthusiastically. Of course, but Daddy keeps a low profile. He never appears on television or grants interviews. How can you stay low-key and still be known as the richest man in Huaxia? Bai Muxi glanced at Chen Zhuo beside her, puzzled. But Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up with an idea. Right. He couldn't let anyone know he was the richest man in Huaxia. It seemed that Chen Zhuo before Dudu's arrival had forgotten the art of staying hidden. He remembered Li Banqing's son had been kidnapped in his past life. Chen Zhuo had no intention of letting anything happen to Dudu, so he would remain low-key. Always. He wondered if there was a way to conceal his identity entirely, perhaps adopt a false one. In reality, there were families whose wealth surpassed even the richest, yet they didn't appear on any billionaire rankings. The method was straightforward, really just 2 steps. First, make the wealth untrackable. Second, keep the person unseen. Achieving the first step wasn't difficult. Simply channel assets through offshore trusts or family foundations into structures where they were nominally personal but legally detached, thus escaping the scrutiny of wealth rankings. The second part required Chen Zhuo to stay under the radar, but he'd already played Castle in the Sky at the exhibition hall and gone viral across the internet almost instantly. Even the president of the Musicians Association had traveled personally from the capital to Yangqing just to meet him. If that encounter actually happened, Chen Zhuo would likely dominate every news cycle the following day. It was his own fault, really. Possessing the skill of the instrument god and still performing in public, going viral was inevitable. With self-media thriving, there was simply no hiding talent anymore. Yet wielding such ability without using it felt like wearing brocade at night. Wasteful. It was a genuine contradiction, but one thing was certain, he absolutely could not meet that Musicians Association president. Once Chen Zhuo composed himself, he immediately texted Liao Qiuping. Tell that president to go back to where he came from. I'm not meeting him. Understood, Teacher Chen. I'll convey it exactly as you said, Liao Qiuping replied without delay. Teacher Chen. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. The first thing that came to mind was actually the photographer. But then again, he was supposed to share a room with Bai Muxi tonight. There was an undeniable sense of anticipation about it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Bai Muxi gave Dudu a bath, while Chen Zhuo retreated to his own bedroom for a hot shower. Although it was the dead of winter for those residing in Yangqing, a daily bath was simply imperative. Otherwise one would feel terribly uncomfortable. After finishing his wash, Chen Zhuo entered Dudu's room and overheard Bai Muxi singing to her. It must be said that Bai Muxi possessed a genuinely pleasant voice with excellent pitch. If she were not a stunning CEO, she might just as well have become a celebrity and charmed audiences across the nation. Of course, compared to pursuing stardom, being a business owner would undoubtedly be far superior. At the very least, she would not have to endure the sordid and unseemly affairs that permeate the entertainment industry. Moreover, she would earn considerably more. You dry Dudu's hair, I shall take a shower myself. Bai Muxi had accidentally wet her sleeve while bathing Dudu earlier, and the moment she entrusted the child to Chen Zhuo, she promptly departed. Sounds good. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi coordinated effortlessly. Yet as Chen Zhuo took Dudu into his arms, he was momentarily taken aback. Why did their synergy feel so remarkably natural? Dudu, ever obedient, sat before the vanity mirror. Baba, may I hear the story about Judy again tonight? Did she rescue those missing animals in the end? Of course you may, but we must wait for Mama to join us, or she will be quite upset to miss the tale, Chen Zhuo said with a gentle smile. Then I suppose I shall wait. I do not wish Mama to be unhappy. However, before Mama arrives I can read you another picture book. Really? I want to hear it. Then sit nicely and Baba will dry your hair first. Chen Zhuo had previously lacked any real skill at blow-drying hair. But it hardly mattered, for he possessed dad points. To ensure Dudu received the finest experience, he directly spent 200 dad points to acquire the professional stylus, wash-cut style technique. Instantly a wealth of knowledge regarding grooming techniques flooded Chen Zhao's mind. Blow-drying, it turned out, was merely the smallest facet of the craft. As he blow-dried Dudu's hair, Chen Zhuo instinctively began designing a hairstyle for her. But soon he shook his head. Cutting hair was professional work, and as such it ought to be entrusted to professionals. After all, it offered a 100-fold cashback. Furthermore, exposing Dudu to more people outside would help cultivate her courage and confidence. Wow, Baba, I absolutely love the hairstyle. You must do my hair and braid it tomorrow morning too. Dudu admired her reflection in the mirror, striking several coquettish poses. All right, but it is getting late. Go to bed now, and I shall tell stories while we wait for Mama. Okay. Dudu obediently nestled into the blankets, leaving only her head exposed. Baba sleeps here, and when Mama comes she sleeps here. Then Dudu can sleep with both Baba and Mama again. My. Chen Zhuo paused. Hadn't you been sleeping with Baba and Mama before I came? Dudu shook her head and burrowed her face into the covers. Baba and Mama haven't slept with Dudu for a very long time. But Baba slept alone since he was 3 years old. You are nearly 5 now, so sleeping independently is perfectly fine. Then why do Baba and Mama, who are so much older, still sleep together? Dudu blinked her large eyes. Once I woke up at night and saw Baba lying on top of Mama like a little caterpillar. Chen Zhuo froze instantly. No wonder they wanted Dudu to sleep alone. So that was how it was. Ahem, lie still now, and Baba will read you David No. David No was an immensely popular picture book from his past life, rich in educational significance. It primarily narrated the tale of a mischievous young boy whose mother would always grant him unconditional love. Of course, the crux lay in the word no. This no embodied the concept of boundaries and principles. After Bai Muxi expressed concern that Dudu might develop wasteful spending habits, Chen Zhuo began sifting through his memories for relevant picture books, hoping to instill sound values in her. Ding! Host has been narrating stories to Dudu for over 2 hours. Beginner storytelling technique has been automatically unlocked. Chen Zhuo was deeply engrossed in his tale when the system notification sounded. This genuine stroke of unexpected luck delighted him immensely. So one could acquire new skills through such means as well. Armed with this technique, Chen Zhao's storytelling became even more effortless and engaging. Yet an awkward situation arose. Chen Zhao's narrative proved far too captivating, leaving Dudu completely wide awake. When Bai Muxi arrived, Dudu's large eyes were bulging like brass bells. Bai Muxi likewise detected the anomaly and furrowed her brows. Perhaps we should skip the story. Would Baba and Mama tuck you in and sleep with you instead? But I still want to hear the story about Judy. Dudu protested grievously. But it is already past 10 o'clock. Rest early, and tomorrow Baba shall tell it to you, all right? Bai Muxi spoke tenderly. Just one short segment. Pretty please. Dudu begged. Dudu cannot. Chen Zhuo finally interjected. Stories can be heard at any time, but pulling an all-nighter will give you dark circles, and children who stay up late won't grow tall. Dudu immediately shook her head. No. Dudu will go to sleep. But will Baba and Mama stay with me? She once again blinked her large imploring eyes. So heartbreakingly endearing. Very well, Baba and Mama shall sleep with you, Chen Zhuo agreed. Dudu nestled in the middle with Chen Zhuo on the left and Bai Muxi on the right. Perhaps because Dudu had skipped her afternoon nap, she drifted off almost instantly once the room fell quiet. Bai Muxi, however, found herself rather sleepless. Are you asleep? Bai Muxi whispered softly. Chen Zhuo shook his head. No. Shall we step out and talk? Bai Muxi gestured toward the doorway. All right. Bai Muxi slipped out of bed tiptoeingly with Chen Zhuo trailing closely behind. Only after they had exited the room did they resume normal voices. Xiao Zhao, my closest friends mentioned they would like to meet you tomorrow for a meal. Would that be acceptable? Bai Muxi made her way to the living room sofa. Although it was bitterly cold outside, the entire house was warmly heated. Thus Bai Muxi wore merely a white silk nightgown and a light shawl. Chen Zhuo followed behind, and could not help but notice her graceful swaying figure reminiscent of willow catkins dancing in the riverside breeze. Of course, but I have one small condition, Chen Zhuo replied with a knowing smile. He was no fool to take losses. He operated on the principle of no profit, no effort. You are my husband now, and you still negotiate over merely meeting my friend. If we were truly husband and wife, I would help without a second thought. But were we not married solely for Dudu's household registration? Chen Zhuo shrugged. How about this? If we become a real couple, then from then on, whenever you ask me for help, I shall assist without hesitation. What exactly makes us a real couple? Bai Muxi's delicate cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Zhuo did not hesitate. Seeing her rosy face, he leaned in, swiftly pressing the newly seated Bai Muxi back against the sofa as she gazed upward at him. "Cici, are you not merely asking what you already know the answer to?" Chen Zhuo deliberately lowered his voice. An intimate atmosphere immediately descended. Bai Muxi could almost feel his heavy breathing. Gazing at Chen Zhuo, who was perilously close, her heart raced wildly. Her mind couldn't help but drift to the domineering CEO romance novels she used to read. Rumor had it that every domineering CEO boasted a washboard of 8-pack abs. Did Chen Zhuo? Without waiting to find out, Bai Muxi acted decisively, her hand sliding toward his abdomen. Chen Zhuo had intended to tease Bai Muxi, to make a move regardless of the outcome. But as her hand brushed against his stomach, flames erupted within him. What started as a mere flicker had now become an inferno. "What are you doing?" "Just checking if you have abs," Bai Muxi said with blushing cheeks. "Why do you like abs?" A smirk curled Chen Zhuo's lips as he seized her hand and guided it inside his bathrobe. Instantly her palm pressed directly against the hard ridges of his abdomen. The cool touch did nothing to quench the fire within him, and Bai Muxi felt herself on the verge of losing her composure entirely. Truth be told, Bai Muxi was quite the uninhibited gal. Her chats with close friends often veered into wildly graphic territory. Yet she represented the type whose theoretical knowledge far outstripped any practical experience. Now she could not only feel his meticulously defined 8-pack, but also catch glimpses of his sculpted pectorals. He's trying to seduce me. How could any woman resist such temptation? But Bai Muxi quickly reasoned with herself. We're already married. We have the certificate to back this up. If he's already being this forward, no need to hold back. With that thought, Bai Muxi withdrew her hand from his stomach and grabbed his collar instead. In the next moment, their lips met with none of the hesitation that had preceded them. Neither possessed particular skill, but passion overrode inexperience. Both were growing restless, unsatisfied. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Hadn't he been the one attempting to entice her? How had the roles reversed so completely? Now he had the strange sensation that he was the one being swept away. Their bodies tangled together, but Chen Zhuo pushed her away gently. "Not here. If Dudu wakes up, it'll be troublesome." Bai Muxi nodded with sultry eyes. "Then carry me inside." Her voice was light, her gaze hazy. Clearly she was ready. Chen Zhuo bent down and lifted her into his arms. As she felt the strength of his embrace, she couldn't resist inhaling deeply. Chen Zhuo carried a pleasant scent, faintly woody. Is this what they mean by physical attraction? Bai Muxi felt her head grow dizzy. From the moment they met until now, only 2 days had passed. Yet in that brief span, she had already fallen for this mysterious, remarkable man. Dudu's arrival was merely the catalyst. Even in ordinary circumstances, she would have found herself drawn to him. What could she do? He was undeniably handsome. Chen Zhuo laid her gently on the bed, his dark eyes burning with possessive intensity. "Wife, I want you." Bai Muxi shuddered. "Husband, please. Be gentle. It's my first time." Chen Zhuo nodded. "I'll try my best." This is my first time too. When bro met Miss Virgin. When dry firewood met raging flame. When Adam met Eve. When... Enough." Strange sounds echoed from the room. Chen Zhuo's voice whispered in her ear. "Try not to be too loud. We don't want to wake Ding. Wah. You're bullying me." Content omitted for readers' sake. Reading novels before Bai Muxi had always wondered whether people could truly endure hours or even an entire night of such passion. But today she believed it. Chen Zhuo was superhuman in this regard. Had she not been planning to meet her friends tomorrow and feared they'd notice if she was thoroughly worn out, she might have been ruined. Eventually Bai Muxi pleaded. "We should rest. There's things to do tomorrow." Chen Zhuo pulled her into his arms. "All right, then let's sleep together." Silence fell over the room. No words were spoken through the night. Chen Zhuo held Bai Muxi in his arms, and only after she'd fallen asleep did he lift the blanket to glance at the plum blossom mark. He never expected that the top beauty of their school, so remarkable, would still be a virgin. These days children mature so early. Not to mention middle school romances, many start dating in elementary school. Drawn to the unknown, they explore everything. Hence the saying circulating outside looking for a virgin. You'll have to check the kindergarten. Chen Zhuo felt as though he'd struck gold. Since Bai Muxi was now his woman, he would treat her well from here on, starting with meeting her friends today. As the night passed, Chen Zhuo's task finally showed progress. 17. 6 more days, and he would complete his mission. As the sun rose quietly and golden light filtered through the window, Chen Zhuo slowly opened his eyes. After all, he was a man blessed with the healthiest kidneys and liver in the world. Only 4 hours of sleep, yet he felt full of energy. Upon entering the living room, he found Aunt Wang already waiting there. Good morning, sir. What kind of breakfast would you like? I'll begin preparing immediately. Wang Hongmei asked with a smile. I'll make breakfast. You just handle the cleaning. Chen Zhuo said with a grin. Also, besides tidying up, I'll have you handle grocery shopping. I'll send you a list shortly. Understood. I won't disturb you then. Wang Hongmei tactfully left the living room and returned to her own quarters. It was her first time working for the Chen family, so adjustments were natural. Yesterday, Bai Muxi had mentioned simply not to disturb their life. Her current duties were mainly cleaning, with other tasks to be arranged later. Honestly, with a monthly take-home salary of 30,000, full benefits and weekends off, such a dream job she could see herself doing for life. Chen Zhuo busied himself in the kitchen. Though he could prepare Western-style breakfasts, he preferred Chinese food. Millet and pumpkin porridge, boiled eggs, unsweetened soy milk, and some stir-fried greens. Some nuts and sliced apples to round it out. In the morning, nothing beats a warm meal. Dudu had slept soundly the night before, but upon waking to find both parents absent, she immediately grew upset. But rather than heading to the kitchen right away, she instinctively made for the master bedroom. When she saw her mama sleeping in bed, her disappointment turned to delight. Dudu skipped cheerfully to the kitchen doorway. Papa, did you and mama sleep together last night? Does that mean I'm going to get a little brother or sister? Chen Zhuo paused for a moment. He vaguely recalled that they hadn't taken any precautions the night before. But surely it wasn't possible to conceive in one single attempt. This wasn't a novel. What are you this happy about daddy and mommy being together? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile. Dudu nodded immediately. Of course. That way we'll be a real family. Sure enough, kids these days understand everything. But soon Dudu sniffed her nose, her attention drawn to the breakfast on the table. Daddy, what are we having for breakfast? Congee and vegetables. Have you brushed your teeth? I have, and Dudu has already washed her hands. All right then, let's eat together. Aren't we calling mommy? Mommy was worn out last night. Let her rest a little longer. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Dudu, we're thinking of sending you back to your old kindergarten. What do you think? Yes, Dudu loves kindergarten. What if none of your old friends are there anymore? Would you still want to go? Dudu wore a puzzled expression. I'd still want to go. Because daddy is an adult and Dudu is a little kid. Little kids should play with other kids. Did I say that? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Dudu nodded immediately. Then when are we going to kindergarten? There's no rush about kindergarten. Today let's take mommy to visit the new company first. In the future, mommy will make lots and lots of beautiful animated shows for you, alright? Yay? Mommy is the best to Dudu. Oh, isn't daddy good to Dudu? Daddy is good too, Dudu nodded promptly. Daddy, I want to drink congee. Here you go. Thank you, daddy. Then I'll start eating. Blow on it, it's still a bit hot. Dudu immediately began blowing into big puffs, then placed the millet porridge into her mouth. Chen Zhuo wasn't idle either. He peeled her boiled egg and cut it into bite-sized pieces with a small knife. Thank you, daddy. Daddy is the best to Dudu. Watching Dudu's beaming smile, Chen Zhuo's heart felt warm. This transmigration was truly wonderful. Not only did he have a campus beauty as his wife, but also such an adorable daughter. Most importantly, he had a system. Just moments after midnight the night before, the reward of 1 yuan per minute had already been credited to his account. Although the amount wasn't large, seeing the transfer notification brought a steady sense of contentment. From now on, Chen Zhuo had no intention of being a scumbag. Since Bai Muxi desired the strength to succeed, he would lift her up and help her become a new elite in Yanqing. Dudu needed to start kindergarten regardless. Humans are social creatures. Although keeping her by his side earned him generous rewards, he ultimately couldn't accompany her for her entire life. There came a time to let go. After all, he wasn't the type with an overwhelming need for control. As for himself, he couldn't remain idle either. The gaming company and AI studio both needed to be set up. After 2 days of rest, Chen Zhuo felt it was time to get back on his feet. A man without a career is like a rotten cabbage. After all, every time he watched those pathetic web dramas about a husband trapped in his wife's shadow, he could feel himself boiling with rage. After finishing breakfast, Bai Muxi was still asleep. Clearly, she had been thoroughly exhausted the night before. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo was busy teaching Dudu how to draw. Dudu was quite interested in Judy, so she pestered him to teach her simple sketching. For Chen Zhuo, this naturally posed no difficulty whatsoever. After receiving the system reward for painting skills, his level was roughly equivalent to that of a university art instructor. As for teaching, it was hardly a challenge. Of course, since Dudu was under 5 years old, he needed to tailor his approach. Dudu, look at the Judy daddy drew. If it were you, where would you start drawing? Chen Zhuo guided her gently, as though telling a bedtime story. Draw the head first. After studying the picture for several seconds, Dudu finally gave her answer. That's right. When starting with simple sketches, no need for pens. Just use a pencil directly. Come on, let daddy see your skill level. In his past life, Dudu must have learned some drawing at kindergarten. Though her lines were somewhat crooked, the head shape was recognizable. Dudu drew this wonderfully. This is your one-of-kind Judy. Should we draw the ears next? Give it a try. Chen Zhuo smiled. Look, what do Judy's ears remind you of? Like little leaves. In the living room, Chen Zhuo was carefully guiding Dudu, first helping her get accustomed to holding the pen, then letting her imagination lead the drawing. Though slightly crooked, a simple sketch of Judy soon took shape. Although Bai Muxi slept until 9:30 the moment she picked up her phone and glanced at the time, she couldn't help but gasp. She was late. But she quickly snapped out of it. She had resigned from the company anyway, there was no need to go to work. Glancing around the unfamiliar yet spacious room, her memories began to flood back. Last night, she seemed to have fallen asleep in Chen Zhuo's arms. And while sleeping, her hand had been touching his abs. She never would have imagined that Chen Zhuo's physique was so impressive. Slim and clothes, muscular without them. Most notably those abs and his waistline. Simply more exaggerated than those flirtatious men on Douyin. I haven't touched enough, I want to touch more. Bai Muxi silently cried out in her heart, but soon she got out of bed. Only when she first stepped down did her legs tremble slightly. Thinking of Chen Zhuo kissing her feet the night before, her pretty face flushed crimson. She loved abs, and Chen Zhuo seemed to adore her legs. After adapting for a while, Bai Muxi could finally walk normally. As soon as she left the master bedroom, she heard voices coming from the living room. Dudu's questioning voice, Chen Zhuo's guiding tone. Together they wove a picture called happiness. Although she had only lived there for 2 days, she had a strange feeling that she had been living here for a long time. Perhaps her decision hadn't been wrong after all. You're awake. Chen Zhuo noticed Bai Muxi immediately. Go freshen up first. I left some breakfast in the kitchen for you. Okay, Bai Muxi nodded. Still, she didn't dare look at Chen Zhuo and hurried into her room. But within her first few steps, she stumbled. Be careful. Holding onto the wall, Bai Muxi's face turned even redder. This guy always knows how to tease her. While she was brushing her teeth, Chen Zhuo let Dudu draw on her own and went to fetch her warm breakfast. After such rough treatment last night, it was only right to nourish her this morning. When Bai Muxi emerged, she saw the steaming pumpkin millet porridge and peeled eggs, and her heart swelled with warmth. Chen Zhuo treated her so well as she needed to be good to him in return. Thinking of this, Bai Muxi took out her phone and opened several apps. She had already noticed many issues while in Chen Zhuo's room. For instance, his walk-in closet was quite bare. There weren't many clothes, let alone expensive watches or accessories. As his wife, she naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Bai Muxi had been raised by Xu Tang since childhood, knowing full well that in any relationship one cannot be the only one giving. Besides, he was her husband, the person she would spend her life with. She had to treat him wholeheartedly. Of course, if she gave him her all, and he turned out to be fickle, leading her on only to abandon her in the end, then she would choose to raise their child alone. In this world, who can't live well without whom? Bai Muxi quietly bought Chen Zhuo a large collection of designer clothes, bags, shoes, and heels. As for luxury watches, she planned to personally visit the venue to inspect them. She would try them on first, and only purchase if they truly matched Chen Zhuo's temperament. After all, these were items worth hundreds of thousands, even millions of yuan. Such expenditures required caution. Fortunately, Bai Muxi had noted Chen Zhuo's measurements during a previous shopping trip, so there was no worry about ill-fitting clothes. Dudu was diligently painting, while Chen Zhuo illustrated the story of David No that he had told her the night before. However, pressed for time, he had only sketched roughly 5 or 6 pages. These picture books were from works he had stumbled upon in his past life. All international bestsellers of the finest caliber. Thanks to his enhanced memory, his brushwork flowed effortlessly. So when Bai Muxi finished breakfast and entered the living room, she was immediately captivated by Chen Zhuo's picture book illustrations. What is this? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Before Chen Zhuo could respond, Dudu raised her hand excitedly and declared, Dudu knows. This is the story Daddy told me last night. David No. So you turned the story into a picture book? Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo in astonishment. He nodded. Didn't you ask me to pay attention to Dudu's education yesterday? This is my answer. Actually, Chen Zhuo's initial idea had been to adapt David No into Dudu No. In the original picture book, David's mother embraces him at the end, giving him ample love and protection. But ultimately, Chen Zhuo decided against it. The reason this picture book became a global phenomenon in his past life came down to one core truth. It was not a book about teaching children to obey, but rather one about teaching parents how to understand their children. In the story, the mother's no was not authoritarian, it was guidance. Chen Zhuo also hoped to use this little tale to guide Dudu, helping her understand what she should and should not do. Of course, the reasons he created it were twofold: to earn some money and to help Bai Muxi learn as well. After all, she was also a new mother with much to learn. Moreover, according to Dudu's account, in the parallel world, Bai Muxi had devoted most of her attention to work, neglecting her daughter greatly. Chen Zhuo hoped Bai Muxi would recognize this issue and devote more of her heart to family. As for the company, That had to come second to family. Didn't you major in computer science in college? How do you know anything about early childhood education? I don't know everything, it's just that I had some inspiration, so I drew it, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Alright, since you've finished breakfast, I'll take you to the new company to have a look. How the company develops from here depends on your abilities. Sure. Bai Muxi nodded. Are you really deciding to hand dimensional gravity over to me? Chen Zhuo smiled and nodded. Of course, didn't you want to prove yourself? Then I'll give you a platform, but how far you can go depends entirely on your own capabilities. Alright, then I'll go change. When Bai Muxi emerged from the room, she was wearing new pajamas. The ones from last night had long been torn to shreds by Chen Zhuo. But even in just pajamas, her breathtaking beauty remained undeniable. They say there is a great difference between a woman and a girl. Whether it was psychological or not, when Chen Zhuo saw Bai Muxi today, he felt she was even more enchanting and captivating. Especially her eyes brimming with springtime passion. If it weren't for Dudu being around, he would have wanted to continue their intimate encounters right then and there. But what mattered most was attending to career matters. He would hold on to both his kingdom and his beauty, grasping both firmly with both hands. Chen Zhuo picked out a pink outfit for Dudu, making the already adorable child even more charming and delightful. As for himself, he selected a casual suit from the wardrobe, formal enough without being stiff, relaxed without being sloppy. After changing, the father and daughter waited in the living room for Bai Muxi. Daddy, why don't you draw a few more pages of the David No story? Mommy won't be ready that quickly, Dudu offered with good intention. Oh, does mommy usually take a long time changing clothes? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile. Dudu put a finger to her lips and whispered, Mommy doesn't like people saying she's slow. Since Dudu wants to watch Daddy draw, let's draw while we wait. Chen Zhuo paused. Was this something a 5-year-old girl could produce? She was so considerate. Truly his daughter with such high emotional intelligence. Naturally, Bai Muxi was not simply changing clothes. When going out, women always put on makeup. It was a sign of respect. While waiting for Bai Muxi, Chen Zhuo contacted the person in charge of dimensional gravity, Lin Shirin, via his phone. After the company was acquired, the former chairman had departed. Currently, all affairs were managed by Lin Shirin, the general assistant to the president. Chen Zhuo contacted her mainly to have her prepare a share transfer agreement. He planned to directly gift Bai Muxi 20% of the company's shares. Since Bai Muxi had given herself to him, how could a man who could multiply his returns 100-fold be stingy? Most importantly, this 20% was originally an extra gift from the system. Chen Zhuo was simply borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. Of course, if he wanted to attract talent like the ancient story of buying horse bones for 1,000 gold, he would need to spend real money. In his past life, what he despised most was making empty promises. When he joined companies, bosses would always talk about future bonuses and dividends once the company turned profitable. But wasn't that just issuing blank checks? Once they had real wealth, the bosses would indulge in luxury experiences with young models, while the working drones, those employed, they would forever be stuck with endless overtime and unfinished tasks. Chen Zhuo would forever remember one thing: never sympathize with capitalists. By the time Chen Zhuo had drawn roughly 5 more pages of David No, the bedroom door was finally pushed open. Warm white sunlight spilled out first, and then Bai Muxi stepped out slowly. She wore a pure white tailored work outfit. The crisp lapel collar accentuated her swan-like slender neck, while the waist-cinching cut perfectly highlighted her slim silhouette. Without any superfluous embellishment, it cleanly traced the straight lines of her shoulders and back and the soft curves of her waist and hips. The moment Chen Zhuo looked up at Bai Muxi, he was struck dumb by her breathtaking beauty. She was absolutely stunning. Bai Muxi's face carried an ethereal purity untouched by worldly concerns. Her skin was cool-toned porcelain white, gleaming delicately under soft light. Her eyebrows were softly arched, her eyes slightly drooping at the corners, naturally exuding 3 parts tenderness and 7 parts cool elegance. Her pupils were dark and luminous like inkstone jade submerged in water. She wore no heavy makeup, only her lips bore a natural pale pink hue. Her nose was high-bridged, yet not sharp, her jawline smooth and graceful. Her entire face was as refined as a delicate ink wash painting, holding warmth within its coolness and intimacy within its distance. Wasn't this the aloof female CEO he used to depict in his drawings? Yet such an outstanding woman had become his wife, and they shared even the closest intimacy. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within him. He truly couldn't wait for night to fall. CC is truly beautiful. Chen Zhuo did not hold back his praise. Bai Muxi was also sizing up Chen Zhuo at this moment. Even though he was dressed in a casual suit, his entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to when they first met. If he was just an ordinary college student before, now he was a low-key and restrained top-tier handsome man. Especially the aura he exuded, a sense of calmness and control over everything. It was reassuring. You look so handsome in a suit too. I need to buy you a few more. Bai Muxi also praised him. And what about Dudu? Is Dudu beautiful? Dudu spun around at that moment, asking coquettishly. Of course, Dudu is the most beautiful in our family. Bai Muxi immediately nodded. Yes, Dudu is the most beautiful. Chen Zhuo echoed. Hee Daddy is the most handsome, Mommy is the most beautiful, and Dudu is the cutest. Dudu delivered a summary. Having such a handsome daddy and such a beautiful mommy was a great honor for Dudu. When she goes to kindergarten, won't she make her new classmates incredibly envious? For today's visit to the new company, Chen Zhuo drove a limited edition Rolls-Royce. As the Rolls-Royce cruised along the wide asphalt road, other vehicles automatically slowed down, fearing any collision. Passers-by also stopped to take photos. There are different tiers of Rolls-Royces. This one in front of them clearly looked more expensive than the others. They had to take a picture and post it on their social media to show off. In the back, Bai Muxi chatted with Dudu about Zootopia. From Dudu's tone, it was clear she couldn't wait to watch the animated version of Zootopia. But this caused Bai Muxi some difficulty. Even with the help of dimensional gravity, it would take at least a year or two to produce the animation. Dudu probably wouldn't get to see it anytime soon. However, Chen Zhuo drove steadily, and the Rolls-Royce soon arrived at the entrance of the building where dimensional gravity was located. Lin Shireen, the executive assistant, was very perceptive. Having learned in advance that the new CEO would be bringing his wife and daughter for an inspection, she gathered the company's employees to line up at the entrance to welcome them. At this moment, there was a buzz of discussion at the entrance. Everyone was curious about who the new CEO was. Among the crowd, Jin Wan was also talking excitedly. She had gotten her internship at Dimensional Gravity through Fu Jinxuan's connections. In recent years, the animation market had grown rapidly, and Dimensional Gravity had multiplied its market value several times in just 3 years, showing limitless potential. But what she hadn't expected was that right after joining the company, it had changed hands. And she heard that the new owner who bought the company was just over 20 years old. This immediately piqued her curiosity. She had some confidence in her looks, and with many short dramas nowadays featuring CEO bosses and fresh female college graduates entering the workplace, she couldn't help but fantasize. If she could really charm the boss, then Fu Jinxian would be just a throwaway ex-boyfriend. A woman's most valuable years are the first 5 after graduating from college. She had to use this limited time to create capital for a comfortable life later, even if it meant paying some price. As for Chen Zhuo, whom she had missed out on before, she did regret it. She had even written him a long message. But Chen Zhuo had already blocked her. As for her attempts to message him from a different number, they were directly rejected as spam. Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion. Everyone quiet. The boss's car has arrived. Take your positions. Lin Shireen's authoritative voice rang out, and the noisy scene immediately fell silent. She had received the information in advance, which included Chen Zhuo's personal details and a solo photo. From the photo, she could see that Chen Zhuo was a young, wealthy, top-tier rich young master. Now seeing such a figure in real life, how could she not be excited? The Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop at the building entrance. Then Chen Zhuo was the first to get out. Wow, so handsome. Is this our new CEO? His looks are even better than Wu Yanzu. Indeed, only our readers could rival that face. Is he really married? I'm heartbroken. The exclamations of the female employees were endless. Chen Zhuo went to the back seat and lifted Dudu out. As for Bai Muxi, she opened the door and stepped out on her own. The female employees had been the ones exclaiming earlier. Now it was the male employees' turn to gasp in awe. Holy crap! A fairy! So beautiful! Is this our CEO's wife? This handsome man and beautiful woman don't look like a CEO and his wife. They look like the leads in a TV drama. Chen Zhuo's looks were at a perfect 100, a level that even men would admire. Bai Muxi's looks. Chen Zhuo didn't know exactly, but he would rate her above 98. She was a girl with impeccable status, appearance, and upbringing. Especially after their deep connection last night, she exuded an indescribable feminine charm. Lin Shireen took the initiative to step forward and greet him. Hello, Chairman Chen. Welcome to the company for an inspection with your wife and daughter. I am Lin Shireen, executive assistant of the CEO's office. It's a pleasure to serve you. Chen Zhuo set Dudu down and shook her hand. Hello, Assistant Lin. Nice to meet you. So this must be the young miss. She's truly lovely. Lin Shireen said with a smile, looking at Dudu. Good morning, Sister Lin. Dudu clearly recognized Lin Shireen, her voice sweet and soft. Let's go to the office first, Chen Zhuo said, holding Dudu's hand to Lin Shireen. In the crowd, Jin Wan had already spotted the three at the entrance. She was completely stunned at this moment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Chen Zhuo be the new owner of Dimensional Gravity? Knowing that this company had a market value of over 2.5 billion, and he had acquired all shares with lightning speed, the price must have been more than 2.5 billion. But if he was so rich, why was he so stingy when he was pursuing her? As Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi walked into the building together, all the employees shouted in unison, warmly welcome the CEO's wife and young miss to the company for guidance. Then they all bowed together. This scene felt straight out of a short drama. Chen Zhuo naturally noticed Jin Wan, who was a beat slower. It truly is a small world to run into Jin Wan here. Bai Muxi also saw her keeping her expression calm, but inwardly curious about how Chen Zhuo would handle it. At that moment, Chen Zhuo stopped and pointed at Jin Wan, saying to Lin Shireen, fire her. I don't want to see her in the company anymore. Lin Shireen followed his gaze and replied, understood. No, On what grounds are you firing me? I haven't done anything wrong. Jinwan immediately shouted, her expression defiant. Because this company is mine, Chen Zhuo said coldly. Assistant Lin, I won't say it again. The original him had groveled and chased after her for so long, yet she never rejected him outright, just kept stringing him along. Now that I am Chen Zhuo and have power, are you ready to face my revenge? Chen Zhuo had said before that if Jinwan had refused him outright from the start, he wouldn't have been angry. After all, everyone has the right to choose their partner. But what Jinwan absolutely should not have done was to enjoy Chen Zhuo's devoted attention while throwing herself at Fu Jinxian. Wasn't that the epitome of a heartless woman? Having traveled through time, Chen Zhuo had initially planned to lay low and seek revenge later. But now he was rich, handsome, and powerful. When he saw Jinwan interning at his own company, naturally, he wanted her gone. Lin Shirin reacted swiftly, immediately calling over the HR manager from the side. Take this girl to process her resignation and never hire her again. Jinwan never expected the job she had worked so hard to get would vanish in an instant. Her eyes reddened, and a wave of grievance erupted within her. Chen Zhuo, you're going too far. I just rejected your confession. Do you have to be so ruthless? Besides, setting aside the facts, aren't you at fault too? If you hadn't pretended to be poor when you were chasing me, would I have rejected you? In the end, it's your problem. You lied to me first. Jinwan's expression grew agitated. Get her out of here. Chen Zhuo didn't even bother to look at her. After speaking, he directly led Bai Muxi and Dudu toward the elevator. It was the executive elevator often seen in TV dramas. A sign on the door read, "For senior management only." You'll regret this. I'll expose you at school. Jinwan shouted through gritted teeth at Chen Zhuo. Unfortunately, Chen Zhuo paid her no attention. As the company's boss, why should he hesitate to fire someone? Did she think this was a female-oriented novel? Accompanied by his assistant Lin Shirin, the four of them entered the elevator. It was then that Bai Muxi spoke up, asking Chen Zhuo, "Isn't this too coincidental? How did she end up interning here?" Chen Zhuo shrugged. "I don't know either. But Assistant Lin, look into it and fire everyone connected to her. From now on, the company's hiring process must be standardized. No one should slip through." Lin Shirin immediately bowed in acknowledgement, though her forehead was covered in sweat. Meanwhile, as Chen Zhuo left, the employees began discussing among themselves. Soon Chen Zhuo's identity was uncovered. The human thirst for gossip is insatiable. Thus the news spread like wildfire. 21-year-old Chen Zhuo and 21-year-old Bai Muxi had a 5-year-old daughter. Not only that, but everyone also knew about Chen Zhuo's groveling pursuit of Jinwan at school. Some even concocted an entire novel out of it. Chen Zhuo pretended to be poor to chase Jinwan, but was rejected. Later the school beauty showed up at his door with a child. The kid must have been the result of Chen Zhuo's deception when the beauty was young and naive. Still, such a setup was quite compelling. The only thing no one could figure out was that Dudu had traveled back from the future. In fact, Chen Zhuo had considered a possibility. Could the system have rewarded an item that allowed time travel, and Dudu happened to use it, leading to this whole time travel incident? Of course, this was just Chen Zhuo's conjecture. After arriving at the office, Chen Zhuo first let Dudu play on the phone. Then he and Bai Muxi listened to Lin Shirin's report. The company was developing steadily, but its market share was being steadily eroded by Dimension Manga Workshop and Frame Heartbeat. Especially Dimension Manga Workshop, which had jointly launched a new animation with the top Japanese manga company Sakuragetsu, instantly becoming the season's biggest hit. Chen Zhuo didn't seem too concerned about it. Instead, he asked Lin Shirin to bring out the equity transfer agreement prepared in advance. After signing his name on it, Chen Zhuo handed the contract to Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi was stunned. "Xiaozhe, what does this mean?" "A voluntary gift." "Yes. From now on, you'll manage this company. Since you don't want to work for me, become one of the shareholders. That way you won't be working for me," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. "But this contract is worth at least 500 million, and it's a high-quality asset." Bai Muxi's breathing quickened. Even Lin Shirin beside her was stunned. She had been curious earlier why the stock transfer agreement was prepared in advance. Now she realized it was for the boss's wife. Given the company's current market value and growth potential, that 20 stake was worth at least 800 million to 1 billion. 500 million was just the cost price. This boss was incredibly generous. "This is just one of my many assets. Since you're mine, now take it. It's yours," Chen Zhuo said casually. Seeing Bai Muxi still wanted to refuse, Chen Zhuo continued. "If you truly feel unworthy, then run the company well. Strive to multiply its market value several times over, and we'll get rich together." Bai Muxi bit her lip lightly, and finally said in a low voice, "Then I'll accept it. But I'll personally inject 300 million into the company's project department to launch the Zootopia project. Let's make the movie Dudu wants to see as soon as possible." This decision was made because Bai Muxi believed in the project's potential. At the same time, it was her way of showing her stance. She absolutely could not freeload. Otherwise, holding these shares would not feel right. As for why 300 million instead of 500 million, that was all her personal assets. Any more, and she'd have to take out a loan. But aside from a property, she had no other valuable assets. So this was the most she could contribute. "Okay." Chen Zhuo gave an okay gesture and said to Lin Shirin, "From this moment on I appoint Bai Muxi as the company's CEO. She will manage all company affairs and her decisions require no further approval from me. Just follow her orders." "Yes." Lin Shirin bowed politely. "Hello, President Bai. From now on you'll follow President Bai." "Yes. I will be at President Bai's command from now on." Bai Muxi gave Lin Shirin, who was both beautiful and highly capable, a deep look. "Don't worry. If you work with me, I won't treat you poorly." "Thank you, President Bai." Chen Zhuo nodded with satisfaction. "Since everything's settled, stay and familiarize yourself with the company's operations. I think Dudu's getting bored here alone, so I'll take her out for a walk." "No." Bai Muxi pouted in dissatisfaction and flatly refused. "What, you're going to abandon me and go have fun with another woman? That's not fair. Dudu isn't just another woman. I don't care. You have to stay and keep me company." Bai Muxi shook her head. "How about you write down the story outline of Zootopia? Once I fully take over the company, I'll start production." Chen Zhuo's mouth twitched. He had made Bai Muxi CEO, so he could be a hands-off boss. But Bai Muxi clearly had no intention of letting him off. Unfortunately, he was the only one who knew the story outline of Zootopia. "Fine, it's almost lunchtime anyway. I'll stay and eat before I leave." Chen Zhuo shrugged, then said to Bai Muxi, "You and Assistant Lin go chat on the sofa. I need to use the computer for a while." "All right." Bai Muxi nodded immediately. "Write carefully. I'll check it later." Sigh. Chen Zhuo let out a long sigh. For Dudu to see Zootopia, as soon as possible he decided to write it well. After all, he himself believed in the Zootopia IP. To build his future IP empire he needed to start pushing forward. But sharpening the axe doesn't delay the cutting. "Shenlong, I want to add points. No system, I want to buy a skill." Producing a screenplay naturally required screenwriting expertise. Although Chen Zhuo knew every detail of the anime, crafting an actual script still demanded purchase skill. "Ding, would you like to spend 200 daddy points to purchase beginner screenwriting skills?" "Yes." As the crisp chime sounded, Chen Zhuo's mind flooded with numerous screenwriting techniques, which simultaneously overlapped with the anime one by one, emerging with crystalline clarity. From his earliest ostracism to later crossing paths with the fox and being drawn together into the grand case, whether main thread or subplot, everything was remarkably lucid. While Bai Muxi and Lin Shirin learned about the company, Chen Zhuo's hands began to fly across the keyboard. His formidable hacking skills had endowed him with extraordinary typing prowess. Coupled with a fountain of inspiration welling up in his mind and fingers dancing wildly across the keys, the story of Zuya leapt onto the page. With each strike of the keys, more than an hour slipped away. Dudu was quite the expert at killing time. At first, she browsed videos. Since her phone was set to children's mode, the content that appeared was geared toward young viewers. Later, Dudu discovered someone online teaching people how to draw animals. So she asked Bai Muxi for paper and a pen and began learning by watching the videos alongside her drawing. Soon within the vast office, apart from Bai Muxi and Lin Shirin's conversation, both Chen Zhuo and Dudu were immersed in their own pursuits. It wasn't until an hour later that Bai Muxi had roughly understood the company's situation. "It's about lunchtime now. Let's head to the company cafeteria and take a look. By the way, I'll be holding a management meeting this afternoon to announce a few new decisions." Bai Muxi no longer bore the coquettish expression she'd worn earlier with Chen Zhuo. Instead, she carried herself with the cold elegance of a formidable female CEO. Meanwhile, Jin Wan, having been shown the door, sat on a shaded stone bench, her hair disheveled and her eyes red. She didn't remain idle. Her first act was to send a video call to her boyfriend Fu Jinxian. An ordinary girl would simply weep and complain. But as a girl with clear objectives, she needed a new job. The video connected. "Brother Jinxuan, I was inexplicably fired by Chen Zhuo." Jin Wan's body trembled, her eyes glistening with tears as she stared at Fu Jinxian on the phone screen. Fu Jinxuan's previously calm expression instantly turned grave. "What did you say? Chen Zhuo fired you?" "Yes." Jin Wan nodded. "Today." Jin Wan embellished and dramatized everything that had happened that day. On the other end, Fu Jinxuan's brows furrowed tightly. He had always regarded Chen Zhuo as a defeated rival beneath his notice. But who would have guessed that Chen Zhuo had latched onto Bai Muxi, the celebrated campus beauty? In the end, he was merely a man living off a woman's wealth. Fu Jinxian still held him in contempt. Yet now things were different. He found himself unable to fathom Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo hailed from an ordinary family. How could he possibly become chairman of Tsiyuan? Soon Fu Jinxian had filled in all the gaps in his imagination. It must be the Bai family orchestrating Chen Zhuo's rise to build his reputation, which is why he's now company chairman. Otherwise, what qualifies a penniless nobody to be chairman? That was as far as Fu Jinxuan's reasoning could take him. But why would the Bai family help Chen Zhuo? Is it because of that little girl? Jin Wan looked equally bewildered. The most outrageous theory is often the closest to truth. That little girl is undoubtedly Chen Zhuo and campus beauty Bai's biological daughter. This time Chen Zhuo has truly married into wealth and status. Jin Wan's eyes narrowed. She had assumed Chen Zhuo would at most grow angry, and that given time he would return to coax her back. But after Chen Zhuo had seen her and directly fired her on the spot, she suddenly realized he no longer loved her. And for what reason? By what right could he love her when he chose and abandoned her just as easily? Especially now that he had risen so high. No. If you fly high and leave me behind, then I will destroy you completely. What are you thinking? Just as a venomous expression crossed Jin Wan's face, Fu Jinxian spoke. I'm warning you. Do not seek revenge against Chen Zhuo again. The Bai family has invested over 2 billion to elevate him. He is no longer someone we can afford to provoke. Do not court your own destruction. Jin Wan's burning flame of vengeance was instantly doused by Fu Jinxian's words, leaving her chilled to the bone. But I was fired without reason. As she spoke, Jin Wan began crying once more. Fu Jinxian, however, wore an expression of outright impatience. If you've lost your job, find another one. But if you offend Chen Zhuo again, you won't be able to stay in Yangqing at all. Remember, the Bai family holds enormous influence in Yangqing. As a second-generation rich kid, one must possess clear awareness. If Chen Zhuo were merely an ordinary student, he could bully him at will. But now the Bai family had evidently acknowledged Chen Zhuo's status. In that case, he would not go looking for trouble. Jin Wan shivered, her whole body trembling. The weather was already cold, and now she felt even colder. I'll go home first. Jin Wan abandoned her thoughts of revenge, grabbed her suitcase, hailed a taxi, and left the corporate building. If even a wealthy heir dared not provoke Chen Zhuo, then she certainly couldn't afford to. But if direct revenge wouldn't work, what if she went after Chen Zhuo herself? He had pursued her for so long before. He must have harbored feelings for her. As long as she could tempt him and secure leverage over him, she would never lack money from Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo, of course, had no idea Jin Wan harbored such schemes. But after tasting the finest vintage, asking him to drink plain water, only a fool would comply. Zootopia's first film runs 109 minutes. Excluding repeated sequences, the story itself spans roughly 100 minutes. Of course, there were also the opening and closing themes and other elements. So the actual narrative was rather brief. While Dudu was earnestly drawing, Chen Zhuo had already typed out the complete story outline. Click. Done. Chen Zhuo pressed the enter key for the final time, then pulled his hands away from the keyboard and exhaled 2 long words. Bai Muxi, who had been conversing nearby, immediately caught his words. Done. Are you saying you've written the entire story? Bai Muxi asked in astonishment. Exactly. This story isn't particularly long to begin with, so it didn't take much time. Chen Zhuo nodded. It's already 12 o'clock. Time to take Dudu out for a good meal. Dudu, who had been drawing, perked up immediately at the mention of delicious food. Daddy, what are we having for lunch? Chen Zhuo looked at Dudu. Is there anything you'd like to eat, Dudu? I want Daddy to make it. I'll eat anything Daddy makes. Dudu replied with a bright grin. Then I'm afraid that won't work. There's not enough time, Chen Zhuo said, shaking his head. But at that moment, Bai Muxi chimed in. Since today is our first time visiting the company, why not have lunch at the company cafeteria? We can also check out the quality of the meals. Chen Zhuo turned to Dudu. What do you think, Dudu? Okay. Dudu always listens to Mama. Dudu nodded immediately. As a clever child, she knew precisely when to offer an opinion and when to simply obey. Mama's suggestion had clearly not been a request for discussion, but rather a decision already made. Without hesitation, Dudu. After all, she was the most obedient child. The scale of dimensional gravity is quite impressive with over 350 employees. To foster a sense of belonging among staff, the company offers remarkably comfortable benefits. Not only does it have its own cafeteria, but it also provides afternoon tea and overtime snacks. When Bai Muxi and Chen Zhuo arrived at the cafeteria with Dudu, they immediately became the center of attention. However, they didn't seek special treatment and instead queued normally with their trays. It must be said that the company's cafeteria is indeed excellent, with a wide variety of dishes and very reasonable prices. Chen Zhuo ordered 4 dishes and a soup, paying only a dozen yuan at checkout. But he later learned that breakfast and dinner were complimentary, with only lunch requiring payment. In addition, there was free fruit available for self-service, and the cuisine spanned all 8 major culinary traditions. Dudu's eyes lit up as she perused the menu, eager to try everything. Many employees cast curious glances their way, but they remained perfectly at ease. All 3 possessed formidable inner strength. Of course, Dudu threw herself wholeheartedly into the world of food, savoring every meatball with evident delight. Chen Zhuo could see clearly that his daughter was quite the foodie. Most importantly, she wasn't picky about what she ate. She would savor Chen Zhuo's cooking and linger over every bite. Yet she equally enjoyed the cafeteria meals with great relish. Chen Zhuo also observed his employees' demeanor. They were all vibrant and cheerful. It seemed this system-rewarded company truly was exceptional. This aligned perfectly with the saying, system rewards are guaranteed to be premium. After lunch, Dudu began to feel drowsy. There was no restroom in the office, but the sofa was quite spacious. Chen Zhuo had no rush to return home. Instead, he let Dudu rest on the sofa. Only after she fell asleep did he discuss the company's future direction with Bai Muxi. Chen Zhuo didn't harbor grand ambitions for the company. His sole purpose in acquiring it was to bring his stories to life for Dudu to see with her own eyes. Of course, beyond fulfilling Dudu's wishes, Chen Zhuo also hoped to recreate his past life's popular works, allowing the audience of this world to experience the profound impact of Earth's culture. In truth, he personally favored Neza. But Dudu was a young girl with limited knowledge of traditional Chinese mythology, hence his choice to share the story of Zootopia. Girls at this age cherish only two things: one, princesses; two, animals. Coincidentally, Chen Zhuo had watched Zootopia 2 before his transmigration, which inspired this story. Bai Muxi appeared somewhat hesitant. But Chen Zhuo offered a piece of advice: Muxi, don't let sunk costs ruin your decisions. As a comic company valued at $2.5 billion, it generated $500 million in revenue last year alone. Some of its animations turned a profit while others continued to accumulate losses. Now that a new president has arrived, it's time to wield those three axles. Chen Zhuo's words gave Bai Muxi confidence. Yet she smiled and asked, "Aren't you worried I'll ruin your company?" "This isn't just my company. It's yours and above all Dudu's." Chen Zhuo said with a smile, then added, "It's simply that Dudu is too young. Once she turns 18, I could hand this company straight to her." "A $2 billion company you'd give directly to Dudu?" "What else would I do? Dudu is my own daughter. It's only natural, isn't it?" Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. If he could truly gift a company to Dudu, the 100-fold return on $2 billion would be $200 billion. Chen Zhuo would take off instantly. However, considering that companies worth billions or even trillions might emerge in the future, Chen Zhuo wasn't in a hurry to gift it. Of course, Chen Zhuo was already financially free. Even if he did nothing from now on, bank interest alone would sustain him for life. But how can one live without purpose? If Chen Zhuo had said this before, she would have doubted him. But recalling how he had handed her 20 shares today, Bai Muxi believed him implicitly. This guy was a complete devoted father. "You're so spoiling Dudu. Won't she lack ambitions and goals in the future?" Bai Muxi furrowed her brow and retorted, "We'll deal with that when the time comes." Chen Zhuo said carelessly, "After all, my daughter just needs to be healthy and happy." The health here meant not just physical well-being, but mental happiness as well. Bai Muxi held meetings with management in the afternoon. As chairman, Chen Zhuo didn't attend. He stayed in the office to draw with Dudu. Since Bai Muxi wanted to produce Zootopia, and with the story structure in place, he took the opportunity to design the key characters for the animation. Beyond Judy and Nick, Chief Bogo Officer Benjamin, Vice Mayor Bellwether, and Mayor Lionheart were all significant characters with substantial roles. Dudu was clearly fascinated by the characters from Zootopia. She didn't even watch videos anymore, her eyes wide with wonder as she watched Chen Zhuo draw. Every time Chen Zhuo finished drawing a character she liked, she would reward him with a kiss, and the system would simultaneously announce Dudu's pleasure-granting dad points. Indeed, children's joy was this simple. Pusue's meeting lasted a full 3 hours. After understanding the company's current situation, the priority was formulating future development plans. She encouraged everyone to voice their opinions freely. Throughout the process, she remained quite satisfied with the company's status quo, while also identifying several major challenges the company faced. Other issues could wait, but the primary problem was severe homogenization in animations coupled with insufficient original creativity. As soon as a genre became popular in the market, competitors would immediately follow suit. They had lost heavily multiple times by chasing trends, which might have been the fundamental reason the company was being sold. Additionally, there were other issues like shortages of talented professionals and high dependence on platforms. But Bai Muxi valued content above all else. Besides Zootopia, she also wanted to produce a serialized animation. After the meeting concluded, it was already time to leave work. Company employees left one by one, while Bai Muxi came to the office and was greeted by desks covered with drawings. She immediately gasped in surprise. Not only was there a complete story outline, but there were also designs for key characters. With these two things, Bai Muxi was confident she could have the first version ready within half a year. "Did you draw all of these this afternoon?" Bai Muxi asked, though she already knew the answer. Chen Zhuo shook his head, "Not entirely. Judy and Nick were drawn by Dudu." Bai Muxi was immediately captivated by the two characters and finally gave a thumbs up. "Dudu truly has a talent for drawing. Perhaps we should cultivate this skill." "That's fine, I'll teach her." Chen Zhuo nodded. "Dudu is still young now. Whatever interests her she can learn. When she's a bit older, we'll help her set direction." "All right, I'll follow your judgment." Bai Muxi nodded. Having a versatile husband at home truly meant more choices for their daughter. But soon she changed the subject. "It's about time we went to see Tang Tang and the others. It's a good chance for them to meet you and Dudu." "All right, let's go." Chen Zhuo nodded. Dudu's eyes lit up immediately. "Mama, are we going to see the three aunties? They're so nice to me." "They're Mama's good sisters, of course they're nice to you." Dudu nodded in agreement, but soon her gaze fell on Chen Zhuo. Although Dudu didn't understand many things, she knew that Mama's three sisters all liked to come play with Baba. She remembered several times when Mama went to work and the three aunties would visit Baba under the pretext of seeing her. Though young Dudu had a crystal-clear memory of who treated her kindly. And from what she recalled in her past life, all three aunts were exceptionally accomplished, yet never had a boyfriend. She suspected they shared her feelings. They were all fond of Baba. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come up with excuses to play with her. Leaving the office, Bai Muxi sent Chen Zhuo a location, then sat in the back to review documents. Dudu gazed out the car window. Muxi, it's after work. Why are you still reading files on the drive? Already hitting the ground running. Chen Zhuo in the driver's seat asked curiously. I just took over the company. There's a lot to learn. Otherwise I can't work effectively. Bai Muxi replied. Chen Zhuo frowned. He hadn't expected his wife to be a workaholic. But I think you should spend more time talking to Dudu. Work can wait. You have no deadlines to meet. Bai Muxi sighed. The domestic comic market is growing fast, but competition is fiercer than ever. Especially since Ziyuan Man Gongfang partnered with a Japanese manga company. Their latest release, Eye of the Night Shadow, has gone viral, rapidly eating up market share. If we don't roll out new works quickly, we'll fall behind. Then we won't even hold on to our current market, let alone succeed. Chen Zhuo kept driving. You're not wrong, but I believe work should never outweigh family. Dudu hasn't said a word since getting in the car. I think you as her mother should spend time with her. Dudu blinked her big eyes and said obediently, Mama doesn't need to keep Dudu company. Mama said no one can disturb Mama when she's reading files. Bai Muxi was stunned. That did sound like something she would say. After all, she had been groomed as the company heir since childhood. Work always came first above all else. But Chen Zhuo's words struck a chord. No matter how important work was, it couldn't overshadow Dudu. Bai Muxi put the contract aside. Mama was wrong before. From now on, when I'm with Dudu, I'll try to look at files less, okay? Dudu shook her head. Better not. Mama said she has to earn money to support Baba and Dudu. Didn't you say Baba has a lot of money? Does Mama still need to earn? In a family, someone has to work. Baba doesn't like working, Mama likes working, so let Mama go to work. Mama doesn't like working. If Mama were rich, she wouldn't like it either. That's not true. Mama said she only feels a sense of achievement when she earns a lot of money. Dudu shook her head. And Mama said she wants to make Grandpa and Grandma proud. Only by earning tons of money will they be happy. Hearing this, Bai Muxi wanted to strangle her other self from another world. Earning money was never the goal. Happiness was the goal. If she could live happily with Chen Zhuo and Dudu forever, not earning a single cent would be fine. Dudu let Baba ask you, if Baba never goes out to work, would you look down on him? Of course not. Even if Baba doesn't work, he's still super amazing. He knows so many things. Dudu can never learn them all. Dudu immediately shook her head. Bai Muxi's mind turned. Then let Mama ask you a question. If Mama fell into the water, would you drink bubble tea first or eat ice cream first? Dudu was taken aback. Of course I'd save Mama first. But can you swim? Dudu shook her head. Dudu can't, but I'll ask Baba to save you. Baba knows how to swim. Chen Zhuo chuckled from the front. That question is way too random. Bai Muxi smiled. I was just teasing Dudu. Turns out Dudu isn't as easy to fool as you thought. Nowadays 4-year-olds have such clear minds. I remember when I was 4 I wasn't this smart. That must be because we passed our intelligence down to her. A smile spread across Chen Zhuo's face. From the moment he met Dudu, he had been thoroughly satisfied. Both her looks and her intelligence were outstanding. Bai Muxi also smiled, pulling out her phone. Dudu, let Mama take a few pictures of you, okay? No. Dudu shook her head. But when Bai Muxi raised her phone's camera, Dudu automatically made a peace sign. Click. Bai Muxi pressed the shutter. Wow, Dudu is so pretty. Bai Muxi showed the photo to Dudu. Dudu, who had been reluctant, immediately broke into a smile. I inherited not only Baba and Mama's intelligence, but also their good looks. Bai Muxi gave a thumbs up. Let's take a few more. The back seat suddenly became lively. Chen Zhuo driving heard the commotion and couldn't stop smiling. It wasn't that he enjoyed noise. But when he caught a glimpse of Dudu's dazed expression in the rearview mirror, he felt a child shouldn't be like that. They were dining at Yu Xian in the Four Seasons Hotel. Located on the 71st floor of IFC, the restaurant offered a 360-degree view of the Pearl River New City nightscape, one of Guangzhou's sky-high dining spots. After parking, Chen Zhuo volunteered to lift Dudu from her child's seat. Bai Muxi got out of the car and pulled out her phone to message her sisters. "Cici, over here." A crisp voice called out. Chen Zhuo held Dudu's hand, his gaze drawn to the source of the voice. Approaching them was a tall, exquisitely sweet girl with large, bright eyes, gently curved brows, and a warm smile. At first glance, she exuded an open and cheerful aura. Her outfit was simple yet elegant. If she were at Zhongda, she would undoubtedly be the campus belle. Tang Tang. Bai Muxi responded immediately. Dudu also lit up at the sight of Su Wantong. "Hello, Aunt Tang Tang." Su Wantong was taken aback by Dudu's greeting. How did the little girl seem to know her? You must be Dudu, right? She quickly masked her surprise and smiled at Dudu. Dudu nodded, looking puzzled. Does Aunt Tang Tang not remember Dudu? Should I remember you? Su Wantong was confused, but her voice turned syrupy. Dudu, you should call me Sister Tang Tang. I'm not married yet. Wouldn't that be a mess? It's fine, we'll go by our own terms. Su Wantong laughed. But Dudu spoke up. Dudu used to call you Sister Tang Tang, but later you told me to change it to Aunt. Did Dudu get it wrong? Off. Su Wantong was stunned. That couldn't be right. As an unbeatable young beauty, how could she ever ask to be called Aunt? Something was off. Just then Bai Muxi reached. Su Wantong linked arms with her and began to explain. Su Wantong's eyes widened. No way. Dudu had traveled from the future. Was that even scientifically possible? Bai Muxi had considered keeping it hidden, but these were her closest girlfriends whom she had grown up with. Their bond was strong, and they would definitely stay in touch often. Rather than being found out later, it would be better to make it clear beforehand. So Dudu already knows me. Su Wantong confirmed repeatedly. Yes. Bai Muxi nodded. Alright then. Su Wantong opened her bag, and took out a little rabbit doll. Dudu, this is a toy your big sister bought for you. Do you like it? Like it. Thank you, Tang Tang. Sister. By the way, you should call me Tang Tang's older sister from now on. Su Wantong handed the expensive rabbit to Dudu, unable to resist, gently rubbing her head. Let me introduce someone. This is my husband, Chen Zhuo. Husband. A teasing smile appeared on Su Wantong's face. What an interesting introduction. Hello. Chen Zhuo offered his hand proactively, wearing a natural smile. Su Wantong's gaze was instantly drawn to his hand. It was indeed even more striking than in the photos. Actually, Su Wantong had noticed Chen Zhuo at first glance, but with Bai Muxi there she hadn't dared to stare directly. It wasn't until Bai Muxi introduced him that she finally allowed herself to focus on what mattered most to her. His comic book hands. Su Wantong instinctively swallowed, then reached out to shake his hand. I actually got to shake comic book hands. Instantly the sensation of touching mutton fat jade washed over her, warm alive with body heat, and a blush spread across Su Wantong's cheeks. Girls who loved otaku culture simply couldn't resist letting their imaginations run wild. In this moment Su Wantong felt a strange sense of satisfaction. At the same time Chen Zhuo was also observing Su Wantong. Up close, he noticed her skin was as fair as porcelain, glowing with a lustrous sheen, so fine, it was nearly flawless. If he had to describe it, she was as delicate and translucent as a freshly peeled soft-boiled egg. There was also a subtle fragrance about her. Ahem, Xiaoxiao and Xiaoman have already arrived. Let's head up. Bai Muxi realized something was amiss and linked her arm, with Su Wantong steering her toward the elevator. Su Wantong's pretty face flushed an even deeper shade of red. She had literally frozen there, forgetting to pull her hand away. It was all because his hand felt so wonderful to hold. Chen Zhuo held Dudu's hand and followed behind. As the elevator rose, Chen Zhuo kept Dudu close beside him. A dedicated elevator attendant was on hand, and only after confirming the floor did the elevator continue its ascent smoothly. The room had been booked by Chen Zhuo, who held the establishment's highest VIP status. The two girls didn't share any whispered secrets. Su Wantong's attention was fixed entirely on Dudu, showering her with compliments about how beautiful she was. But her eyes kept drifting involuntarily toward Chen Zhuo's hands. Some people were attracted to looks. Some were drawn to voices. And Su Wantong, she was a hand fetishist. She almost believed a man could be ugly and still score major points if he had nice hands. When the elevator arrived, Chen Zhuo led Dudu out first. The continuous ascent was actually quite uncomfortable. Chen Zhuo began checking on Dudu's condition. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi deliberately kept Su Wantong behind her, fully aware of her best friend's little quirk. Lowering her voice, she asked Su Wantong, Tang Tang, have you fallen for my husband's hands? What are you talking about? Absolutely impossible. Su Wantong immediately shook her head. He's your husband. I could never fall for him. Neither his person nor his hands. But that's not what you said in the group chat. You were drooling over his hands. Su Wantong shook Bai Muxi's arm, and the fullness of her chest unavoidably bounced. That was online, of course. In reality, I'm a very traditional girl. I would never harbor thoughts about my best friend's boyfriend. Having said that, Su Wantong suddenly realized. Muxi, why are you so tense? Could it be you've actually developed feelings for him? Yeah, I have developed feelings for him. No way. Hasn't it only been 2 days since you two got together? Maybe this is just love. You? How can you be such a love brain? I always thought you were a career-driven strong woman. I never expected you to fall so hard in just 2 days. Once you get to know Chen Zhuo better, you'll understand. He truly is exceptional. Bai Muxi said, her cheeks flushed. Actually, she was also worried her sister might develop feelings for Chen Zhuo. After all, Chen Zhuo was simply too well-rounded. More so than even Su Xian. The attendant at the entrance stepped forward to lead the way, and the four of them quickly arrived at the private room. Chen Zhuo currently served as a company president. The most successful of the 4 sisters, though she was also 2 years older than the other 3. Lin Xiaoman was a graduate student. With no classes that afternoon, she had gone to meet Chen Zhuo early, and the two had come together. When the door was pushed open, a belief Chen Zhuo had held was completely overturned. He used to think beautiful women only hung out with plain-looking ones, reasoning that even the most stunning flower needed green leaves to set it off. But the 3 beauties he met today each had their own unique charm, all undeniably gorgeous. Back when he read novels, they always included beauty ratings. In Chen Zhuo's estimation, if Bai Muxi was a 98-point beauty, then the similarly cold and glamorous CEO, Chen Zhuo, also deserved 98 points. Lin Xiaoman carried a stronger scholarly aura and an innate purity, earning her a 97. As for the vibrant Su Wantong, she was at least a 96. Beauty standards were subjective, of course, and Chen Zhuo favored the aloof, elegant type. Chen Zhuo and Lin Xiaoman both rose to their feet. Bai Muxi introduced everyone one by one. When they saw Chen Zhuo, they were likewise taken aback by his striking appearance. What made a 100-point beauty so formidable? It could unify aesthetics itself, even inspiring others to actively discover the brilliant qualities in Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo's height, figure, and looks were all top tier. Shen Zhixia's gaze landed on his eyes, pitch black like ink, yet remarkably clear and bright. He didn't give off the vibe of a wicked man. Lin Xiaoman meanwhile focused on Chen Zhuo's facial features. They weren't sharp or severe, lending him a gentle, approachable demeanor. A warmth of fondness arose in her heart, especially when she thought about how skilled Chen Zhuo was at the piano, which only deepened her curiosity. After all, to ensure he could play, she had specifically asked Shen Zhixia to book a room with a piano. As the eldest of the four sisters, what could Shen Zhixia do? Naturally, she indulged her. Chen Zhuo greeted them and took a seat while the four girls interacted with Dudu. Dudu could accurately call out each of their names. Chen Zhuo was observing as well. If Su Wantong was a little sun, then Shen Zhixia was a little moon, somewhat aloof. Lin Xiaoman gave off a literary artistic vibe, her speech soft and measured. Paired with the impeccably beautiful Bai Muxi, these four were undoubtedly the four golden flowers of Yangqing. Shen Zhixia soon returned to her seat and handed the menu to Chen Zhuo. Take a look and order whatever you'd like. Feel free to order more. Tonight's meal is on me. Chen Zhuo offered a faint smile and said politely, today is my first time meeting Muxi's close friends, so naturally I should cover the bill. Please order whatever you like, don't hold back. A meal here isn't exactly cheap, you know. Su Wantong immediately spoke up. No problem, I can certainly afford a meal. Chen Zhuo continued, by the way, do you have any decent wine here? Perhaps we could enjoy a few glasses together. As long as you've got the money, even Romani Conti can be arranged. As long as you've got the money, even Romani Conti can be arranged. Su Wantong replied promptly, but there's no need to order anything so expensive. You're Muxi's husband, so you're basically family. Lin Xiaoman nodded in agreement and said sweetly, tonight is mainly about getting to meet Dudu. She looks even cuter in person than in the photos. I really like her. Girls have no resistance to cute things. With Dudu's looks and Bai Muxi's styling, she seemed like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Adorable. Chen Zhao didn't say much, he just observed quietly. However, he noticed a few glances occasionally landing on him. Among them, Shen Zhixia looked at him the most, with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Wantong and Lin Xiaoman sat on either side of Dudu, chatting with her about her favorite toys. They said after dinner they would take her shopping and let her pick whatever she wanted. Shen Zhixiao, on the other hand, discussed work with Bai Muxi. You mean you left Bai Group and now you're part of Dimensional Gravity? Shen Zhixiao's face showed slight surprise. After all, different industries are like different worlds. Such a rash career change might not be a good choice for Bai Muxi. Actually, I had been paying attention to the animation industry before. It does have broad prospects. It was just some things that happened at Bai Group that made up my mind. Bai Muxi explained with a smile, then looked at Shen Zhixia. And now I own 20 of the company's shares, making me one of the major shareholders. 20. Shen Zhixia obviously knew about Dimensional Gravity. Hearing the shareholding ratio, her expression changed slightly. As far as I know, this company doesn't accept external investment. How did you get so many shares? Bai Muxi pointed at Chen Zhao beside her. Chen Zhao gave them to me. Gave? Bai Muxi nodded again. Yes, he acquired Dimensional Gravity outright. To recruit me as president, he directly gave me 20 of the shares. Lin Xiaoman and Su Wantong, who were chatting nearby, both heard Bai Muxi's words and were stunned. They clearly didn't know the significance of 20. But Chen Zhao's gesture of giving away shares was generous. As modern women, they believed in one saying, where a man's money goes, so does his love. Chen Zhao giving away 20 shares at once meant he was at least not some gold digger. Instantly, Chen Zhao's image grew even more impressive in their eyes. But they didn't know the value of those shares. Shen Zhixia certainly did. 20 of Dimensional Gravity must be worth several $100 million, right? Shen Zhixia's gaze fell on Chen Zhao. Could you be the heir of some big family? That's quite a generous gesture. Lin Xiaoman and Su Wantong gasped in awe. What? That valuable? Su Wantong exclaimed. Bai Muxi nodded. At market value it's at least 500 million, but it's not easy to buy 20 shares with just 500 million. Hiss. Both women gasped. Their looks toward Chen Zhao changed again. Over the past 2 days they had seen the news and chatted with Bai Muxi about Chen Zhao's situation. Originally, when Bai Muxi said he was rich and not poor, they had no concept. Now hearing he casually threw out 500 million. They were genuinely shocked. But just then Dudu spoke up. Daddy is the second young master of the Chun family in Yangqing, and his family is super powerful. Dudu said proudly. Hearing this, Chen Zhao was stunned. Second young master of the Chun family. Wasn't he from an ordinary family? What young master? Bai Muxi quickly reacted. Yangqing Chun family. Which Chun family does Dudu mean? Dudu looked thoughtful. The Chun family of the Chun family Ancestral Hall. During New Year, Daddy took Dudu to get red envelopes there. If the Bai family was quite wealthy in Yangqing, then the Chun family was the undisputed first family. They originally came from Putian Fujin, later moved to Yangqing, starting with Guangcai porcelain and Shiguan silk. During the Tongji reign of the Qing dynasty, they purchased land near the Chun family ancestral hall to build a mansion, becoming representatives of the Shiguan Qin clan. Although they later declined, it was only on the surface. In reality, the Chun family dispersed into smaller units across the Pearl River Delta. The branch in Yangcheng rode the wave of reform and opening up, rising to become a top-tier family in the city. Dudu's words left Chen Zhuo stunned. He began recalling the original story. His parents had been so good to him. How could he not be their biological child? Could there be a hidden truth? Bai Muxi keenly thought of something. Dudu, do you remember your grandparents' names? Or any other relatives? Dudu thought carefully. Grandpa's name is Chen Jingming. Chen Zhixiao's eyes narrowed instantly. Chen Jingming was a figure who could shake Yangcheng with a single stomp, and the former head of the Qin family. Are you really the young master of the Qin family? Chen Zhixiao asked Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo shook his head. I'm not sure. But I grew up in Panyu, and I've never known any Chen Jingming. After Chen Zhao's words, everyone looked at Dudu. Could Dudu be lying? But Dudu immediately pouted, aggrieved. Dudu didn't lie. Daddy really is the second young master of the Qin family. Dudu wouldn't lie. Xiao Zhao, are you sure you are your parents' biological child? Bai Muxi chose to believe her daughter and turned to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. Probably yes. They've been very good to me since I was young. It's just that other relatives treat me so-so, especially my uncle's family. Normally a nephew and uncle would be close and somewhat similar. But in reality, Chen Zhao and his uncle were nothing alike. First in height, his uncle was barely 170 centimeters, and although not bad-looking, he was far less handsome than Chen Zhao. Second, Chen Zhao's father was also just over 170 centimeters, while Chen Zhao himself was 180 centimeters. Indeed, there were many suspicious points. Chen Zhao hadn't thought about it before, but now after hearing Dudu's words, a seed of doubt was planted in his heart. Logically, if he were a biological son after his sister passed away, the younger brother would surely take good care of his nephew. After all, he remembered his mother was quite good to his uncle. Then the truth is obvious. You are not your parents' biological child. Su Wanong made a gesture of seeing through everything, saying coolly. Lin Xiaoman rolled her eyes. That's such an obvious conclusion. But wait, if you didn't know you were the Chun family's young master, where did you get the money to buy the company? This Dimensional Gravity is one of the top animation production companies in Yangcheng, and it's not cheap. Chen Zhixiao's mind worked quickly. What, can't the money be my own? I didn't mean that. It's just that you're too young. Without a family platform, earning so much money at this age is incredible. Chen Zhixiao explained. Chen Zhao smiled calmly. There are always exceptions. Why can't it be me? The four girls all stared at Chen Zhao. Among them, three had known Chen Zhao for only a short time, but the confidence and composure he displayed deeply impressed them. No wonder Bai Muxi, who had always been aloof, fell into the mortal world. This Chen Zhao was indeed different from the boys they knew. Low-key, steady, and confident. Handsome, wealthy, and gentle. Though only in his early 20s, he exuded the calmness of a 40-year-old. He was different. Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhe. Little Zhe, do you wish to acknowledge your ancestors and return to your roots? Not particularly. Chen Zhe raised an eyebrow and shook his head. I only want to stay by Dudu's side now. I have no desire to entangle myself in further karma. Although Dudu had revealed his true lineage to him, to be honest, Chen Zhe simply wasn't very interested. After all, he had devoured countless web novels on Fanxia in his past life to the point of developing a kind of PTSD. Every time he encountered the trope of the fake and real young master, the real heir who returned home would invariably face all manner of targeting, framing, and even physical harm that left him bleeding and broken. But now he possessed the omnipotent daddy system, and money was merely a number to him. From now on, all he needed to do was dote on Dudu and live a good life. Why would he wade into the murky waters of the Qin family? However, there was one thing he undoubtedly needed to handle. He needed to thoroughly deal with the uncle and aunt who had exploited him. Granted, his uncle had raised him and provided a roof over his head, but the violence, suppression, and exploitation he endured were undeniable realities. Chen Zhe couldn't offer much to aid the original host. At the very least, he could vent this pent-up resentment. As for how to exact revenge, there was no rush. He had his methods. Chen Zhe's response left all three girls stunned. Especially Lin Xiaoman. You may not realize what the Yangcheng Qin clan represents. Let me put it this way. They are the premier aristocratic family in Guangdong province. Even the richest man in Yangcheng would bow and scrape before the Chen family patriarch. So what? Chen Zhe countered casually. That has nothing to do with me. You make a valid point, Lin Xiaoman conceded. The larger the family, the more intricate the relationships, and the darker the secrets within. Su Wantong chimed in. Without sufficient strength, returning home could see you devoured until not a single crumb remains. Bai Muxi nodded in agreement. Let's discuss this later. For now, let's eat. She then turned to Dudu. Dudu, you mustn't tell anyone about this, understood? Dudu immediately nodded. Then Dudu won't mention it to anyone ever again. Such a good boy. Lin Xiaoman patted Dudu on the head. Meanwhile, Chen Zhixiao studied Chen Zhe once more with a serious gaze. Despite his youth, he carried an extraordinary bearing. Most importantly, the natural confidence he exuded couldn't be feigned. But upon learning of his possible lineage, it all made perfect sense. Genetics was an elusive thing. In a prestigious family like the Chens, which had thrived for over a century, marriages were never haphazard. Every prospective partner was meticulously vetted and selected. Delicious dishes were served one after another. The waiter also brought over a bottle of Romanicani. It wasn't an auction-grade treasure, but a single bottle still commanded a price of 100,000. The restaurant manager personally delivered it. Chen Zhuo, showing ample respect to Bai Muxi, raised a glass to toast each of the beautiful women. Dudu, it turned out, was not a picky eater at all. Although he complained that everything paled in comparison to what Baba cooked, he ate with great enthusiasm and never hesitated. Still, the portions here were somewhat modest. The meal stretched close to an hour. The girls chatted animatedly about various topics, while Chen Zhuo occasionally spoke with Dudu and spent the rest of the time focused entirely on his food. He had always believed that dining was an important matter. In his past life, to avoid gaining weight, he would chew each bite at least 30 times before swallowing. For harder-to-digest foods, he would increase the number of chews even further. This unhurried, deliberate manner once again drew the attention of the girls. By his own account, he had grown up in an ordinary family. Yet his bearing and the way he conducted himself at the table resembled that of someone from a wealthy household. Of course, they were simply curious. In truth, Chen Zhuo had contemplated what might happen before coming. Perhaps the close friends would look down on him and treat him with scornful remarks. He had prepared himself for another round of arrogant posturing and face-slapping. But having actually met them, he discovered that all three women naturally carried an air of serene composure. How to describe this quiet elegance? Their words and actions conveyed a sense of calm confidence, entirely free from agitation. Even Su Wantong, the liveliest among them, never appeared hasty or restless. On the contrary, everything about them felt pleasant and comfortable, nowhere near the vicious countenance of the treacherous female, supporting roles seen in short dramas. Then again, they were all decent, cultivated people. Brainless villains like those in short dramas existed only to artificially heighten conflict. In reality, such one-dimensional antagonists were relatively rare. As the meal drew to a close, Su Wantong volunteered to suggest some post-dinner entertainment. Her eyes kept drifting toward the piano nearby. Chen Zhuo had noticed it upon arriving. They had likely chosen this room with a piano specifically to prompt him to play in the end. The higher one ascends in society, the more inclined one is to cultivate refined arts. As the king of instruments, the piano was an essential subject that many young ladies from noble families were required to learn. The more one learned, the more natural interest grew. Lin Xiaoman gazed at Chen Zhuo with eager anticipation. Actually, besides meeting Dudu today, I also wanted to hear you play live. I've listened to that piece Castle in the Sky no fewer than 50 times. Probably more than that. I've listened at least 100 times, Su Wantong added with a nod. Shen Zhixia, however, didn't mention how many times she had heard it. If pressed, she would simply raise one finger. Not once, but continuously. Good music possessed a magical quality, a power capable of calming the human heart. Dudu, unsurprisingly, was the biggest cheerleader. Dudu also loves hearing Baba play the piano. Then let's have it, Chen Zhuo said. He was not a reserved man, but before rising he couldn't resist adding one condition. However, I have one requirement. You must not record any videos. Bai Muxi nodded immediately. Little Zhe doesn't wish for fame. Let's not film anything. Just enjoy the live performance. I was hoping to record it and listen to it before sleeping, Su Wantong said with a trace of regret. I actually fell asleep listening to Castle in the Sky last night. An official version should be available within a few days. After that you can listen to it as many times as you like, Chen Zhuo replied with a smile. Liao Qiuping, having retrieved the sheet music, began practicing. Once he had polished it sufficiently, he would proceed to record and perform it. Of course, Liao Qiuping was not making free use of Chen Zhuo's studio. He had previously stated that he would provide appropriate compensation whenever he performed Chen Zhuo's Castle in the Sky at any venue. Chen Zhuo did not mind this arrangement. After all, he was not short on funds. Before sitting down to play, Chen Zhuo carefully washed his hands. Ignoring the gaze of the 5 girls upon him, he lowered his eyes and sought the feeling of the melody. A melodious tune flowed forth quietly. The already serene room was gradually filled with musical notes. The 5 girls wore different expressions. Dudu's eyes sparkled with excitement, stars seeming to dance within them. Bai Muxi radiated pride. Su Wantong looked on with deep admiration. Lin Xiaoman wore an expression of quiet appreciation. As for Shen Zhixia, it was scrutiny. This man before her was far too mysterious. Could a boy raised in an ordinary family truly possess such piano mastery? A possibility arose in Shen Zhixia's mind. He was not telling the whole truth. Then why had he concealed his past? The usually rational and composed Shen Zhixia felt as though a cat's curiosity had been awakened. The way she looked at Chen Zhuo was no longer entirely clean. Never in her life had she felt so deeply interested in a man. And yet, how could he possibly be married to her dearest best friend? The private room was bathed in light as soft as warm water, casting a halo upon Chen Zhuo, making him appear noble and handsome. At that moment, Bai Muxi wished she could seal the casual suit onto Chen Zhuo. He was so handsome. Especially when his fingertips lightly rested on the piano keys, it was as beautiful as a painting. Su Wantong, a severe hand fetishist, could hardly keep her legs together. The melody of Castle in the Sky slowly flowed out. The 5 girls surrounded him, each lost in their own thoughts. But the piece ended quickly. The girls all wore expressions of lingering desire. That's it. So short. Lin Xiaoman was the first to complain. Dudu also widened her eyes. Daddy, Dudu wants to hear the piece you wrote for Mommy. A piece for Mommy. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Which one? The one that goes ding ding ding, Dudu hummed. Chen Zhuo immediately understood and tapped a few keys. This was Für Elise, written by Beethoven for the woman he loved in his past life. Dudu's eyes lit up. That's it, you named it. Für Elise, and Mommy's English name is Alice. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Could it be such a coincidence? But giving this piece to Bai Muxi was quite fitting. After all, it was one of the essential pieces for piano practice in his past life, renowned worldwide. If Dudu's world lacked his system, the pieces he could play would likely be few. Giving it to Bai Muxi was quite reasonable. Bai Muxi was astounded. You not only wrote a song, but also a piano piece for me. Chen Zhuo did not deny it. For me, writing a piano piece is not a difficult task. Bai Muxi immediately thought of the song Qing Fei Da he had sung. You're putting on airs. It can't be better than Castle in the Sky, can it? Su Wantong said skeptically. Personally, I think the 2 pieces are not on the same level, Chen Zhuo answered with a smile. That's normal, it's quite hard to write another piece like Castle in the Sky. Lin Xiaoman also spoke. Don't stress, even if it's half as good as Castle in the Sky, it would still be amazing. Yes, Shen Zhixiao nodded in agreement. Shen Zhixiao agreed with a nod. Before Chen Zhuo could speak, Dudu chimed in. Castle in the Sky can't compare to the piece for Mommy. Our teacher said Für Elise is a world-class piano miniature, super impressive. Everyone turned to look at Dudu. Chen Zhuo finally spoke. Let's not compare, just listen and find out. He focused again on the piano. The core of Castle in the Sky is tinged with sorrow, advocating against war and for environmental protection. Für Elise, on the other hand, is the epitome of romanticism. As Chen Zhao's fingertips danced again, light-hearted notes instantly filled the entire room. The feeling was completely different from before. It immediately captured their ears. Su Wantong was utterly astonished. She had thought Castle in the Sky was the peak, but Für Elise was even more captivating. Lin Xiaoman's gaze softened, a gentle smile spreading across her face. Inside, she felt no excessive agitation, only that the melody made the moment extraordinarily tranquil, purely appreciating the music and his exquisite profile as he played. Beautiful as a painting. The melody was beautiful, and he was even more so. For a moment, Lin Xiaoman felt only peaceful warmth in her heart, like a gentle summer breeze brushing past. Shen Zhixiao remained cool-eyed, but her hands were slightly clenched. Beneath her calm exterior lay a fiercely beating heart. This man was not only mysterious, but also talented. As a pianist with level 10 skills, she knew at once the significance of Chen Zhao's piece. No wonder even Liao Qiuping, a top piano master, wanted to learn from him. It wasn't that Liao Qiuping disregarded his status, but that he recognized Chen Zhao's exceptional talent. However, the most stirred inside was Bai Muxi. She had anticipated his talent. After all, she had spent the most time with him and knew him best. But when Für Elise appeared, she felt as if she had fallen into a cotton candy cloud surrounded by pink bubbles. So this is what it feels like to be confessed to with a piano piece. It was even more refined than Qing Fei Da, and it delighted her even more. Every note Chen Zhuo played seemed to land on her heart, soft and trembling. At that moment, she wished the music could last longer to prolong this tranquility. But the piece was also short. Soon the notes ended. Chen Zhuo slowly rose. I finished playing. What do you all think? Beautiful. Dudu was the first to respond, clapping. Then she tugged at her mother's clothes. Mommy, say it's beautiful. Bai Muxi also clapped. Amazing. Is this also your original composition? It must be. I've never heard such a beautiful piece. Lin Xiaoman, who was clapping beside her, said immediately. All 4 were wealthy young ladies, all having taken piano lessons to some extent. Such a beautiful piece, once heard, could never be forgotten. Chen Zhuo nodded. As a carrier of Chinese culture, he needed to justify his sources. Actually, I remembered this piece only after Dudu's hint. I wrote it a long time ago, but never named it. Today I give it to Muxi, and I'll call it Für Elise. Actually, the original name should have been Für Therese. At 40, Beethoven taught a student named Therese, developed feelings for her, wrote this piece, and later gave it to her. The embarrassing part was that Beethoven didn't keep a copy, so after his death this piece wasn't even in his catalog of works. It wasn't until the 1860s, when German musician Noel was writing Beethoven's biography, that he discovered the manuscript among the belongings of Therese Malfatti. But the publisher misspelled the name. However, Chen Zhuo hadn't expected Bai Muxi's English name to be Alice. Perhaps this was also fate. This piece is indeed very sophisticated. Though the technique is simple, the emotion is vivid, impressive. Shen Zhixiao gave a thumbs up, not sparing her praise. Su Wantong was astonished. Sister Xiao rarely praises anyone. It seems Chen Zhao's piece is indeed sharper than Castle in the Sky. Lin Xiaoman nodded. If this piece were released, it would surely become a global masterpiece. I received messages from a few friends studying abroad, and they were all discussing Castle in the Sky. This piece of spread would be even more talked about. Bai Muxi beamed. All right, we've eaten and heard the piano, it's time to go home. Dudu can't stay up too late. Chen Zhuo was too outstanding if she had to hide him. Otherwise, what if her girlfriends set their sights on him? After all, her 3 best friends were all stunning beauties. Such a situation absolutely could not happen. It was nearly 8 o'clock, for urban men and women merely the start of the nightlife. Yet for a child it was indeed late. They had originally intended to take Dudu shopping. But since Bai Muxi had said so, the sisters did not insist. Chen Zhuo naturally could not miss the opportunity to perform and earn cashback, so he took the initiative to pay for tonight's dinner. Because they had ordered a bottle of Romanicani Vintage 2015, priced at 200 yuan, the meal cost a total of 200 yuan. The cashback instantly turned into 24 million yuan. Ding detected that the host spent exactly 240 yuan on Dudu, a 100-fold cashback of 240 yuan. Clearly the restaurant had waived the item out. To be honest, Chen Zhuo felt it would have been better not to waive it. It wasn't that he needed the discount. Since both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi had been drinking, they hired a designated driver. Moreover, because Dudu's child seat was installed, Chen Zhuo had to sit in the front. Sitting in the back would have been a bit cramped. Chen Zhuo sat in the front without speaking, but sent a message to Bai Muxi on his phone. "Cici, did I do well today? Full marks, I'm not afraid you'll get proud." Bai Muxi replied with a smile. "Then shouldn't there be a reward?" Chen Zhuo sent the message followed by a mischievous emoji. Bai Muxi's pretty face flushed instantly. He wouldn't. "Okay, when we get home I'll reward you with a kiss." Her hands trembled as she typed, and her breathing quickened. Although she was a girl, she still had desires. She wanted to get intimate with Chen Zhuo. Especially after the window paper was pierced last night, her mind was filled with images of his 8-pack abs and V-line. Even when Chen Zhuo was typing on the keyboard, Bai Muxi couldn't help glancing at him, her mind replaying the naughty scenes in the office. What could she do? She was also a fan of romance novels. Anyone who reads female-oriented fiction knows that apart from some logical issues, most of the female leads are big horny girls. She was one of those countless horny girls. Dudu clearly noticed something was off. "Mommy, are you chatting with Daddy?" Bai Muxi was inwardly surprised. Was her daughter too smart? But she certainly couldn't tell the truth. "No, I'm chatting with your 3 aunties." Bai Muxi said with a smile. "What's the matter, Dudu? Are you bored? Shall Mommy chat with you?" Dudu immediately nodded. Dudu, is there anything you want to do tomorrow? Can Dudu go to the amusement park?" Dudu asked with an expectant look. "But Mommy has to work tomorrow." Bai Muxi said hesitantly. "Can't you skip work? Daddy can support you." "Yes, I'll support you." Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. He had just earned over 20 million today, so working was completely unnecessary. Bai Muxi hesitated. "How about the day after tomorrow? We'll take a day to prepare and also buy some food." "Okay, let's pinky promise." Dudu immediately extended her finger, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Chen Zhuo was a bit curious. "What does Mommy usually not have time to play with you?" Dudu shook her head. "Mommy is super busy. She hasn't had time to take Dudu to kindergarten all year." Chen Zhuo's brow furrowed. "Muxi, I have to criticize you. Isn't the meaning of making money to make your family happy? If you're busy with work all the time, even if you earn money, you won't be happy." Bai Muxi let out a sigh. "I know. I'll balance work and life." It seemed that in Dudu's eyes, she was a neglectful mother. Company development isn't achieved overnight. Take a week to understand the company first, then develop gradually. "No need to rush," Chen Zhuo said patiently. "I know. Actually, my urgency to succeed is to prove myself, not really about making money." She had always been questioned and criticized. Leaving the Bai group this time was to prove herself. She was in a hurry. In truth, she knew that even if she succeeded within the Bai group, she would still be questioned. Since that was the case, she would step out of the Bai group and achieve a resounding success. The restaurant wasn't far from Huiwetai, and they soon returned home. Dudu seemed quite tired and threw herself into Chen Zhuo's arms as soon as she got out of the car. Chen Zhuo, still full of energy, easily lifted Dudu and walked into the elevator. Bai Muxi saw this silhouette, instinctively pulled out her phone and captured the moment. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, strong and powerful. From behind, Chen Zhuo looked incredibly reassuring. For a moment, Bai Muxi's cheeks flushed again. If he held her like that, wouldn't it feel wonderful? Back home, they worked together like an old married couple. Bai Muxi took the initiative to bathe Dudu. Dudu, well behaved at home, immediately wrapped her arms around Bai Muxi's neck. Only then did Bai Muxi realize that Dudu was actually quite heavy. She first bathed Dudu, then went to her own room to shower. After his own shower, Chen Zhuo came to the room to blow-dry Dudu's hair and tell her a story. This time he read David No, but the illustrated version. Dudu listened more attentively than last night. And although she was a bit sleepy, she became more energetic as the story went on. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but wonder, who exactly came up with the idea of bedtime stories? It was totally unscientific. Actually, bedtime stories are mainly to establish a routine, letting the child know that after the story, it's time to sleep. Sure enough, when Bai Muxi entered the room, Dudu immediately lay down properly. She not only covered herself with the blanket, but also patted the spots on either side. Mommy and Daddy come up quickly. You have to lull Dudu to sleep, okay? The advantage of a big bed was fully evident. The three of them, lying on the bed, still left plenty of space. Bai Muxi lay on her side, gently patting Dudu's waist. Dudu soon became drowsy. About 5 minutes later, she fell asleep. Chen Zhuo had been waiting for Dudu to fall asleep. Chen Zhuo immediately opened his eyes. Bai Muxi beside him was startled. She had thought he was asleep from his steady breathing. She didn't expect him to get up as soon as Dudu was asleep. Be gentle, don't wake, Dudu. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Chen Zhuo walked over to Bai Muxi's side, bent down, and lifted her up. See, when I carried Dudu earlier, you wanted me to carry you too, didn't you? Bai Muxi's face reddened. How did you know? I have mind-reading powers. I know what you're thinking, Chen Zhuo said with a smile, then strode toward his own room. He closed the door softly. Once in the bedroom, Chen Zhuo placed Bai Muxi on the bed. Now it's your turn to reward me. Bai Muxi lay on the soft bed, extended her slender fair hand, hooked it around Chen Zhuo's neck, hesitated, not gently exerted force, and pressed her lips to his. She had been longing for this kiss for a long time. The room was filled only with heavy breathing. Bai Muxi's eyes grew hazy. In truth, she had wanted to take the lead, but her strength simply wouldn't allow it. Chen Zhuo, after all, was a giant in theory, and now coincidentally the system had rewarded him with the healthiest kidneys. At this moment he resembled a fully armed soldier with ample ammunition, routing Bai Muxi's defenses completely. Unlike yesterday's cautious approach, Chen Zhuo thought that since she had gained experience the previous day, today he should go all out, deploying his full force and betting everything. But after 2.5 hours of exertion, Bai Muxi, exhausted from a day at work, fell asleep. What was this? Chen Zhuo was somewhat stunned. In the end, Chen Zhuo had to take care of himself. The night passed, and Bai Muxi felt nothing but aches in her waist and back. Though she had read about alpha males with golden kidneys in romance novels, she had always believed that to be a fictional embellishment. After all, fiction is derived from life, yet surpasses it. Moreover, from what she had heard from many of her girlfriends, men who brag about their prowess are usually incapable, and even lasting 30 minutes is considered impressive. Most men finish in just a few minutes. But Chen Zhuo, 30 minutes was merely his warm-up. This little Zhuo, he's too energetic. Bai Muxi muttered to herself while brushing her teeth in front of the vanity mirror. After speaking, she looked at her radiant complexion. Though the past few days had been eventful, she seemed even more dewy and fresh. Indeed, a woman nurtured by love looks even more beautiful. Her girlfriends had not deceived her. Chen Zhuo had slept only 3 hours, yet he still rose early the next morning. His state could be described in 4 words, full of vigor and vitality. Also rising early was Aunt Wang. After tidying up the house, she went out. She didn't need to prepare breakfast, but she had to buy the freshest groceries. So Chen Zhuo began to busy himself. Dudu, who was about to turn 5, was at a critical stage of growth and needed a balanced diet. As the saying goes, breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, dinner like a pauper. A wonderful day starts with breakfast. Today he had to take Dudu to the kindergarten to finalize her enrollment. Like all top-tier kindergartens, it wasn't just about paying tuition. Besides money, they also conducted an interview with the child. Since Dudu was to attend Sacred Heart International Kindergarten, where many courses were taught entirely in English, she would likely need to prove her English proficiency. Chen Zhuo was a bit worried. So after Dudu woke up, instead of rushing her to breakfast, he began communicating with her in English. Actually, Chen Zhao's English was mediocre, but his original self was a top student who got into Zhongdai University. After the memory fusion, daily conversation was no issue. However, to Chen Zhao's surprise, Dudu's English was very fluent. Upon asking, he learned that soon after she was born, he had hired a foreign language teacher for her. Cultivated from an early age, her English was incredibly fluent and very authentic. This time, Chen Zhuo gained a first-hand appreciation for children's language talent. Ding detected that the host has communicated with Dudu in a foreign language for half an hour, automatically acquiring oral proficiency. Chen Zhuo felt countless foreign language conversation scenarios flood into his mind instantly, and his speech became even more fluent. At this moment, Bai Muxi finished washing up and came out. Are you telling Dudu a story in English? Chen Zhuo was narrating the tale of the little girl selling nuclear bombs, no weight matches, in English. Dudu listened with great interest, occasionally asking questions in English. It was a warm, harmonious, and joyful scene. Yes. I heard from mother-in-law that today's interview might test oral English, so I wanted to practice with her beforehand, Chen Zhuo said directly to Bai Muxi in English. Bai Muxi, who had been speaking Chinese, immediately switched to English. I've already looked into this. Dudu has been at Sacred Heart for a year and a half. Daily communication is no problem. She can also handle eating, using the bathroom, and sleeping on her own. Going to kindergarten should be fine. That's good. So when exactly will she start school? After the Chinese New Year, for the next semester, or directly now? If you don't mind the trouble, I think she can start now, Bai Muxi nodded. But Dudu spoke up proactively. Daddy, Mommy, I can start school right away. I don't need to wait until after Chinese New Year. Here she used Chinese New Year instead of Lunar New Year. Why don't you want Daddy to play with you anymore? Chen Zhuo switched back to Chinese. He preferred Dudu calling him Baba rather than Daddy. It felt less intimate. Dudu immediately shook her head and said seriously, of course not. It's because Dudu wants to learn many skills so that I can earn lots and lots of money in the future and give daddy and mommy a good life. Dudu is such a good girl. Bai Muxi's face lit up with a smile. Chen Zhuo hadn't expected that Dudu's love for school stemmed from this. She was quite filial. Actually, he had no worries about Dudu's character and integrity. As the saying goes, like father like son, like mother like daughter. He believed his own values and morals were upright, and under his influence Dudu would certainly be fine. After a delicious breakfast, Chen Zhuo drove to Ersha Island. Since Xu Tang had helped arrange the kindergarten visit, he had to pick up his mother-in-law first. In the car, Dudu couldn't help praising Chen Zhao's breakfast. Baba, let's not eat out at noon. Let's go home and eat. I love your cooking. Then won't that tire your daddy out? Bai Muxi immediately asked. Then maybe Baba can teach Dudu how to cook so that in the future Dudu can make the same delicious food as Baba. Dudu's little mind whirred rapidly coming up with this idea. You can learn to cook in a few years. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Since he wasn't working anyway, cooking was no trouble. You spoil her. Bai Muxi glanced at Chen Zhuo, then changed the subject. Then I'll come home for lunch too. All right. Chen Zhuo pulled the car over to the side of the road as he spoke. Xu Tang was already waiting by the curb. The weather in Yangqing was still chilly with outdoor temperatures around 10 degrees Celsius. Of course, most places in the south had no heating, so people relied on their inner fortitude to keep warm. But Xu Tang was dressed stylishly in black casual pants and a brown overcoat paired with fiery red lips, a perfect strong female lead outfit. With her well-maintained figure and tall stature, she could easily pass for a young woman. Bai Muxi got out of the car, first grabbed Xu Tang's arm, and said, Mom, sit in the back and keep Dudu company. Chen Zhuo also got out and walked over. Mother-in-law. Since they were married, he had to change how he addressed her. Xu Tang nodded. First, help me put the toys in the trunk. These are the ones we promised to buy for Dudu before. Thank you, Grandma. Dudu's sweet voice came from inside the car. Oh, my precious baby. Xu Tang sat in the back seat, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Last night, she had sat in front of the vanity mirror sighing. She was only in her early 40s, yet already a grandmother with a granddaughter over 4 years old. It felt like a dream. The arrival of Xu Tang enlivened the car. It was evident that she adored children. As they got out of the car, she took the initiative to hold Dudu's hand. This simple gesture led the beautiful teacher waiting at the entrance to make a mistake. You must be Tianqing's mother. How beautiful she looks. Xu Tang explained, I'm the grandmother, not the mother. This is her mother, my own daughter. Yet the smile at the corners of her mouth was unmistakable. The teacher's eyes widened. I thought she was your sister. You look so young, Annie. Bai Muxi chimed in, every time I go shopping with my mom, people think we're sisters. However, this misunderstanding didn't affect the enrollment. The Rolls-Royce parked, there was a symbol of status. Coupled with the household registration Xu Tang brought to prove Dudu's identity, everything went smoothly. The teachers were astonished. How could a father and mother who looked barely 20 have a daughter over 4 years old? While Chen Zhuo chatted with the principal, many teachers gathered out of curiosity. The admissions teacher had mentioned in their private group that the most handsome male parent in the kindergarten had arrived. No objections allowed. She then sent a photo, a candid shot. But Chen Zhao's handsome side profile was indeed breathtaking. Gossip is human nature. Thus teachers without classes came to take a look. Afterward, they all commented in the group, if he debuted, he'd dominate the entertainment industry. Of course, some recognized Chen Zhuo. After all, his relationship with Bai Muxi had caused quite a stir after being promoted by second uncle these past few days. His fame had also risen. Most notably, they were both stunningly handsome and beautiful. Initially, many criticized them, but after seeing the photos, their opinions followed their looks. Being so handsome, early love seemed perfectly reasonable. Some even called it eugenics. Good genes should be passed on early. Dudu was taken aside by a teacher for an interview. Actually, the interview at Sacred Heart International Kindergarten consisted of both a child interview and a parent interview. For the child, she was taken to a separate room, asked questions in Chinese first, then in English, and finally asked to complete simple instructions given by the teacher. The main focus was on assessing the child's thinking ability and adaptability. As a formal student of Sacred Heart International Kindergarten, Dudu handled everything smoothly. As for Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi, they were also asked many questions mainly about why they chose this kindergarten and their expectations for their child's education. They answered fluently, as educated, successful individuals. Soon the principal gave a positive reply, welcome Chen Tianqing to our big family. Thank you, Principal Liang. Chen Zhuo extended his hand with a smile. The interview at an international kindergarten was a two-way choice. They didn't lack students, but they wanted quality ones. Chen Zhuo and his family displayed impressive wealth and upbringing, while Dudu was top-notch in looks, talent, and abilities. Such a student was exactly what the kindergarten sought. After settling this, Chen Zhuo paid the full tuition for the current month and the next academic year on the spot. 20,000 per month for 5 months. Plus the mandatory 1 million for school selection. That made exactly 2 million. As the payment succeeded, his phone vibrated. Ding. Detected host spending 2 million yuan on Dudu 100-fold cashback initiated. China Construction Bank received a transfer of 200 million yuan. Current balance 25423248881. 92 yuan. Seeing the long string of digits on his phone, Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up. With this money he had no goal of earning more. But as a time traveler, he wanted to let the culture of his past life bloom brilliantly in this world. Leaving the kindergarten, they all returned to the home at Huiyutai. It was almost mealtime, so Bai Muxi insisted Xu Tang stay for dinner instead of going home. On the way, Bai Muxi kept praising Chen Zhuo's cooking. Thinking of the breakfast Chen Zhuo had made that day, Xu Tang's mouth watered. How could ordinary food become so delicious in his hands? For lunch, Chen Zhuo didn't prepare anything complicated. Steamed ribs, a common dish in every Guangzhou household, half a steamed fish, corn, an egg custard, and some greens. The four of them had a simple meal. Yet with Chen Zhuo's touch, the ordinary homestyle dishes became incredibly fresh and fragrant. In truth, Chen Zhuo didn't know why they tasted so good. It was as if a program ran in his mind. How to handle ingredients, what seasonings to use, how long to steam, all precise to the second. As a result, the fish was tender, the meat fragrant. Even the rice he cooked was exceptionally delicious. Dudu ate with great relish, mentally showering Chen Zhuo with dad points. After the meal, she had gained 300 points. Bai Muxi looked blissful. Zhao, I think your cooking surpasses that of any 5-star hotel chef or Michelin 3-star chef. Xu Tang nodded. Muxi is truly blessed. I'm glad you all enjoy it. Chen Zhuo was also quite happy. Living a second life, he had a new perspective on life. Money was merely numbers, though what truly mattered was the 3 meals a day. As long as he could live healthily with the people he cared about, no amount of wealth could replace it. After the meal, Bai Muxi had to return to work. Chen Zhuo glanced at Xu Tang. Mother-in-law, would you like to stay and keep Dudu company? I want to go back to Panyu to pack some things. Sure, I bought some toys for Dudu anyway. I'll stay with her. As news of Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi's relationship spread, his uncle and aunt had already learned about it and called him many times. But Chen Zhuo didn't answer any of them. He only replied to a few messages. Since he had taken over the original owner's body, he would repay kindness and settle grudges accordingly. Because Panyu held no good memories, Chen Zhuo didn't plan to take Dudu there. Dudu didn't throw a tantrum. She knew that if her daddy had something important, he would go out, otherwise he'd stay by her side. Still, Dudu was curious. Daddy, will you come home for dinner tonight? Yes, let Aunt Wang make dinner tonight. Chen Zhuo smiled and patted Dudu's head. Leaving Huiyutai, he drove the Rolls-Royce straight to the Fuchi residential area in Panyu. In his mind, he was planning how to make them pay. Since they had been bleeding the original owner dry, he would destroy what they valued most. The question was, what did they value most? 1. Money. 2. The cousin studies. Soon Chen Zhuo had an idea. First, sever the family ties, then take revenge. Although Chen Zhuo had just transmigrated, he was already intimately familiar with the roads here. Shifu Xinsuan was considered a landmark of Panyu with complete facilities including schools and commercial districts, and was highly developed. Chen Zhuo's brother-in-law lived in an apartment with a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. The master bedroom naturally belonged to his uncle and aunt, while one of the other rooms was for his cousin, and the third was actually a storage room. However, after bringing Chen Zhuo back, his uncle bought a bunk bed from the second-hand market. The top was still used for storing clutter, while the bottom was arranged with a 90 centimeters bed for Chen Zhuo, standard for high school dormitories. Apart from that, since space was needed for storage, Chen Zhuo had no desk or wardrobe. As a result, he rarely enjoyed coming home. But it so happened that this was a critical period for his cousin in senior year of high school. Every time he had a holiday, his uncle would urge him to come home and give tutoring. And what was outrageous was that he wouldn't even reimburse the travel expenses. When the brand new Rolls-Royce arrived at Shifu community, it immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers along the way. Many young women heading to Binfen for shopping even took out their phones to take pictures. After all, Chen Zhuo's Rolls-Royce was quite imposing. However, no matter how impressive the car was, it still needed to be registered when entering the community. Of course, some privileges still existed. After Chen Zhuo provided his unit and floor number, he was smoothly granted entry. The security guard at the entrance even offered to show him the way. Chen Zhuo declined the offer and drove himself to his uncle's building, parking the Rolls-Royce in a temporary parking space. The surrounding neighbors were all drawn to the Rolls-Royce, especially as Chen Zhuo stepped out, they instinctively moved closer. Many people even took out their phones to start taking photos. As soon as Chen Zhuo got out of the car, he spotted several familiar faces. Good afternoon, Aunt Li, Uncle Zhang. Chen Zhuo greeted them with a smile. You're Asia. Aunt Li was 54 years old this year with a plump figure and slightly below average looks, but she was the biggest gossip in the community. When she had nothing else to do, she loved dancing square dances and chatting about gossip. It's me. Wow, you've completely changed. Could it really be like they say online that you've been kept by a big boss? Aunt Li was straightforward in her personality and didn't beat around the bush, asking directly. On the other hand, Uncle Zhang beside her glared at his own wife. What are you talking about nonsense? Little Zhe is a top student, maybe he made big money on his own. In that case, your uncle's whole family will also rise to prominence. Aunt Li said enviously. rise to prominence. Are they even worthy of that? Chen Zhuo sneered, it's not that I'm unfilial, but they've treated me too poorly. After saying this, Chen Zhuo bent down and took out the pre-printed documents from the car. These were documents organized by Chen Zhuo, which detailed the transfers his uncle had made to him over the years along with some medical records and conversations. There were 2 instances of fainting with doctors diagnosing malnutrition, and 2 more injury examinations, all after his uncle had been drinking. Their cruelty manifested in every aspect, making it not difficult to gather this evidence. Actually, he did this to prevent his uncle's family from leaning on him in the future. Of course, this was also a habitual practice among Chinese people, having a legitimate cause. Why did very few people rebel in ancient times, even preferring to control the emperor to command the feudal lords rather than becoming emperor themselves? Everything had to be legitimate and above board. Aunt Li, can you help me distribute these flyers? I won't let you do it for nothing. After distributing these, I'll give you 1,000. Chen Zhuo placed a stack of flyers in her hands and said to Aunt Li. Aunt Li was reading the gossip at this moment, her expression growing worse the more she read. Your uncle's family treats you like this. They claim to have raised you yet haven't given you living expenses for nearly 2 years. Not even paying tuition, and making you work as a free tutor. Aunt Li's voice was very shrill, her words filled with anger. People who are this straightforward have one characteristic. They detest evil as much as they love justice. She put herself in the position of justice. Of course, I'm willing to bear legal responsibility for what I've said. Chen Zhuo wasn't in a hurry to go upstairs. He was waiting for someone. Since they were cutting ties, a lawyer had to be present. Classic law firm didn't make Chen Zhuo wait long, sending their top lawyer Zhang Wei. And they brought the contract they had drafted in advance. The terms were written very clearly. Aunt Li agreed to distribute the flyers, but refused to accept any money under any circumstances. Your uncle and aunt treat you so badly, how could I possibly accept your money? Aunt Li said righteously. But can this Annie ask you to do me a favor? What? This Annie has never sat in such a good car before. Can I take a photo sitting in the driver's seat? Aunt Li said somewhat embarrassedly. No problem. Chen Zhuo made a welcoming gesture. Aunt Li was also afraid of damaging the Rolls-Royce, so she took a few photos and then got out. After Chen Zhuo locked the car door, they went up to the 6th floor together. Before returning, Chen Zhuo had asked his uncle Qiu Jiangwo and learned that he wasn't going to the store this afternoon, but was resting at home. He directly took out the key to open the door. Chen Zhuo and Zhang Wei walked into the room together. Coincidentally, Qiu Jiangwo was watching TV in the living room. You still dare to come back? Your wings are hard now, dare not answer my phone calls, huh? Qiu Jiangwo saw Chen Zhuo and casually picked up the rattan strip on the coffee table, rushing angrily towards Chen Zhuo. The aunt beside him was originally laughing at the amusing content in the drama. But after seeing Chen Zhuo, her expression changed instantly. Sichuan opera face changing wasn't this fast. Beat this little beast to death, made a fortune, but still doesn't think of us, doesn't deserve to live in this world. Aunt Zhou Lanji's voice was sharp and mean. Clearly this was about establishing authority in front of her nephew. At first Chen Zhuo wasn't obedient either, but after being beaten enough, he naturally became compliant. Just as Mr. Lu Sun said. Actually, there was originally no road on the ground, but when many people walk it becomes a road. Chen Zhuo not obedient. After being beaten enough, naturally he becomes obedient. Especially when he had no parents and had to rely on his uncle for care. Just looking at the rattan strips swinging down, Chen Zhuo first tilted his body to dodge the blow, and the next moment his left hand threw a left hook smashing hard into Qiu Jiangwo's chest. It wasn't that he didn't like slapping faces. Whenever slapping faces, it was easy to leave injuries. But after Chen Zhuo gained god-level combat skills, he knew how to make people hurt without appearing to have visible injuries. The next second, the fierce Qiu Jiangwo flew horizontally, like a broken kite, crashing hard into the cabinet at the entrance. Boom. Qiu Jiangwo felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. After crashing into the table, his throat turned sweet. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The once sharp-tongued Zhou Lanji instantly lost her voice. You. Zhou Lanji didn't know what to say for a moment, directly stunned. You actually dare to hit people? I'll sue you. I'll make you rot in jail. However, Zhang Wei had already spoken at this moment. Given that this gentleman suddenly attacked my client, just now my client was merely acting in self-defense. He's vomiting blood because of you, and you call it self-defense. I want you dead. Zhou Lanji cursed through gritted teeth, waving her fists and charging towards Chen Zhuo. But Chen Zhuo's lips curled into a slight smile, raising his foot to deliver a fierce kick. Boom. Zhou Lanji flew backward at an even faster speed. Zhou Lanji felt like a kite with a broken string. It was only by crashing into the side of the coffee table that she steadied herself. A tightness seized her chest, and the next second, like her husband, she spat out a mouthful of blood. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Wei's eyes, but his expression remained calm. According to Article 20 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, an act that is undertaken to stop an ongoing unlawful infringement on the rights of the state, public interests, or the personal property or other rights of oneself or others, and that causes harm to the infringer constitutes justifiable defense and shall not bear criminal liability. If you continue to commit violence against my client, we will directly file a lawsuit against you. Wincing in pain, the two exchanged a glance, both filled with utter shock. Chen Zhuo, have you lost your mind? Bringing a lawyer to my house. What exactly are you trying to do? Xiao Jiangwo gritted his teeth and asked Chen Zhuo, propping himself up on the table as he stood. Yet his chest still throbbed with searing pain. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Zhao's mouth. Actually, I came today to give you money, but you got so worked up that you wanted to hit me right away. I had no choice but to defend myself justifiably. You hit us, and we didn't even touch you. Zhou Lanji, having caught her breath, snarled viciously, "You're utterly heartless. We took you and raised you, and this is how you repay your uncle and aunt." She had shouted that to draw the neighbors over. Unfortunately, it was a workday. Though there were 4 units on the floor, 2 were empty, and the occupants of the 3rd were taking an afternoon nap and had no intention of coming out. Chen Zhuo sneered, "You know exactly how you've treated me. I'm not here to argue with you. Today I'm here to sever ties." He then looked at Zhang Wei. "This is lawyer Zhang Wei. He will fully represent me in all matters concerning the severance of kinship." "What did you say? How dare you?" Xiao Jiangwo's face flushed crimson as he glared furiously at Chen Zhuo. "I raised you for so many years, and now that you're about to graduate you want to cut ties with me?" Zhang Wei interjected at this point. "Although you brought Mr. Chen Zhuo into your home, no formal adoption procedures were ever completed. Therefore no legal fictive kinship relationship exists. According to Article 1105 of the Civil Code, adoption shall be registered with the Civil Affairs Department of the People's Government at or above the county level. The adoption relationship is established from the date of registration. Thus you have no legal relationship whatsoever. Considering Mr. Chen Zhao's willingness to repay, he has compiled all the transfer records over the years. He will return every cent to you, a total of 5234. 24 yuan. 3 years of upbringing, and they had given only 5234 yuan. That averaged out to just 1744 yuan a year. To be honest, that's barely 100 yuan a month. And that was supposed to cover all expenses for a college student. And they still claimed to have raised him. Zhang Wei was utterly stunned. Chen Zhuo ignored them and went to the room he had been staying in. It wasn't really a room, it was a storage closet. It held some of the original owner's childhood belongings along with a few keepsakes from his parents. Of course, they were all worthless items. He picked up a suitcase and symbolically packed a few things. The rest he directly stored into the system space. Just like the novels he used to read, with a mere thought, objects would automatically be absorbed into the space. From outside, the intermittent sound of lawyer Zhang Wei's voice drifted in. Xiao Jiangwo and Zhou Lanji occasionally retorted. But faced with the evidence Chen Zhuo had prepared in advance, their arguments appeared utterly feeble. In truth, the reason Chen Zhuo had brought a lawyer was twofold: first, to avoid any disputes over forced signatures, and second, to prevent future complications. Some people are like toads. They don't bite, but they're purely disgusting. As for taking revenge on his uncle and aunt, that could wait. In simple terms, he wanted to first get the disclaimer sorted. Chen Zhuo soon returned to the living room. Xiao Jiangwo's tone suddenly softened. "Xiao Zhao, after all, I've watched you grow up. When you were at your most helpless, I was the one who brought you home. I may not have done great things, but I did have my share of efforts. How can you just sever ties like this? Please think it over carefully." Seeing Xiao Jiangwo trying to play the emotional card, Chen Zhuo sneered. "For the emotional card to work, there has to be some emotion first. Do you think there's any feeling left between us after all the beatings, the scoldings, the withholding of living expenses, and the exploitation?" Sensing the chill in Chen Zhao's eyes, Xiao Jiangwo's body trembled. When had his nephew ever exuded such a powerful aura of oppression? This was not the temperament of a young man, just over 20. Could it be? Zhou Lanji, oblivious to the change, snapped. "No wonder they call you a bastard. If you had any of the Qiu family's blood, you wouldn't be so ungrateful and heartless." Having said that, Zhou Lanji stared at Chen Zhuo, waiting for his reaction. But Chen Zhuo had long anticipated this possibility. He remembered that when his biological father went missing, he was called to the police station for a DNA comparison. He never learned what happened afterward, but his father was never found. He figured that around that time his family had discovered he wasn't their biological child. But it didn't matter anymore. Now he had money, a wife, and a lovely little girl. Whether he was blood-related was no longer important. Chen Zhuo picked at his ear. "Are you done? If you're done, sign the papers." Xiao Jiangwo squinted. "Are you really going through with this? I promised your mother I would take care of you until you graduated from college. You made the promise, but did you keep it?" Chen Zhuo sneered. "Stop wasting words. Sign now. Otherwise I'll post everything about how you abused me online and let the whole world see your true faces. You're an ungrateful wolf." Zhou Lanji glared at Chen Zhuo, seething with rage. Chen Zhuo was too tired to say another word. In a way, he almost envied these people's way of thinking. If I'm good to you, you must remember it for life. If I'm bad to you, it's your problem. I'm definitely not at fault. This kind of mental state that never internalizes conflict was truly invincible. No wonder they say the good die young while the wicked live long, because they truly never internalize conflict. When people are happy, they secrete dopamine, and dopamine inhibits emotional disorders. They don't internalize conflict, so they're happy, and naturally they live longer. When he was in school, Chen Zhuo was 100% materialist. Later, after entering society, he began to lean toward idealism. Although he often fooled himself, it did make life much easier. Under the witness of lawyer Zhang Wei, they signed the agreement to terminate the de facto foster relationship. As Chen Zhuo walked out the door with the contract, Zhou Longji's curses echoed behind him. But Chen Zhuo paid no attention. Downstairs, he greeted the familiar neighbors and then drove off in his Rolls-Royce. Having successfully severed ties, naturally the next step was to plan his revenge. But now that he had money, he didn't need to do the dirty work himself. He had just arranged to meet an old classmate from his school days, someone with underworld connections. As anyone who has seen The Left Ear knows, the easiest way to ruin a good student is to send a pretty girl to start a relationship with him. A persistent woman can wear down a man's resistance, and conversely, when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil separating them. For a cousin who's never had a girlfriend, what would he do if a girl started chasing him? The answer was obvious. Let professionals handle professional matters. Besides, Chen Zhuo had little intention of seeking revenge against their family. Fortunately, the matter of taking revenge on his uncle and cousin could be handed to the same person. This man was named Wang Ji, whose academic performance was mediocre, but he was well acquainted with people from all walks of life, frequently frequenting internet cafes, billiard halls, and various bars. This time, Chen Zhuo wasn't stingy. He parted with $1,000,000 at once. His request was simply for Wang Ji to find a beautiful girl to entice his cousin and distract him from his studies. Wang Ji naturally agreed immediately. As for bringing down his uncle and aunt's shop, that was also handed to Wang Ji. Simply send more people over to pick faults and get customers to spread comments about poor quality. Building a reputation takes years of accumulation, but destroying it only takes a month or even less. By then, if he makes things difficult for them in terms of taxes, their life won't be easy. As for murder for money and such, forget it. Chen Zhuo wasn't that vicious. After the transfer succeeded, Chen Zhuo left Panyu and glanced at the time. It was almost time to get off work. He purchased the 2 most expensive and beautiful bouquets at a flower shop by the roadside, then drove to the company's parking lot. A single bouquet cost 888 yuan, as one of them was for Dudu. So 1776 directly became 177600 yuan. This 100-fold cashback was truly extraordinary. And what's more, there were hardly any restrictions on it. Driving his Rolls-Royce along the broad avenue, but due to the approaching rush hour, even taking the highway, there was still considerable congestion. Especially when exiting the highway, even through the ETC lane, he was stuck for 5 minutes. Fortunately, their company's office wasn't located at Tycoon, or it would have been even worse. However, Chen was still arrived half an hour early at Bai Muxi's company parking lot, took out his phone, and sent her a message. Are you off work yet? I'm here to pick you up. Inside the office, the atmosphere was rather tense. Although Bai Muxi hadn't been there long, employees had already gotten a sense of her style, cold and ruthless. This was because Chen Zhuo had given her a list before she started work that afternoon. They were all parasites within the company with financial problems. So upon returning to the company, Bai Muxi went straight after those people. It's said that a new official brings 3 fires, but firing the company's parasites was just the first fire, and the second one burned at the project meeting. However, the originally cold expression on Bai Muxi's face instantly faded after seeing the message on her phone, replaced by a warm and gentle smile. I'm still in a meeting here, might need another 20 minutes. Why don't you come to the office and wait? It was almost an instant reply. The employees in the meeting were stunned. They exchanged glances one by one. Nothing was said, but it seemed like everything was said. Who was that? Can actually make the female devil smile. Holy cow, am I not seeing this correctly? The female devil actually smiled. It must be a message from the company chairman, right? Alright then, I'll go up. You continue with your meeting, don't mind me. Chen Zhuo saw the reply, and only then turned off the car's heater. He had to admit this building was quite smart. All entrances were equipped with facial recognition. Entering the building, he smoothly made his way to the floor where Tsiuan Inli was located. Not bad, the company's receptionist was quite pretty. The moment Chen Zhuo appeared, she immediately stood up, her eyes sparkling as she called out, "Hello, Chairman." "Hello." Chen Zhuo waved and greeted her before heading towards the president's office. The beautiful receptionist looked at the flowers in Chen Zhuo's hand and felt a surge of envy. Indeed, rich people do end up together. These flowers looked very expensive. Bai Muxi in the conference room naturally didn't know that Chen Zhuo was already waiting in the office, but in her heart, she didn't want Chen Zhuo to wait too long. The meeting that was originally supposed to last over 20 minutes was directly compressed to 10 minutes. Bai Muxi naturally knew that in the fiercely competitive comic market today, gaining an advantage early means securing it throughout. One could say time is life. Especially now that leading companies have partnerships with Japan, if they don't seize the opportunity, they will eventually be left far behind. Chen Zhuo could naturally feel Bai Muxi's sense of urgency. So after arriving at the office, he began to ponder how to help her. The movie project definitely wouldn't be ready so soon, so what they needed was a serialized anime. Actually, the most profitable anime is Pokemon, with cumulative total revenue reaching $100 billion US. After a brief hesitation, Chen Zhuo picked up the paper and pen on the desk and started drawing. Come out, Pikachu. Unfortunately, Chen Zhuo hadn't drawn much of the story yet when the office door was pushed open. Bai Muxi, dressed in a professional suit, appeared at the doorway. At this moment, the cold demeanor she had in the office had faded, replaced by a sweet smile on her face, and even her voice was tender. Why are you here? Chen Zhuo looked up and saw Bai Muxi, a natural curve forming on his lips. Didn't you say no one used to pick you up after work? Now there is. As he spoke, he picked up the flowers that had been placed aside earlier and walked towards Bai Muxi. The smile on Bai Muxi's face became even brighter. She had only mentioned it casually to Chen Zhuo, but he still remembered. Did you come directly from Panyu? Yes, I came over right after handling things. Chen Zhuo nodded. I happened to pass by a flower shop where it looked really beautiful. Do you like it, eh? Of course I like it, but you've already given me flowers twice, and I haven't given you any yet. I don't need it, or what would a grown man need flowers for? Who says men can't receive flowers? Bai Muxi took the most beautiful flower from the bouquet in her hand and handed it to Chen Zhuo. Here for you. I also wish you a good mood every day. Chen Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. This little girl was quite clever. He was rather touched. Thanks. Chen Zhuo took the flower. Should be off work now, right? Let's go back together. Alright, let me tidy up. Bai Muxi placed the documents on the desk and soon spotted the newly drawn Pokemon by Chen Zhuo. Instantly, she was stunned. The art style was truly lovely. Because time was short, Chen Zhuo had only drawn the content of the first chapter Pokemon. I choose you. Actually, the story was very simple. The first chapter tells how the protagonist Xiaoji missed out on Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle because he was late and obtained a Pikachu who didn't want to enter the Pokeball from Professor Dago. At first, Pikachu refused to follow orders and even shocked Xiaoji, but later the two went through hardships together during an attack by Spearows and ultimately became comrades in arms. This anime was not only strong in its story, but also in its IP and merchandise. Various games emerged endlessly and collaborations covered all walks of life. This time Chen Zhuo had played his trump card, all to make a name for Zi. Although Bai Muxi didn't quite understand what was popular now, she was first and foremost a viewer. Judging by the art style and content alone, this was a very interesting anime. Is this your newly created work? Bai Muxi widened her eyes and asked. Didn't you say the company needs an anime that can be serialized for a long time and will be popular? Here it is, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Bai Muxi looked up at Chen Zhuo, and the next second, she turned and threw herself into Chen Zhuo's arms. Husband, you're so amazing. Ever since becoming the company president, all she had thought about was how to turn the tide. But Chen Zhuo, with just a slight effort, gave her a feeling of being invincible in the world. Zootopia was like this, and this Pokemon in front of her was also like this. This mysteriously appearing husband was incredibly powerful. Seeing Bai Muxi's excitement, Chen Zhuo reached out and patted her back. Alright, we've only just drawn the first chapter. The story will only get more thrilling from here. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Then we can cut some unprofitable comics and focus on Zootopia and Pokemon. Bai Muxi declared decisively, it's almost the new year. Let's officially launch Pokemon during the holiday. The reason anime could sweep the globe was largely due to its cuteness. To put it this way, the Hello Kitty everyone knew from a past life had total revenue over 70 billion. Some say that in the face of sexiness, cuteness is worthless. But that's said to men. In truth, many children and women prefer cute things. And the easiest money in the world comes from women, and children who are also mostly paid for by women. After all, children have limited spending power. Even just looking at these simple sketches, Bai Muxi's mind brimmed with possibilities. In other words, if a Pikachu plush were right in front of her, she'd buy it for Dudu. Even if she didn't play with it herself, her daughter would surely love it. The company's operations are all up to you. I'll just come up with ideas and draw the content, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. His mind was filled with treasures from his past life. But he truly wasn't good at operations. Even if he later wanted to start a game company, he'd still need to recruit someone to manage it. After all, there was a profession called professional manager. It was obvious Bai Muxi was genuinely excited. Her little face was flushed red. Chen Zhuo, unable to resist, leaned in and gave her a kiss. Feeling the slight chill of Bai Muxi's thin lips, it was truly like eating an ice cream. So soft, so sweet. Bai Muxi's face reddened even more. Not here, the office is for work. If you want to kiss, let's go home first. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. But Dudu and your mother are at home. Wouldn't that be even more inconvenient? But, no buts. Chen Zhuo cut her off, lifted her by the waist, set her on the desk, and kissed her again. This time, both of their breaths grew rapid. Bai Muxi, flustered, even forgot to breathe. Noticing she hadn't taken a breath, Chen Zhuo released her after more than 20 seconds. Breathe. Huff. Bai Muxi turned her head away. She had been frozen just now, not even thinking to push Chen Zhuo away. But, Bai Muxi glanced at her own hand. How did this hand have a mind of its own, touching her husband's abs? How does it feel? Chen Zhuo asked teasingly. Bai Muxi nodded. Very nice. Do you want to? Just then Bai Muxi pushed him away. No. She reached out and covered Chen Zhuo's face. Don't you get any ideas either? Since the meeting had ended early, they hadn't clocked out yet. That meant there were still employees outside. If she and Chen Zhuo did anything in the office, and someone overheard, her carefully cultivated icy image would be ruined. So she had to refuse Chen Zhuo. Of course, she was still a bit conservative. Although she was a bold girl who had fantasized about doing it in all sorts of places, actually doing it made her a little afraid. Especially thinking about Chen Zhuo's powerful impact. She was afraid she couldn't hold back her voice. Chen Zhuo didn't press her, he took her soft, boneless hand. Pack up, let's go home and find Dudu. Bai Muxi nodded and jumped down from the office chair. But her foot slipped, and she fell into Chen Zhuo's arms again. Chen Zhuo chuckled. President, by mind your image. If an employee saw this, your ice queen persona would be shattered. It's all your fault. Bai Muxi shot him a glare. She took a sip of water, then picked up her bag and left the office. Sure enough, the employees outside were casting furtive glances into the office. Ahem. Bai Muxi coughed. It's off work time. If you finished your work, go home early. Our company doesn't encourage overtime. With that, Bai Muxi held her bouquet in one hand and linked her other arm with Chen Zhuo's as they left the work area. Whoa, am I seeing things? How can the cold, elegant president beside us turn so meek next to the chairman? The chairman is the chairman. President Bai is like a docile kitten beside him. They look so good together. If they were in the entertainment industry, they'd be top-tier visuals. In the parking lot, Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi had just reached their floor when the door opened, and they saw a handsome face holding a bouquet of roses. His eyes lit up when he saw Bai Muxi, but they quickly darkened as he noticed her arm linked intimately with Chen Zhuo's. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, the man's accusatory voice rang out. Muxi, is this your husband? The man looked furious, his eyes instantly reddening at their intertwined arms. Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi curiously. She frowned slightly and whispered in his ear, this is the childhood friend I mentioned to you, Ji Yunfei. Ji Yunfei was waiting for Bai Muxi's answer, but when he saw her lean in to whisper to Chen Zhuo, jealousy flared. Why are you standing so close? Let go, Ji Yunfei quickly said. Muxi, I believe you're innocent with him. As long as you marry me, I'll help you return to the Bai family and become the sole heir. But Bai Muxi shook her head. He is my husband legally. And I left the Bai family of my own accord. Oh, I don't want to go back. Are you being threatened? Blink if you are, and I'll help you. Ji Yunfei said earnestly. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. Dude, isn't my wife clear enough? We're a real married couple, and we love each other deeply. Stop making a drama out of nothing. Ji Yunfei glared at Chen Zhuo. I'm talking to Muxi, why are you butting in? Butting in? That didn't sound right. It was a bit dirty. Bai Muxi frowned. Ji Yunfei, watch your tone when you speak to my husband. Don't scare him. And I'm just a friend to you. What right do you have to question our relationship? Just friends. I've been chasing you for 8 years. But I've been rejecting you from the very beginning, Bai Muxi said flatly. I've told you long ago we can only be friends, at most nothing more. Bai Muxi rejected all men cleanly without any hesitation. Of course, she did have some childhood friends, what people often call a childhood sweetheart. But she had never been a two-timer leading anyone on. With her status and position, she had no need for sycophants. Ji Yunfei gritted his teeth. Wasn't that your test for me? Get your love-struck head straight. I've said it before. It was never a test. No, I really don't like you. Bai Muxi continued to refuse. Alright, I need to go home and be with my daughter. Don't come looking for me again. With that, she linked arms with Chen Zhuo and walked away without looking back. Watching their retreating figures, Ji Yunfei's flowers fell to the ground, and he cried out to the sky, no. At this moment, a song like Yi Jianmei should play. Tragic, so tragic. Helpless Ji Yunfei did not follow. Chen Zhuo took the initiative to open the door for Bai Muxi and only got into the driver's seat after she was seated. You are so outstanding. There must be many people like Ji Yunfei who like you, right? Bai Muxi nodded. Yes, many, but I don't have a fiancé nor any romantic entanglements. Actually, before I met you, I never thought about starting a relationship. That's good, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Actually, I have a cleanliness obsession in this regard. If I knew you had a boyfriend, or anything, no matter how beautiful you are, I wouldn't get involved with you. When writing novels, Chen Zhuo always preferred the concept of mutual purity. No matter how chaotic society might be, this was his bottom line. Bai Muxi nodded. Me too. If I ever find out you're not pure, I won't want you either. Same here. Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. I think if you love someone, you can only love that one person. If you fall in love with someone else, then it's not love. Right? Chen Zhuo had already started the car. Actually, I have a song specifically about this. Ah, a new song? Yes. Chen Zhuo nodded. I'll sing a few lines for you. Great. Please begin your performance. This was Li Ronghao's popular song, Bujiang Jiu Never Settle. In his past life, this song was popular many times. And the sentence Chen Zhuo just said was the opening line of this song. At that time, I thought I loved life. I also understood what fits and what doesn't. Lately, I'm still working hard trying to match your personality. Chen Zhuo's voice was somewhat similar to Li Ronghao's. The low notes were very magnetic. Coupled with his vocal skills, as soon as his voice came out, it immediately captured Bai Muxi's ears. Bai Muxi actively leaned closer to Chen Zhuo, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Chen Zhuo's singing was very charming. Chen Zhuo sang while driving his well-defined hands on the steering wheel, exceptionally eye-catching. Previously, Bai Muxi had scoffed at Tong Tong's hobby, but only when she seriously examined Chen Zhuo's hands. Whether it was their shape, length, or the sense of strength they constantly exuded, did she feel unable to look away. Added to the song ringing in Chen Zhuo's ears. Torturing each other until we grow old, grief determined never to let go only after we start entangling, is freedom magnified by others. This song could be considered one of the classics of his past life, and also Li Ronghao's true masterpiece. And the lyrics, simple and straightforward, carried intense emotions. Chen Zhuo especially liked the line, "When you appear, everyone else seems unremarkable." Just like when he saw Bai Muxi. At that moment he was truly amazed. The song didn't take long, but Bai Muxi felt she hadn't heard enough. Clap, clap, clap. After the song ended, Bai Muxi applauded. "Ajui, you sing so wonderfully. This song is also well written. Why don't you become a singer? You'll definitely become famous across the internet." Bai Muxi said seriously, "If I become a singer, who will take care of Dudu?" Chen Zhuo retorted, "You're already a workaholic. If I'm also busy with work, Dudu will really have no one to take care of him. Then don't you want to have your own career?" Bai Muxi asked curiously. Because of the education she received since childhood, in her worldview, work was more important than many things. "As long as you work hard to make money, my career will flourish." Chen Zhao's lips curled into a smirk. "Don't forget you earn 100 and I get 80. Bai Muxi's mouth twitched. "Alright, the clown is me after all. CC, actually I think you should understand the meaning of making money and also know what you want. For me, career success is not the most important thing. In my view, as long as the people I care about are happy and joyful, that is the most important thing." Chen Zhao's tone suddenly became serious. "Of course I'm not saying you should be like me. You have your own important matters. Leave the household affairs to me, just be yourself wholeheartedly." Bai Muxi thought of her daddy and mommy. Daddy could venture outside without worries, wasn't it, because mommy was his support. In their little family, Chen Zhuo didn't like to go out to work and was willing to focus his energy on the family. She now had the confidence to fly forward. For a moment, Bai Muxi's eyes were moist. Just then the car came to a red light. Chen Zhuo stopped the car and looked at Bai Muxi. "Why are your eyes red? Did I say something wrong?" Bai Muxi wiped away her falling tears, sniffled, and shook her head. "Ajui, you were so good to me. Did I save the galaxy in my past life? Otherwise, how could I be your wife?" With that, she used her lower back strength, reached out to hold Chen Zhao's cheeks, and voluntarily gave him a sweet kiss. Chen Zhuo only felt Bai Muxi's lips cool, fragrant, and soft. However, this scene didn't last long. The cars beside the Rolls-Royce began to move. Because honking was prohibited in Yangqing City, the drivers were quite obedient to traffic rules. Seeing the cars beside him move, Chen Zhuo immediately moved his head away and continued driving towards Huitai. "Actually, I just don't want to admit defeat. I just want to prove myself. And you trust me so much, giving me the position of CEO plus 20 of the shares. I don't want to disappoint you either." Bai Muxi returned to her seat, feeling the warm temperature of the seat, and spoke. "I know you've been surrounded by stars since childhood, receiving a lot of attention. As the saying goes, he who wants to wear the crown must bear its weight. It's normal to have pressure." Chen Zhuo said calmly. "But there's one thing I have to tell you, I won't put any pressure on you. Let me put it this way, even if dimension gravity goes bankrupt, I won't blame you. But I just want to succeed. I want to help you make money, lots and lots of money. Alright then, from now on we'll divide the work. I'll be responsible for being beautiful, and you'll be responsible for making money to support the family." "No problem." Bai Muxi's face showed a sweet smile. Society often says men support the family and women take care of the home. But in their case, it was just the opposite. Of course, Chen Zhuo had his own ideas. He still wanted to pursue a career, but he wanted to be the big boss behind the scenes. These past 2 days, he deliberately didn't contact his teacher Shen Qingyan, just to give her time to think. Of course, Shen Qingyan was in a real mess. Mainly because the AI system had been a constant expense with no income yet, and even no clear direction for the future. This directly made the lab's financial report look very bad. The management of Zhongda University, seeing no future direction for AI, no longer wanted to inject funds into the lab. But researchers are also human and need to live. Moreover, building AI models requires top-tier equipment and highly skilled talent. Chen Zhuo knew about Shen Qingyan's situation and planned to wait a bit longer. He was waiting for a chance to descend like a divine soldier, a hero saving a beauty. Although it's said that a hero saving a beauty is cliché, the effect is really good. Of course, what he wanted was not Shen Qingyan's body and gratitude, but for her to work like a beast of burden. Beast of burden, giddy up. The car came to a steady stop in the parking space. Bai Muxi stepped out holding her bouquet. "After we finish eating, shall we take Dudu to the mall and pick out some snacks?" she suggested. "Sure." Chen Zhuo nodded, already picking up the flowers he had bought for Dudu. He had chosen a cheerful mix of sunflowers, baby's breath, and eucalyptus leaves. The arrangement looked full of vitality. Of course, tomorrow's plans had been promised to Dudu ahead of time. The whole family was going to Chimelong Paradise together. Qianlong was located between Daxi and Zhongsuan in Panyu district administratively belonging to Daxi. When he was young, the original owner's school organized spring outings, either to Chimelong Safari Park or Chimelong Paradise, and later they added Chimelong Water Park. They had drained his wallet completely. But then again, visiting for fun on his own was different from bringing his wife and child. The mood was entirely different. Actually, I haven't been to an amusement park in a long time, Bai Muxi said with a touch of nostalgia. Since joining the Bai group 4 years ago, all I've focused on is building my own career. Believe me, you'll succeed before you know it, Chen Zhuo said, patting her back with unwavering confidence. It's not that simple, especially when the anime market is so cutthroat right now. In the world of anime, content is king, and my content is top tier. You seem to have a particular talent for storytelling, Bai Muxi observed. Ever since I was a child, I loved reading magazines like Story Club and Yilin, and later devoured all kinds of novels, which gave me plenty of ideas. As for picture books, I only started creating them after Dudu was born. I searched online for references and drew inspiration from there. So you're saying David isn't allowed to was created on the spot? Exactly. What do you think? Pretty decent, right? Decent. It's more than decent. I plan to have our company's publishing house release your picture books as soon as you finish illustrating them. Such wonderful work should reach more people. Would you be agreeable to that? Absolutely. Besides, if the company makes money, I'll have the capital to keep slacking off. Chen Zhuo said with a grin. The elevator ascended. They arrived at their floor almost immediately. When the doors opened, Dudu, who had been playing with her grandmother, perked up her ears. The next moment, she shot up from her stool like an arrow from a bowstring. Chen Zhuo unlocked the door and pushed it open. Dudu spotted him right away. Baba. Her voice rang out excited and crystal clear. Why aren't you wearing your warm slippers? Chen Zhuo asked, gently holding the flowers behind his back. I wanted to see Baba so badly that I forgot. Dudu blushed as she said this, then launched herself forward, wrapping him in a big hug. At that moment, Bai Muxi walked in as well. Mama, Dudu immediately called out loudly. A smile bloomed on Bai Muxi's face. Dudu missed Baba so much. Did you miss Mama too? Yes. Dudu nodded eagerly. Just then, Chen Zhuo produced the flowers. Congratulations on joining kindergarten, Dudu. Baba got you these flowers. Do you like them? Wow, what beautiful sunflowers. Dudu's eyes lit up. Chen Zhuo handed her the bouquet and bent down to remove his shoes. But the moment Dudu received the flowers, she immediately went to fetch slippers for Chen Zhuo. Thank you, Dudu. This one is for Mama, Dudu replied with a sweet smile. Clearly the little girl showed no favoritism. Thank you, Dudu. Bai Muxi also smiled radiantly. Baba, Mama, are you hungry? A little. What good food do we have at home? Chen Zhuo reached out and pinched Dudu's chubby cheek. So soft, felt wonderful. Annie Wong made lots and lots of dishes. Let's go eat quickly. Dudu tugged Chen Zhuo's hand. Mama, come quickly. As soon as they entered the living room, Dudu started calling out again, Grandma, let's wash hands and eat. Watching this family scene, Shu Tang's eyes suddenly grew moist. Although her granddaughter's arrival had been sudden, this moment was undeniably sweet. If Chen Zhuo could love his daughter forever, this family would surely be happy for a lifetime. After all, love could overcome any hardship. Mr. and Mrs. Bai are back. Wang Hongmei in the kitchen immediately broke into a smile. Should I serve the dishes now? Sure, thanks for your hard work today, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. This is my duty, sir. You're too kind. Wang Hongmei replied politely, quickly setting the table. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi were led to the bathroom by Dudu. The three of them washed their hands together. Looking at Dudu in the mirror dressed up like a little teacher, Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi exchanged knowing smiles. Honestly, this scene was rather heartwarming. Wang Hongmei's cooking was quite good. Since Shu Tang was visiting, she had prepared a full table of dishes. There was fish, chicken, shrimp, along with several homestyle vegetables and rice dishes. Mom, are you coming back tonight or staying here? I'll head back. Your father can't sleep in a strange bed. Is Daddy not coming for dinner? He made plans with someone from the court. Shu Tang replied briefly, leaving it at that. Her uncle's schemes against her were not yet fully resolved. But Bai Yuchuan had not shown any leniency simply because the perpetrator was his own younger brother. Family was his bottom line. Since his younger brother had targeted his niece for personal gain, Bai Yuchuan would strike back with overwhelming force. Of course, over the past few days, scandal after scandal about Bai Xingzhou, the second uncle, had surfaced. Among them were 3 illegitimate children, and mistresses were even more numerous. His reputation was in ruins. Chen Zhuo had not paid much attention to the matter since it involved Bai Muxi's own uncle. He had left everything in his father-in-law's hands completely. Shu Tang did not linger on the topic either. She changed the subject. Since you've already registered your marriage, why not take the opportunity to hold a wedding? There are several auspicious dates during the spring festival this year. Huh. I hadn't actually considered that. Bai Muxi shook her head. You should think about it. If you want the public to stop speculating about you, the best way is to make this relationship official. Shu Tang smiled. Besides, little Zhuo is so outstanding. If you don't hold on to him tightly, what if some other vixen comes along and steals him away? Chen Zhuo chuckled. I'm already married to Cici. I definitely won't be flirting with other women. Rest assured. Baba is a good man. Dudu chimed in, nodding vigorously. Bai Muxi became interested. Dudu, tell Mama, does Baba have any close female friends? Dudu nodded. Of course she does. My. Bai Muxi raised an eyebrow and glanced at Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo froze. Impossible. Dudu giggled. Baba's closest female friend is Mama, of course. Chen Zhuo exhaled in relief. See, whether in this parallel world or the last one, I've always been a man of virtue. Bai Muxi's face showed satisfaction. That's more like it. All right, let's eat. After dinner, the whole family will go shopping at the supermarket, and tomorrow we'll take Dudu to the amusement park. Yach! Dudu's excited voice rang out. But soon she noticed Shu Tang's beaming smile. Grandma, do you want to come along too? Shu Tang shook her head. I'll skip it. You all have fun as a family. Mom, if you're free, please come with us. Bai Muxi tugged at Shu Tang's arm, acting coquettishly. On one hand, she wanted to spend time with her mother. On the other, if her mother came along, she could help keep an eye on the child. Two birds with one stone. All right, then let me ask your father if he's coming too. Shu Tang said with a smile, her gorgeous face filled with maternal warmth. Although she was not yet old, her seniority in the family had risen. Her mature charm had deepened as well. A family should always be together. However, Bai Yuchuan was indeed busy with many matters, so he was excused. Early the next morning, Chen Zhuo drove the car, taking Bai Muxi, Shu Tang, and Dudu along to the Changlong Joy World. It must be said that Shu Tang's skincare was truly exceptional. She wore the simplest jeans and a down jacket, yet her long, shapely legs and fair snow-like skin were striking. The three of them standing together formed a beautiful sight. Although it was a weekday, there were still quite a few people heading to Changlong Joy World, especially at the entrance where they had to wait for several minutes. However, Dudu appeared very excited, chattering nonstop along the way. Yet to Chen Zhuo's surprise, Bai Muxi also seemed thrilled. What, haven't been to an amusement park in a long time? Chen Zhuo asked Bai Muxi with a smile. Bai Muxi nodded. The last time I came to Changlong was during my sophomore year of high school. That was 6 years ago. Well then, let's have a great time today. Tell me what rides you want to go on, and I'll join you. In China, money can indeed buy time. Changlong had also introduced various services in this regard. Most people opted for the Express Pass, which covered 8 rides and cost an additional 150 yuan per person. Another option was the unlimited wristband, covering 12 rides at 250 yuan per person. However, since Chen Zhuo had a child with him today, he directly purchased the Diamond Star Tour. This included a private electric cart, though the price was a bit higher, 2,680 yuan for 3 hours, with admission tickets sold separately. Just as he was about to pay before the fun even began, Chen Zhuo's phone vibrated several times. A cashback of over 300,000 yuan appeared directly. This kind of life, having fun with the kid while earning money, was simply too good to be true. The professional guide assigned to them today was Miss Li. Although not particularly pretty, with her skin slightly tanned from years of sun exposure, her smile was radiant. Above all, she had high emotional intelligence. She knew that as long as she kept Dudu happy, the entire outing would earn her praise. Changlong promoted family fun time. Given that there was a child, Miss Li's first stop was the baby paradise at the entrance. Many attractions inside were designed for children, such as the mini pirate ship and the Brave Ball fire team. Dudu's eyes lit up the moment she saw them. Dudu wants to ride the pirate ship. Dudu shouted excitedly. Chen Zhuo wasn't there just for fun. To capture great memories, he had made a special trip to Dajiang before coming and bought a handheld Pocket 3. He chose it for recording. Of course, for photos, he still used his phone. Grandma, will you play with Dudu? Yes. Shu Tang immediately nodded. When people say grandma, they naturally assume an elderly figure. But in reality, Shu Tang was just over 40, still in the prime of her youth and beauty. Earlier, because her husband was busy with work and making money, she rarely had the chance to go out. This time, thanks to her daughter and granddaughter, she finally had the opportunity to play, and her smile was brighter than usual. Bai Muxi took Chen Zhuo's hand. Zhuo, why don't we go play too? Here the advantage of having a professional guide became evident. There was no need to queue. Just say the word, and they were arranged to play. Of course, other visitors could understand this behavior. After all, they had paid for the service. If you weren't satisfied, the solution was simple. Just pay more. These rides were low stimulation and highly interactive. Chen Zhuo recorded while interacting with Dudu, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Many passers-by, seeing the four with such stunning looks, pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Many male tourists showed expressions of envy. The three, young, middle-aged, and child, were all top-tier beauties. Playing with such beauties was simply bliss. Daddy, can I have some ice cream? After playing for a while, Dudu asked expectantly. Chen Zhuo hesitated slightly, then looked at Bai Muxi. Cici, what do you think? It's too cold, it might give you a stomachache. How about I buy you a sausage instead? Bai Muxi bent down and said in a negotiating tone. Okay. Dudu wasn't unreasonable. Can we have it in the evening then? You're allowed half an ice cream in the evening, Chen Zhuo said. Chen Zhuo knew that if children had a persistent wish, they wouldn't have fun playing. So he agreed. However, since it was cold, they had to wait until later for the sake of Dudu's stomach. Mother-in-law, have one too to tide you over. Chen Zhuo bought 5 sausages. Not only did his mother-in-law get one, but the guide was also included. At first, Miss Li refused, but seeing Chen Zhuo's handsome face and sincere eyes, she eventually accepted. In truth, everyone is a slave to good looks. If you are attractive, you receive more goodwill. The following time was dedicated to playing and taking photos. During a break, Shu Tang leaned close to Chen Zhuo and whispered, "Aren't you going to play, eh? I'm taking photos for them. Look, Cici seems even happier than Dudu." Shu Tang looked at the photos on Chen Zhao's phone, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "I used to bring Cici out to play often, but after she entered high school, her father planned to groom her as the heir of the group, so we rarely had the chance to play together. That's how the world works. You gain some, you lose some. It's fine as long as we can enjoy this time together now, that's what matters," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. In fact, many people don't realize that happiness is often born from unhappiness. Why was Bai Muxi so happy at the amusement park? Wasn't it because she had been busy working and suppressing her inner desires? It's precisely because it's not always available that she treasured it. Once something becomes easily obtainable, even if you once loved it, you won't find special joy in possessing it. Moreover, the threshold of happiness constantly rises. That's why many people, despite lacking nothing and being immensely wealthy, still suffer from depression. Of course, what brought Chen Zhuo particular joy? To be honest, Chen Zhuo, after his transmigration, was still adjusting. For now, aside from the exhilaration of hundredfold cashback, his greatest happiness came from seeing Dudu happy. Because he knew Dudu was his child, and she was born after his transmigration, he genuinely treated her as his daughter. Having missed the first 5 years of her life, he cherished every moment they spent together. Shu Tang took a deep look at Chen Zhuo, who appeared to be just over 20, but was so mature, steady, and understanding. Her daughter had truly struck gold. Bai Muxi loved to play, and so did Dudu. Occasionally, Dudu would drag Chen Zhuo and Shu Tang along to join her. The entire amusement park experience could be summed up in one word: laughter and joy. When they got tired, they had lunch inside the park. Dudu chose a large bowl of beef noodles. Chen Zhuo couldn't resist taking a photo. The Dudu in the frame ate so heartily that even he couldn't help but swallow. "Whose adorable little girl is this? Hee, she's mine." After a meal, strenuous exercise was not advisable. Under Miss Li's guidance, they arrived at Xinyuan Punxsnow City. As everyone knew, Yanqing was a city that never saw snow. It was like the lyrics by Chan Takshi wrote, "The city where I live never sees snow." But even if it didn't snow naturally, they could simulate it. When they arrived, the sky was filled with swirling snowflakes. Wow, it's snow! Dudu watched the snowflakes dancing in the air, jumping excitedly. Bai Muxi hurried after her and reminded her, "Don't jump too vigorously." At this moment, Shu Tang nudged Chen Zhuo. "Xiaozha, go over there too. Mom will take photos of you three." "Okay, thank you, mother-in-law." Chen Zhuo accepted Shu Tang's identity naturally. The family together felt completely natural, without any awkwardness. Taking photos alone had taken at least half an hour. After finishing shooting in the fairy tale setting, they came to Xingming Qiyuan. This was a dream carousel, or what was commonly called a merry-go-round. "If we had come at night, it would definitely be even more beautiful," Bai Muxi remarked. Chen Zhuo nodded. "Miss Li just said that making wishes here is very effective. Do you want to make a wish?" "I want to." Dudu immediately nodded, then grabbed the iron pole tightly and closed her eyes. "I hope our family can stay together forever and live happily," Dudu thought in her heart, yet a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Bai Muxi also closed her eyes to make a wish. "I wish my family good health and everlasting happiness." Chen Zhuo did not make a wish, he was recording instead. When he saw Dudu shedding tears, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Dudu's transmigration was not random, but rather triggered by something? Chen Zhuo kept a watchful eye. Huge wealth would inevitably attract those who covet it. After all, even the son of the richest man could be kidnapped. And anyone who had watched short dramas would know. Many young masters and misses were kidnapped in their childhood only to be rescued later and become the young master's first love. Often at that time, the young master would mistake someone's identity, and the misunderstanding would only be resolved at the very end. So Chen Zhuo began to consider hiring bodyguards. He would arrange a female bodyguard for Bai Muxi to drive and protect her. He needed to arrange a male bodyguard for himself as well. Although driving himself could help him gain experience as a boss worth over 5 billion, who would still drive themselves. Since Miss Li's service time was only 3 hours, Chen Zhuo extended it. After swiping another 2680, Chen Zhuo's phone vibrated. Construction Very Bank has received an interbank transfer of 26800 yuan. This money was merely a drop in the ocean for him, but the feeling of having income was truly satisfying. At least he was no longer depleting his savings without earning. In the afternoon, they also played in the Forest Temple and rode the Pegasus family roller coaster. These were all suitable for children. Since Dudu had the habit of napping in the afternoon, Chen Zhuo led the family to the Coconut Grove restaurant for afternoon tea, giving Dudu a chance to rest. However, there were many tourists, and Dudu actually fell asleep in such a noisy environment. And the sleeping Dudu was incredibly cute. Her cheeks were rosy and plump, her eyelashes long, and her lips naturally pink. She was simply a porcelain doll. Chen Zhuo took care of the sleeping Dudu, while Bai Muxi went outside with Shu Tang to take photos. When Dudu woke up again, they happened to encounter the Phantom Grand Parade. Cartoon characters interacted closely with children and even distributed small gifts. Dudu's face was flushed with excitement, and Chen Zhuo took many photos as well. Of course, what he did not know was that an internet celebrity had accidentally captured photos of their family. Although it was unintentional, that single glance and capture shot made their family go viral. Coupled with the news from a few days ago about a female deity of Zhongda University being pregnant before marriage, they became popular again. This damn era of information explosion. Finally, the driver drove them to the parking lot. Chen Zhuo carried Dudu in his arms, while Bai Muxi studied the day's photos with Xu Tang. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Ordinary people would certainly be exhausted after a day of playing, but Chen Zhuo still felt full of energy. Getting back into the Rolls-Royce, Chen Zhuo asked his mother-in-law and wife for their opinions, and finally decided to try the nearby Zizhou restaurant, which had the highest rating. The prices were not very expensive, around 200 yuan per person, but the food was very fresh and quite suitable for children. Of course, the most delicious food in the world is hunger. When the dishes were served, even though they were not as delicious as what Chen Zhuo could make, all four of them ate quite a lot. After all the activities were over, Chen Zhuo finally drove Xu Tang home. The car was driven very smoothly along the way, and Xu Tang was exhausted from the day's events, falling asleep halfway through. Bai Muxi sat beside Chen Zhuo, stealing glances. One glance, two glances, many glances. She still had an unreal feeling. The man before her was far too perfect. From their interactions, she could feel that his gentleness toward children and her was carved into his bones. Moreover, he was generous with his spending and very patient. Besides her own father, she had never seen such qualities in another man. Could it be? I'm dreaming. Even Xu Tang had praised Chen Zhuo many times beside Bai Muxi. Perhaps this was what people often said: a mother-in-law's view of her son-in-law grows more fond with each passing look. Chen Zhuo first drove Xu Tang back to Ersha Island, then returned to Huiyue Terrace. Bai Muxi went to the back seat to accompany Dudu. And Dudu was indeed tired from playing, falling asleep immediately. Asia, Dudu will start school next week. Have you thought about what you want to do? Bai Muxi softly asked the question that had been curious in her heart. I plan to start my own business and build a game company from scratch. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. While we were at Chimelong earlier, I received a text from my friend saying his game idea was plagiarized. He plans to give up the university game competition and just find a job to work at. The friend he mentioned was naturally his good brother Huang Xiang. Previously, Chen Zhuo had intended to compete with him since the prize money was considerable. But who would have known that when he was about to submit the game files, his game and Fu Jinshuan's submitted game heavily overlap. The two were obviously in a relationship of plagiarism and being plagiarized. Because they submitted late and had no evidence, once they filed it, the committee would likely rule their game as plagiarized. At that point, they would definitely be labeled as a plagiarizing game. Rather than being nailed to the pillar of shame, it was better to choose withdrawal directly. This was the helplessness of those without power or influence. Often, even ensuring fairness was impossible. After Chen Zhuo learned about it, he merely replied with noted. As for what to do next, he did not tell Huang Xiang what to do. Why don't you give up on starting a game company and come work directly for Tycoon Ainli instead? I need you, Bai Muxi said weakly. But Chen Zhuo shook his head. Even without me, Tycoon Ainli can still be managed well by you. But don't worry, I will forget about the subsequent Pokemon comics. As for me starting a game company, it has also been a dream since childhood. It should be said, the original owner's dream. Before becoming infatuated with romance, this guy did have dreams. Since childhood, he loved playing games exceptionally. From the earliest strategy games to later shooter games. Whenever he played, he was always the best player. So he had an idea: since my gaming talent is so good, why not make games myself in the future and get rich from it? Unfortunately, before he could realize his dream, he drank himself to death. The reason Chen Zhuo chose games after transmigrating was mainly because of the original owner's experience, as backing plus the gaming market was far more exaggerated than the anime market and could even be linked in the future. So, let's set up a game company. Bai Muxi was well aware of Chen Zhuo's capabilities. Even if he did not work as a programmer and merely wrote stories, once the company adapted them into animation, he could still reap a bountiful fortune. Moreover, Chen Zhuo possessed hacking prowess that surpassed even top-tier hacker organizations. His computer skills were undoubtedly the finest in Huaxiao, and arguably the finest in the world. The car came to a steady stop in the parking space. Dudu was still fast asleep, but Chen Zhuo decided not to let her continue sleeping. After all, they had spent the entire day outdoors, and if she did not bathe in time, the accumulated bacteria would be harmful to her health. Dudu slowly woke up, blinking her hazy big eyes. Daddy, are we home? Yes, you must be exhausted today, right? Dudu shook her head. Dudu is not tired at all. Dudu can still play. Next time then. Where do you want to go next time? Can we go to the zoo next time? Dudu immediately became excited. Changlong Happy World and Changlong Zoo were located together, but the activities they offered were completely different. Of course, children have a natural affinity for animals, so Dudu was very eager. Alright, but Dudu has to be obedient before we go to the zoo. Now let's go home, take a bath, and then sleep well, okay? Okay. Dudu nodded obediently. Mommy, you have to help Dudu take a bath. A smile spread across Bai Muxi's face. Of course. As before, the three of them fell into a natural rhythm. Bai Muxi bathed Dudu while Chen Zhuo bathed himself. After Dudu was clean, Chen Zhuo would read her a story first. Bai Muxi went to take her bath. But today Dudu was truly exhausted. She fell into a deep sleep without even needing Chen Zhuo's story. When Bai Muxi came to the room, Chen Zhuo had just gotten out of bed and walked to the door. Is Dudu asleep? Bai Muxi asked in a hushed voice. Chen Zhuo nodded. Come on, let's go to sleep too. Bai Muxi blushed. I'm a bit tired today. Can we take a night off? Of course, I'll just hold you and sleep. I won't touch you. Chen Zhuo agreed. The two returned to the master bedroom. Bai Muxi buried herself under the covers. Chen Zhuo also got into bed, but his body began to inch closer. Zhuo, aren't you tired? We walked over 15,000 steps today. And that was even with the electric cart. Not tired at all. Chen Zhuo shook his head. I could go another 2 rounds without issue. You're such a monster. Bai Muxi's eyes widened. Zhuo, your phone is poking me. Huh? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. The next second Bai Muxi's face flushed crimson and Chen Zhuo's breathing quickened. Bai Muxi grabbed it. Just like a homely phone, it was born for fever. You said you wouldn't touch me. I'll just hug you, nothing else. You said nothing else. I'll just give one kiss, just one. You said just one kiss. The night was very dark. The fire was very intense. Damn those world-class kidneys brimming with boundless energy. After one night, Bai Muxi felt she had no strength left to get up. If Chen Zhuo kept this up every day, would she even be able to go to work? She wanted to cry. The worst part was that she had no one to share this embarrassing matter with since she was very thin-skinned. Chen Zhuo got up early the next morning full of energy and started making breakfast. Dudu was woken up by the aroma. When she saw the table full of her favorite some dishes, her eyes lit up. Wow, xia jiao ganzhong. They're all my favorites. Dudu said excitedly. Have you brushed your teeth? Chen Zhuo came over to Dudu and bent down to ask. Dudu immediately nodded. Yes, I did. Can Dudu have breakfast now? Since you've brushed, of course you can. Chen Zhuo nodded and lifted her onto the booster seat. Dudu picked up her little fork, first tested the temperature of the ganzhong, and after confirming it wasn't hot, took a big bite. A look of bliss instantly spread across her face. Everything from last night to this morning had long been digested, and now was the time of greatest hunger. When one person is hungry and gets to eat delicious food, even slapping her face wouldn't make Dudu let go. Chen Zhuo, however, was in no rush to eat. Instead, he went to the master bedroom. Bai Muxi hadn't gotten up yet, but she could already smell the fragrant aroma. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chen Zhuo holding a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee beside her. Instantly the fragrance filled the air. Gulp, Bai Muxi swallowed. How come you're awake so early? It's almost 8 o'clock. Don't you need to be at the office before 9? If you don't get up now, you won't have time for breakfast. As soon as Chen Zhuo finished speaking, the alarm clock went off. It's all your fault. You said you wouldn't touch me last night. That's because you smell too good. You can't blame me. Chen Zhuo shrugged. All right, hurry up and brush your teeth, then come out for breakfast. When Bai Muxi walked out of the room, she saw Chen Zhuo and Dudu eating with steam still rising from the table. At that moment, an indescribable sense of happiness welled up in her heart. She remembered that her childhood home had been like this too. After a delicious breakfast, Chen Zhuo began to fiddle with the clothes Bai Muxi had bought for him. Admittedly, Bai Muxi was quite generous. Since she didn't know which brand of clothing Chen Zhuo preferred, she had bought several top luxury brands. Now Chen Zhuo was simply a clothes hanger. No matter what he wore, he looked incredibly handsome. However, Chen Zhao's favorite gift was the Richard Mille watch Bai Muxi had given him. He had heard that this was a limited edition priced as high as 588 million yuan. Most importantly, only 10 of these watches existed in the world, and now they were in even greater demand than supply. Some time ago, this watch had even appeared at an auction, eventually being snapped up for 13 million yuan. Even in the premium location of Zhujiang New Town, 13 million could buy a 200 square meter apartment. It was precisely because Bai Muxi had given him such a valuable gift that Chen Zhuo worked so hard. But for Bai Muxi, it was a bit like biting the hand that fed her. After Bai Muxi left, Chen Zhuo didn't idle around. He drove directly to the university town, with Dudu naturally accompanying him. Today he was going to meet 2 people. One was his good brother Huang Ziang. The other was his teacher Xin Qingyan. Since he had decided to start a business, he needed to accelerate his pace. Of course, he had also contacted a top-tier headhunting company, intending to find an excellent professional manager. If only the system could recommend one for me. With that thought, Chen Zhuo, adhering to the principle of asking doesn't cost anything and not asking is a waste, inquired about the system's opinion. Warm reminder: host can spend 1000 dad points to activate the talent identification eye. 1000 dad points. That was all the rewards from accompanying Dudu yesterday. What does this talent identification eye do? It can instantly see through the ability and loyalty of job candidates. Hiss, that's the one. Buy it. Without any hesitation, Chen Zhuo directly spent 1000 points to acquire the talent identification eye. With this skill, building a commercial empire in the future was just around the corner. Dudu would not feel bored. Before arriving, Chen Zhuo had brought her toys and drawing paper. Moreover, before Huang Ziang came, Chen Zhuo had been playing with her all along. However, Chen Zhuo still underestimated his own handsomeness. When he and Dudu appeared on the commercial street, the female students who came out for shopping became thrilled. Soon one post after another appeared on the campus forum. Even on some platforms their photos surfaced. Oh my god, are you telling me this is Chen Zhuo? Seriously, Chen Zhuo looks this good in person, and he's still being a simp. Saw Chen Zhuo face to face wondering about the psychological shadow area of Jin Wan right now. God tier looks. Honestly, this photo doesn't even do him justice. He's even more handsome in real life. Encountered Chen Zhuo and his daughter at a coffee shop. Oh my. So handsome and cute. Chen Zhuo clearly never imagined his outing would cause such a sensation. But he truly had quite a few girls asking for his contact information. Of course, as a married man, Chen Zhuo naturally refused them all. But after enduring this period of harassment, Chen Zhuo finally realized he could not meet with Huang Xiang in public places. He directly messaged Huang Xiang, asking him to change the location. When he saw Huang Xiang again, the guy looked much thinner, sporting 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes. But upon seeing Dudu, he still forced a smile and handed over the toy he had prepared in advance. It was a limited edition figure, not particularly expensive, but you could tell he had put considerable thought into it. Dudu sweetly said thank you and began playing with her new toy on her own. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo was discussing entrepreneurship matters with Huang Xiang. Of course, with his talent appraisal, he directly activated the scanning mode. Ding detected that Huang Xiang is a 3-star game designer, loyalty 90, a future potential can reach 5-star game designer. Current status: worked hard for a month on a game concept that got stolen, feeling both angry and helpless. Chen Zhuo raised his eyebrow, never expecting that the first person he wanted to recruit would be talent with potential reaching 5 stars. Not bad. As for his stolen concept, Chen Zhuo had already thoroughly investigated the situation before coming. I know who leaked your concept. Chen Zhuo went straight to the point. Who? Tu Bin. Chen Zhuo directly gave the answer. Their dorm had only 4 people in total: Chen Zhuo, Huang Xiang, Tu Bin, and Zhao Zixian. Tu Bin's relationship with them had always been mediocre, mainly because several times he tried to take advantage and got rejected. At first, both Chen Zhuo and Huang Xiang had helped him, but instead of being grateful, he became even more audacious. Later, they simply tore off the mask, and their relationship grew distant. This time, Fu Jinshan stole the game concept through Tu Bin. It was not copying the source code directly, but rather replicating their gameplay mechanics, then having his own team develop the game ahead of schedule. With financial advantages when the game concepts were identical and gameplay similar, it all came down to the details. And Fu Jinshan had money to hire top-tier artists and top-tier optimizers. Huang Xiang suffered a crushing defeat. Actually, he had never expected to win any awards, but now he felt like a breath was trapped in his chest, unable to be released. Actually, I also thought it was him. Huang Xiang provided his own answer. Then what do you plan to do? Find the problem and solve it. The key right now is protecting your rights. What else can I do? I'm just a student with no power or influence, while the other party is a rich second generation with money and connections. Chen Zhuo asked gravely. People still need to use legal weapons to protect themselves. Of course, as a computer science student, teachers had repeatedly emphasized the importance of copyright awareness when developing any game. The first is to prevent plagiarism. The second is to avoid being plagiarized. Huang Xiang sighed. Registering is useless. Game concepts are inherently vaguely defined. Perhaps we can't gain substantial economic benefits, but we can ruin their reputation and prevent them from competing. Chen Zhuo said simply. Actually, just as Huang Xiang mentioned, game concepts are difficult to define. But Chen Zhuo had the complete conversation between Tu Bin and Fu Jinshan. All they needed to do was publish the two's conversation online, and the organizing committee would have to respond, even if only under pressure. As for Huang Xiang's game, only 2 words could describe it: crude. Rather than spending that effort elsewhere, it would be better to join his company to develop new games. With the year-end approaching, Chen Zhuo's mind was brimming with countless money-making ideas. And right now he needed helpers. Really, if we can truly prevent them from competing, then I'll have no regrets. Huang Xiang said earnestly. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't participate in this game competition either. The prize money is only 1 million. Follow me and I guarantee you'll make more than 1 million in dividends before the new year. Huh, are you bluffing? Huang Xiang said with disbelief. I'm just asking if you're in or not. I'm in. Huang Xiang didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Alright, then let me show you the game I made. Chen Zhuo smiled and took out his phone, sending Huang Xiang a link. Sheep. What's this? Huang Xiang said with confusion. Meanwhile, Dudu next to them broke away from playing with her toy. Daddy, you made sheep. What, you've played it? Dudu immediately nodded. I've played it. Dudu wants to play. Alright, then compete with Uncle Xiang and see who can clear the level first. Chen Zhuo handed the phone to Dudu. Huang Xiang had already entered the game by then. After easily clearing the first level, he immediately laughed. No way is the first level this easy. It can't stump this game genius at all. Dudu was stunned for a moment. Uncle Xiang, the first level is supposed to be simple. The second level is the hard one. Huang Xiang chuckled. Then let Uncle Xiang take on the challenge. Actually, the gameplay of Sheep a Sheep is very simple. 3 identical patterns can be eliminated. But why did this game become popular? First, sense of achievement. After clearing it, you can post on your moments to show off. And everyone has the need to show off. Second, the viral mechanism is extremely widespread. Especially during the Spring Festival, when everyone gathers together, they share the game to revive, and combined with its buzz, it instantly flooded social media platforms. Third, an overwhelming sense of collective honor. The game's developer also created a regional ranking system. Just by completing the game, you can earn points for your province. For example, when the Shandong Sheep team ranked first, Shandong players would voluntarily share. I contributed 1 point for the Shandong team. This sense of collective honor drove players to participate repeatedly. Of course, when Chen Zhuo heard Dudu wanted to play, he immediately handed her the phone. Why? Because no matter how fun a game is, playing alone is boring. Huang Xiang wanted to impress Dudu, so he would definitely play seriously. As for Dai, she simply thought Sheep a Sheep was fun and wanted to play. While the two were playing the game, Chen Zhuo took out his backup phone and sent a message to Classic Law Firm to secure evidence first, then file a lawsuit. But this was only Chen Zhuo's first step. The second step also needed to be arranged immediately. Public opinion pressure. The college student game competition is about to begin, and games have been successively sent to the organizing committee. If a plagiarism scandal arises at this time, the committee will certainly investigate thoroughly. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo not only has evidence, but has also directly sued the other party. The authorities will definitely not stand idly by. In the end, regardless of the outcome, Huang Xiang has achieved his goal. As for the game, he made himself. It can be released first. Making money is secondary. The priority is to show everyone whose game concept it really is. Of course, as a 3-star game designer, and with teammates who were capable students, the game's quality was decent. Chen Zhuo later played it, and gave it a passing grade. No, why is it so hard? Huang Xiang looked at the game over screen, his expression unable to hold back. That can't be. I saw Dudu almost passing the level. Huh. Huang Xiang looked at Dudu. Dudu's cute little fingers danced on the screen, patterns disappearing one by one. It wasn't that Chen Zhuo's game was easy, but that Dudu's observational skills were strong. Could it be that he and Bai Muxi had given birth to a prodigy? What do you think of this game? When I played the first level, I thought the game was an idiot, but after playing the second level, I felt like I was the idiot. Huang Xiang said truthfully. Do you still want to play it? Yes. This game is addictive. Huang Xiang answered seriously. This will be our company's first game. Of course, it's just an appetizer. We'll have our own masterpieces later. Chen Zhuo took a sip of coffee and said with a smile. He didn't know who liked American coffee. It was really bitter. Huang Xiang, however, didn't mind these things. He lowered his voice and said weakly, I'd like to know if there's a salary during the internship. If I become a regular employee, will the company help with social insurance and housing fund? Brother Zhao, you know, my parents have worked hard to raise me for so long. I should earn money to repay them. I run a legitimate company. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. How about this 1,000 per month during the internship, 2,000 per month after regularization, with project bonuses and year-end bonuses separate? Are you serious? Huang Xiang's breathing became rapid. In such a fiercely competitive society, an internship pays 1,000. Brother Zhao, your company's office isn't in Myanmar, is it? Nonsense. The office location is unknown yet, but it will most likely be near Zhujiang New Town. I'm worried it might be too far inconvenient for me to pick up and drop off Dudu from school. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. So are you coming to start a business with me? If you miss this chance, it's gone. I young have drifted half my life and never met a wise lord. If you do not abandon me, I would like to pledge allegiance as your adopted son. Huang Xiang clasped his fists. As long as it's not a scam, anyone who doesn't take a job with 1,000 during the internship is a fool. Then it's settled. I'll find a professional manager to help run the company soon, and I'll notify you when to start working. Okay. Huang Xiang nodded. Then I'll play Yang Lu Guyang for a while. This game is really well made. At that moment, Dudu happily shouted, Yeah, I passed the level. Xiang, how can you be worse than a 4-year-old girl? Chen Zhuo patted Huang Xiang on the shoulder and said earnestly. Huang Xiang was about to cry. Forget it, I'll play again at home. It's too discouraging. Dudu excitedly took a screenshot. Daddy, I added a point for the Chi Sheng. Am I awesome? Super awesome. Chen Zhuo gave a thumbs up. Do you know what other games Daddy made besides Yang Lu Guyang? That's a lot. Dudu nodded immediately, and then began counting on her fingers. There's League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Honor of Kings, CSGO, Valorant, Dungeon Fighter. Really too many. Dudu can't count them all. These were indeed games he played in his past life. But how could he have made so many games in just a few years? If all these games came out together, wouldn't they directly dominate the entire gaming world? How powerful would his own game company be? Which one does Dudu like to play the most? Dudu shook her head. There's no favorite, but the one I dislike the most is Valorant. Why? Dudu is only 5, and someone already called Dudu mommy. Chen Zhuo, who was drinking coffee, sprayed a mouthful of water. These Washwedi Valorant players are really absurd, always calling people mommy. Huang Xiang soon left. and Shen Qingyan arrived as promised. However, it wasn't just Shen Qingyan alone. There was also a woman about her age, but dressed very conservatively. The kind of conservative that wraps even the neck tightly. Plus a brown trench coat and black-rimmed glasses resembling an old scholar from the 1980s. But Chen Zhuo recognized this female teacher, Lu Weilan. "Hello, Teacher Shen." "Hello, Teacher Lu. Is this your daughter?" Shen Qingyan asked Chen Zhuo with a smile. "Yes." Chen Zhuo nodded. "Dudu, say hello." "Hello, two beautiful teachers," Dudu said obediently. So sweet-tongued. Shen Qingyan's smile grew brighter. "Teacher is going to chat with your dad. Will you be bored alone?" Dudu shook her head. "No, Dudu has lots of toys. This is the plush toy Uncle Xiang gave me just now." She even showed off a bit. "Xiang. Huang Xiang. Yes, that's right." Chen Zhuo nodded. "Teacher, how about we start the discussion directly? I have some things to take care of this afternoon." "All right." Shen Qingyan nodded. "Since you already understand our current situation, I'll speak frankly. We need investment in a considerable amount." Beside her, Lu Weilan's fingers were intertwined nervously. She was usually socially anxious and only came today because Shen Qingyan said they were seeking sponsorship. Of course, she was just there for company. "Investment is certainly possible, but I have my own requirements," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. "Tell me." "I want to fully acquire your studio, including all your previous research results," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. "Of course, I'm here today to ask for your opinions. Are you willing to leave Zhongda University and work for me? AI is definitely the major direction of the future. It's like a hen that lays eggs, a money tree that yields gold." Under such circumstances, he certainly didn't want to cooperate with the university. This money must be held in his own hands. As for why he wanted to cooperate with Shen Qingyan, actually after the two arrived, he had scanned their attributes. According to the talent selection, Shen Qingyan was rated as a 5-star product manager. However, the truly impressive one was Lu Weilan, who turned out to be a 5-star data engineer. The combination of these two was simply tailor-made for an AI system. Shen Qingyan thought she had misheard. This student who had been unknown in the class for 4 years was asking them to leave a top domestic university to work for him. What a joke. She was, after all, the youngest female professor at Zhongda University. Her future was bright. Moreover, she had put in tremendous effort to secure this position. Chen Zhuo could see their hesitation. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I know you doubt my capability. How about this? For the first phase, I'll invest this amount." As he spoke, he raised his index finger. 10 million. Shen Qingyan asked with a frown. Lu Weilan furrowed her delicate brows, thinking to herself, it seems this usually low-key student comes from an extraordinary family. Just graduated, yet willing to use 10 million to start a business. However, in the AI industry, 10 million was merely a drop in the bucket. Chen Zhuo shook his head. "Professor, think bigger. Besides, I spent 20 million on a Rolls-Royce for my daughter. Who do you think you're looking down on with 10 million? "What?" Shen Qingyan exclaimed. "Is that brand new Rolls-Royce in the parking lot yours?" "To be precise, it's my daughter's. The car is registered under her name." Crazy. This world had become so crazy that she didn't recognize it. A 4-year-old girl owns a Rolls-Royce. But the one who did this was truly insane. This student of hers was a bit abnormal. But at that moment, Lu Weilan beside her spoke up. "Are you going to invest 100 million? "A bit more. 100 million is far from enough," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. "Then what does that one finger mean? You're not saying 1 billion, are you?" Shen Qingyan's expression turned serious as she asked. "That's right, 1 billion. Chen Zhuo revealed a brilliant smile. "I'll first negotiate with Zhongda to buy all your research results from this period, then arrange a new lab for you. We'll strive to build the first large-scale AI system in China. In truth, to create an AI large model like DeepSeek from his past life, not to mention 1 billion renminbi, even $1 billion would not be enough. But don't forget, Chen Zhuo possessed top-tier computer skills, and besides that, he had experience using AI from his past life. He knew the direction of future AI development. This was truly leveraging the shoulders of giants. As for the game company, he only needed to tell them the gameplay and general content, and let the company handle the rest slowly. With sufficient capital, the games from his past life would spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. At that time, he could even build a gaming empire as magnificent as the one from his previous life. Hearing Chen Zhuo casually mention 1 billion, Shen Qingyan and Lu Weilan exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. This kid is really that capable. Are you sure? You know Zhongda was about to shelve this project. Are you really willing to invest 1 billion? Shen Qingyan suppressed her excitement, but her chest heaved as she spoke. One couldn't help but sigh. This Professor Shen was also a filial and good girl, fully displaying the plumpness of a mature woman. Of course. Chen Zhuo nodded. I'll keep 80 of the company's shares, and the remaining 20 will be used to incentivize the core technical team, which is you, the technical backbone. As long as you join my team, you'll receive substantial shares. To be honest, he was not good at management, but he had money. Once this was settled, he would hire professionals to do professional work. As for negotiating with Zhongda, it shouldn't be too difficult. Zhongda wanted to cut the project, and coincidentally, he wanted to do it. He would give them a sum of money. Zhongdao would cut losses in time, and he would gain a top-tier domestic AI research team. Later they could research according to his needs, greatly shortening R&D time. When his large AI system came out, the money would come not just from Chinese people, but from people all over the world. As the saying goes, a transmigrator who doesn't want to become the world's richest person is not a qualified transmigrator. Shen Qingyan and Lu Weilong were both shocked by the number. They were good at research, but facing 1 billion all at once. It was truly an astronomical figure. However, with this money, their lab team could expand further. As long as they attracted enough top talent, they could further shorten R&D time. In the world of technology, being one step ahead means being ahead every step. Once they were the first to develop a complete AI large model, they could even become the industry leader. Think about why the beacon country United States has always been the center of the world economy. Isn't it because they have always been leading in high-tech industries? In his past life, Chen Zhuo was powerless in this regard, but having transmigrated to this world as a Chinese man, he wanted to use his own strength to counter the beacon country. The two women were stunned by Chen Zhuo's words. They were both technical talents with considerable skill, but they never imagined Chen Zhuo would casually throw out 1 billion. After all, the overall environment was not optimistic about this direction. So how long will it take you to buy our Weiguang studio? Shen Qingyan asked, suppressing her inner excitement with a deep voice. Lu Weilong also nodded. If you can buy the studio, I'm willing to work for you. All right. Chen Zhuo nodded. At most 1 month. By the way, to speed up the acquisition, you can apply for project funds a few more times. At this time, the AI team was a hot potato. The projects were all half finished. Although tens of millions had been invested, there was a saying in academia, don't let sunk costs mislead investment decisions. AI large models couldn't succeed in the short term. No one knew how long exploration would take. And if another company took the lead, the investment would likely go down the drain. Would Zhongda's administration dare to gamble? Would they be willing to continue funding these scholars with no visible future? Chen Zhuo thought they wouldn't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put up all sorts of obstacles when Shen Qingyan applied for funding. No problem. Shen Qingyan agreed without a second thought. Hearing the affirmative answer, Chen Zhuo smiled and glanced at his watch. Professors, it's just about lunchtime. How about I treat you to lunch? Shen Qingyan and Lu Weilong exchanged a glance, and both agreed. The brief interaction had sparked a strong interest in Chen Zhuo. Of course, during the discussion, Chen Zhuo also shared some of his insights on AI large models. Listening to him was more enlightening than 10 years of study. Chen Zhuo proposed adopting the Meteor model, which focuses on high-value, low-competition, vertical domains, achieving sustainable growth through product-market fit (PMF). Professional terms flowed from Chen Zhuo's mouth like water. When Shen Qingyan raised several technical challenges, Chen Zhuo answered them fluently. Clearly, he could not only provide funding, but also technical support. His top-tier hacking skills gave him a clear understanding of AI. The three of them chatted very congenially. However, the meeting place was a private room in a coffee shop. Decent privacy, but not a place for dining. Seeing that they agreed to eat, Chen Zhuo picked up Dudu and led the two out of the coffee shop. However, as soon as they stepped out, they saw a thin, middle-aged man in a suit approaching them. Oh, if it isn't Professor Shen and Professor Lu. Are you out here trying to raise funds on your own? Shen Qingyan's expression changed slightly upon seeing the man. This was Li Guodong, the person in charge of managing scientific research projects at the university. At 48 years old, he still looked vigorous. Of medium build, not fat, not thin, he wore metal-framed glasses and a navy blue suit. His serious expression carried an inherent sense of academic authority, keeping others at a distance. No one would associate him with a pervert at first glance. Of course, he never directly demanded inappropriate favors. He merely offered veiled hints. Shen Qingyan knew that unless she agreed to be his girlfriend, she would never stand a chance of securing project funding. None of your business. Shen Qingyan dropped her polite facade and spoke coldly. Li Guodong's face registered surprise as he stepped closer and lowered his voice. So our teacher Shen doesn't want the project funding anymore. Do not think I am unaware. It was you who proposed cutting our project, yet you still pretend otherwise. Shen Qingyan said this with a frosty expression. A cold gleam flashed in Li Guodong's eyes, though his expression remained unchanged. You only have one path to take now, and I believe you are a smart person. Chen Zhuo beside him immediately understood what this person was attempting. He wanted to exploit his position to coerce Shen Qingyan into submission. Beyond being her teacher and student, Chen Zhuo would soon become her colleague as well. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to intervene. Excuse me, teacher, if there is nothing urgent, could you step aside? We are going to have lunch. Chen Zhuo interrupted their conversation directly, his expression indifferent, showing no deference to a teacher. Of course, his upbringing prevented him from using vulgar language, but the implication was unmistakable. Li Guodong glanced at Chen Zhuo, and a faint recognition stirred in his mind. Are you a student at our university? Li Guodong's demeanor shifted back to authoritarian, scrutinizing Chen Zhuo with a piercing gaze. Chen Zhuo detested such looks. This old fossil was already courting his own downfall. Yes, teacher Shen is my academic advisor. Chen Zhuo replied with a smile and a nod. Recently I heard teacher Shen mention some creep wouldn't leave her alone. Could that be you? Li Guodong initially dismissed him as just another student harboring a hint of contempt. But as Chen Zhuo's words sank in, his expression suddenly changed. Li Guodong shot Shen Qingyan a glance. Teacher Shen, why are you sharing everything with your students? Wouldn't you be attempting an inappropriate relationship with a student? Shen Qingyan turned to look at Chen Zhuo. To be honest, if it were true, she would not necessarily object. Chen Zhuo had always been virtually invisible in their class. But reconnecting with him now gave her the impression of someone completely transformed. He had just casually thrown around $1 billion. What did that reveal? It meant he had been concealing his abilities all along. It was only after being rejected by Jin Wan and approached by the campus beauty that his true nature emerged, shedding the disguise he had worn. It was like the trope of the Dragon King returning in novels. In fact, several versions of the story were already circulating at the university. One theory held that Chen Zhuo had pretended to be poor while pursuing Jin Wan as a way to seek true love. But who would have guessed Jin Wan lacked the discernment to see his worth and chose someone else? Now Chen Zhuo had abandoned the act and revealed his true status. Another version claimed he was living off a woman. The rumor suggested he had spent a night with Bai Muxi back, then causing the campus belle to become pregnant, and now that the child needed a father, Chen Zhuo had seized the opportunity. Still, Shen Qingyan found the first explanation more plausible. No matter how wealthy the Bai family was, they would not hand over $10 billion to a matrilocal son-in-law. Yet regardless of any private thoughts, Shen Qingyan maintained her composed exterior. None of your business. A good dog does not block the path. With that, Shen Qingyan showed him no courtesy, pushing past him and walking away. Chen Zhuo took Dudu's hand and followed, simultaneously pulling out the Rolls-Royce key and pressing the button. The Rolls-Royce a short distance away flashed its lights. The four of them got in together. Dudu claimed her usual seat, while Lu Weilan took the back row. Although Shen Qingyan could have sat in the back as well, it would have been somewhat cramped, so she ended up in the front passenger seat. Li Guodong watched this exchange and suddenly realized. The reason the young man looked familiar was because he was that student tangled up with the campus beauty Bai Muxi. Looking handsome really pays off. He is already living off the campus beauty. Watching the Rolls-Royce disappear into the distance, envy filled Li Guodong's eyes. Does this teacher harass you often? Chen Zhuo initiated the conversation in the car. Not often. He just hints that funding will only be approved if I am with him. But I heard from other leaders that he volunteered to cut our project. Two-faced like that. People like him are the most disgusting. Chen Zhuo nodded. In that case, I will help you deal with this. Since he dared to threaten Shen Qingyan today, he must have coerced others in the past. Scum like him needed to be removed from the university. It was doing everyone a favor. Chen Zhuo treated both teachers to Cantonese cuisine at a private kitchen, though primarily because Dudu wanted rice. The meal proceeded harmoniously. While Lu Weilan remained somewhat guarded around Chen Zhuo, she had absolutely no resistance to Dudu. After dinner, Chen Zhuo drove both women back to the university town before heading to Tycoon Hui with Dudu. This was not to pick up Bai Muxi from work. She no longer worked there. He came to Tycoon Hui to meet with a renowned recruitment firm, Starlink Headhunters. Professional matters required professional handling. Despite his wealth, Chen Zhuo lacked expertise in running a company, so he had arranged things through the recruitment agency in advance. They were on the 13th floor, where 3 interview candidates had already been scheduled. Starlink had previously provided him with over 20 resumes. In the end, he narrowed it down to 3 candidates. The first was Lin Wolin. She previously served as CEO of Asia Pacific for a multinational technology company, where she led her team to achieve 28% annual revenue growth, increased market share in the region from 12% to 21%, and was recognized as Asian Business Leader of the Year 2024. She earned her MBA from Harvard Business School in 2015 and excels at managing cross-cultural teams, having led post-merger integration for 3 international acquisitions. An exceptionally impressive background. The second candidate was Wu Yan. She currently serves as managing director at a 10 billion scale private equity fund, where she has spearheaded 5 technology sector investments with an internal rate of return exceeding 30%, discovered and funded a medical unicorn startup, and drove its valuation from 100 million to 1 billion. With deep expertise in technology investment strategies and proficiency in technical due diligence and risk assessment, she graduated from Stanford Graduate School of Business in 2016, an equally accomplished background. The third candidate was Zhou Xiaowei. Previously heading the product line for Tesla's Asia-Pacific region, she led the Model Y localization initiative, reducing delivery cycles by 30% and advancing local battery technology partnerships that cut supply chain costs by 20%. She possesses strong government relations capabilities and excels at interpersonal management. A mechanical engineering doctoral graduate from MIT, she completed her undergraduate studies at Tsinghua University. Chen Zhuo's objective today was to select 2 candidates from these 3. One to serve as president of the gaming company, the other as president of the AI company. Of course, these meetings were also designed to assess their competence and loyalty. He could not risk bringing in a corporate spy. The CEO of Xinglian Headhunting was Cheng Mingyuan. However, it was the Chief Talent Officer CTO Li Ruizha who received Chen Zhuo. After all, Chen Zhuo was not yet well known in the business circle. If not for the fact that he paid 10% more than the others, even Li Ruizha would not have shown up. Still, Li Ruizha was surprised when he saw Chen Zhuo. Although he had sensed the client's youth over the phone, now seeing him in person, he looked no older than 20. He was just like a fresh college graduate. Moreover, his looks. Even the young idols in the entertainment industry could not match his good looks. Of course, Li Ruizha did not dare to underestimate Chen Zhuo. As a chief talent officer, the first thing he did after joining the company was to discard the habit of judging by appearances. Especially in Yangqing, those middle-aged uncles who looked ordinary wearing flip-flops could actually be worth hundreds of millions. Although in novels or short dramas being worth hundreds of millions is no different from being destitute in reality, being able to cough up $1 million in one go was already impressive. Moreover, Li Ruizha immediately noticed the Richard Mille on Chen Zhuo's wrist. That was like wearing half a building from Zhujiang Newtown on his hand. Such a man must be well taken care of. Chen Zhuo, however, did not show much emotion. Holding Dudu's hand, he chatted with Li Ruizha as they entered the office. Mr. Chen, will your daughter be present during the interview? I can arrange for an employee to accompany her in the next room, the lounge. No need to trouble yourself, she can just stay by my side. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Actually, at noon, Bai Muxi had sent him a video asking about their lunch. In the video, Chen Zhuo introduced the two teachers to Bai Muxi and discussed dinner plans. Tonight, Bai Muxi would bring her best friend, Su Wantong, to their home for dinner. She said Su Wantong had bought a gift for Dudu and also wanted to see their new home and warm the house. Chen Zhuo agreed to buy groceries and cook tonight. The main reason was that he had to come to Tycoon in the afternoon for recruitment, and there was a supermarket downstairs. After the interview, he could just go down and buy some groceries. However, bringing an adorable little dumpling to the interview indeed surprised the headhunting company staff. Of course, the reason high-end talents were called high-end was precisely their strong adaptability. Besides, Dudu was indeed very well-behaved. At such a young age, she knew how to entertain herself. Chen Zhuo asked why. Dudu replied, Daddy and Mommy both have their own work, and Dudu has her own main quest too. Dudu is going to finish drawing Zhu Di completely today. With such an obedient daughter, Chen Zhuo's heart melted. After the interview, he planned to take Dudu on a shopping spree. However, in Chen Zhuo's view, the interview wouldn't take much time. He just needed to use the talent identification eye to check their attributes. To avoid lengthy discussions, Chen Zhuo had prepared a few core questions. The questions were not complicated. For example, what was the core trend of the global gaming market in 2026? Combined with the hottest current game cases, discuss how a game company should create a blockbuster product driven by both culture and technology. Another example, if the game project you were responsible for lost 20 of its users due to gameplay homogenization, how would you adjust the product strategy? Please illustrate with specific cases. Of course, besides game companies, he also asked questions about AI companies. Mainly regarding the core breakthroughs in AI technology in 2026, he asked them to combine trends such as large models and multimodal fusion to discuss how AI companies should lay out their technology roadmap. These questions were synthesized from online content. However, to his surprise, the three candidates answered with ease and composure. Unlike those with shallow knowledge who answered hastily and nervously, Chen Zhuo felt very satisfied. Especially when he used the talent identification eye and saw that all three were 5-star talents and once signed their loyalty would be no less than 80, potentially reaching the maximum value. Chen Zhuo wanted to hire all three. In today's society, a talent scout is rare and a talented horse is also rare. When you encounter them, you must seize them. The main reason was that Chen Zhuo was indeed quite wealthy now. Money sitting in the bank was just numbers after all, better to let it flow. Moreover, keeping 2 female executives was the same as keeping 3. It wasn't that he lacked the means. First, each person's base salary ranged from 1 to 2 million plus year-end bonuses, equity incentives, project co-investment, and various benefits. All 3 of you are hired. I'll send the work tasks to you tonight. Let's sign the contract today. All 3. Li Ruizha beside him was stunned. What kind of strength did this startup have? Hiring 3 female executives with million-dollar salaries at once. And judging by Chen Zhuo's calm expression, he didn't seem to care about their salary at all. The 3 women exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They had thought each other rivals and had analyzed each other's strengths and weaknesses. But in the blink of an eye, they became colleagues. What exactly was the true strength of this new boss? And hiring so many female subordinates at once. Could he be thinking of something improper? Although he was very handsome, he already had a daughter. If he didn't have a daughter, maybe it would be worth a try. In truth, no matter the world, people are drawn to power. After seeing Chen Zhuo sign all 3 of them so decisively, the 3 female executives immediately became curious about his true capabilities. Of course, they were not afraid of being scammed. After all, to find candidates through Xinglian headhunting, one had to pay a deposit. Also, the company would verify the client's qualifications. Chen Zhuo's verified identity was the chairman of Dimension Gravity. With the company's legal information, his identity was impossible to hide. After signing the contracts for the three, Chen Zhuo let them leave first. He didn't rush off, but stayed to help Dudu finish her drawing. "Yay, Daddy, I drew it." Dudu's face lit up with a delighted expression. Ding detected Dudu's joyful mood. "Daddy, value 100. This could also give rewards." Ding detected the host has accumulated 2,000 Daddy value bonus golden lottery draw. Once proceed. Draw. Chen Zhuo nodded without hesitation. Ding, congratulations. The host has obtained supreme management ability. Instantly, Chen Zhuo felt a surge of management knowledge in his mind. From managing a startup team to managing a multinational corporation, this knowledge was as if etched into his mind. His previously vague entrepreneurial ideas became clear. Regardless, he would first establish the game and AI companies, then negotiate with Zhongda officially. Chen Zhuo couldn't handle this matter personally. Of course, it was better to spend time with Dudu. They had been out all day and Dudu had been so well behaved. As her father, how could Chen Zhuo not reward her? "Dudu has been so good today. Daddy wants to give you a gift. There happens to be a gold shop here. Come, Daddy will buy you something." Chen Zhuo picked up Dudu and pointed at the Zhou Dafu store. No matter the world, gold is a hard currency. And with the 100-fold cashback, he was determined to make this profit. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, no one could stop him. There was a sign at the entrance stating the day's gold price at 1,390 yuan per gram. If one were to buy 500 grams, it would amount to nearly 7,000 yuan. With cashback, that would be 70 million yuan. With such a high income, why bother running a company? Of course, Chen Zhuo was worried about being targeted by the authorities, so he still had to pursue his career. But consumption also had to keep up. However, Dudu shook her head and said, "Daddy, let's forget it. If you really have extra money, why not donate it to children who can't afford to eat or go to school?" Chen Zhuo was stunned. "Why are you suddenly thinking about donating money?" This was something Daddy taught Dudu. Dudu blinked, her big eyes clear and sincere. Chen Zhuo felt a tremor in his soul. After acquiring the system, he had been so focused on enjoying life, buying this and that. He had never considered the principle of cultivating oneself in poverty and benefiting the world when prosperous. In his past life, he had barely enough to eat and wear, and even when donating, it was only a little at a time, such as shuidaku tree planting, donating eggs, etc. But now that he had the ability, Chen Zhuo patted her head. "Dudu is right, but charity needs careful planning. It's almost time for Mommy to get off work, and she needs to come home for dinner. Let's first buy some gold, then get some groceries, and go home to cook for Mommy." Dudu didn't understand why Daddy was so insistent on buying gold, but when she heard he would cook tonight, she immediately nodded. "Let's hurry up then. Pick 10 things you like, and after buying them, we'll go get groceries." Chen Zhuo pointed at the vast gold shop and said with a smile. Dudu's eyes were quickly attracted by the dazzling array of gold jewelry. It had to be said, being a gold shop in Tycoon, the gram weights were even more extravagant than those in outside stores. But Dudu wasn't really in the mood to pick. She pointed at the bracelets, ingot pendants, walnut-shaped fortune chains, and gold ingots in the counter. "These 10 pieces will do," Dudu said with little interest. Chen Zhuo glanced at the prices. Good heavens. The cheapest one was actually 14888 yuan. The most expensive one was a 127-gram solid bracelet priced at 21000 yuan. "Pack all the ones my daughter just pointed at, please," Chen Zhuo said to the female saleswoman succinctly. "Oh, all of them." The saleswoman's voice was trembling. When Chen Zhuo first entered the store carrying Dudu, she had been captivated by their looks. However, she thought they were just browsing. After all, gold prices had been too high lately, so fewer people were buying. Of course, if one were truly investing, they would buy investment gold bars from major banks. Not only were they cheaper, but also more value-preserving. "What, not selling?" "Selling. I'll calculate the total right away. Since you want a large gram weight, we need payment first. Is that okay?" "Sure." The commotion immediately caught the attention of others who started gossiping. The saleswoman was quick in her movements. She calculated with the computer twice and confirmed the final amount, 1824 yuan. Dudu's simple selection cost 1.82 million. Card. Chen Zhuo pulled out his card. The saleswoman's hands were trembling. But when the beeping sound echoed, the payment was successful. Just this one transaction, her commission was over 2,000 yuan. Of course, this was for selling ordinary gold, with only a 1 commission plus other incentives. If it were fixed price gold or high margin products, the commission could double. Holy crap, he actually bought it. Where did this tall, rich, handsome guy come from? The way he pays is so cool. No. How can buying gold be like buying cabbage? Amidst the chatter, the corner of Chen Zhuo's mouth lifted into a subtle smile. Ding. Detected that the host spent 1.82 million yuan for Dudu. 100-fold cashback activating. Congratulations, host. You have received 182 million yuan. Awesome. But just then 2 graceful figures appeared at the store entrance. Hey, isn't that Dudu and Chen Zhuo? The speaker was Lin Xiaoman. Standing beside her was the cold and aloof female CEO, Shen Zhixia. They were specifically buying gifts for Dudu and also preparing housewarming gifts. Just that afternoon, Su Wantong had accidentally let it slip that they were going to Bai Muxi's new home for dinner tonight. And Chen Zhuo would be cooking personally. It really is them. Chen Zhixia's originally indifferent expression gained a hint of something ambiguous. Although she hadn't recorded a video on the dinner day after leaving, she directly contacted the restaurant owner and obtained a video of the private room. At night, she listened to Fur Elise over and over again. Perhaps because her mother loved piano, she had loved it since childhood. But most people's piano skills were not up to her standards. Until Chen Zhuo's rendition of Castle in the Sky appeared. Although it was not a difficult piece, the artistic conception and level of Chen Zhuo's performance left a deep impression on her. After hearing Chen Zhuo's live performance of Fur Elise, she was even more captivated. But the painful thing was that the man before her was actually her sister's husband. After returning, she reviewed the entire course of events. She finally concluded that they had gotten married solely to get Dudu registered, and there was no deep affection between them. If so, did it mean she had a chance? Of course, she was not the kind of woman who would break up her best friend's marriage. But Bai Muxi had made it clear in the group chat that she married Chen Zhuo only to get Dudu registered. Those were her exact words. At that time, Bai Muxi had never imagined she would fall in love with a man in just 2 days. In Chen Zhixia's view, the two of them were probably a couple in name only. However, Su Wantong had found out different news, that Bai Muxi and Chen Zhuo had done it. And they had done it a lot. From Bai Muxi's slightly flustered and fearful expression, it was easy to see that Chen Zhuo had a strong appetite, while Bai Muxi, new to married life, was somewhat overwhelmed. In Bai Muxi's words, romance novels were too conservative. Chen Zhuo's combat prowess was equivalent to 10 CEOs. Of course, these were things they discussed privately after meeting. Very explicit and intense. It seemed like they had bought a lot, but it was just one big bag. Chen Zhuo took the bag in hand, held Dudu's hand, and walked out. Let's go, time to buy groceries. But as soon as they stepped out, they saw Lin Xiaoman and Chen Zhixia. Aunt Xiaoman and Xiaxia. Dudu with sharp eyes spotted them first. Chen Zhuo suddenly showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect to see these two super beauties while shopping. He felt that Chen Zhixia before him was somewhat like Andy from Ode to Joy. She carried an air of a successful person with cold eyes, giving a sense of being admired from afar, but not approached. As for Lin Xiaoman, she was like Hongdo from Meet Yourself, a bit artistic. Of course, both were beauties. Hello, Dudu. Both of them crouched down and hugged the rushing Dudu between them. Nearby passers-by all cast their glances over. Chen Zhuo and Dudu's looks were already top-notch. Add to that the equally top-tier looks of Lin Xiaoman and Chen Zhixia. This combination was simply a beautiful sight at Tycoon, so pleasing to the eyes. The three exchanged greetings and immediately understood each other's purpose. You're saying that because Dudu behaved well accompanying you today, you rewarded her by buying so much gold jewelry. Lin Xiaoman widened her eyes in astonishment. Chen Zhuo nodded. Yes. But it's not much less than 200. Less than 200. Do you even hear yourself? That's absurd. Lin Xiaoman gritted her teeth. You're ridiculously wealthy. Chen Zhixia beside them was also somewhat surprised. Today Chen Zhixia wore a sharply tailored charcoal gray belted cashmere coat, with an off-white turtleneck slim fit, knit sweater underneath, paired with matching wide-leg trousers, with a flowing drape matte black ankle boots on her feet, and a delicate platinum collarbone chain adorning her neck, her entire demeanor exuding an aloof and dignified aura. However, upon seeing Dudu, it was as if a snow-capped mountain began to melt, and a smile inadvertently appeared on her face several times. If her colleagues at the company were to see this, their jaws would drop. After all, Chen Zhixia barely smiled throughout the entire year. Do you usually reward children this way, eh? Chen Zhixia asked. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Not really. I happen to have business at Taigahui, and there happened to be a gold shop downstairs, so I thought of buying something for Dudu. Gold has always been a reliable store of value regardless of the times. Moreover, it can outpace inflation. Chen Zhuo bought gold for Dudu precisely to ensure that even if the system disappeared someday, she could still live a life free from worries about food and clothing. A parent's love for their child is measured by how far they plan ahead. Chen Zhuo had to pave the way for Dudu's future. That's too coincidental. Chen Zhixia said nothing more, for everyone has different views on parenting. She had no right to say anything inappropriate anyway. By the way, Cici just sent me a message. Are you all coming to our house for dinner too? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Yes. Cici said your cooking skills are outstanding, so tonight can serve as a housewarming party. Lin Xiaoman immediately nodded. Are you going grocery shopping now? Why don't we go together? Alright, let me put these things in the car first, otherwise it's quite inconvenient, Chen Zhuo said, pointing to the gold jewelry in his hand. Let's go together then, Chen Zhixia said with a smile, then looked at Dudu. Dudu, would you like Annie to carry you? Dudu nodded. Okay. After speaking, she made a reaching out gesture. It seemed their relationship was quite good. After placing the jewelry back in the Rolls-Royce, Chen Zhuo took the initiative to start a conversation. Think about what dishes you'd like for dinner tonight. Cici mentioned she's in the mood for shrimp and fish. Why don't each of you pick 2 dishes? Actually, as a chef, the most frustrating thing isn't cooking. It's figuring out what people want to eat. If he prepared something they didn't like, and ended up with a table full of leftovers, that would really make him feel insecure. I'll eat whatever you make, I'm not picky at all, Lin Xiaoman said with a smile. Chen Zhixia nodded. Same here. What's the difference between your answer and just saying whatever? Don't complain later when I've already made it, and you won't eat it one by one. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes and said bluntly. Truthfully, it wasn't that he couldn't find a girlfriend before. He simply despised guessing games. Guessing what girls think. How did that song go? Don't guess a girl's thoughts. No matter how hard you guess, you'll never understand. After all, Chen Zhuo wasn't a roundworm in their stomachs. He couldn't possibly know what they were thinking. Shen Zhixiao wasn't someone who hesitated. Seeing Chen Zhuo's attitude, she immediately ordered 2 dishes. Stir-fried beef with spring bamboo shoots and steamed scallops with glass noodles and garlic. Okay, what about you? Lin Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. I'd like sweet and sour pork and stir-fried squid with broccoli. Is that okay? No problem. You can make both. Won't it take too much effort? There's no dish in this world I can't make. Chen Zhuo said calmly. Dudu immediately nodded. Exactly, Daddy is super skilled at cooking. The 4 of them went together to the large supermarket they had previously visited with Bai Muxi. To make this meal look impressive, Chen Zhuo also got a king crab and a Boston lobster. These dishes that seem fancy are actually the simplest to prepare. Just steam them and prepare some dipping sauces. Of course, Guangzhou people prefer to savor the original flavor of ingredients. For example, with grouper, they most love steaming it plain. However, Chen Zhuo knows many ways to prepare dishes. Since this was a last-minute decision for everyone to have dinner at home, Chen Zhuo didn't plan to make elaborate dishes. Speed was the priority. Shen Zhixia and Lin Xiaoman had originally come to buy gifts for Dudu. But upon hearing that Chen Zhuo was short on time, they decided to divide the work. They continued shopping for gifts and brought Dudu along to pick something out herself, while Chen Zhuo went to buy ingredients on his own. After finishing grocery shopping, Chen Zhuo took out his phone and called Shen Zhixiao via voice call. Speaking of which, it was Lin Xiaoman who had suggested adding each other as friends. Generally speaking, Shen Zhixiao wouldn't give a guy her contact information, but clearly today was different. Lin Xiaoman, who understood Shen Zhixiao very well, sensed something different. Could it be that Sister Xiaoxiao has the same feelings as me? Actually, when they 4 sisters were young, they had a promise. All 4 would marry the same man, so they could stay together forever. Though it was just a childish joke back then, and no one took it seriously, when Chen Zhuo appeared, they all had the same thought. Why not? Of course, these were just inner thoughts for now, not expressed outwardly. Each of them had their own secret feelings. Indeed, girls understand girls best. Shen Zhixiao bought Dudu a bracelet, sparkling and glittering, from the famous luxury brand Cartier. The price wasn't particularly expensive, around 5,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman bought Dudu a high-end orthopedic backpack, knowing that Dudu would be starting kindergarten soon. Though there were no textbooks needed, a backpack was still something to prepare, for storing spare clothes and the like. When Chen Zhuo saw the gifts the 2 had given, he felt like the sky was falling. These were all opportunities for him to get cash back. To avoid waste, they decided not to buy extra after purchasing theirs. In a fit of frustration, Chen Zhuo took out his phone and ordered 2 gold bracelets worth 2,000 yuan each for Dudu on the official website. She might not wear them, but he couldn't resist buying them. If he didn't buy, how could he get cash back? When he saw his phone vibrate and the balance jumped from 4,000 to 4,000, Chen Zhuo's heart remained completely calm. A mere 40 million was nothing compared to the 180 million he had previously received through cashback. However, with this money, he could indeed do many things. Since Dudu had such a charitable heart, even at such a young age, he decided to establish a charity organization in her name. Not that he could save all humanity, but within his limited capacity, he could certainly help more people. Of course, he planned to fund and manage the charity himself, to avoid having middlemen take a cut. Given that there had been too many cautionary tales in his past life, he knew that even with platforms like Shuidaku, there was no guarantee the money would reach the patients. Chen Zhuo certainly didn't want the money he donated to become someone else's path to wealth. After finishing the shopping, Chen Zhuo took the lead in loading the groceries into the car. It had to be said that the Rolls-Royce was remarkably spacious. Dudu was also brought back and settled into the Rolls-Royce by Chen Zhuo. After all, Dudu was not yet 5 years old, so a car seat was essential for the journey. Life often worked that way. It was always better to be safe than sorry. Since Lin Xiaoman couldn't bear to leave Dudu behind, she resolutely set aside Shen Zhixiao and climbed into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Throughout the journey, the 2 girls chatted away. Soon Lin Xiaoman steered the conversation toward Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo, you play the piano so beautifully, and you're also a composer. Why haven't you built a career around piano? Top-tier piano masters enjoy both considerable status and income. Compared to fame and wealth, I'd rather spend my time on my family. Chen Zhuo chuckled. You've probably figured it out. I'm not short on money. Lin Xiaoman paused, then glanced around the opulent interior of the Rolls-Royce. That's true. Then don't you have anything you personally enjoy doing? Anything I enjoy. Speaking of which, Chen Zhuo actually fell into thought. Since crossing over to this world, all he'd focused on was maximizing rebate returns and making Dudu happy. If he had to name something he truly loved, it would probably be writing. In his past life, he'd become a web novelist precisely because he couldn't find books he enjoyed. He gave writing a try and soon fell in love with the feeling of becoming a creator, Whomever he disliked he'd write out of the story, whichever woman he adored he'd cast as the heroine and sweep her off her feet. But now that he'd achieved financial freedom, should he still subject himself to the grueling life of a web novelist? As someone who'd been there, he had one piece of honest advice: no decent person writes web novels. He once wrote an 8,000,000-word novel and earned only 1,000 yuan. Should he find a different hobby instead? Aside from writing, he quite enjoyed watching anime. That was precisely why he'd wanted to purchase an animation company. But now that Bai Muxi was already handling the animation company's operations, he didn't feel he should intervene. Wait a minute. An idea suddenly struck Chen Zhuo. He knew exactly what he could do. In his past life, his favorite animations weren't Japanese titles like Naruto, Bleach, or One Piece. He much preferred Chinese-style ancient fantasy anime such as Doloa Dalasian, Nijian Lai Fan Ren Xian Zhuan, and Buliang Ren. Back then those series updated so slowly that waiting each week for new episodes was maddening. Now that he'd become capital itself, could he? Others won't write them. Then he will. He'll write web novels. He'll bring those unfinished masterpieces from his past life into this world. Thanks to his enhanced memory, he could reproduce every work flawlessly word for word. Lin Xiaoman had been glancing at Chen Zhuo all along. But Chen Zhuo remained focused on driving, offering no further response. Assuming he didn't wish to converse with her, she turned to Dudu instead. Dudu, do you know what Daddy likes to do? Daddy loves making money. Whatever makes money is what Daddy does. Dudu chirped happily. Huh, didn't you say Daddy doesn't have a job? Lin Xiaoman asked curiously. That's not true. Daddy hired 3 employees today. They'll all become company CEOs someday. Of course they're Daddy's employees now working to make money for him. Lin Xiaoman finally understood. Chen Zhuo did have work, she simply didn't know what it was. Besides, anyone who could casually gift his wife a company worth over 2 billion was hardly an ordinary man. Suddenly Lin Xiaoman found herself envying Bai Muxi once more. What incredible luck had she had to marry a man like this? Even without genuine feelings, even if it were merely a contractual marriage, she would accept it. Hadn't she read enough novels? Many love stories began with arranged marriages and blossomed later. But now the opportunity for a marriage first, love later belonged to she, not her. She thought of the phrase she often saw online. She was so tired of expressing her envy. I'm exhausted. Let it all burn. The car pulled smoothly into the private parking spot, and Chen Zhuo suddenly felt that 3 parking spaces might not be enough. Should he buy 2 more? But parking spaces usually came bundled with properties. Would he really purchase another apartment just for a couple of parking spots? A car at least could be bought separately. Driving a Rolls-Royce in public always drew too much attention, and besides he felt a Rolls-Royce should be driven by a chauffeur. As a man, he actually preferred commanding large vehicles like a Mercedes G-Wagon. With that thought, Chen Zhuo decided to make time to go car shopping soon. Could you help me carry some of this? Chen Zhuo asked Lin Xiaoman as he unloaded groceries from the trunk. Of course. Lin Xiaoman replied with a radiant smile. Several dishes in here are my favorites. I must carry them myself. Thank you for your help. At that moment, Dudu chimed in. Daddy, I can help too. Dudu is very strong. All right, here you go. Chen Zhuo handed Dudu the bag of aromatics, green onions, ginger, and garlic. Although Dudu wasn't fond of cilantro and green onions, they were still useful for certain dishes. Both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi loved green onions. Occasionally Chen Zhuo would prepare a separate portion for Dudu without green onions, while his and Bai Muxi's servings would always include them. The 3 of them entered the elevator laden with bags. An inexplicable warmth filled Lin Xiaoman's heart. By all accounts, they looked exactly like a family of 3. If only they truly were a family. Chen Zhuo was handsome, talented, and undeniably wealthy. He was exactly the kind of husband you'd only encounter in novels. Of course, Chen Zhuo was unaware that ever since his appearance score reached a perfect 100, he had awakened a demonic charm constitution. As previously mentioned, what made a score of 100 so terrifying? It automatically optimized sensory perception based on whoever he interacted with. In popular internet terms, Chen Zhuo had grown exactly to the specifications of Lin Xiaoman's ideal type. That face commanded absolute authority. Women are emotional creatures, and their hearts shift with their senses. In contact with Chen Zhuo, he was every bit the gentleman, and even more doting toward Dudu. It was hard not to let the imagination run wild. If she were with him, would he spoil her just as devotedly? After all, women love to daydream. She hadn't once considered whether Chen Zhuo would even want her as part of his family. But today Lin Xiaoman was dressed beautifully as well. At first glance, she gave off a gentle and refreshing aura. Her upper body was wrapped in a loose, oat-colored knit cardigan layered over a cream-white crewneck base, paired with a light apricot floral skirt and fleece-lined gray leggings finished with cream-colored suede ankle boots. Paired with her face, which scored well above 95, she would undoubtedly turn heads the moment she stepped outside. But Chen Zhuo simply wasn't interested. His focus now lay on Dudu and his career. As for women, he felt having just Bai Muxi was more than enough. Even though he'd once written harem novels, that was fiction, wasn't it? Even after crossing over and gaining a system like a typical protagonist, he harbored no desire to build a harem. To put it plainly, could you maintain a harem in a parenting novel? Wouldn't the child be corrupted by such an example absorbed in their daily upbringing? Chen Zhuo had only transmigrated not long ago, and he still needed to adapt to his current environment. As for other matters that could wait. Upon returning home, Chen Zhuo handed over the task of giving Lin Xiaoman a tour to Dudu. Dudu, as the little hostess, appeared remarkably poised and natural. Lin Xiaoman was genuinely surprised inwardly. Being a young miss herself, she knew exactly what properties in Huiwa Terrace were worth. But what she hadn't anticipated was that Chen Zhuo had actually purchased the crown property of Building 1. That wasn't something money alone could buy. Could it be that the Chen family had already accepted him? Was the Chen family behind this? Lin Xiaoman could only think along these lines. Otherwise, how could the Chen Zhuo she previously knew possibly afford the crown property of Building 1 at Huiwa Terrace? Shen Zhixia arrived shortly after with Dudu once again handling the reception. As for Chen Zhuo, he was busy in the kitchen. Lin Xiaoman had even offered to help, asking if he needed anyone to assist him. But anyone who regularly worked in the kitchen knew, more hands often meant more hindrance. It was only on romantic reality shows that they loved filming scenes of men and women cooking together. Chen Zhuo's figure was busy yet methodical. Dudu invited the two older sisters to watch the Zootopia animation Chen Zhuo had drawn for her. The little girl had good memory and could accurately identify the characters within. Yet Shen Zhixia's eyes unconsciously drifted toward the kitchen, gazing thoughtfully at his busy silhouette. In today's society, a man who could cook was indeed a significant plus. As for those web novel tropes claiming men who cooked were useless, surely no one actually believed that. At least when Shen Zhixia saw Chen Zhuo's busy silhouette, she could only think one thing. How sexy. Chen Zhuo, naturally unaware of this, simply turned on both stoves, steaming what needed steaming and stir-frying what needed stir-frying. At this moment, he was a top-tier chef. He already had a formula in his mind for what to cook and when. Soon the room was filled with aroma. Dudu, who was playing the piano with the two aunties, twitched her nose. Wow, so fragrant, I smell it too. Lin Xiaoman inhaled through her nose. Dudu, is your daddy's cooking really as delicious as your mommy says? Super delicious. Dudu nodded immediately. 10,000 times better than what people outside make. Shen Zhixia, however, didn't take it seriously, thinking Dudu was just being exaggerated. Lin Xiaoman shared the same thought, but then she suddenly lowered her voice and asked, then let me ask you a question. When you sleep at night, does your daddy and mommy sleep with you, or do they sleep together? Shen Zhixia, who was originally playing the piano, paused her fingers. Her ears twitched. Clearly she was also very concerned about this question. A smile appeared on Dudu's face. Daddy will tell Dudu stories, but once Dudu falls asleep, daddy and mommy will go back to their own room to sleep. Your daddy and mommy sleep in the same room? Lin Xiaoman asked in surprise. Shen Zhixia was also somewhat taken aback. Yes, every day mommy wakes up in daddy's room. Lin Xiaoman and Shen Zhixia exchanged glances, their eyes full of astonishment. Bai Muxi hadn't mentioned this in the group chat yet. Unexpectedly, she was so quick. Oh no, now they were even more envious. Soon Bai Muxi and Su Wantong also returned. Dudu immediately took her little steps, ran to Bai Muxi, and gave her a big hug. Mommy hug. Bai Muxi bent down and held Dudu in her arms. Were you good today while staying with daddy? Of course I was. Daddy even bought Dudu so many gold jewelry pieces. Dudu made a grand gesture, then pulled Bai Muxi's hand and led her to the coffee table in the living room. When the box was opened, Bai Muxi was stunned. This whole set must cost at least 1 million, right? Su Wantong spoke first from the side. To be precise, it's 182 million. Lin Xiaoman answered. Bai Muxi rubbed her head and sighed. Don't blame him, Ajua has this little habit. He loves buying things for Dudu all the time, no matter what, and won't listen no matter how you advise him. How can I detect a hint of Versailles here? Su Wantong raised an eyebrow, looking at Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi giggled. No, he really is very good to Dudu. So you mean he's not good to you? Lin Xiaoman pressed. Bai Muxi's delicate face turned red as she thought of him visiting her every night. He is quite good, but there are also not so good aspects. Su Wantong immediately realized her best friend's expression was off. The not good you're referring to wouldn't be. She stopped abruptly at the tip of her tongue. Dudu was right there, they couldn't say anything vulgar. But Lin Xiaoman and Shen Zhixia both understood. Bai Muxi sighed. It's just that he's too capable. I'm always completely exhausted, yet he's still unsatisfied. Cough cough, Dudu is here, let's change the topic. Shen Zhixia's cold voice rang out. How are you adjusting to the new company? Do you need any help from us? You're not in the same industry as us. Bai Muxi sighed. When you first join a company, there's indeed a lot to do. You need to understand the industry, learn the company's operational structure, identify problems, and solve them. However, the list Chen Zhuo had previously given her played a very important role. After dismissing a batch of company parasites, the company also launched new recruitment. With sufficient funds, the reconstruction speed was fast. Of course, what they were mainly recruiting now were technical talents. After all, the production of Zootopia and Pokemon had become urgent. In the living room, Bai Muxi played the hostess, entertaining the guests, while Chen Zhuo skillfully finished dish after dish. Wash your hands, let's eat. Chen Zhuo's voice echoed from the kitchen doorway. The advantage of a large flat was right here. They didn't need to go upstairs to call people once the meal was ready. The 4 beautiful women plus one little beauty walked to the dining room with light steps. The round table that could seat 10 was filled to the brim. King crab, Boston lobster, steamed grouper, spring bamboo shoot, stir-fried beef, broccoli, stir-fried fresh squid, sweet and sour pork, tomato, and egg stir-fried double meatball soup. Each dish was complete in color, aroma, and taste, filling the table. Even the bowls and chopsticks were arranged. Wow, so lavish. This is simply comparable to a state banquet. Is Chen Zhuo really a student at Zhongda? Not an outstanding graduate from New Orient? Too amazing. The 4 girls chattered back and forth, and the living room became lively. Dudu, however, reacted quickly and headed to the restroom to wash her hands right away. If someone had observed, they would have found that Dudu washed her hands much faster this time. Just now, when she saw the sweet and sour pork, her mouth had been watering uncontrollably. Does anyone want rice? I'll serve it for you. Bai Muxi put on the hostess demeanor. I don't eat rice at night. Lin Xiaoman raised her hand and said. Me neither, Chen Zhuo nodded. With so many dishes, why eat rice? Su Wantong said with a grin. Today I'm housewarming for you all. Let's have a few drinks together. I even stole my dad's wine. Saying this, she ran to the entrance area and brought out the prepared 1982 Lafite. Fake Lafite was becoming more and more common, but this bottle was definitely real. After all, her dad was a notable figure in Yanqing. Dare anyone send him fake wine? Several beautiful women wanted to drink alcohol, and Chen Zhuo naturally wouldn't dissuade them. He picked up a freshly squeezed juice with a very clean ingredient list for Dudu, and also poured himself a glass. Chen Zhuo, aren't you going to have a drink? This is 1982 Lafite. Su Wantong asked with a smile. Chen Zhuo shook his head. I'll pass. I still need to take care of Dudu. You go ahead. Actually, drinking was nice. One could use the alcohol's effect to do something out of the ordinary. Many ambiguous moments came about this way. But Chen Zhuo had just been reborn not long ago, and he was in a period of cherishing his life. As for alcohol, forget it. Bai Muxi spoke up. It's fine if he doesn't drink, I will. Let's drink until we're drunk tonight. You should drink less too. I don't want to take care of a drunkard. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow and said. Bai Muxi stuck out her tongue. Then let's drink a little less. I still need to help Dudu with her bath tonight. Then let's all drink a little less. It's just a casual meal, not a business dinner. Lin Xiaoman said with a smile. If you don't eat soon, Dudu will finish all the dishes. At that moment, Dudu chewed and swallowed the sweet and sour pork in her mouth and spoke. Dudu is so cute. Su Wantong looked at Dudu's face, feeling her heart melting. Let's eat first. If we don't, it'll get cold. Chen Zhuo urged. Wow, this beef is so tender. Bai Muxi picked up a piece of beef and after eating it immediately gave Chen Zhuo a thumbs up. Really? Let me try. Lin Xiaoman immediately picked up a piece of beef and put it into her mouth. The next second, her eyes instantly lit up. Like a light bulb. Chen Zhuo, how did you do it? How is this meat so fragrant and tender? If you like it, eat more. Chen Zhuo didn't explain, just smiled and said. Beside him, Shen Zhixia and Su Wantong didn't hesitate. When Chen Zhuo had brought out the dishes earlier, the entire room was filled with aroma. Now they couldn't wait any longer. Instantly, both of them froze their mouths, continuously chewing. The aroma of the ingredients and the exquisite texture exploded in their mouths. Earlier, when they heard Bai Muxi say that Chen Zhuo's cooking was delicious, they thought she was just bragging. But after tasting it today, they knew there wasn't a single bit of exaggeration. Aunties have discovered that daddy's cooking is delicious. Dudu is going to speed up. Dudu immediately called out, then began eating with gusto. Chen Zhuo looked at the little girl with affection. Don't rush, there's plenty of food. We won't finish it all. Then he didn't forget to remind. Tell daddy what you want to eat and daddy will pick it for you. Daddy, I want egg. Here you go. Thank you, daddy. The 3 girls watched this scene and inexplicably felt a bit envious. This scene was so doting. Savoring the delicious food and fine wine for a moment, all 3 of them fell in love with this feeling. Su Wantong took a sip of Lafite and said with emotion, if I could eat such delicious food after work every day, I'd be willing to work for a lifetime. Isn't that simple? Just hire a chef to cook for you, Lin Xiaoman said with a smile. Go away, what do you know? I'm talking about this warm and loving feeling. Then find a boyfriend who's a chef and have a daughter. I'm only 22, let alone having a daughter. Even marriage is impossible. Su Wantong immediately shook her head. Shen Zhixia smiled. Just get along well with Cici, and we can come for free meals in the future. Won't that exhaust Chen Zhuo? Su Wantong said as she looked at Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo nodded. Doing this once in a while is fine, but doing it every day would indeed kill me. Ha, don't worry, we can't come every day either. Lin Xiaoman interjected. At most once every 2 days, how about that? Not much to look at, but you sure think big. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow and said jokingly. I'm very good looking, okay? I'm the campus belle of Guangwei after all. Lin Xiaoman put her hands on her hips and even puffed out her chest. Not to mention her figure was even more sizzling than Bai Muxi's. Just kidding, all 4 of you are great beauties. I used to think beautiful women only hung out with ugly women. Seeing you all get along so well has completely overturned my view. Then who do you think is the prettiest among the 4 of us, say? Su Wantong immediately asked. The 4 of them looked at Chen Zhuo in unison. Even Chen Zhuo was eager to hear the answer. If you ask me, it's Cici, she's my wife, Chen Zhuo said without hesitation. What if she weren't your wife? Just based on appearance. Then it's still Cici. Chen Zhuo said again. No matter who you compare her with, it's Cici. Do you think such a trick question can stump me? Ha ha ha. The girls all laughed. At this moment Dudu also looked up and said happily, Mommy is the most beautiful, Daddy is the most handsome, and Dudu is the happiest. Chen Zhuo rubbed Dudu's head. Dudu is the cutest. Dudu is already full. Can I go watch TV? Of course, let me take you to wash your hands first. Chen Zhuo nodded. Do you need Daddy to accompany you? No, Dudu can watch TV by herself. What do you want to watch? Dudu wants to watch Pokemon, but it's not on the TV, Dudu said pitifully. It's okay, it will be on soon. Chen Zhuo rubbed Dudu's head. While Chen Zhuo took Dudu to wash her hands, Su Wantong was already showing off. Everyone on Moments is praising this feast and asking me to introduce the chef to them. If they knew this was made by Cici's husband, how envious they would be of Cici. Don't even mention them, I'm already envious. Lin Xiaoman said with emotion, handsome and cooks so well. Cici, tell me secretly, does he have six-pack abs? Bai Muxi shook her head. What? I think he has a good figure. How does he not even have six-pack abs? He doesn't have just 6, he has 8. And the Adonis lines on his waist are very obvious. Bai Muxi said in a low voice. Huh, you even know this. Could it be? Lin Xiaoman's eyes widened. Chen Zhuo also turned her head. Did you guys do it? Bai Muxi blushed and nodded. Su Wantong, who had known this news earlier, was quite calm. Lin Xiaoman and Chen Zhuo were stunned for a moment. They didn't criticize Bai Muxi, after all, it was her own choice. Lin Xiaoman's first reaction was, you naughty girl, you're eating so well. Come on, tell us, is he good? Chen Zhuo didn't speak, even picked up a piece of spare ribs and pretended to eat. But her ears perked up. Bai Muxi's face was flushed. She didn't answer directly, but picked up her chopsticks and picked up the green leaf from the steamed grouper. Then she picked up the fish bones. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 10. No way. 10. Bai Muxi blushed. More than that, I don't know the rest because I passed out. SSS. The girls exchanged glances. It was simply absurd beyond belief. While they exchanged bewildered glances, Chen Zhuo turned on the television for Dudu and played an animated cartoon, then leisurely strolled back. Why has everyone gone quiet? Chen Zhuo asked curiously when he noticed their silence. The three girls fixed their gaze on him. Their gazes collectively drifted downward and finally settled on Chen Zhuo's crotch area. Chen Zhuo frowned and asked, what's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? No, nothing. Just eat more, otherwise all this food will go to waste. Bai Muxi quickly said. Chen Zhuo's gaze fell onto Bai Muxi's plate. A single leaf. So many fish bones. Chen Zhuo picked up the trash bin nearby and the dish containing Bai Muxi's food scraps, cleaning it thoroughly. Don't just sit there drinking and chatting. Eat some vegetables too. If you waste too much, don't expect me to cook for you next time. What? That won't do. Su Wantong immediately protested. I'll eat it. I'm eating now. Lin Xiaoman nodded in agreement. To get free meals next time, we must finish everything on our plates. Actually, since he knew there would be many dishes today, he hadn't prepared large portions. Like many high-end restaurants, there were many dishes, but small portions. This created a sense of competition for food. People were the same after all. An unused field may be neglected by some, but once cultivated, everyone fights over it. Simply put, food tasted better when others were competing for it. Why don't you have a drink too? Just a couple of sips, Bai Muxi said with a smile, pouring Chen Zhuo a glass of wine. Chen Zhuo raised his eyebrows. But my tolerance is very poor. What if I get drunk and embarrass myself? It's fine, we're just at home, Bai Muxi continued. Is this really 1982 La Fight? I've never had it before. Absolutely authentic, Su Wantong nodded. I took it from my dad's wine cabinet. Your dad is impressive? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Not just impressive, he's extraordinarily so, Bai Muxi interjected. Let me put it this way, as long as it's not a particularly serious matter, a single word from Uncle Su can resolve 99% of problems. Politics. Bai Muxi nodded. Su Wantong smiled. Don't listen to Cici's nonsense. My dad is just a civil servant, nothing special. If he wasn't impressive, why would people send him 1982 La Fight? Chen Zhuo picked up his wine glass, swirled it as he had seen in TV dramas, and inhaled the aroma. It didn't seem particularly special. Then he took a small sip. He had drunk red wine before, similar to Great Wall Dry Red, the most expensive being only a few hundred yuan. But the feeling of La Fight was truly different. The taste upon entering the mouth was fine, soft, and silky like silk, not astringent at all, only mellow. The kind he had before carried a hint of astringency and scraped his throat. Soon the fragrance overflowed from his mouth, and the flavor was quite rich. Most importantly, the wine left a sweet aftertaste. It tasted like money. How is it? Any difference from the red wine you had before? Chen Zhuo shook his head. There are differences, but I don't know much about wine, so I won't comment. No need to comment, just enjoy it if it tastes good, Su Wantong said with a smile. Don't just drink wine, eat some dishes. The dishes on the table were cleared one by one. Not bad. The 5 of them had quite a substantial appetite. However, Chen Zhuo also noticed that his presence made it a bit difficult for them to open up and converse freely. So when they had finished eating, he left to join Dudu in the living room to watch TV. Dudu enjoyed discussing the plot, and Chen Zhuo would occasionally offer his own thoughts. Actually, a child's values weren't formed overnight, but through gradual influence. Chen Zhuo hoped to nurture this subtly and gently. Sure enough, without Chen Zhuo around, they chatted enthusiastically. Chen Zhuo decided to take Dudu to bathe and go to sleep. Although he had previously felt uneasy about bathing a girl, his perspective had shifted slightly since establishing his relationship with Bai Muxi. She was his own biological daughter. What was wrong with giving her a bath? Dudu had spent the day out with Chen Zhuo and was clearly tired. She nearly dozed off during her bath. It was only after Chen Zhuo's prompting that she managed to stay awake. After her bath and hair drying, there was no need for Chen Zhuo to tell stories. Dudu simply closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. As for Chen Zhuo, the girls seemed to have endless conversation, so after bidding them good night, he returned to his room and took a shower. For most people in Yangqing, bathing was almost an obsession. No matter how cold the weather, they felt compelled to shower every day. Chen Zhuo even harbored the thought that if he got into bed without bathing first, the entire bed would feel soiled. Husband, just as Chen Zhuo finished showering, Bai Muxi's head peeked in. What's wrong? Chen Zhuo was busy organizing work schedules for several beautiful women when he heard Bai Muxi call out to him, so he looked up and asked. All three of them had drinks, and it's getting late, so they've settled in the guest room, Bai Muxi whispered. I'm staying with my sisters tonight. Am I supposed to spend the night alone? Chen Zhuo said, displeased. He had been hoping to experience a tipsy Bai Muxi tonight. Blushing, Bai Muxi replied, tomorrow I'll make it up to you properly tomorrow. That works, but you'll need to agree to one small condition. What condition? Promise me first. You're not thinking about. Bai Muxi's eyes widened as she caught Chen Zhuo's mischievous expression and immediately understood what he meant. Just tell me yes or no. Chen Zhuo pressed on. Yes. Bai Muxi blushed and nodded. I'll bring them some pajamas. Okay. Chen Zhuo got what he wanted. But don't stay up too late. You have work tomorrow. Don't worry, I know my limits. Chen Zhuo wasn't completely dependent on Bai Muxi. He just found the situation amusing. Watching her rosy cheeks, she looked incredibly cute. Around 10 o'clock, Bai Muxi still brought him milk. Chen Zhuo suddenly recalled a classic advertising slogan. Not all milk is Talensu. It made perfect sense. However, when Bai Muxi came to find him, he gave her a big hug and kissed her passionately before letting her leave. Seeing that Bai Muxi had spent a full 5 minutes delivering milk, the girls immediately began gossiping. Yet merely hearing Bai Muxi's description made them extremely excited. When will I also find a husband who falls from the sky like that? Su Wantong said with envy. Lin Xiaoman nodded in agreement, her big eyes wide. I want a husband like that too. Do you want to sneak and touch his abs while my husband is asleep? What did you say? Su Wantong thought she had misheard. How could you have such thoughts? You're my best sisters. How could I keep this to myself? Bai Muxi had drank a bit, so her head felt a bit swollen. But she truly considered the three girls as sisters. Besides that, she actually had her own selfish motives. Chen Zhuo was too vigorous, tossing her about every day to the point she could hardly bear it. Mainly because she had her own career to tend to, she wanted to find someone to help share the burden. A person's energy is limited. Although Bai Muxi had quickly accepted her new identity and acknowledged her love for Chen Zhuo, she had her own pursuits. If she poured all her energy into romance, how would she achieve success? Thus she had other plans. She needed allies. Her sisters happened to visit her home, so she decided to test the waters. As for whom Chen Zhuo would ultimately choose, that depended on who harbored feelings for him. But Bai Muxi never expected that all three women would fall for Chen Zhuo. Even Shen Zhixiao, usually aloof and ethereal, had secretly fallen for him. Of course, the demoness influence played its part. As the saying goes in Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slaying Saber, one encounter with Yang Guo and a lifetime is ruined. In this world now, one encounter with Chen Zhuo and a lifetime is sealed. Chen Zhuo fell asleep quickly and deeply. This was the benefit bestowed by the world's finest liver. He only needed 3 or 4 hours of sleep to stay energized all day. But for the sake of his health, he usually made sure to get a full 8 hours. Unless he spent the night with Bai Muxi. Even if they stayed up until 2 or 3 in the morning, he'd still be bursting with vitality by 6 o'clock the next day. Bai Muxi carefully opened the door and tiptoed into the room. The three girls behind her sneaked in like thieves, filing in one by one. Their movements were silent, and with the carpet covering the floor, the room was deathly quiet. Su Wantong wore an expectant expression, while Lin Xiaoman was visibly nervous. Following behind Tong Tong, she whispered to Shen Zhixiao, Sister Xiaoxiao, are we really going to feel his abs? Feel them. Shen Zhixiao nodded without hesitation. It's a rare opportunity. Lin Xiaoman's expression froze. She hadn't expected the cold and dignified Shen Zhixiao to have such a cheeky side. Is this what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? They were all wild young women, so had Shen Zhixiao been corrupted by their influence. Let me demonstrate first. Don't worry, he sleeps very deeply, he won't wake up. Saying this, Bai Muxi approached the bedside and took the lead. Warmth immediately filled her hand. A smile bloomed on Bai Muxi's face. Even in his sleep, he has 8-pack abs. I wonder how he trains his body. Huh. He has 8-pack abs even when relaxed. Su Wantong asked in a hushed, disbelieving tone. Try it yourself, and you'll know. Chen Zhuo's physique had been enhanced by the system. Even without tensing, his 8-pack abs were remarkably defined. Su Wantong then made her move and touched his abs. Soon Su Wantong's eyes lit up. The texture was impeccable. His skin wasn't rough like a typical man's, instead it was surprisingly smooth. The most striking thing was the strength emanating from his abdomen. No wonder Muxi had given him so much trouble earlier. But she wondered, if they pushed him too much, would he still be able to perform? The thought crossed Su Wantong's mind. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman also leaned in. Tong, my turn. Reluctantly, Su Wantong stepped aside. Bai Muxi standing nearby caught Su Wantong's expression. If she were to help find sisters, Tang seemed the most suitable. Passionate and uninhibited. However, her family situation was problematic. But remembering that her husband was the true young master of the Chen family, Bai Muxi put her worries to rest. After all, it was the Chen family. Even Governor Su, a high-ranking official, treated them with utmost respect. With millions in accumulated wealth, how could their foundation be anything but formidable? Lin Xiaoman copied the gesture. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing was believing, but touching was even better. Still, her movements were gentle. She feared waking the sleeping Chen Zhuo. However, the moment Bai Muxi's hand rested on his abdomen, he had already awakened. He possessed that level of awareness. Hearing their hushed conversation, Chen Zhuo deliberately pretended to sleep. Unaware that he was awake, Lin Xiaoman's hand brushed across his abdomen and inadvertently drifted lower. Then she brushed against something unexpected. Lin Xiaoman glanced at Chen Zhuo's face. His breathing remained steady and his eyes didn't move. He must still be asleep. But why such a strong reaction? Meanwhile, Bai Muxi leaned close to Shen Zhixia. Sister Xiaxia, want to try? You won't get another chance like this. She was deliberately provoking Shen Zhixia. Shen Zhixia was always the most dignified of the bunch, seemingly uninterested in men. Watching her come down to earth would certainly be entertaining. Without hesitation, as Lin Xiaoman hastily withdrew her hand, Shen Zhixia knelt down and became the fourth to reach out. Inside the blanket, it was warm, filled with masculine energy. Her soft, supple hand slowly climbed up and rested on Chen Zhuo's abdomen. However, just as she was savoring the texture of his abs, a hand suddenly grabbed hers. Chen Zhuo on the bed opened his eyes. Muxi. Due to the cold weather, the heater was on in the room. And Chen Zhuo had a habit of closing the curtains while sleeping, so the room was pitch black. Shen Zhixia, still crouching, instantly tensed, but dared not speak. The other three girls also held their breath, afraid to even exhale loudly. Originally heavy-headed from drinking, their minds suddenly cleared. They were caught. Weren't you having a heart-to-heart with your sisters? Why did you come here? Chen Zhuo's voice sounded again. He asked deliberately, clearly teasing Shen Zhixia. After all, Shen Zhixia was a beautiful business executive who had faced numerous situations. Even so, she suppressed her inner nervousness and whispered, I came to cover you with the blanket. Cover you with the blanket. Then why were you feeling my abs? Chen Zhuo chuckled, then feigned realization. Wait, you're not Muxi. Click. Chen Zhuo turned on the bedside lamp. Instantly, three figures appeared in the room. Sister Xiaxia. Chen Zhuo's eyes narrowed, then he looked at Bai Muxi. Muxi, what are you doing? Bringing other women here to take advantage of your husband. Bai Muxi blushed furiously and quickly explained, husband, I lost a game, and this is my punishment. A punishment that involves 3 girls feeling your husband's abs. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow and countered. Cough, let go of my hand first. Shen Zhixia finally spoke. The chill in her voice was gone, replaced by a blush on her flawless cheeks. No matter who you are, being caught doing something wrong makes it hard to stay composed. Especially since she had tried to deceive Chen Zhuo. The embarrassment was indescribable. Fortunately, years in the business world had taught her to keep her emotions hidden. All right, but I want an explanation. Bai Muxi pouted. Sister Xiaxia, you 3 go out first. I need to talk to Zhuo alone. Enough pretending. Time to lay her cards on the table. It wasn't that she was being magnanimous. After all, love was selfish. Who wanted to share their husband? But as the lyrics went, I can't bear it alone. Of course, this world didn't have that song, but the meaning was clear. Bai Muxi had been thoroughly worked over for 2 days. Though it was pain mixed with pleasure, she wasn't Chen Zhuo. She felt drained, even going to work. She could barely walk straight. It was unbearable, all right. End of scene. 3 girls left the room. Only Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi remained. The room fell into a deathly silence. Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi with a probing gaze, and was the first to break the silence. Go ahead. Husband, I can't help it, I really can't handle it. Bai Muxi said pitifully. In love, sincerity is the ultimate trump card. What do you mean by can't handle it? Bai Muxi blushed. I've fainted twice already, what do you think? Is it my fault? Chen Zhuo shrugged. Although I'm not against being with you, I've just become the CEO of the company recently. There's a lot to do, and I occasionally have to find time to accompany Dudu. But you need it so much. I really can't handle it, so I thought of finding one among my sisters to share the burden. Are you actively helping me build a harem? Chen Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Now he finally believed it. He must have transmigrated into a novel world. Otherwise, in the real world, how could there be a woman so understanding? Forget about opening a harem for a man. If even a female fly got close, she'd check if it had designs on her husband. Magnanimous, truly magnanimous. But could this harem actually be opened? Chen Zhuo was still constrained by Earth's mindset. Yet on second thought, if he were really to be with two women, what a terrible influence it would have on Dudu. If Dudu got hurt, would his system still work? Bai Muxi spoke up, mainly because we're still young. I'm afraid you're just acting on impulse with me. Don't worry, even if you're with my sister, I won't be angry. I can balance it myself. Chen Zhuo frowned. So you're finding a helper for yourself? To share your marital duties? Yes. What if I stop loving you in the future? It doesn't matter. No matter what happens in the future, I am Dudu's mother. As long as that relationship exists, we won't be severed. Bai Muxi said calmly. To be honest, he couldn't quite understand Bai Muxi's way of thinking. She grew up in a happy family with monogamous parents. How did it come to her directly finding other women for him? And from the looks of it, Chen Zhuo had no choice but to open a harem. How about this, from now on we'll do it at most 3 times a night, and as for finding other women, forget it. I'm afraid Dudu will be unhappy. Chen Zhuo expressed his thoughts. Actually, it was all the system's fault. The system had given him the world's healthiest kidneys. Every time they did it, he was like a perpetual motion machine, never tiring. He thought Bai Muxi also enjoyed it, so he went all out. Unexpectedly, Bai Muxi shook her head. That way you won't be fully satisfied. You've been so good to me, giving me 500 million in shares at the drop of a hat. I can't just do nothing. Let's leave it at that for now. After all, he was a father to a little girl. From another perspective, if his own daughter were one of the concubines in another man's harem, he would probably try every means to kill that man. Although he used to write harem novels, that was just fiction. Now that he was actually going to open a harem, he'd think about it later. The top priority was to spoil Dudu and rack up enough rewards from her. As for everything else, he'd deal with it later. Chen Zhuo thought carefully. He only had over 2 billion on him. That was too insecure. If the world he was in now was a novel world, then when he used to watch short dramas, they'd casually throw around tens of billions, hundreds of billions. They'd even spend over 1 billion on a necklace. From this perspective, his 2 billion was just the price of a necklace. No, he had to keep farming. With that thought, Chen Zhuo planned to take the next step. Bai Muxi hadn't expected Chen Zhuo to be so self-disciplined. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. From now on, I'll discuss such matters with you first. If sorry were enough, what would we need the police for? Chen Zhuo sneered. Then I was wrong. What do you want? Compensate me. Bai Muxi blushed. You don't mean. Congratulations, you guessed right. Chen Zhuo stood up directly and grabbed Bai Muxi's wrist. Soon the room was filled with Bai Muxi's suppressed sounds. She felt her mouth go numb. Chen Zhuo was too aggressive tonight. But thinking that the sisters were in the next room, Bai Muxi dared not make too much noise. In the adjacent room, the 3 girls lay together on a huge 2-meter bed, tossing and turning. Do you think Cici might be silenced? Su Wantong asked jokingly. Lin Xiaoman rolled her eyes. How could that be? But with Chen Zhuo's stamina, if she wants to go to work tomorrow, she'll probably need crutches. Is it that exaggerated? Shen Zhixia asked hesitantly. If Cici didn't exaggerate, then probably. Su Wantong chimed in. Forget it, let's just sleep. We have to go back to school tomorrow. Lin Xiaoman sighed. Admittedly, the soundproofing at Huiyuetai was excellent. But it couldn't stop the girls' imagination. It felt like insects were crawling inside their bodies. Until the alcohol kicked and they finally fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Zhuo woke up full of energy. As usual, he made a beautiful breakfast so that when Dudu woke up, she could eat a steaming hot meal right away. Bai Muxi put last night's absurdities behind her. Meanwhile, the 3 girls woke up together. After washing up with the disposable toiletries prepared in advance, they left the room. But because they didn't see Bai Muxi get up, they knocked on the door. Cici, are you awake? Su Wantong's voice came from outside. The door is unlocked. Come in. The door opened. The floor was a mess. Last night, Bai Muxi's pajamas had been torn to shreds. What is this? Lin Xiaoman's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi lay weakly on the bed. He was angry last night, so he taught me a lesson. This kind of lesson. Su Wantong covered her mouth. Shen Zhixia, however, was curious. How many times? I don't remember. I fainted again. Bai Muxi said pitifully. You are all my dear sisters. How about one of you help me? I really can't do it alone anymore. The 3 girls exchanged glances. For a moment, no one spoke. What do you mean by that? Su Wantong swallowed and asked. I want to share my husband. Bai Muxi said very seriously. Keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid Chen Zhuo will punish you again? Lin Xiaoman quickly made a shushing gesture. I'm not afraid. I've had enough. If I'm tormented like this every day, I won't be able to go to work. Bai Muxi gritted her teeth. With a husband like this, she really had no choice. If she didn't ask for help, she felt she would be ruined. Are you serious? Su Wantong's expression turned serious. Am I more real than real gold? Bai Muxi nodded. Lin Xiaoman asked again. Aren't you afraid Dudu will find out? It's fine, we'll keep it secret. Then we'll buy another apartment in Huiyuetai and let Chen just secretly visit you all. Bai Muxi realized her slip of the tongue. Cough, not you all, whoever is willing to help me, I'll go to them. I'm the eldest sister, let me. At that moment Chen Zhuo, who had been silent all along, spoke up. It must be said that Bai Muxi's thoughts were quite simple. Yet she overlooked one crucial point. Chen Zhuo was unwilling. As a time traveler, what did he desire most at this moment? Stability. Since he already had a beautiful wife and a lovely child, why would he seek romantic entanglements? Therefore, when Bai Muxi suggested seeking help from others last night, Chen Zhuo directly refused. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather he dreaded complications. After a man becomes wealthy, it's not difficult to maintain a harem, for women are naturally drawn to strength. With wealth and good looks, many worldly women would flock to him. What was truly difficult? Not to build a harem. To set the right values for Dudu. Chen Zhuo naturally couldn't take that first step. As the saying goes, in the end, love relies on conscience. Chen Zhuo still possessed a strong conscience. When the three girls emerged from the bedroom and saw Chen Zhuo wearing an apron looking like a devoted house husband, they were secretly astonished. Online people often say there's no land that can't be tilled, only an ox that works itself to death. But today the roles were reversed. Chen Zhuo appeared energetic and vigorous, while Bai Muxi was utterly exhausted, having been thoroughly worn out. Yet girls can still be shy. Just as Bai Muxi said earlier, I can only promise I won't be jealous, but whether Zhuo is willing to accept you depends on yourselves. After all, Bai Muxi had been punished last night. Seeing the three emerge, Chen Zhuo smiled and said, "Good morning, I've made breakfast for you. Sit down and have some." Dudu spotted the three aunties and immediately flashed a sweet smile. "Good morning, aunties." The three quickly greeted her back. It was indeed hard to remain aloof in front of such an adorable child. Even Chen Zhuo's face was full of endearment. Just moments ago in the room, Chen Zhuo had come clean with her sisters. The main issue was that her family had recently been pressuring her to go on blind dates. They even threatened to arrange a family marriage if she couldn't find a suitable man. Chen Zhuo certainly didn't want that. Since Bai Muxi needed help, she felt it was her duty to step in. Good sisters should stay together forever. As for marriage, what did it matter as long as they didn't get a marriage certificate? Once she became pregnant and bore an heir, no one could force her to marry. But she truly hadn't anticipated Chen Zhuo's unwillingness. After all, with her attributes, any man would surely be willing, wouldn't they? Unless Chen Zhuo was a Sigma male. A simple breakfast somehow felt like a state banquet. Though the dishes were ordinary, pork liver and lean meat, congee, stir-fried greens, and fried eggs. The way Chen Zhuo cooked them was extraordinary. Each bite warmed the heart. The three women heaped praise upon his culinary skills. Chen Zhuo didn't eat immediately. Instead, he went to the bedroom. When Bai Muxi saw him, she buried her face in the blanket. "Why are you here? Don't tell me you want a morning workout." Chen Zhuo shook his head. "Didn't I promise you last night? From now on, at most 3 times a night. For your health, let's limit it to 3 times a week. How about that?" "Really?" Bai Muxi's eyes widened. "Won't you feel unsatisfied?" "No." Chen Zhuo smiled and shook his head. "Love is about restraint. Since you don't want it as often, we'll reduce the frequency." It was normal for newlyweds to need adjustment. But Chen Zhuo never expected her solution to the problem was to arrange other women for him. That way of thinking was indeed rather peculiar. Bai Muxi's eyes glistened with emotion. She had just been thinking about letting her sisters win over her husband. Yet her husband was steadfastly choosing her. This. Bai Muxi's heart was moved beyond words. "Honey, give me a hug." She reached out her arms in a hugging gesture. Chen Zhuo caught a glimpse of her exposed skin. But at this moment his mind was clear. After embracing Bai Muxi briefly, he urged her to get up. "After breakfast, I'll take you to the company. I need to go buy 2 buildings." "What? Buy 2 buildings?" Bai Muxi thought she had misheard. How could Chen Zhuo utter such words as casually as buying groceries? "Yes. I'm planning to set up a company and need office space. Isn't Pazho filled with newly built buildings that haven't been occupied yet? So I'm thinking of buying 2 for office use," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Moreover, he had already decided to put the buildings under Dudu's name. As the saying goes, a house is a house, an office building is an office building. As Dudu's biological father, it was perfectly reasonable for him to buy a couple of commercial properties for his daughter, wasn't it? Bai Muxi's mouth fell open. "Do you have that much cash flow? Who exactly are you? You only need to remember that I'm your husband and Dudu's father. Leave everything else alone," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Originally, he thought over 2 billion was a lot. But after last night's realization, he still felt it was too little. Coincidentally, the new company needed a location. Buying buildings was the best choice. Bai Muxi was stunned, speechless, but she still got up. With such a wealthy husband, she couldn't afford to fall behind. She had to build the animation company into a success in no time. After a delightful breakfast, the group left Huiwetai. During the walk, Chen Zhuo proactively chatted with Chen Zhuo about his views on several major industries. She wasn't good at romance, so she planned to start from business. Chen Zhuo didn't avoid the topic and willingly shared his areas of interest. One was gaming, the other was AI. Especially AI. Once computing power reached the required level, he could effortlessly create the dojo from his past life. This world also had short video platforms, just like when Dojo emerged in his previous life alongside other platforms. But why did Dojo succeed? Ultimately, it came down to its core algorithm. It could precisely know what users wanted to watch. Once users developed a habit, they couldn't leave Dojo. Chen Zhuo had initially just wanted to break the ice. But as they talked, she felt a thrill. If it really turned out as Chen Zhuo envisioned, how huge would that market be? Chen Zhuo naturally didn't care about her reaction. In his mind, Chen Zhuo was simply Bai Muxi's best friend, perhaps attractive, but nothing special. Moreover, what he said was very general. He didn't reveal any specifics about implementation, so he wasn't worried about her stealing his ideas. Besides, the AI market was vast, and he wasn't afraid of competition. On the contrary, many industries need strong competitors to thrive. Only by competing on quality can development be spurred. After breakfast, Chen Zhuo personally drove Bai Muxi to her company, then called the property management in Pazhou. Time to buy buildings. 100-fold cashback, here I come. Office buildings in Pazhou are primarily for lease, sales are rare. Yet scarcity does not mean absence. Right in the core area of the Pazhou CBD, two buildings are currently on the market. One is called Joy Tower, the other Global Tower. Joy Tower has a floor area of 1900 square meters priced at 500 yuan per square meter, totaling 950 million yuan. Global Tower covers 200 square meters, also at 500 yuan per square meter, totaling 1 billion yuan. Of course, these are the listed prices. In theory, bargaining is possible. But does Chen Zhuo need to bargain? Certainly not. The higher the price, the more cashback he receives. With a 1.9 billion yuan purchase, the cashback would be 190 billion. With that amount, no one would ever call him poor again, right? Chen Zhuo, holding Dudu's hand, entered the property headquarters. This was the place dedicated to leasing and sales. Of course, visitors usually came here for leasing. In fact, due to the recent economic downturn, rental returns had been disappointing. When Chen Zhuo and Dudu arrived at 9 in the morning, the staff had not yet started their workday. However, in Yangqing, opportunities for face-slapping arrogance were scarce. As soon as Chen Zhuo walked in with his daughter, a young woman in a professional business suit immediately approached him. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26. With makeup, her looks were at least a 7 out of 10. Most notably, she was quite filial, and her dress was clearly designed with a deep cleavage. No matter where one works to enhance their core competitiveness, women must wisely leverage their appearance and figure. Chen Zhuo had no ulterior motives. He directly inquired about the buildings for sale. I'd like to see which buildings are available here. The saleswoman immediately began to introduce them earnestly. Let's go, show us around. Chen Zhuo said straightforwardly. Dudu looked at him curiously. Daddy, are you really going to buy a building? Yes, and Daddy plans to give it to you. Dudu immediately shook her head. Dudu doesn't need a building. Dudu has no use for it. It's fine, it will be registered under your name, and the future rent will be your pocket money, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Then will Dudu have lots and lots of pocket money? Can buy lots and lots of things. Yes. Chen Zhuo nodded. So if you had money, what would you most want to buy? Dudu's eyes rolled around. I want to buy Mommy's time. Mommy is always busy with work and never has time to spend with Dudu. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Nonsense, didn't Mommy just take you to the amusement park? Dudu pouted aggrievedly, but Mommy will get busier and busier and spend less and less time with Dudu. Chen Zhuo fell into thought. Dudu was probably referring to Bai Muxi from her past life. Did some people truly love work? Chen Zhuo found it hard to understand. Even though she had achieved financial freedom, she still insisted on going to work. What kind of mindset was that? Isn't it better to travel and spend time with family when you're rich? Of course, Chen Zhuo couldn't judge others by his own standards. But he felt he should talk to Bai Muxi about Dudu's thoughts. He couldn't let himself be a single parent and all, but name could he? For a child to have a complete childhood, a father's companionship alone was not enough. The mother must also be involved. As for work must be left at the office. After learning Dudu's wish, Chen Zhuo carried her on a tour of the two buildings. Both were newly built with fresh decorations and complete facilities. As for why they were being sold, of course due to the industry's downturn. The real estate company had taken out massive loans from the bank to build these properties. Now the bank was pressing for repayment. If they didn't sell, the consequences would be dire. If I decide to buy now, how long will it take to transfer the ownership? Chen Zhuo asked the beautiful saleswoman after touring the buildings. Are you really going to buy? The saleswoman became visibly excited, her chest heaving. If you really want to buy, I'll contact my boss immediately to come and give you a detailed introduction. Chen Zhuo crouched down beside Dudu. Does Dudu like these two buildings? Dudu nodded. Yes, Mommy works here. Can Dudu come here to find Mommy in the future? Of course, and you can become a landlady. Dudu's eyes lit up. Then Dudu wants to have lots and lots of keys like in the videos. Then the other kids will be so envious of me. Chen Zhuo's mind automatically pictured Dudu carrying a woven bag to collect rent, a smile spreading across his face. Since you like collecting rent, Daddy will buy you a few more buildings. Their conversation was not kept secret. The beautiful saleswoman overheard it all. Her heart was in turmoil. Who is this young man, barely in his 20s? How can he talk about buying buildings as easily as buying vegetables? Just then Chen Zhuo looked up and said to the saleswoman, all right, have your boss come in person. Yes, I'll notify him immediately. Chen Zhuo also took out his phone and contacted the law firm he had previously worked with. He asked them to send someone over not only for the purchase, but also to handle the gift transfer to his daughter. Naturally, a lawyer's presence was required. Owning two buildings in Pazhou meant one was a big shot busy with countless affairs. However, due to the recent real estate slump, they had much more free time. About half an hour later, a Maybach pulled up at the entrance. A boss accompanied by an assistant strode quickly into the lobby. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo and Dudu had been invited into a private room where the saleswoman brought them 2 cups of warm soy milk. While waiting for the boss, Chen Zhuo began telling Dudu a new story. This time it was about Dolo. Although in the future Tang Sam became a source of various jokes, and the line "Revive My Love" became a meme, there was no denying that Dolo was one of the most successful Chinese animations in recent years. You could see Dolo cards, dolls, and toys everywhere at elementary school gates. Wasn't that a form of success? He chose this story because it began from childhood. Sure enough, when Dudu learned that Xiao Wu was actually a rabbit transformed, she immediately connected Xiao Wu to Zhu Di. Daddy, do you think Xiao Wu is prettier or Zhu Di is prettier? Chen just smiled. That's up to you. How about Daddy draw Xiao Wu for you to compare? Everyone has their own aesthetic. Chen Zhuo asked the saleswoman for paper and pen, and within minutes, he had sketched Xiao Wu's image. Dudu's eyes lit up. Xiao Wu is so cute, even cuter than Dudu. No, Dudu is the cutest in Daddy's heart. Chen Zhuo patted Dudu's head. How about I want to hear more of the Dolo story? Dudu nodded. Immediately, did Xiao Wu beat Tang San? Chen Zhuo smiled and began to tell the story. Thanks to his enhanced memory, he recalled every detail vividly, whether from the novel or the anime. Of course, Chen Zhuo narrated the anime version, which had a faster pace. But the story lasted only a short while before the door was pushed open. A spirited middle-aged man accompanied by his secretary entered the VIP room. Hello. I'm Jiang Qinglong, CEO of LD Group. Pleased to meet you. Jiang Qinglong is the president of Greenland Group, a figure often featured in financial news. In Yangqing, he is a business magnate, a renowned figure. However, Chen Zhuo didn't really know him, mainly because he didn't pay much attention to business news. Seeing the man selling the building approaching, Chen Zhuo stood up and shook hands with him. Hello, President Jiang. I'm Chen Zhuo. Nice to meet you. Hello, President Chen. Are you the one who wants to buy our buildings? And 2 at once? Yes. May I ask, will you be paying in installments or in full? If in full, I can offer a 10% discount on the total price and also give you 3 years of property management fees for free. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Discount? Then my cashback would be less. No discount needed, but you can offer some other perks. 9 billion. A 10% discount would mean nearly 200 million less. Jiang Qinglong was stunned, thinking he misheard. That's a 10% discount equivalent to a full 190 million. He actually refused it. But how could he know? It seemed like losing 190 million, but if 190 million were cashed back, it would be 19 billion. Only a fool would take that discount. But adhering to the principle of not letting a good deal slip by, he could still ask for other perks. You mean you don't want the discount? Jiang Qinglong stared at Chen Zhuo in astonishment. In all his years in business, this was the first time he heard someone refuse a discount. Chen Zhuo nodded. Aren't you in real estate? Just turn the money into properties for me. Jiang Qinglong immediately nodded. Then where would you like the properties? Are you interested in Pazho 1? I have a 1000 square meter standalone villa here priced at around 110 million. Additionally, I'll arrange 100 employee apartments for you. Later you can either rent them out or use them as employee benefits. Property prices in Pazho are not low. After all, many large companies are located here. An apartment costs around 1 million. This time he directly offered 100 units, that's 100 million. Plus the previous 110 million. That's 210 million. This is even more generous than a 10% discount. It seems the real estate market is indeed sluggish. But what did that have to do with him? Okay. Chen Zhuo agreed directly. But it all must be written into the contract. No problem. Of course, no problem. Jiang Qinglong nodded. I just wonder when we can sign the contract. To be honest, the company has been really short on cash flow recently. As soon as my legal team arrives. Classic law firm didn't keep him waiting long. They quickly dispatched a top-tier lawyer. Under the witness of both parties, the contract was signed. Chen Zhuo swiped his card, and thus 9 billion was easily transferred to the other party's company account. Meanwhile, Ding detected that the host purchased 2 office buildings for Dudu. Future purchases of office buildings will not be eligible for cashback. Ding spent 9 billion cashback of 190 billion yuan. Soon Chen Zhao's phone vibrated. It really was 190,000 yuan. Adding the 800 million he still had, he was now a man with 198 billion yuan. When Jiang Qinglong saw the successful transfer, his body trembled. What kind of identity was this? How could he directly transfer 9 billion? No need to notify the bank. Not even a corporate-to-corporate transfer. A personal transfer of 9 billion. Terrifying. Of course, these were all trivial matters. Chen Zhuo felt it was the system helping. After buying 2 buildings, it was already meal time. Jiang Qinglong wanted to treat them to a meal to build rapport. However, Chen Zhuo left the choice to Dudu. Dudu, who do you want to have dinner with? Dudu didn't hesitate. Dudu wants to eat with mommy. Dudu misses mommy. Having just transmigrated not long ago, she was in a time of lacking security. As for having 2 more buildings under her name, the property rights hadn't been changed yet. Besides, she didn't have a strong concept of two buildings. She didn't even know what a landlady did. But she understood that if she refused the gift from her daddy, he would be unhappy. Chen Zhuo showed an apologetic expression. Then we'll have to meet another time. It's just meal time and my wife works next door, so I need to go have lunch with her. Jiang Qinglong laughed heartily. Understandable, after all, loving your wife leads to prosperity. President Chen, so young and already so outstanding, you must have a harmonious family. They exchanged contact information. As they were leaving, Jiang Qinglong smiled and said, if you encounter any problems in Yansheng that you'd rather not handle personally, you can contact me. I still have some influence. Chen Zhuo smiled. Then thank you, President Jiang. In China, doing real estate too cleanly won't work. After all, people tend to bully the weak. Just then Chen Zhuo thought of something. President Jiang, do you know any powerful security companies? I want to hire some bodyguards for my family. Of course, I'll recommend one to you right now. Golden Shield Security is world-class, filled with retired special forces, even some who retired from the battlefield. All right, thanks, President Jiang. Leaving the trading center, Chen Zhuo drove his Rolls-Royce to Tsiyuan Yinli. When Chen Zhuo appeared at the front desk holding Dudu's hand, the beautiful receptionist immediately stood up and respectfully greeted them. Hello, Chairman Chen. Hello, Miss. Hello, is President Bai in the company? Yes. You can go directly, and you should see President Bai. Chen Zhuo had been here before, so he knew his way around. The door to the president's office was ajar. The displeased voice of Bai Muxi came from inside. This report is done like this. Did you even graduate from college? How did these sets of data come about? Why is there no data support? And here, why is the transition so awkward? Chen Zhuo hadn't expected that Bai Muxi, who acted so pitiful at home, could have such a cold side. He had to admit it was quite impressive. Dudu tugged at Chen Zhuo's arm. Daddy, why don't we wait over there first? Mommy seems to be scolding someone. Seeing Dudu's frightened look, Chen Zhuo nodded. Let's not disturb Mommy for now. But just as they turned around, Bai Muxi's secretary came over. Hello, Chairman Chen. Hello, little miss. The secretary's words obviously caught Bai Muxi's attention. The low-pressure atmosphere in the office instantly changed. Bai Muxi looked up toward the door and indeed saw her husband and daughter. Why are you here? You didn't tell me in advance. Bai Muxi stood up, then said to the person in front of her, it's just meal time. Everyone go eat first and come back with the revised plan this afternoon. Yes, President Bai. Everyone answered in unison. As they left, their eyes were full of gratitude toward Chen Zhuo. Only then did Chen Zhuo take Dudu into the room. Bai Muxi came out from the office area and approached Dudu. Dudu, you weren't scared, were you? Mommy is only like this when working. Dudu nodded. Dudu knows Mommy, Daddy, and I came to have lunch with you. I haven't even digested my breakfast yet. I was planning to skip lunch. Bai Muxi touched her stomach. Chen Zhuo scolded her. That won't do. Many stomach problems come from starving like this. By the way, a boss just gave me a villa in Pazho 1. From now on, you can go home for a lunch break at noon. What? Bai Muxi's eyes widened. Someone gave you a villa, and it's in Pazho 1. Yeah, what's wrong? The villas in Pazho 1 are not cheap. The cheapest ones are tens of millions. Just pocket change. For a man with 190 billion in his card, a few tens of millions is indeed pocket change. Bai Muxi was utterly astounded. What exactly did you two do this morning? You didn't actually go buy a building, did you? Chen Zhuo nodded. Of course I did. I even found a lawyer for notarization, but the paperwork might take some time. So you now own 2 office buildings? Yes. Chen Zhuo nodded. But they won't be mine for long. Huh. Why, didn't I say it? These 2 buildings are for Dudu. Chen Zhuo shrugged. Are you serious? Bai Muxi's mouth was slightly agape as if it could fit an egg. Chen Zhuo nodded. Of course. From now on, Dudu will be a landlady. She doesn't have to do a thing, and the annual rent alone will be enough for a lifetime of comfort. Bai Muxi was completely floored. She had seen people spoil their children, but never like this. She had thought the 20 million yuan Rolls-Royce was the limit. Now with a single move he had spent 9 billion on 2 office buildings. This was insane. But she's barely 5 years old. Isn't it dangerous for her to have assets like that? Chen Zhuo nodded. I've thought about that too. So I plan to hire 2 teams of bodyguards in the next few days. Oh, and I'll also arrange a female bodyguard for you. She can drive you around and protect you if you're ever in danger. So it's a case of when one person gets to heaven, all his family and followers go with him. Clearly Bai Muxi felt that Chen Zhuo was extending his love for Dudu to her. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Of course not. You're my wife. I have to think about your safety. A sweet smile spread across Bai Muxi's face, but she quickly snapped back to reality. Oh, by the way, can our dimension gravity move into Dudu's office building? The lease here still has 3 months left, but the property manager is a bit difficult. What happened? Chen Zhao's brow furrowed, and his tone turned serious. Wherever there are people, those with a little power often seek personal gain. Some covet money, others lust. It's only human nature. But it was absolutely unacceptable for anyone to extend their predatory claws toward his own people. Bai Muxi nodded. Just this morning that manager called me and told me to find a time to go to a hotel to discuss the contract renewal. Clearly the manager had taken Bai Muxi for a naive young girl without connections. What's his name? Su Daqing. Chen Zhuo nodded. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Aren't we going to eat? Just give me a song's time. Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone and called Jiang Chenglong. Jiang Chenglong was in a great mood. He had gathered a few key members for lunch to celebrate the sale of the 2 buildings. He had just sat down when he saw the call from his financial god. President Chen, what's the matter? Here's the thing. My wife ran into a problem. I want to know if your company has a property manager named Su Daqing. Su Daqing. Yes, he works under me. This guy tried to proposition my wife. President Jiang, you know what to do, right? Jiang Chenglong's expression instantly turned grim. Don't worry, President Chen. I'll handle it before the end of the day. Then I'll leave it to you, President Jiang. Let's grab a drink sometime. Sure. The call ended. Chen Zhuo picked up Dudu. Dudu, what do you want to eat? Dudu wrapped her arms around Chen Zhao's neck and began listing dishes. I want roast chicken ribs, steamed egg. Oh, am I asking for too much? Before Chen Zhuo could speak, Bai Muxi chimed in, of course you are. Eating so much every day you'll turn into a little chubby girl. But Dudu didn't mind. That's okay. Chubby is cute too. A smile spread across Chen Zhao's face. It's fine, Dudu. If you eat a lot, Daddy will take you to exercise. How about we go bike riding this afternoon? What do you think? The weather in Yancheng had been a bit chilly lately, but from 2 to 4 in the afternoon the sun was bright and perfect for outdoor activities. Since Bai Muxi had to work, Chen Zhuo planned to take Dudu cycling to get some exercise. Dudu nodded eagerly. Yes, but Dudu doesn't know how to ride a bike. Bai Muxi also spoke up. I don't know how either. Then how about you skip work this afternoon? I'll teach both of you to ride. Chen Zhuo proposed directly. Skip work? How can I do that? You're going to support me. Bai Muxi rolled her eyes. Dudu said earlier that when she starts getting rent she'll use it to buy your time, so you can spend more time with her. Dudu immediately nodded. Dudu wants to race with mommy. Bai Muxi's heart softened a little. But I still have to think about the location of the new office. What's there to think about? My company doesn't need much space. You can just move dimension gravity over completely. Chen Zhuo said calmly. Or if you don't want to move, that's fine too. I've already had someone take care of that manager you mentioned. You know someone in the property management? I didn't before, but I bought 2 buildings today. The boss almost kneeled and kowtowed twice on the spot. How is that possible? President Jiang of Greenland Real Estate is a Forbes-listed big shot. The real estate market has been sluggish for years. He's all bark and no bite. Chen Zhuo said flatly. If you want lasting prosperity, you have to lean toward the internet. That's the real evergreen. Just like Tencent in his past life. It had chosen the right industry and remained unstoppable. The 3 of them stepped into the elevator together. Just as Bai Muxi stepped out of the elevator, her phone rang. Hello, is this President Bai of Dimension Gravity? Yes, speaking. May I ask who this is? I'm the new manager of Greenland Property. You can call me Xiao Yang. Yang Kailai said respectfully. We understand you're interested in renewing the lease, is that correct? If you're available, we can come to your office this afternoon to discuss the contract. Bai Muxi's eyes widened in shock. The problem that had troubled her for 2 days was solved by a single phone call from Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo became even more enigmatic, and she had been thinking of pushing such a husband to another woman. For a moment, Bai Muxi felt a pang of regret. If only he could be a little more restrained, she could grit her teeth and endure it. I'm not free this afternoon. How about tomorrow morning? Bai Muxi made a quick decision. What was a contract negotiation compared to spending time with her husband? Besides, she had never ridden a bicycle before, so she would learn this afternoon. Most importantly, she wanted to accompany Dudu. Of course. See you tomorrow morning. Great, see you in the morning. The call ended. Dudu looked at Bai Muxi with delight. Mommy, are you coming to learn to ride a bike with me this afternoon? Yes, Dudu wants to race with mommy. Yes. Dudu nodded immediately. Dudu loves being with Daddy and Mommy the most. Ding. Detected that Dudu is in a joyful mood. Daddy points 500. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. The little girl was happy again. Once he saved up enough, he would do a 10 draw. 3 people were dining at a Cantonese restaurant. The per capita cost was over 1,000 yuan, and the ambience was exceptionally elegant. The meal was a harmonious and joyful affair. Bai Muxi found Shen Zhixia during the meal. Sister Xiaxia, I regret it. What's wrong? Shen Zhixia asked curiously. I don't want to share my husband, and Zhuo doesn't want to be entangled with other women. Sister Xiaxia, I'm sorry. Shen Zhixia looked at her sister's message and fell into deep thought. She had always been very calm. She was also very cold towards men. But why did she become flustered around Chen Zhuo? Even somewhat. Throwing herself at him. Was he truly outstanding, or was her mind being influenced? After all, she was also a very proud girl. How could she possibly throw herself at someone who clearly had a wife? Something was wrong. Calming down, Shen Zhixia began to ponder the process of her change. It must be because his face had struck a chord in her heart. But even so, she absolutely could not become a third party interfering in someone else's relationship. With that thought, Shen Zhixia replied to Bai Muxi, it's my fault. Lately my family has been urging me to go on blind dates, which threw me off balance. I won't interfere anymore. You and little Zhuo live well together. I wish you both happiness. Thank you, Sister Xiaxia. Bai Muxi replied with gratitude. Shen Zhixia poured herself a glass of red wine, looked at the bustling street below, and fell into contemplation. Chen Zhuo was indeed outstanding, but she must stay away from someone who could disturb her mind. Otherwise, if the news of her becoming a mistress were to leak out, her personal reputation would completely collapse. As a businesswoman, she clearly understood what it meant to prioritize integrity. Of course, she only realized this after leaving Huiyutai. However, missing out on a high-quality man like Chen Zhuo was indeed a pity. She could only lament that she met him too late. But fate is like that. She could only say that she and Chen Zhuo were destined to meet, but not to be together. But Shen Zhixiao would never have imagined that it was actually because of the system. After his charm reached 100, Chen Zhuo became a human seducer. Actually, women are all emotional, and the vast majority of them place great importance on appearance. Chen Zhuo is so handsome and so capable, it's only natural to be attracted to him. Chen Zhuo naturally noticed that Bai Muxi was chatting with someone, but even between husband and wife there is privacy. After she put down her phone, he asked, "Cici, do you know where we can buy bicycles nearby? A craftsman must sharpen his tools to do his work. We need to get 3 bicycles first. There's a Trek store nearby. We can go directly after we finish eating." Trek is an American brand. The first professional road cycling team in China was sponsored by them. When the 3 were almost done eating, Chen Zhuo took the lead to pay the bill. The meal cost a total of 4,300 yuan, and he accidentally got a cashback of 4,300 yuan. Looking at the transfer message from Construction Bank, Chen Zhuo's face beamed with a brilliant smile. He loved this feeling of being enriched by incoming money. Perhaps in his past life, he was born under the sign of Pishio, loving only to take in and never give out. Plans always change faster than expected. He had originally planned to hire some bodyguards in the afternoon, but now he simply changed the itinerary. The Trek store was on Binjiang West Road. When they arrived, it was quite bustling. Chen Zhuo glanced at the customers in the store. Although the weather was cold, the female cyclists were still wearing tight-fitting clothes, and with years of exercise their figures were absolutely stunning. But their facial features were only slightly above average. Compared to a top-tier beauty like Bai Muxi, the gap was enormous. However, Chen Zhuo had already made a decision in his mind. He had to buy Bai Muxi a cycling outfit. But this cycling outfit could only be worn at home, while only in the bedroom. Although the clothing didn't expose any skin, it was too revealing of the figure. It didn't look like it was for cycling, it was more like for flirting. Even the winter version, with fleece lining and thicker fabric, still looked very form-fitting. "Honey, is that pretty girl good-looking?" Bai Muxi noticed Chen Zhuo's gaze and leaned in to ask. "Not as good-looking as you." Chen Zhuo answered honestly. "Cici, how about you wear the cycling outfit and accompany me tonight?" Bai Muxi immediately blushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't let Dudu hear you. Then will you wear it? Do you like it, eh?" "Yes." "Then, I'll wear it." "Good." Chen Zhuo's face broke into a smile. "Come on, let's pick the bikes first." There were quite a few types of bicycles. Those who loved speed preferred drop-bar road bikes. Those who liked off-road had mountain bikes, and office workers often used folding bikes. The most expensive one here was the Trek Madun SLR 9AXS Gen 8, with a starting price of 11,200 yuan. If you wanted to add configurations, you would have to pay extra. However, Chen Zhuo didn't buy expensive just for the sake of being expensive. What was the most important thing about cycling? Safety. What came next? Comfort. Although road bikes were fast, they were also the ones that had the most accidents. Of course, Dudu was very opinionated. When she saw a pink little princess bike, she couldn't move. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. "Then I'll take a pink one too." Pink was the true color for a real macho man. Bai Muxi, on the other hand, didn't choose pink. She chose carbon fiber black. It was shiny and glossy. As for the cycling outfit, Chen Zhuo mentioned they bought it too, but she only confirmed the size in the fitting room and didn't wear it out. Chen Zhuo was very satisfied with Bai Muxi's decision. Other men's wives could dress as freely as they liked, but his own wife should be as covered up as possible. However, transporting the bikes back was a hassle. Fortunately, this world also had Huolala. As everyone knew, Huolala not only transported goods, but also could carry novice cyclists who couldn't ride. Chen Zhuo drove Bai Muxi and Dudu to Pazhou No. 1. Earlier when he searched, he found that there was a greenway outside his villa which was very suitable for cycling and such. Moreover, there was a garden perfect for outdoor activities. It just so happened that he hadn't been to the Pazhou No. 1 villa that Boss Jiang gave him, so he could go and check it out. When the Rolls-Royce arrived at Pazhou No. 1, it was immediately stopped. But the security guard's attitude was respectful. Why did big bosses love driving Rolls-Royces? This car represented one's status as soon as it left the driveway. Of course, Jiang Qinglong was very quick. He had someone register Chen Zhuo's information immediately, and as for the house's password, he had already told Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo could change it himself. Although the house hadn't been transferred, yet the owner's information had already been updated. Such was the charm of money. Money can make the devil turn the millstone. No. It can make the millstone turn the devil. The security booth logged the information of license plate UAD 888DO, and under the guidance of the security guard they smoothly arrived at the 1000 square meter large villa. The iron gate opened, revealing a truly magnificent mansion. No wonder this house was worth 100 million yuan. It was truly outrageously luxurious. Chen Zhuo brought Bai Muxi and Dudu into their new home in Pazhou. Although Bai Muxi had grown up in a villa on Urshideo Island, she was still captivated by such a magnificent residence. After all, the villas on Urshideo Island were built quite early and already showed signs of age, whereas Pazhou no. One was a brand new development. Moreover, each building alone carried a design fee of several million yuan. Added to the fact that this particular building was the premier residence in the complex, it indeed made a stunning impression. This villa was constructed as recently as 2015, featuring an overall European Baroque architectural style. The exterior facade was clad in premium natural stone complemented by a blue tile roof and soaring Roman columns with a designated family crest position. The entrance featured massive double doors crafted from Burmese teak weighing several hundred caddies each. Vehicles could drive directly into the underground parking. To ensure a thorough tour, the security personnel summoned the building's 24-hour butler to guide them through the residence. The entire villa spanned 7 floors above ground and 2 levels underground, equipped with a private residential elevator. The first floor featured an impressive 8-meter-high living room, while the basement level boasted 7-meter ceilings and approximately 6-meter heights throughout the underground spaces, complete with 3 skylights for natural ventilation and illumination, leaving no dark corners. In his past life, Chen Zhuo had never encountered anything comparable. Now he truly felt as though he had been given a second chance at life. The pleasures of wealth were genuinely beyond anything he could have imagined before. Though the property was listed at 1,000 square meters, it actually featured dual courtyards at both the front and rear. These 2 modest courtyards combined exceeded 200 square meters. In a place where every inch of land commanded such a premium, having such an expansive private space was extraordinary. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but marvel again at how fortunate it was to possess such wealth. The first floor was primarily notable for its spaciousness, with furniture that appeared brand new and was tended to by dedicated staff. According to the butler's explanation, thorough cleaning was conducted weekly to maintain pristine conditions throughout. Beyond that, the residence offered numerous rooms and breathtaking views. From the expansive viewing terrace on the top floor, one could clearly behold the magnificent river panorama and the urban skyline of the Pazhou Central Business District. They said the sunlight in Yangqing came at a price. Without wealth, one could only dwell in village houses and endlessly consume pork knuckle rice. But with money, one could purchase services and scenery alike. Just maintaining cleanliness in a house like this would be a considerable undertaking. I doubt 3 cleaners would suffice. Bai Muxi's initial concerns centered on housekeeping. Don't worry, we'll hire a butler. As for how many cleaners we need, the butler can arrange everything, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. That's quite a substantial expense. Bai Muxi frowned. Would a monthly allowance of 100 yuan truly be sufficient under these circumstances? Rest assured, I'll cover that expense. Chen Zhuo gently patted her head. Daddy, look, the Canton Tower over there. Indeed. Chen Zhuo nodded and asked, do you know which direction our home is? Is it over there? Dudu pointed toward Huaitang. You have a good sense of direction, Dudu. That's exactly it. Chen Zhuo smiled and nodded. Let's go, we've seen enough. Time to ride bikes. Let's go, Dudu wants to race with Mama. Dudu immediately grew excited. Chen Zhuo held Dudu's hand. Dudu, have you ever been to this building before? No, Daddy. When you lived in Yangqing, we only stayed at our own home and Grandpa and Grandma's house. Chen Zhuo nodded. It seemed he had inadvertently altered many things. Yet he wondered whether such changes might cause Dudu to vanish. Unable to resolve the question, Chen Zhuo chose to set it aside. Upon further reflection, the Chen Zhuo of the parallel world likely lacked a system, or at the very least not a fatherhood system. Otherwise, with the 100-fold cashback system, he certainly wouldn't have hesitated to purchase a villa. Then from now on, this will be our second home, all right. Chen Zhuo ruffled Dudu's hair as he asked. Wherever Daddy and Mama are, that's where Dudu belongs. Such a good child. Now let's go cycling. Chen Zhuo smiled. Earlier, the 3 bicycles had cost 2500 yuan, which meant a cashback of 25 million yuan. What company could earn such a fortune in a single afternoon? That was precisely why Chen Zhuo felt no hesitation whatsoever in indulging himself. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi spoke suddenly upon reaching the doorway. Asia, you teach Dudu first. I need to send a message to my secretary. I'll be there shortly. Then Mama, hurry up. Chen Zhuo nodded. All right, I'll be quick. Everyone possessed their own unique character. Chen Zhuo simply hadn't anticipated that Bai Muxi valued her career so deeply. Given this as her husband, he certainly needed to support her. Quality works were essential. Equally important were superior equipment and talent. Hadn't Dimension Animation Workshop, the leading domestic animation studio, already partnered with Japan's Sakura Moon Society? In that case, acquire Frame Animation Heart Whisper, the second-ranked studio, and consolidate the resources of the second and third positions. Then they could jointly compete against Dimension Animation Workshop. Of course, Chen Zhuo, who intended to remain behind the scenes as the mastermind, had no desire to personally manage everything. Bai Weiwei would be the first representative he brought to the forefront. Registering a company required careful consideration. After all, many names one might conceive were already taken. Ultimately, besides Chen Investment, Chen Zhuo also registered Tengfei Games and Tiaodong Bike Company. Tengfei Games was managed by Shen Yulin, while Tiaodong Bike Company was overseen by Lin Zhuo. Currently, Lin Zhuo and Bai Weiwei had begun negotiations with Zhongdao regarding the acquisition. Thanks to the insights of Shen Qingyan and Lu Weilan, these two rebellious spirits, they had a clear understanding of Zhongdao's expectations. For no more than 20 million, they could acquire all of Zhongdao's initial AI research investments. Of course, the acquisition itself was the lesser concern. The true challenge lay in genuine research and development. Thus, talent acquisition became the paramount priority moving forward. Chen Zhuo naturally had no need to involve himself in such matters. Consider this afternoon simply by accompanying Dudu to purchase a bicycle he received an immediate cashback of 25 million yuan. Which company could generate profits at such a pace? Moreover, Chen Zhuo discovered that the 100-fold cashback system imposed no restrictions whatsoever. Should he require it, acquiring 190 billion, or even 19 trillion, would pose no difficulty. Thanks to the system's concealment, neither domestic nor international authorities could detect any anomalies in his assets. Nevertheless, until he had sufficiently strengthened his position, he intended to pursue a low-profile development strategy. Soon after attending to her work, Bai Muxi arrived at the garden, where the air carried the fresh scent of sun-warmed grass mingled with the faint sounds of children playing in the distance. The weather was unusually warm that day. When Bai Muxi's gaze fell upon the pair, she couldn't help but be momentarily transfixed. Golden sunlight bathed them both as though they wore halos. Combined with their flawless faces, the scene was enough to melt Bai Muxi's heart completely. Almost instinctively, she pulled out her phone and captured the moment Chen Zhuo helped Dudu onto the back seat of the bicycle. Making money was undoubtedly important, yet spending time with family was equally essential. She needed to find a balance as soon as possible. Otherwise, if such a handsome husband were to be wooed away by another woman, she would regret it bitterly, with not even tears left to shed. If you haven't been to the specialty store, you'd hardly believe that a tiny bicycle meant for a 5-year-old costs as much as 4,999 yuan. The most outrageous part is that Chen Zhuo actually spent the money to buy one. At that moment, Chen Zhuo was teaching Dudu how to glide. Don't be afraid, Dudu. Chen Zhuo's voice was deliberately low and soft, like coaxing a startled little bird. Dad is right behind you. Just like riding a scooter. Keep your eyes forward, place your feet on the pedals, and Dad will hold you steady. Won't I fall, Daddy? Dudu swallowed hard, speaking with a hint of lingering fear. You won't. Your daddy is your knight. He'll protect our Princess Dudu at all times. I believe, Daddy. Dudu's expression grew resolute. Her expression shifted, and her little feet began attempting to touch the ground, gently propelling the bicycle forward. Chen Zhuo first held the rear seat of the bike, but it was far too low, making his movements awkward. Adding to the inconvenience, the cold weather meant he was dressed in thick layers, restricting his movements even further. Yet as a father, he never let his guard down, carefully ensuring Dudu would not fall. At that moment, Dudu's bicycle began to move forward, the wheels rolling across the pavement with a faint swish sound. Chen Zhuo's broad palms steadied the back of the seat, adjusting his small steps to match her rhythm. That's it, just like that. So wonderful. Look ahead, look at that tree full of flowers. Daddy, I'm gliding. Dudu's slightly excited voice rang out. Learning to ride a bicycle boils down to one thing: balance. Many parents purchase balance bikes without pedals in advance to help their children develop this skill. But it's truly unnecessary. Children have remarkable learning abilities. Why don't you try pedaling? Can I really do that? Try it and find out. Dudu's short legs began to wobble as she pedaled, hesitant and unsteady from fear. But Chen Zhuo's hands, gripping the rear of the bike, remained firm and steady. Slowly, Dudu began to overcome her fear. At first, the pace was slow, and the bike still wavered nervously as she would squeeze her eyes shut and scream in fright. But Chen Zhuo behind her gave her strength. Even when the bicycle tilted dangerously, those two hands were always there behind her, steadying, supporting, guiding her direction. With each round of encouragement, Dudu grew bolder, and every push of her feet generated forward momentum. And of course, a quality bicycle proved its worth at moments like these. Truly smooth, Dudu could now ride for short distances. Wow, Dudu can ride a bike. Only then did Bai Muxi make her way, overseeing the two, high-fiving. Dudu learned so quickly. Then why don't you teach Mama? Bai Muxi bent down, her breathtakingly beautiful face wearing an expression of pleading. Chen Zhuo was momentarily stunned. He had to admit, the undisputed top beauty of Zhongda University was truly radiant. Especially at that moment, sunlight fell perfectly upon her flawless face, making her glow with a crystal-clear, ethereal beauty. Dudu clearly loved being the teacher. Okay, I'll teach Mama. But I don't have enough strength to hold the bag for Mama. I'll need Daddy's help. No problem, I'll hold it steady. You teach Mama the key movements. Yage? Dudu immediately nodded. Then Teacher Dudu is about to begin class. It turned out Dudu truly had the makings of a teacher. At the very least, her memory was extraordinary. She had basically retained everything Chen Zhuo had just taught her. Moreover, this was essentially a Feynman learning method. By teaching Bai Muxi, she reinforced the key techniques all over again. But the one who worked the hardest was Chen Zhuo, simultaneously correcting small mistakes and acting as a bodyguard behind them. Exhausting yet deeply joyful. Daddy, Mama, look, I'm riding by myself. She shouted excitedly, her voice crystal clear, like wind chimes. Aizwa, I can do it too. Bai Muxi's excited voice rang out, as well her eyes glistening with warmth. She had always envied girls who could ride bicycles when she was young, finding them incredibly impressive. But she had never had the opportunity, so she had simply never learned. Now she felt truly remarkable. Most importantly, this afternoon had been so fulfilling, so joyful, so happy. During this afternoon, she had forgotten all the troubles at her company, completely immersed in the joy of spending time with her child. In the end, all three of them rode their bikes back to the villa's underground garage together. How about we just eat dinner here tonight? I noticed the kitchen equipment is quite complete. Chen Zhuo suggested with a smile. Sounds good. Bai Muxi nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to cook again. It's no trouble. You're not getting something for nothing though. You'll still have to wash the dishes. Chen Zhuo winked. Okay, let's go to the supermarket now and pick up supplies and grab a good bottle of wine to celebrate. Let's go. All three were on the same page immediately. There was a large supermarket nearby, part of the residential amenities. And the items inside weren't cheap, but the quality was excellent. Then shall we have Western food tonight? When Chen Zhuo asked Dudu what she wanted to eat, this was her response. No problem. You can even cook Western food. You're so versatile. Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo with utter admiration. There's no cuisine I can't make. Western food is easy, Thai, Vietnamese, all of it. Did they understand the true weight of God-tier culinary skills? Moreover, Chen Zhuo had discovered that with this ability, he possessed a magical power to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. If Lan Zhanfei came over and took just one bite of his cooking, he'd slap him repeatedly without letting go. Chen Zhuo placed Dudu into the shopping cart, while Bai Muxi selected the ingredients. Mushroom soup, 3 steaks, caviar, salmon. They would get it all arranged. Most importantly, they needed a bottle of wine. After drinking, she could take advantage of his tipsy state and give Chen Zhuo a proper scolding. But right beside the wine section happened to be the imported snacks area. Dudu's eyes went straight wide. Daddy, can I have some cookies, please? Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi. Cici, what do you think? Bai Muxi's face showed surprise. Loving cookies is hereditary. Let's buy some then, since you love them too. Chen Zhuo pushed the cart to the cookie aisle. This kind. What about this one? This one too. Bai Muxi also picked out several varieties but couldn't resist saying, cookies may be delicious, but they shouldn't be eaten in excess. Mainly because they contain trans fats. She wasn't warning Chen Zhuo or Dudu, she was reminding herself. In fact, most cookies sold in supermarkets were high in sugar, oil, and salt, and contained potentially harmful ingredients. The additives inside could be even more damaging to the body. Combined with the trans fats Bai Muxi had mentioned earlier, it was well known that the body struggles to metabolize them on its own, which could harm children's cardiovascular health and easily lead to obesity. Then let's buy low-sugar, low-sodium ones. These say they're specially made for infants and toddlers and contain no trans fats. Chen Zhuo selected 2 brands. Learning to read ingredient labels was indeed a significant advancement for consumers. Of course, credit also had to go to the country. After all, national regulations required products to clearly label all ingredients and additives. Unlike abroad where labeling was optional. Bai Muxi nodded. By less than otherwise, I won't be able to resist eating them at home. I never expected the aloof top beauty of Zhongda University to be such a foodie. Don't you know? Food is something no one should ever neglect. Bai Muxi placed her hands on her hips and said seriously. Dudu also nodded vigorously. Exactly, Dudu loves eating too. After a round of shopping, carrying bags big and small, they headed home. Fortunately, the shopping cart could be pushed to the parking lot, or they would have been exhausted in no time. However, just as they arrived at the parking lot, Chen Zhuo was recognized. Are you Chen Zhuo? The speaker was a young woman, her words brimming with delight. Chen Zhuo looked at her, his mind still searching for information about the girl, his high school classmate Li Min. He remembered that she had average grades in high school, but loved dressing up. Judging by her outfit, now she was wearing branded items with obvious logos all over her. Li Min. Chen Zhuo also recognized her. However, at this moment, Li Min's gaze fell on Bai Muxi. I heard you were being kept. Is this your sugar daddy? You're quite the finder. Chen Zhuo's mouth twitched slightly. Who told you I was being kept? Everyone's saying it online. Someone even shared a link in our high school group chat. It's confirmed. Li Min said with a smile. In this day and age, it doesn't matter if you're being kept. People laugh at poverty, not at being a mistress. If someone tells you that you're being kept, you'd better actually be being kept. At least you can earn some money. But was Chen Zhuo being kept? How unjust. Bai Muxi, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Miss Li, your information is incorrect. I'm not keeping my husband. It's my husband who's keeping me. Husband? You're really married? Li Min's expression instantly froze. The reason she said that was because she herself was being kept. But the man keeping her was a middle-aged uncle in his 40s who already had a wife from a marriage of convenience at home. These years of experience had taught her that the wealthy in elite circles lived wildly, but cared deeply about appearances. As long as she didn't cause trouble once she'd earned enough money she'd return to an ordinary life and marry some decent man. Chen Zhuo nodded. Right. We have things to attend to, so we'll be going now. Li Min paused for a moment. Oh, alright. Chen Zhuo led Dudu and Bai Muxi away. Li Min watched the three of them leave, clicking her tongue in amazement. She'd seen men who lived off women before, but Chen Zhuo's brazen approach to being kept was truly something else. After a brief hesitation, she took out her phone and snapped a photo of their retreating figures, sending it to their high school class group chat. I ran into Chen Zhuo. He's completely unrecognizable. He's covered in designer brands from head to toe, and the beautiful woman beside him called him husband and said he isn't being kept. Can you believe it? Almost as soon as Li Min's message went out, replies flooded in. I'd rather believe you're the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang than believe him. We all know Chen Zhuo's family situation, right? They don't even qualify as comfortably well off. I remember Chen Zhuo used to only order plain white rice, relying entirely on the school's free soup dregs for vegetables. To be fair, the current Chen Zhuo is really handsome. If I had money, I'd keep him too. Sure enough, money may be scum, but it really does take care of people. The classmates' conversation gradually drifted off course. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Yangqing, an elderly man was studying a photograph of Chen Zhuo. After examining it carefully for a long time, he finally picked up the phone. Have this young man named Chen Zhuo come to my place. Oh, and remember to arrange for doctors to conduct tests in advance. After Chen Zhuo went viral online, it caught the attention of the Chen family. So they thoroughly investigated his background. They discovered that Chen Zhuo not only bore a striking resemblance to their family's great-grandfather, but he was also not the biological child of his adoptive parents. In other words, he was very likely the second young master of the Chen family, who had been lost for many years. Even if there was only a 0.01 chance, he was determined to get to the bottom of this. Chen Zhuo had no idea about any of this, of course. Even if he did know, he wouldn't be interested in getting involved. If he were poor, perhaps he could gain some advantages by entering an elite family. But did he lack money now? He had no interest in wealth. Back at Pazho, no. One Dudu was drawing outside on her own. This time she wanted to draw Xiao Wu from Doluodalu. Bai Muxi was helping with washing vegetables and other kitchen tasks. Chen Zhuo wasn't idle either, preparing seasonings like green onions, ginger, and garlic nearby. Everyone began to busily go about their tasks. Especially as smoke rose, a feeling called happiness warmed all three of their hearts, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Especially Dudu, who had transmigrated. Actually, a week before her transmigration, there had been some issues between Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi's relationship. Although Dudu didn't understand why the atmosphere at home had grown increasingly cold, Mom and Dad no longer slept together. Unlike now, whenever she fell asleep, Mom and Dad would secretly share a bed. Originally, Dudu had wanted to be willful and have them accompany her. But her grandparents had said that couples with good relationships always sleep together. If a couple never sleeps together, their relationship will have problems. So Dudu suppressed her inner impulses, not daring to cling to Mom and Dad. Soon a sizzle sound came from the kitchen. The steaks began to hit the pan. First seal the edges, then heat evenly. Although this was Chen Zhuo's first time cooking Western food, the memories in his mind were real. Even his movements seemed like muscle memory. Bai Muxi, standing nearby, wasn't idle either. She took out her phone and filmed Chen Zhuo cooking. They say beauty is appetizing. Watching Chen Zhuo focused on cooking, Bai Muxi actually felt herself getting moist. Drool was forming at the corners of her mouth. It smelled so delicious. Soon the villa's first meal was ready. Each person had a portion of staple food, soup, vegetables plus fruit. Coupled with the candles and red wine Bai Muxi had arranged, it was a proper candlelit dinner. Of course, it was a candlelit dinner for three. Wow, this meat smells so good! Dudu's foodie nature instantly exploded. Chen Zhuo took Dudu's plate and cut the steak into small pieces for her. There's ketchup over here, see if you like it. You can also eat it without sauce. Chen Zhuo reminded her gently. Dudu's eyes lit up. I know. When the plate came to her, Dudu speared a small piece with her fork, didn't dip it in sauce, and put it in her mouth to chew. Chen Zhuo cooked it to medium well with plenty of juices inside, a delicate texture, but not tough at all. The key word was tender. Dudu's eyes instinctively closed. After swallowing a piece of beef, she immediately gave Chen Zhuo a thumbs up. This is the most delicious beef I've ever eaten. If it's good, eat more. Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. You eat too. At this moment, Bai Muxi raised her glass. I want to toast you. Thank you for making us so much delicious food, and also thank you for teaching me to ride a bike. Today has been the happiest day for me lately. Actually, seeing you and Dudu enjoying my cooking so much makes me quite happy too. Chen Zhuo also raised his glass. Cheers. Dudu also raised her juice at this moment. I want to toast too. Clink, clink, clink. The scene was harmonious and beautiful. Chen Zhuo suddenly had a feeling like he was dreaming. Just a few days ago, he was still a struggling web novelist renting an apartment by himself. Now he had a wife and daughter and nearly 200 billion in his bank account. But he knew this wasn't a dream, because this was a life he wouldn't even dare to imagine in his dreams. His days were getting better and better. The living room suddenly fell into silence, leaving only the sound of chewing. Chen Zhuo's gaze swept across the delighted faces of Bai Muxi and Dudu, and a profound sense of satisfaction arose in his heart. In truth, Chen Zhuo's expectations were not high. In his past life, he had also desired to get married. But the bride price kept rising along with the 3 gold pieces, wedding banquet, address-changing fee, car departure fee, and so on. It wasn't that he didn't want to fall in love, nor that he didn't want to marry. It was that he simply couldn't afford it. Even though the average bride price in Yancheng was less than 100,000, he still couldn't afford it. Yet now not only was he married, but he had also stumbled upon such a beautiful goddess-like wife. He had to pamper her well. Of course, what was the scene Chen Zhuo most wished to see? While he pampered Bai Muxi, she in turn showcased her business acumen, making the comic company thrive. You know, for every 100 yuan the company earned, 80 yuan belonged to him. In essence, Bai Muxi was actually working for him. After the meal, it was still early. Chen Zhuo proposed taking Bai Muxi to the nearby commercial street for a stroll, and to pick out a ring while they were at it. Since they were already married, buying a wedding ring was only reasonable, right? At the same time, they would see if Dudu liked any gemstones, and buy those too. No matter how happy he was, he couldn't forget about the cashback rebate. This was his foundation for survival. However, at this moment, the necessity of a bodyguard became apparent. He had been drinking, so he had to find someone else to drive. Fortunately, the 24-hour concierge here also provided chauffeur service. A single phone call summoned the concierge directly. They arrived smoothly at Tianwan Square, and Chen Zhuo led Bai Muxi to the counter. Since we've already gotten the marriage certificate, let's pick out a wedding ring, Chen Zhuo said to Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi was somewhat startled. Why did you suddenly bring me to choose a wedding ring? Isn't it because you're beautiful, and I'm afraid someone might pester you? After putting on the wedding ring, those annoying flies should decrease, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Then we definitely have to buy it, and you have to wear it every day? You don't realize your own charm. Just now when we walked into the mall, so many girls were staring at you. Bai Muxi nodded immediately. In fact, neither Chen Zhuo nor Bai Muxi were particularly ostentatious people. In the end, they chose a pair of diamond rings that were not overly large, but had a very unique design. Chen Zhuo asked about the price. It was 6,600 yuan. The cost of marriage was indeed high. Does Dudu like anything? Chen Zhuo asked Dudu after confirming the wedding ring style. I get one too. Of course. You are our princess, Dudu. When we buy jewelry, Dudu must have some too. Chen Zhuo nodded. Bai Muxi looked at him and said, she's so young, buying jewelry is useless. Who says it's useless? Didn't she buy a lot of plush toys? She can play with them as toys. Chen Zhuo immediately retorted. No one was allowed to stop his 100-fold cashback. Dudu, however, shook her head. Daddy, these are too expensive. And Dudu's Barbie dolls already have jewelry. Even if she has some, we can still buy, Chen Zhuo said without hesitation. Take a look first. Do you like this necklace? Chen Zhuo pointed to a diamond necklace worth 2 million yuan. What girl could resist a sparkling diamond necklace? Even a 5-year-old child. I don't like it. Dudu shook her head, but her eyes couldn't look away. Miss, please pack this necklace as well. The necklace was 2 million yuan, and the diamond ring was 6,600 yuan. The total payment was 2.66 million yuan. Ding. Detected that the host spent 2.66 million yuan for Dudu, triggering 100-fold cashback. Ding. 2.66 billion yuan has been credited. Indeed, when money is plenty, it's just numbers. When he had received 2 billion earlier, it had made Chen Zhuo extremely excited. Later, when he received 190 billion yuan, it also made him grin from ear to ear. Now, having suddenly obtained 260 million yuan, he felt rather indifferent. Indeed, the threshold for happiness only grows higher. Such is human nature. Just as they finished shopping and were on their way back to Huiwatai, Bai Muxi took out a box from beside her. Honey, this is a gift I bought for you. Huh, I have a gift too. Of course, I can't let you pay all the time. I bought it while you took Dudu to the restroom. Take a look and see if you like it. Bai Muxi handed the box to Chen Zhuo, looking at him expectantly. Chen Zhuo looked at the box, which bore the Cartier logo. What is this? Just open it, and you'll see. It's not a watch, is it? You gave me 2 luxury watches just a few days ago. Open it yourself. Click. The box opened, and inside lay a golden bracelet resting quietly. This bracelet was very special, featuring a leopard head surrounded by a pave of diamonds, especially its eyes, which seemed to be adorned with gemstones. In his past life, he wouldn't have bought such a thing even if he had the money. But since it was a gift from Bai Muxi, Chen Zhuo's face broke into a radiant smile. It's really beautiful. Do you like it, eh? I love it. If I wear this out, won't it charm a bunch of girls? Chen Zhuo said with a wink. Bai Muxi's hand immediately reached over and pressed down on the bracelet. Then you'd better not wear it. No can do. My wife's gift must be worn out, otherwise wouldn't I be betraying my wife's kind intentions? Chen Zhuo shook his head immediately. Bai Muxi felt like she had shot herself in the foot. But soon she noticed the teasing in Chen Zhuo's eyes. Bai Muxi then realized that Chen Zhuo had been playing with her. You're always teasing me, but with your looks, wearing a bracelet or not makes no difference. Bai Muxi rolled her eyes at Chen Zhuo. You're the most handsome man I've ever seen. You're flattering me so much that I'll get proud. Chen Zhuo touched his face, which was as handsome as the readers of Fanxian novel, and winked. I'll allow you to be proud for 1 minute. If this face were in the entertainment industry, it would be an absolute killer. Now it belonged to her husband. For a moment Bai Muxi's body felt a little hot. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol she had drunk she felt a little urge to kiss Chen Zhuo. But there was still the driver up front. Dudu, on the other hand, had fallen asleep. Dudu had a good habit of falling asleep as soon as she got in the car. Of course it was also related to her running out of energy. After all, she had been running around all day, so being tired was normal. The car stopped steadily in the garage of Hui Wetai, and the concierge immediately left on his own. Chen Zhuo carried Dudu home. However, once home, Dudu was woken up by Bai Muxi. You have to take a bath even if you're sleepy, otherwise you'll grow bugs. Dudu burst into tears. Dudu doesn't want to grow bugs. When a child is sleepy, their emotions are especially prone to collapse. This time Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi bathed Dudu together. However, during the bath, water inevitably splashed. As a result, Bai Muxi's collar was completely soaked. Because they had taken off their coats after returning home, Bai Muxi's wet collar instantly gave off a seductive wet look allure. Chen Zhuo couldn't take his eyes off. It was getting dark. The couple had to go back to their room to sleep. Dudu was obviously exhausted today, as she was already nodding off while her hair was being blow-dried. After drying her hair, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Bai Muxi let out a sigh of relief. But the next second she felt her body lighten as she was lifted horizontally. Wife, your clothes are all wet. Come, let me help you bathe. Chen Zhuo's voice sounded like a demon's whisper in Bai Muxi's ear. Bai Muxi blushed and nodded. Okay, it's good to be an adult. One hint and you understand. One spark and you ignite. Compared to making money, Chen Zhuo found the interaction with Bai Muxi far more exhilarating. At this moment he felt just like the Ma Yun of his past life. Utterly indifferent to wealth. They then moved from the bathroom to the bedroom, from the vanity to the sofa, and then to the window. The two of them lost themselves completely. 2 hours later, Bai Muxi collapsed weakly beside Chen Zhuo, her forehead damp with sweat. She murmured softly, Aja, didn't you say at most 3 days a week? Then you've used up your 3 days for this week. What? That's it. Chen Zhuo was stunned. How about 5 days a week? No. Bai Muxi shook her head like a rattle drum. I still have to work. I want to make Dimensional Gravity the top company in the country within 3 years. And after becoming #1 in the country, Chen Zhuo asked, then I'll storm back to the Bai family and reclaim everything that belongs to me. Bai Muxi's eyes blazed with the light of ambition as she spoke earnestly. I see. I can help you. You've already helped me a lot by giving me 20 of the shares. Let me walk the rest of the path myself. Bai Muxi buried her head in Chen Zhuo's chest and said earnestly, love is lifting someone up. Since that's the case, let's lift first then talk. Don't. If we keep this up, I won't be able to walk. Bai Muxi begged. Chen Zhuo looked at her pleading face and finally sighed. All right, you rest. I'll take a shower. Cold, icy rain pattered wildly on his body. Watching Chen Zhuo's back, Bai Muxi felt a pang of sympathy. She realized she needed to exercise more and get her body in shape. Otherwise, Chen Zhuo would always be unsatisfied, and their marital relationship would surely suffer. But today she was genuinely exhausted. When Chen Zhuo came out, Bai Muxi was already asleep. He didn't dwell on it, and cuddled his wife as he drifted off. When he woke up the next morning, Chen Zhuo was fully revived. As usual, he prepared breakfast for his wife and daughter. Bai Muxi was going back to the office while Chen Zhuo contacted a security company to hire some bodyguards. On one hand, it was for safety, on the other, he wanted someone to drive for him. After all, he was a billionaire now. Having a chauffeur was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? Chen Zhuo took Dudu to the Golden Shield Security Company, the most renowned security firm in the Pearl River Delta region. Many Forbes-listed billionaires recruited bodyguards there. Chen Zhuo's requirements were simple. Anyone who can beat me is qualified to be my bodyguard. When he said this to the person in charge, the man couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mr. Chen, are you joking? The person in charge was Tai Lang, a former soldier king with combat experience. Normally he wouldn't laugh. Unless he couldn't help it. Call all your aces over. We'll find out soon enough. Naturally, a security company like this had a gym and a ring. But Tai Lang was still concerned. Mr. Chen, our top bodyguards are real warriors with battlefield experience. If you fight them, won't they hurt you? Here's what we'll do. Let's sign a liability waiver before the fight. If any of your men can injure me, not only will I not hold them responsible, but I'll also give each of them a bonus of 1 yuan, double their salary, and hire them as my bodyguards. Chen Zhuo said calmly, looking Tai Lang straight in the eye. Are you serious? Absolutely. Tai Lang actually prepared a contract. Soon, all the aces of Golden Shield were summoned. Over 30 people, some of whom looked extremely formidable. Since Chen Zhuo wanted to hire a team of bodyguards for his wife, at least 10 of them were female bodyguards, all with short, neat hair and a valiant, spirited demeanor. Dudu wasn't scared. On the contrary, she was very curious. Daddy, they all look so fierce. Are you really going to fight them? Dudu asked with concern. I have to fight them. If they don't have real skills, how can they be our bodyguards? Chen Zhuo said with a smile, patting Dudu's head. Dudu, watch closely. When you're older, Daddy will teach you martial arts, and no one will ever bully you. In fact, after reading many novels, one learns that true strength comes from within. Whether man or woman, martial prowess is essential. especially when Chen Zhuo used to read stories about true and false heirs. If the bullied heir had any fighting ability, he wouldn't have been so cruelly abused. Chen Zhuo naturally wouldn't challenge everyone. Once all were assembled, he activated the talent discrimination eye, instantly discerning who was strong and who was weak. Chen Zhuo was also curious about the level of martial arts the system had granted him. When he opened the newbie gift pack, the system had rewarded him with top-tier combat techniques. Dealing with thugs was no problem, but now he was facing real soldier kings. He wondered how many rounds he could last. Tai Lang had already stepped onto the stage and explained the situation. Remember, if you want a good job, give it your all. But one thing, don't hit the vital areas. The so-called vital areas were the head and the groin. After briefing everyone, Chen Zhuo stepped onto the stage. Who's first? Chen Zhuo looked down at the crowd with a cold gaze. I'll go. A burly man about 185 meters tall, wearing a tight black suit, stepped forward. Times were tough and good opportunities had to be seized. Chen Zhuo scanned him with his eyes. This man was named Li Hao, a 4-star bodyguard specializing in close-quarters combat, with a loyalty rating of 100. For stars, that was already top-tier combat power. After all, 5-star talents were rare. What surprised Chen Zhuo most was his loyalty. Once he became an employee, his loyalty was a perfect 100. Excellent. The referee was the captain of the bodyguard squad, nicknamed Iron Tower, who stood 2 meters tall and weighed 200 Jin, with a square face that looked hard as stone. This is a sparring match. Stop when the point is made. 3, 2, 1, begin. Li Hao clasped his fists. Mr. Chen, I apologize, but I want this job. Chen Zhuo nodded. Beat me and the job and the bonus are yours. Good. Li Hao let out a loud shout, spreading his long legs as he charged forward. It wasn't that he looked down on Chen Zhuo. That face was just too deceptive. If he entered the entertainment industry, he would be labeled a pretty boy. Moreover, he appeared gentle and refined. How could he possibly know martial arts? Meanwhile, below the stage, Dudu pulled out her phone and made a video call to Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi had just finished renewing the contract with the new property manager Yang Kailai. Not only was the contract signed for 5 years, but the rent had also been reduced by 20. The concessions in this contract were almost unbelievable. Of course, she knew it was all thanks to Chen Zhuo. With a husband like this, what more could she ask for? Just then, Dudu's video call came through. As soon as it connected, Dudu exclaimed, "Mommy, something terrible. Daddy is fighting with someone." What? Bai Muxi's expression tightened. Where are you now? Are you safe? Hide first, I'll call the police. Make sure you stay safe. Dudu quickly shook her head. It's not dangerous. Daddy is choosing bodyguards for us. He said he wants to test their skills himself. With that, Dudu turned the camera. On the ring, Li Hao charged at Chen Zhuo like a speeding tank, his fist raised high. A fist the size of a sandbag, aiming straight for Chen Zhuo's face. A devastating straight punch wreathed in the sound of tearing wind smashed toward Chen Zhuo's face. The fist carried raw, formidable force. Yet Chen Zhuo stood rooted to the spot, unmoving, as if paralyzed with fear. Yet among the spectators below, several frowned with sudden tension. A flicker of realization passed through their eyes. Chen Zhuo's gaze held no trace of fear. The fist hurtled toward Chen Zhuo's face, but at the crucial instant before impact, Chen Zhuo moved, his hand shooting out to seize the incoming strike directly. Fist met palm with a crisp crack. Li Hao's expression shifted, and he immediately attempted a low sweep kick. But Chen Zhuo struck first despite moving second. A single leg raise. Boom. The movement was simple, decisive, and clean. No unnecessary flourish whatsoever. Almost unremarkable even. But the technique came too fast. Most of the bodyguards could barely track it, their vision blurred, and Li Hao's body was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the cage netting. Li Hao felt a warmth rise in his throat, then vomited blood. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees on the stage. The onlooking bodyguards were stunned into silence. Everyone knew Li Hao's capabilities well. He wasn't the strongest, but undoubtedly above average. Yet someone with such skill couldn't even survive a single exchange with Chen Zhuo. Moreover, many could only catch a blur before Li Hao was sent flying. This person was a hidden master. Dudu's mouth hung open in sheer astonishment. Bai Muxi, watching from the camera, widened her eyes in shock. She never expected Chen Zhuo to know martial arts. After all, the opponent came from a professional bodyguard agency with extensive combat experience. Li Hao was dressed in black training gear, his burly frame making him look intimidating. Yet he had been defeated in a single blow by Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo. Was he truly omnipotent? Bai Muxi's mind drifted back to Dudu's earlier words, "My daddy can do anything." She had dismissed it as mere childish banter. Who would have guessed it was true? His combat prowess was terrifying. While outsiders were amazed, Chen Zhuo himself was equally astonished. Was he really this powerful? But to Chen Zhuo's eyes just now, Li Hao had been far too sluggish. His punching speed was inadequate, and his charges exposed countless openings. Next, Chen Zhuo said, his cold voice ringing out across the venue with calm composure. Wait. Just then Li Hao's voice rang out. His eyes had changed burning red. "My, I was careless just now. Let's go again." Li Hao rubbed his lower abdomen, speaking with a serious expression. "Are you sure? Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes. Yes, I need this job, Li Hao said with utmost earnestness. Chen Zhuo nodded. Come then. Li Hao's expression turned serious. He no longer charged blindly, but instead advanced with careful probing steps, watching to see if his opponent would strike first. Chen Zhuo moved first, simply raising his hand to deflect the full-force punch, and the recoil sent numbness surging through Li Hao's arm along with sharp pain in his knuckles. Before Li Hao could recover, Chen Zhuo's wrist turned, and his fingers locked onto Li Hao's wrist bone, applying a gentle twist. Li Hao fell defeated once more. Is this China technique? Murmurs rose from the crowd below. Damn, this guy's no ordinary fighter. He looks like a pretty boy. How can he fight so well? Am I still dreaming? Can someone this overpowered really exist in reality? Is he some kind of novel protagonist? Li Hao knelt on one knee from the pain, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief etched across his face. He hadn't underestimated him this time, yet he still couldn't prevail. Strong, far too strong. Chen Zhuo released Li Hao and turned toward the crowd. Who among you believes they're better than Li Hao? Come up one by one. Then he glanced sideways at Li Hao. You can step down. Li Hao sighed without protest. Boss Chen had already given him a chance, but he truly hadn't seized it. He still needed to train. As Li Hao dejectedly made his way off the platform, Chen Zhuo's voice rang out once more. You're hired. Can you drive? Li Hao turned around in delight, his eyes shining brightly as he nodded eagerly. Yes, I've been driving for years. Good. What Chen Zhuo valued wasn't combat ability, but loyalty. As Li Hao descended, several more people came forward in succession. Some could exchange several moves with Chen Zhuo, while others were even weaker than Li Hao. In the end, Chen Zhuo selected 10 bodyguards, 5 men and 5 women. Among the men, only Lu Chun held a 5-star rating known as Pajun. According to Iron Wolf's intelligence, he was formerly a sniper in special operations before falling out with a powerful figure's son and being dismissed. In peacetime, such martial prowess had nowhere to be applied. Now he could only work as a bodyguard. Additionally, there were Shun Yan Shaolin and Qin Mo. Chen Zhuo planned to acquire 2 vehicles, one driven by Li Hao, the other with 4 bodyguards assigned to ensure his safety, with identical arrangements on the opposite side. In case of any real emergencies, a single guard wouldn't suffice. Chen Zhuo intended to assign a female bodyguard named Su Li to personally protect Dudu. Even when she attended kindergarten, she would wait nearby. When the bill came, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Detected that the host has hired bodyguards for Dudu at a cost of 1 million yuan per month. 100-fold cashback triggered, awarding exactly 100 million yuan. Since this is a monthly recurring payment, each subsequent payment will automatically generate the same return. Chen Zhuo was completely stunned. Had he hired 10 bodyguards and unknowingly secured a monthly subsidy of 100 million yuan? This system was absolutely incredible. When he used to write novels, he wouldn't dare craft such an overpowered cheat. After all, there would be nothing left to develop. But now with the system, Chen Zhuo could only think of one word: exquisite satisfaction. Spending money was equivalent to making money. This effortless gain felt absolutely glorious. He signed contracts with all 10 bodyguards. Lu Chun commanded the highest salary at 150 monthly, while the rest averaged around 1000. Given his habit of rounding figures, Chen Zhuo voluntarily raised the total from 9200 to 1000. The remaining 8000 was distributed as bonuses. Chen Zhuo did it simply because he had an obsessive compulsion for round numbers. Yet the bodyguards were moved to tears. After years in the profession, this was the first time they'd encountered such an exceptionally generous employer. Now they would face any danger without hesitation. Furthermore, to ease their concerns, Chen Zhuo offered them a guarantee. If they were injured while protecting him, compensation would be provided according to the severity of their injuries. Should they lose their lives in the line of duty, their families would receive a 5 million yuan settlement. These terms ignited fierce determination in all 10 of their eyes. Chen Zhuo, unwilling to take their outward expressions at face value, activated his talent evaluating eye. Good heavens, their loyalty had all increased. 4 of them had reached perfect loyalty. Chen Zhuo immediately felt a profound sense of security. Once the bodyguards were secured, he led the entire group decisively toward a nearby 4S dealership. Currently, there were only 2 vehicles at home, a Rolls-Royce and a Porsche Panamera. 2 more were needed. Additionally, Chen Zhuo felt that relying on the Rolls-Royce for every outing wouldn't be practical for everyday use. This time he would purchase vehicles based on his own preferences rather than for cashback incentives. Anticipation began to build within him. After selecting the bodyguards, Chen Zhuo took Dudu to a luxury car dealership. The showroom featured every brand imaginable: Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, BMW. A truly dazzling array. Perhaps it's a man's innate love for cars. Gazing at the supercars of various colors and unique designs, Chen Zhuo felt a surge of excitement within him. Why not buy a few? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Chen Zhuo decided on a resounding yes. After all, life is about happiness. If buying cars brought him joy, then it was the right thing to do. Dudu was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, so many beautiful cars." Chen Zhuo smiled and asked Dudu, which one do you like? Though the cars weren't for Dudu, it was still nice to consider her opinion. But Dudu blinked her big eyes and said, Daddy, whichever you like, Dudu likes it too. Looking at her earnest face, Chen Zhuo's heart melted. Then Daddy will take you to see the Ferraris. Since childhood, whenever supercars were mentioned, Chen Zhuo had always compared them to Ferraris. As he grew older and started watching live streams, he remembered the legendary figure who loved to show off in a Ferrari. He couldn't recall the exact model, but it was undeniably cool. To become a successful man like Tong Jincheng, the first step was to dispel any illusions about women. The next was to earn money. Once your material wealth rises and your appearance is decent, women will flock to you. Of course, in Yangqing, you never have to worry about being looked down upon when visiting luxury car dealerships, especially since Chen Zhuo arrived with 10 people in tow. With an imposing and formidable presence, Chen Zhuo said to Lu Chun and Su Li, each of you pick a business-oriented car. By the way, can you do modifications? Ideally, it should be bulletproof and collision-resistant. Lu Chun immediately nodded. Yes, but the cost won't be low. Money is no object. Can you get it done in a week? Yes. Lu Chun nodded promptly. Chen Zhuo nodded with satisfaction. Remember, money is not the issue. I want safety. Understood, boss. Su Li remained expressionless. Modifications were not her forte. Her strength lay in sensing danger. Since childhood, she had been exceptionally perceptive to threats, which was the core of her expertise as a female top-tier bodyguard. Chen Zhuo had the manager assign 2 salespersons to accompany Lu Chun and Su Li while he took Dudu to look at Ferrari supercars. The saleswoman serving him was a 25-year-old with an impressive figure and a ponytail. The young woman was highly attentive, bending slightly when speaking to reveal a hint of cleavage, trying to catch Chen Zhuo's eye. But Chen Zhuo showed little interest. Can I drive away a car right away after paying? I don't want to wait. What is your approximate budget for the purchase? Around 10 to 20 million, Chen Zhuo said casually. Although a few million yuan Ferrari was already impressive, now that he had money, he naturally wanted the expensive ones. That's what makes it special. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. Yes. This is the Ferrari F12 TDF. With a global limited edition of 799 units and no more than 100 in China, the price is higher. Our selling price is 18 million yuan. So I can drive it away with 18 million? Chen Zhuo asked. That's correct. Dudu was captivated by the fiery red supercar. Wow, it's so beautiful. Dudu touched the car's body, her mouth slightly agape, but soon a puzzled expression crossed her face. But the car only has 2 seats. Where will mommy sit? Well, that was a valid point. Many supercars are called dog and bitch cars because the front seats are normal, but the rear can only accommodate a dog with very limited space. This limited edition didn't even have rear seats, just 2 seats. It was fine for cruising with a girl, but if you had a little one, it was impossible to fit everyone. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. How about this? Daddy will pick you up from school in this car, and if mommy is with us, we'll switch to another car, okay? But that means buying 2 cars, which is a waste of money. Dudu frowned. Chen Zhuo patted Dudu's head. Money is just a tool. If we spend it on things we need, it has value. Otherwise, leaving it in the bank is a waste, isn't it? Alright. Can Dudu try sitting in it? Of course. The showroom had many supercars, but most were in the 2 to 5 million yuan range. Cars over 10 million approaching 20 million were rare treasures. Of course, this wasn't a Ferrari-only dealership, it was a gathering of luxury cars. The owner was a private individual. After a brief experience, it felt rather ordinary. The car was too low and sitting in it was somewhat uncomfortable. But aside from the seating not being as comfortable as a Rolls-Royce, the overall experience was excellent. Especially when he imagined the 100 head-turn rate driving this car, his vanity was slightly gratified. After all, who doesn't have a little vanity? Of course, Chen Zhuo's primary goal was to fully experience the life he missed in his past life. That would be worthy of his reincarnation. Stepping out of the Ferrari F12 TDF, Chen Zhuo spotted the Ferrari SF90 from Tong Jincheng's past life. The reason he recognized it was that the saleswoman mentioned the on-road price was around 7 million yuan. Back when he watched live streams, he was too sensitive to such large numbers. At that time, he thought, when would he have 7 million yuan to drive such a car? Now he bought it outright. After checking out the Ferrari, he glanced at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. He walked over to the G-Class and specifically listened to the sound of closing the door. Click. It really sounded like a bullet being chambered. What man could resist such a sound? Dudu was quite satisfied with the G-Class. This car is so big, like a house. Daddy, carry me. Chen Zhuo lifted Dudu into the back seat. It was indeed spacious. If he ever had a chance to go out with Bai Muxi, and it was just the 2 of them, folding down the rear seats would allow for some push-up-like exercises. He had to buy this car. Lu Chen didn't choose a supercar, but opted for a Maybach. Su Li was unfamiliar with such matters, so she simply said same. Thus, within an hour of arriving at the showroom, Chen Zhuo bought 4 cars. One Maybach cost 4 million yuan, so 2 were 8 million. The G-Class was the cheapest at 3.5 million yuan. So 18 million, 8 million, 3.5 million. Chen Zhuo spent 29.5 million yuan in an afternoon. These were all on-road prices, including registration. Mr. Chen, how would you like to pay? Credit card, Chen just said, pulling out a card from his pocket. The gazes of those around him shifted. In that moment, Chen Zhuo was utterly captivating. When the owner in his office learned that someone had spent nearly 30 million yuan in one go, he immediately pulled up his pants, set aside his beautiful secretary, and rushed down. Expecting a portly middle-aged man, he was surprised to see a young man in his early 20s. Was this a wealthy second generation taking over the family business? Chen Zhuo's first thought was that, hello, are you the one buying 4 luxury cars at once? The young man was quite handsome, just a tiny bit less so than the readers. But his smile was genuine, clearly eager to befriend a big shot like Chen Zhuo. His smile was sincere, unmistakably indicating that he wanted to make friends with a magnate like Chen Zhuo. What are the consequences of an economic downturn? Large-ticket purchases are becoming increasingly rare. Previously owning a luxury car dealership like this meant never worrying about a lack of buyers. Influencers, tycoons, and kept women all were eager to buy cars to adorn themselves. But now the economy is faltering. Fewer people are buying cars, more are turning to gold and fixed-income investments. This left him with nothing to do each day but either do the secretary or be done by her. Now seeing Chen Zhuo, he immediately came down to greet him, hoping to latch onto this powerful patron. If he spent 30 million today, would he spend 40 million or even 50 million next time? Of course, even if he doesn't buy a car, someone who can casually pull out 30 million to buy a car now must be befriended. This is definitely a big shot. Chen Zhuo, however, remained calm. Hello. But beside him, Dudu's face lit up with surprise. Uncle Bai. Chen Zhuo turned his head. You know him? Dudu nodded obediently. He's Daddy's cousin. Oh right, Daddy hasn't returned to the Chen family yet, so he definitely doesn't know Uncle Bai. Thinking this, her big eyes turned to Chen Bai. Why is Uncle Bai sweating so much? Is it because the showroom is too hot? Little head, big confusion. Chen Bai, on the other hand, looked at Dudu with surprise. He had no recollection of her. How did she become his cousin? Besides, when did the Chen family have such a person? Could it be a distant relative? Not to mention the Chen family had spread across the globe over the years. It was indeed possible to have some unfamiliar relatives. Chen Zhuo remained very calm. Hello, I'm Chen Zhuo. I bought the car. Chen Bai immediately smiled and shook his hand. Hello, President Chen. Maybe we were from the same family 500 years ago. I'm also a Chen. You look older than me, so just call me Bai or Bai. That's what my friends call me. President Chen, you're too kind. Chen Zhuo shook his head with a smile. You are the real President Chen. Could we exchange contact information? I see you bought a Ferrari F12. This is the fighter jet of Ferraris, top-notch in both performance and looks. I'm also a car enthusiast. We can communicate more in the future. Alright. Chen Zhuo didn't refuse. Necessary socializing must be done. Besides, Chen Zhuo had already decided that he wouldn't stop at just these 3 cars, he would buy more in the future. If you come across any good Ferraris in the future, feel free to ask me. I really like cars. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Back when he had no money, he loved buying car models. Now that he had money, why buy car models? Just buy the real cars. The beautiful saleswoman also handed him a business card indicating that he could contact her for any car-related issues in the future. Anytime, any place, any method. That was a very clear hint. Unfortunately, although Chen Zhuo had the healthiest kidneys in the world, he intended to be a man of integrity. He needed to form a good positive image in Dudu's mind. Get in the car. It had to be said, big dealerships had their skills. In just 1 hour, the car transfer and license plates were all taken care of. With a wave of his hand, Chen Zhuo led a group of people in a grand procession toward the university town. Chen Zhuo had originally planned to go find Bai Muxi directly, but Huang Xiang sent a message, saying that ever since Fu Jinxuan's game plagiarism was exposed, he had been targeted. Having no other options these past 2 days, he asked Chen Zhuo if he could help. A brother being bullied. He had to step in. He had just hired bodyguards. Wasn't this the perfect job? As the roar of the Ferrari's engine echoed on the university town's streets, it instantly drew countless onlookers. Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Mercedes G-Class. A convoy like this on the road was absolutely explosive. But when everyone looked at the passenger seat, they found a little girl sitting in a car seat. Instantly, it was a bit of an eye-opener. Usually the passenger seat of a luxury car is occupied by a hot-bodied beauty, right? Why is it a little girl? But Dudu seemed quite happy. Daddy, this car goes so fast. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. The top speed is only 60, not fast at all. But riding in this car feels so exciting. Do you like it? Yes. Then from now on, this car will be specially for picking you up and dropping you off at school. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Really? But Mommy will definitely like this car too. Remember to take Mommy for a ride. Dudu said with a smile. Are you worried that something might go wrong between Mommy and me? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Dudu's smile faded, and she lowered her head. Dudu hopes Daddy and Mommy never fight. Chen Zhuo looked at the downcast Dudu. Did you see Daddy and Mommy fighting? Dudu nodded. Daddy said Mommy works every day and values her job more than us, but Mommy thinks she's not wrong, so you started arguing. Oh, is there any male assistant or something? Having read too many web novels, whenever there's a story about a female CEO, his mind automatically conjures up images of male assistants, first loves, and cunning younger brothers. It had given Chen Zhuo full-blown PTSD. Dudu shook her head. Dudu doesn't know, but you were in a Cold War for a week. And at night you hit mommy, and mommy screamed really badly. Are you sure it was a Cold War, not a hot war? Married couples, you know. They quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. The key lies in the word bed. As long as both parties are still willing to engage in negative distance contact, the problem won't be too big. Chen Zhuo nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle this. A female CEO, huh? Addicted to work, huh? In that case, I'll make you succeed as soon as possible. Then you'll have no more goals left. Once there's no urgent goal, naturally there won't be as much motivation. Of course, at the same time, he must subtly change her mindset. Money can never be fully earned. Spending time with family is what matters most. The car smoothly exited the highway at the university town, and along the way Chen Zhuo saw no fewer than dozens of people stopping to stare. The convoy was indeed eye-catching, especially the red Ferrari in front and the collector's edition Rolls-Royce. So cool. They arrived smoothly at the entrance of the male dormitory building of Zhongda University. The bodyguards got out of the car and advanced their synchronized movements, giving off a bit of a short drama vibe. Many students gathered to watch. Did our school rent itself out for a short drama shoot? Are they all going to kneel down and shout, "All hail the Dragon King"? It's lit. More lit than anything. Isn't that Chen Rant's Rolls-Royce? He's back again. Soon amidst the chatter, Chen Zhuo got out of the car. Though dressed in casual wear, it was all high-end international brands. Plus his enhanced appearance. As soon as he stepped out, the air seemed to grow colder. SSS. Many students were gasping heavily like air pumps. It's Chen Zhuo. Damn, if I could be with Bai Muxi, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in a villa. Chen Zhuo is living the good life. Who says being a kept man is bad? This is so sweet. Is that his daughter? She's so cute. Many female students were already captivated by Dudu's stunning beauty. But Chen Zhuo simply picked up Dudu and waved his hand. Let's go to our dorm. Although Chen Zhuo devoted his attention to his wife and daughter, he still maintained contact with Huang Xiang. After news of the plagiarized game went online, he directly hired a team of trolls to stir up the hype. Fu Jinxuan's plagiarism of the idea was essentially confirmed. Although many domestic giants were also playing the plagiarism game, students were not yet part of society. One must have a basic bottom line in conduct. The event organizers had already disqualified Fu Jinxian. However, Huang Xiang, as the whistleblower, naturally suffered retaliation. They poured water on his bedding. Several people cornered him in the bathroom and beat him severely. They also slandered Huang Xiang's character in various ways. Some things are feared when repeated enough to become truth. With so many voices spreading rumors, Huang Xiang had been in a terrible state lately. Under such circumstances, Chen Zhuo came immediately to back up his brother. When Chen Zhuo arrived at the dormitory door, Fu Jinxuan's arrogant voice sounded from inside. I said, aren't you stupid? With just one word from Chen Zhuo, you willingly become his dog. Now that you're in trouble, do you think he'll come to save you? A crisp slap rang out. The next second, a muffled groan sounded. Obviously, Huang Xiang's mouth had been gagged. Kicked the door open. Chen Zhuo's face darkened. It seemed right to have Su Li take his daughter to wander around. Otherwise, witnessing such cruelty would surely leave psychological scars. The door opened. The dormitory was a mess with water stains on the floor. When the temperature was only 10 degrees, Huang Xiang was now wearing only a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, his body soaking wet. Most importantly, his hands were tied, and he whimpered through his mouth. His face was bruised and swollen, looking utterly miserable. Lu Chen stood there holding a camera. Take pictures of all of them, Chen Zhuo said coldly. The other bodyguards filed in. Daring to bully at school. Let's see if any of you can graduate normally. Chen Zhuo's words immediately startled Fu Jinxuan's lackeys. Unlike Fu Jinxuan, who came from a wealthy family, they still valued their diplomas. Chen Zhuo, we were just following orders. Yeah, just let us off. There were only 3 people acting as Fu Jinxuan's thugs. They were all classmates of Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo sneered, let you off. Then how can I make up for the beating my brother took? The doorway was already crowded with students. Chen Zhuo didn't stop them. After capturing enough footage, he said to the bodyguards, take Xiang away. Of course, he wouldn't retaliate in plain sight. But Chen Zhuo had already noted down these 4 people. Li Hao drove Chen Zhuo and Dudu to the company to pick up Bai Muxi from work, while Xiao Lin and Qin Mo took Huang Xiang to the hospital. As for Lu Chen and Shen Yan, they drove the Rolls-Royce back to Jindun headquarters. They had to return and formulate a plan on how to deal with Fu Jinxian and his 3 lackeys. Chen Zhuo was a law-abiding citizen, so he said nothing, just gave Lu Chen a look. Lu Chen naturally understood what he meant. But he wouldn't get his hands dirty either. Jindun Company not only provided bodyguard services, but also had deep cooperation with some local thugs. Dealing with these students only required one phrase, repeated torment. The behind-the-scenes arrangements were already made. The public side couldn't be omitted either. He directly contacted Jingyan Law Firm to follow up on the school bullying case. What is Zhongda? It's the flagship of Yu Province. A top-tier institution here. If such a school could have bullying incidents, what about other schools? Immediately, the bullying incident trended on hot search. The hype exploded without even buying trolls. The school attached great importance. The Education Bureau attached great importance. Society attached great importance. For a time, Fu Jinshuan's background was dug up. Even his father's company suffered a heavy blow. Although the company issued an apology statement, immediately some partners fled at the news. Who would dare cooperate with a company bearing such negative social impact? Fu Jinxian never imagined that just because he pursued a girl and targeted a classmate he would end up ruined. Of course, bringing him to justice would take time. Chen Zhuo wasn't in a hurry. He had just transmigrated and time was on his side. After arriving at the company parking lot, Chen Zhuo handed the Ferrari F12 keys to Li Hao and took the keys to the G-Class himself. After parking the car, 4 female bodyguards waited downstairs. Su Li followed Dudu upstairs. Chen Zhuo brought Li Hao along. He would have to get used to the routine of having bodyguards when going out. Bai Muxi's work went smoothly today. The initial teams for Zootopia and Pokemon were already set up. But what made her happiest was that the team's video for David Kant was done. They just needed to wait for the printed picture book to hit the market, and then the video version would simultaneously appear on their official website. However, Bai Muxi had recently been thinking about creating a software specifically for watching anime. When Chen Zhuo went up, he happened to see Bai Muxi frowning over the video software. Dudu's eyes lit up when she saw Bai Muxi. She joyfully threw herself into Bai Muxi's arms. Mommy, Daddy bought lots of cars today, Dudu said to Bai Muxi as if showing off. Huh, how many is lots? Dudu started counting on her fingers, then held up 4. Dudu then listed the brands: 3 Mercedes and 1 Ferrari. Bai Muxi looked at Chen, just spending again. You spend so much money every day, do you still have enough? Can't spend it all, simply can't spend it all, Chen just shrugged. I'm planning to acquire a company recently. Any suggestions? Huh, which one do you want to acquire? What do you think about Jindong Sinew? I plan to buy them out and merge them with Xiu and Yinli. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Oh, then I'll have to travel often for business, won't I? No need. Just use a strategic control model. The headquarters will set the overall strategy and the subsidiaries will handle execution. At most, give them local operational autonomy. Since acquiring management skills, he had become quite insightful about running a company. Wait, how can you say that as if they'll definitely sell? Bai Muxi frowned. They've been developing rapidly lately. Their market value has exceeded 10 billion and they have fixed IP brands. They have no need to cash out. That's because the money isn't enough. Chen just smiled faintly. By the way, I saw you frowning when I came in. What were you thinking about? Seeing Chen Zhuo actively change the subject, Bai Muxi didn't dwell on the acquisition. I just want to create a video website dedicated to anime. That way we'll have a fixed broadcasting platform in the future. Do you have any good suggestions? Chen Zhuo was momentarily stunned. A platform dedicated to anime. Isn't that Bilibili? The successful experience of Bilibili from his past life immediately came to mind. You know, you really came to the right person. Bai Muxi immediately took an interest. Chen Zhuo, however, shook his head. Let's talk while we walk. It's time to go home for dinner. It was slightly late tonight, so he had arranged for the family's housekeeper Wang Ma to prepare the meal. Although the flavor might not quite match Chen Zhuo's cooking, as a professional housekeeper, she must have received proper training. After all, the essence of Cantonese cuisine lies in preserving the most authentic fresh flavors of the ingredients. As the well-known saying goes, the finest ingredients require only the simplest cooking methods. But Wang Ma also wanted to showcase her culinary skills before her employers. After all, she earned tens of thousands of yuan per month. She needed to justify every penny. When Chen Zhuo brought Bai Muxi to the garage, he was startled by 4 female bodyguards standing at rigid attention. Do you mean I need 4 female bodyguards whenever I go out? Bai Muxi said in astonishment. Yes, to ensure your safety. That seems unnecessary. Won't bringing so many people attract too much attention? No choice. Better safe than sorry. Just as Chen Zhuo was explaining things to Bai Muxi, a Rolls-Royce suddenly appeared before them. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out. He was clearly there to see Chen Zhuo. Good day, Mr. Chen. I am Chen Fuyo, the butler of the Chen family. He introduced himself without hesitation. I have come on behalf of the family patriarch to invite you to a banquet at the Chen family ancestral estate. The Chen family ancestral estate. The family patriarch. Chen Zhuo looked bewildered. Who? The current head of the Chen family is Chen Jingming. He is very likely your biological father. Chen Fuyo spoke politely. This invitation is primarily to conduct a paternity test with you. Oh, I'm not going. Chen Zhuo replied coldly. By the way, please inform Chen Jingming that I don't need a family. I'm quite satisfied with my current life. Please don't disturb me anymore. Chen Fuyo froze. Mr. Chen, you may not understand the situation with the Chen family. Before he could continue, Chen Zhuo exchanged a glance with Li Hao. Li Hao stepped forward, blocking the space between them. Sir, please stop harassing our boss. Chen Zhuo paid him no mind, instead picking up Dudu and carrying her into the G-Wagon, personally fastening her into her car seat. Bai Muxi was no stranger to riding in a G-Wagon. Her 170 centimeters height certainly helped. She climbed in effortlessly. Chen Zhuo took the driver's seat while the other bodyguards departed alongside them. As for Chen Fuyo, he wanted to say more, but Li Hao stood firmly in his way, his words lodged in his throat. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never once expected Chen Zhuo to refuse to return to the Chen family. After all, that was the most prominent family in Guangdong province. Their influence extended well beyond Guangdong, even reaching Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. A truly formidable top-tier dynasty. Back in the car, Chen Fuyo immediately reported the encounter to Chen Jingming. Chen Jingming was initially taken aback, then broke into laughter. Although he had never met the child he had lost since infancy, that stubborn temperament was undeniably reminiscent of his own. Aloof and proud, the more so the more determined he became to bring him back. Return home. I will visit in person tomorrow, Chen Jingming said gravely. Yes, sir. Inside the Juwagon, Chen Zhuo was explaining to Bai Muxi the reasons behind Bilibili's success in his previous life. For instance, diversified content, short videos, long-form videos, live streaming, and comics. Additionally, securing official anime licenses, producing domestic animation, and cultivating virtual idols complemented by offline events. Most importantly, establishing cultivation programs and incentive plans. All people bustle about for profit. All people scheme for gain. With sufficient funding and marketing, he could build this world's version of Bilibili in no time. At the same time, Chen Zhuo revealed his plan, developing 3 Chinese animated series simultaneously. First, Soul Land. Second, Sternkind. Third, A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. With these 3 works, he was convinced Bilibili would explode in popularity. Bai Muxi sat in the back seat listening attentively. Soon her eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, the longer she spent with Chen Zhuo, the more extraordinary his talents became. These plans must require a significant investment, right? But soon Bai Muxi discovered the crucial point of this plan. Don't worry. I'll invest capital into the company when the time comes, Chen Zhuo said calmly. Money was merely a number to him, and his number was quite long indeed. 190 billion yuan. How long would it take to spend it all on consumption? He had to start a business. First, to let Earth's culture shine. Second, to set his money in motion. Why do the rich always grow richer? The reason is simple. Their cost of trial and error is far greater. Even if the animation company failed, Chen Zhuo still had a gaming company and an AI company. As for philanthropy, there was no hurry. Get a bit wealthier first. After all, he hadn't yet reached the stage of benefiting all under heaven. Wait a little longer. Upon returning home, Bai Muxi began discussing with Dudu the precautions needed for starting kindergarten. She also started making lists mainly of what the child would need for kindergarten. They were first-time parents, and this was the first time they were sending a child to school. But what startled them was that Dudu knew far more than they did. You need to bring 2 sets of change of clothes, 2 sweat towels, and spare socks. Oh, and a thermos cup with a straw plus a small hand towel. It was clear that Dudu was quite independent. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi packed Dudu's school bag according to her requirements, and anything missing would be bought the next day. It was almost the weekend, so Bai Muxi could accompany Dudu on a shopping trip. Write this down: 1 set of crayons, and 1 set of colored pens, extra bedding and toiletries. And a name stamp as well. Bai Muxi dictated. Chen Zhuo wrote beside her. Meanwhile, Dudu thought quickly. Honestly, this scene looked particularly heartwarming. Once everything to be purchased was confirmed, the family sat in front of the TV to watch. David cannot. Wow, you finished it so quickly, Dudu exclaimed in delight. Bai Muxi nodded. I specially assigned a 10-person team to work on it. Since Daddy's blueprints were very clear, the production wasn't particularly difficult. Chen Zhuo carefully examined the images on the television. This wasn't even as good as the AI animated dramas he'd seen in his previous life. It seemed the AI development in this world was truly very backward. In that case, he was duty-bound to step up. His focus from now on had to be placed on the AI system. If he could create an AI large model comparable to DeepSeek from his previous life, he could absolutely break out of Asia and go global. Then he could use AI to make plenty of money from Westerners. This was Chen Zhuo's greatest desire since transmigrating. Making money from his own people. Was that really more interesting than earning from foreigners? However, unfortunately, creating an AI large model wouldn't happen overnight. The urgent priority was to acquire the Zhongda studio as soon as possible and carry out vigorous research based on their designs. The key was to shorten the research and development cycle. In technology, being 1 step ahead means staying ahead. Otherwise, if they fell behind, the market would be nearly conquered. At that point, they wouldn't even get to taste the soup. A sense of urgency arose in Chen Zhuo's heart. Chen Zhuo was in a hurry to build his career. He kept Dudu company and told her bedtime stories. When Bai Muxi heard of the fantastical Doloa continent, she was instantly captivated. Husband is Xiao with a female lead. Will they stay together forever? Bai Muxi asked curiously. By then Dudu had already fallen asleep, but Bai Muxi was growing more and more energetic. Chen Zhuo's lips curled into a smile. To know what happens next, we'll have to wait until another day. Huh, why wait? Can't you tell me now? Little girl, you can't just enjoy without giving back, can you? Chen Zhuo asked with a mischievous grin. Bai Muxi suddenly realized what he meant, her cheeks flushing red. Husband, you. So when you said another day, you meant that kind of day. Chen Zhuo chuckled and lifted her straight from the bed. Back in the bedroom, Chen Zhuo began another round. Husband, didn't you say 3 times a week? This is already the 5th, 6th, 7th time. Bai Muxi said with tears in her eyes. And you believe everything men say. Chen Zhuo's lips curved into a devilish smile. But Chen Zhuo was already consulting the system. System, is there any pill that can enhance Bai Muxi's constitution? She can't handle my globally healthiest kidneys. Chen Zhuo asked the system hesitantly. Host, you can spend 1,000 dad points to purchase the physique enhancement pill. It can strengthen the body but can only be used by the host Dudu and the host's spouse. Wait, normally dad points were awarded in increments of 100. Now one deduction cost 1,000. Damn it. Buy it. Chen Zhuo gritted his teeth. Fortunately, he had earned quite a bit these past 2 days telling stories to Dudu and riding the bicycle. However, Chen Zhuo also realized that because he hadn't cooked tonight, Dudu hadn't given him any dad points despite eating well. It seemed he still needed to cook himself to earn Dudu's dad points. Of course, cooking didn't take much effort for Chen Zhuo, because he possessed the world's most comprehensive recipe collection in his mind. 4 ordinary home-cooked dishes. As long as he wanted, he could prepare 3 dishes and a soup in just 10 minutes. Delicious enough that Dudu wouldn't let go even if slapped. Wife, do you know why my body is so strong? Chen Zhuo asked softly, holding Bai Muxi in his arms. Why? Actually, I've been taking a certain pill since childhood to regulate my body. There's such a pill? Do you know the formula? If we could develop it, we'd definitely make a fortune. Bai Muxi's eyes lit up immediately, and even her fatigue seemed to fade. This wife was indeed a money grubber. Chen Zhuo smiled. Don't think about it, I don't know the formula either. But I still have one here. Dare you eat it? Give it to me, I'll eat it. What, aren't you afraid I might drug it? I'm not afraid at all. You're so good to me, you wouldn't harm me. Bai Muxi shook her head. Chen Zhuo produced the pill as if by magic. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. Bai Muxi extended her pink tongue, her small mouth slightly open. Watching this scene, Chen Zhuo placed the pill in his own mouth and kissed her, passing the pill directly to her lips. Bai Muxi's face was so red it seemed dripping, having to swallow a pill through an imported kiss. This guy really knew how to play. Soon she fell into a deep sleep. Watching Bai Muxi's peaceful expression, Chen Zhuo took out his phone. At that moment, Lu Chun had just sent a message. Boss, they've just entered the bar. Handle this well, and there's a bonus of 10,000. Chen Zhuo said simply. Don't worry, we're professionals. At the night color bar, Fu Jinxian was getting drunk with his lackeys. As the saying goes, drink today while there is wine to drink. With their bullying incident spreading online, their reputation was completely tarnished. But the court hearing was still some time away. Although the police had summoned them, they had been released on bail. Tonight, they simply wanted to find some pretty girls to vent their frustrations. But they never expected tonight to be anything but peaceful. The first to suffer was a guy named Dudu. While heading to the restroom, before he could even close the door, someone kicked him inside. Already a bit dizzy from drinking, the kick made his head spin. Soon a bag was pulled over his head, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Thud, thud, thud. Stop beating me, stop. The wailing echoed through the restroom. But someone was guarding the door, preventing anyone from entering. After 3 minutes, Dudu passed out. Blood flowed on the ground, and his leg was visibly bent. Dudu's prolonged absence drew the trio's attention. Could something have happened to Dudu? Impossible. This place has connections. Who would dare seek revenge here? Fu Jinxian immediately denied it. Let's go find him. Soon all 3 of them arrived at the restroom. They had planned to deal with him one at a time. They never expected all 3 to show up. This time was even more ruthless. They shoved all 3 into the restroom and forced white powder down their throats. What did you feed us? They gagged. But before they could spit it out, the thugs grabbed batons and beat them mercilessly. Checking the time, the drug was beginning to take effect. Chaos erupted in the restroom. What started with 3 people escalated when the man with the broken leg woke up. A twisted 4-way encounter in the bar's restroom went viral. The video and news spread across the internet rapidly. The 3 men were quickly doxxed. Those are the school bullies from today. Holy crap, they really went all out. This is disgusting, how do I get my eyes back? The news shot straight to the trending topics. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo held Bai Muxi and drifted into a deep sleep. Sometimes you need to think before acting. If he had brought all those people to school and beaten them up, it would have been a violent incident with no justification. But this was different now. They were the villains of campus violence and bullying. Even if someone took action against them, it would be seen as an embodiment of justice. As the saying goes, justice may be late, but never absent. Justice, though delayed, always arrives. The next morning, Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi in his arms. Her skin appeared noticeably fairer and more supple, with a faint fragrance lingering on her. Products from the system were always top quality. Those 1,000 dad points had significantly enhanced his experience. Without waking Bai Muxi, Chen Zhuo finished his routine and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The night before, although Dudu hadn't given him dad points for dinner, she had shown him plenty of comfort. Baba, cooking is tiring. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. Dudu loves whatever you make. Dudu ate heartily, but no dad points had appeared. Chen Zhuo understood. She was being sensible and showing concern for him. But cooking was no burden anymore. With the culinary mastery technique, he found it enjoyable rather than tiresome. Indeed, some people found cooking therapeutic, and Chen Zhuo was one of them now. What Chen Zhuo hadn't expected, however, was that Bai Muxi would be the first to wake up today. Within just one night, she had already discovered the changes in her body. It started when she picked up her phone to check the time. She gripped it with such force that she actually bent the device. In an instant, Bai Muxi was wide awake. What was going on? When had she become so strong? After all, even an iPhone wouldn't deform from being dropped on the floor. She immediately got out of bed, and upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, froze in shock again. In just one night, her skin had turned a shade whiter. But more importantly, it wasn't an unhealthy pallor. Rather, it was a rosy glow brimming with vitality. Yet even more astonishing was that her hair seemed to have darkened. What did this signify? Her body had improved. Though one's early 20s are typically the peak of health and vitality, Bai Muxi had never felt as good as she did today. Could it be because of the pill Chen Zhuo gave her last night? It didn't take long for her to solve the mystery. This wasn't just a pill. It was an elixir of immortality. Soon she understood why Chen Zhuo was so energetic. They had been up until 2 or 3 in the morning, yet after only 4 or 5 hours of sleep, he was bursting with vitality. Even the soreness was gone. This was a miraculous cure. Bai Muxi quickly brushed her teeth, then trotted lightly to the kitchen. Her daughter. She'd deal with her daughter later. Right now she wanted to give her husband a big hug. Just as Chen Zhuo was frying eggs, he heard Bai Muxi's voice behind him. Honey, honey. Her voice was sweet, tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Chen Zhuo turned around and looked at Bai Muxi in her silk pajamas. What's wrong? My body has changed, it's improved. Bai Muxi exclaimed joyfully. With that, she threw herself into Chen Zhuo's arms and peppered his face with kisses. Luckily, Chen Zhuo had been frying the eggs on low heat. He casually turned off the stove and wrapped one arm around Bai Muxi's slender waist. The flame on the stove was extinguished, but the fire in Chen Zhuo's heart was ignited. As they say, youth is easily set ablaze. Feeling the fresh minty scent of toothpaste on her breath, Chen Zhuo's breathing grew heavier. Honey, aren't you sleepy? Huff. Bai Muxi exhaled heavily. No, I'm not sleepy, I just woke up. No, you were sleepy. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Come on, let me take you back to bed for a nap. His strong arms encircled her. Bai Muxi was startled. Honey, no. No, what? Don't stop. Their morning exercise wasn't too excessive. It lasted only an hour. Conveniently, the slow-cooked congee was ready. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi tidied up before leaving the room. By then, Dudu was also stirring awake. It was a pleasant surprise. If he had known his daughter would be this well-behaved, he would have had one in his past life too. Watching Dudu, who had brushed her teeth and was padding out of the room on her little feet, both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi broke into smiles. Good morning, Daddy and Mommy. Good morning, Dudu. Ah, is Mommy hot? Why is her face so red? Dudu suddenly showed concern for Bai Muxi, even fetching a tissue to wipe her sweat. Anyone who has exercised knows that while it's tiring during the workout, the body continues to radiate heat afterward. Bai Muxi bent down and scooped Dudu into her arms. Mommy isn't hot. Mommy just did some exercise when she woke up, otherwise she'll get fat, and then Daddy won't love her anymore. No, he won't. Daddy only loves Mommy. Dudu shook her head immediately. Chen Zhuo nodded too. That's right, that's right. Wait, no, Daddy doesn't just love your Mommy. Bai Muxi's expression stiffened, and she hummed in a questioning tone. Chen Zhuo chuckled. He also has to love Dudu. We all love each other. Not one of us can be missing. Dudu's face lit up with a smile. Then Dudu loves Daddy and Mommy the most too. Hug time. At Dudu's request, the three of them embraced in a tight huddle. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi exchanged a glance, their smiles reaching deep into their eyes. For breakfast, they had Dudu's favorite century egg and lean pork congee along with 2 stir-fried dishes and a plate of fried eggs. Compared to Western breakfasts, Chen Zhuo much preferred a traditional Chinese breakfast. Above all, it was delicious and warmed the stomach. A warm meal was essential for a child first thing in the morning. As the saying goes, temperature determines life. Being too hot is certainly not good, but cold is absolutely unacceptable. Ding detected Dudu's joyful mood. Dad points 100. The delightful sound chimed. A sweet smile spread across Chen Zhuo's face. There wasn't anything particularly special planned for today. Visit Huang Xiang at the hospital, then buy school supplies for Dudu. Also check on how the 2 companies were doing. As the boss, he didn't need to handle everything personally, but overall coordination was still necessary. He also planned to take Dudu around town to discover some big-ticket spending opportunities. A monthly minimum of 100 million was still not that high. In comparison, large cashback rewards would be much more satisfying. Of course, many might think 190 billion is a lot. But is it really? Not really. Chen Zhuo recalled that in his past life, there were over 15 companies in China worth $1 trillion. The well-known Big Four banks PetroChina CATL, and so on. As for those worth over 100 billion, there were more than 150. So this 190 billion was not Chen Zhuo's limit. Nor was it the limit of the system's cashback. He had to spend more. But what kind of venture could be done in Dudu's name and generate continuous cashback? In the end, Chen Zhuo's gaze settled on a charitable foundation. Dudu was a child. It was perfectly reasonable for Chen Zhuo to do charity in her name right. That would count as spending for Dudu, wouldn't it? He had the idea, but he wasn't sure if the system would approve. Of course, all of that would have to wait until the charity foundation was set up. For now, he still had to go see Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang was staying in a VIP ward at a private hospital. After being taken to the hospital yesterday, he underwent a thorough examination. His physical condition was decent, although he had been bullied, it was just a mild cold. Simply put, he had caught a cold. Huang Xiang had thought Chen Zhuo would retaliate immediately, but after waiting a whole day there was no news. Could it be that Chen Zhuo wasn't going to avenge him? Of course he thought that, but he couldn't demand it. After all, though he and Chen Zhuo had a good relationship, he couldn't order Chen Zhuo to do things for him. But when he woke up and saw the news, he was utterly stunned. Fu Jinxian and the other three were ruined. More disgusting than the school bullying was what the four of them did to each other in the restroom. Because of this incident, the bar they were at had to shut down. Now the bar owner was still seeking compensation from Fu Jinxian's parents. Not just for cleaning the venue, but also for reputational damage, etc. Although Fu Jinxian's parents had reported it to the police, there were no cameras in the restroom, and the four hadn't even seen their attackers' faces clearly. Everything could only be defined as justice descending. Perhaps it was indeed because their bullying went viral online that righteous people retaliated. Online public opinion was remarkably unified. Everyone felt a sense of satisfaction. But the authorities appealed for all actions to be lawful and reasonable. To that, everyone gave a thumbs up. While being lawful and reasonable was correct, some villains were meant to be dealt with by other villains. This was true karma. Otherwise, if they left revenge to fate, the perpetrators would likely get away with it. After all, Fu Jinxian's family had considerable assets. Once the storm passed, they could just spend some money to get him out. It wasn't that Chen Zhuo was overthinking. Such cases were all too common. So, revenge should be swift. Chen Zhuo was neither a materialist nor an idealist. He was an experientialist. The most important thing in life is to have a clear mind and follow one's own feelings. In his past life, he had been bullied plenty. For instance, a tenant who moved into the apartment below his building parked 2 cars in the spot where he used to keep his electric scooter. He went down to argue. But what came of it? Even though it wasn't a private parking spot, they had taken it over. And the car they drove was a Lamborghini SUV. He couldn't even dare to touch it. But if he had money, it would be different. There would be 100 ways to make them miserable. The simplest would be to park 3 cars and block them in. Then would they dare to say a word? So back then, when he had no money, he swallowed his pride. Now that he has money, he must stand up for himself. Early in the morning, Chen Zhuo sent the bonus to Lu Chen. Apart from the money for the work, Chen Zhuo gave Lu Chen a bonus of 200 yuan. It wasn't that he didn't have money, he just didn't want to spoil their appetites. Why did he insist on fighting the bodyguard back then? It was to intimidate them, to establish his authority. Bai Muxi still had to work today, but tomorrow was the weekend. Let her finish her last shift. Chen Zhuo drove Dudu to his mother-in-law's house. Shu Tang's face lit up with joy when she saw Dudu. Chen Zhuo also smiled broadly when he saw Shu Tang. Admittedly, being able to give birth to a daughter like Bai Muxi, Shu Tang still retained her charm. Of course, Chen Zhuo had no mother-in-law complex. His smile was merely out of politeness. There are too many germs in the hospital, I won't take Dudu there. Sorry to trouble you, mother-in-law. Shu Tang beamed. Don't stand on ceremony with me. I wish you would bring Dudu over more often. I want to spend more time with the child. Actually, before, whenever he saw elderly people looking after children, he felt sorry for them. But Shu Tang was only in her early 40s, and with good skincare, she looked like she was just over 30. When Shu Tang picked up Dudu, they looked like mother and daughter. He had to admit Shu Tang had taken wonderful care of herself. I'll leave it to you then. I'll be back early after I'm done. Alright, don't forget to come home for dinner tonight. Okay. Chen Zhuo gestured and left the villa with his 5 bodyguards, heading to the private hospital. When Huang Xiang saw Chen Zhuo again, tears streamed down his face. Brother Zhuo, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Don't thank me. Get well soon and make money for me. Chen Zhuo patted his shoulder. This was a future potential 5-star game designer. He had to keep him firmly in his grasp. Huang Xiang nodded immediately. Actually, I'm fine now, but the doctors won't let me leave. But don't worry, as soon as I'm discharged, I'll report to the game company right away. No need to rush. Take care of your health first. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. By the way, are you satisfied with the outcome for Fu Jinxian and his crew? Huang Xiang nodded emphatically. Satisfied, very satisfied. This isn't over yet. They're involved in campus bullying and assaulting classmates. The evidence is solid. To reduce their sentences, their people will come to you and negotiate. Of course, the choice is yours, whether to take a sum of money or let them rot in prison. I support you either way. Huang Xiang narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing in them. They must rot in prison. I want those who bullied me to pay the price. All right, I'll give you a number. Talk to that person about the details, and they'll handle your case going forward. Chen Zhuo said solemnly. In fact, Chen Zhuo respected whatever choice he made. After all, everyone's situation was different. Now he wasn't short of money, but maybe Huang Xiang needed it. After confirming this matter, Huang Xiang reminisced about the past with Chen Zhuo. Brother Zhuo, how come you've changed so much? I awakened after being rejected. Chen just said with a smile. And now that I have a daughter, I have to step up and stop being so aimless like before. Huang Xiang agreed with that. I always said that if you had focused on your career, a woman like Jin Wan wouldn't have been worthy of you. Fortunately, you've awakened now. What awakening? It was a complete change of core. But Chen Zhuo didn't explain much. Alright, I have to buy things for my daughter's kindergarten today. I'll head back now. See you at the company next week. Okay, I won't see you out. Huang Xiang gestured a relaxed smile on his face. Chen Zhuo didn't hesitate and left the hospital. Watching Chen Zhuo's retreating figure, Huang Xiang silently made up his mind to work hard for Chen Zhuo, give it his all even if it kills him. One day their Tengfei games would resound throughout the gaming industry. After leaving the hospital, Chen Zhuo sprayed himself with disinfectant and returned to Ursha Island. Admittedly, Shu Tang had a knack for taking care of children. They were playing house. Shu Tang had apparently prepared in advance, buying a set of a mini kitchen. The utensils and vegetables inside were all mini versions. When Chen Zhuo arrived, Dudu was wearing a white chef's hat on her head. Mother-in-law Dudu, Chen Zhuo greeted. Shu Tang smiled and nodded. Back so soon? Yeah, he's fine. He'll be discharged in a few days. Chen Zhuo explained. Then Dudu spoke up. Daddy, wait a moment. I'm making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'll finish and give it to Daddy. As she spoke, she picked up the mini frying pan and put in the eggs. Chen Zhuo smiled. Then Daddy will have to taste your cooking later. Sizzle, sizzle. The toy was quite realistic. It even had background music. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes coming up. Dudu happily put the eggs from the pan into a small bowl. Then she picked up a small plate. Grandma, you eat first. Shu Tang opened her mouth and pretended to eat. Dudu looked at Shu Tang expectantly. Grandma, is it good? Shu Tang gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Dudu will definitely be a great cook. Dudu nodded. Dudu wants to be as good as Daddy. Then she placed the bowl in front of Chen Zhuo. Now Daddy eats. Delicious, delicious, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Dudu, do you want Daddy to teach you how to make real scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Huh, can I really? It depends on whether you want to learn. Was it too much for a 4-year-old to cook? In his past life, he saw a 2-year-old on Douyin who could cook all kinds of dishes by herself. What was the Douyin account called? Something like, Mom's a little free. If the kid does all the cooking, of course Mom has free time, right? I want. Dudu immediately put on a serious expression. Then I'll teach you. Mommy will be back tonight, and we'll let her taste Dudu's scrambled eggs with tomatoes, okay? Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Interest was the best teacher. Since she was interested, Chen Zhuo had no reason to refuse. Playing house, such a simple game, would seem childish if adults played it alone. But when led by a child, it becomes exceptionally delightful and harmonious. However, Dudu was clearly interested in cooking. There is a saying that parents are the best teachers for their children. When Chen Zhuo effortlessly turned ingredients into delicious dishes, Dudu naturally became intrigued. But Shu Tang was still worried. Could this be dangerous? Don't worry, I'll be watching. It won't be dangerous. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Does the kitchen have tomatoes and eggs? Of course. Cece loves sweet and sour flavors, so tomato scrambled eggs are a must every time she comes home. When watching TV dramas, one often gets the impression that wealthy families must eat expensive ingredients. Hearing that a home-style dish like tomato scrambled eggs was Bai Muxi's everyday essential truly surprised Chen Zhuo. But when Chen Zhuo arrived at the kitchen, he realized his concept wasn't wrong. The villa's maid had clearly gone shopping in the morning. The seafood was neatly categorized and still looked very lively. Besides the common king crab and small lobster, there was also a large grouper. These were all hearty dishes. When Chen Zhuo opened the refrigerator, he saw several tomatoes. As for eggs, they were always stocked. Chen Zhuo took Dudu to the kitchen. Shu Tang, having nothing else to do, followed along. She certainly knew how to make tomato scrambled eggs, but having tasted Chen Zhao's cooking before, she always felt he added some secret magic. So this time she wanted to watch closely, to see exactly which step made his dishes so delicious. Dudu, Daddy asked you what's the first step to make tomato scrambled eggs? Wash hands first. Chen Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. Right then, after washing our hands. Wash the tomatoes. Correct. Chen Zhuo began to demonstrate. Come on, wash a tomato first. Coincidentally, Dudu's little kitchen toy had an apron which made her look quite professional. Shu Tang saw this scene, took out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Bai Muxi. Little Zhao is teaching Dudu to make tomato scrambled eggs. Looks like your daughter is going to surpass you. Bai Muxi was in a meeting. Seeing this message, she was stunned. Suddenly, I don't want to work. I want to learn tomato scrambled eggs too. Bai Muxi sent a message to her mom. Soon she added another. Mommy, record a video of them cooking. I want to secretly learn after I get home. I can't be outdone by my daughter. Received. Dudu was very serious about washing vegetables. Scrubbing, rinsing, scrubbing again. Daddy, I'm done washing. Then what's the next step? Cut the tomatoes. Dudu said uncertainly. Right, I cut tomatoes in 2 steps, half into small dices, half into chunks. As he spoke, Chen Zhuo casually rinsed the cutting board. To avoid mixing flavors, we can also wash the cutting board. But this one is heavy, so Dudu doesn't need to wash it. Dudu nodded, immediately her eyes fixed on Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo picked up a tomato and split it in half. He could finish cutting quickly, but since Dudu was watching, he explained while cutting. When cutting, things never go too fast because safety is the priority. Soon Chen Zhuo picked up 2 bowls. After cutting, we separate them. The left bowl holds the dices, the right bowl holds the chunks. Got it. Dudu immediately nodded. Got it. Chen Zhuo then picked up 4 eggs. Dudu, have you ever cracked an egg? Dudu shook her head. Can Dudu crack an egg? Of course. Let me show you first. He began to explain. First, prepare a container. When cracking the egg, we use both hands. See the edge of the table? Tap it gently here. When the shell cracks, place both hands on the crack. As he spoke, Chen Zhuo placed his hands over the crack and brought the egg close to the bowl. Crack. The egg split, and the whites and yolk rolled into the bowl. Indeed, the eggs from his parents-in-law's house were top-grade, safe to eat raw. Just opened, they had a rich egg aroma with no fishy smell at all. In fact, if the eggs weren't top-grade, you could add a tiny bit of white vinegar. This would also eliminate any fishy smell from the cooked eggs. This was a little secret technique in Chen Zhuo's mind. Chen Zhuo demonstrated twice, and Dudu followed suit. The first time she tried, she squeezed too hard and got it all over her hands. Don't use too much force. Try again. Dudu obediently nodded and immediately tried a second time. Indeed, the second time was much better. We can't waste these egg liquids, but what if there are eggshells inside? Pick them out. Correct. As a reward, you get to pick out the eggshells. Chen Zhuo picked up chopsticks and handed them to Dudu. Dudu didn't hesitate and removed the eggshells. Next is stirring. This is hard work. Is Dudu afraid? Dudu immediately shook her head. Dudu is not afraid. Chen Zhuo began teaching her how to stir. Shu Tang, standing nearby, wanted to say something several times, but held back. But seeing Dudu's forehead sweat without stopping, she inexplicably felt that Chen Zhuo's approach was right. Chen Zhuo picked up a tissue and wiped Dudu's sweat. Almost there. Dudu is awesome. Dudu shook her hands. Cooking is so tiring. Daddy must have worked hard before. Not hard. When you grow up to daddy's size, stirring egg liquid will be easy. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. But the next step is the hardest. Are you ready? Thump. Dudu immediately gave a salute. Ready. Because she was standing on a stool, it made quite a noise. Good thing Grandma's place is a villa. Otherwise, the neighbors downstairs would definitely complain about you. Chen Zhuo joked. In his past life, he had been complained about for making noise, but it was resolved after explaining. The next steps were a bit dangerous. Dudu immediately put on a well-behaved pose. After preparing the eggs and tomatoes, we also need to slice some scallions and mince garlic. Chen Zhuo didn't let Dudu do this part. He handled it easily himself. Because Dudu didn't like scallions, he didn't even prepare the final scallion garnish. According to Chen Zhuo's habit, small scallion pieces were a must. After all, adding scallions at the end makes it especially fragrant. We turn on the heat. Chen Zhuo lit the gas and flames rose. The oil in the pan began to heat. When the oil is about 30 hot, we can add the scallion slices. When they turn golden, we add the eggs. When the eggs were poured into the pan, the golden liquid immediately began to expand. Dudu's eyes lit up. Wow, it looks like a golden cloud. So beautiful. Dudu clapped and said excitedly. Don't just clap. Did you remember? Dudu nodded immediately. Remembered. Good. Now let's turn off the heat. The eggs go back where they came from. So what do we do next? Cook the tomatoes. Dudu asked tentatively. Looking at Dudu's expectant expression, Chen Zhuo suddenly thought of the meme of a curious kitten being asked which carrot it wanted. That expression was too adorable. Chen Zhuo wanted to touch Dudu's head, but remembering his hand was holding a spatula, he forcibly restrained himself. Oh, my daughter is so cute, I want to ruffle her hair. Tomato and egg stir-fry must have garlic. Chen Zhuo told Dudu. You have to add garlic. I never do. Shu Tang spoke up before Dudu could even respond. Actually, it depends on personal taste. I used to always fry garlic first, which makes it more fragrant. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Mother-in-law, do you know there are different schools of thought on tomato and egg stir-fry these days? There are different schools. This touched upon Shu Tang's knowledge blind spot. Chen Zhuo nodded. Of course there are. There's the sugar faction versus the no sugar faction, the soy sauce faction versus the no soy sauce faction, the garlic faction versus the no garlic faction, and finally tomato cooked with egg versus egg cooked with tomato. Shu Tang laughed. Making a dish has so many rules. Just put whatever you like to eat. Yes, follow your instincts. I have a friend who loves tomato and egg without soy sauce or garlic and still enjoys it immensely. Chen Zhuo finished and looked at Dudu. We respect individual differences, do you understand? Just like how Dudu doesn't like scallions, so Baba didn't add any here. Dudu nodded. I know. Baba has said, don't understand but respect. After the aroma comes out, we first add diced tomatoes. These small pieces can release the juice. Chen Zhuo continued explaining. Next is the most crucial step. And Dudu responded. Beside them, Shu Tang was also very focused. Why hadn't she gotten so much juice when she cooked it herself? Could it be because of cutting them into small pieces? Now we start adding salt, but not too much. A small spoonful of salt went into the pan. I remembered. Next is adding the larger chunks of tomato. When the big pieces of tomato hit the pan, the feeling just came right away. At this point, we season properly. You can add some light soy sauce, some dark soy sauce, and 2 spoons of sugar. Others usually add 3 spoons of sugar. Chen Zhuo only used 2 spoons when making tomato and egg. Otherwise it would be sickeningly sweet. Shu Tang was already amazed beside him. So not adding water could actually achieve this effect. Chen Zhuo had so many cooking tricks. No wonder his dishes tasted so good. No shortcuts, all skill. Actually, there was something Chen Zhuo hadn't mentioned, that every step was done just right. He had his own feel in his mind. Finally add the eggs. Look at these eggs with the tomato stir-fry, aren't they particularly plump? Chen Zhuo asked Dudu with a smile. Gulu Dudu swallowed her saliva. Baba Dudu is hungry food. Chen Zhuo looked at Shu Tang beside him, and happened to see Shu Tang also swallowing saliva. Shu Tang's exquisitely beautiful face flushed instantly, and she said slightly awkwardly, "We still have some leftover rice at home, how about you stir-fry it too?" "Sure, is it in the fridge?" "Yes." Shu Tang turned off her phone screen recording, then took out last night's white rice. Although it was leftover rice, it had been carefully packaged to prevent odor transfer. Chen Zhuo put the rice into a bowl, and it was still a bit cool. This kind of overnight rice is perfect for making fried rice. Chen Zhuo said seriously. Of course, the rice in their home was also fine rice with plump grains and the characteristic smoothness of polished rice. This rice looked extraordinary just by sight. Dudu swallowed her saliva again. "Baba, hurry up and cook, I can't wait." She actually knows how to use idioms. Chen Zhuo said in surprise. Dudu is very impressive. Dudu said proudly. Chen Zhuo's movements were not slow. He broke up the rice with his hands, and at this moment he asked Shu Tang, "Mother-in-law, do we have any ham sausages or other side dishes suitable for stir-frying? Can Spanish ham work? We still have some at home. Some would be great." Chen Zhuo nodded. "Also get me 2 more eggs, thank you, mother-in-law." "Why be so polite, we're all family." Meanwhile, Bai Muxi had finished her meeting. Watching the warm scene of the 2 people in the video, Bai Muxi suddenly regretted it. Why wasn't she beside them at such a crucial moment? Not only could she learn tomato and egg stir-fry, but she could also accompany Dudu and her husband. Bai Muxi, who was always trained as an heir, didn't notice that her views were gradually changing. Career was indeed important, but family felt more appealing to her. Back in the kitchen, Chen Zhuo asked Dudu with a smile, "Dudu is hungry." "MHM. Then Baba will perform a magic trick for you, 1-minute fried rice." Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Next, Chen Zhuo's movements could only be described in 4 words. Too fast. Turn on the heat, add oil, put the eggs in. Leftover rice into the pot, stir, and toss. Lift the wok, toss 81 times. The aroma began to spread, the wok hay covered the rice. Then, add the sliced Spanish ham into the pot. Finally, add light soy sauce. Instantly, the aroma exploded. Meat fragrance, egg fragrance, rice fragrance. Duda gave a top-tier inhale. Beside her, Shu Tang's eyes were fixed on the fried rice, her nose also starting to breathe heavily. Where was any technology here? When he cooked, he didn't even use MSG, let alone any high-tech chicken essence. It was too clean, too hygienic. Done. Chen Zhuo showed a satisfied expression. Just then he turned his head and saw Dudu holding a small bowl in her hands. Dudu's eyes were full of expectant gaze and the corners of her mouth were still glistening. "Baba, food. I'll serve it for you first." Chen Zhuo smiled as he served her a bowl of rice. "You go sit at the dining table first, I'll bring it over." The freshly cooked rice was still very hot. Plus the tomato and egg stir-fry was also freshly out of the pot. It would be easy for a child to get burned holding it. Shu Tang took in everything, her heart filled with nothing but satisfaction. Some people's gentleness is carved into their bones. These small details made Shu Tang extremely satisfied with her son-in-law. The most important thing was that her son-in-law was also so handsome, making her envious of her own daughter for a moment. If she were 20 years younger, she would definitely compete with her own daughter. Of course, now she felt more maternal love. Her daughter having such a husband was a blessing in 3 lifetimes. Chen Zhuo placed the bowl in front of Dudu, then helped her get chopsticks. What should you pay attention to first when eating? Haste makes waste. Chen Zhuo nodded. Right? Eating something too hot will hurt your tummy, so blow on it to cool it down before eating. Dudu swallowed her saliva and nodded obediently. Picking up her spoon, she blew on the food in big puffs. It was clear she was in a hurry. But slow down first. Chen Zhuo took out 2 more bowls, serving himself and Shu Tang 1 each. "Mother-in-law, you also try some just to see how my tomato and egg stir-fry turns out." Shu Tang nodded. "Try must try. This aroma has already made my appetite come out." At this moment, Dudu had already put the fried rice wrapped in egg and ham into her mouth. The next second, she closed her eyes. At this moment, she seemed to have entered another world. A world with only the fragrance of rice, meat, and egg. Perhaps this was the taste of happiness. Egg fried rice is a mixture of sugar and oil, so many people fear it like a tiger. They believe they should stay away from it. In fact, talking about anything without considering quantity is nothing but a rogue act. Chen Zhuo only served a small bowl to Shu Tang and Dudu along with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, so the calorie intake was not high at all. But what made Chen Zhuo most delighted was the pleasant chime that echoed in his mind once again. Ding detected that Dudu is in a happy mood. Dad points 100. Chen Zhuo had figured it out. The fastest way to accumulate dad points was to cook for Dudu. This little one was a true foodie. Besides that, she also loved listening to stories. Every time he told a good story, especially at the climax, the dad points would skyrocket. Of course, she also felt happy when learning to ride a bike. Unlike many adults who only find joy in earning money, children's happiness comes in many forms. Chen Zhuo only needed to spend more time with Dudu, and he would never run out of dad points. Soon Dudu licked the bowl clean. Daddy, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and egg fried rice you made are so delicious, I want to learn both. Dudu held up the bowl still gleaming with oil stains but spotless, and said earnestly, all right, I'll teach you hand in hand. Chen Zhuo had just demonstrated, now it was Dudu's turn to try it herself. Not to mention at the beginning there were indeed many mishaps. But Dudu's learning talent was quite good. After 3 consecutive attempts, she finally managed to produce edible standards. This is good enough to graduate. Chen Zhuo took a bite of a whole piece of egg, then picked up a small piece of tomato, savoring it with relish. As the saying goes, like father like daughter, a chef's daughter knows how to cook. Dudu had a bit of talent in her. Though her movements were slightly clumsy, every step was precise. Moreover, she was very sensitive to the heat. After several attempts, only one was burnt, and the others actually looked quite decent. Really? Dudu's face lit up with surprise, then she turned to Shu Tang. Grandma, you try it too. Shu Tang didn't refuse. With ingrained grace, she only took a small piece and ate with elegant motions. Soon her eyes brightened. Dudu is amazing. In the future, Dudu will surely become a great chef, just like Daddy. With one sentence, Shu Tang complimented both of them. One had to admit she had high emotional intelligence. Dudu made a gesture. Daddy, you said you'd take Dudu to buy kids' cookware, is that true? Of course. Chen Zhuo nodded. Your mom still has 2 hours before she gets off work, so let's go now. Dudu immediately nodded, took Shu Tang's hand. Grandma, come too. All right, Grandma will go with you. Shu Tang didn't have anything else to do, but before leaving, she didn't forget to remind the housekeeper to prepare the meals. Tonight their family would have dinner at Ursha Island. We can also buy some cherries and strawberries that Cece loves. Shu Tang picked up her Hermes bag. Dudu, what fruits do you like? Dudu is different from mommy. Dudu likes sweet fruits. Chen Zhuo laughed. That won't do. Eating too much sweet stuff will make you fat. Dudu exercises, so Dudu isn't afraid of getting fat. Dudu immediately retorted, that still won't do, it will cause cavities. But Dudu brushes her teeth twice a day. But eating too much sugar will make you ugly, aren't you afraid? No, Dudu doesn't want to be ugly. Many people actually have misconceptions thinking that eating sugar is harmless. In fact, sugar is the root of making people ugly. According to scientists, sugar, especially refined sugar and added sugars, after entering the human body undergoes a non-enzymatic glycation reaction, the in-body version of the Maillard reaction, with collagen and elastin in the skin generating advanced glycation end products AGEs. This product is a catalyst for skin aging. Sugar control starts from childhood. Chen Zhuo had found Dudu's weakness. Even at a young age, she cared a lot about her appearance. That was the right thing. After all, loving beauty is a woman's girl's nature. Chen Zhuo drove the Big G to the supermarket, which not only had ingredients, but also various tableware. Among them, some were very delicate and small, designed for refined girls. They were just right for Dudu. However, Shu Tang expressed her concern. Dudu is so young, won't she get hurt using a knife? Don't worry, Dudu isn't silly, as she knows to be careful when a knife is dangerous. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Dudu immediately nodded. Daddy, how can I use a knife safely? Daddy will teach you when we get home. In culinary arts, one of the skills is knife work. From the posture of holding the knife, the angle of cutting, to how to control the force, there is knowledge in all of it. Chen Zhuo, as a culinary god, had no problem teaching Dudu. Since the ingredients were already prepared, they only bought some cookware and tomatoes at the supermarket before leaving. Today was also their first formal dinner at Ursha Island. Since they were at the mall, Chen Zhuo took Shu Tang and Dudu to the Hermes boutique. Going grocery shopping and buying a bag for his daughter. That's perfectly reasonable, right? When Chen Zhuo walked into the boutique holding Dudu's hand with a supermarket shopping bag, the salesperson immediately rushed over. Sales assistants at Hermes have sharp eyes. The bag Shu Tang was carrying was the most premium crocodile leather series, the Himalayan Birkin 30, with diamond buckle. The price alone was 8,000 yuan. But to buy this bag, one also needed qualifications. Simply put, it required matching purchases. Without buying a total of 2 million yuan, this bag simply wouldn't be sold. One had to admit capitalists truly studied human nature to the extreme. In fact, what people lack in life is not money or the ability to earn it, but the ability to control their desires. Most people, when they earn money, first think about spending it. When earning 5,000, they stay in hotels costing 200 to 300. When earning 1,000, their standard rises to 8,000. This is what people often call lifestyle inflation. If Chen Zhuo didn't have the all-powerful godly dad system, he would never have upgraded like this. After all, in his past life, the first thing he did when he had money was to save it. Money in pocket, peace in mind. As for those who say if you don't spend money, what's the point of earning it? To be honest, these people have been brainwashed by the capital market. The capitalist's favorite saying is that money is earned, not saved. Why could the older generation pull out a large sum of money when doing big things? Was it all earned? Of course not, it was saved. But Chen Zhuo understood the reasoning, yet as soon as he entered the Hermes boutique, he said to the salesperson, "What are the most expensive bags in the store? Bring them all out for a look. Sometimes expensive is beautiful." So Chen Zhuo, when visiting such boutiques, generally didn't choose the right ones, he only bought the expensive ones. In the end, it was all because of the system. The hundredfold cashback effect felt dull if not used for a day. For Chen Zhuo himself, what he wore truly didn't matter. His income had increased, but his desires hadn't swelled to an exaggerated degree. After all, when it came to clothes, whatever his wife bought was good enough. What if he didn't have a wife like Bai Muxi who bought him clothes? Then of course he would dress himself up nicely and charm more girls. When the quantity increased, the quality would naturally change. Chen Zhao's attitude toward love was simple. Before falling in love, one could get to know more girls, giving oneself the right to choose. Once in love, he would only be with that one person. A man must never fall in love with two or more girls at the same time. If he falls for another girl while having a girlfriend, it only shows he doesn't truly love his girlfriend. Of course, these were digressions. Shu Tang never expected that coming out to buy kitchenware would lead them to the Hermes store. When she heard Chen Zhao wanted to buy the most expensive bag, she immediately grew anxious. "Xiao Zhao, you and Cici just got married not long ago and the child is about to start school. If you have some money, don't rush to spend it. Save it first for emergencies." Shu Tang spoke earnestly. Chen Zhao nodded. "Mother-in-law, rest assured, this is just my usual pocket money. Besides, buying a few bags won't cost much." The salesgirl didn't expect such a young man to speak so boldly. She knew this was an Hermes flagship store. Even in the world of luxury goods, there was a hierarchy of snobbery. And Hermes stood at the very top of the luxury pyramid. For brands like LV, Chanel, and Gucci, entry-level bags cost around 10,000. But at Hermes the price doubled, at least 20,000. Don't underestimate that 10,000 difference. That was what made it prestigious. Yangqing was after all a first-tier city. Although the people here were more pragmatic and their luxury spending lagged far behind Modu and Dudu. Data showed that Modu sales were 4 to 5 times that of Yangqing. Yet even this flagship store couldn't lack in prestige. "Sir, the most expensive bag in our store right now is this Himalaya Birkin 25, priced at 1.5 million. May I ask if you are a returning customer?" "Yes, but I haven't bought much before." Chen Zhao shook his head and smiled. "If I want to buy this bag, how much do I need to spend on auxiliary items?" "I'm a returning customer," Shu Tang spoke up at this moment. "My annual spending has exceeded 2 million. How much do I need to spend on auxiliary items?" The so-called auxiliary items were actually an industry rule. After all, the price of the Himalaya Birkin 25 was already low. If it went to auction, a brand new one would start at no less than 2 million. To cultivate loyal customers, Hermes required that to buy such a bag, one must purchase 3.5 times the bag's value in non-leather goods. A 1.5 million bag meant 4.5 million worth of other items. Of course, for customers whose annual spending exceeded 2 million, the requirement was only 2 times. This was a way of rewarding loyal clients. The salesgirl immediately explained. However, Chen Zhao didn't use Shu Tang's membership card. "It's perfect to get some gifts for father-in-law too. Oh, and mother-in-law, you can pick out some nice clothes and scarves. I'm not leaving until we've spent this money properly." Shu Tang's mouth fell open slightly. "Are you spending like this? No matter how rich you are, you can't spend like this." At this moment, Dudu spoke up. "Grandma, don't worry. Daddy is amazing at making money." In Dudu's heart, Chen Zhao was capable of anything. Since she was born, she had never worried about money. After all, this was the real world, not a short drama world. In a short drama world, any Hermes bag would cost hundreds of millions. After all, the monetary system there had long collapsed. Chen Zhao nodded. "Miss, please take my mother-in-law to pick out some things. Aim for over 5 million. He then took Dudu's hand. "Dudu, let's go. Daddy will show you what you like." Hermes had a children's collection, and with the core theme of joyful expressions, it showcased children's vitality and imagination through elements like acrobatics, animals, and nature. A piece of clothing cost about 4,000. However, Chen Zhao didn't expect that a scarf would cost 2,400. Hermes also had dedicated tableware. A set would cost over 2,000. "Daddy, can we buy this tableware set? Dudu likes it." Dudu didn't choose clothes, but focused on the tableware. "Buy it." Chen Zhao wasn't afraid of Dudu buying things he was afraid she wouldn't buy. Besides the tableware, there were also small horse pendants. Coincidentally, 2026 was the year of the horse, and these would be perfect on a backpack. So Chen Zhao checked the price. A small horse that looked like it cost 10 yuan at a roadside stall was actually sold for 800 here. Was this luxury? Was this Hermes? If it weren't for the time travel and the system, he would probably never buy things here in his lifetime. After an hour of shopping, they had spent over 7 million in total. Besides taking away the Himalaya Birkin 25, Chen Zhao also picked out 2 Hermes bags for Dudu and Bai Muxi. Both were priced at 3,000. Since Bai Muxi had to work, she chose a black one. Dudu, being a little girl, directly picked a pink small bag. Not sure if it was due to the pink tax, but it was actually 1,500 more expensive than Bai Muxi's bag. Truly, women's money was easy to earn. As long as you hit their senses, many girls would even sell themselves to buy it. When the payment success sound rang, the system notification also sounded in his mind. Ding detected that the host spent 7324412 yuan for Dudu, triggering a 100x cashback. Your construction bank transfer income 732441200 yuan. Spending 7 million, he got back 700 million. Chen Zhuo suddenly felt the trip was worthwhile. However, he was slightly dissatisfied. Why hadn't some oblivious person come to mock him? The salesgirl was also courteous. This deprived him of the face-slapping scenes common in short dramas or novels. Truly a dull shopping experience. Carrying the gifts from Hermes, he stopped at a liquor store next door, spent 100 on 2 bottles of aged Matai, and then drove back to Ursha Island. Bai Muxi had already returned home. His company was just a few minutes drive away. Even with traffic, it wouldn't take long. Bai Muxi sent a message. Though she had left half an hour early, she was still stuck in traffic. It would take at least half an hour for her to get back. Dudu immediately got excited. Perfect. Mommy can taste Dudu's tomato scrambled eggs when she gets back. With that, Dudu picked up the newly bought tableware and kitchen utensils and walked into the kitchen. Chen Zhuo began teaching Dudu how to use a knife. Knives could indeed hurt people, but that didn't mean one shouldn't use them. What the little one needed to learn was how to use a knife safely. As for being too young, Chen Zhuo didn't have a clear concept either. He was always watching nearby, ready to intervene immediately if anything went wrong. He was very confident in his reflexes and speed. The room began to fill with a fragrant aroma. Following what she had learned earlier, Dudu first cut the smaller pieces, then the larger ones. The ceramic knife looked quite decent in her hand. Of course, each time she cut, she was cautious, her expression completely focused. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but nod inwardly. Dudu was simply a natural-born chef. If he could train her early, perhaps he would often get to eat his precious daughter's cooking in the future. When that time came, he would tug at Dudu's sleeve. Daddy's hungry food. Thinking of that scene, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but shake his head in the same way as Stephen Chow, exclaiming, perfect. Following the procedure, she added ingredients to the pot one by one. What Chen Zhuo was pleased with was Dudu's memory and execution. She remembered every step clearly. When to add the eggs, when to add the oil and garlic, when to add the salt. It seemed Dudu had inherited the intelligence of both him and Bai Muxi. In fact, being able to get into Zhongda meant one's intelligence was certainly fine. But whether it could be passed on to a child was not guaranteed. By the time Bai Muxi arrived at the doorstep, the table was already filled with a feast. Chen Zhuo, on the other hand, hadn't cooked a single dish. Each place has its own flavor. This was the place where Bai Muxi had eaten for over 20 years, carrying the unique taste of her family. Even if Chen Zhuo was an exceptional cook, there was no need to steal the spotlight. Mommy, when Bai Muxi appeared at the door in her coat, Dudu trotted over to her side. Dudu super duper misses you. Bai Muxi picked Dudu up directly. Mommy missed Dudu too, saying that she affectionately buried her head in Dudu's neck. Her daughter was fragrant and soft, needing cuddles. Chen Zhuo blinked beside them. Honey, I want a hug too. Bai Muxi blushed and glanced at her parents at the dinner table, whispering, Mom and Dad are here, watch yourself. It's fine seeing us getting along well, we'll put them more at ease. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Bai Muxi couldn't argue with him, so while holding Dudu, she also gave Chen Zhuo a hug. Behind them, Bai Yuchuan let out a hearty laugh. Cici, put Dudu down first, wash your hands and come eat. Shu Tang was also beaming. Seeing them all cuddling together, her mind couldn't help but wander to her own past. That small family had once weathered a storm. But in the end they had pulled through. When she gave birth to Bai Muxi, her mother-in-law had constantly taunted her, saying she couldn't bear a son and couldn't inherit the family business. Most importantly, her health was damaged during childbirth, and she could no longer conceive. Later, her mother-in-law even urged Bai Yuchuan to divorce her and find a woman who could bear children. But in the end, Bai Yuchuan withstood the pressure. During that period, he was under immense stress, had to endure hardship, and even risked losing his position as heir. However, the outcome was good. Of course, they were still in the observation phase regarding Chen Zhuo. Although they were quite satisfied with him at the moment, they feared it might all be an act at first. Mommy, try this tomato scrambled eggs. Dudu said eagerly as soon as Bai Muxi arrived. Bai Muxi looked at the seemingly ordinary tomato scrambled eggs, showing a puzzled expression, but still nodded. Okay, Mommy will try. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of egg, and put it into her mouth. Bai Muxi immediately looked at Chen Zhuo. Honey, did you make this tomato scrambled eggs? Didn't you say you weren't cooking today? Chen Zhuo shrugged. I didn't cook. What do you think of this tomato scrambled eggs? Bai Muxi took another piece of tomato and tasted it. No wonder it's still a bit off from your cooking, but the taste is already quite good. If your cooking is national banquet level, this is at least 5-star level. Bai Muxi commented with a smile. Dudu immediately became excited. Yay? Mommy said my tomato scrambled eggs are 5-star level. So happy. Bai Muxi was stunned. Dudu, you made this tomato scrambled eggs? How old are you? She had watched the video in the afternoon, but Chen Zhuo had done all the work. Dudu was just watching from the sidelines. In her impression, Dudu was not even 5 years old. How could she cook? So at this moment, her heart was full of shock. That's right, I even cut the tomatoes myself. Dudu said proudly. Bai Muxi looked at Shu Tang. Mom, this can't be true, can it? Shu Tang smiled and nodded. I even filmed a video, but I didn't send it to you right away, wanted to give you a surprise. Saying that she sent the video to Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi heard the notification sound on her phone, then opened it, and played the video. In the video, Dudu was standing on a stool cutting tomatoes. Her movements were slow, but focused. Then came the scene of her seriously cooking. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that a child under 5 could actually cook. Dudu, you are a genius. Bai Muxi said joyfully. That way when Daddy is busy with work, the two of us won't have to order takeout. Dudu smiled. Mommy, did you forget we have one ma at home? Still, we don't need to order takeout. Chen Zhuo finally spoke. This dish was handled entirely by Dudu from start to finish. I just helped plate it. Bai Yuchuan picked up his chopsticks. Then let Grandpa have a taste too. After taking a bite, he immediately gave a thumbs up. Dudu is amazing. Then Grandpa will have a treat from now on too. Dudu giggled. Dudu will make lots and lots of delicious food and we'll eat together as a family. Good, good, good. Shu Tang's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. Although Chen Zhuo and Dudu had suddenly burst into their lives, the current days brought them a sense of novelty and happiness. Even if Chen Zhuo was pretending, they hoped he could keep up the act a little longer. Of course, they still had the ability to read people. First of all, they could be sure that Chen Zhuo was a good person at heart. Moreover, judging from the fact that Chen Zhuo spent money to buy a company and make Bai Muxi the CEO, he definitely had his daughter in his heart. After commenting on Dudu's dish, the family officially began dinner. Shu Tang advised Bai Muxi to focus on the family. Put work on hold for now, life is long, and there will be plenty of time to work. But neglecting to spend time with her husband and daughter would hurt their feelings. Bai Muxi nodded repeatedly. Got it, Mom. I was thinking the same. Beside them, Bai Yuchuan and Chen Zhuo started drinking matai. It is said that a person's character is revealed through their drinking. Tonight, Bai Yuchuan wanted to see what Chen Zhuo's character was really like. Not to mention the aged matai was truly exceptional. Its taste could not be simply described as mellow. It was like fresh brew. The only drawback of expensive things is indeed their price. Chen Zhuo really enjoyed the moment the matai slid down his throat, smooth and without causing a headache. Once they had drunk, the two men became more talkative. Bai Yuchuan said a lot about being afraid that Cici might entrust herself to the wrong person, perfectly displaying the worries of an old father. But he also fully trusted his daughter's judgment. Chen Zhuo was also a bit tipsy. Thinking about his own daughter getting married in the future, he too became more talkative. Later they put their arms around each other's shoulders and directly addressed each other as brothers. Dudu's eyes widened beside them. Daddy, why are you calling Grandpa big brother? Grandpa is Mommy's daddy, right? Then should Mommy call Daddy uncle? Bai Muxi's face flushed, let alone uncle. At night she had even called him Daddy. Dudu, are you done eating? Let's go watch TV with Grandma. Okay, Dudu nodded obediently, but her deep dark eyes were full of laughter. At this moment she felt truly happy. Ding detected Dudu's joyful mood. Dad, value 1,000. That evening Chen Zhuo stayed at Ersha Island Inn. Bai Muxi's maiden room. Unlike the pink-toned rooms of other girls, Bai Muxi's quarters were elegantly minimal. It was the kind of room fit for a formidable, independent woman. Bai Muxi first gave Dudu a bath and let her rest. Exhausted from the day, Dudu fell into a deep sleep before hearing even a single bedtime story. As Bai Muxi supported Chen Zhuo into the room, his previously unsteady steps suddenly steadied. He had never been drunk at all. Life is but a stage and all one needs is acting skill. Bai Muxi instantly caught on. Husband, you weren't drunk. With my physique, how could I possibly get drunk? Chen Zhuo lowered his voice, then pressed Bai Muxi against the wall. Wife, after taking that pill today, did you notice anything different? Bai Muxi felt his warm breath against her skin, and her body immediately softened, yet she still answered. I feel my health has improved significantly, and I have more energy at work. Chen Zhuo nodded with satisfaction. Then, does it still hurt over there? Blushing, Bai Muxi shook her head. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. The next moment Chen Zhuo's passionate kiss overwhelmed her. All that escaped Bai Muxi's lips were soft whimpers. Time seemed to blur as her head grew delightfully dizzy. Perhaps it was the matai after all, for she felt a pleasant haze. Suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Chen Zhuo grew even more bold. Shu Tang's voice came from outside. Muxi, are you asleep? I had the auntie make hangover soup and brought it up. Bai Muxi quickly pushed Chen Zhuo away and signaled for silence. Composing her voice, she called out, Mother, Chen Zhuo has already fallen asleep. Please save the soup for tomorrow morning. But before she finished, another cry rang out. Shu Tang paused, then understood. Even drunk, they wouldn't let each other rest. She made a mental note to remind her daughter about contraception. Getting pregnant after drinking carried the risk of birth defects. Shu Tang hurried away. Inside, Chen Zhuo grew even more enthusiastic. An hour of passion later, they had moved from the doorway to the bathroom, then to the windowsill, and finally collapsed together on the sofa by the window. How are you like a perpetual motion machine? Can you not tire? I was tired, but seeing you re-energizes me. You are my elixir of life. Then shall we rest tomorrow? Any plans? Aren't we going to buy Dudu's school supplies? If time permits, we can continue riding bicycles. No matter what, health always comes first. In his past life, he had deeply admired teacher Zhang, believing his career guidance had helped countless people. But at just 41 he passed away after rescue efforts failed. Naturally, Chen Zhuo was not far different. Only after his sudden cardiac arrest did he truly understand one fundamental truth: many people do not die of old age, but simply vanish without warning. Bai Muxi nodded. All right, let's sleep, then save some energy for Dudu tomorrow. Good. That night, they slept, embraced the air thick with sweetness. When they woke the next morning, Bai Muxi felt refreshed again. She noticed Chen Zhuo was still asleep, and a mischievous thought arose. The moment her hair brushed against his nose, a hand grabbed her. In a flash, he flipped her over and pinned her firmly. Daring to tease me while I sleep. Seems last night wasn't enough. Don't we need to save energy for Dudu today? Bai Muxi said, blushing. No problem, just a quick morning session. After another round of passion, Bai Muxi felt as though the sky had fallen. She realized her words from last night had been wrong. He wasn't merely like a perpetual motion machine. He was one indeed. After rising, they checked on Dudu, who was still asleep, and headed downstairs. Neither Shu Tang nor Bai Yuchuan had come down either. The housekeeper had prepared breakfast instead, allowing the couple to enjoy a rare, quiet moment together. Dudu, Shu Tang, and Bai Yuchuan soon woke. Dudu bounced about, full of energy. Shu Tang had dark circles under her eyes, looking poorly rested. Bai Yuchuan forced a stern expression. He had already heard from Shu Tang about last night's drunken camaraderie with Chen Zhuo. It was embarrassingly awkward, but one must maintain proper demeanor. Could he really address Chen Zhuo as a sworn brother? That would be improper. Naturally, Chen Zhuo said nothing about the previous night. After breakfast, he suggested the family take a walk together. Ursha Island was indeed worthy of its affluent residents. The lush greenery ensured pristine air. To have such a tranquil area in the heart of the city was remarkable. Father-in-law, are there any properties for sale nearby? If possible, I'd like to acquire one here. Bai Yuchuan paused. Didn't Cici say the Greentown boss just gifted you a villa, and you want to buy more? Just thinking of having multiple residences to rotate through. Bai Yuchuan immediately shook his head, speaking gravely. That won't do. Owning too many properties disrupts one's energy field. Moreover, empty houses become stagnant, their energy growing oppressive. This would negatively affect your fortune. People in Yanqing firmly believed in feng shui. It was said that when Tianhuan Plaza was first constructed, a master was consulted, and the building's shape was designed accordingly. In truth, the most accomplished feng shui masters hailed from Hong Kong. Whenever films were about to be shot there, one could see them paying respects before beginning. Proof enough. Chen Zhuo nodded. I see. Then how does one judge whether a house is good? Quite simple. First, consider sleep. If you rest comfortably, there are generally no major issues. If life flows smoothly and your relationships feel harmonious after moving in, that is an excellent house. Such a property is priceless beyond any amount of money. Bai Yuchuan continued explaining as they walked and talked. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi and Shu Tang took Dudu along. This time they had brought a kite. Indeed, Ursha Island was perfect for flying kites with a vast meadow within. Dudu ran freely across the grass, utterly carefree. However, during their conversation, an unfamiliar call came in. Chen Zhuo hesitated briefly before answering. Few people knew his number, so whoever this was clearly had considerable resources. Hello, is this Chen Zhuo? Yes, who is this? I am Chen Jingming, your biological father. His voice was calm and direct, laying his cards on the table. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Mr. Chen, how may I help you? I would like to meet you. Your mother will be there as well. Very well, but my time is valuable. I'll give you an account number. Transfer 1 billion first as a demonstration of good faith. And please mark it as a voluntary gift, otherwise I shall not meet with you. Chen Zhuo did not give him a chance to respond, and hung up immediately. He then sent his account number. If it were about accompanying Dudu, he had plenty of time. But meeting unrelated people was another matter entirely. His time was particularly precious. As for why he would demand 1 billion right from the start, he always firmly believed one thing: where a person's money goes, their love follows. Since they had managed to trace him, it was highly likely they had already confirmed his identity. In that case, there was no point in dawdling. Directly transferring money was far more practical than any words. Of course, Chen Zhuo had already picked up on something from Chen Jingming's introduction. He was saying he was Chen Zhuo's biological father. In other words, he had already conducted a paternity test. Actually, Chen Zhuo's sample would have been easy to trace. They had even obtained Dudu's sample. It was all at that private hospital. Chen Jingming immediately arranged for genetic comparison, not only between himself and Chen Zhuo, but also between his wife and Chen Zhuo, as well as their relationship with Dudu. What a shock once the results came in. He really was his own son. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Chen Jingming's brows furrowed slightly. A beautiful woman beside him immediately spoke up nervously. Son, what did he say? Is he willing to meet us? He's willing, but it comes with a price. Really? How much? I'll cover it. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up with delight. He asked for 10 billion right off the bat. The expression of surprise on the beautiful woman's face froze for a moment, then a smile reappeared. What are we hesitating for? Transfer the money. No, transfer 22 billion. My son deserves 100 million a year. It's only fair. Chen Jingming glanced at his wife. All right, I'll transfer it now. As he spoke, he called the bank manager specially assigned to him and sent over the account number. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo's phone vibrated as he was strolling through the park. China Construction Bank, a transfer of 2,000 yuan has been received to your savings account ending in 1024. Current balance 1941323184223. 32 yuan. Chen Zhuo thought he was seeing things. They had agreed on 10 billion. Why 22 billion? What did this mean? Was he about to be accused of extortion as well? But just then his phone vibrated again. Add me on WeChat and I'll send you the transfer screenshot. I've noted it as a voluntary gift. The number was the same one Chen Jingming had just used. Chen Zhuo took another look at the transfer details, so many zeros. Not only could he not find the transaction record, he wouldn't even be able to see it on a regular statement. Bai Muxi standing beside him caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and immediately froze. Is that a transfer notification? Bai Muxi's breathing grew rapid. How much? 22 billion. Chen Zhuo replied without hesitation. Who gave you that much money? Wait, could this be plain money? Even as a CEO of a large company, Bai Muxi was genuinely shocked. Just who was this son-in-law of his? Receiving 22 billion through a mobile transfer. What kind of shady deal was going on here? It was transferred by my biological father, Chen Zhuo explained. As he spoke, he had already accepted both people's friend requests. Chen Jingming's WeChat name was simply Chen Jingming. The other woman's WeChat name was Panner Gui. Her profile picture was a cartoon child's avatar. This must be the original owner's mother then. Chen Jingming sent over a photo right away, and sure enough, it was a picture of the transfer record. It even included the note, voluntary gift. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Chen Zhuo said with a grin. Meanwhile, over on the other end, Panner Gui had already sent a message. Little Zhuo, I'm your mom. I'd like to meet with you in Tianjin. Is that okay? Actually, Chen Zhuo felt that in a normal father-raising story, there should be a harmonious family with grandparents on both sides and both parents. Missing anyone would make it feel incomplete. When he first awakened the system, he had realized this issue. He never expected it to be part of some other arrangement. If that was the case, then indeed he should meet them. The money you just sent was only for meeting me. Dudu is still a child. If you want to see her, you'll need to add more. When the beautiful woman saw the message, she paused for a moment. Then she took a screenshot and sent it to Chen Zhuo. Little Zhuo, tell me how much you need. Mom will give it all to you. Chen Zhuo glanced at the figure and was stunned. The bank balance was actually 42 billion. What's showing off your wealth? So what if it's 42 billion? Don't think you're the only one with money. Chen Zhuo typed rapidly. Mom didn't mean it that way. This money is the allowance Mom has been saving for you over the years. As long as you're willing to acknowledge me as your mother, this 42 billion is yours. The beautiful woman quickly explained. Chen Zhuo was stunned. Was 42 billion really all it took to make him acknowledge a mother? Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zhuo replied, Mom, I'm your long-lost biological son. Any hesitation of even one more second would be disrespectful to 42 billion. Wait, it should be 64 billion actually. After all, they had already given him 22 billion. When the beautiful woman saw this message, tears streamed down her face. Jingming, our son, called me Mom. He called me Mom. Chen Jingming's brows furrowed. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Chen Zhuo. Since you've already called her Mom, don't you think you should call me Dad too? I called her Mom because she's offering me 42 billion. What about you? Are you trying to get a son for free? Send a voice message calling me Dad, and I'll give you 100 billion. Chen Zhuo stared at those words. Every character was familiar, but together they made no sense. 100 billion. Was he not in the real world after all, but instead in some short drama universe? After all, who just tossed around 100 billion as if it were nothing? Actually, Chen Zhuo didn't know the truth. This was because Chen Jingming had already confirmed his identity. Moreover, Chen Jingming had thoroughly investigated Chen Zhuo's recent activities, buying a house, purchasing office buildings. All of it was crystal clear. His own son seemed far from ordinary. Especially when he began investigating Chen Zhuo's bank account, he was stunned to discover it was completely untraceable. It was even classified as top secret information. For this reason, Chen Jingming had even called the president of China Construction Bank. But the result remained the same: top secret account inaccessible. This news left Chen Jingming deeply shaken, and even the bank president was equally astonished. When had a top secret account holder become a young man barely out of his 20s? These top secret accounts were reserved for the true highest echelons. People, even Chen Jingming himself, did not have the qualifications to access. It was precisely because of this knowledge that Chen Jingming blurted out 100 billion right away. This son was absolutely not as straightforward as he appeared on the surface. Though of course Chen Jingming was also aware of Chen Zhuo's recent changes. Everything had started after the confession was rejected and the campus beauty showed up with a daughter. What did this signify? Chen Zhuo was a man with great responsibility. He could endure hardship himself, but never at a child's expense. In that case, Chen Jingming had nothing left to deliberate over. Chen Zhuo hesitated for a moment, and then replied, transfer the money first, otherwise I won't believe you. Chen Zhuo quickly sent another message to Chen Jingming. Chen Jingming gritted his teeth. Why were you so quick to call her Mom? but so reluctant to call me dad. You're a businessman after all. As the saying goes, all businessmen are cunning. What if I call you dad, and you don't pay up? Chen Zhuo pursed his lips. Besides, mom isn't a businessman, so I don't need to guard against her. Chen Jingming. He actually couldn't find a single word to refute that. Chen Zhuo had no intention of acknowledging his relatives. But alas, they had offered far too much. Chen Jingming was also a straightforward man. Upon learning that Chen Zhuo was his long-lost son, he decisively transferred 10 billion. Everyone taking a walk was drawn by Yuchuan's exclamation. 100 billion. Bai Yuchuan's eyes bulged wide, a look of utter disbelief. Who on earth is on the other end? Why would they transfer so much money to you? 100 billion. 100 billion. Bai Muxi also walked over and asked curiously. Chen Zhuo made a shoe gesture. He understood the principle of keeping treasure to avoid trouble. The person on the other end is Chen Jingming, the head of the Chen family. Chen Zhuo lowered his voice. Bai Muxi suddenly realized, so you really are the second young master of the Chen family. Probably. Judging by how readily they sent money, I guess they've already done a DNA test. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Dudu's eyes also widened, asking with expectation. Then when will we go meet grandma and grandpa? Are grandma and grandpa good to you? Dudu immediately nodded. Yes, super good. Grandpa and grandma always take me out to play every time. After hearing her words, Chen Zhuo also nodded. Since you say they are good, then let's arrange a time to meet. Chen Jingming. Bai Yuchuan hadn't recovered. Are you talking about Chen Jingming, the head of the Chen family, the #1 family in Guangdong province? That astonished expression didn't look faked. Even Xu Tang thought of Chen Jingming's wife, that dignified and elegant beauty, Lu Mengli. Lu Mengli was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Although the family's strength was not as exaggerated as the Chun family, it was still formidable. Most importantly, their family leaned towards military and political circles. They could wield influence in certain spheres. Later during the reform and opening up, Lu Mengli's third brother demonstrated business talent and gradually rose to become a new commercial elite. Are you a child of the Chen family? Xu Tang asked Chen Zhuo in astonishment. Chen Zhuo nodded. I should be. The family lost their desire to continue their walk and returned to the villa together. Chen Zhuo was quite calm. After all, even something as outrageous as transmigrating had occurred, so having an additional young master identity was perfectly reasonable. However, whether he would acknowledge the Chen family was still uncertain. First, he was not lacking in love. Second, he was not short of money. But considering how readily the other party was willing to spend meeting them and getting to know them was acceptable. Of course, the most important factor was Dudu's attitude. He could do without parents, but if Dudu had no grandparents, family affection would indeed be incomplete. Chen Jingming and Lu Mengli were also eager to meet Chen Zhuo and Dudu. After the transfer, they kept urging repeatedly. Chen Zhuo could feel the other party's urgency. After sending a voice message calling him Dad, he also decided to have dinner together that evening. However, Chen Zhuo mentioned he would bring his father-in-law and mother-in-law's family. Bai Yuchuan was instantly excited. Although the Bai family was quite wealthy in Yangqing, they could not enter the circle of true aristocratic families. This time he could directly connect with the Chen family, and that was Chen Jingming, the absolute top figure. He felt the Bai family would achieve a qualitative leap under his leadership. At this moment, he couldn't help sighing. His daughter had married a good man. He had originally thought Chen Zhuo was a poor young man who would be easy to control. In the blink of an eye, the guy gifted his daughter a Rolls Royce and even secured Unit 1 of Huiyue Tower. A slap in the face right then and there. Later he thought Chen Zhuo was merely rich. Now it reversed again. It turned out he was still the young master of the Chen family. Although according to Chen Zhuo's explanation, he was a young master who had been lost since childhood, but once he acknowledged his ancestors and returned home, he would be a true dragon-born elite. In Yangqing, this small domain, he would exist like a hegemon. Who said this son-in-law was not good? This son-in-law was wonderful. It should be known that when Bai Muxi's news of having a child before marriage was first exposed, some relatives had slandered Chen Zhuo in various ways. Now he had an urge to gather all those detractors together and let them see what kind of divine being his son-in-law really was. Chen Jingming was indeed somewhat impatient. How about noon? I will set a banquet at the Chen family ancestral residence. Bring your father-in-law and mother-in-law over. Oh, and be sure to bring Dudu. Among your generation, Dudu is the only little princess. Seeing the message, Chen Zhuo replied with a good. Soon an address was sent over. See you at noon. Closing the conversation with the two, Chen Zhuo drove to the mall with his father-in-law, mother-in-law, wife, and daughter for shopping. First to buy things together for Dudu's school. Second to pick up some gifts for the visit. Although Lu Mengli's 2 billion had not yet arrived, 2 billion had already been received. Since the other party was so generous, Chen Zhuo could not be stingy. He bought Lu Mengli some high-end skincare products and also purchased a jade pendant worth 2 million. He also bought some tobacco and alcohol for Chen Jingming. Only then did they all head to the Chen family old residence. Actually, a large part of the Chen family descendants had gone overseas to develop. The rest were also scattered throughout Guangdong province. Only the main branch remained in Yangqing. and currently only Chen Jingming resided in the Chen family old residence. When the luxurious version of the Rolls-Royce appeared at the courtyard entrance, it was undoubtedly intercepted, but soon a couple riding in a sightseeing car appeared. The man, although aged, still carried the charm of a mature gentleman. He bore some resemblance to Hong Kong drama actor Lau Cheng-yen. The woman was also well-maintained, appearing no older than 35 at most. For words to describe, dignified and noble, extraordinary temperament. This was a kind of grand beauty, and Chen Zhuo felt that he resembled this woman by about 70%. They all say daughters resemble fathers, and sons resemble mothers. This genetic inheritance was indeed powerful. When the sightseeing car stopped, Lu Mengli stepped off somewhat anxiously and walked toward Chen Zhuo with an eager expression. Little Zhuo, Mom has finally found you. As Lu Mengli spoke, she was already somewhat choked up, her eyes red and her voice trembling. Chen Zhuo was also sizing up this woman. Let me tell you, she had a pleasing figure, and her attire exuded elegance and appropriateness. For a moment, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but feel moved. This original body was truly pitiful. He hadn't enjoyed a single good day before passing away. Now that he had arrived, he had a wife and daughter, and even a prestigious family background. Chen Zhuo did not let Lu Mengli embrace him, but instead placed his hands on his chest. Madam, I want to ask you a question. What? Speak. After I went missing, you didn't adopt any foster son or something like that, did you? Chen Zhuo asked with a guarded expression. Having consumed too many novels on Fanxia in his previous life, he truly had a touch of PTSD. He always felt that once married, he would be betrayed. If he were the real young master, there would inevitably be a fake young master. Even if they had children, the children might say hurtful things about their father, demanding a new father, and so on. For this, Chen Zhuo decided to ask first. If there was a fake young master, he would never return to this family. No matter how much money was offered, he would not return. He did not wish to engage in household intrigue. How could that be? All these years I have not given up searching for you. You are my last child. Lu Mengli immediately shook her head, speaking with utmost seriousness. Spiritual sustenance, or whatever, simply did not exist. Especially for a family with such a long heritage bloodline, was valued above all. Chen Zhuo smiled only, then opening his arms and giving Lu Mengli a hug. Very good. You have preliminarily gained my approval. Chen Jingming looked at the mother and son, embracing each other, a smile spreading across his face. At this moment, he also opened his arms. Son, I am your father. He stepped forward. However, Chen Zhuo took a step back. How can you be sure I'm your son? Did you secretly go behind my back and get a paternity test? Chen Jingming nodded, explaining, wasn't it a while ago that you went to a private hospital for a test? I contacted that hospital and also had one done. You are my son, and Dudu is my biological granddaughter. The report is at home. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you when we get back. All right. That only proves I'm your biological son. But if you want to be my dad, 10 billion isn't enough. Then what do you suggest? Is there a family business or something for me to inherit? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile. In reality, this was a test from Chen Zhuo. Chen Jingming thought seriously. Currently, our group's domestic industries are managed by your eldest brother and the overseas ones by your second sister. If you want to take over the family business, you'll have to pass our trials. Of course, don't overthink it. This isn't targeted at you personally. Every heir who wants to take over the family enterprise must go through this. I also ascended to the position of family head this way. Oh, this domineering CEO dad actually has a mouth. Afraid I might misunderstand, he even took the trouble to explain. So, you're willing to give it, right? Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment and asked. Of course you're my son. Who else would I give it to? Chen Jingming said with a smile. Actually, it's fine if you don't participate in group affairs. Your eldest brother can distribute dividends to you according to your shares. The dividends alone will be enough for you to live a worry-free life. Lu Mengli had 3 children. The eldest was Chen Tingyuan. The second was Chen Zhaoye. The third was Chen Zhuo. However, Chen Zhuo's name wasn't given by them. In fact, Chen Zhuo's name was Chen Mahong, but he was stolen right after birth. The situation back then was quite complicated. Because Lu Mengli had gone to pay respects at Lotus Mountain, but a car accident occurred on the way, causing her to go into premature labor. She then gave birth to Chen Zhuo and Panyu. But who would have thought that Chen Zhuo would be stolen? Later it was discovered that a rival family was behind it. So Chen Jingming wiped out that rival family. But in the end, there was no trace of Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo's adoptive parents were not his biological parents because his adoptive father had azoospermia and couldn't have children of his own. One day when he went out, he saw Chen Zhuo in a swaddling cloth and directly raised him as his own child. Until his death, Chen Zhuo's true identity was never exposed. In fact, when Chen Zhuo's adoptive father had an accident, a DNA test revealed that Chen Zhuo was not his biological son. But this was suppressed by the adoptive mother's family. At that time, he was just about to take the college entrance exam, and they clearly didn't want to distract him. It wasn't until later, after Chen Zhuo transmigrated, that through some deduction and his uncle's revelation, he finally learned the truth. Of course, regardless, his adoptive parents had already passed away. All Chen Zhuo could do next was to live well. After all, they were dead. He couldn't very well dig them up and lash their corpses, could he? Besides, even though they weren't his biological parents, they had always treated him well. In fact, they had both died to support Chen Zhuo's education. But I also want to have my own career. Otherwise, what if my daughter thinks I'm a useless stay-at-home dad in the future? Chen Zhuo blinked and said with a grin. But just as he finished speaking, Dudu hugged Chen Zhuo's leg. Dudu would never think that. Even if daddy doesn't go to work, he's still the most amazing daddy in the world. Chen Zhuo ruffled Dudu's head. If you say that, grandpa won't give daddy the company. Dudu immediately covered her mouth, her big eyes fixed on Chen Jingming. Chen Jingming laughed heartily. The Chen Group has many subsidiaries. If you really want to gain experience, you can start in a couple of days. Alright, let's not talk at the doorstep. Get in the car, everyone. Let's go home and discuss. Lu Mingli bent down and said to Dudu, Dudu, grandma will take you on the electric cart, okay? Grandma, hold me. Dudu clearly recognized Lu Mingli and reached out her hand voluntarily. So well behaved, holding the soft little granddaughter, a gentle smile appeared on Lu Mingli's beautiful face. She then said to Chen Zhuo, you drive behind us. Take good care of your parents-in-law, especially my precious daughter-in-law. Okay. Bai Muxi also had a sweet smile on her face. Before, she thought she was a noble young lady of high status. But today, visiting the Chen family estate, she realized how narrow her view had been. Compared to a family with such deep roots, she was nothing more than a nouveau riche, not a true heiress at all. Dudu sat between Chen Jingming and Lu Mingli. It was clear that both of them loved children, especially their own granddaughter. Their faces were filled with a thick, irrepressible joy that reached their eyes. The electric cart took over 2 minutes to reach the mansion gate. In front of the gate were 2 large characters, Chen Mansion. Chen Zhuo, however, was captivated by the calligrapher. Wasn't this a famously powerful regional official in Chinese history? The depth of the Chen family's heritage was truly terrifying. Unlike the European-style villas on Ersha Island, this was an Eastern garden. As soon as one entered, there was an ancient aura. The air was filled with a faint woody fragrance. Bai Yuchuan was also looking around. Wow, are these all rosewood? Chen Zhuo knew nothing about wood. He was completely ignorant. What is it expensive? It's not a matter of cost, it's that you can't buy it, even with money. Then obviously you didn't offer enough money. Chen Zhuo had a different opinion. After Chen Jingming got out of the car, he immediately came over to chat with Bai Yuchuan. After all, they were now in-laws, so they had to be courteous. Lu Mingli looked at Chen Zhuo with deep affection. If you hadn't been taken away when you were little, you would have grown up here too. Her words were filled with heartache. Chen Zhuo, however, didn't mind. He smiled faintly. It's all in the past. I grew up just fine. You have a pretty good attitude. Shu Tang couldn't help but praise him. Bai Muxi nodded, but at this moment her heart was deeply shaken. In the midst of a bustling city, there was actually such a large Chinese-style estate. Entering it felt like stepping back into ancient times. Even the ground was paved with bluestone slabs, and the walkways were lined with meticulously maintained rare flowers. Everywhere exuded opulence. I firmly believe in one thing: everything happens for the best, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. In other words, everything that happens is to my advantage. Lu Mingli also nodded. Since you've been found, come home and live with us from now on. Mom and Dad will take care of you. Chen Zhuo immediately shook his head. That might not work. Dudu starts kindergarten next week, and the school is on Ersha Island. It's more convenient for us to live there. Ersha Island. We have a villa there too. Lu Mingli immediately said. Then we'll move there. There's a saying, if the mountain won't come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. Lu Mingli, facing this son she had lost and regained, wanted to spend more time with him to make up for the years of absence. Chen Zhuo shook his head again. I haven't decided to acknowledge my ancestry yet. The terms haven't been settled. So you need more money, right? Mom knows. Tell me what you want. If your dad won't give it, I'll ask your uncles. Lu Mingli said with a smile, her eyes full of indulgence, but then she quickly changed her tone. But our whole family abides by the law. Don't make any illegal demands. I just got a wife and a child. I'm not about to commit any crimes. You can rest assured. It was already mealtime. They decided not to linger in the living room and were led directly to the dining hall. This was a separate courtyard, initially appearing as a Lingnan garden dining pavilion, with the four waters returned to the hall layout. A moon-shaped doorway of gray bricks and black tiles framed a dining space of about 10 meters square. 12 rosewood carved screens unfurled like an ancestral scroll petrified the surging tides of the Pearl River and the oar sounds and lantern shadows of Lichi Bay into bar-leaf patterns. At the center, an octagonal table was carved from a single piece of hollowed-out kundu wood. Its legs coiled with auspicious beasts symbolizing 100 sons and 1,000 grandsons, reflecting the glimmer of the gilded palace lanterns hanging from the ceiling, casting mottled light and shadows flowing over the rosewood chair backs. Chen Zhuo felt only 2 words: antique grandeur. Even as a time traveler, he was constantly awed by the profound heritage displayed here. To be honest, this was also a brand new experience for him. After all, in his past life, he was just a struggling writer. Though he had become wealthy in this world, he was at best a nouveau riche. Only after coming to a family like this did he realize the disparity between worlds. Some are born as beasts of burden, while others are born in Rome. No, this is not just Rome. It is a paradise on earth. Xiaozhi, would you like to drink with us? Everyone took their seats. Chen Jingming proactively asked Chen Zhuo. I'm afraid I can't. Do I still have to drive? Chen Zhuo declined directly. In truth, he didn't like drinking. Although he now had the healthiest kidneys and liver in the world, having experienced sudden death in his past life, he would take good care of his body no matter what. Chen Jingming was not angered. Oh, you don't usually drink much. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Very rarely. The only time I drank heavily was the day after being rejected by a girl, and I felt terrible for days. Bai Yuchuan laughed. But didn't you drink with me last night? That was risking my life to accompany my father-in-law. Chen Zhuo said with a smile, then added, since we're meeting for the first time today, let's not drink. Let's have juice instead. Dudu, would you like some? Daddy will pour it for you. Dudu immediately nodded. Yes, yes. Dudu wants juice. Lumingly then spoke. I know you're happy and want to celebrate with wine, but this time listen to your son. Let's all have juice. All right, Uncle Fu, bring the dishes. Chen Jingming waved his hand. Then this bottle of 1958 5-star Mount I will be a gift for brother Bai as a meeting gift. Thank you, elder brother Chen. Bai Yuchuan immediately replied politely. The 1958 5-star Mount I had a market price of over 1 million yuan, and more importantly, it was hard to buy even with money. After all, those who could collect such liquor were not short of cash. Soon the large table was filled with exquisite dishes. Dudu's eyes never left them. Wow, this white-cut chicken looks so yummy, and roast goose. This roasted bone smells so fragrant. Dudu had already started swallowing. Chen Zhuo glanced at Dudu. Tell Daddy what you want to eat, and Daddy will get it for you. Bai Muxi then spoke. Honey, you chat with Uncle, and Auntie, let me take care of Dudu for this meal. No need. Just act the same as at home. Chen Zhuo said, shaking his head. Bai Muxi herself was still just a young girl. How could she take care of a child? Lu Mingli also nodded. This is home too. Do as you please. Everyone pick up your chopsticks, and don't be shy. Today's dishes were very Cantonese. White-cut Qingping chicken 9 preparation tangerine, peel spare ribs, steamed coral trout, ginger scallion, fried crab, claypot chicken, ancient style, roast goose 9 preparation tangerine, peel spare ribs, superior broth, baby cabbage apricot, and gold fried rice, and a slow-cooked nourishing soup, American ginseng, and black bone chicken soup. All were home-style dishes, but Chen Zhuo gave them a try. The ingredients were very fresh. The chef's skill was also top-notch. Servants were ready at hand. This Chen family seemed like an ancient official household. Dudu didn't care about any of that as she ate with juice dribbling down her chin. Chen Jingming and Bai Yuchuan chatted while eating. Both were old hands at the dining table with endless topics. Lu Mingli focused all her attention on Chen Zhuo eating little, but often smiling foolishly. Yet as she watched, her eyes grew red. If she hadn't lost him, would she have taken care of him like this? Many scenes played out in her mind. Shu Tang and Bai Muxi were also very quiet while eating. After all, their families were quite wealthy, so these home-style dishes were nothing to marvel at. Xiaozhi, what dishes do you like? Tell Mom, and next time I'll have them specially made for you. Chen Zhuo shook his head. I'm not picky. I like everything on the table. As he spoke, he used the serving spoon to scoop a piece of coral trout for Dudu. Cantonese cuisine emphasizes freshness and aroma. This coral trout was steamed to perfection. With the fragrance of soy sauce, it was very appetizing. You eat too. Lu Mingli also picked a piece of spare rib for Chen Zhuo, her eyes filled with tenderness. Thank you, Mom. Chen Zhuo replied politely, not rejecting this kindness. In life, it's always good to have more people who love you. As for the possibility of them having ulterior motives, Chen Zhuo would make them regret it. But it turned out Lu Mingli simply wanted to be good to them. After the meal, everyone moved to the living room. Chen Jingming brought out old Tri De Hong Pao tea to entertain Bai Yuchuan. Lu Mingli went upstairs and brought down the gifts she had prepared in advance. One bank card was for Chen Zhuo. There's 2 billion in here. It's all yours. Spend it on whatever you want. Just don't break the law or violate public order and good customs. You can spend it however you like. Thank you, Mom. Chen Zhuo said and gave her a big hug. As the saying goes, where there's milk, there's mother. He had long passed the age of drinking milk. But Lu Mingli deserved his embrace. After all, this hug was worth 2 billion. Lu Mingli couldn't help but cry. Wiping her tears, she opened a small box. See, this is our family's heirloom jade bracelet meant for our daughter-in-law. Since you've already registered your marriage with Chen Zhuo and have a daughter, this is passed on to you. Bai Muxi had seen fine things before. Staring at the top-quality emerald that glowed green throughout, her eyes widened. No, this is too precious. Bai Muxi immediately shook her head and refused. Take it. It's not for you. You're just a porter of the bracelet. It will be passed down to the children later. Come on, let Mom put it on for you. Lu Mingli insisted and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. Bai Muxi dared not struggle. If it fell to the ground, it would be a disaster. Chen Zhuo looked on with curiosity. What did she mean by porter of the bracelet? I'm more like the porter of nature. But Lu Mingli didn't forget Dudu. She opened the third box, which contained a longevity lock. Aside from gold, it was adorned with many gemstones. It looked extremely valuable. When Dudu saw it, her eyes lit up. Wow, so beautiful, Dudu exclaimed. But isn't this at my home? Dudu clearly hadn't realized. She had traveled back to 26 years before she was born. Lu Mengli looked puzzled. Huh, why is it at your home? Because Grandma gave this longevity lock to me. But isn't this our first meeting? Ah, Dudu finally realized. Right, today is the first time Dudu meets Grandma and Grandpa. Noticing Lu Mengli's perplexity, Chen Zhuo withheld nothing and shared with her the news that Dudu was a transmigrator. A look of disbelief spread across Lu Mengli's face. It was simply too extraordinary. Yet there were countless inexplicable phenomena in this world, and soon she accepted this explanation. Chen Jingming beside them wore an equally astonished expression. His thoughts drifted to reflections on how his long-lost son was certainly no ordinary man. Of course, every person carries secrets of their own. As patriarch of a prominent family, he had no habit of prying into matters uninvited. Little Zhuo, come with me to the study for a moment. There are things I wish to discuss with you. Feeling the conversation had reached its natural conclusion, Chen Jingming led Chen Zhuo upstairs to the study. The room retained its classical charm with the ancient writing instruments, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, still resting upon the desk. Had Chen Jingming worn a traditional robe instead of his Tang-style attire, the scene would have fit even more perfectly. Chen Jingming gestured politely. Please take a seat. Chen Zhuo, not one to be shy, dropped himself onto a wooden stool without ceremony. Tell me your conditions. What will it take for you to acknowledge our family? A faint smile playing upon his lips, Chen Jingming came straight to the point. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Actually, money is not my concern, so material matters need not be discussed. Oh, then what is it you desire? I wish to know your attitude toward Dudu. That was precisely what Chen Zhuo cared about most. Your attitude toward Dudu. Chen Jingming's mind involuntarily conjured up Dudu's adorable face, and the corner of his mouth rose into a gentle curve. Dudu is lovely, and I like her very much. If possible, I hope she can come live at our family residence where we can arrange for her the finest, most elite education fit for a successor. Chen Zhuo pursed his lips. Simply the first part will suffice, and do not entertain such thoughts about the rest. I shall personally educate my own daughter, and there is no need for her to become any successor. It is enough that she grows up healthy. Nevertheless, Chen Zhuo noticed the fleeting expression upon Chen Jingming's face. Chen Jingming nodded. Very well. Then tell me, what must we do regarding Dudu to earn your acceptance? It is quite straightforward. Treat her as other grandparents would treat their grandchildren. I simply do not wish for Dudu to grow up missing the love of grandparents. That is all. No problem. Chen Jingming nodded. By the way, your eldest brother heard of your return and has already taken a flight from Shanghai. He should arrive within half an hour. Would you like to meet him first? Chen Zhuo arched an eyebrow. Why such haste? Is he afraid I might steal his position as heir? He is now the current head of the Chen family. Even if you wished to take it, you could not. Chen Jingming shook his head. However, if you truly wish to join the Chen group, he would be overjoyed. You do not truly know your eldest brother. From a young age, he had no interest in the business, yet duty compelled him to shoulder the responsibility. The Chen group may indeed be a family enterprise, but it equally bore responsibilities toward thousands of families. Should any misfortune befall the Chen group, countless households behind it would be implicated. Thus, they had to pursue development while maintaining prudence. Chen Zhuo nodded. Very well. I might as well bring my wife and family to tour the ancestral mansion. No problem. Chen Jingming agreed. But before that, you may choose a company to help you prepare for the future. Surely I won't have to start from the bottom, will I? Chen Zhuo asked in confusion, glancing at the folder Chen Jingming produced. That need not be the case. These are all wholly owned subsidiaries. Make of them whatever you will. But if you cannot turn them profitable within 6 months, forget about entering the headquarters. Chen Zhuo took the documents and examined them carefully. The companies before him were all valued at under 1 billion yuan, spanning various industries. Yet Chen Zhuo's gaze was swiftly drawn to the file labeled Xingqian Games. This was a PC game company that had previously launched a MOBA-style competitive game, which enjoyed a brief period of popularity. But its momentum eventually waned. In today's fiercely competitive gaming market, reviving fortune would require a brand new release. I'll take this one. I recently established my own gaming company, and I shall merge this one into mine. Chen Zhuo pointed to the Xingqian Games folder. Chen Jingming nodded. I shall contact the lawyers to transfer the company equity directly to you. Are you certain? There are several companies here superior to Xingqian Games. When choosing, do not seek the most expensive, seek that which best suits you. Chen Zhuo spoke calmly. I have just founded Tongfei Games, and the first steps have been rather difficult. With Xingqian Games joining us, much time will be saved. With the new year approaching, it was time to launch 2 small games to earn some quick profits. By the way, does the Chen family hold shares in WeChat? I wish to discuss a collaboration with them. Chen Zhuo did not beat around the bush, stating his intentions directly. Yes, we hold a 15% stake in the WeChat headquarters. Chen Zhuo was momentarily stunned. The current market valuation of WeChat headquarters stood at 4.5 trillion yuan. That 15% equated to 675 billion. Such terrifying wealth possessed by the Chen family. What surprised already? Chen Jingming was quite pleased with Chen Zhuo's reaction. We basically hold shares in every notable company throughout the Pearl River Delta. You shall come to understand these matters in time. Chen Zhuo swallowed hard. It seemed he had stumbled into an incredibly wealthy household. He had originally believed his nearly 20 billion fortune was already staggering. But now it became apparent that compared to the Chen family, he was but a gnat facing the vast heavens. Yet there was nothing to be done. He had no need to rely upon the Chen family for his livelihood. So what difference did their wealth make to him? You are so extraordinarily wealthy, yet you only give me a 1 billion yuan company to practice with. That is rather stingy. Chen Zhuo immediately voiced his complaint. This is not stinginess, it is a test. Besides, did we not already give you over 16 billion? With that capital, surely a modest gaming company could be turned around. Does reviving a gaming company require additional funding? Who do you think you're talking to? Chen Zhuo pursed his lips. Very well, we have discussed enough. Let us depart. Wait, is there something else? You have not yet called me father. Chen Jingming said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Father. Satisfied. Quite satisfied. Good son. Chen Jingming nodded joyfully. Back downstairs, Lu Mengli was holding an album and introducing family members to Dudu. But Dudu clearly recognized them all. Grandma, I have seen this one already. This is uncle. And this is auntie. Dudu recited the Chen family relatives with ease, as though playing a game of spot the difference, knowing every detail about them. She even remembered the origins of each photograph with perfect clarity. Lu Mengli's gaze upon Dudu grew ever brighter, her face overflowing with affection. Dudu's mind is so sharp with such an excellent memory. Dudu, however, took it in stride. Throughout her life, she had been praised more than once for her keen wit and remarkable memory. Seeing Chen Zhuo descend, Lu Mengli's smile broadened. Little Zhuo is here. How did your talk with your father go? We reached an agreement. Once Dudu starts school, I shall begin working at the company. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Bai Muxi's eyes brightened. Husband is finally going to focus on his career. What do you mean, finally? I have already begun. Chen Zhuo shrugged. Currently I own 4 companies, and the total registered capital exceeds 20 billion. What? Bai Muxi looked completely astonished. How was I unaware of this? It was not particularly important, so I did not mention it. Chen Zhuo said nonchalantly. Companies meant little to him. What truly mattered was spending time with Dudu. The Chen family's ancestral residence was vast. It was his first visit, and there was so much to see. One notable aspect was the home's furnishings. Each piece had a documented lineage. A random painting might well be an authentic masterpiece from an ancient master. The old residence also featured a spacious courtyard filled with rare orchids. These flowers grew increasingly expensive as the new year approached. According to Uncle Fu's introduction, even a single orchid here cost at least 6 figures. Chen Zhuo naturally had no expertise in such matters. Beyond marveling at the extravagance of the wealthy, he felt nothing particular. Dudu, however, showed genuine interest in the flowers and plants. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi followed behind Dudu as they strolled after their meal. Before long, a Rolls-Royce appeared at the entrance to the Chen estate, and a man in his early 30s emerged. Judging by his face alone, he bore a 7 or 8 tenths resemblance to Chen Zhuo, yet appeared far more mature and composed. Chen Zhuo's own temperament, by contrast, remained somewhat languid. After all, he didn't need to manage a massive corporate empire. While Chen Zhuo was enjoying the flowers in the rear garden with Dudu, Chen Tingyuan strode over. His usually impassive face was alight with surprise. Second brother. Chen Tingyuan fixed his gaze firmly on Chen Zhuo and called out in a low voice. Chen Zhuo turned to look at Chen Tingyuan, slightly taken aback. It seemed the Chen family truly kept a low profile. Despite wielding enormous wealth, he hadn't appeared on any financial channels. Yet this face was undeniably handsome, and with his upright pine-like figure, he resembled nothing so much as a true alpha, so was straight out of a corporate romance novel. Elder brother, Chen Zhuo called out uncertainly. Chen Tingyuan stepped forward and pulled him into a warm embrace. After learning from his mother that he had found his biological younger brother, Chen Tingyuan immediately altered his scheduled return to Yangqing. He promptly booked a flight and rushed back all to meet his flesh-and-blood sibling. Though he shared no prior bond with Chen Zhuo, the Chen family had instilled in him from childhood a deep reverence for blood ties. Even without having lived together, now that they had found each other, he felt it essential to meet him in person. You've endured so much hardship these past years, Chen Tingyuan said, his expression filled with genuine concern. Clearly, having reviewed Chen Zhuo's background, it wasn't difficult. That chapter is closed. Chen Zhuo offered a faint smile. After all, the suffering belonged to his former self. For him, as a transmigrator, it held no real weight. He allowed himself one more minute of pity for his original host. Chen Tingyuan shook his head and withdrew a card from his pocket. I'm in Mogu this time to develop a new commercial district, so I didn't bring a proper gift. Take this supplementary card. It's yours. Buy whatever you like, your brother will cover it. Is this one of those unlimited black cards from short dramas? Chen Zhuo accepted the card and asked curiously. Naturally, it's not unlimited. Daily spending can't exceed 100 million. Chen Tingyuan smiled. But if you want to buy a house or anything substantial, just tell me. Your brother will personally cover it. That generous. Money is merely a number to us. Still, our Chen family has a clan rule: we absolutely do not engage in illegal activities. We must be law-abiding citizens of the new era, understood? Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow, hearing Lu Mengli emphasize similar points several times earlier. It was clear the Chen family truly valued legal compliance. And that was exactly how it should be. For a family to maintain lasting prosperity, the first principle was never to oppose government institutions. At least not openly. Understood. Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. Then thank you, brother. Chen Tingyuan's gaze shifted to Bai Muxi beside him. Hello, you must be my sister-in-law. You're quite beautiful. Hello, elder uncle. Bai Muxi greeted him with a poised handshake. Uncle, and don't forget me. Dudu's voice chimed in clear and melodic. Chen Tingyuan crouched down, his eyes sparkling with unmistakable delight. Wow, is this Dudu? She's even cuter in person than in photos. Dudu beamed, but then her expression turned curious. Why isn't Brother Ping'an here with you? Chen Ping'an was Chen Tingyuan's eldest son. Brother Ping'an has many classes today, and I decided to come over last minute, so I didn't bring him. Chen Tingyuan explained. You know that boy. Dudu glanced up at Chen Zhuo, as if asking whether she should admit knowing him. Chen Zhuo spoke up. Dudu should know him, but her situation is a bit special. She's traveled from the future. Time travel. Chen Tingyuan's face registered shock, but he quickly grasped the implication. No wonder. I was wondering how someone in his early 20s could have a 5-year-old daughter. You've traveled back from the future. Brother, aren't you surprised by this? Chen Tingyuan shook his head. What's there to be surprised about? The world is full of phenomena that science cannot explain. But how did Dudu end up traveling back? Did you ask her? Chen Zhuo shook his head. She said she simply fell asleep, and when she opened her eyes again she had arrived in this world. I see. Chen Tingyuan's expression softened with wonder. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. As long as Dudu is our family's child, we'll protect her for life. Uncle is the best. Dudu's smile broadened as she stepped forward and wrapped him in a big hug. From these small details, it was evident that Chen Tingyuan deeply respected children. The fact that he crouched down to speak with her was something not everyone could manage. Dudu, would you like to see Brother Ping'an? Shall Uncle take you to see him now? Your auntie is cooking tonight, and we'll all share a family meal. Chen Tingyuan said with a smile. Yes, I miss Auntie too. Dudu nodded eagerly. Chen Zhuo was running through calculations in his mind. Children's instincts were always remarkably sharp. They could clearly sense who genuinely cared for them. From Dudu's spontaneous gesture to embrace Chen Tingyuan, it was evident she shared a close bond with her uncle in the future. And her aunt was kind to her as well. It seemed the Chen family members were all very warm people. Of course, this was merely an initial impression. Even with his own biological parents, Chen Zhuo would guard his secret. It was his trump card. Bai Yuchuan and Xu Tang had already departed rather than stay, returning to Ershidao. Chen Zhuo along with Bai Muxi and Dudu followed Chen Tingyuan to the equestrian center, where Chen Ping'an trained horses. Only the exceptionally wealthy typically pursued such pursuits. Most were membership-based establishments. As the two Rolls-Royces parked in succession, the equestrian staff promptly came forward. Welcome, President Chen. It's an honor to have you here. I'm here to check on my son's training. Please lead the way. Certainly, please follow me. This equestrian facility was a provincial-level professional training base, with annual membership fees reaching several million. Chen Tingyuan maintained 3 premium horses here. Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up as he surveyed the magnificent horses in the stables and the exquisitely appointed facilities around him. Here was another opportunity to spend on his daughter. As a devoted father, surely it was only reasonable to buy his daughter a fine horse. It did not matter whether his daughter loved riding or not. What mattered was that the horse must be expensive, but before that he still needed to understand the market. Big brother, if Dudu learns to ride here, how much would it cost per year? Chen Zhuo asked as he followed beside Chen Tingyuan. Are you sure Dudu wants to learn riding? No, I am just curious. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Actually, this is my first time at a riding venue like this. The VIP system here is tiered. Of course, different prices correspond to different services. The most expensive tier could cost up to 10 million a year. 10 million. That meant a cashback of 1 billion yuan. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Another cashback of 10 billion. Although Chen Zhuo had netted over 17 billion today, the feeling of having to ask others still did not sit well with him. Besides, he certainly had the ability to make money. Do I need to provide my own horse? If I wanted to buy Dudu a top-tier purebred foal, how much would it cost? Chen Zhuo continued. That depends on the different tiers. Chen Tingyuan said seriously. Since most purebred horses come from Europe and America, if you want the purest lineage in a young horse that has just reached adulthood, it could easily cost tens of millions. But for a child just starting to learn, a purebred horse, costing a few 100,000 would suffice. Anything more expensive would be a waste. A few 100,000. Chen Zhuo immediately shook his head. That will not do. My daughter deserves only the best. Then Chen Zhuo looked at Dudu. Dudu, would you like to learn riding? Can I? Dudu seemed interested in everything, her eyes full of anticipation. Of course. Chen Zhuo nodded, then turned to Bai Muxi. Cici, can you ride? Perhaps I should get you a horse too. I learned when I was very young, but it has been years since I last rode. Each time I visit the riding venue I rent a horse. Buying one myself would be too costly, and the ongoing maintenance is also a significant expense. Bai Muxi explained with a smile. Actually owning a horse was equivalent to forming a bond with it, creating a connection. This required considerable attention and care. And although Bai Muxi was a wealthy beauty, she was not wealthy to that extent. Chen Zhuo smiled upon hearing this. By the way, there happens to be an auction tomorrow. If you want to buy one for Dudu, you can use my card. Consider it a meeting gift from her uncle. Chen Zhuo's gaze met Chen Zhuo's. It was clear that Chen Zhuo was being sincere. But Chen Zhuo directly shook his head. That will not do. I have a rule: all expenses related to Dudu must be borne by me. Since there is an auction tomorrow, let us just have some fun and experience riding today. Then Chen Zhuo suddenly asked Chen Zhuo curiously, by the way, how is the membership fee calculated? If I want to hire the top-tier equestrian instructor, how much would it cost per year? The basic membership costs at most 30,000 per month, and the diamond membership is 100,000 per month. But this is the most premium riding venue in Yangqing, and they have introduced a supreme membership at 3 million per year. If you need, they can arrange for national team members to provide personal instruction. Currently Pinyin is on that package, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Then arrange the same package for our Dudu. Chen Zhuo replied without hesitation. Concerned about her getting injured, Chen Zhuo decided to exchange for a physique-enhancing pill for Dudu that night. Once her physical condition improved, the probability of injury would decrease significantly. Of course, Chen Zhuo could completely teach her riding himself. After all, skills could be learned by spending some dad points. But professional matters should be left to professionals. Chen Zhuo was not the type who insisted on handling everything himself. Occasionally taking it easy was perfectly reasonable. The expenses at the riding venue were indeed substantial. Clothing, horses, even saddles, all had to be purchased separately. But Chen Zhuo would not be stingy about this. Chen Zhuo also met his young nephew, who appeared to be around 10 years old. But despite his young age, he carried an air of nobility, and he should be considered tall among his peers. A typical tall, rich, and handsome young man. Chen Pinyin looked somewhat surprised, not expecting to suddenly gain a cousin sister. However, his good upbringing allowed him to get along harmoniously with Dudu, and he even took the initiative to introduce the equipment and instructors to her. And what he recommended was none other than his own gold medal instructor. Chen Zhuo learned from Chen Zhuo that this beautiful female instructor was a formal member of the provincial team and had previously placed in domestic equestrian competitions. Most importantly, she was famous for her patience and effective teaching methods. Chen Pinyin came here every weekend to ride, primarily to improve his physique and posture, and secondarily, to cultivate confidence, courage, and emotional management abilities. Of course, there was another reason: to integrate into aristocratic circles. Those who rode here and signed up for Supreme VIP were all successful people. Building connections from childhood could become resources in the future. The poor earn money by selling their labor. The rich earn money by integrating resources. As the common saying goes, there is no such thing as garbage in this world, only resources misplaced. And the rich know how to integrate resources, placing them in better positions. Since the auction was only tomorrow, Chen Zhuo settled down and rode together with his wife and daughter. Dudu likely had not learned in her previous life, so she listened very attentively when the instructor taught. Besides listening to the lesson, they also took a leisurely ride together. Dudu rode a foal only a few months old, with the instructor leading ahead, so there was no safety concern. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi followed behind. The whole family's faces were filled with smiles. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Chen Zhuo's mind. Ding detected that the host accompanied Dudu for 1 hour of equestrian learning. Reward: beginner equestrian skills. Immediately, a wealth of riding knowledge flooded Chen Zhuo's mind. Handsome guy, could you pass me the reins? Chen Zhuo asked the young man leading the horse ahead. That is not safe. There could be danger. It is fine, I will take full responsibility if I get hurt. Bai Muxi, watching from the side, was somewhat worried. Husband, why don't you learn a bit more? You just started, right? Safety comes first. Actually, I pick up skills very quickly. While circling just now, I felt that slow riding should be no problem. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Taking the reins, he began to amble along slowly. You need to be careful, do not go too fast. Rest assured. Chen Zhuo lightly gathered the reins with his fingertips, his knees gently brushing against the horse's belly, and that magnificent black horse began to amble forward with soft rhythmic hoofbeats. The horseshoes tapped lightly against the ground, the sound clear and unhurried like an evening breeze rustling through bamboo branches. Beside him, Bai Muxi had dismounted and fixed her beautiful eyes on Chen Zhuo. For a moment, she was utterly transfixed. The sunset glow fell upon Chen Zhuo, as if wrapping him in a halo, making him look almost unrealistically handsome. Especially with his straight back, his hair gently stirred by the breeze, his gaze calmly fixed on the distance, and an air of relaxed ease surrounding him. There was absolutely no sign of the tension that came with just learning to ride. That composure and calmness struck directly at Bai Muxi's heart. At that moment, her palms grew wet. Oh, she meant her heart. Wow, Papa is so amazing. Dudu's voice rang out with surprise. She had stopped her stroll and come to stand beside Bai Muxi, her bright big eyes staring intently at Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo held the horse rope in one hand, while still waving at Dudu and the others. But this small gesture gave Bai Muxi a fright. Don't let go of your grip, stay safe. Bai Muxi didn't care whether others were watching her. Clearly that action had genuinely startled her. Chen Zhuo made an okay gesture, a faint smile curving his lips. You think this casual ride is impressive? What would you say if I let the horse gallop? At this thought he tightened his wrist grip slightly and tapped the black horse's flank with his knee. The horse instantly sped up, shifting from a slow walk to a brisk trot. The wind blew across Chen Zhuo's face. Dudu didn't sense any danger. Instead she exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Papa is running. So cool." "No, Papa isn't running. It's the horse he's riding." Bai Muxi corrected her, displaying a touch of mild obsessive-compulsive tendency. However, seeing Chen Zhuo master horseback riding in just over an hour once again left her in awe. Indeed, there was a gap between ordinary people and geniuses. Chen Zhuo seemed to learn everything incredibly fast. When he trotted past them on horseback, a smile on his face, he asked, "What do you think? Am I handsome or what?" Bai Muxi was holding her phone recording the scene of Chen Zhuo riding, but upon seeing his smug expression, she shook her head and said, "Just average." "Not at all. Papa is super handsome." Dudu immediately retorted. Chen Zhuo laughed heartily. "This is already impressive. There are even more impressive things." As he spoke, a low command came from his throat. "Giddy up." Just like in costume dramas, he pulled the reins sharply and released them, his legs clamping tight against the horse's belly. The very next moment the black horse reared its head and neighed loudly, all four hooves leaving the ground as it shot forward like an arrow from a string. If the previous trot had been slow, now it was full gallop. Hooves struck the ground with rhythmic cadence. And Chen Zhuo, seated in the saddle, wore an expression of complete ease. The beautiful coach was utterly dumbfounded. "You're telling me this is his first time riding a horse?" But judging by his level, it would be impossible in less than 3 to 5 years. Bai Muxi's eyes also widened. If he says it's his first time, then it definitely is. But he learns things incredibly fast. This isn't just fast anymore, it's godlike speed. In contrast, Dudu appeared completely calm. "Everyone stay composed. I told you long ago that Papa is omnipotent. When it comes to horseback riding, nothing could stump Papa." Chen Zhuo had already experienced the joy of riding, his legs tightening again to accelerate. At this moment, an image surfaced in his mind. He used to love watching the classic Three Kingdoms drama. That's how warriors in the Three Kingdoms charged into battle on horseback. It would be wonderful if he could grip the haft of a sky-piercer halberd in his hands. He would be the peerless Lu Bu among men. Whether he rode red hair or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that Giao Chan had to be with him. The thunderous hoofbeats rolled across the earth, kicking up clouds of dust as fierce winds swept toward him. Mounted on the horse, Chen Zhuo seemed to merge seamlessly with the black steed, extraordinarily handsome. Chen Tingyuan, who had originally been taking Chen Pingyan to the restroom, had also returned. "Is that my second younger brother?" Chen Tingyuan asked Bai Muxi in astonishment. Bai Muxi nodded. "Yes, it's Zhuo. Didn't he say he'd never ridden a horse before?" But now they had achieved perfect unity between rider and horse. Chen Tingyuan said in shock. He had seen Chen Zhuo's records. Although born into an ordinary family, the only extraordinary thing about him was his intelligence and academic performance. These were all determined by genetics. But what he hadn't expected was that Chen Zhuo could actually ride horses. He wasn't like this at first, but after just 2 laps around the track, he suddenly claimed he'd found his rhythm. Inside the riding arena, Chen Zhuo leaned low against the horse's neck, his entire body merging with the galloping steed, leaving behind only a sharp shadow moving like lightning. So incredibly handsome. Simply several levels more attractive than the male lead in Chasing Jade. Most importantly, he radiated a sunny, vibrant energy. Handsome to a whole new level. Combined with his adept riding skills and that masterpiece-level face, he was the very embodiment of a male god. Bai Muxi's breathing grew quick and her eyes unable to tear themselves away. Even Chen Pingyan, who had always maintained composure, wore an expression of excitement. This casually appeared second uncle was truly amazing. Dudu, full of anticipation, excitedly said to Bai Muxi, "Dudu wants Papa to take her too. Dudu wants to ride horses like this." Chen Zhuo didn't push himself too hard, gradually slowing down. When nearing the edge of the arena, he steadied the black horse, then gracefully dismounted. His movements were extraordinarily elegant. Clap, clap, clap. Dudu led the applause. Chen Pingyan beside her immediately joined in. Even the beautiful coach wore an expression of deep admiration. Chen Tingyuan took the initiative to speak. "Second brother, did you really ride a horse for the first time?" "Yes, but I've always learned things quickly since childhood. I just fumbled around a bit and basically got the hang of it," Chen Zhuo said with a touch of humble bragging. Second uncle is lying. Horseback riding is a technical skill. It's impossible to master in one day. Chen Pingyan's clear voice rang out, obviously full of doubt. But Dudu spoke up. "Brother Pingyan, you don't understand my papa. He's super amazing." Clearly Dudu's trust and support for Chen Zhuo was unconditional. Chen Zhuo's heart felt warm. No wonder people say daughters are little padded jackets. Indeed heartwarming. Chen Zhuo smiled. It's alright, just don't say it's my first ride. By the way, Dudu, would you like Papa to ride with you? Really? Can we? Of course. Papa can protect you safely. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. The black horse they rented today was an ordinary horse, but far from fierce. Its temperament was quite gentle. However, the beautiful coach still volunteered a few details about co-riding. Bai Muxi also reminded him not to go too fast, and to avoid falling. Chen Zhuo kept nodding. His own riding didn't matter much, but with Dudu along he naturally had to put caution first. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Chen Zhuo slowly led Dudu on a leisurely ride. But Dudu's face was already flushed with excitement. Wow, Papa, you're so amazing, can we go faster? Dudu wants to run. We can only trot slowly. Chen Zhuo gently urged the horse's side. True enough, the black horse seemed to understand his intention and broke into a light trot. Haha, I'm flying. Dudu's laughter rang out across the riding arena in an instant. Bai Muxi was busy recording this scene. Meanwhile, a system notification sounded in Chen Zhuo's mind. Ding detected Dudu's happy mood. Dad value increased by 100. Awesome. Not only were they having fun, but he was also collecting dad values. This trip to the riding arena was so worth it. After Dudu had experienced enough, Chen Zhuo didn't forget his wife either. Bai Muxi's cheeks were flushed red, her body slightly tense. Of course not because she was nervous, but because of the words Chen Zhuo had whispered in her ear. Now I'll take you riding. Tonight it's your turn to ride. Although both involve riding, the implications were worlds apart. One couldn't help but marvel. The Chinese language is truly profound and fascinating. After a round of fun at the horse ranch, the group finally headed to Chen Tingyuan's home. It turned out that their family resided in the villa district of Baiyun Mountain. Chen Zhuo had heard before that those who lived here were all bosses of major corporations and enterprises. When they arrived home, Chen Zhuo also met his sister-in-law Huo Wangshu. On the way there, Chen Tingyuan had mentioned that his wife was from the Huo family. The Huo family of the Greater Bay Area was also a prestigious clan. However, she was not from the direct lineage, but a collateral branch. Initially, Chen Tingyuan and she had a free love, and later when they married, the Huo family gave her a considerable dowry. Since then, the relationship between the two families had improved considerably. Speaking of which, Huo Wangshu was originally from Panyu, but she lived in the affluent area at the foot of Lianhua Mountain, while Chen Zhuo merely resided in a village house. Chinese people love to chat over meals as it easily brings them closer. Although today was their first meeting, the rapport was very harmonious. Just as they were about to start dinner, Chen Jingming and Lu Mingli arrived together along with a lawyer they had specifically brought. It turned out that because the lawyer hadn't arrived when they left, the equity of Xingqing Games hadn't been fully transferred to Chen Zhuo. If money is where love is, then Chen Zhuo truly felt a profound love today. Actually, Chen Zhuo had expected some unpleasant things to happen, like his biological parents looking down on him, making him live in a storage room, calling him a country bumpkin, and so on. He even imagined there might be a fake young master vying for favor. Even if there were no fake young master, the older brother would have exchanged harsh words with him over inheritance. But upon arriving at the Chen family, he realized those were nothing but mindless plots from short dramas. A family like the Chens with a century-old heritage possessed great cultivation. Not only that, but the children raised in the Chen family were not brainless antagonists. Their words and actions were thoroughly considered. As for dividing the family property, the Chen family had vast wealth. Even if they gave Chen Zhuo tens of billions, they wouldn't bat an eye. Moreover, from Lu Mingli's implication, if he felt it wasn't enough, he could ask her for more. She could just get it from her brother. After signing the share transfer agreement, the lawyer left with the documents. He said he would complete all the formalities before the official start of work on Monday. Then the family had a harmonious meal together. During the meal, Bai Muxi's mother sent a WeChat message asking if they wanted to stay at Ersha Island tonight. Clearly her parents also hoped for a lively weekend. But Bai Muxi declined as she still had to go back and prepare the things for Dudu's kindergarten day after tomorrow. There were also many purchased items that needed washing. Being a first-time mother, she didn't want Dudu to go to school without anything to use. Shu Tang understood this, and even offered to help at their home tomorrow. Bai Muxi gladly agreed. Chen Zhuo, on the other hand, chatted with Chen Jingming about many childhood memories. Actually, Chen Zhuo had been very happy as a child. Although his adoptive parents had selfishly kept him for themselves, they were very kind people. They had cherished him since childhood. Every time Chen Zhuo was too exhausted, they would find ways to make things easier for him. They would take him to buy game consoles, new clothes, and so on. It was only later during the year of the college entrance exam, when his adoptive father had an accident, that the family faced a drastic change. Hearing this, Chen Jingming and the others could not help but sigh. Your adoptive parents were indeed good people, but your maternal uncle's family was too wicked. Lu Mingli made the summary. Chen Zhuo smiled and said, it's okay, all in the past. After the meal, Dudu began to feel sleepy. Chen Zhuo took Dudu home to rest, leaving Chen Tingyuan's villa at 8:30. However, the two agreed to meet at the horse ranch auction tomorrow. They would see if there was a suitable horse for Dudu. Of course, to avoid playing favorites, Chen Zhuo decided to buy a horse for himself and one for Bai Muxi together. First, set a small goal, spend 50 million. Buy at the standard of 20 million per horse. On the way home, just as before, Dudu fell asleep instantly. Wu Hao was driving in front. For privacy, Chen Zhuo lowered the partition. The back became a quiet, enclosed space. Chen Zhuo had carried Dudu into the car. Since she fell asleep immediately after getting in, he didn't put her in the car seat, but placed her in the safest position, behind the driver's seat. Because in the event of a car accident, the driver would instinctively make self-protective movements. The position behind the driver is considered the safest spot. Chen Zhuo rested Dudu's head on his lap, and placed his large hand on her navel. This could make a sleeping person feel more secure. However, one must praise the rear space of the Rolls-Royce. It was indeed spacious. The advantage of luxury cars lies here, not only long, but also wide. Consequently, the seating space was also more generous. Beside him, Bai Muxi rested her head on Chen Zhuo's arm, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. Quite a lot had happened today, or it could even be said to have reshaped her worldview. Previously, she considered herself a beautiful, wealthy, and well-educated woman, with a superior family background and extensive knowledge. Yet today, she unexpectedly felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. So this was how true tycoons doted on their children. After confirming the identity, even without knowing the other's character, they immediately offered nearly 20 billion in cash. Plus, they gave away a company. And by giveaway, it was truly a free gift, with clear equity, and they even hired a specialized lawyer for notarization and share transfer. This was unconditional love. Bai Muxi was gazing at the night scene outside the car, while Chen Zhuo was gazing at her. No wonder they say one should stay with beautiful women. When in a mediocre mood, seeing a beauty truly lifts the spirits. Especially when that beauty was his own woman. CC, with so many activities today, you must be tired. Why don't you take a nap too? I'll wake you when we arrive. Chen Zhuo said softly. Bai Muxi withdrew her gaze and looked at Chen Zhuo. I don't know if it's because of that pill, but I don't feel that tired. How about you? You've been busy with this, and that you must be exhausted, right? You know my stamina, don't you? Such a trivial amount of exertion is nothing, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. A beautiful smile appeared on Bai Muxi's face. As I'm really happy for you today. Huh? Why? Because there is another family in this world that loves you. Bai Muxi reached out to caress Chen Zhuo's face, her eyes filled with unbreakable tenderness. Actually, I don't lack love, so it doesn't matter whether I have my biological parents' love or not. That definitely matters. Bai Muxi shook her head. I once heard a saying, only those who are loved know how to love better. Love and being loved are a bidirectional process of capacity transfer. If you are always the one giving without receiving, you will eventually tire of it one day. But now, besides Dudu and me, there are your biological parents and your older brother and sister-in-law. From now on, you will be surrounded by happiness. Chen Zhuo smiled and grasped Bai Muxi's hand. Why wait for later? I am already surrounded by happiness now. The two locked eyes. In the quiet atmosphere, Chen Zhuo did not hesitate and gently kissed Bai Muxi's lips. A brief, tender kiss. It was not driven by lust, but simply a pure affection for her. Sharing this happiness of his through actions. Before the transmigration, Chen Zhuo was an author. Every time he wrote a time travel story, he would push the male lead to pursue career achievements for the sake of pacing. But only after he himself transmigrated did he come to realize, one should not earn money just for the sake of earning money. Instead, one must never forget the original intention of earning money. Of course, some might say Chen Zhuo was speaking from a position of comfort. After all, he was a man blessed with a system. In truth, even without the system, even if he were just a struggling writer typing away, he wouldn't devote himself entirely to writing. Having been reborn with a wife and daughter, he ought to live a life different from his previous one. Holding Bai Muxi in his arms, the car became very quiet. Chen Zhuo breathed in the faint fragrance emanating from her, feeling a sense of peace for the first time. He had gained the truest sense of belonging to this world. The only thing he missed were his parents from his past life. He wondered if Chen Zhuo from this world would visit them after his sudden departure. If only he could go. After all, Chen Zhuo was a top student admitted to Zhongdai University, such a favored child of heaven would surely live a good life replacing him. For a moment, Chen Zhuo's thoughts drifted. The car stopped steadily in the garage, and Bai Muxi took the initiative to get out and open the door for him. Chen Zhuo used the terrifying strength of his mighty arm to hold Dudu in his embrace. Let her sleep a little longer. Today they had taken a walk and ridden horses, leaving them quite tired after the whole day. Dudu had also broken a sweat. If she went to sleep without a bath, it could breed bacteria. Back home, Bai Muxi took a deep breath. It's so much more comfortable back in our own home. Even the air feels fresher, she exclaimed. Then start planning your work well from next week, and try not to work overtime, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. The mention of work reminded Bai Muxi of something. Is the acquisition of Zhendong Xianu really happening? Bai Muxi suddenly asked excitedly. That depends on your performance tonight. Chen Zhuo said cheerfully. We agreed at the horse ranch. I took you riding, and tonight you ride me. Bai Muxi's face flushed crimson. You're a monster. Don't you feel tired after playing all day? Not at all. Chen Zhuo replied with a grin. How about we bathe Dudu first, then take a bath together afterward? I'm not bathing with you. Bai Muxi immediately shook her head. Although they had shared intimacy, bathing together was still hard to accept. Bai Muxi was a very traditional woman. What Chen Zhuo had to do was gradually break down her traditional boundaries. Of course, that was what made it interesting. As Ms. Zhang once said, the shortest path to a woman's heart is. As long as Chen Zhuo worked hard enough, one day Bai Muxi would belong to him entirely. Dudu was carried into the bathroom in a daze. The bathroom heater was turned on, making the entire room warm and cozy. Dudu was stripped of her clothes in a daze, and as the hot water poured over her, she remained fast asleep. Bai Muxi looked at the adorable Dudu. Do you still have the pill from yesterday? Could we give one to Dudu too? But then she realized, oh, can children take this pill? Will there be side effects? Chen Zhuo smiled faintly. Yes, but Dudu is asleep now, so let's wait until tomorrow. He had to admit this milk daddy system was really powerful. The pill could be given to others. Bai Muxi lowered her voice. Where did you get these pills? Aren't they very expensive? Actually, when I was a junior in college, I climbed Mount Tai and helped an immortal-like old Taoist master. Later, he gave me a jade bottle with 3 pills inside. I took one, gave you one, and there's still one left. The system was his biggest secret, which he couldn't tell anyone. How can you be sure the pills are safe? I have a classmate with connections at the hospital. I asked him to test them. Non-toxic, harmless, and no side effects. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Besides, if anything went wrong, I'd be the first to suffer. I was the first to take it. Well, it's just such an incredible story. Do Taoist priests really know how to make pills? The world is full of wonders, Chen Zhuo said calmly. If Dudu can transmigrate, what's a pill, eh? That's true. Many excuses needed to be a mix of truth and falsehood. Bai Muxi clearly accepted this explanation. Suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Didn't you ever think of giving this pill to Jin Wan to win her over? I was a simp before, but I'm not a fool. Chen Zhuo curled his lips. But what if giving her such a good pill made her fall for you? Hypothetical questions are pointless. Besides, I gave her my heart and soul, yet she still chose Fu Jinxian. How could a pill change her view of me? Chen Zhuo explained. Moreover, she wasn't even my girlfriend. Why would I give such a precious pill to her? Good thing you didn't give it, Bai Muxi said with a satisfied expression. Now our family of 3 gets one each. We can all live long lives and stay by each other's side forever. We just got married, and you already want to be together forever. Aren't you afraid of getting bored? Chen Zhuo teased. I have the best husband in the world and the cutest daughter. I'll never get bored. Bai Muxi said very seriously, raising 3 fingers. I swear I will love you both for my whole life. Chen Zhuo believed her at that moment. He could feel that she truly accepted him and her daughter. But sincerity itself is ever-changing. Chen Zhuo wouldn't place all his hopes on a woman, nor would he put too much pressure on her. Come on, Dudu is fast asleep. We should go wash up and get some sleep. Are you really going to shower with me? Of course, my back is a bit itchy. You can help me scrub it, Chen Zhuo replied with a smile. But my legs are a bit sore today. How about you carry me to the bathroom? Bai Muxi changed her mind. She hadn't wanted to shower with him. But since he was so insistent, she might as well change tactics. Let him carry her in. Although she had never been in a relationship, she knew that to keep the passion alive, couples should do things they've never done before. That would activate the brain's reward center and release extra dopamine. Oh, so you agree to a romantic bath together. Who's being romantic with you? Chen Zhuo didn't give her a chance to finish, lifting her into his arms. But remembering that Dudu was sleeping, Bai Muxi immediately covered her mouth. Seeing Chen Zhuo so enthusiastic, she wondered how long tonight would last. Wasn't there an auction tomorrow? At that moment, she wanted to post on Xiaohongshu. Ladies, what do you do when your husband is too energetic? I can't handle it anymore. If this message were sent out, it would attract a wave of scorn and sarcasm from the sisters. After all, the most popular posts on Xiaohongshu are those showing off their figures. Why show off their figures? Ultimately, isn't it to attract the opposite sex and console their lonely hearts? Many even treat Xiaohongshu as a dating tool. Just like the lyrics go, a night alone, my heart, where should it be placed? It doesn't matter where the heart is placed, but the body and the heart can be separated. In this era of pursuing freedom, it's acceptable to have sex without love. Chen Zhuo's heart was rippling. Tonight, he had embarked on a brand new version. For the first time, he noticed that under the soft bathroom light, Bai Muxi truly radiated white light. Combined with the mist in the bathroom, she looked like a beauty stepping out of a painting. Too beautiful to be fully appreciated, it made one's heart throb. Wonderful notes echoed in the bathroom. That night you did not reject me. That night I hurt you. That night I got drunk for you. That night you shed tears for me. Chen Zhuo remembered the exact lyrics, but only these few lines could express his feelings tonight. Many people say that that night is vulgar. But Chen Zhuo appreciates both the refined and the popular. After all, the desire for food and sex is human nature. A night of passionate intimacy. Even though Bai Muxi's body had been enhanced, she still couldn't withstand it. Did the elixir you took have a stronger effect than mine? She finally asked with a soul-searching question. Chen Zhuo. Actually, he hadn't taken any elixir at all. He simply possessed a conceptual reward, the healthiest kidney and the healthiest liver in the world. What does that concept mean? If there is a man in the world gifted enough to do it 10 times a night, then he could do it at least 11 times. This was the conceptual kidney. Divine. Early the next morning, Chen Zhuo got up early. But this time he didn't rush to make breakfast. Instead, he glanced at the time, went to the study, and turned on the computer. Countless classic works from his past life flooded his mind. Chen Zhuo found a few of his favorites and wrote the first 5 chapters of each. As a cultural ambassador of Earth, he felt it was his duty to let the natives of this world experience the charm of Chinese culture. Not only that, he also opened his email to contact Bai Weiwei of Chen Zhuo Capital, asking her to start the acquisition of Zhendong Xinyu. Previously, Chen Zhuo had obtained all the shares of Tycoon Yinli, but that was a system reward. Suddenly, while composing the email, a thought popped into his mind. System, can you help acquire Zhendong Xinyu? I'll give you money. The system's emotionless voice quickly echoed in his consciousness. The system is an all-powerful godly tycoon dad system, not a commercial system. To acquire a company, the host must operate it yourself. This system is useless. Chen Zhuo muttered in his heart, then continued writing the email. Clearly, Chen Zhuo intended to rapidly expand his business by acquiring a sizable company. But was acquisition that easy? Most importantly, the anime market was a blue ocean, or would they sell the golden goose that lays eggs? The answer was yes. Bai Weiwei contacted the boss of Zhendong Xinyu immediately after receiving the email. In fact, Zhendong Xinyu had already sensed something was wrong during this period. As Tyuan Man Gongfang collaborated with Japan's Ingweshi, they launched several blockbusters in succession. On the other hand, Zhendong Xinyu was also trying hard to keep up, but the results were unsatisfactory. In the anime industry, there was still a huge gap between this world's China and Japan. Money was spent, but no results were seen. Market share was being further eroded. When the boss of Zhendong Xinyu was frowning with worry, Bai Weiwei's call was like a beam of light that illuminated his world. But he also had his own insistence. That was they could not collaborate with Japanese anime within 3 years. In fact, after the first Japanese anime studio partnered with the first Chinese anime studio, many Japanese manga publishers had approached them. But they didn't want to lose their voice, so they insisted on their own creations. However, ideals were fine, but reality was harsh. When they forcefully tried to catch up with Tyuan Man Gongfang's progress, they ended up dragging down their own advantageous projects. It felt like covering the head, but leaving the backside exposed. After learning the news, Chen Zhuo immediately made the decision. Not to mention 3 years, even 5 years would be fine. They didn't need to cooperate with Japan at all. However, this incident served as a reminder to Chen Zhuo. Since Japanese anime studios could make money by leveraging domestic manga studios, couldn't he counterattack the Japanese anime industry? Earning one's own money is less satisfying than earning others' money. After all, money earned abroad is foreign exchange, which greatly benefits the country. Come out, Lu Fei. Besides the already ongoing Bao Kuming, Chen Zhuo decided to let the One Piece's Lu Fei cross the ocean to make money. He would directly make Lu Fei the son of a fisherman from the East Sea. Make some changes to the background, and as for the rest, copy exactly. Of course, adapting some backgrounds was no difficulty for an experienced author. What was this called? All writings in the world are copied, it just depends on whether you know how to copy. In his past life, Chen Zhuo had borrowed from others' novels quite a lot to support himself. After all, how could a scholar's act be called plagiarism? It's just borrowing. Currently, Zhendong Xinyu's scale was slightly larger than Tyuan Yinli's, with a market value of 5 billion. But due to a series of recent mistakes, the market value had shrunk to some extent. The market was not particularly optimistic about the company, and the stock market had shown a steady decline. A sea of red. But this was actually advantageous for Chen Zhuo. The major shareholder held 60 of the shares, and together with other key shareholders they controlled about 80. So after negotiating to acquire 75 of the company's shares, Chen Zhuo began to have the major shareholder help spread rumors about selling the company. The market was shaken and retail investors began to sell off. There was no choice. After all, Tyuan Man Gongfang had been very popular lately with an aura of unifying the Chinese anime industry. So Chen Zhuo again aggressively bought at low prices. In the end, he spent a little over 3.5 billion and secured 88 of the company. Normally acquiring that many shares would have cost at least 4.5 billion. But with a series of maneuvers, he easily saved 1 billion. So the question is, who lost money? The A-share investors have their say. Of course, that's later. After Chen Zhuo had been creating for 2 hours, Bai Muxi was the first to get up. When she saw his hands fluttering like butterflies, she was stunned. Are you playing Jin Wu Tuan? The keyboard is going to be smashed. Chen Zhuo looked up. There was Jin Wu Tuan in this world. He knew it was a legendary tool for hooking up in his past life. At its peak, it was almost a sure thing. Bai Muxi came behind Chen Zhuo, and her eyes quickly lit up. Is this the Dolo Adala you mentioned to Dudu? Yes, Chen Zhuo nodded. I've already arranged for the acquisition of Zhendong Xinyu. You don't need to worry about that. From now on, you only need to do 3 things. Anime, and anime. Dudu was about to wake up. Why don't we go out for morning tea? Chen Zhuo suggested. However, Bai Muxi shook her head. No, I want to read the written version of your Dolo. Her strong woman trait was showing again. After all, she had heard Chen Zhuo tell the story. Chen Zhao's lips twitched. Then I'll call the 5-star hotel and have them deliver what we want at the door. The life of the wealthy is so simple and unadorned. Even without leaving home, one can enjoy 5-star service. Of course at an extra cost. Bai Muxi shook her head again, then said weakly, Actually, even if you make salted fish and cabbage it's better than the hotel food outside. Why don't you cook instead? After saying that she raised 3 fingers. I swear, I don't know how you do it, but I feel like whatever you make is better than any fancy restaurant. You don't need to swear, I believe you. After all, they were system-granted culinary master skills. Simply awesome. Then I'll make each of you a bowl of lean pork and egg noodles. It's quite warming for the stomach in the morning. Chen Zhuo took his hands off the keyboard. You can read the earlier chapters then. No, I have to help you wash the vegetables. Bai Muxi immediately refused. Obviously she didn't want to freeload, she wanted to help cook. Saying that she took Chen Zhao's hand, and they left the study together. Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi's expectant expression. He finally understood where Dudu's foodie trait came from. Although Bai Muxi was a wealthy heiress, she was quite efficient at washing vegetables and such. She took the eggs and washed the vegetables, then stood obediently beside him. Zhao, can I post this on Moments? Bai Muxi pulled out her phone, took a photo of Chen Zhao's profile, and asked tentatively, Aren't you afraid that your simps will find out and stop simping for you? I don't want simps. Now that I'm married to you, I'm yours alone. Bai Muxi said very seriously. As a wife, one must have boundaries. Otherwise, what if her husband gets jealous and doesn't want her anymore? Alright, go ahead and post. Chen Zhuo nodded and skillfully cooked the noodles. Bai Muxi opened her photo album and found that she had unconsciously taken no less than 20 photos, several from every angle. She started browsing through them carefully. Bai Muxi appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was involuntarily racing. Was this what people called a 360-degree perfect handsome guy? This profile, this razor-sharp jawline plus the light from the cabinet shining on Chen Zhao's face. The photos looked like they had a filter applied. This one is good. This one works too. Soon Bai Muxi found she had selected 9 photos. Husband, why are you so good looking? Bai Muxi couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Zhuo turned his head and glanced at Bai Muxi. Right back at you. A smile immediately appeared on Bai Muxi's face. So you're saying I'm good looking too? You know I'm a very shallow person. If you weren't good looking, do you think I would have married you on a whim? So was it love at first sight for you? Bai Muxi continued to ask. Not really. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Let's just say it started with Dudu and fell for your looks. Your face really fits my aesthetic. Chen Zhuo also noticed that after taking the elixir, Bai Muxi's skin was even better, fair with a rosy glow, and a slight pressure would leave a mark, but it would quickly recover. Bai Muxi's face broke into a charming smile. Right back at you. Chen Zhuo smiled faintly and said no more. Bai Muxi then began composing the post. Soon a caption was fresh out. The warmth of breakfast is the taste of home. This is the happiness I want. AAA Building Materials Boss Chun. After tagging Chen Zhuo, Bai Muxi spoke again. Husband, can you change your WeChat nickname? It feels a bit odd. No way, this name is so unique. Chen Zhuo laughed. How about you change with me to a couple username? Call it AAA Anime Boss Bai. After all, Chen Zhuo was still a young man with a bit of Chinibu in him. Of course, the reason he used that name was because he and his 3 dormitory brothers had changed it together back then. Now that he had come to this parallel world, he always wanted to find traces of his past life. These were all subconscious actions. Bai Muxi was resistant inside, and the words slipped out, no. Alright. Chen Zhuo didn't insist, but a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Although he had roommates in this life aside from Huang Xiang, his relationships with the others were just average. As for Huang Xiang, Chen Zhuo hadn't had deep contact with him, so he wasn't particularly familiar either. But Bai Muxi was good at reading people. Seeing the fleeting disappointment on Chen Zhao's face, she slid her phone slightly. In the end, she changed her WeChat name too. Better to be embarrassed together than alone. After all, they were husband and wife, one body. AAA Boss Bai. Seeing this nickname, Bai Muxi couldn't help but smile. She wondered what Chen Zhao's reaction would be when he saw her WeChat name. She was really looking forward to it. Breakfast was definitely ready. The aroma instantly filled the entire dining room. Bai Muxi didn't stay idle either. I'll go wake Dudu for the noodles. Don't forget to check my Moments later. Okay. Chen Zhuo put the 4 soft-boiled eggs he had made into 3 bowls. 1 bowl of noodles remained in the pot, and the extra shredded pork was also portioned separately. Those who wanted noodles could take noodles, and those who wanted meat could help themselves. It was all about self-service. Of course, this was also to avoid waste. If it was all put in bowls and not finished, it would be wasted. After all, people nowadays care about personal hygiene of food that someone else has eaten would have saliva residue. Dudu was already awake by then. She didn't have morning crankiness, because she always slept until she was fully rested. Little lazy pig, hurry up. Daddy has made your favorite shredded pork noodles. Dudu's eyes instantly lit up, and she bounced up from the bed. Luckily, the room had heating. Otherwise, with only her thin pajamas on, she would have frozen to death in the morning. Without needing any urging from Bai Muxi, Dudu stepped into her pink slippers and went to the bathroom to wash up. Her movements were so swift she looked just like a little adult. By the time Chen Zhuo placed the 3 bowls of noodles on the dining table, Dudu was almost done washing. Only then did he have time to pull out his phone. Tapping the red dot on Moments, Chen Zhuo saw that post. Soon an involuntary smile appeared on his face. His wife had actually changed her name. AAA boss Bai. It looked hilarious. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi's comment section was already buzzing. Bro Zhao is cooking again. Cici, you're eating so well. Is this breakfast or something else? Bro Zhao's profile is so handsome even idols in the entertainment industry aren't this good looking. Is there any left? Can I drive over now and still make it? Chen Zhuo had added Bai Muxi's 3 best friends as contacts. But they had never chatted privately. Seeing these replies, he couldn't help but chuckle. These sisters, every single one of them, was a big pervert. Bai Muxi also saw her sister's replies while waiting for Dudu, her face instantly flushing red. Although she had such thoughts, her body really couldn't handle it anymore. This was even after her body had been refined through elixirs. Without such improvements, she probably wouldn't have had the strength to rise from bed today. There was no avoiding it. Chen Zhuo truly possessed extraordinary gifts in that regard. She opened the close friends chat group and quickly typed a few messages. Don't go judging wildly. You all added Zhuo as a friend, and he can see what you write. Oh right, I completely forgot. No time to explain. I'm deleting them now. It's Sunday today. Any plans? Why don't we all go find Dudu to play? It had to be admitted these besties were quite competitive. Despite it being a weekend, in the early morning they were all already awake. Especially Su Wantong, who had wanted to come over to play with Dudu yesterday, but had to cancel because they had prior arrangements. And today she wanted to come again. In the past, Bai Muxi would have supported Chen Zhuo in building a harem. After all, she truly couldn't keep up. But after Chen Zhuo made his stance clear, and with her physical constitution now improved, she felt he should be kept solely for herself. A peerless man like him ought to belong only to me. Perhaps because her physical fitness had improved, she felt her own sense of deservingness rising as well. We're attending an auction this afternoon, so we might not have time. Then what about tonight? Su Wantong wanted to press further. Probably having dinner with Dudu's eldest uncle tonight. Let's reschedule for next time. Bai Muxi rejected her again. Although they were all besties who had grown up together, one must guard against fire thieves, and even best friends. That was indisputable. Su Wantong indeed had the desire to see Chen Zhuo, but seeing Bai Muxi's directness, she didn't pursue it further. Lin Xiaoman heaved sighs alongside her. Only Shen Zhixiao remained calm. As a career woman, she had already reflected upon herself 3 times that day. Her intellectual standing was also firmly secured. But Shen Zhixiao had strong interest in doing business with Chen Zhuo, especially regarding the AI big data he had previously mentioned. So while the other sisters were still chatting idly, Shen Zhixiao had already started a private conversation with Chen Zhuo. It wasn't idle banter. She sent him a proposal. This was the Doshou platform concept Chen Zhuo had mentioned before. When Chen Zhuo saw the planning document, he was somewhat stunned. Only a few days had passed, and yet it already had such a detailed plan. His team was full of capable people. But the only question now was whether the current AI models could support large-scale data collection. Staring at the proposal, Chen Zhuo fell into deep thought. It seemed he needed to hurry up and acquire the AI team at Zhongda University while simultaneously recruiting AI-related talents to speed up the process. In the market, time was money, and while waiting for Dudu to finish, Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lin Zhuo. He had to accelerate the progress. Soon Dudu's crisp voice rang out. Papa, good morning. Chen Zhuo's gaze shifted toward Dudu. After a whole night's rest, Dudu had recovered her bubbly energy. Her eyes were big and bright, and combined with the extraordinary good looks inherited from both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi, Chen Zhuo instinctively stood up and scooped Dudu into his arms. This transmigration was truly unbelievably satisfying. Not only was there a beauty by his side, but he also had a doll-like daughter. He had hit the jackpot. MWA, Dudu planted a mighty kiss on Chen Zhuo's face. Thank you, Papa, for making breakfast for Dudu and Mama. When I grow up, I'll make breakfast for you both every day. Having that heart is enough, but a child must get plenty of sleep every day. Otherwise you won't grow tall, and you'll get dark circles under your eyes. Dudu doesn't want dark circles. Then I'll make lunch and dinner for Papa and Mama instead. I want to learn cooking today. Dudu's eyes immediately darted around, and she said with a grin, all right. Chen Zhuo nodded. Then what dish do you want to learn for lunch? Can we make honey-glazed chicken wings? As she spoke, Dudu swallowed hard. Clearly she didn't want to learn as she wanted to eat. Of course we can. Let's finish breakfast first, then we'll head to the supermarket on the way to buy some chicken wings for lunch. Perfect for walking off the meal. Yay! Dudu chimed in eagerly. Bai Muxi also nodded. Then, do you have any plans for the morning? Just ask Dudu what she wants to do. Actually, there's nothing special. We can just relax. Chen Zhuo smiled. People didn't always need to do something. Occasionally sitting on the balcony, soaking up the sun was quite delightful. One could even say that being bored was rather nice. At least when bored it meant there were no pressures. Of course, the reason Chen Zhuo mentioned going out for a walk after breakfast was due to a small habit. Actually, after eating, blood sugar levels rise rapidly, which isn't good for the body. If one could persist in not sitting down immediately after meals, but instead moving for 10 minutes, it not only aids digestion, but also greatly helps with weight loss. These weren't Chen Zhuo's random claims, they were health tips widely recommended by experts. Gurgle. Dudu's tummy suddenly rumbled. Papa, I want to eat noodles. Alright, I already let them cool a bit. The temperature is just right now. Thank you, Papa and Mama. A puzzled expression appeared on Bai Muxi's face. Why did you suddenly thank me? Because without Mama there would be no Dudu. Is extremely grateful to Mama. Such a sensible girl. Bai Muxi patted her head. Alright, eat your noodles quickly. To be honest, she was a bit hungry too. A simple yet delicious breakfast had begun. In Japan there was a saying. If you don't make slurping sounds while eating noodles, it shows disrespect to the chef. And at that moment in the dining room, Dudu was making cheerful slurping noises. The temperature was just right. The taste was absolutely wonderful. Under such circumstances, Dudu almost wanted to swallow her own tongue. Papa, why don't you teach me how to cook noodles? It's truly delicious. Even while speaking, Dudu couldn't resist giving a thumbs up, manually awarding praise. Chen Zhuo patted Dudu's back. Learning to cook noodles isn't urgent. We'll take it step by step. Okay. Dudu nodded. Dudu will listen to Papa. At that moment, Bai Muxi also spoke up. Next time you teach Dudu, I want to learn too. Once I've learned, I can make breakfast for you as well. Aren't you afraid that frequent kitchen work will ruin your skin? Chen Zhuo asked with a smile. Then if I become ugly, will you stop loving me, eh? Before Chen Zhuo could answer, Dudu piped up first. No matter what Papa and Mama look like, Dudu will always love you both. Chen Zhuo nodded. Same here. Bai Muxi immediately laughed. Then what is there to worry about? Besides, I can't let you always be the only one cooking. That would wear you out. Bai Muxi didn't know how others expressed love. But for her, she simply didn't want Chen Zhuo to be too tired. The softest part of Chen Zhuo's heart was stirred. The eyes that care for someone never lie. He could see that Bai Muxi was genuinely worried about him. In those eyes, Chen Zhuo recalled his mother from his past life. In Yangqing, many young people who started working had to contribute to household expenses. Yet his mother not only spared him from that, but also often gave him pocket money. That was why he never lacked affection. But even so, he still longed for sincerity to be met with sincerity. In his view, where money went, love followed. Although the additional 500 million from the dimensional pull came from the system, it was still Chen Zhuo's money. Yet he still gave it to Bai Muxi without hesitation. It was a test, the most direct financial test. And Bai Muxi delivered an excellent answer. Right after signing the share contract with Chen Zhuo, she drafted a pledge. Its gist was that no matter how the dimensional pull developed in the future, she would never sell her shares. The only way to handle them would be to pass them on to her daughter. In truth, she wasn't one to care about shares. What she needed was a platform to showcase her talent. The breakfast was harmonious and pleasant with smiles on everyone's faces. With a housekeeper hired, they didn't even need to wash dishes after meals, which sent their happiness index soaring again. Of course, the January mornings in Yangqing were still a bit chilly. So when they went out for a stroll, all three wore down jackets. Since they were the same style, they became matching parent-child outfits. When the three of them appeared in the residential compound, they immediately drew many gazes. A little boy even took the initiative to befriend Dudu and asked to add her as a contact on her smartwatch. But Dudu refused. The boy was a bit disappointed, but didn't insist. Living in a high-end neighborhood was indeed necessary. Not that people there were necessarily of higher quality, but they valued their reputation. At least they wouldn't make unreasonable scenes. Those who have lived in Huiwetai know that it also has a supporting supermarket mostly stocked with imported goods of excellent quality. Correspondingly, the prices were higher. But this time Chen Zhuo brought Dudu along, so for him the more expensive the better, not the cheaper. Of course, Chen Zhuo didn't force Dudu to buy unnecessary things. Today he planned to focus his spending on the auction, hoping to get more cash back. That was the main event. When they returned home, there was no rush to cook. Dudu suggested that Chen Zhuo teach her to play the piano. Chen Zhuo naturally wouldn't refuse. The morning sunlight slanted into the living room, falling on a gleaming Steinway grand piano, its ebony body radiating a warm, gentle sheen. Chen Zhuo and Dudu sat side by side on the piano bench. Is there any piece you want to learn, Dudu? Dudu thought for a moment. Can it be Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Have you learned it? Chen Zhuo asked, pointing at the piano. Dudu immediately played. Not the version by Wang Sulong, but Mozart's 12 variations on A vous dirige ma main. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, how I wonder what you are. Dudu even sang along. This one? Easy. Chen Zhuo laughed. Cece, bring me some paper and pen. First write down the score, then teach slowly. This piece wasn't particularly difficult, very suitable for a child like Dudu, but mastering it was still challenging. However, with a world-class piano master like Chen Zhuo as her teacher, Dudu's path to becoming a master was only a matter of time, provided she could endure the solitude and put in the hard work. After all, the path of the strong was always lonely. I've never heard this piece before, Bai Muxi asked curiously. Don't ask, just say I composed it myself. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. He then placed the score properly and began the lesson. I'll play it once first, you feel it. Chen Zhuo started his teaching, then looked at Bai Muxi. Cece, record a video so Dudu can follow along later. Okay. Bai Muxi didn't hold the phone herself, but fetched a tripod. You can start now. Chen Zhuo's hands danced over the black and white keys. Dudu listened intently beside him. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi felt her heart skip another beat. Whether it was an illusion or not, the moment Chen Zhuo's hands touched the keys, his entire aura seemed to transform. Especially those flawless comic-like hands. Bai Muxi conceived a strange thought. What if those hands were caressing her instead of the keys? How wonderful that would be. Of course, as soon as the thought emerged, she immediately shook it away. She was the classic case of being bold in imagination but timid in action. She feared accidentally igniting Chen Zhuo's fire only to find it impossible to extinguish. When Chen Zhuo finished playing, Dudu was the first to applaud. "Daddy is so amazing." Bai Muxi, after stopping the recording, gave 2 thumbs up. "Aja, did you learn piano from the womb? You're even several levels above my former piano teacher." Now she understood why Professor Liao wanted to become his disciple. Just that brief performance made her feel as if she were in the Golden Hall of Vienna. It felt like a baptism of a musical feast. "Just a little knowledge," Chen Zhuo said modestly. "All right, your turn." Dudu began to learn. Though she was talented, her young age meant insufficient finger strength, and unfamiliarity with the piece led to many mistakes. Chen Zhuo was not a strict teacher, but a patient one. "Lift your wrist gently. Oh, feel it like you're holding a tiny feather." "Yes, very good. Come, let me teach you once more." Bai Muxi hadn't expected Chen Zhuo to be like this when teaching piano. Too perfect. Unable to resist, she sent a clip to her bestie group. "Aja is so gentle when teaching piano. I want to ask if he accepts 260-month-old babies." Soon the girls started discussing another new piece. "Oh my god, Chen Zhuo and Dudu are the most beautiful father-daughter pair I've ever seen. This piece is nice, so I want to learn it." Chen Zhuo, unaware of all this, neither rushed nor pushed, only followed Dudu's pace, guiding her with the utmost patience. Occasionally Dudu would hit a wrong note and look at Chen Zhuo with a frustrated expression. But seeing her good attitude, Chen Zhuo wasn't angry. Instead, he leaned down and played a complete melody softly, the notes flowing from his fingertips, tender and lingering, even the air wrapped in sweet warmth. Dudu soon got into the groove. Seeing no issues, Bai Muxi chatted with her friends about yesterday's visit to the Chen family. Of course, some things were left unsaid. When she heard that the Chen family was planning a recognition banquet for Chen Zhuo, she was still a bit surprised. "Cici, you're marrying into high society." Lin Xiaoman exclaimed in surprise. Su Wantong chimed in. "I'm tired of being jealous. Some people said you married too hastily. When Chen Zhuo's identity is revealed, they'll be slapped in the face." Lin Xiaoman said with a gritted tiger tooth. Bai Muxi's face also beamed. She had never expected that her flash marriage husband would be a scion of a wealthy family. Her gaze drifted again towards Chen Zhuo and Dudu. At that moment, sunlight fell upon the overlapping large and small hands, the piano notes, innocent, yet pure world-class skill, paired with patient teaching. A scene as beautiful as a painting. The family spent a full 2 hours at the piano. When Dudu's hands grew sore, it was Bai Muxi's turn to take over. While Dudu was resting, Chen Zhuo directly spent 1,000 dad points to redeem a pill. After Dudu finished eating, there were no side effects, only a touch of drowsiness. This left Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi alone in the living room. After washing the dishes, Wang Ma asked Chen Zhuo whether she should cook lunch. But Chen Zhuo told her to go home and rest, saying she could come back in the afternoon to wash the dishes. Wang Ma kept glancing back as she left, uneasy about accepting the money. Chen Zhuo naturally paid no mind to these concerns. While Dudu rested, Chen Zhuo held her close, feeling a surge of desire. Perhaps it was a side effect of the so-called best kidney in the world. He felt his needs were unusually strong. Bai Muxi was still studying diligently. Chen Zhuo placed his hand over hers and leaned his body closer. Inhaling the fragrance from her skin, Chen Zhuo's throat moved. "Cici, want to try it right here?" "Try what here?" "Do it." Bai Muxi was startled and quickly refused. "No, what if Dudu wakes up?" After all, Dudu was just sleeping, not at kindergarten. Besides, the timing was indeed not ideal. But Chen Zhuo did not care about all that. He covered her lips with his and let his hands roam freely over her waist, slender enough to grip with one hand. Bai Muxi felt her entire body instantly tense. The pleasant scent of Chen Zhuo filled her senses, and for a moment her mind went blank. In truth, she did not resist. She was simply afraid that Dudu might wake at the most critical moment. In the end, reason prevailed over passion. "Not here." Chen Zhuo understood her meaning immediately. He bent down, lifted her into his arms, and carried her into the bedroom. Sunlight streamed through the window. The golden rays complemented her fair skin, giving her a rosy glow. Is this truly a maiden's skin? Beautiful. Too beautiful. Bai Muxi saw the possessive look in Chen Zhuo's eyes and felt her heart race. She quickly pulled the quilt beside her and wrapped herself up. You're not allowed to look." Her voice trembled. "Cici is shy now." Chen Zhuo's lips curved into a smile as he drew closer. "I've seen everywhere. Why be shy with me?" Bai Muxi's face flushed crimson. She dared not even meet his gaze. "Let's pull the curtains then." "I'm shy." Chen Zhuo smiled. "All right, I'll do whatever you wish." In truth, he longed to unlock some more exciting scenarios, such as by the floor-to-ceiling window. But since this was their first time together, he feared pushing too hard might make her uncomfortable. Some things needed to be enjoyed with both body and spirit at ease. So Chen Zhuo did not want to make Bai Muxi uncomfortable. When the curtains were drawn, Bai Muxi's tension clearly eased. Chen Zhuo resumed his predatory nature. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he captured her completely. Bai Muxi was fearful at first, but soon she melted into a submissive cat. 100 pages omitted. After the passionate encounter, Bai Muxi lay in Chen Zhuo's embrace, drawing circles on his chest with her finger. Asia, didn't you say you were a virgin? How do you know so many tricks? I learned all this from Jiego. Jiego? Who is Jiego? How could Chen Zhuo explain? You could understand him as an outstanding film actor, Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Just then a soft sound came from Bai Muxi's stomach. Gurgle, the slight embarrassment that had begun to fade returned to Bai Muxi's cheeks. Asia, I'm a little hungry. It's normal to feel hungry after such intense exercise. Chen Zhuo chuckled. Rest a bit first and clean up. I'll make lunch for you both. In truth, Chen Zhuo's family had always valued dinner the most. Dinner had to be well prepared. As for lunch, something simple would suffice. Chen Zhuo entered the kitchen and began to work. The first dish was steamed ribs. The second was pan-fried tofu. The third was oyster sauce lettuce. All the ingredients had been prepared in advance, making the cooking quick and straightforward. Of course, if pre-portioned, this would essentially be a set meal like those found at modest eateries. Though it looked simple, Chen Zhuo possessed the skills of a culinary master. Before serving, he plated a small portion for Dudu first, and for the remaining portion, he added some green pepper. A slight spiciness in the tofu would make it more appetizing. Both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi could handle mild heat. While cooking, Chen Zhuo intentionally left Dudu's room door open. When the fragrance of the dishes drifted to the doorway, Dudu's nose twitched. Like a cat stirred by hunger, she put on her slippers and wandered into the kitchen. What greeted her eyes was the scene of Chen Zhuo stir-frying, while Bai Muxi washed vegetables beside him. Seeing this, a brilliant smile spread across Dudu's lovely little face. But soon she doubted it was real. She quickly pinched her own cheek. Ouch! Dudu's cry rang out behind them. Both turned their heads simultaneously. Dudu is awake. Bai Muxi called with a smile. Mama. Chen Zhuo turned and nodded gently. Dudu, is anything uncomfortable? Dudu immediately shook her head. No. Dudu feels full of energy. That's good. Wash your hands. We're ready for lunch. Though the dishes were simple, happiness often hides within such everyday trifles. As Dudu took a bite of ribs soaked in savory sauce, her expression became utterly blissful. If possible, Chen Zhuo felt he should give Dudu a pair of angel wings, just like in that life we long for with Hosty. Ding. Detected that Dudu is in a joyful mood. Dad points 100. As expected, if one wished to earn dad points, one had to tend to Dudu's appetite. Chen Zhuo also picked up a rib for Bai Muxi. You eat too. You expended so much energy just now. Bai Muxi glared at him, her cheeks flushed crimson. You eat. You expended far more than I did. I barely exerted myself. What's so great about that? Chen Zhuo winked as he ate. Do you understand the value of the world's healthiest kidney? To be honest, he wanted to push himself to his limits. Unfortunately, Bai Muxi was somewhat delicate. Dudu did not understand their conversation. But seeing Mama and Baba feeding each other, she could not hide the smile on her face. Ding. Detected that Dudu is in a joyful mood. Dad points 300. Ding. Detected that the host has accumulated 5,000 dad points. Reward the healthiest heart in the world. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. This system truly delivered. The heart was the human body's most vital organ, without a doubt. With this healthy heart, Chen Zhuo estimated he could live to at least 100. Satisfying. He only wondered when he could gather all 5 zong and 6 fu organs. If that happened, wouldn't his lifespan exceed 200 years? Even if immortality was unattainable, every extra day lived was a blessing. After finishing lunch at home, Bai Muxi clamored for Chen Zhuo to put on a show. Having played the piano that morning, he obliged with a self-accompanied vocal piece. Chen Zhuo didn't hesitate, launching straight into a song well known from his past life. The most romantic thing. For his wife and child, it had to be something tender. The lyrics couldn't contain any inappropriate language either. That was precisely why Chen Zhuo chose this song. The most romantic thing I can imagine is growing old with you slowly. The melody was simple, but Chen Zhuo sang it not with technique, but with pure emotion. Especially those eyes of his, the kind that could make even a dog feel adored, left Bai Muxi fluttering inside. She nearly threw herself at him again, but since Dudu was around, she restrained herself. Soon enough, Chen Tingyuan called to tell them to gather at the horse ranch. The auction was scheduled for 3 p.m., featuring 20 purebred horses. To boost its reach, the auction was streamed live across the internet. Chen Zhuo wasn't particularly bothered by that. After all, he wasn't just looking for any horse. He needed one at the right price. It was rare to find an opportunity to spend on Dudu, so he intended to go all out. They traveled in a Rolls-Royce, and since it was a formal occasion, the whole family dressed in their finest attire. Even the youngest, Dudu, wore a pale pink princess dress, with white stockings evoking the image of a fairy tale princess descending to earth. But the most stunning was Bai Muxi. Previously, she had possessed a youthful, untouched beauty. Now in her dress, she exuded an elegant, intellectual grace. So beautiful, and she was his wife. Chen Zhuo's smile never once faded. Huiwa Terrace was only a short drive from the racetrack, and they arrived in minutes. Chen Tingyuan had arrived early, and came out to greet them with his son Chen Pingyuan. Good afternoon, second uncle, second auntie, sister Dudu. Chen Pingyuan was very polite. Dudu called out to Chen Tingyuan in return. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Here are the details of the horses being auctioned today. Take a look beforehand and see if there's anything you like. We're family, no need for such formalities. Chen Zhuo pursed his lips. By the way, if you really want to help me out handle the video platform matter, your younger sister's company needs the best platform resources. Can you manage that? That's as simple as a single word, Chen Tingyuan said with a smile. Let's go in first. I'll just mention it to my assistant, and it'll be taken care of. Chen Tingyuan reached out to pat Chen Zhuo on the shoulder, about to say something about the weight of being Tencent's largest shareholder, but thinking better of it. He didn't want to wound his brother's pride. In theory, occasions like this were perfect for showing off and humbling arrogant rivals. Villains always seem to appear on their own. But what embarrassed Chen Zhuo was that everyone treated Chen Tingyuan with nothing but courtesy and deep respect. Chen Tingyuan took the opportunity to introduce Chen Zhuo to several people, all prominent figures in Guangzhou. Of course, those of lesser standing weren't worthy of Chen Tingyuan's acquaintance in the first place, let alone introductions to his own brother. When they learned that Chen Zhuo was the second young master of the Chen group, their respect deepened even further. Offending Chen Zhuo, that would be courting death. People who can make money may not necessarily be skilled, but they certainly know their way around, knowing whom not to offend. Chen Zhuo found it rather dull. But the auction was about to begin, and they took their seats at the very center. Ever since China became the world's largest consumer of luxury goods, capitalists from around the globe had turned their gaze toward this rising eastern nation. This auction was being broadcast worldwide, with simultaneous translation for viewers everywhere. 20 horses in total, each with distinctive pure-blood lineage. While there were plenty of horses in existence, truly top-tier bloodlines were exceedingly rare. That was precisely what made these horses precious, though much of the data was often inflated by capitalists anyway. It was like diamonds, essentially nothing more than piles of worthless stone, yet capitalists endowed them with value through relentless promotion and marketing, making them worth a fortune. These horses were much the same. Dudu, have a look and see if there's anything you like. Tell Daddy. Chen Zhuo leaned close to her ear and whispered. Okay, she replied. Then she turned to Bai Muxi. You too. Our mission today is simple. Each of us buys one horse. Almost immediately, Chen Zhuo spotted an Arabian horse. This one was pure white. As it was led onto the arena, it instantly captured his attention. This was a young thoroughbred with a starting bid of $1 million, and each increment had to be at least $1,000. Rather than playing the bidding game step by step, Chen Zhuo went straight to $3 million. A brief hush fell over the room. That was 21 million yuan. But the real shock came when they noticed Chen Tingyuan sitting right beside Chen Zhuo, challenging a member of the Chen family. Wasn't that just begging for trouble? No one in the room dared to bid, and checking online, there was no competition either. Mainly because the horse's value wouldn't realistically exceed $2 million. Chen Zhuo was blasting out $3 million. Anyone could see he had no idea what he was doing. Several attendees stared at him, as if he were the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. Chen Zhuo paid no mind. He then secured a Dutch warm blood for Bai Muxi at $3.5 million and a Cleveland Bay for Dudu at $5 million. A combined total of $11.5 million. At the current exchange rate of roughly 7, that came to 85 million yuan. Was that a lot? Not even close to 100 million. Honestly, it wasn't much at all. But as Chen Zhuo completed the payment, his system chimed urgently. Ding! 100-fold cashback activated. Congratulations, host. You've received 805 million yuan. Even though Chen Zhuo was already wealthy, seeing such a massive lump sum return at once made him clench his fists in excitement. With a system like this, who would bother running a company? His drive for career achievement suddenly felt less urgent. As expected, he embodied the very traits of young people today: intermittent effort, prolonged laziness. Especially once financial freedom was within reach, the motivation to strive vanished entirely. If not for worrying about setting a poor example for Dudu, he wouldn't have been able to see any purpose in moving forward. Being poor wasn't good. That living would be too tiring. But being too wealthy had its own problems. It robbed Chen Zhuo of direction and purpose. Why not plan a trip for the new year? In his past life, Chen Zhuo had always dreamed of spending the new year traveling somewhere unfamiliar. But poverty had kept that dream from ever materializing. Now that he had both time and money, he decided to turn the idea into action. Chen Zhuo brought the idea up with Bai Muxi right away. She didn't immediately agree. She wanted to consult her parents first. After all, she had always spent the new year with them before. Now that they were newly married, she reasoned he shouldn't abandon his own family. What if we bring both sets of parents along? That actually works. Bai Muxi nodded eagerly, but then a new concern surfaced. What about your parents? Chen Zhuo pressed his fingers against his forehead. In his previous life, he'd been completely single. Spontaneous trips had never been an issue. But in this parallel world, he'd somehow accumulated so many relationships without even trying, leaving him unsure whether this was a blessing or a burden. Should I ask them as well? You should. After all, your parents have always been so good to you. Bai Muxi said, earnestly nodding in agreement. Chen Zhuo felt that his time in this world was not abundant. Yet bonds had quietly formed. With a wife and child and 2 families, This feeling was quite pleasant. The plan to travel for the new year was put aside for now. Dudu's enrollment in kindergarten was the top priority. This time it was the aristocratic kindergarten on Ursha Island. For the first time sending Dudu to school, he had to make a proper impression. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. In modern society, to earn respect, one must still show some muscle. What represents a man's muscle? A car, a tire, and a watch casually revealed. In such an aristocratic school, everyone was exceptionally keen on luxury brands. Thus a slight display of such items was enough to make others cautious. Of course, Chen Zhuo's attire prioritized comfort. But driving a collector's edition Rolls-Royce was enough to show off. The pleasant weekend quietly passed. On the final night of Sunday, news of a mysterious billionaire spending 80 million euros on a horse surfaced online. However, Chen Tingyuan had already prepared requesting that Chen Zhuo's privacy be protected, so no frontal photos emerged. Chen Zhuo naturally did not boast about it. Act boldly, live humbly. After all, in this day and age, wealth could make you a target. Sunlight bathed the earth. A new week quietly began. Chen Zhuo rose first and prepared a heartfelt breakfast for Dudu. Bai Muxi went to Dudu's room, helped her wash up, and braided her hair. Dudu looked at herself in the mirror. Mommy, maybe you should let Daddy do my hair. Bai Muxi felt a bit deflated. Although she was a woman, she usually just tied a ponytail. But Chen Zhuo, like a champion of hairstyling, could create beautiful and varied hairstyles for her. Wait a moment, I'll call your daddy to help you. Thank you, Mommy. Dudu nodded immediately. Mommy, I'm not complaining about you, it's just that Daddy's braids are more creative. Hearing Dudu's consolation, Bai Muxi felt a little better. But, no, I have to learn. Can't let my husband do everything right. Otherwise she would feel very unengaged in this family. Chen Zhuo steamed the items that needed steaming and prepared a plate of small vegetables. Then he leisurely waited for Bai Muxi and Dudu to come out for breakfast. But soon he saw Bai Muxi asking for help. Zhao, Dudu wants you to do her hair. I also want to learn. No problem, but forget the lesson. Can't be late for the first day of kindergarten. When you have time, I'll get a wig and you can practice on it. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. Alright, I'll record it and study it frame by frame. That works. Since children nap at school, high ponytails were out of the question. To make it easy for Dudu during nap time, without undoing her hair, Chen Zhuo recommended hairstyles that parted on both sides. Dudu finally chose double fishtail braids. Simply put, it was a center part with a thin long braid on each side. This hairstyle combined with Dudu's adorable face was simply too cute. Bai Muxi stood by with her phone, recording her expression focused. In her heart, she silently vowed. She must master this technique. Chen Zhuo's movements were swift. Soon Dudu's delighted voice rang out. Thank you, Daddy. Dudu absolutely loves this hairstyle. Chen Zhuo pointed to his cheek. Then shouldn't Dudu give Daddy a reward? Moi. Dudu obediently gave a peck. Ding. Detected Dudu's joyful mood. Dad points 100. Then Chen Zhuo pointed to his other cheek. Cece, your turn. Shouldn't you show some appreciation too? Bai Muxi's pretty face flushed, but she still gave a peck. Because they had to eat breakfast, Bai Muxi hadn't applied lipstick. But her lips were naturally pink. They looked luscious. If not for Dudu, Chen Zhuo would have scooped her up and indulged wildly. But today was Dudu's big day. School came first. After all, this was Chen Zhuo's first time sending his daughter to kindergarten in his 2 lives. The 3 of them sat at the table. Chen Zhuo thought he could film a video of Dudu eating. Just have her host a food show. She was incredibly appetizing when she ate. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but eat 2 more bites. Bai Muxi, however, was very refined and slow. After breakfast, she touched up her makeup before walking hand in hand with her husband Dudu, between them, toward the elevator. Dudu, have you already attended 2 years of kindergarten? Chen Zhuo asked curiously. So when you get to kindergarten, will you cling to our legs and cry, refusing to go? Dudu won't do that. Only 3-year-olds would. Dudu immediately shook her head, saying proudly. But you're only 4, not even 5 yet. Chen Zhuo looked skeptical. Daddy, rest assured, Dudu is already a big kid. Only kids in the junior class cry and don't want to be separated from Mommy and Daddy. Dudu promptly said. Bai Muxi nodded too. Dudu takes after me. When I was little, I walked to kindergarten by myself. I didn't even need my mom to send me. You went to kindergarten alone that young? Not exactly alone. There was a neighbor boy a grade above me who took me to kindergarten. Hearing Bai Muxi's explanation, Chen Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, could this be a childhood sweetheart plot? Was he not the male lead, but a supporting character? But he quickly shook off that thought. Since Dudu says so, let's trust her. It took only 5 minutes to drive from Rebate to Ursha Island. Considering traffic, they set off half an hour early. But when the car approached the kindergarten, they still got stuck in traffic. Fortunately, there were special traffic police directing. Parents also adhered to the drop-off-and-go rule, keeping the road clear. However, even in this aristocratic kindergarten, the grades of cars varied. When the brand-new collector's edition Rolls-Royce appeared at the kindergarten gate, it immediately drew a lot of attention. Wow, whose car is this? So cool. A chubby little boy was holding a sandwich, but when his eyes fell on the Rolls-Royce's chubby face was full of amazement. Seems like it's the first time we've seen it. Is there a new VIP at our school? Wow, that face is so handsome. With that look, even I would back off. The parents were also buzzing. At that moment the car came to a stop. Wu Hao got out first and opened the door for Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo stepped out first. Many young mothers who were sending their children to school widened their eyes. Their hearts began to race. Whose brother is here to send his younger sibling to school? He's so youthful, so college boy, so handsome. Some young mothers were already screaming inside. Their breaths became tense and rapid. He was definitely the one they loved most among all the men they'd ever fallen for. At that moment they had only one thought: to keep their composure. But that was a bit difficult. Men love to look at beautiful women. Women naturally love to look at handsome men. The moment they saw Chen Zhuo they felt they had encountered love. Chen Zhuo's handsomeness was a perfect 10 out of 10 in terms of appearance. He was a concept-level handsome man. Everyone who saw him would find their favorite feature. Thus they felt a natural fondness. Of course a perfect 10 meant flawless from every angle. That day when Bai Muxi was filming she initially intended to capture Chen Zhuo braiding Dudu's hair. Yet her hand would unconsciously move. Before she knew it the camera had accidentally focused on his profile. This was nature's instinct. At that moment the kindergarten entrance seemed frozen in time, all eyes fixed on Chen Zhuo. Meanwhile Chen Zhuo had already lifted Dudu down from the car. On the other side Bai Muxi also opened the car door. This time the father who was dropping off his child was stunned. What kind of fairy tale family is this? This young couple is incredibly good looking. Oh my god, why is this little girl so beautiful? And her hair is so exquisite. Just then Dudu suddenly reached out and hugged Chen Zhuo's leg, her big eyes sparkling, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Daddy, can I come to kindergarten tomorrow instead? I don't want to be apart from you. As she spoke her pitiful eyes were misted with tears. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Dudu, didn't you say only 3-year-olds cry, eh? Dudu pouted. Dudu misspoke. Actually 4-year-old princesses can't bear to leave their daddy either. Chen Zhuo gently patted Dudu's head and said softly, no, every child must go to school to grow up healthily. Dudu's mouth could hang a soy sauce bottle. Alright, go to class today. Daddy promises to be the first to pick you up, okay? Chen Zhuo continued gently. Sure enough, Dudu's tears stopped. Really? Chen Zhuo nodded. Mommy will still be at work then, and I'll drive the big G to pick you up. Although Chen Zhuo had bought a supercar, the idea of picking up Dudu in it was impractical, mainly due to traffic laws. Even with the child seat regulations forbid children under 12 from sitting in the front passenger seat. Of course, Chen Zhuo primarily prioritized safety. Recently his cars were being sent for modifications mainly to make them bulletproof. Now that he had money his life was precious. He couldn't wait until something happened to regret it. He had to be fully prepared in advance. Dudu nodded. Then let's pinky swear. Pinky swear 100 years no change. The two made a pact like children. Bai Muxi watched this scene. Does Dudu want mommy to pick you up too? Can I? Dudu was even more delighted. Of course today is Dudu's first day of school, so mommy will prioritize you. Bai Muxi said earnestly. Yage. Dudu immediately broke into a smile. The nearby parents were stunned watching this scene. The father was handsome and sunny. The mother was gentle and beautiful. The daughter was adorable and lively. Were these people really real? Most importantly, this family looked so young. Chen Zhuo didn't pay attention to others' opinions. After making the deal with Dudu, he led her to the entrance. Children were lining up to enter the kindergarten. Each child had to have their temperature checked before entering. As Dudu stood in line, a sweet-looking tall and slender female teacher approached with an excellent posture. It was clear she had a dance background. Was this the quality of teachers at a luxury kindergarten? Truly high. Chen Zhuo glanced and smiled. Hello, Teacher Liao. Liao Yingying was the homeroom teacher of Dudu's middle class. She looked no older than 25, with youthful skin full of collagen. With her delicate makeup her appearance was at least an 8 out of 10. If she could do the splits and the window wiping dance I'd give her an 8. 5. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, nice to see you again. Liao Yingying greeted them proactively. Good morning, Teacher Liao. Chen Zhuo replied with a smile. Liao Yingying's voice suddenly turned sweet. Dudu, do you remember Teacher Liao? Dudu nodded. I remember. Teacher Liao is so beautiful, Dudu will always remember. What a sweet talker. Shall the teacher take you to get your temperature checked? Liao Yingying extended her hand and said to Dudu. Since it was the first day, some special treatment from the teacher was normal. Okay. Then say goodbye to mommy and daddy. Liao Yingying continued. Dudu's smile vanished and she looked at Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi with a pitiful expression. Chen Zhuo met her gaze and his heart softened instantly. Goodbye mommy and daddy, Dudu said, tears streaming down her face. Liao Yingying picked Dudu up and patted her on the back. Mr. and Mrs. Chen, please leave first. It's her first time at kindergarten, crying is normal. We'll calm her down. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Bai Muxi took Chen Zhuo's arm and nodded. Although Liao Yingying's reaction seemed normal and proper, she was all too aware of her husband's charm. Even her 3 extremely picky best friends had instantly fallen for him, let alone a kindergarten teacher. She had to guard her husband fiercely. Dudu was still looking at Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo steeled himself and stepped back to the kindergarten gate. Liao Yingying carried the child into the kindergarten. Why do I feel more reluctant than Dudu? Chen Zhuo said in surprise. Bai Muxi smiled. After all you've been with Dudu day and night, these past few days withdrawal symptoms are normal. Well, sigh, maybe Dudu shouldn't go to kindergarten. Chen Zhuo had such a thought. How can that be? Kindergarten isn't just for learning, it's also for social skills, thinking abilities, and so on. You don't want Dudu to lack the ability to survive in society, do you? Forget I said that. Chen Zhuo coughed. Let's go, I'll take you to the company. What about you? What's on your agenda today? I plan to take advantage of Dudu being at school to go back and write my new book and such. Chen Zhuo shared his plan. Making money didn't matter much, but culture needed to be spread. Besides, in his past life, his greatest wish was to become a top-tier author. It wasn't about money, it was about having a dream of being a god-tier writer. Now that he was financially free, he had to work toward his dream. All right, write quickly and send it to me when you're done. I love reading novels. Bai Muxi said cheerfully. No problem. Chen Zhuo already had an idea. He wanted to build a company similar to the Dousho platform from his past life. Not just Dousho, but also Fanxian novel hong with short drama and the like. Next, he would lead the cultural trend for the next decade. As for attracting authors and readers, he would just splash money around, and it would be done. After dropping Bai Muxi off at the company, Chen Zhuo took out his phone and called several assistants outlining the upcoming work. A massive business empire was quietly taking shape. Chen Zhuo of Bai achieved results first. She had already reached an agreement with Zhongda, ultimately securing the AI project for 15 million yuan. Moreover, she also signed professional contracts with key technical staff members such as Shen Qingyan and Lu Weilon. The AI studio was officially established. Meanwhile, Xin Yulin was also starting to recruit talents and was in the process of merging Xingqing Games into Tengfei Games. As the saying goes, with the end of the year approaching, the priority was to develop casual games first and generate quick returns. Chen Zhuo's mind was filled with countless casual game ideas. They were simple to develop, yet promised substantial profits. Sheep is Sheep, 2048, Jump Jump. Once the games were produced, partnering with the project leads provided by Chen Tingyuan, all that remained was to sit back and count the money. Upon returning home, Chen Zhuo felt the house was unusually quiet for the first time. Without Dudu calling out daddy, nonstop, his heart felt empty. But, as a man, how could he lack ambition? Seated before his computer, Chen Zhuo busied himself with work. Writing novels would have to wait. First and foremost, he needed to develop several applications. Dousho tomato novel Bilibili, 3 prongs striking simultaneously. Chen Zhuo's formidable intellect played a crucial role at this moment. Coupled with his top-tier computer expertise and memories from his previous life, within just one morning, he had completed the software framework for Dousho. After all, he was standing on the shoulders of giants. To be honest, Chen Zhuo had initially had no interest in building a career, but the thought that he could browse Dousho and watch Bilibili in this world sparked an inexplicable anticipation. Most importantly, in his past life, he had loved watching anime so much that he had even purchased a Bilibili membership specifically to watch a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. As for Dousho, needless to say, the amount of beautiful women on the platform was simply overwhelming. Moreover, the algorithm understood Chen Zhuo too well. Each time he finished watching one video, the next was served right up to him. It felt like an emperor choosing his concubines. What man could resist such temptation? At this thought, his fingers flew faster. Now he just needed to wait for the AI algorithm. Of course, AI in this world was still in its infancy. Chen Zhuo was considering whether he could accelerate the research process. After much deliberation, he decided to seek help from the system. Why waste a system if you have one? System, can I spend dad points to purchase a complete AI algorithm? I'm sorry, host. I cannot provide you with a complete AI algorithm. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. This is what you call an all-powerful system. That's it. Host, please be patient. You can become a top-tier AI master by spending 1,000 dad points. That expensive? Chen Zhuo looked at his dwindling dad points. Buy. Without the slightest hesitation, he made the purchase directly. Soon, countless AI-related pieces of information flooded Chen Zhuo's mind as he sat at his desk. However, even with this knowledge, it was impossible to magically produce an AI large model. He still needed to pay a visit to Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan had undergone a remarkable transformation herself. After successfully joining Bai, she was immediately promoted to Chief Technology Officer. To this end, she was even considering resigning from her teaching position at Zhongda. Compared to teaching students, her true passion lay in research. She had once harbored a dream of leading China's AI systems to pioneer a new era. As a Chinese person, she had always firmly believed, as long as they worked hard enough, they could definitely stand proud among the nations once again. But as for now, China still lagged behind those developed nations. Only after obtaining the latest AI master techniques did Chen Zhuo discover that these skills shared remarkable similarities with computer techniques. However, their roles differed. He took out his phone, contacted Chen Zhuo, and explained his intention to visit the company the next day. Chen Zhuo readily agreed and immediately delegated the task. To be honest, this was the first time since the company's establishment that the boss would personally come to inspect. Chen Zhuo's current work primarily involved coordination. After reviewing the progress on other matters, he shut down his computer, grabbed his car keys, and headed to Tsiu and Yingli to pick up Bai Muxi. Anyone who has worked knows that Mondays are the busiest. Yet Bai Muxi still compressed her schedule as much as possible. In order to pick up Dudu from school on his first day, she didn't even take a lunch break. She had expected to feel exhausted from the lack of rest. But the moment she saw Chen Zhuo again, she felt completely revitalized. Husband, that pill you gave me was absolutely a heavenly elixir. Bai Muxi sighed once more. Just think of it as a heavenly elixir. We won't be seeing each other again anyway, Chen Zhuo said calmly. By the way, what were you doing after coming home? I messaged you on WeChat, but you didn't reply. I went straight home and started writing. I enabled Do Not Disturb to avoid interruptions. In truth, whether man or woman, neither should pour all their attention onto the other in an intimate relationship. Doing so not only deprives the other of personal space, but also wastes one's own time. For Chen Zhuo, he felt that self-improvement was far more important than constantly clutching his phone to reply to his wife. This was also precisely why, despite already having ample wealth, he still pursued AI and game development. Of course, to avoid the situation where the person he cared about remained ignorant of his efforts, Chen Zhuo had not concealed his acquisition of Jindong Xinu. He needed Bai Muxi to know that the platform she enjoyed today existed because of his help. He remembered watching short dramas in his past life, where some maternal grandson's sons-in-law possessed formidable identities. Yet they always helped their wives in secret, leading their wives and the wives' families to regard them as good-for-nothings, followed by a series of face-slapping comeuppances. Honestly, every time he encountered such plot lines, he felt the male protagonist deserved the mistreatment. In truth, no matter what kind of relationship, people always weigh pros and cons. If the female lead knew her company existed entirely because of the male lead, she would carefully consider the consequences, even if she entertained thoughts of infidelity. To prevent such silence from occurring, Chen Zhuo chose to let Bai Muxi know of his strength. Didn't you want to read the sequel to Doluo? I sent it directly to you. Chen Zhuo took out his phone, sent her a file, and then continued driving toward Dudu's school. Fair to say, Ursha Island was indeed an affluent district. The G-Wagon was typically considered a top-tier luxury vehicle, but here it was merely ordinary. But while the car was ordinary, the people were extraordinary. It happened to be a bright sunny day. As the G-Wagon was parked, Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi stepped out of the vehicle. This immediately turned them into the center of everyone's attention. Several parents had already spotted them that morning. Seeing them again, their hearts easily stirred once more. Wow, when did our school get celebrity children? Who are they? Their appearance is absolutely stunning. That guy is so handsome, but his wife is right beside him. Can I still ask for his contact info? Sisters, go for it. Many people wanted to ask Chen Zhuo for his contact. Finally, a gracefully figured, elegant young woman walked over to Chen Zhuo. Young man, does your child also attend kindergarten here? Yes, he just enrolled today. Chen Zhuo replied politely. What a coincidence, my child is in class 2 of middle grade. Which class is yours? Seeing the woman still wanting to chat with her husband, Bai Muxi spoke up. Our daughter is in class 1 of middle grade. Although she answered the question, her tone was noticeably cold. However, the woman did not look at Bai Muxi at all, instead continuing to address Chen Zhuo. Young man, could I add your contact? In the future, we could also exchange parenting advice. I'm sorry, my wife does not allow me to add other women. I am someone who always obeys my wife, Chen Zhuo stated straightforwardly. Bai Muxi's earlier discontent vanished in an instant. It was replaced by a gentle smile. Previously, she had considered love dispensable. After all, in today's materialistic era, love was merely an accessory. But hearing Chen Zhuo's words, the softest part of her heart was struck profoundly. So this was what it felt like to be favored. It was sweet, utterly addictive. Of course, whether in dating or marriage, being favored was essential. In this moment, she felt it upon Chen Zhuo. For a brief moment, Bai Muxi thought. Her husband treated her so well that she too must be extraordinarily good to him. A man must have masculine spirit. It's shameful to be afraid of his wife. Besides, it's just adding a friend, no big deal. The young woman still refused to give up. Moreover, she relished the thrill of an open NTR. And to be honest, Chen Zhao was far too handsome. He fit every one of her tastes perfectly. If she could have something with Chen Zhao, what did a little lost face matter? Seeing she was impervious to reason, Chen Zhao's originally polite expression turned cold. Enough. I'm not giving you my WeChat, not just because of my wife, but because I simply don't see you as worthy. Look at the gap between you and my wife. The smile on the young woman's face froze instantly. You? She wanted to curse him, but meeting his pitch-black eyes, she suddenly felt as if she were gazing into the stars. You're right about everything. With that, she left. The other beauties watching dared not approach. Yet some remembered his child's class. Maybe they could rescue Zhao by besieging Wei. If they could befriend his child, then birthday parties, playdates, and all that. Wouldn't their relationship naturally become close? However, as the young woman, left by Muxi, sidled up to Chen Zhao. I know you're charming, but I didn't expect that just picking up your kid would make a young woman offer you her WeChat. My fault, Chen Zhao shrugged. But rest assured, I have a strong sense of boundaries. I don't add people casually. Bai Muxi nodded. Me neither. In truth, everyone male or female should have boundaries. Often one careless oversight leads to mistakes, and then one falls into an irredeemable abyss. Chen Zhuo had watched too many short dramas. Although some plots were brainless, he still took them as cautionary tales. By the way, you mentioned childhood sweethearts earlier. Do you have one? Chen Zhuo suddenly asked. Bai Muxi paused then nodded. If growing up together counts as a childhood sweetheart, then yes I do. Why? What's your relationship with him? Is he your white moonlight? Bai Muxi suddenly laughed. What are you worried I have a white moonlight? Indeed. I have a bit of a mental purity fetish. If I knew you were ambiguous with a childhood sweetheart, I would unhesitatingly ask you to leave. Bai Muxi's smile grew even brighter. Rest assured I have no white moonlight, nor any romantic experience. All my knowledge comes from novels and my parents' example. And I promise I will be absolutely loyal to my spouse. That is you. I believe you, Chen Zhuo nodded. Actually, I'm the same. Absolute loyalty. Vows are always sincere when made. But people's hearts can change. I believe that too. Bai Muxi nodded approvingly. You know my 3 best friends are all stunning beauties, and even with them around you remained unmoved. You're definitely a good man. Don't give me a good man card so easily. I don't want it. Huh. School's out. The children were gradually let out by the teachers. The parents claimed their children according to different classes. Naturally, the nursery class came out first. To avoid congestion, the school had staggered the 3 grade levels by 10 minutes each. Teachers monitored the entire process. And you must have the pickup sign. Soon Chen Zhuo spotted a familiar face, Liao Yingying. Say what you will, even though the teachers at Sacred Heart Kindergarten were all quite pretty, including many beautiful foreign teachers, Liao Yingying still stood out the most. But Chen Zhao's gaze immediately found Chen Tianqing. Though Dudu had attended school before, this was her first time after the transmigration. Plus she had been with Chen Zhao the whole time before. Now being apart for so long, Dudu missed her daddy and mommy terribly. After standing still, she stood on tiptoes and waved. Chen Zhao responded with a beaming smile. This scene didn't escape the eyes of the mothers, also picking up their children. Their eyes began to sparkle. So handsome, so young, and already a dad. Even more charming. Though many women like innocent college boys or dark-skinned jocks. But a man like Chen Zhao, handsome, fit, and personally picking up his child from school, was the ideal many mothers had in their hearts. He seemed perfect in every way. Of course Chen Zhao was oblivious to all this. He stood first in line for the middle class, and Liao Yingying promptly let Dudu come over. Daddy, mommy. Dudu had been cheerful, but suddenly her voice turned plaintive and tears began to well up in her eyes. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Chen Zhao quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Dudu shook her head. No, everyone was nice to me. It's just, I miss daddy and mommy. Chen Zhao's worried expression vanished, and he patted her head. I see. Then how about daddy takes you to eat something delicious? Dudu's tears dried instantly. Can I have honey-glazed chicken wings? Of course. Chen Zhao nodded, then turned to Liao Yingying. All right, say goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, teacher Liao. Liao Yingying flashed a sweet smile. Goodbye, Dudu. Goodbye, Dudu's mom and dad. At that moment her heart was full of envy. This family was simply divine. Handsome father, beautiful mother, adorable daughter. One word, perfect. Chen Zhao placed Dudu in the child safety seat, while Bai Muxi sat in the back to accompany her, chatting about what happened at kindergarten. Kindergarten ended at 4 in the afternoon, so it was still early. Chen Zhao planned to take her to the supermarket to buy some snacks and encourage her. Of course, they could also ask Liao Yingying about Dudu's performance in the evening. They say a child traveling far worries a mother. It was only Dudu's first day of school, yet Chen Zhao's heart was already filled with anxiety. Mainly because it was his first time being a dad. He had no experience. But Bai Muxi's questions were very detailed. She asked about Dudu's rest meals and whether she had made any friends. To be honest, Chen Zhao also worried that Dudu might be targeted as a transfer student. But in reality her face was a trump card. The children vied to be her friend and even gave her snacks. The teachers also took great care of her. Hearing this, Chen Zhao's heart felt warm. Like the mother in Hi Mom, he only wanted his daughter to be healthy and happy. If anyone made his daughter unhappy, he would make the whole family of the offender unhappy. Dudu was quite excited about going to the supermarket. Since the new year was approaching, the supermarket had put out many festive decorations. Bai Muxi discussed with Dudu where to place each decoration at home. Chen Zhao, while pushing the cart, took out his phone to capture the moment. This happiness was even greater than the joy of receiving a massive cashback. At that moment, Chen Zhao made a firm resolve to protect the smiles of his wife and daughter, starting with tonight's dinner. With Dudu officially starting kindergarten, everything seemed to fast forward. Chen Zhuo had been quite busy during this period, but thanks to his top-tier management skills, he not only managed the company well, but also kept his own time in excellent order. Of course, he still had a ways to go compared to true time management masters. But thankfully, he only had one woman to manage. While Dudu was at school, he made his way to Tiaodong Bike Company, which he had just established. He met the entire AI development team brought in by Xin Qingyan. Having obtained mastery-level skills, Chen Zhuo skipped the formalities and went straight into RD discussions, which immediately sobered up any dismissive attitudes within the research team. Only then did they realize just how formidable Chen Zhuo's AI research capabilities were despite being an ungraduated student from Sun Yat-sen University. After just one morning of discussions, the general direction for the future had already been established. In truth, the greatest fear when developing any project is setting off on the wrong path. But Chen Zhuo happened to be standing on the shoulders of giants, so everything proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Of course, Chen Zhuo's skills also played an extremely crucial role, but what made him happiest was the progress of the gaming company. Since Chen Jingming had directly handed over Xingqiang Games to Chen Zhuo, he didn't hesitate and immediately merged the two companies. At that time, his newly developed game, Jump Jump, was already undergoing promotion. Thus, the entire gaming company sprang into action. At first, the staff were filled with doubt and concern about this game. Could such a simple little game really make money? Besides, what method did it have to generate revenue? Chen Zhuo didn't waste words and directly had the gaming company's staff start experiencing it. First, the gameplay was simple, yet it featured a leaderboard. To get everyone to play, Chen Zhuo also introduced a reward mechanism for Jump Jump. Simply put, the top 5 players in the company each day could receive a certain bonus. Thus, the entire company went crazy playing it. However, Shen Yulin, as the company's boss, still harbored concerns about the promotion. Chen Zhuo smiled. Is there any problem that money can't solve? If there is, then not enough money has been thrown at it. This was because Chen Zhuo's contact at Tencent was introduced by Chen Tingyuan, who had even given advance notice to treat Chen Zhuo with respect. Therefore, the best resources were arranged for them. Although they weren't particularly optimistic about this small game called Jump Jump, they still secured the most prominent promotional placement. Soon, Jump Jump began to spread like wildfire. Even Bai Muxi actively got involved in the game. Oh, hubby Tang Tang has overtaken me in the rankings, help me catch up. Bai Muxi said somewhat frantically. Oh, then is there any reward? Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes. Don't you like black stockings? I'll wear them tonight. Bai Muxi said, blushing. Approved. Chen Zhuo didn't overtake her by too much. Su Wantong's score was 894, and Chen Zhuo deliberately let himself die when he reached 950. Wow, Asia is so amazing. Bai Muxi directly wrapped her arms around Chen Zhuo's neck and kissed his cheek. Sasa Water, don't forget what you promised me. Actually, people all have a herd mentality. Everyone is playing it, wouldn't it be odd if you didn't join in? And once you started playing and saw that friend leaderboard, you'd suddenly feel anxious. Let me put it this way. Humans are naturally unable to tolerate ranking last among their friends. It's precisely because of this instinct that fragmented time gets quickly consumed by Jump Jump. The game is simple and easy to pick up, but getting a high score still requires skill. The most important thing is that when you surpass a friend, there's a notification. You've surpassed XXX. This sense of achievement causes the body to secrete a lot of dopamine. As more people played, questions about monetization naturally arose. It was simple: ads. First, in-game placements. Major brands need promotion, right? That's where the opportunity comes in. Second, watching ads grants rewards like 1 resurrection, unlock rare skins, or stamina replenishment. One thing to remember: absolutely avoid forced redirects or similar tactics, as this would exacerbate conflicts between users and the game. The key is to make players willingly click on the ads. Let me put it this way: if when you die in the game watching an ad gives you an extra life, would you rather see your efforts wasted or watch a 30-second ad? Most people would choose to watch the ad. After all, 30 seconds is enough time to rest your eyes or use the restroom. It hardly delays anything. When Chen Zhuo first proposed this idea, he faced fierce skepticism. But when a famous sports brand came to the company wielding a price tag of 5 million per day, they completely lost their minds. A tiny game, massive returns. Consider that this game was casually brought out by Chen Zhuo, yet it generated enormous profits. Chen Zhuo wasn't particularly concerned about this. He had dozens more small games like this in his mind. Of course, the timing of the game's release was also quite deliberate. With the year-end approaching, many companies were looking for games to boost interaction. Wasn't this the opportunity? Some companies even ran activities rewarding players based on their Jump Jump scores. Some large shopping malls also learned from the Jump Jump model and created numerous games. In no time, Jump Jump became a cultural phenomenon. When Chen Zhuo logged into the game, he discovered many acquaintances were playing. Former university classmates, high school classmates, and even elementary school classmates. Even Liao Yingying was playing, and her score wasn't low. Of course, this game was merely Chen Zhuo's trial run. After receiving such a strong return, he immediately had his team begin development on the money-making powerhouse from his past life, Honor of Kings. In his past life, Chen Zhuo also loved playing, and occasionally, he would carry girls to build some emotional connection. Due to his strong skills, he even paired up with a 19-year-old girl as his CP, who not only called him hubby every day, but also ordered him bubble tea and takeout. Thinking of these things, Chen Zhuo was also somewhat eager. If he could play Honor of Kings in this world too, he would carry 4 teammates. How glorious that would be. At this thought, he began urging the company staff to get moving. As for the connections and negotiations for small games like Jump Jump, he directly handed them to Huang Xiang, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Huang Xiang's monthly salary had just reached 10,000 yuan. It wasn't that Chen Zhuo was unwilling to give him money, but rather that giving too much money to an ungraduated college student would be counterproductive. Giving money to a brother also needs to be done scientifically and with a plan. Blindly letting him obtain wealth he couldn't handle might not be a good thing, but rather a bad one. After all, when men have money they tend to go bad. Unless you're someone like Chen Zhuo, who fears trouble. Because he knew the consequences of infidelity, that's why he didn't cheat. Besides, as a father to a daughter, he needed to set a good example for Dudu. Of course, there were many opportunities to set an example, and here was one. Papa the school is organizing a parent-child sports meet next week. Will you and Mama come? After school, Dudu looked at Chen Zhuo expectantly. Without hesitation, Chen Zhuo replied, Papa will definitely come, but whether Mama comes or not I'll need to ask. However, even if Mom doesn't come, we should exercise together, okay? Dudu immediately nodded. Okay, but Dudu still wants Mama to come too. Because Chen Zhuo picked up Dudu every day, Dudu had now become a celebrity at school. Many children would actively play with Dudu just to build a good relationship. However, Dudu was somewhat puzzled. She seemed to be more popular than when she previously attended kindergarten. Once her good friend let it slip that her mother had asked her to befriend Dudu. As for the reason, Dudu couldn't figure it out. Dudu was after all a child. How could she possibly think that her good friend's mother greatly admired her papa? When Chen Zhuo asked Bai Muxi whether she would go, she didn't even think twice. Of course I'm going. And I'll definitely put on some beautiful makeup. Over this period, Bai Muxi had been incredibly busy, barely having time to catch her breath. For one, the company had several new animations in development recently, and the workload was quite heavy. Second, since Dimensional Gravity had acquired Jindong Xin, she needed to review their detailed data as the CEO. Thirdly, she also had to balance family matters. Originally, her persona was that of a cold businesswoman with no room for love in her life. But as Chen Zhuo's identity gradually came to light, she experienced a profound realization. What importance could work possibly hold compared to her husband? No matter how capable she might be at making money, she would never casually accumulate billions to acquire a company. With this thought in mind, her priorities began to shift. Of course, Chen Zhuo's work approach also inspired her. After all, in today's fiercely competitive society, if you offer enough money, top talent is indeed abundant. Some of them even had resumes featuring former executives from the Fortune Global 100. Thus, Bai Muxi went on to recruit several high-quality employees with substantial financial incentives. For a time, her work burden was significantly alleviated. Of course, having fewer tasks didn't mean she had no work at all. She simply needed to devote more of her attention to her husband and daughter. Since first accompanying Chen Zhuo to the kindergarten, she had noticed many young mothers casting unusual glances at him. As someone within elite social circles, she understood that many marriages among the wealthy were merely commercial alliances, appearing as model couples in public while privately living separate lives. Their moral standards were equally low. Upon spotting someone as desirable as Chen Zhuo, their initial reaction wasn't appreciation, but rather a scramble to claim him. Social resources are finite. If you don't fight for what you want, you shouldn't expect it to come to you on its own. It's like writing a novel protagonist. If you portray a laid-back personality, you'd run out of material to write about. Day after day, it's just eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. But depicting someone who constantly competes and grabs is entirely different. Today she snatches her roommate's boyfriend, tomorrow she goes after someone else. But Bai Muxi certainly didn't want her husband being taken away by others. As the legitimate wife, Bai Muxi felt she should take certain actions. First, learn to cook and capture Chen Zhuo's appetite. Second, use her body to thoroughly exhaust him. However, every time Bai Muxi eagerly charged into battle with Chen Zhuo, it was always she who ended up pleading for mercy. Nevertheless, Bai Muxi remained undeterred, persistently fighting despite repeated defeats. But she really wanted to complain. Who says only the ox grows exhausted from plowing, never the field itself? Several times she felt as though she was completely falling apart. With the school's winter sports meet approaching, she was determined to make an appearance and let those scheming women back off. Of course, Bai Muxi remained confident in her figure and looks. Being the top campus beauty at Zhongdao wasn't something she claimed for herself, especially after taking the elixir and being nurtured by Chen Zhuo's affection. What might have been a score of 96 before could now reach 99. The reason it wasn't a perfect 100 was simply to prevent her from becoming arrogant. Before long, the day of the sports meet arrived. Luxury cars gathered outside the school gates. They all stopped briefly and moved along. The wealthier people tended to be more compliant with the rules. Yet should anyone dare to break their established regulations, they would ensure the violator faced consequences. Since today was the winter school sports meet, Chen Zhuo, Bai Muxi, and Dudu all wore their class's uniform outfits. Even the simplest clothing looked extraordinary on them. Naturally, the families whose children attended Xingxin kindergarten were all wealthy and paid close attention to their appearances. So even in identical uniforms, their bags, watches, and shoes were all meticulously selected. Some mothers gathered and began comparing the prices of their handbags. Bai Muxi carried an Hermes Birkin bag worth 2 million yuan today. Of course, she chose it primarily for its spaciousness and capacity. Plus, with today's white uniforms, the bag paired perfectly. Yet this made her the center of attention. Who exactly are Dudu's parents? That Birkin bag alone cost millions in matching purchases. Indeed, I had been considering buying one too, but all stock had sold out in Yangqing. Apparently, Dudu's mother purchased them. I came across some information online saying Dudu's father is an ordinary student who's managed to secure a wealthy sponsor. So Dudu's father is just a kept man. But with those good looks, he certainly qualifies for that arrangement. You shouldn't worry about whether he's a kept man. He picks up the kids in either a Rolls-Royce Phantom or a top-spec G-Wagon. You don't want to make enemies of someone like that. The news began spreading rapidly. After all, there were still traces online of Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi's marriage. Especially since stay-at-home mothers had plenty of time, they left no stone unturned when digging into Chen Zhuo's background. Of course, Chen Zhuo's public identity was indeed unremarkable. Even after being recognized by the Chen family, no formal reunion banquet had been held. So everyone assumed he was living off a wealthy woman. In truth, not everyone believed this. After all, Chen Zhuo consistently projected an inexplicable confidence. Could a man with such presence really be a kept man? It was unthinkable, absolutely impossible. Yet Chen Zhuo's strikingly handsome face provided some justification for that assumption. Who could blame them when he had no prominent family behind him? Before the sports meet officially began, there would be a mobilization assembly. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi stood on either side of Dudu. A radiant smile illuminated Dudu's adorable face. When she compared the good looks of other parents with her own father and mother, she couldn't have been happier. Teacher Liao handed each of them a paper slip. They would earn 10 stamps for completing 10 different activities, and only after collecting all the stamps could they redeem corresponding gifts. The kindergarten had splurged generously on the prizes. They were all collaborations with major brands featuring plush toys, art supplies, and delicate accessories that children adored. The gifts will be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis, so those who want their desired prizes should act quickly. Dudu immediately spotted an adorable cat plush toy. "Daddy, I want that cat. Let's go do the activities quickly." The teachers had already taken their positions ready to guide the children through the exercises. Dudu held Chen Zhuo's hand and headed toward the tire-pulling game area. "Daddy, pull me." The game was simple. 5 families would compete together. The parents would pull the tire while the children sat on it, and only the top 3 finishers would earn a stamp. Chen Zhuo was confident in his strength and gave an okay gesture. "Dudu, hold on tight. Dad's about to take off." Seeing Mama smiling so happily, Dudu cried even louder. "Mama, don't laugh at me." Bai Muxi's laughter suddenly stopped, and she quickly went to soothe Dudu. Chen Zhuo also hurried back. I'm sorry. It's just that I used too much strength." Actually, it was mainly because Chen Zhuo was so tall that when he stood upright and pulled, his motion naturally went upward. However, the teacher, maintaining order nearby, quickly came over to comfort Dudu. Only then did the wrong Dudu finally stop crying. Of course, the parents watching on the sidelines didn't gloat either. After all, minor mishaps during games are perfectly normal. Dudu soon cheered herself up. Beep, no mishaps this time. Chen Zhuo swiftly pulled Dudu across the finish line first. Children's grievances come and go just as quickly. Especially after winning first place, a smile quickly returned to her adorable face. "Yay, we got our first stamp. Let's rush to the second one." There was a ladder game nearby. Mom and Dad cooperated, one on each side, while the child pulled the ladder in the middle with their hands. The top 3 to cross the finish line fastest would earn a stamp. This round also had 5 families competing together. "Let's go." Bai Muxi was eager to try as well. Though this was a parent-child sports event, Bai Muxi really wanted to play too. After all, who wasn't a child once? Despite being a kindergarten event, the children were all about the same age. Yet some of the mothers looked more than a decade or 2 older than Chen Zhuo. Several of them couldn't keep their eyes off him with an odd gleam. The more they looked at Chen Zhuo, the more handsome and masculine he appeared. Of course, looking wasn't illegal. "Don't fall this time, okay?" Chen Zhuo reminded her seriously. Dudu nodded immediately. "I won't fall." 3, 2, 1. As the countdown echoed, the whistle blew. Beep. Dudu gripped the ladder firmly with both hands and curled her legs slightly. Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi quickly lifted the ladder and began sprinting forward. All 3 members of the family possessed bodies refined by elixirs. Their strength was simply absurd. The other 4 families were left far behind. When they crossed the finish line first, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Dudu excitedly high-fived both Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi. "Papa and Mama are awesome." Dudu cheered excitedly. "By the way, I forgot to mention earlier, the prizes were tiered. The more first places you won, the better the rewards." Dudu was bursting with pride seeing herself win 2 consecutive first places. The events kept coming one after another. While others were panting and exhausted, these 3 still brimmed with energy. Many noticed this and shook their heads in admiration. "Being young is wonderful." "Papa, there's a parent basketball game over there, go join it. We'll cheer for you." Dudu pointed to the 3v3 basketball court nearby. Chen Zhuo made an okay gesture. "No problem. It was a simple 3v3, just score 3 goals first to win. The only rule was that possession changed after each goal. Of course teammates were assigned randomly. When Chen Zhuo joined, he was paired with 2 male parents, one chubby, one thin. Beep, Chen Zhuo's team kicked off first. Wow, this daddy is so handsome. I noticed him during the meeting earlier. He looks like a college guy. His wife is beautiful too. This family has serious looks going for them. The surrounding chatter never ceased. After passing the ball to start, Chen Zhuo immediately raised his hand to request it back. The man guarding him had an athletic build, and his footwork alone suggested he knew how to play. Seeing every woman's attention fixed on Chen Zhuo stirred something competitive within him. He vowed silently to play well and shut Chen Zhuo down. But Chen Zhuo with the ball simply tapped it gently. Next second, a crossover step. His body leaned forward 1 step. The defender thought Chen Zhuo was going to drive past him. But Chen Zhuo paused mid-motion, then stepped back and launched himself high into the air. A pull-up jumper from downtown. At the peak of his jump, Chen Zhuo controlled with his left hand and flicked the ball forward with his right. The defender's reaction was quick enough. But he was half a head shorter than Chen Zhuo. This pull-up was decisive, and after his physical enhancement, his vertical leap was maxed out. He couldn't even come close to contesting the shot. Whoosh, the basketball sailed through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Next second, swish, the net snapped. For a moment, everything went silent around them. Then the next second erupted with shrieks of excitement. Wow, so cool. Ah, who is this parent? He's so handsome when playing. Oh my god, I'm falling in love. Since the children were only a few years old, and Yanqing encouraged early marriage and childbirth. So the mothers were all in their mid to late 20s. This goal, though seemingly simple, was executed with such grace. It sent ripples through the entire crowd. Bai Muxi's eyes were sparkling. So amazing, Dudu clapped excitedly. Papa, that's my papa. Isn't my papa handsome? Dudu's words drew everyone's attention. And when they saw Bai Muxi beside her, many women felt a sense of inadequacy. Goodness gracious, this guy is handsome. And his wife is this beautiful. How is anyone supposed to compete? When it was the other team's turn to start, Chen Zhuo instinctively matched up against the defender from before. There was no elaborate strategy, just man-to-man defense. The man with the ball clearly knew what he was doing. He crouched slightly and started with a between-the-legs dribble. Just as he closed in on Chen Zhuo, he executed a sudden high-speed change of direction. But to Chen Zhuo's eyes, it was all moving in slow motion. He could have stolen the ball easily. It was simply unnecessary. After all, this was a parent-child sports day, not a real match. He deliberately stepped back, giving the man space to drive through. The parent didn't disappoint, either driving to the basket for a layup. Easy bank shot. The chubby guy near the hoop retrieved the ball and called out to Chen Zhuo, "Bro, you gotta carry us to victory." "Exactly," the skinny guy agreed, nodding. "Aren't you gonna show us some skills?" "I literally can't," the chubby man said, shaking his head immediately. The skinny one chimed in, "It'd be best if you scored all by yourself. TSK tisk, if you've got the skill, hit another 3. At that moment, the opposing player spoke up, straight up taunting them. "You that eager to watch 3-pointers? Chen Zhuo smiled. He was already beyond the 3-point line, about 2 meters from the white arc. Of course, though this was a kindergarten basketball court, it followed official dimensions. For younger kids, there would be smaller hoops. "I don't believe you can get lucky once and do it again," the opposing guy said with a grin. "If you're shooting 3, I won't even defend you." He was convinced Chen Zhuo had just gotten lucky, so he decided to goad him into it. Dudu, standing nearby, caught every word of their exchange. Papa hit another 3. Dudu cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted loudly. "Okay." Chen Zhuo nodded, then took 2 more steps back, positioning himself at center court. "Bro, let's go." Thud. A bounce pass sent the ball to Chen Zhuo at center court. In the next instant, he caught it cleanly. No adjustment needed, just released from the spot. Whoosh. The ball arced through the air, and right then sunlight bathed Chen Zhuo's face. For that moment, he seemed to glow with an ethereal radiance. Simply overwhelming in his handsomeness. The basketball soared from his palm, tracing a steady arc beneath the pale blue sky, before heading straight for the hoop. No rim bounce, no brush. Just a clean swish as the ball passed through the net, without touching anything. Even the arc of its sway was gorgeous. The crowd on site froze for half a second, then erupted instantly. The children clapped their tiny hands, screaming and cheering, some even jumping up. The teachers beside them couldn't help but applaud. The parent, who had just used reverse psychology, stood dumbfounded. What the hell have I encountered? A true prodigy. Anyone who has played basketball knows that shooting from mid-court is exhausting. In fact, even 3-pointers tire people out. Those with weak upper body strength often end up with a brick, nothing but net. But Chen just simply raised his hand, and the ball fell into the net, as if equipped with a GPS positioning system. So cool. A faint smile played on Chen Zhuo's lips. After confirming the shot, he jogged over to Dudu. Bending down, he raised his hands. Dudu understood immediately. Papa is awesome. Papa doesn't miss when he shoots. Papa can really do it. The female parents nearby stared in disbelief. Especially those who knew Chen Zhuo's background as a kept man. This isn't some soft rice guy, this is a college sports star. Look at that athletic ability, that hand strength. This guy could. Although he had made 2 consecutive three-pointers, the rules required 3. So the game began. Perhaps shaken by that three-pointer, when taunting brother drove past Chen Zhuo, he got too close. Not stealing now would be an insult to himself. The basketball was stripped effortlessly, and Chen Zhuo dribbled past the three-point line. Taunting brother came to defend. Chen Zhuo immediately executed a wide post-up dribble. Just as taunting brother stood ready, Chen Zhuo first threw a hessy fake. When the opponent thought Chen Zhuo would shoot another 3 and shifted his weight slightly upward, Chen Zhuo seized that moment and burst past like lightning. Near the basket, Fatty Parent spread his arms wide, blocking the defender behind him. Fatty Parent played the role of an immovable mountain. The next second, Chen Zhuo tossed the ball. It hit the backboard and rebounded back. At that moment, Chen Zhuo also took a running start and launched himself into the air. His terrifying physical attributes were pushed to the absolute limit. Although he wore long pants and long sleeves, his entire posture could only be described as breathtakingly handsome. While Big Brother is flying, a voice full of childlike wonder rang out. The next instant, Chen Zhuo caught the rebounding basketball and slammed it viciously through the hoop. He gripped the rim with both hands, his body swaying slightly before landing steadily. Silence. A deathly quiet fell over the venue. Everyone gawked at Chen Zhuo in astonishment. That was incredibly cool. Bai Muxi felt her cheeks flush, red mist rising in her eyes. That dunk was so powerful. If she were on the receiving end of such an impact, it truly made one's mind go wandering. Applause broke out once again, and Dudu shouted "Papa" and ran straight onto the court, giving Chen Zhuo a huge hug. Ding detected that Dudu is in a joyful mood. Daddy points 500. Chen Zhuo smiled. Recently, he had figured out some tricks for earning daddy points. First, doing things Dudu liked. Second, doing things that made Dudu feel proud. Just like this very moment. Chen Zhuo's 3 consecutive baskets made him seem towering and impressive. Holding Dudu in his arms, Dudu introduced her kindergarten classmates. "This is my papa. My papa is so amazing at sports," that proud little expression filled with glory. Of course, Chen Zhuo himself didn't expect that clips of his basketball game would be posted on the school's official website. Soon a trending topic appeared online. The coolest dad who can dunk. Chen Zhuo, already somewhat famous online, got another wave of attention. The Chen family also learned of this and contacted Chen Zhuo immediately. Chen Zhuo told them not to worry about it. Let it ride. He wasn't going to spend money to delete trending searches for every little thing. Besides, it wasn't a bad trend. However, the Chen family had indeed prepared a recognition banquet. All the elites of Yangsheng would gather together. Besides introducing Chen Zhuo to everyone, Chen Jingming also wanted to reconnect with business partners who were on good terms with Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo had already taken Dudu to redeem the cutest plush toy. Dudu wouldn't let go of it, her smile never leaving her face. Especially when she held the toy in one hand and Chen Zhuo's hand in the other, she introduced him to every classmate she passed. Bai Muxi felt a pang of envy for a moment, wondering when she would be introduced by Dudu in such a way too. The whole family left the school together. They didn't go home directly, but celebrated outside. Of course, since it was winter, even though they had exercised and sweated, they dried quickly. But the main reason was that they had all consumed the pills. Even when sweating, there was no unpleasant odor. There was no way around it. After all, the impurities in their bodies were pitifully few. They deliberately chose a very expensive restaurant, but Dudu didn't contribute any daddy points. Though curious about the dishes before her, nothing truly amazed her after eating. It seems that if he wanted to earn daddy points through food, he would have to cook himself. "Do you want to go to the supermarket this afternoon? We can buy ingredients for dinner along the way." After finishing his meal and having received over 1 million in cashback, Chen Zhuo said to Dudu cheerfully. Although 1 million wasn't much, if he did it several more times, the sum would add up. Of course, the most important thing was to earn more daddy points. Chen Zhuo had privately researched them all. Its products covered absolutely everything, and what Chen Zhuo wanted most was the complete AI system. But this system cost a staggering 10,000 daddy points. During this period of hard work, Chen Zhuo had only accumulated 7,000 points. The main reason was that Dudu had started kindergarten recently, so there were fewer opportunities to earn daddy points. While shopping at the supermarket, Chen Zhuo helped Dudu buy what she wanted and asked her about her recent wishes. "Papa, Mama, can Dudu raise a little kitten?" Dudu asked with an innocent expression. Chen Zhuo looked at Bai Muxi. "Cici, are you allergic to cat fur? Or would you rather not keep a small animal?" Bai Muxi shook her head. "No, actually, I want to raise one too." "What kind does Dudu want to raise?" "I want to raise the kittens behind our school. They are all newborn kittens, but they have no homes. We have a home. Can we take them home?" "Huh? How many?" Chen Zhuo asked curiously. Dudu began counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus mama cat, 7 in total. "This isn't raising cats, this is raising the Calabash brothers." "But Dudu doesn't want them to be without a mommy," Dudu said pitifully. "All right." Chen Zhuo nodded. "Then we'll take them all home tomorrow. These kittens were genuine strays. If no one took care of them, they'd die outside in no time." To be honest, Chen Zhuo didn't have high hopes for their appearance. But when he followed Dudu to the kittens, he was instantly amazed. This mother cat was truly prolific. 3 black tabbies and 3 adorable lionhead cats. One particularly distinctive lion-head cat looked just like Bai from the Stephen Chow movies he'd watched in his past life. Very unique. Ah, so cute. Bai Muxi was the first to be charmed, exclaiming excitedly. A smile spread across Dudu's face. I told you they're super adorable. Her proud little expression was a bit smug. Chen Zhuo patted Dudu's head. Dudu, have you thought it through? If we take them home, you'll have to take good care of them. Feed them, buy lots of cat supplies, and even help clean up their poop. Dudu nodded seriously, her face firm. Dudu can do it. All right, let me take a video first to keep as evidence. Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone from his pocket. Come on, say it again to the camera. Bai Muxi couldn't help but laugh at his gesture. Is it necessary to video? Of course. Chen Zhuo nodded. Later, if she doesn't take care of the cats, I'll tease her with this video. But Dudu immediately shook her head. Dudu won't. Dudu will take good care of them, just like Daddy and Mommy take care of me. All right. Chen Zhuo took a video of her, then put away his phone and gave instructions to the pet hospital professionals he had hired. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Since this was something Dudu wanted to do, Chen Zhuo specially invited the top pet hospital in Tianhe to help. Next, a full-service process would be carried out: deworming, spaying the mother cat, vaccinating the kittens, grooming, and other measures. The process of catching the cats also went smoothly. The mother cat wasn't very afraid of people. Due to many kind-hearted people feeding her, she was quite friendly. To spare her from the pain of childbirth and heat cycles, the vet took her for spaying as soon as she was caught. The other little ones were also taken to the pet hospital, getting their vaccinations and grooming. Seeing the radiant smiles continuously appearing on Dudu's face, Chen Zhuo knew he had made the right move. After all, only when Dudu was truly happy would she continuously provide him with dad points. In fact, dad points for Chen Zhuo now were more like a wind vane, a hint. It let him know which things Dudu genuinely liked and which were just to please adults. Don't think children don't understand anything. As children nowadays have more channels to receive information, their minds mature much earlier than children in the past. Of course, seeking advantage and avoiding harm is also human nature. When the 7 kittens were all brought home, Chen Zhuo took the opportunity to arrange a pet family doctor for them, whose only job each month was to take care of the kittens' growth. This expense was automatically deemed by the system as spent on Dudu, so Chen Zhuo gained an additional 5 million in cashback every month. Chen Zhuo suddenly realized that not only had he spent little money, but because of the 100-fold cashback, the more he spent, the more money he had. The next few days felt a bit chaotic at home. The cats were still unfamiliar with the house, but that didn't stop them from causing trouble. The mother cat was the most active, running around the house. Dudu, on the other hand, would cuddle with the cats every day after school. According to the feedback from dad points, besides playing with the cats, Dudu's favorite activities were still drawing and playing the piano. Perhaps due to Chen Zhao's genetic influence, she was very keen on crafting story plots. After recognizing this talent, Chen Zhuo deliberately nurtured it. However, the immediate priority was still preparing for the wedding with Bai Muxi. Although Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi already had a daughter and had obtained a marriage certificate, they had not held a banquet. In Yangqing, this was not considered a complete marriage. A sense of ceremony was necessary. Even if they didn't hold a grand wedding, they should at least invite family and friends for a meal to celebrate. Of course, given Bai Muxi's family, it was impossible not to have a banquet. As for Chen Zhao's family, they certainly wouldn't allow him to skip the banquet. After some discussion, they finally set the auspicious date for mid-June. Since they were both graduating from university this year, why not combine the graduation ceremony and the wedding? They could also invite some classmates to join the celebration. Generally, there is still some camaraderie among classmates right after graduation. But this bond would fade as everyone scattered across different places. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was January 26th. Today was Monday. Taking advantage of the after-school time, Chen Zhuo waited early at the school gate. This was the last 2 weeks of the school year, and students would soon have their winter break. Chen Zhuo was also very satisfied with Dudu's adjustment at school. Of course, after the school sports meet, Dudu became a star student at school. The school even conducted an exclusive interview with her. After all, the video of Chen Zhuo playing basketball at school had become quite popular. Dudu appeared very adoring of her daddy in the interview, and she recounted many stories Chen Zhuo had mentioned. Just as her interview aired, Bai Muxi's company's software Bilibili was officially launched. Among them was the animated series titled Dolaw that Dudu had mentioned. Unlike Japanese and Korean anime, the Dolaw they released this time was a combination of fantasy, passion, and combat. Along with the Fanxia novel launched by Tiaodong Byte, the two companies were suddenly linked. The Dolaw novel was available for free on Fanxia Novel, and while reading there would be ads promoting the new software of Ziyuanli. The two companies quickly interacted. Seeing Lin Zhiraw and the boss lady working so well together, Xin Yulin, who had just completed the integration of Xingxing Games, was unwilling to lag behind and came up with 2 games. One was Backming, the other Dolaw. This was a deep collaboration. Of course, at this time, Tingfei Games had already gained some fame in the industry for its mini-games in cooperation with WeChat. The only one that hadn't shown much was Chinja Capital, which was working hard. They had just acquired Weiguang AI from Zhongda, and the entire research team was working overtime to produce. Chen Zhuo hadn't been going to the company to fight alongside them recently. After dropping Dudu off in the morning, he would go home to create. At noon, he would eat some food made by Wang Ma, rest a bit, and then go pick up Dudu from school in the afternoon. Just like today. To make Dudu happy when she saw him, he specially brought her a sugar-coated hawthorn stick. "Daddy!" Dudu's surprised voice came from the school gate. A smile immediately spread across Chen Zhuo's face. "Finally you're here, my little baby." Chen Zhuo, who was in line, spotted Dudu trotting over at once. Her face glowed with a sweet smile, and her hand was held by the beautiful teacher, Liao Yingying, beside her. "Over here." Chen Zhuo raised his hand and smiled in greeting. His classmates behind him all spotted Chen Zhuo. "Wow, Dudu's dada brought her candied haws. They look so delicious. Boo-hoo, why didn't my dada bring me candied haws? I want to eat them too." The classmates behind them chattered away. Dudu meanwhile pulled Liao Yingying to the gate. Liao Yingying's little cheeks were flushed from jogging. Her gaze toward Chen Zhuo also carried a hint of tenderness, laced with slight shyness. It wasn't that she liked Chen Zhuo. It was mainly that Chen Zhuo was exceptionally handsome. On top of that, his self-toss, self-dunk, slam dunk at the sports meet had gone viral on social media. Many of her friends had been inquiring about Chen Zhuo. After all, her job at St. Hart Kindergarten was no secret. Many friends knew about it. Some even asked her to help get autographs and photos. Chen Zhuo hadn't refused. Of course, there would never be anything more between Chen Zhuo and Liao Yingying. After all, Chen Zhuo was a man who understood boundaries. Liao Yingying handed Dudu's hand to Chen Zhuo. "Good afternoon, Dudu's dada. You're here early. I mainly wanted to see Dudu." Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. "Come on, say goodbye to the teacher." "Goodbye, teacher Liao," Dudu said sweetly, then immediately shifted her attention to the candied haws. "Dada, are these for Dudu?" "No, these are for dada to eat." "Huh." Dudu immediately pouted, her expression drooping. "Oh well." She tugged at Chen Zhuo's hand and whispered cautiously, "Can dada save 2 for Dudu?" "There are only 4 in total. You want me to save 2 for you?" "Dudu wants to eat 1 herself and give 1 to mama," Dudu said weakly. "Please." Alright, actually dada brought these specially for you. There are more in the car. We'll bring a string over to your mom later." Yay, Dudu's eyes lit up. Dada is the best. Ding. Detected that Dudu is in a joyful mood. Dad points 100. This time it was Chen Zhuo's turn to have glowing eyes. Here it comes. The dad points had finally reached 100,000. He had been waiting for this all these days. Of course, he hadn't deliberately tried to please Dudu. These days he had also been pondering a question. If he endlessly spent money on Dudu, would it make her develop luxurious habits? He never wanted to raise Dudu into a spoiled and willful child. Doting was fine, but indulgence was absolutely unacceptable. So while treating her well, Chen Zhuo never forgot to teach her what was appropriate and what was not. At the same time, through daily life, he guided her on how to conduct herself and how to discover her own interests. Just like Chen Zhuo today. He only worked 3 to 4 hours every morning. It wasn't for money, it was simply to enjoy the thrill of being a popular web novel author. Several of his books were simultaneously published on Tomato Novel. Each book updated 4,000 words daily, and with his past life memories and top-tier hacking skills, his typing speed was formidable. He could write about 30,000 words per hour. A single morning session could yield over 100,000 words. Most importantly, after his body had been refined, he felt no fatigue at all. Now Tomato Novel's reputation had been established, and his novels had gained considerable popularity. The comment sections were flooded with replies like, "Give me another chapter, please." This greatly satisfied Chen Zhuo's vanity. Additionally, he had already prepared several software frameworks waiting only for the dad points to reach 10,000, so he could purchase the AI core algorithm. The long-dormant Microglow AI could finally shine. First things first, launch the formal promotion of Shakehand. With ample funds, the promotion speed was unquestionable. Chen Zhuo had already planned the promotional tactics. He would use the same help me slash the price mechanic from Pinduoduo in his past life. Complete tasks to earn coins, then continuously recruit people. New users would receive cash rewards. In China, the majority of people were not wealthy. If they knew they could earn dozens or even hundreds of yuan just by referring a few new users, countless people would be willing to participate. Besides, with the Lunar New Year approaching, various large-scale galas were about to begin. Although major sponsorships had already been finalized, as long as the money was sufficient, inserting a few product placements would be no problem at all. Of course, the most important aspect was hiring spokespersons. Lin Zhuo had initially been hesitant, planning to try with a second-tier celebrity. But Chen Zhuo directly invited this world's top idol and Best Actress winner to serve as spokespersons. As for their status, it was roughly equivalent to Liu Yifei and Hu Ge from his past life. Under the assault of money, everything became much easier. However, to prevent Shakehand from attracting unwanted scrutiny, cooperation with the Chen family was necessary. The Chen family, not wanting to monopolize the opportunity, had directly invited several prominent families from the imperial capital. Although they only held a small share, they were now in the same boat. If anything went wrong, there would be people to lend a hand. Doing business in China required understanding human relationships and social customs. After picking up Dudu, Chen Zhuo did not take her home. Instead, they headed to Pazhou together to pick up Bai Muxi. Chen Zhuo had noticed something. Every time he and Bai Muxi were affectionate and happy, Dudu would happily award him dad points. She could clearly sense her worry about her parents' relationship. Of course, Chen Zhuo himself was also very doting toward his wife. He had not only bought her the second largest animation company in the country, but also spent a fortune to recruit several top-tier animators from abroad. The company was advancing with tremendous momentum. Bai Muxi's name had already made a name for herself in the animation industry and had gained a certain foothold in the business world as well. Many people had previously said that Chen Zhuo was merely living off his wife after being with Bai Muxi. Who would have guessed that Bai Muxi would directly leave the Bai Corporation and establish her own enterprise? Later, Chen Zhuo was frequently photographed entering upscale venues alongside Chen Tingyuan, the eldest son of the Chen family. Many speculated that Chen Zhuo was a collateral branch member of the Chen family. However, at the Chen Corporation's annual meeting in early February, they confirmed the announcement of Chen Zhuo's true identity. At that time, his identity as the second young master of the Chen Corporation would be officially revealed to the public. To be honest, such a life made Chen Zhuo feel that everything was too smooth. It seemed the original owner had endured all the hardships. After transmigrating aside from the first 2 days of having no money and suffering through hardship, everything afterward had been smooth sailing with constant cashback rewards. Not only did he have a beautiful campus queen as his wife, but also an extraordinarily cute daughter. He offered 3 minutes of silence for the original host. Of course, what made Chen Zhuo most speechless was, perhaps he had transmigrated to the wrong place. In Guangzhou, there were simply too many people pretending to be weak while hiding extraordinary strength. As a result, everyone was always polite and respectful. He remembered when he first went to the Rolls-Royce dealership in ordinary clothes and nobody mocked or looked down on him. And the situation was even better now. He was dressed head to toe in haute couture. Furthermore, he never traveled anywhere without either a Mercedes-Benz G-Class or a Rolls-Royce. There wasn't a single enemy in sight. Plus, Bai Muxi kept herself clean and respectable with no male assistants, sponsored students, or childhood crushes. This kind of life could only be described by 2 words: comfortable. Chen Zhuo had no intention of working in the company office. He wanted to be a boss lurking behind the scenes, achieving greatness without seeking fame. Of course, to avoid becoming the doormat husband from those melodramatic short dramas, he would make sure Bai Muxi knew of his contributions. At the very least, he couldn't let others think he was living off his wife. When he used to watch those short dramas, he found it most infuriating when the male lead silently sacrificed everything without telling the female lead. That wasn't wisdom, that was purely looking for abuse. He deserved to be bullied. Driving a G-Wagon along a road that wasn't particularly crowded, Dudu sat in the back seat, focused on eating the candied hawthorn skewer in her hand, her face brimming with happiness. The light happened to turn red. Chen Zhuo sat in the driver's seat and was suddenly struck by an epiphany. It wasn't really about harmony in a family brings prosperity to all endeavors. It was about a wealthy family brings prosperity to all things. As long as your family has enough money, it can solve 99% of troubles. The remaining 1%, those are the ones you ask for yourself. But as time passed, Chen Zhuo's desire to travel grew increasingly strong. In his past life, he had been trapped at his starting point, unable to see the world beyond. Now that he was wealthy, he wanted to go out and experience the world. Of course, he had no idea whether foreign countries were safe, but there was one place he had long wanted to visit. In his past life, he had also been from Yanqing, so he had never seen snow growing up. It would be wonderful to take Dudu on a spontaneous trip during her winter break. The only thing he was worried about now was whether Bai Muxi would be willing to go. They arrived at Bai Muxi's company smoothly. She was discussing the direction for the new week with several department managers. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. When Chen Zhuo appeared with Dudu, Bai Muxi asked the others to leave. "Mommy, this is what Daddy bought for you. Candied strawberries." Dudu handed the candied strawberries to Bai Muxi as if presenting a treasure. "Thank you." Bai Muxi smiled, stood up directly from her seat, and asked, "Was Dudu good at school today?" "Dudu was the best." Dudu immediately nodded. "The teacher even gave me a little red flower." "So awesome." Bai Muxi rubbed her little head. She then looked up at Chen Zhuo. "Zhuo, where are we eating tonight?" "Home. I prepped the soup earlier, and Annie Wang is watching the fire. I'll just toss together the remaining dishes, and we can eat." Chen Zhuo smiled and added, "By the way, I was thinking we could take a trip to Harbin during Dudu's winter break. What do you think?" "Harbin? How long would we stay?" "Just 1 week." Chen Zhuo grinned. "I heard the Harbin ice and snow world is incredibly fun." Bai Muxi looked troubled. "But there are so many things to handle at the company right now. With the new year approaching, we need to arrange the holiday schedule in advance. Work will never be finished," Chen Zhuo said with a smile. "But if we miss Dudu's growth, that would be a true regret. How about this? 100 million a day buying you 1 week." Bai Muxi sucked in her breath. "You don't spend money like that just because you have it. It's my money. I'll spend it however I please." Chen Zhuo shrugged. "So are you in or not? What about Dudu? Does Dudu want to go?" Dudu immediately nodded. "Wherever Daddy and Mommy go, Dudu will go. For her, as long as she was with Daddy and Mommy, that was all that mattered." "All right." Bai Muxi nodded. "Actually, I've wanted to go to Harbin for a long time. Then what are you hesitating for? After Dudu finishes classes this week, we'll set off right away. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. But how will we get there? Bai Muxi asked anxiously. Won't we run into the spring festival travel rush? Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up immediately. The car was already bought. The office building was purchased too. It would be perfectly reasonable to get Dudu a private jet, wouldn't it? This week, Dudu still has school, so I'll go ahead and look for a private jet. We'll apply for a dedicated flight route and fly over. Chen Zhuo said with a smile. What are you joking about? Do you know how much a private jet costs? You can't just buy one on a whim. Oh, can it possibly cost more than 2 office buildings? Chen Zhuo countered. Dudu beside them also looked puzzled. Daddy, are you going to give me a plane? A real one that can fly in the sky? Yes, exactly. What do you think? Do you want one? Chen Zhuo asked with a grin. I want one, but if it's too expensive, let's forget it. Dudu hesitated. How about we donate the money to children who can't afford food or school instead? We don't need a private jet. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Since you want it, Daddy will buy it for you. But Daddy promises you, if we spend any amount on a private jet, I'll donate an equal amount to charity to buy new clothes and shoes for those children for the new year, okay? Clap, clap, clap. Dudu burst into applause. Daddy is the best. Bai Muxi, however, looked utterly bewildered. Asia, tell me the truth. Did your money blow in on the wind? Certainly not. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Let me put it this way. Fanxiao novel has already started making profits. Does that help you understand? What? It's already profitable. Bai Muxi's eyes widened. That app only launched a few days ago. It was my big brother who signed the contract. He said it was to encourage me to establish my own company. Your big brother treats you so well. Bai Muxi said enviously. My big brother is your big brother too. Don't worry, people from Tencent will come find you in a few days to sign the contract and discuss the cooperation on the new app. Chen Zhuo smiled. Why do the rich get richer? Because they have resources. When someone wants to cooperate with the Chun family, they have to pass through numerous obstacles and still may not even get an audience. There's a saying that fits perfectly. When you've finally ascended after enduring countless hardships, you're merely one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers surrounding Sun Wukong. But because of Chen Zhuo's connection, many paths had already been paved flat for him. When Chen Zhuo decided to buy a private jet, he immediately contacted his big brother. Chen Tingyuan, the young master of the Chen family. Making money was his specialty. Enjoying life was his profession. Now that he wanted to buy a private jet, he absolutely had to consult him. Soon Chen Tingyuan found a lead. A private seller in Hong Kong happened to have a Boeing 787 for sale, fully customized, making it one of the most luxurious business jets in the world, with an interior area exceeding 200 square meters, including a bedroom, meeting room, bathroom, and more. This wasn't just a private jet, it was a home in the sky. The original price was $2.1 billion. But for the sake of the Chen family, it could be negotiated down to $1.8 billion. Chen Zhuo rejected this outright. No bargaining. I'll pay the full $2.1 billion. Chen Tingyuan was stunned. But in recent times, after interacting with Chen Zhuo, it seemed that whenever he bought things for Dudu, he never negotiated. On the other hand, when buying for himself and his wife, he would always ask about discounts. Of course, the final amount reaching the seller would be $1.8 billion. The remaining $300 million could count as a New Year's bonus for his son. As the payment succeeded, the system notification sound rang in Chen Zhuo's mind once again. Ding. Host spent $2.1 billion purchasing a private jet for Dudu. 200-fold cashback activated. VVV. Chen Zhuo's phone received a message. An incoming transfer of $210 billion. Chen Zhuo decided to set aside $10 billion to support impoverished rural areas. Not simply giving money, but building factories in underdeveloped regions to foster grassroots development. The country lacks funds. No problem. He would cover it. As for any returns, that kind of good reputation must be secured. Chen Zhuo still aspired to become a national representative. He couldn't possibly do good deeds without leaving his name, letting others reap all the credit. That would be nothing short of sheer foolishness. The transfer procedures were quite troublesome, but he could use it in advance. After all, the contract had been signed, and even if the paperwork wasn't finalized, the plane already belonged to Dudu. Arranging drivers, finding airport parking spaces, and routine maintenance would all cost a fortune. But for the $210 billion in cashback, it was merely a drop in the ocean. The most crucial thing was, this money also came with cashback. Chen Zhuo finally understood. As long as spending was linked to Dudu, this money would simply never run out. Dudu was not only Chen Zhuo's daughter, but also the family's treasure. Of course, money was merely a number to Chen Zhuo. At this point, he was wealthier than Ma Baba at his peak in his past life. Ma Baba's net worth at his peak was $400 billion, while Chen Zhuo's accumulated wealth clearly exceeded that figure. If his 3 companies continued to grow, it would be even more staggering. Riches in China. No, his dream was to become the richest man in the world. While purchasing a private jet, Chen Zhuo also spent considerable time shopping with Dudu and Bai Muxi. The main purpose was to purchase supplies needed for their trip to Harbin. First, he contacted Guangzhou, arranging the most luxurious VIP, customized version. Guangzhou produced a plan overnight, immediately contacting the most premium services in Harbin for advance arrangements. In China, as long as you don't break the law, you truly can do as you please. For the following week, Chen Zhuo thoroughly enjoyed what top-tier luxury meant. They traveled in a premier private aircraft. Upon landing, a row of luxury cars awaited them at the private airport. No fewer than 20 bodyguards in long coats and over 50 service staff stood ready. When Dudu saw this spectacle, her mouth hung open. "Daddy, did you prepare all this for us beforehand?" "Well, you like it, eh? But won't this be too extravagant?" Bai Muxi swallowed hard, saying in astonishment, "Is this already considered extravagant? There's more coming." Chen Zhuo smiled. The entire top floor of the Shangri-La hotel where they stayed had been booked to avoid disturbances. The presidential suite here boasted a living room of over 100 square meters along with 4 or 5 bedrooms. It was equipped with various private butlers and maids. At the Ice and Snow World, staff accompanied them throughout. Premium tickets? No. This was VIP access. Every attraction had dedicated attendants. Aside from enjoying the rides himself, Chen Zhuo also took many photographs. Speaking of photography, what are the 3 most essential elements? Models, models, still models. For someone like Bai Muxi and Dudu with such beauty, every captured frame could serve as a wallpaper. Although Bai Muxi had hesitated before departure, feeling there were many matters to attend to, everything changed once she arrived in Harbin. Work concerns were cast aside. She threw herself wholeheartedly into enjoyment. After all, as a young girl who doesn't love to have fun, it was simply because she had been cultivated to be this way. Carrying too much on her shoulders inevitably created pressure. Unlike Chen Zhuo, he felt no pressure. Tell me, what kind of pressure could a man feel with 4,000 billion yuan in cold cash lying in his bank account? That evening, Chen Zhuo arranged a fireworks display for Dudu and Bai Muxi. When the sky erupted with brilliant fireworks, only one phrase could describe it: utterly breathtaking. As Bai Muxi gazed at the fireworks, Chen Zhuo somehow produced a small box from nowhere. He knelt on one knee. "Cici, will you marry me?" Bai Muxi stared at Chen Zhuo kneeling before her, stunned. But Dudu quickly reacted. "Mommy, hurry and say yes to Daddy." Although they were already registered, the proper proposal ceremony was still necessary. This time, Chen Zhuo specifically spent from his private stash to purchase a diamond worth 100 million at a European auction, crafted into an engagement ring. Combined with the design from a top jewelry company, the inner band was engraved with the initials CZBMXCTQ. This was their family's exclusive mark. I do. Bai Muxi's voice trembled with emotion. She now understood why Chen Zhuo had suddenly suggested coming to Harbin. Chen Zhuo placed the ring on Bai Muxi's finger and gave her a tender kiss. "Cici, I will always treat you well." "Yes, me too." Bai Muxi nodded earnestly, her eyes full of tenderness. Actually, when watching short dramas, female CEOs often had affairs. This was usually due to unequal status. After weighing pros and cons, they felt the consequences of infidelity were negligible. That created so many stories. But Chen Zhuo and Bai Muxi were different. Bai Muxi knew Chen Zhuo's identity, the second young master of the Chen family, with financial backing that was unfathomably deep. Even as his closest companion, she had no idea how wealthy he truly was. However, as he and Bai Muxi established a formal relationship, Chen Zhuo secretly revealed to Bai Muxi, "Not that much. If one company earns 100 million per year, it would take thousands of years to accumulate what I have." Hiss. He certainly wouldn't disclose the exact amount. But just from that statement, Bai Muxi had a rough estimate. 3 zeros meant billions. This meant Chen Zhuo had at least 3,000 billion in his possession. Suddenly, Bai Muxi felt her own efforts lacked direction. "Hubby, how about I lie flat with you too?" Bai Muxi looked at Chen Zhuo pitifully. Chen Zhuo shrugged. "Of course you can. Do whatever you wish. I can certainly support you." Bai Muxi said these words, but her actions told a different story. After a week of fun in Harbin, work resumed, and parenting duties continued. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo's identity was officially announced at the Chen Group annual meeting. The moment Chen Zhuo's status as the second young master of the Chen family was revealed, those who claimed he was a gold digger shut their mouths completely. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder. How could an originally ordinary youth attract the school beauty? It turned out he had always kept a low profile. Shortly after his identity was revealed, Chen Zhuo gradually entered the public spotlight. People then discovered that the Douyin, which had gone viral nationwide during the Spring Festival, was actually founded by him. Furthermore, Weiguang AI, developed by his AI company, directly became the flagship of global AI, leading worldwide trends. The previously obscure Chen Zhuo suddenly became a rising star in the technology sector, especially when chief technician Shen Qinyan announced that all core algorithms came from Chen Zhuo, leaving everyone dumbfounded and forcing them to reconsider their impression of Chen Zhuo. Handsome, talented. How unfair. Time flew by. In June of his senior year, he held a century wedding with Zhongda's top school beauty, Bai Muxi. Century wedding, almost every dignitary from Guangdong province attended. Dudu as the flower girl presented their wedding rings. Kiss, kiss, kiss. The crowd began to cheer. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Zhuo gently kissed Bai Muxi's lips. Bai Muxi's eyes closed slightly, tears rolling down her cheeks. She had never imagined getting married at 21, but since being with Chen Zhuo, she found the courage to love recklessly. Just like the lyrics from the song, Never Settle, that Chen Zhuo had sung for her. You appear, and everyone else becomes ordinary. And this man always gave her a profound sense of security. Of course Chen Zhuo had never changed. Because loving one person means loving only one person for eternity. If you fall in love with another, that means you never truly loved the first. Chen Zhuo was willing to spend the rest of his life loving Bai Muxi and Dudu. Ding detected that Dudu is in a joyful mood. Daddy points 1.86. The end. Here is my final author's note. This book wasn't something I wanted to write. A friend recommended it, so writing it felt awkward. But honestly, many novels nowadays are filled with too much negativity. I'm not particularly the type with that mindset, so my writing always felt insufficiently fierce. However, Chen Zhuo's love for Dudu was genuine, and his affection for Bai Muxi was also real. As for Bai Muxi, she had her struggles and hesitations, but ultimately chose Chen Zhuo resolutely. As for Dudu, I do quite fondly love the little character I created. I hope everyone can have a child as cute, obedient, and sensible as Dudu. Boys or girls are all good. Ding, leave a message to claim the omnipotent godly daddy system.